Transcending into Haruno Sakura, I have bound myself to the universe's supreme system. While others cultivate, I unbox treasures. While others embark on adventures, I exchange rewards. Surprise drops? Legendary gold. Unwanted ninjutsu scrolls? I shall convert them all into coins. My summoned beast must be the most dazzling, my equipment the most resplendent, and skins? Naturally, I shall collect them all. Observing the teammates I inadvertently conquered, Ino seeks my affection daily. Tsunade both loves and scolds me, while Karen has become my exclusive accessory. Until Kaguya Otsutsuki descends with world-ending power. I yawned and casually hurled my amassed would-release Sage Art's Yang Power gift pack. What's all the fuss? Can't you see I'm drawing for new skins? The girl who vowed to not glance at anyone's back has finally revealed her visage to the entire universe. Chapter 1. Does Sakura-chan enjoy grilled meat? Time: Year 57 of Konoha. Location: Hidden Leaf Village, Land of Fire. A 5-year-old girl with pink hair emerged from preschool, rubbing her forehead and sighing deeply. Today's side quest remained unaccomplished. When would she accumulate 1,000 life points to advance to a full-fledged genin? Upon returning home, her mother had prepared delicious tonkatsu ramen. She devoured 2 bowls in quick succession, leaving no broth behind, then contentedly licked her lips. An energy card emerged from the girl's chest, emanating a blue glow, followed by a cascade of data. The topmost life points rose from 245 to 246. It seemed today's meal was not in vain. However, at this pace, reaching genin status before graduating preschool remained a distant dream. Additional strategies were imperative. The girl was named Haruno Sakura, who had soul transcended into the world of Naruto 6 months prior. In her past life, she was an unabashed Naruto enthusiast named Chung-Su, male by birth, with a fondness for females. On the eve of his college entrance exams, after binge-watching Naruto fan fiction, he carelessly dropped his phone into the bathtub while showering. The phone slipped beneath the water surface, and as he leaned to retrieve it, a sudden numbness enveloped him. Upon awakening, he found himself in the Naruto universe. The sole solace was the absence of an impending examination. Sakura's character was not one Chung-Su particularly admired. In fact, he found her somewhat irritating, especially her early disdain for Naruto and undue admiration for Sasuke, which was hard to tolerate. Yet, despite his disdain, one could not deny Sakura's formidable strength in later arcs, nearing mid-tier Kage level, making her a notable presence among the 12 ninja guardians, aside from the 2 exceptional individuals. Like many who traverse worlds, Sakura possessed her own unique advantage, an energy card. This card allowed her to undertake various system tasks, accumulate energy points, and earn rewards upon completion. At the tender age of 5, Sakura had just begun to tap into chakra, mastering only low-level ninjutsu, such as the body replacement technique. Furthermore, her parents were mere civilians, unable to assist her in any meaningful way. Therefore, advancing beyond the genin rank proved arduous. Her current methods were limited to daily physical training and nutrition through her diet. The life points gained from these efforts were minimal. A session of physical training yielded only 2 life points, while a hearty meal granted merely 1. As for rewards, tasks prior to achieving genin status were disappointingly meager, often yielding either military rations or C-rank weapons, hardly worth anticipating. "Auntie, is Sakura-chan home?" A soft voice called from outside. Ino, her best friend, entered after receiving permission from Sakura's mother. At this moment, Ino appeared irresistibly adorable, her light brown hair cut short with a charming ponytail atop her head. "Ino, what brings you here?" Sakura turned, momentarily casting aside thoughts of her life points. "Tomorrow is Choji's birthday. His family is hosting a barbecue feast in the evening. Why not join us?" Ino always thought of Sakura first when good fortune arose. A barbecue would undoubtedly include other delectable dishes, providing a quicker boost to her nutritional intake, perhaps even several life points. Sakura donned an eager expression, nodding enthusiastically at Ino. After all, what child could resist grilled meat? "Ino, did you cut your hair again?" After several days without seeing Ino, Sakura curiously observed her short ponytail. "Yes, I dislike long hair. It's such a hassle to manage every morning," Ino replied, narrowing her eyes as she played with her hair. "Haha, then let's both keep short hair. I want to be friends with Ino-chan for life, sporting matching hairstyles." As she spoke, Sakura gathered her left hair into a ponytail, wishing to mimic Ino's style. In this new life, Sakura was determined not to let her friendship with Ino falter over Sasuke, and the notion of growing her hair long for a boy was utterly dismissed. What was a man, especially one so arrogant and aloof? All right, it's a deal. Let me help you, Ino offered, moving closer to pin a bow onto Sakura's hair. The bond of friendship among girls is truly beautiful, Sakura mused. Having adapted to her identity as a girl, she learned to navigate relationships with her peers. Of course, she had no inclination to engage in any wicked deeds due to her gender. Sakura considered herself a paragon of virtue, at least for now. The following evening arrived. Sakura chose a simple yet elegant outfit for the feast and prepared a large bag of chips for Choji. Thanks to Ino, she often played with Shikamaru and Choji, maintaining a good rapport. The Akimichi clan was prominent in Konoha, and while Choji's birthday seemed a mere celebration for children, it was, in fact, a gathering for various clans to network. Attendees included relatives of the Akimichi clan and several notable figures from Konoha, with many renowned jonin dressed in casual attire for the occasion. As a member of the Akimichi clan, Choji's family boasted considerable wealth, explaining why both he and his father were robustly built. It seemed their household enjoyed ample provisions. Sakura chuckled at the thought. What are you laughing at, Sakura? Her reverie was interrupted by Ino's voice. Today, Ino wore a striking white kimono, radiating an adorable charm. Nearby, Shikamaru, hands in pockets, waved at Sakura. Boys tend to mature later than girls, and at this age, Shikamaru was shorter than both Sakura and Ino, yet his air of indifference and reluctance to be bothered remained intact. Let's go in and enjoy the barbecue, Sakura suggested, taking Ino's hand and leading her toward the grill. Within mere moments, Sakura had scanned the room, recognizing about half of the attendees. Even in casual attire, their concealed chakra, detectable by her energy card, revealed that many jonin possessed extraordinary chakra reserves. Asuma, Kurenai, and even that masked man clad in a watermelon-patterned bodysuit were present. Kurenai, in her bandage-clad outfit, paired with black fishnet stockings and striking red lips accentuating her curvaceous figure, was stunning. These individuals were among the most formidable jonin in Konoha. Suddenly, Sakura's mind drifted to the silver-haired masked man. He was absent from today's gathering. Could he be lurking in some corner, watching the festivities with a sense of detached amusement? Here, Sakura-chan, eat this piece. I just picked it from the grill. It's incredibly tender, Ino urged, offering a slice of lamb, the aroma of cumin dancing on Sakura's palate. The flavors were delightful. Sakura continued to indulge, savoring multiple pieces while ensuring to consume some fruit juice, each contributing to her life energy. There are also some edible soldier's rations, which are far more palatable than the combat rations, featuring flavors such as chocolate and various fruits. Sakura, her throat still full, continued to shove the morsels into her mouth, leaving Ino beside her utterly bewildered. Sakura, how long has it been since you last ate? Ino exclaimed. You should eat too, Sakura replied, feeding a piece to the astonished Ino. Just as they were conversing, a sudden rustle arose from the crowd. Chapter 2, The Prince's Plight. Wow, it's Kakashi-senpai. So cool. Several lower-ranking ninjas from the academy pointed at the silver-haired man who had just entered through the door. Half of his face concealed, his silver locks framed a pair of deep black eyes. The newcomer was none other than the person Sakura had longed to meet, appearing just as he did in the anime. It was no wonder his popularity remained sky-high. After all, a young man of such talent was indeed a striking figure in Konoha. Kakashi, you're late, Asuma remarked, puffing a smoke ring from his pipe. I apologize. I just completed a mission and returned a bit late. It was then that Sakura noticed Kakashi was still clad in his mission attire. A mission? At the mere mention of the word, Sakura's heart skipped a beat. One of the side quests in her energy card involved greeting Kakashi with a delightful reward promised. However, having spent all her time in preschool, she had never had the opportunity to meet him, compounded by the fact that Kakashi was frequently away on missions and rarely returned to the village. Hence, this matter had been put on hold. Moreover, the tasks associated with Kakashi remained locked, and once a proper introduction was made, subsequent missions related to him would gradually unlock. The thought filled Sakura with exhilaration, and without a second thought, she boldly approached Kakashi to greet him. With her petite frame, she extended her small hand towards Kakashi, her crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Kakashi-sensei, I finally get to meet you. Hello, I am Sakura Haruno. I'll look forward to your guidance. Upon finishing, She mimicked the adults by extending her hand for a handshake. Who are you? Kakashi replied, his expression one of confusion. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward at that moment. Meanwhile, Ino, oblivious to the unfolding situation, gazed at Sakura with admiration. Wow, Sakura, you're amazing. You actually know Kakashi-senpai. It was only then that Sakura remembered she was still a preschooler, and Kakashi had no idea who she was. Oh no, this was utterly embarrassing. Ahaha. I am your biggest fan. I've heard so much about Kakashi-senpai's exploits, the genius ninja of Konoha, a sensation in the ninja world. Kakashi looked at the young girl in front of him, perplexed by her incoherent rambling. Perhaps her brain wasn't quite functioning properly. How unfortunate for someone so young. The man politely patted the girl's broad forehead. Thank you, little one. But please, don't call me sensei. I haven't taken on any students yet. Kakashi's warm demeanor was unchanged, and despite this being their first meeting, Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Never mind. You will eventually, Sakura replied earnestly. Kakashi observed the girl for a moment, then smiled gently. This child, how unfortunate indeed. At that instant, the energy card within her emitted a prompt. Ding. Greeting Kakashi, task completed. Surprise reward granted. Please select one option from the Shadow Clone Training Scroll or Shuriken Training Scroll. I choose Shadow Clone. Sakura pressed the button for Shadow Clone, which glowed blue, gradually shrinking and settling into the left side of her energy card skill bar. New skill acquired. Health increased by 300. Subsequently, the skill card returned to the girl's body. Of course, during this entire process, Sakura was within the confines of the system world, invisible to the inhabitants of the Naruto realm. To them, she merely appeared momentarily dazed. Sakura, you're incredible. Kakashi-senpai is my idol. Ino exclaimed, squeezing Sakura's arm with admiration. Ah! Sakura was genuinely thrilled about acquiring the Shadow Clone skill, which significantly boosted her health, ensuring she would possess strength beyond that of a lower ninja. Before graduation, after the banquet, Sakura escorted Ino home, feeling quite satisfied as she made her way back. The moon hung particularly bright that night, yet the layout of the streets in Konoha felt somewhat impractical, with towering walls lining both sides and a narrow, winding path. That evoked a sense of lurking danger. You little brat, dare to steal my bread? Now I've caught you. From the darkness not far away, a boy's voice rang out with a curse. Brother, he's the one who stole it. It's happened several times. We must teach him a lesson. A smaller boy, wielding a stick, shouted as he swung it down towards the boy on the ground. That hurts. The boy on the ground groaned, raising his head to glare fiercely at his assailant. Oh, you're still defiant, are you? The taller boy, referred to as brother, spoke while lifting his leg to stomp on the boy. He pressed down hard, forcing the boy into the ground. Ha ha ha, still not begging for mercy? Brother, let's show him. The smaller boy jeered, embodying the role of a young bully. Even in a village like Konoha, where the will of fire flourished, dark corners and wicked hearts existed. What kind of parents could raise such malevolent siblings? Sakura could no longer bear to watch. She snapped off a branch from a nearby tree, her gaze fierce, and with a flick of her fingers, she hurled it towards the tall boy. Sensing the danger, he swiftly sidestepped, his foot lifting from the boy beneath him and returning to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura hurried forward to help the boy up and pulled him back several meters. You don't need to involve yourself. This is my own business. The boy, with yellow hair and striking blue eyes, bore 3 short whisker marks on each cheek. Today was indeed fortuitous. She had just met Kakashi and now encountered the prince himself. Yet Sakura never imagined that the prince's childhood would devolve to the point of stealing. Glancing at the tightly clenched bread in his hand, even after enduring such humiliation, he clung to it fiercely, the transparent plastic bag now littered with crumbs. Sakura couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Naruto, who had grown up without parents, enduring a truly miserable existence. Where did you come from, little girl? Get lost. The tall boy sneered at Sakura, who barely reached his shoulder, clearly a preschooler. You two are bullying one person. How shameless can you be? Sakura helped Naruto to his feet, but he seemed reluctant to accept protection from a girl, fearing it might make him look weak. This was very much in line with the prince's character. Brother, show them what's what. The smaller boy pointed at Naruto and Sakura. His older brother had graduated from the ninja academy and was a fully fledged lower ninja. Dealing with 2 little kids would be a trivial matter. Step aside. I'll handle this. Naruto pushed Sakura away. Bending slightly, he charged at the tall boy, akin to a bull unaware of its own strength. With no technique to his retaliation, it was purely a child's brawl. Sakura could only shake her head in exasperation. However, the tall boy reacted swiftly, raising his right hand and pinning Naruto's head, preventing him from advancing, forcing him to remain stationary. With his left hand, he clenched his fist and struck Naruto fiercely in the chest. The physical prowess of a lower-ranking ninja had already attained considerable strength. Coupled with the fact that Naruto was merely a 5-year-old child at that moment, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a powerful punch. He fell backward, landing with his feet in the air. Chapter 3. The little one has some skill. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The blonde-haired boy grimaced in pain on the ground. Serves you right for showing off. Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto, feeling utterly exasperated. Next up is you, little girl. With that, the tall boy exerted strength in his legs, lunging swiftly towards Sakura. Just as he lifted one foot, Sakura decisively pressed it down. Over the past 6 months, although she had not mastered any formidable ninjutsu, Sakura had diligently practiced her taijutsu whenever she could. This was not only to enhance her vitality, but also to prepare herself for future battles and self-defense. Sakura shook her delicate little arms. While she held some confidence in her taijutsu skills, her body was still that of a 5-year-old, facing a fully developed genin. Even if she was familiar with his techniques, it would be challenging to subdue him with a single blow. Well, the little one does have some skill. The tall boy seemed intrigued, pulling out a shuriken from his waist pocket. It appeared he was serious now. Sakura scoffed inwardly. It was time to put her newly acquired skills to use. Shadow Clone Technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. What better way to practice than in actual combat? The energy card in her chest activated, floating before her eyes, displaying the usage method of the Shadow Clone Technique in written form. Visible only to her within this system space. Shadow Clone Usage Instructions. First, focus your mind and gather the chakra within your body. Second, perform the correct hand seals. The Shadow Clone Technique requires specific hand seals, including the boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, pig, snake, and tiger. Lastly, complete the hand seals and loudly announce the technique. Sakura found the last step rather cringeworthy and unnecessary. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? He's coming for you. Naruto shouted from the side. Sakura jolted back to reality, quickly forming seals with her hands as her chakra shifted from being concentrated to dispersed. She rapidly completed the hand seals. Haha, no matter what you intend to do, it's already too late. The tall boy sneered as he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Sakura's waist. Bang! Almost simultaneously, 2 identical clones of Sakura appeared beside her. The clone on the right seized the boy's left leg. The tall boy was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that the girl before him could actually use ninjutsu. Moreover, it was a B-rank technique like the Shadow Clone. Initially, he thought it was merely a basic technique. Yet, when his left leg was firmly grasped by Sakura's clone, rendering him immobile, he realized this was no mere trick, but the Shadow Clone Technique. The 3 pink-haired girls before him were indeed tangible entities. Seeing the tall boy's astonished expression, Sakura smirked as her left clone clenched its fist and aimed a powerful strike at his face. The force was just right, knocking out one of his front teeth. The tall boy fell to the ground, letting out a pitiful wail. The outcome was clear. Witnessing his brother's defeat, the younger boy's eyes widened in fear, trembling as he shrank back. Don't come near me. It seemed he was on the verge of tears. Sakura sighed. Where had that intimidating bravado from earlier gone? Indeed, the ninja village was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Upon encountering someone more powerful, they would tremble and weep. I am not so despicable as to harm a defenseless child. Hurry and take your brother away, and refrain from causing trouble in the future. As Sakura spoke, she forgot that she was also in the body of a 5-year-old. The younger boy was somewhat surprised that this girl had not harmed him. But there was no time to ponder. In a panic, he dragged his brother, minus a tooth, disappearing into the night. Goddess, you are so impressive. Suddenly, the voice of the prince echoed behind Sakura, causing her forehead to crease into a frown. Goddess? Such a strange title. First, don't call me a goddess. It's cliché. Second, how can you steal from others? Don't you know that stealing is illegal? You're making it difficult for me. Sakura suddenly felt that her reason for saving Naruto was insufficient. After all, he had stolen from others first and deserved to be punished. However, witnessing the bullying behavior of those 2 earlier, even if they were strangers, Sakura would have intervened. I didn't steal anything. That bread was thrown away by them. It was already expired. They saw me picking it up and deliberately picked a fight with me. The blonde-haired boy retorted indignantly. Sakura was briefly taken aback. Naruto's childhood was truly miserable, having to scavenge for food. How heartbroken would Minato and Kushina be if they knew? All right, I apologize for misjudging you. In her previous life, Sakura had a certain level of recognition for Naruto as a character. Though he was arrogant, foolish, blindly confident, and excessively devoted, he was, after all, the main protagonist of the anime, a sole character. Without him, the essence of the Naruto series would diminish significantly. After all, in a world where one relies on their words to conquer, if Naruto claims second place, no one dares to contend for the first. It's nothing. Idol. You are truly, truly amazing. So wonderful. Can you teach me the ninjutsu you just used? With a swoosh, you conjured 3 clones at once. Naruto exaggeratedly described while attempting to mimic Sakura's hand seals, but his attempts were a chaotic mess. You don't need me to teach you. You'll master the shadow clone technique in no time. Sakura observed Naruto's foolishness, foretelling. What do you mean? Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. Never mind. You'll understand later. Now hurry home. It's late. Sakura leaned back, gazing at the clear night sky, stretching languidly. Taking a deep breath. She felt that after stretching her limbs, she was completely at ease. Then, without looking back, she headed homeward, leaving the boy alone to ponder in the wind. Hey, idol. I still don't know your name. The boy shouted in the direction of Sakura. Haruno Sakura. Sakura did not turn back, but still responded. All right, idol. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The boy was unaware that the pink-haired girl before him would become one of his 2 important teammates and companions, the other being his cool best friend, Sasuke. Upon returning home, Sakura reactivated the energy card within her. Ding. Completed the first battle task against a Chunin, vitality increased by 200, chakra increased by 50, and received a surprise reward. Sakura clicked on the reward pouch. Ding. Please choose one from the multiple shadow clone practice scroll or the water release ninjutsu practice scroll. Selecting the water release ninjutsu practice scroll. Without hesitation, Sakura chose the latter. She did not wish to become a second Naruto. In the original story, Naruto had already mastered the shadow clone technique to perfection. There was no need for her to follow in his footsteps, lest the subsequent plot lose its challenge. The reason for initially choosing the shadow clone was that it could produce 2 to 3 entities, which was sufficient. Whether for her future taijutsu training or for studying S-rank ninjutsu like the Rasengan or Rasen Shuriken, it would be immensely beneficial, especially for Sakura, whose body had yet to mature. Developing higher-level ninjutsu would require multiple individuals working together. Naruto had excelled at this in the original story. Opening the water release scroll, it prominently displayed the basic hand seals and chakra control methods for water release. Water release ninjutsu is a technique that manipulates water through changes in one's chakra nature, utilizing properties such as density, impact, pressure, and deformation. It can be divided into offensive, defensive, deceptive, and binding types. The basic hand seals for water release: boar, monkey, rabbit, rat, pig, rooster, boar, horse, rooster. It seemed quite simple. Based on Sakura's current chakra control ability, she estimated she could master it within a week. Hehe. The most basic water release. A smile crept onto Sakura's lips. It appears that the system has been cautious, refraining from directly granting higher-level water release techniques. To acquire more advanced abilities, one must rely on personal study and development. Indeed, the so-called golden finger is not omnipotent. However, this situation seems to render the experience all the more intriguing. Sakura's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 4. The emergence of water release. The young girl began her training. Guided by the contents of the scroll, the water release technique requires a ninja to possess an extraordinarily meticulous control over chakra. Initially, one must channel the chakra within their body through meridians to their fingertips, swiftly forming hand seals to alter the nature of the chakra. Chakra is categorized into 5 elemental types: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Naturally, water release belongs to the water element. Sakura distinctly sensed the chakra at her right fingertip pulsating vigorously after completing the hand seals, coursing down her arm and converging at a single point. A droplet of blue water, the size of a marble, gradually manifested at the tip of her index finger. The droplet spun rapidly, and Sakura continued to guide the chakra from other parts of her body toward this point. The blue droplet swelled, transforming into a sphere the size of a balloon. Sakura mused that the foundational techniques of water release were indeed not overly complex. The next step was to manipulate the water sphere into the desired shape. As mentioned in the Book of Companions, the offensive form of water release, the water dragon bullet, involves transforming the water into the shape of a dragon to strike the enemy. The hard vortex water blade entails converting water into hundreds of sharp blades to assault foes. The defensive form, the water barrier, creates a massive shield of water to fend off attacks, particularly effective against fire release techniques, given that water is the natural adversary of fire. Additionally, there exist sealing forms of water release, such as the water prison technique and water binding technique, which ensnare the enemy within the density of water, rendering them immobile. In the original work, Kisame once utilized the water prison technique to trap the 4 members of Team Guy, only for Guy to break free with the 8th gate. This illustrates the formidable nature of water release binding techniques. Moreover, there are water release techniques designed to confuse opponents, such as manipulating the chakra to alter water from a liquid to a gaseous state, creating mist or fog. For instance, the mist concealment technique employed by Terumi may bewildered even Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan for a brief moment. Thus, once mastered, water release can indeed prove to be exceptionally powerful and versatile. Contemplating this, Sakura felt an exhilarating rush. The water at her fingertips began to morph from a spherical shape to a column, dispersing outward. Yet it was not sufficient. She urged herself to further transform the shape. Water release, water dragon bullet. Sakura thought fervently, her face flushed from the exertion of chakra control. However, in the next instant, she faced a setback as the water uncontrollably dissipated, drenching her from head to toe, transforming her into a soggy mess. It truly isn't as simple as I imagined. She sighed, wiping the droplets from her forehead and tucking her damp pink hair behind her ear with a wry smile. Among her peers, Sakura was renowned for her chakra control abilities, ranking among the best. Indeed, even within the broader shinobi world, her talent for chakra manipulation is considered exceptional. Kakashi had once remarked that her precision in chakra control surpassed even Sasuke's. It was precisely this aptitude that allowed her to inherit Tsunade's legacy and master the 100 healings technique within a mere 3 years, summoning the slugs of the wet bone forest. Yet, despite her capabilities, she still struggled to master water release, unable to even condense the basic water dragon bullet. Perhaps it was due to her still developing body. Her skeletal structure had not matured sufficiently to accommodate the corresponding fluctuations in chakra. Forcing a breakthrough could potentially harm her internal organs, leading to irreversible consequences. With these thoughts, Sakura couldn't help but harbor a sense of resentment toward her current physique. It was truly vexing. The following morning, Sakura was roused from her dreams by Haruno Hanabi. Perhaps due to her previous night's exertions, she still felt groggy and disoriented. "Sakura, wake up. Ino is waiting for you in the living room." "Why are you up so late today?" Hanabi exclaimed, pulling back the bedroom curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to stream onto Sakura's face, evoking a sense of comfort and ease. Sakura stretched lazily, suddenly recalling that every Saturday she would venture out to the village riverbank with Ino and the others. She had nearly forgotten due to her late training the night before. Quickly dressing and donning a vibrant red bow, she made her way to the living room amidst her mother's gentle chiding. "Finally up, you lazy bug," Ino teased, having evidently waited for a while, and approached to take Sakura's hand. Behind Ino, Choji munched on snacks while Shikamaru lounged, absent-mindedly chewing on a blade of grass. His head tilted as if lost in thought. "I'm sorry, Ino. I didn't sleep well last night," Sakura replied, recalling how she had overindulged at the feast. "Of course you wouldn't sleep well after eating so much barbecue last night." Ino laughed, recalling Sakura's ravenous appetite. "Let us go," Sakura said, enviously eyeing her friends who were free from the burdens of training in ninjutsu. The 4 of them ventured out into the countryside. It was the height of summer, and lush greenery surrounded them, with fragrant flowers wafting in the air. Choji set down his backpack and retrieved an array of picnic essentials: a blanket, a grill, flint, a silver pot, and most importantly, a bounty of snacks. Shikamaru, meanwhile, pulled out a pre-prepared tent, erecting a small shelter for the group. "Choji, aren't you going to help Shikamaru?" Ino admonished, watching Choji tear into his second bag of chips. "It's no problem. Shikamaru is smart enough to handle it in minutes," Choji replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Shikamaru's capabilities. having played chess at the age of 5 and bested adults. Setting up a couple of tents was childish play for him. And indeed, within mere minutes, Shikamaru had the tent set up, demonstrating that adeptness is often rooted in intelligence. Sakura, meanwhile, took out a kunai from her pocket and, with Ino in tow, headed toward the riverbank. Wow! Look at all the fish, Sakura! Ino exclaimed, gazing in awe at the sight of large river fish swimming beneath the crystal-clear water. Shoo, quiet! Sakura cautioned, placing her finger to her lips to signal Ino to remain silent. Sakura gripped her kunai, exerting a slight force at her fingertip, and with a swift motion, the kunai shot into the water below. Wow! That's incredible! When did you learn to do that, Sakura? Ino exclaimed, witnessing the unfortunate fish being pierced by the kunai. The blonde girl was astonished, having never seen Sakura wield a kunai with such finesse. The kindergarten curriculum only covered basic literacy and drawing, leaving no room for such advanced skills. It's not that impressive. I just practiced a bit in my free time, Sakura replied, scratching her head sheepishly. All right, let us get the fish prepared. I'll treat you to Sakura-style grilled fish later, she said with a grin. Okay, I'm on it, Ino responded, looking at Sakura with admiration as she began to gut the fish. You handle that here. I'll head into the nearby forest to gather some wild vegetables. I'll make a vegetable fish soup for you all, Sakura suggested. Sure, but take Choji with you. The forest is a bit far, Ino replied, glancing at the thicket ahead with concern. Although it was within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, there could still be wild creatures lurking about. For the small group, even a minor encounter could pose a significant threat. Sakura glanced at Choji, who was already engrossed in his third bag of chips, and sighed. I think I'd better go myself. With that, she gathered her resolve and dashed towards the woods. Ino watched Sakura depart, puzzled. When did Sakura become so formidable? The speed of this run is certainly beyond what children of their age could achieve. Chapter 5. Indulging in brother's skills upon entering the woods. Sakura was greeted by a plethora of wild fungi, especially abundant around the gnarled roots of sturdy trees. Not wanting to keep Ino and the others waiting, she bent down and began to forage towards the east. After a short while, she gathered a substantial collection of wild mushrooms and leafy greens, which, due to her petite stature, she could only hold tightly against her chest. All right, this should be enough. The girl nodded in satisfaction at her haul, prepared to turn back when a sudden loud bang resonated nearby, reminiscent of an explosive tag. Intrigued by the noise, Sakura followed its source deeper into the woods. Pushing aside the underbrush, she knelt before a cluster of bushes, peering through to find a clearing where two individuals stood. It became apparent that the sound had emanated from them. Did you see, Sasuke? This is the power of the explosive tag. When combined with shuriken techniques, it can incapacitate an enemy in an instant, the tall youth remarked softly, glancing at the astonished boy beside him. The boy, clearly awestruck by the explosive tag's power, looked up at his older brother. I had no idea such a small tag could be so powerful. Can you teach me how to use it? The young man hesitated, then gazed fondly at his brother, the slight swell of tears at the corners of his eyes revealing his affection. Not yet. It's too dangerous for you at this age. With that, he gently tapped his brother's forehead with his finger. Sakura, watching from her hiding spot, recognized the brothers as Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha from their names and the distinctive tear trough beneath Itachi's eyes. Itachi, clad in the green vest of a leaf jonin, had already attained such a rank at a mere age of just over 10. Who else could it be but him? How unfair. My brother has such incredible jutsu and won't teach me. I want to become a jonin like him. The boy pouted, clearly displeased. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly at his brother. At your age, you can only attempt to practice with shuriken. As he spoke, he produced 3 shuriken from his pocket and swiftly hurled them at a nearby tree. The speed was so remarkable that Sakura could barely discern the motion of his fingers. The shuriken pierced through 3 falling leaves, embedding themselves in 3 different trees, all at the same height. Wow, that's amazing, Sasuke exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Do you want to try? Yes, I do. The boy nodded eagerly. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair and began to instruct him on shuriken usage, explaining the finger movements, the mechanics of force, and how to aim accurately. Sakura listened intently from the sidelines. Itachi was undoubtedly a prodigy, although Sakura had practiced shuriken techniques numerous times. Itachi's teaching today enlightened her, reinforcing the value of a good teacher. All right, let's have Sasuke demonstrate, Itachi suggested. Sasuke bit his lip nervously, staring intently at the tree. Here we go, Itachi announced, picking up a stone from the ground and flicking it towards the tree, causing leaves to flutter down. Seizing the moment, Sasuke puffed up his cheeks, raised his small hand, and launched his shuriken at the target. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shurikens struck the wooden post. But only one managed to hit a leaf, while the other 2 missed entirely. Ugh, so frustrating. The boy exclaimed, visibly disappointed. That was still pretty good, Sasuke. Itachi reassured him. Not good enough. You were already a full-fledged genin at my age. I have so far to go. Sasuke lamented, aware of his brother's superior skills. You should make more friends at your age. It might aid your growth in the future. Itachi, rather unconcerned with how formidable his brother became, hoped for Sasuke to have a joyous childhood, especially since he had always been somewhat introverted and reluctant to play with other children. As he spoke, Itachi glanced toward the distant underbrush, where Sakura was hidden. Come out, little one, Itachi called gently, his tone devoid of anger. Realizing she could no longer hide, Sakura pushed through the foliage and stepped into view. You dared to spy on our training. Sasuke glared at Sakura, feeling possessive of his brother's teachings. I'm sorry. I was just passing by while foraging for wild vegetables. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Sakura scratched her head, inwardly thinking how annoying Sasuke was. It's fine. You saw the entire practice. May I see how much you've learned? Itachi inquired, his gaze fixed on her, puzzled as to why this girl, of similar age to Sasuke, possessed chakra that surpassed her years. Maybe not. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of you, Sakura replied, knowing that, given her current abilities, she was no match for Itachi. A mere glance from him could spell her doom. What's this? You dare to steal knowledge, yet hesitate to showcase your skills? You must be quite foolish, having watched and learned nothing. Sasuke taunted, sticking his tongue out at her. Childhood Sasuke was indeed brash and immature. How could anyone connect him to that cool, enigmatic older brother? It was true, hatred could profoundly alter a person's character. All right, then I'll give it a try. With that, Sakura stepped forward, her heart racing as she stood beside Itachi for the first time. The sensation was surreal. Steadying herself, she pulled out 3 kunai from her pocket, while Itachi effortlessly flicked a stone. As the leaves began to fall, Sakura's eyes sharpened, and she launched her 3 kunai, each striking the corresponding wooden posts, effectively pinning the drifting leaves in place. She had hit all 3. Sasuke stood frozen, glancing between the posts and Sakura, momentarily at a loss for words. His face flushed with embarrassment. The sting of defeat was amusing to Sakura. You're better than Sasuke, Itachi remarked flatly, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Haha, I just got lucky. Sakura waved her hands dismissively, cautious not to appear overly confident before Itachi. Okay, I admit you're better than I am. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. What's your name? Sasuke extended his hand, embodying the innocence of childhood devoid of jealousy. Haruno Sakura, pleased to meet you, she replied, shaking his hand. My friends and I are having a picnic by the river over there. Would you like to join us? Sakura invited, clutching her gathered vegetables. Sasuke was tempted by the offer. Due to his brother's excessive protectiveness, he had few friends and often played alone at home after school or trained with Itachi. He looked expectantly at his brother, who smiled and nodded. Go ahead, just return home early. Okay, big brother. Sasuke beamed, thrilled to have made a new friend. Then let's go, Itachi and I, Sakura called, glancing at Itachi before leading Sasuke away in the opposite direction. As the gentle wind rustled through the trees, Itachi watched the pair depart, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How did that girl know his name? Meanwhile, Sakura introduced Sasuke to Ino and the others, and the young children quickly bonded, becoming inseparable friends. In the days that followed, Sakura would often venture out to play with her newfound companions, all the while relishing a joyful childhood as a reincarnated soul, reminding herself to diligently train in order to thrive in the tumultuous world of ninjas and to better protect those she holds dear. Sakura Haruno has been diligently honing her skills. Chapter 6. The Man Who Wishes to Become Hokage. Time flows relentlessly, and 2 years have swiftly passed. At this juncture, Sakura has reached the age of 7, and tomorrow marks the first day she officially steps into the Ninja Academy. At the training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, the young girl gazes at the serene lake before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. With deft fingers, she swiftly performs hand seals. In an instant, the surface of the lake erupts and splashes, and a towering column of water ascends, its forefront transforming into the head of a blue dragon, which swiftly darts towards a distant tree. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Several trees are abruptly severed at the base. Yet, this is not the end. The girl adeptly alters her hand seals once more. Boar, rat, dog, pig, snake, monkey. Water release. Hard vortex water blade technique. The previous water dragon dissipates, giving rise to a colossal whirlpool on the lake's surface, spinning rapidly as it unleashes a barrage of water blades, akin to sharp shurikens, glimmering with a blue hue, shooting forth in all directions. If the water dragon bullet technique was a precise strike aimed at a singular target, the hard vortex water blades excel in chaotic combat situations, proving more effective against multiple enemies while consuming less chakra. However, due to her still developing physique, Sakura has predominantly engaged in foundational physical training over the past 2 years, running, boxing, and stances, rather than rushing the development of ninjutsu. She understands that solidifying her fundamentals is essential to cultivate a robust body capable of mastering more intricate techniques. Otherwise, pursuing rapid advancement could lead to an overwhelming surge of chakra, resulting in premature decline. Consequently, Sakura's chakra reserves have not significantly increased during this period. Yet her vitality has progressed to that of a mid-level genin through her foundational training. Activating her system card, she gazes contentedly at the data displayed before her. Host, Sakura Haruno. Gender, female. Rank, mid-level genin. Health points, 1500. Chakra points, 1000. Unlock techniques, shadow clone, water release. Possessed ninja tools, shuriken. Kanai, ninja skin set, none. Summon beasts, none. Coins, 500. The final entry regarding coins leaves Sakura somewhat perplexed, as the rewards from completed tasks yield only a modest amount. Perhaps the system shop remains locked for now, but once unlocked, she anticipates acquiring various tools or equipment, such as the banana fan of the Gold and Silver Brothers or a red gourd. If that is the case, she must save her coins diligently to ensure she has enough when the time comes. She resolves to acquire only the most exceptional S-rank equipment. With excitement brewing, she looks forward to meeting many peers at the Ninja Academy, as tomorrow marks the commencement of a new chapter in her life. If memory serves her correctly, aside from Niji, Tintin, and Lee, all the others from Team 7 will be in the same class, with Irika-sensei as their homeroom teacher. The following day, eager to arrive early for registration, Sakura rises at dawn, donning a red backpack as she strides towards the Ninja Academy. "Sakura, wait for me." A melodic voice calls from behind. Turning around, she sees Ino, breathless from running to catch up. Over the past 2 years, Ino has blossomed into a more refined version of herself, momentarily leaving Sakura in awe. Moreover, under Sakura's mentorship, Ino has made noticeable progress in her physical training. Although she may not yet rival the graduated genin, she stands out among her peers. While Ino has never been particularly fond of training, Sakura's insistence on practicing together has led to rapid improvement in her physical abilities. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, although she will eventually specialize in perceptive ninjutsu like mind-body switch, a foundational understanding of physical techniques remains essential. Otherwise, she risks being powerless against close-range foes. "Do you think we'll be in the same class?" Ino naturally takes Sakura's hand. "Of course we will," Sakura replies with a knowing smile, hinting at the future. "Really? I hope so." Ino beams with anticipation. Hand in hand, the two girls make their way toward the academy. Upon arriving, they are greeted by a bustling crowd at the entrance, with many new students gathered, seemingly engrossed in an unfolding drama. Curious, Sakura pulls Ino into the throng. It turns out students are witnessing a scuffle between two boys. "What did you just say? You want to be Hokage?" A scruffy, disheveled boy, emanating an unpleasant odor, scoffs at the blonde boy before him. "Indeed, I aspire to be the Hokage. My goal is to become the strongest Hokage in history." The blonde boy confidently points to his forehead, exuding self-assurance. Isn't that Kiba and Naruto? It seems they are already at odds on the very first day of school. Laughter erupts among the onlookers, mocking Naruto's lofty ambition. "Want to be Hokage? I doubt you can even get past me. If you can defeat me, I will concede." Kiba is eager to teach Naruto a lesson, convinced that he himself is destined to become Hokage. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Naruto puffs out his chest, wiping his nose with his thumb, ready for a confrontation. Kiba sets down Akamaru, his loyal companion, who snarls menacingly at Naruto. With her arms crossed, Sakura watches intently, curious to witness the unfolding display of prowess. Ino, however, tugs at Sakura's sleeve with concern. "Sakura, should we intervene?" If the teacher sees them fighting, he might get angry. Don't worry, their current skill levels won't stir up any significant trouble. They'll likely just be given a warning, Sakura replies nonchalantly. Naruto clenches his fists and charges at Kiba, his footwork lacking any finesse. Sakura rolls her eyes, realizing that Naruto hasn't made much progress in 2 years and still resorts to clumsy brawling. Kiba, anticipating Naruto's approach, deftly sidesteps, showcasing the rigorous training instilled in him by the Inuzuka clan, which emphasizes physical conditioning from a young age. Naruto misses his target and attempts to pivot for a punch to Kiba's face, but Kiba is ready, executing a sweeping kick that sends Naruto sprawling to the ground. Akamaru, emboldened by his master's presence, bites down on Naruto's arm, eliciting a yelp of pain. Chapter 7. Taking down that boy. Sakura can no longer bear to watch. After all, Naruto will be her teammate in the future, and the odds of 2 against 1 seem utterly unfair. Enough. Stop fighting. What kind of skill is it to gang up on one person? Sakura exclaims, directing her ire at Kiba, who stands over the pained Naruto. All eyes turn to her, astonished at her audacity to intervene in a boy's conflict. And who are you? Kiba, taken aback by her boldness, commands Akamaru to cease his attack. Akamaru obediently releases Naruto, allowing Sakura to step forward. Let me be your opponent, she asserts, feeling the need to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. You? Kiba sizes her up with surprise. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Sakura retorts coolly. TCH, who do you think you are? I just don't want to hit a girl, Kiba dismisses, regarding the slender pink-haired girl with disdain compared to Naruto. Then let us begin. With that, Sakura turned to Naruto beside her and declared, get up quickly. Let me show you who will become the Hokage, man or rather woman. Sakura was bemused by her own display of such juvenile bravado, especially since she had no true interest in the Hokage position. Naruto instantly recognized the pink-haired girl before him, exclaiming, it's you. It's really you. Do you remember me? Ever since Sakura had saved him during their last encounter, Naruto had been unable to forget this formidable and upright girl with pink hair, mysterious yet endearing. Her impressive strength captivated him. He found himself thinking of her day and night. Ignoring Naruto's exuberant surprise, Sakura addressed Kiba. I can allow you to strike first. To her, Kiba appeared as a mere child, and she felt it necessary to grant him this opportunity. You underestimate me, Kiba retorted, angered by her condescension, and charged at her. Sakura pinched her nose, overwhelmed by the strong scent of dog emanating from him. I was allergic to dog fur in my previous life. Just as Kiba's fist was about to land, Sakura remained unfazed. With a subtle lift of her right hand, she deftly evaded his punch, seized his raised arm, and, using Kiba's momentum, executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground with ease. Ah, that hurt, Kiba cried out as he landed heavily on the concrete floor. Wow, that girl is incredible. She took down a member of the Inuzuka clan in one move. Onlookers began to murmur in astonishment. Which clan does she belong to? I don't think I've seen her before. Do you know her? I don't know. I've never seen her. The crowd buzzed with excitement, casting admiring glances at Sakura. Who was this slender pink-haired girl? Just then, a teacher's voice rang out. You lot, fighting on the first day of school? What are your names? Oh no, we're in trouble, Sakura thought, her forehead creasing with worry. As they stood in the corridor, 2 boys and a girl were being punished to stand for 2 hours due to their brawl. Hey, idol, don't you remember me? It's from that night. Naruto beamed at Sakura, unaffected by the embarrassment of their punishment, his gaze solely focused on the formidable pink-haired girl. Could you not call me idol? It's such a cliché title, Sakura replied, her lips twitching in annoyance. Her luck seemed to have run out on the first day of school. Encountering Naruto was bound to bring trouble. All right, Sakura-chan. Naruto grinned at her, his eyes squinting in delight. Sakura paused, realizing he remembered her name. But she felt a wave of nausea at being called Chan by a boy. Though she had adjusted to her female body and identity, her orientation remained unchanged. She could only regard boys as friends or brothers, never potential lovers. Panic gripped her. She mustn't let Naruto develop feelings for her. Just call me Sakura, she commanded. Aha, you saved me again today. That shoulder throw was so cool. Naruto continued, oblivious to her discomfort, expressing his admiration freely. He even imitated her earlier move, looking quite comical. Hey, you're Sakura, right? I acknowledge your prowess. I'm Kiba Inuzuka. I hope we can become friends, Kiba said to Sakura, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his tone. Nevertheless, In the innocent world of children, there was no room for deceit, and he genuinely admired this pink-haired girl. Nice to meet you. I'm Haruno Sakura. Let us get along well. Sakura responded warmly to Kiba. She perceived them as mere children, lacking malice. Simply driven by a competitive spirit. But I will still challenge you again next time. Give me some time to practice, Kiba insisted, puffing out his cheeks. Secretly viewing Sakura as a target to surpass. Suit yourself, Sakura replied, somewhat exasperated. And don't forget me. Even though you're my idol, I aim to become Hokage too, so I will challenge you eventually, Sakura-chan, Naruto chimed in, seizing the moment. How amusing, Sakura thought, suppressing a sigh. What a bunch of kids. Hey, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Inuzuka, Kiba. Your homeroom teacher has arrived. Teacher A looked at the trio, standing in punishment, and muttered. Thank goodness these three aren't in my class. They'd be a real headache. Having fought on the first day of school, they were already viewed as troublemakers by their teacher. You three, come with me. I am your homeroom teacher, Irika. Sakura turned to see the newcomer, noting the distinctive brown scar across his nose. Hello, teacher. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto greeted Irika first. Ah, what a charming boy. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto, Irika said, squinting his eyes and reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Prior to this, he had been instructed by the third Hokage to place the boy with the nine tails in his class and to monitor his growth closely. After all, he was the village's sole Jinchuriki, and once he began to learn ninjutsu, the risks associated with that power could become uncontrollable. However, Naruto was still quite young, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Naruto seemed to hit it off with Irika. You must be Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba, Irika stated, having reviewed the new students' records. Hello, Irika-sensei. Sakura and Kiba replied in unison. Now, no more fighting. This is your first warning, and I hope it will be the last. Irika said patiently. Yes, teacher. They chorused. Now, follow me, he instructed, leading them to the classroom. Upon entering, familiar faces greeted them. Ino, Choji, Shikaru, and a short-haired girl with pure white eyes who would become nervous and speechless at the sight of Naruto. Sakura watched, amused, glancing between Naruto and Hinata. Hinata truly turned crimson at the sight of the boy she had a crush on. Years ago, a fateful encounter had planted the seeds of their connection when a young boy helped Hinata after she had fallen on a snowy day. Yet, at this moment, Naruto was oblivious to Hinata's existence. Beside Hinata stood a boy wearing sunglasses, his head buried in his collar, seemingly trying to avoid attention. He was the bug-loving kid. At the front sat Sasuke, a frequent training partner for Sakura. Dressed in a blue shirt, this version of Sasuke was not yet the aloof figure he would become, and the Uchiha clan had not yet met their tragic fate. Since their last meeting, Sasuke had often arranged training sessions with Sakura and frequently challenged her, despite always losing. Sakura calculated the time. Sasuke was now 7 years old, and the Uchiha massacre was likely imminent. She cast a sympathetic glance at him, pondering how dramatically his demeanor would change after experiencing such a tragedy. Sakura, over here. Ino waved at her, signaling for Sakura to join her. Naturally, Sakura became Ino's desk partner while Kiba sat beside Shino, the bug enthusiast, forming a bond over their shared interests. Naruto observed that the classroom was full, and he initially intended to sit beside Sakura. Unfortunately, her area was occupied solely by girls. Thus, he made his way to the front row, where there was an empty seat next to Sasuke. Indeed, the prince gravitated toward the pillar of support. In the unseen threads of fate, destiny had woven their paths together. Suddenly, Sakura recalled a minor task within her system card, a mission aimed at facilitating a first kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. How cliché, she thought. Yet the thrill of the challenge ignited her spirit. Truly, she too was rather conventional. Irika ascended the podium once the students had gathered. Today marks your first day of school, he announced. I am Irika, your homeroom teacher henceforth. Your curriculum will be divided into two main categories, theoretical and practical courses. He elaborated that the theoretical subjects would encompass a broad range of topics, differing each semester. Irika continued to outline the semester's focus. The first semester would delve into the history of village creation in woodworking. The second would explore the origins and theoretical foundations of chakra. The third would cover the mastery of shuriken techniques. And the fourth would involve calculations of distance in combat scenarios. Sakura rested her chin on her hand, attentively listening. While these theoretical courses might appear tedious, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in future battles. Take, For instance, the distance calculations taught in the 4th semester. Although the original narrative did not detail this, ninjas must first assess the distance between themselves and their adversaries before executing jutsu, including the range of their techniques. For example, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique and Kisame's great waterfall technique. Failing to calculate the distance accurately would significantly undermine the effectiveness of binding and attacking the enemy. In addition to theoretical courses, subsequent semesters would also encompass practical training, including shuriken techniques, body flicker techniques, and physical ninjutsu. The body flicker technique would be a focal point of your graduation assessment. Only those who pass will graduate and become officially recognized genin. Irika gazed solemnly at his students, hoping that each would emerge as competent genin upon graduation. Body flicker technique? Sakura, Haven T, you already mastered that, especially your shadow clone technique? Ino remarked, recalling Sakura's prowess displayed during training. Yes, indeed, Sakura affirmed with a nod. Ino was taken aback, realizing that Sakura's skills had likely elevated her to the level of a competent genin. Well, perhaps, Sakura mused, reflecting on her vitality now surpassing 3,000 points. Far beyond the initial threshold for genin. It seemed she too must intensify her training. She did not wish to merely trail behind Sakura as shadow. Recently, Ino had begun learning the body flicker technique from her father. Children from families with established legacies naturally held advantages over their peers. Their lineage often boasted formidable ninja, raising expectations from a young age. Furthermore, each clan possessed unique secret techniques. Shikamaru with his shadow imitation, Choji with his expansion technique, and Ino with her mind-body switch technique. Hence, even those with average talent could distinguish themselves among their contemporaries, reaching at least the peak of the Chunin level. Of course, those endowed with bloodline limits and exceptional talent could ascend to the elite Jounin rank, potentially even achieving the status of Hokage. Niji, had he not sacrificed himself for Naruto, would surely have reached such heights in the original tale. Sakura's demeanor turned solemn as she recalled Asuma's demise before Ino. The scene was vivid in her mind as the blonde girl treated Asuma while weeping in despair, unable to save her teacher with her then limited medical skills. Sakura, why this sudden shift in conversation? Ino asked, startled by Sakura's serious tone. Sakura snapped back to reality, offering a light laugh. Oh, it's nothing. Ino will surely grow stronger in the future. Ino nodded earnestly in agreement. For the next period, Sakura attended classes during the day and trained at the training grounds by night. Her current focus was muscle training. Although she had grown taller, her arms and legs remained too slender, giving her a somewhat frail appearance. Previously, to enhance her body's capacity to endure chakra fluctuations, Sakura engaged in aerobic exercises to improve her physical condition, often running 2 laps around Konoha, a distance equivalent to 20 marathons. This intense regimen led to significant fat loss, rendering her increasingly slender. While her agility had improved considerably, she had grown alarmingly thin, resembling a wilting willow. Additionally, Sasuke had recently begun training alongside her. In the past, she could effortlessly defeat him in shuriken throwing and martial arts. However, lately, whether due to Itachi's guidance or her own stagnation, she found herself struggling to maintain her victories. Returning home each night, she felt discomfort throughout her body, with aches in her back and waist. Sakura surmised this was largely due to her physique. With minimal fat and muscle, her body sustained damage when absorbing Sasuke's strikes. While she may not have felt it immediately, the cumulative effect was becoming overwhelming. Thus, she resolved to shift from aerobic to anaerobic exercises, focusing on muscle gain rather than weight loss. With this thought, Sakura accelerated her push-ups, beads of sweat dripping from her pink hair. She could distinctly sense the fruits of her labor. Her arms had grown slightly thicker than 2 months prior, and faint traces of abdominal definition were beginning to emerge. Yet, this was insufficient. She needed to push further. Just as Sakura was immersed in her training, an unexpected movement caught her attention. Chapter 9, Fire Style versus Water Style. A kunai hurtled toward her, slicing through the night air with the wind's whistle. Sakura's lips curled into a smirk. Ah, that guy is at it again, always the same old routine. With a powerful thrust, she sprang up from her push-up position, executing a swift backflip just in time to evade the kunai that narrowly missed her hair. You are as sharp as ever, Sakura, came the clear voice of a boy, breaking the stillness of the night. Is this really necessary every time? It's getting tiresome, Sakura remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke as he approached, rolling her eyes. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been hospitalized countless times by now. Ever since the chance encounter that revealed Sasuke training with Itachi, she had taken to practicing alongside him, challenging one another and fostering mutual growth. However, she consistently emerged victorious, provoking Sasuke's competitive spirit, compelling him to challenge her time and again. "Sakura, I've mastered a new jutsu, and this time I'm going to show you," Sasuke declared, one hand buried in his pocket, his tone rising with enthusiasm. "Sure, I'm game. It seems your brother has taught you something new, but in the end, the outcome will remain unchanged," Sakura teased, deliberately provoking him. "Hey, that's not true. This jutsu is my own creation," Sasuke replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. "Whatever, let us get started," Sakura said, eager to witness Sasuke's newly acquired technique. She stepped closer, the distance between them now for meters. According to the formulas learned in school, it is advisable to maintain a distance of 4 to 5 meters from an opponent until one can ascertain the type of ninjutsu they may employ. This distance is optimal, allowing for clear observation of the opponent's hand seals while also providing ample space and time to counter their ninjutsu and physical attacks. "I shall begin now," Sasuke declared, a mischievous smile flickering at the corner of his mouth as he drew 3 shurikens from his waist and hurled them toward Sakura, the sound slicing through the air. The young girl, however, stood her ground, showing no inclination to evade. In a flash, she bent backward, her body bending like a bridge, her hands supporting her weight as she narrowly avoided the attack. But that was not the end. Seizing the moment, Sasuke clenched his fist, his feet swift as he pressed on toward the girl. Sakura, unable to rise in time, noted that his speed had increased significantly since their last encounter. She gripped the ground tighter, her legs propelling her towards Sasuke. A fierce clash ensued between their legs and fists, each exchanging blows with equal fervor. Sasuke, seizing an opportune moment, performed 2 backflips, landing about 2 meters away from Sakura, and began forming hand seals. "Oh, are you preparing to use a new ninjutsu so soon?" Sakura chuckled. With a powerful thrust of her palms, she launched herself upward and landed firmly back on the ground. After all, her opponent was a Uchiha. It was wise to remain cautious. Zodiac signs flashed through Sasuke's mind as he formed his seals with impressive speed, his mouth agape as he prepared. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sakura's eyes widened. This ninjutsu was one she was intimately familiar with, a signature move of the Uchiha clan. However, the Great Fireball, which had never successfully claimed a life in the original narrative, seemed somewhat lackluster in her perspective, especially since she was its natural adversary. It appeared she was destined to win this match. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Sakura decided to reveal her true strength. During their previous training, she had refrained from using water techniques, but faced with the Great Fireball and unable to evade, she knew that water release was her best defense. Gazing at the lake less than 10 meters away, she deftly formed her seals. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted from the lake, a blue, transparent dragon shooting forth towards Sasuke's blazing fireball. The 2 elements collided, and without question, the Great Fireball was extinguished, giving rise to a cloud of white steam between them. Sasuke stood momentarily stunned, never anticipating that Sakura would utilize water release. Their training had only involved taijutsu and shuriken combat. How many more secrets did this pink-haired girl conceal? Sakura wasted no time in capitalizing on his surprise, gathering chakra beneath her feet, her body launching forward like an arrow aimed at Sasuke. Her right leg struck toward his waist, leaving him no time to dodge. He could only raise his left hand to intercept her whip kick. Not over yet. Sakura's left leg followed swiftly, forcing Sasuke to retreat repeatedly. Just as he reached for a shuriken to counterattack, Sakura's kunai was already poised before him, mere millimeters from his face. "All right, I concede," he admitted, gazing at the kunai directed at him, relinquishing his shuriken. After Sakura had countered his newly learned trump card, he found himself at a loss. That was quite impressive. The Great Fireball is a B-rank technique. Your ability to learn it indicates that your strength has indeed surpassed that of your peers, Sakura remarked with pride. "TCH, but that still means I can't defeat you," Sasuke replied, conceding defeat with a sense of respect. "By the way, when did you learn water release? You kept that well hidden." His sharp gaze bore into Sakura. "Oh, about a year ago, I think," she said, rolling her eyes as she tried to recall. The exact timing eluded her, but she had acquired it long ago. However, Her focus on muscle training over the past year had led to neglect in practicing water release. Moreover, her current chakra reserves were limited, allowing her to only utilize water techniques near lakes or bodies of water. She was far from reaching the level of Kisame or Meitarumi, who could create water jutsu in arid environments. This was an area she needed to prioritize in her future training. Sasuke observed Sakura, who wore a teasing smile, realizing he had exerted his full strength in this contest, yet she seemed to have only utilized 70% of her potential. This realization sparked frustration within him. Damn it, you're stronger than I anticipated. His competitive spirit flared anew. Don't fret. After all, your brother is Itachi Uchiha. You could always seek him out for some pointers. I'm sure you could defeat me then, Sakura teased. TCH, Sasuke scoffed. But seriously, Sasuke-kun, your brother truly cares for you, Sakura commented, unable to overlook some of Itachi's later actions, yet acknowledging the undeniable fact that he was the ultimate overprotective brother. As if you need to tell me, Sasuke replied, having always idolized his brother. If one day you encounter an insurmountable challenge or person, do not despair. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on, she continued. Sasuke was perplexed by Sakura's words. He gazed at the girl before him, who often spoke in ways he couldn't comprehend, particularly when referring to her brother, Itachi Uchiha. He couldn't fathom what thoughts swirled in her mind. Well, I must take my leave now. My brother will return from a mission tonight, and I am eager to learn new jutsu from him. With that, Sasuke turned to depart, glancing back to give Sakura a playful grimace. Chapter 10, Lord Third. Please take care of Sasuke. Sakura calculated the time, realizing it was nearly that moment. The Uchiha clan massacre, where Itachi single-handedly annihilated his entire clan under orders from the higher-ups in Konoha. At this time, Sasuke remained blissfully unaware of the nightmare that was about to unfold. The current state of her abilities could do little to alter fate. All she could do was remain indoors for the next few days, as she had sensed something amiss since last night after school. The streets of the village were noticeably devoid of plainclothes jonin. Typically, as long as they weren't on a mission, jonin would engage in everyday activities like dining, playing games, or shopping. Moreover, according to Ino, her father had been leaving early and returning late each day, refusing to disclose his activities, and he hadn't accompanied his precious daughter for training in several days. Sakura knew that something was about to transpire. A week later, nightfall, Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat with his eyes tightly shut, the wrinkles of age deeply etched into his brow. An Umbu ninja, clad in a cat-shaped mask, appeared before him, bringing with it a chill that rustled the brim of the Hokage's hat. You have arrived, the third Hokage spoke slowly. Yes, Lord Hokage, the newcomer replied, removing his mask to reveal a youthful, handsome face marred by deep tear troughs. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, he was Itachi. I must apologize regarding Shursui. Not long ago, he sacrificed himself to prevent the Uchiha clan's betrayal, plunging into an unfathomable abyss, leaving no trace behind. This was Shursue's own choice. I believe he did so out of loyalty and trust in Konoha. Yet, even so, he could not avert the Uchiha's defection. The boy's dark pupils glimmered with a hint of sorrow. Shursui had been his closest companion, a top-tier genius surpassing even him in Jinjutsu prowess. Yet, due to Danzo's machinations, he had perished, choosing to end his life in a bid to sway his clansmen back to the right path. Have you made your decision, Itachi? The third Hokage's gaze bore into the young man before him. He understood that if Itachi chose to align himself with the Uchiha clan and conspire with his father, Fugaku Uchiha, against Konoha, the situation would become exceedingly complicated, likely leading to mutual destruction. After all, at this juncture, Itachi had already attained the power of a Hokage. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding the village and upholding the will of fire, but I have but one request. Itachi had long since arrived at his decision. He had made his choice between his clan and Konoha. Yet, there was still one individual weighing heavily on his mind. Please, I implore the third Hokage to take care of my younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. I hope he can carry the hopes of the Uchiha clan into the future of Konoha. Very well, your brother shall be allowed to flourish as a descendant of the Uchiha clan within the village, the third Hokage replied. Momentarily taken aback by Itachi's earnest plea for his brother, something he had never requested before. Thank you. With that, the young man vanished from the office. The following morning, Sakura awoke from her slumber, stretching lazily. With her parents absent and breakfast unprepared, She grumbled as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and set off for school. However, on her way, she noticed villagers engaged in hushed conversations, their faces displaying disbelief. Some appeared utterly horrified, as if a dreadful incident had transpired the night before. Upon seeing the notice posted nearby, Sakura squeezed through the throng of onlookers. The bold letters on the notice were unmistakable. Itachi Uchiha single-handedly assassinated the entire Uchiha clan, betraying Konoha and fleeing, leaving only the young Sasuke Uchiha behind. So soon, Sakura's heart raced. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. The villagers speculated wildly, some claiming that Itachi had been bribed by other nations to become a rogue ninja, while others suggested a connection to the recent appearance of the Nine-Tails, hinting at a greater conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Only Sakura knew the hidden political machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. Sighing, she trudged towards school, feeling disheartened. "Sakura, did you hear? Something terrible has happened to Sasuke's family." As she entered the classroom, Ino approached her with a somber expression. Over the past 2 years, the Ino Shikicho trio and Sasuke had trained and played together, forming a profound friendship. Naturally, Ino felt deeply unsettled by the news. Sakura nodded silently, glancing around to find Sasuke's seat empty. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly have the heart to attend class? It seemed likely that they would not see him for quite some time. When the bell rang, Irika entered the classroom. The students were abuzz with chatter about the Uchiha massacre, only quieting when the teacher began to speak. "I trust you are all aware of the events from last night. Sasuke has taken a month-long leave of absence. As his classmates, I ask that we refrain from discussing this matter in class out of respect for his feelings." Irika's brow furrowed, clearly affected by the tragedy that had befallen one of his students. "Understood, teacher," the empathetic students chorused in unison. "Now, let us proceed with our new lesson on the fundamental theory of shuriken techniques." Sakura rested her chin on her hand, her mind drifting far from the classroom as Irika explained concepts on the blackboard. She couldn't help but wonder how Sasuke was faring now, grappling with the trauma of witnessing his parents' deaths at the hands of his own brother. It must be an abyss of despair. Previously, while watching the anime, Sakura had harbored a dislike for Sasuke's character, believing him to be overly consumed by his family feud, even resorting to joining Orochimaru. He had committed numerous wrongs, including attempting to kill his teammates, Ino and Sakura. It had seemed excessive. However, now that she found herself in the midst of a narrative where she could truly empathize, she began to grasp the darkness that would later envelop Sasuke. When she finally encountered him again, a month had passed. Sasuke sat alone in the far corner of the classroom, his head bowed deep into his neck, emanating a chilling aura that kept his classmates at bay. Some wished to comfort him, but as they approached, they found themselves silently repelled by his presence. "Hey, come over and spar with me, Sasuke. I figured out how to defeat you." The previously somber atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by a cheerful voice. Naruto. Though not the most emotionally astute, Naruto was not foolish. He genuinely intended to uplift Sasuke, believing that challenging him to a sparring match would be the way to do so. However, confronted with Naruto's provocation, Sasuke remained unmoved, continuing to keep his head down in silence. Naruto's lips twitched, and an awkward tension enveloped the classroom. Sakura contemplated saying something, but comforting others was not her strong suit. So she opted to remain mute, lest the situation grow even more uncomfortable. "Come on, Sasuke. Cheer up. You're a prodigy. You need to regain your spirit to avenge your family." Naruto's knack for motivational speech had been honed since childhood. Vengeance. Chapter 11. 5 years. The mere mention of those words stirred something within Sasuke. His hands trembled slightly. Yes, he must seek vengeance, to avenge the true culprits behind his parents' deaths, to bear the weight of the Uchiha clan's blood debt. Yet, the target of that vengeance was none other than his beloved older brother, Itachi Uchiha. "Sasuke, if you wish to overcome your adversary, you must swiftly enhance your strength. You should view me as your benchmark. Only by defeating a prodigy like me will you have the chance to avenge your family. Do you understand?" Naruto danced precariously close to the edge of recklessness. His intent was merely to inspire Sasuke, yet he was oblivious to how the pursuit of vengeance would gradually plunge Sasuke into darkness. "Hey, are you even listening? Speak up." As Naruto prepared to say more, a shuriken suddenly appeared, hurtling toward his chest with chilling intent. The weapon had been thrown by Sasuke, evidently pushed beyond his limits. Caught off guard, Naruto hastily ducked, landing on the floor with a thud, gasping, "You really mean it?" Before he could react further, Sasuke sprang from his seat, delivering a swift kick toward Naruto. The other students recoiled in fear, aware of Sasuke's formidable prowess. With no time to rise, Naruto raised his right arm defensively, barely managing to block the kick, which caused him to grunt in pain. Sasuke did not relent. He seized Naruto's arm, propelling himself behind him. With a twist, Naruto's arms became contorted, leading to an absurd position, accompanied by the boy's anguished cries. If Sasuke continued to exert pressure, Naruto's arms would surely be rendered useless. However, despite his fury, Sasuke retained his composure. Upon hearing Naruto's pig-like wail, he released him and returned to his seat in silence. Now this is the Sasuke I know. As Naruto rubbed his almost dislocated arm, he broke into a carefree laugh, clearly finding some satisfaction in the exchange. At least the atmosphere around Sasuke had warmed somewhat. Sakura let out a sigh of relief, realizing that in such a dire situation, it took Naruto's unique approach to break the ice. She felt a twinge of inadequacy in comparison. In the subsequent semesters, Konoha experienced a period of relative calm, devoid of any significant upheaval. Sakura, Naruto, Ino, and Sasuke continued their studies at the Ninja Academy as usual. Gradually, Sasuke emerged from the shadows of his family's tragic demise, largely due to Naruto's persistent teasing. However, the seeds of vengeance remained deeply entrenched within the young boy's heart, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt. Sasuke's demeanor became increasingly aloof, often silent. With his striking looks and prodigious talent as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, his popularity in class surged, particularly among the girls, who would squeal and swoon upon seeing him, their raptures rivaling those of fervent fans in the entertainment industry. Ino, covering her ears, turned to Sakura with exasperation. Sakura, why are these girls so infatuated? I truly fail to see what's so captivating about Sasuke. Sakura suppressed a laugh, recalling how in the original storyline, she herself had been far more fervent than these girls. Yet, Ino's admiration was exclusively directed at Sakura, particularly after years of camaraderie, during which Ino, under Sakura's encouragement, made significant strides in chakra control and basic ninjutsu. In her heart, Sakura was the most formidable, reliable, and admirable individual. The mere thought of this sent a blush to Ino's cheeks, rendering her both charming and endearing. Meanwhile, under Iruka-sensei's careful guidance, Naruto also made strides in ninjutsu. Despite frequently failing tests, through sheer determination, he developed an S-rank jutsu of seduction. Though it was a rather unassuming transformation technique, in Sakura's eyes, it was indeed S-rank, as no one else could employ such audacious ninjutsu. Even Kaguya, in the original tale, had once been ensnared by it, highlighting its formidable power. Additionally, the Chunin instructor Mizuki recently betrayed them. In a bid to rescue his teacher Iruka, Naruto's inner Nine-Tails chakra manifested for the first time, enabling him to unleash the spectacular A-rank forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique, which left Mizuki reeling. Although Naruto's bursts of strength seemed fortuitous, they undeniably contributed to his ongoing improvement. While he could not match Sasuke and was often bested by Sakura, he nevertheless possessed a respectable level of combat ability. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, as the inherited trio of the Ino-Shikacho clan, devoted their free time to training their unique combat strategy. Ino's body-switching technique began to take shape. Sakura had once served as their practice partner, and on one occasion, she inadvertently fell victim to Shikamaru's strategy, succumbing to their coordinated attack. This incident underscored the importance of possessing a brilliant strategist like Shikamaru. Nevertheless, Sakura often handled situations with ease. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years vanished in the blink of an eye. They were now 12 years old. Tomorrow marked the day of their graduation examination. Today was Sakura's final training session before becoming a genin. Although she had already surpassed the genin level in strength, without graduation and the ninja headband, she remained a child in the eyes of others. Sakura eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow. At the training ground, the girl activated her internal energy card. Over the years, her system data had transformed significantly. Host name, Haruno Sakura. Gender, female. Rank, beginner Chunin. Health points, 5,000. Chakra points, 4,500. Unlocked jutsu. Transformation technique, substitution technique, shuriken technique. Shadow clone, water release. Water dragon bullet, water release. Hard vortex water blade, water release. Great waterfall technique, water release. Water barrier, water release. 5 whips of death. Ninja tools, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, ninja skin set, none, summoned beast, none, coins, 3,500. Over these years, Sakura had ascended from a genin to a beginner chunin. She noticed that as time progressed, the increase in her health and chakra became slower. After 4 years, she had only achieved the status of a beginner chunin. Despite mastering numerous water release techniques, she struggled to make a qualitative leap. It seemed that even her advantages had limitations. However, perhaps it was for the best. If one started with world-shattering abilities, the subsequent journey would lack challenge. Sakura had focused on water release techniques without branching into new jutsu for a reason. She believed that true strength lay in mastering a single technique to its utmost potential. For instance, the second Hokage had perfected water release to the extent that he could conjure titanic waves in arid regions, overwhelming even Sarutobi Hiruzen, showcasing the terrifying capabilities of his water techniques. In addition to mastering the commonly known water release jutsu, Sakura had also developed her own powerful technique, water release, 5 whips of death. This technique, appearing exceedingly ruthless, required half of her chakra. 5 whips, infused with high-density chakra, surged toward the enemy with unstoppable force. Each whip spun with tremendous velocity, leaving destruction in its wake. The inspiration for this formidable jutsu stemmed from Naruto's Rasengan in the original story. The distinction lay in one utilizing chakra in a spherical form while the other employed whips of water, both exhibiting immense destructive power. This jutsu was Sakura's pride, as it was neither a reward from the task system nor something learned from the Hidden Leaf's secret jutsu chamber or taught by a teacher. It was born of her intellect and talent, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment within her. Glancing at her system data, Sakura nodded in satisfaction before shutting down the energy card. She climbed into bed, ready to embrace the promising graduation examination awaiting her the next day. Chapter 12, Haruno Sakura. 10 points. The following day at the Ninja Academy, Iruka stood on the field, his expression somewhat solemn, facing the students participating in the graduation test. He slowly began to explain the rules. For years have passed, and today marks your final day at the Ninja Academy. The examination consists of 3 components, and I will assign scores for each. Those who pass will officially become genin. Pausing for effect, Iruka continued. The first component is shuriken throwing, the second is taijutsu, and the third, the most critical, is the body replacement technique. I will grade you on these 3 components, with 10 points being the maximum score, and 6 points being the passing grade. Those who do not pass will have 1 opportunity to retake the exam. Failing again will result in repeating the year. Iruka meticulously outlined the rules for the candidates. Just 6 points to pass? That seems rather simple, doesn't it, teacher? A familiar voice broke through the crowd, as a blond boy grinned confidently. Is that so? Don't let me down. Iruka frowned at Naruto, who seemed utterly unrepentant, despite still struggling with the body replacement technique. His self-assurance was unfounded. Next, Iruka called out names for the shuriken throwing test. One by one, the named students stepped forward. Most managed to hit 6 points or above, with only a few overly anxious ones scoring 5 or 4. Ino scored 8 points, Shikamaru 7, Choji 6, Kiba 7, Shino 9, and Hinata 7. Notably without activating her Byakugan. When it was Sasuke's turn, he propelled himself into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin. In a moment of precision, he released the shuriken, striking the target dead center. 10 points. Sasuke had hit the bullseye while facing away. The arena erupted in excitement, with the girls erupting into deafening cheers. The prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, stood distinctly apart from his peers. Iruka murmured as he observed the silent Sasuke returning to the ranks. At that moment, Sasuke's gaze inadvertently flicked towards the pink-haired girl beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was evident that he had begun to regard Sakura as an unspoken rival. The girl waved at Sasuke with a smile, choosing not to stoop to the level of a mere child. Next, Haruno Sakura, Iruka announced. Go, Sakura. Ino cheered on like an enthusiastic cheerleader. The pink-haired girl stepped forward, devoid of the flamboyance that characterized Sasuke, yet with a casual flick, her shuriken struck the bullseye. Hooray! I knew you could do it, Sakura! Ino exclaimed with delight. Iruka, astonished, acknowledged Sakura's evident talent. He had witnessed her aptitude before, but he never anticipated that she could achieve such precision so effortlessly. If he wasn't mistaken, Sakura hadn't even aimed at the target, nor had she exerted herself fully. In comparison to Sasuke, she outshone him. Sakura, 10 points. Irika sighed, reflecting on the exceptional talent present in this cohort. Last but not least, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika felt a wave of concern wash over him as he read Naruto's name. The blonde boy approached with unshakable confidence, standing tall as if ready to unleash tremendous energy at any moment. He took a deep breath, raised his right arm, and threw with all his might. Naruto, 6 points. Irika declared. A crow flew overhead, cawing, "Ahahaha, not your best performance." The second event, the physical combat assessment, required each student to engage in a battle with Irika, who would score them based on their performance. Since it was a physical test, the use of ninjutsu was prohibited, or else it would be deemed a foul. Sakura recalled that this assessment was absent from the original storyline, perhaps due to the butterfly effect subtly altering the narrative. Just as Ino exhibited no interest in Sasuke, any activity involving Sakura would invariably shift in response to her abilities. After all, even the flutter of a butterfly in the Pacific could instigate a tsunami in the Atlantic. How much more significant would be the impact of a living person like Sakura? The physical assessment spanned 2 full hours, and among the students, Irika was most impressed by Sakura and Sasuke. Their prowess in taijutsu was nearly on par with his own. Particularly with Sakura, it seemed she harbored even greater strength. As a seasoned Chunin, Irika was accustomed to easily handling his students in physical tests. Yet, during his bout with Sakura, he was astounded by the force behind her seemingly petite frame. Every punch and kick carried tremendous weight. In contrast to Sasuke's agility, Sakura exhibited a graceful confidence. Following them, Hinata Hyuga also displayed considerable talent, being the heiress of the Hyuga clan and having trained alongside Neji since childhood. The Hyuga clan specialized in gentle fist techniques and taijutsu, so their performance was naturally commendable. The results of the physical assessment were as follows: Sakura 10 points, Sasuke 10 points, Hinata 9 points, Ino 8 points, Choji 8 points, Shikamaru 7 points, Naruto 7 points, Kiba 7 points, Shino 6 points, Student A 6 points, Student C 5 points, Student D 5 points. Ino's recent rigorous training began to yield results, and Choji, already proficient in taijutsu, performed admirably. Sakura was somewhat surprised to see Shino, who had never faltered in the original story, barely scraping by. It seemed that while adept at manipulating his insects from a distance, his taijutsu was indeed a weakness. Some individuals may appear formidable, but possess their vulnerabilities. Consider Deidara, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Rock Village, who excelled in ranged combat, but faltered in close quarters. In the anime, he was utterly overwhelmed by Guy's third taijutsu squad, illustrating that even elite shinobi could be vanquished if their weaknesses were exploited. Chapter 13. The Bell Steel. The final assessment was the transformation technique. This technique encompasses the clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. These ninjutsu are foundational skills that every ninja must master. The clone technique allows a ninja to create duplicates of themselves, serving to distract or confuse the enemy. The substitution technique is a defensive maneuver enabling a ninja to switch places with nearby objects, typically wood, to evade damage. The transformation technique allows a ninja to alter their appearance, masquerading as others or animals to deceive foes. While seemingly basic, these techniques play a crucial role in combat and can develop into immensely powerful abilities as the user's strength grows. Though simple, these 3 techniques are indispensable throughout the Naruto storyline. Students practice them extensively during their time at the academy, fully aware of their significance, thus facilitating a smooth passage through the subsequent assessments. Naturally, there were exceptions. Sakura gazed at Naruto's clone, which humorously took the shape of excrement, and sighed. The clone lay limply on the ground, utterly useless. Irika, exasperated, facepalmed. Uzumaki Naruto, your transformation technique is unqualified. Irika-sensei, please grant me another chance. I just didn't perform well, Naruto pleaded, his eyes brimming with sorrow as he regarded his half-formed clone. Uzumaki Naruto must participate in the retake, Irika declared with unwavering fairness. Though he wished to assist Naruto, as a teacher, he had to uphold impartiality. All right, Naruto responded like a deflated balloon, his earlier confidence diminished. Becoming a ninja had been his lifelong aspiration. Nearby, other students couldn't resist mocking him. Weren't you just boasting? Is this all you've got? You can't even do the transformation technique. At that moment, Naruto appeared quite pitiful. Hey, Naruto, didn't you vow to become Hokage? Are you really going to give up over such a minor setback? Sakura chimed in softly, her gaze fixed on him. Naruto turned to face Sakura, the idol he had always admired, a girl who excelled in every assessment. His eyes regained their spark. I'm not giving up. A retake is a retake. I will definitely become a qualified genin, he exclaimed with determination. That's the Naruto I know, Sakura mused, reflecting on her ability to inspire. Irika looked at the two students before him and nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps they would become comrades in battle in the future, with Sakura by Naruto's side to encourage him. His development should remain steady. After all, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto would always attract the attention of teachers and higher-ups wherever he went. Thus, the graduation assessments concluded. Among the 9 outstanding students, only Naruto did not pass, while the rest, including Sakura and Sasuke, achieved perfect scores in all 3 categories, securing their places as exemplary graduates on the honor roll. Irika led the successful students to the classroom to receive their genin headbands. As Sakura received hers, she traced the symbol of the leaf village with her fingers, an abstract leaf in the shape of a whirlpool. It represented the will of fire, a testament to an enduring legacy. Sakura, we are finally official genin. I'm so happy, Ino exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she clutched her headband. Yes, Sakura replied, a smile illuminating her face as she shared in Ino's joy. Let me put it on you, Ino. Sakura fastened the headband to Ino's forehead, and in return, Ino adorned Sakura with her own. Next week, the school will assign a teacher to lead you, so remember to arrive early and do not be late. Irika-sensei continued to advise. Yes, everyone replied in unison. A week later, in the school classroom, Sakura arrived early, eagerly anticipating her reunion with Kakashi. Other students shared her excitement, but theirs was heightened by the uncertainty of who their leading jonin would be. While everyone was engaged in animated discussions, Naruto swaggered into the classroom. Hey, aren't you the one who didn't pass the exam? Ino asked, perplexed, while munching on chips. The blonde boy beamed with pride. Haha, I'm destined to become Hokage. A little test like that could never defeat me. I simply underperformed. Stop pretending. You probably just passed the makeup exam, a student scoffed. But Naruto took this as a compliment, exclaiming, that's right. I want to fall behind here. He then cast his gaze toward Sakura, wishing to be grouped with her. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Hinata, sitting at the back, flushed red and nervously tapped her fingers. She was the happiest to hear of Naruto's success in the makeup exam. Thank you, Hinata, Naruto replied, oblivious to her shyness. Naruto-kun spoke to me, Hinata stammered, her words tumbling out in a fluster. Hey Hinata, what's wrong? Kiba asked, noticing her near-fainting state, his expression filled with confusion. And nothing, Hinata stammered, still blushing furiously. Sakura observed the entire interaction, thoroughly entertained, while Naruto remained blissfully unaware that the adorable girl with the Byakugan had already developed feelings for him. Moments later, Irika-sensei entered with several jonin, including Asuma and Kurenai, but Kakashi was conspicuously absent. Sakura couldn't help but think, he still hasn't changed his habit of being late. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a ring of smoke while holding a list. When I call your names, step forward, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. Here, they chorused. Ino winked at Sakura, slightly disappointed not to be in the same group, but thrilled to be with Asuma, a jonin she admired for his lineage and rumored amiable nature. You are now members of Team 10. Follow me, Asuma said with a squint, then turned to leave. Ino waved goodbye to Sakura as they exited the classroom. Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, where are you? Kurenai's voice was commanding yet warm, her red eyes strikingly beautiful. Here, they replied in unison. Please take care of me, Kurenai said gently, shaking hands with each of them, exuding the charm of a caring older sister. Other students were assigned their teachers, and the classroom gradually emptied until only Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto remained. What's taking them so long? All the jonin have left, Naruto complained, staring at the now vacant podium. Just then, a deep voice echoed from the doorway. Sorry, I'm late. The silver-haired man strolled in, hands in pockets, an air of nonchalance about him. Is this strange masked guy really our teacher? Naruto pointed at Kakashi, his face twisted in disdain. That wasn't my remark, Sakura interjected awkwardly, as Kakashi earned another peculiar nickname. Sasuke, however, regarded Kakashi with interest, curious about the jonin's strength. Indeed, I am your teacher for Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Here, they replied. That lacked enthusiasm. Let's try again, Kakashi said, shaking his head in disapproval. Here, they repeated. All right, that's enough. Tomorrow morning at 6, we will meet at Training Ground 7 for your first Chunin training, which will also serve as an assessment. With that, Kakashi formed a hand seal and vanished from the classroom in an instant. Wow, that was fast. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke exclaimed, astonished by Kakashi's speed. Yay! We're finally in the same team, Sakura-chan. Naruto cheered, but Sakura grimaced at the nickname, having told him not to add chan to her name, finding it utterly embarrassing. Yet Naruto remained oblivious. I'll have to give him a beating someday, Sakura thought. The next day at Training Ground 7, the trio waited for Kakashi for 3 hours. However, Sakura took the initiative, organizing their teamwork. She explained to Naruto and Sasuke that their training would likely involve either group combat or one-on-one duels. Given Kakashi's elite status, a one-on-one duel against 3 freshly graduated Chunin seemed rather unfair, so they leaned towards team combat. Sakura had devised a detailed battle plan based on each of their strengths and skills, meticulously sharing it with them. Wow, as expected of Sakura, this battle plan is simply perfect. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even the usually reticent Sasuke acknowledged her exceptional capabilities and sharp intellect. Sorry for being late, everyone. Kakashi finally arrived, a corner of a small book peeking from his pocket, the end of which faintly revealed the character for intimacy. Goodness. This man spent the night reading romance novels. No wonder he woke up so late. Sakura marveled at Kakashi's stamina. Kakashi-sensei is late again. Naruto glared at him, indignant. Haha. My apologies. I promise it won't happen again. Kakashi chuckled, scratching the back of his head before his demeanor shifted to serious. Now, let us begin today's training. Your task is to seize the bells. As he spoke, Kakashi produced 3 bells from his waist pouch, waving them before Sakura and her teammates, the bells jingling melodiously. Seize the bells? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Yes, you will use every means at your disposal, employing all your jutsu and strength to attack me and seize the bells while I am unguarded. Remember, you must possess the determination to kill me, otherwise, you will not succeed. Kakashi's eyes glinted coldly, and his tone turned somewhat menacing. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, surprised that their training would require such a lethal mindset, feeling somewhat unprepared as freshly graduated Chunin. Sakura, however, was accustomed to the intensity of the challenges. All right, sensei, just be careful not to get hurt by us, she declared, eager to engage. Kakashi observed Sakura, noting the absence of fear in her eyes, replaced by a trace of excitement. Irika had indeed spoken the truth. This girl possessed an intellect beyond her years. Very well, let us begin. I will give you 5 minutes to conceal yourselves. After that, once I locate you, I will show no mercy. What Kakashi uttered was, as Sakura had anticipated, a matter of teamwork. Naruto couldn't help but murmur, wow, Sakura-chan is truly impressive. She even predicted this. In an instant, 3 figures dispersed, fleeing in different directions. Heh, they react swiftly, Kakashi remarked, reattaching the bell to his waist. Shadow clone technique. From the shadows, Naruto and Sakura each executed the technique. The plan was unfolding precisely as the young lady had orchestrated. Chapter 14. Water Cloak Technique. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I challenge you to a duel. 5 minutes later, the blonde boy boldly sprang from the underbrush. With one hand on his hip, he pointed at Kakashi and declared loudly, "This guy is indeed the most unpredictable ninja, emerging without any defenses." Kakashi found himself speechless. It seemed he needed to teach the boy a lesson. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, exchanged knowing glances, both smirking. Naruto was performing admirably. In a flash, Naruto propelled himself forward, launching a flying kick at Kakashi. However, the boy underestimated the prowess of a Chunin. Kakashi hardly needed to gather chakra, effortlessly catching Naruto's kick with one hand before flinging him away as if he were a shot put. Bang! Upon colliding with a tree stump, the boy transformed into a puff of white smoke. A shadow clone. Kakashi mused, momentarily taken aback. It appeared this lad was not as foolish as he seemed, using the technique to lure the enemy. "Sensei, I'm right behind you." Naruto's voice rang out from behind Kakashi. The boy hurled 3 shuriken, cutting through the air, forcing Kakashi to dodge as he had only just noticed Naruto's clone. "It's time, Sasuke!" Sakura shouted from the bushes. 2 shadows emerged from the foliage, their fingers forming seals rapidly. "Fire release! Fireball technique. Water release. Water blade technique. The two elements surged towards Kakashi from opposite directions. Kakashi smiled lightly, realizing this was the strategy the trio had devised. Quite impressive. In response, he swiftly formed his own seals. As fire and water clashed, a cloud of steam erupted, the high temperature meeting the cold air, resulting in a thick mist. Did we succeed? Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed into the swirling smoke. Moments later, the mist cleared, revealing a charred piece of wood falling to the ground. A substitution technique. Sakura gasped, realizing that Kakashi was indeed a formidable opponent. If such simple tactics could defeat him, he would not be worthy of his Jonin title. I'm right here, Sakura, Kakashi teased, his voice laced with mockery, just as he delivered a swift kick aimed at her waist. Body flicker technique. Oh no, I can't dodge in time. Sakura thought urgently. Water release. Water cloak technique. A layer of azure chakra enveloped her waist, effectively shielding her from the attack. Though she absorbed the force of Kakashi's kick, she was still pushed back several meters. Observing the blue membrane around Sakura's waist, Kakashi was taken aback. This translucent chakra membrane withstood my attack? A newly graduated genin like her can wield water release so adeptly, showcasing chakra control that surpasses most Chunin. Moreover, mastering a technique that is primarily utilized by the ninja of the Land of Water is truly remarkable. In Konoha, few ninjas can proficiently use water release. The second Hokage, the third Hokage, and I are among the few, while most others only grasp the basics. Haha, sensei. Were you almost fooled? Naruto and Sasuke joined Sakura, forming a semblance of teamwork as they faced Kakashi. Heh, quite impressive, indeed, but this is still far from sufficient. Kakashi replied, his expression shifting suddenly to one of seriousness. Earth release, rock pillar collapse. As Kakashi performed another set of seals, the ground beneath the trio erupted, cracking and crumbling. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke found their legs ensnared in the collapsing earth, unable to move. Damn it, Naruto grunted, trying desperately to escape, but his feet dangled helplessly, leaving him to curse in frustration. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, and nodded affirmatively. The girl concentrated her chakra into her palms, grasping Sasuke's hands tightly and pulling upward. In an instant, he was freed from the trap, and he quickly did the same for Sakura and Naruto, utilizing the strength of comrades to escape. This is starting to resemble Team 7, Kakashi mused. During their training, he had intentionally created various challenges for them. Defeating them was not the primary aim, but rather to cultivate their sense of teamwork, which was the essence of this exercise. Sensei, you should take this seriously. The three of us are not to be trifled with. Sakura anticipated Kakashi unleashing stronger techniques, eager to demonstrate her own prowess. After all, she had yet to reveal her trump card. Oh, you think I've underestimated you? Kakashi scratched his head, resigned. Then I must be serious. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. Kakashi summoned 2 physical clones, intending to test each student's abilities. The 2 clones charged towards Naruto and Sasuke, leaving the real Kakashi to face the strongest, Sakura. You think so highly of yourself, using your real self against me? How fortuitous, Sakura thought excitedly. Let me see just how powerful your water release truly is. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Channeling water into water, Kakashi unleashed a massive water dragon, its eyes glinting ominously as it rushed towards Sakura. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in combat with Kakashi's clones. Sasuke would likely manage well, but Sakura was concerned about how long Naruto could endure. However, she had no time to worry about them now. Water release, water barrier. The pink-haired girl refused to back down as waves surged before her, forming a square water wall to protect her. Crash! The water dragon collided with the barrier, 2 chakra-infused water masses clashing against one another, their powers canceling each other out and ultimately dissolving into a feeble spray that scattered to the ground. As the spray dissipated, Sakura concentrated chakra beneath her feet, harnessing its power to propel herself swiftly towards Kakashi. This time, she intended to strike first. Are you preparing to engage me in taijutsu? Kakashi murmured, recognizing her audacity. The girl unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at Kakashi's chin, leveraging her height to land an optimal blow. Smack! The punch met Kakashi's palm, which descended firmly from above. Sakura attempted to retract her right fist but found herself unable to move, no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 15. Out of the game. Reassessment? How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a jonin? Sakura lamented helplessly, resorting to swinging her left fist, only to have it caught by Kakashi once again. Am I playing rock, paper, scissors with him? Sakura thought bitterly. Well, how about this? You seem to be at an impasse now. Kakashi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that the most formidable Sakura would reach such limits. After all, she was merely a genin. He crossed his hands, firmly binding Sakura's wrists together, producing a rope from seemingly nowhere to secure her hands. Yet, at that moment, Sakura displayed no sign of panic, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. It was precisely as she had planned. Teacher, my true self is right here. Suddenly, another pink-haired girl appeared behind Kakashi, almost simultaneously. The bound Sakura clone dissipated into a puff of white smoke, her chakra spent. What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard. Meanwhile, the real Sakura leaped into action, extending her arms towards the bell at Kakashi's waist, poised to seize it. In a flash, Kakashi had no time to contemplate. He summoned a slender bolt of blue lightning, its speed rendering Sakura unable to evade. Like a centipede with countless legs, it darted towards her feet. Ah, numb, 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 numb. Sakura's feet were instantly overwhelmed with a tingling sensation, reminiscent of the time she had played on her phone while charging in her previous life. Kakashi had resorted to lightning techniques, but it was evident he had only exerted a fraction of his power. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits. The thought of being scorched was chilling. Teacher, how could you resort to lightning techniques? Sakura lamented, though a somewhat audacious thought surged within her. She genuinely wished to witness Kakashi's Chidori. As she grumbled, Sakura took the opportunity to move her legs. Thankfully, they still responded, indicating Kakashi had not gone all out. Unleash your true strength. Without the resolve to defeat me, you shall never claim the bell. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he regarded Sakura. Sakura gradually rose, her verdant eyes emanating a hint of cold determination. This would be the decisive move. The chakra she had remaining could only fuel this assault. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her chakra in one direction, her green pupils steeling with resolve. In an instant, torrents of water encircled Sakura, swirling with incredible speed like a tempest, tightly enveloping her. Her posture was reminiscent of a graceful swan, ethereal and fluid. Then, under her control, the water spiraled outwards in 5 distinct directions, coalescing into 5 whips of rapidly rotating water, the blue droplets within moving too swiftly for the naked eye to discern. In a heartbeat, 5 formidable streams of fluid surged towards Kakashi, imbued with terrifying power. What an astonishing force! How much more does this girl possess that I am unaware of? Kakashi mused internally, realizing he too would need to unveil his hidden talents. Otherwise, the stakes could become dire. Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, its crimson hue radiating an intimidating chill. 3 comma-shaped black marks adorned his deep red eyes, the hallmark of the Uchiha clan's power. Sakura, witnessing this for the first time, was taken aback. Kakashi leisurely raised his right hand, blue light flaring around him as a sphere of lightning chakra spun rapidly, emitting a cacophony of thunderous roars akin to the anguished cries of a multitude of birds. This was Chidori, a technique capable of severing lightning, also known as Raikiri. Let us see who prevails, Sakura thought, biting her lip as she intensified her grip. Water style, 5-point whip kill. The girl directed the 5 water whips to converge, while Kakashi wielded his Chidori, aiming to cleave through her water technique. In that moment, water and lightning clashed, producing a deafening sound. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before Sakura's eyes. She felt darkness enveloping her, her body collapsing from the exhaustion of depleting her last vestiges of chakra. She had given it her all. Kakashi observed the unconscious girl before him, gradually retracting his lightning chakra. He had never anticipated that his team would include such an exceptional ninja as Sakura Haruno. If that powerful water technique had been executed by an ordinary jonin, the outcome would have been uncertain. The new generation certainly surpasses the old, Kakashi reflected. When Sakura regained consciousness, she found herself, along with Sasuke and Naruto, securely bound to a wooden post. The girl sighed. Indeed, she had been defeated. Although she had foreseen this outcome, the reality was still hard to accept. Kakashi was, without a doubt, frighteningly strong. Even using her ultimate technique, she had failed to inflict any damage upon him. Glancing at Sasuke and Naruto, who were also battered, it was clear they had suffered equally. Kakashi stood before them with an air of smug satisfaction, shaking the bell in his hand. Well, it seems none of you completed today's training. TCH, Teacher Kakashi, how unfair. If you have the skill, let us down and face off for 300 rounds. Naruto protested, unwilling to concede. He had just used the shadow clone jutsu, summoning hundreds of clones, yet still, he had been bested by one of Kakashi's clones. The boy had been left reeling from a surprise attack. Since you all failed to meet my expectations, I have decided to send you back to the Ninja Academy for a refresher, Kakashi declared, his expression grave. What? A refresher? The trio exclaimed in unison, astonished. Indeed, this training serves as your entry assessment. Those who have not passed do not qualify to be my future companions, nor do they deserve to be part of Team 7. Therefore, I have resolved to send you back for retraining. Kakashi regarded them with a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Please, teacher. I can't bear to go back for retraining. The thought alone sends chills down my spine. Naruto shivered at the prospect of revisiting the academy, which felt like a nightmare to him. Retraining is negotiable, but one of you must leave my team. You are all simply too weak, and I refuse to carry 3 dead weights. Kakashi continued his charade. Sakura, discerning Kakashi's subpar acting, recalled the plot from the original story and quickly grasped his intentions. Choose one to be eliminated? Even Sasuke seemed momentarily swayed by Kakashi's ruse. Yes, eliminated, Kakashi affirmed with a serious demeanor. Chapter 16. A new technique. Naruto glanced between Sakura and Sasuke, torn with indecision. He did not want to be the one to step down. Yet he could not bear the thought of his idol, Sakura, being eliminated. Was he to suggest Sasuke be the one to go? The mere thought made him shake his head, dispelling the notion. How could I? Just moments ago, we fought side by side as comrades. I could never be so selfish. Sasuke, too, wore a frown, caught in a dilemma. Only Sakura remained composed, raising her hand without hesitation. Teacher, if it truly comes down to it, let me be the one to step down. After all, they are both rather weak and still require your guidance, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, you? Naruto stared at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend her reasoning. Sasuke hesitated, unsure of what to say. Oh, are you certain? Kakashi's brow furrowed, though inwardly he was elated. Yes, I am certain. Sakura nodded resolutely, thinking to herself, I wonder how long you intend to keep this charade going. Very well, as you wish. Sakura will return to the academy for retraining, while Naruto and Sasuke shall officially become members of Team 7. Kakashi observed the trio with a gleam in his eye, reveling in the successful execution of his scheme. Forget it. I shall return to my studies. After all, I am a boy. How could I allow a girl to be eliminated? Naruto resolutely raised his hand, his tone unwavering. I will take the lead. I do not wish to owe a favor to someone who is lagging behind. Sasuke, observing Naruto, refused to be outdone. Very well, since all 3 of you wish to start anew, I hereby declare. Kakashi paused momentarily, taking a deep breath before continuing. I announce that all 3 of you have successfully passed my assessment and are officially members of Team 7. All passed. Sakura feigned ignorance. Indeed, all passed. Why? Sakura continued her pretense. As a ninja, the most crucial aspect is to never abandon one's comrades. Even during a mission, one must not disregard the lives of their companions for the sake of success. Those who easily abandon their friends are unworthy of being called ninjas, Kakashi stated with an increasingly solemn expression. At that moment, 2 familiar figures surfaced in his mind, the adorable girl with short hair and the bespectacled boy. Hooray! Naruto exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, dancing in joy. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Only Sakura remained unfazed, maintaining a facade of surprise throughout. Next, you will accompany me on various missions. As Chunin, you will initially only be assigned D or C rank tasks. These assignments primarily serve to enhance your physical abilities, willpower, and communication skills, without necessitating combat with other ninjas. Of course, you will receive corresponding remuneration. Kakashi elaborated on the upcoming plans for the trio. Sakura pretended to listen intently, while her mind stealthily slipped into the system world, activating an energy card. Ding. Congratulations on passing Kakashi's trial assessment. Health, 300, chakra, 200, and a surprise reward. Click to claim your reward. Please choose one between the Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall Training Scroll, and the Body Flicker Technique Training Scroll. Without hesitation, Sakura selected the latter, having been fortunate enough to witness Kakashi's Body Flicker technique, which she found utterly impressive. She yearned to become a magical girl who could vanish without a trace. For the next 3 months, Team 7 was engaged in various low-level tasks under Kakashi's guidance. These included finding a pet cat for the Lady of the Fire Nation, assisting an elderly woman in harvesting wheat, and escorting a pregnant woman to the hospital. Sakura was relatively content, as she could practice the body flicker technique during breaks. In contrast, Naruto could hardly tolerate the monotony. After completing his final sweep of the Konoha public restroom while pinching his nose, he stormed into the Hokage's office. "This is unacceptable. I demand to undertake higher-level missions. Oh, benevolent and formidable third Hokage, please assign me a more advanced task. I cannot endure this any longer." Naruto threw a tantrum, mixing charm with coercion. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, gazed at the persistent youth with a resigned expression. "Naruto, I understand your desire for more challenging tasks, but Konoha has rules regarding mission assignments. B-rank tasks require at least a Chunin level, while A-rank tasks necessitate Jonin level. As a Genin, your abilities are insufficient for higher-level missions. You must settle for C and D-rank tasks. I refuse. You are the best, third Grandpa. I implore you to grant me a higher-level task. Even if it takes me outside the village, I feel like I might mold in this place." Naruto, leveraging his rapport with the third, began to push his luck further. Kakashi intervened several times, but to no avail. He marveled at Naruto's audacity in speaking to the formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a manner. It was unprecedented. Fine. Enough of the noise. You've convinced me. I will assign you a B-rank mission. Escort the bridge builder Tsunade back to the Land of Waves and protect him until the bridge is completed. The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi and instructed, "Kakashi, I entrust this mission to you and Team 7. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kakashi nodded in agreement, secretly lamenting the unexpected long-distance task that now interrupted his leisure time. Days later, at the village gates of Konoha, Team 7 prepared for departure. For individuals and a white-bearded elder wearing a straw hat, Tsunade, the bridge builder they were to protect during this endeavor. Sakura felt grateful for Naruto's earlier outburst, as she had not only practiced the body flicker technique, but had also developed a new water-style defense technique. Water-style, water armor. Indeed, the inspiration came from Gaara's sand armor. Unlike her previous water cloak technique, which only protected specific body parts, water armor enveloped Sakura entirely in a protective water film. Even against broad-range attack ninjutsu like Thousand Needles of Death, Sakura could emerge unscathed. However, the development of water armor faced a bottleneck. Although Sakura's innate chakra control allowed her to cover her entire body, the technique consumed a significant amount of chakra, limiting its duration to less than 3 minutes, an undeniable disadvantage in combat. If the enemy recognized this weakness and employed long-range attacks, she would be left vulnerable. Therefore, to effectively utilize it in battle, she needed to refine her skills and extend the duration of water armor. Kakashi observed Sakura's pensive demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Sakura? It's nothing. I've encountered a minor issue while practicing the water style." Sakura was candid, knowing that Kakashi, as her teacher, might offer constructive advice. His reputation as a talented jonin certainly wasn't unwarranted. "Oh, is that so? I will help you when we have time on the road." Kakashi, true to his role as a teacher, expressed his willingness to assist. "Great. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura smiled, her dimples showing. Naruto, overhearing, perked up with curiosity. Has Sakura learned a new technique? What kind of ninjutsu is it? As he spoke, a hint of urgency filled his heart. After all, Sakura had already grown quite powerful, yet she still diligently trained. He could not afford to slack off. Sasuke, standing nearby, displayed a trace of envy. A healthy rivalry among comrades devoid of malice. Chapter 17. The ambush of the dark ninjas. The journey to the Land of Waves was long. The 5 travelers reveled in the lush scenery, with verdant trees lining the roads and the chorus of cicadas filling the air. As they observed the wild rabbits darting by and butterflies flitting overhead, Sakura stretched languidly, feeling surprisingly relaxed. During a break, Tsunade shared stories about the history of the Land of Waves and his motivations for constructing the bridge. Originally, the Land of Waves was a picturesque island, its inhabitants primarily relying on fishing for sustenance, living comfortable lives due to their diligent efforts. However, everything changed with the arrival of the nefarious tycoon, Gato. Leveraging his long-standing dealings with underworld elements, Gato gradually seized control of the maritime routes of the Land of Waves, ultimately dominating its politics and economy. This coercion rendered the locals too fearful to fish or even conduct small trades with neighboring countries. Tsunade's aspiration to build the bridge was to restore connections between the land of waves and others. This had been his lifelong dream. How despicable is Gato? Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of indignation, his hair standing on end. However, Mr. Tsunade, won't he Gato do everything in his power to thwart your bridge construction? Sakura observed the kind elder with a slight frown. Indeed, not only will he try to stop me, but he may even send ninjas to assassinate me. Tsunade spoke earnestly, explaining the very reason he sought the protection of the Leaf Ninja. Rest assured, with us by your side, Kato will not prevail. We shall safeguard you until the bridge is complete. Kakashi, too, felt a deep sympathy for the islanders of this nation. Tsunade was touched by this sudden display of concern. Tears shimmered in his aged eyes, affirming he had indeed sought the right companions. After several hours of trekking, they arrived at the seashore. Tsunade pointed to an island across the water and said to the four beside him, "We shall take a boat to that small island over there, which is the land of waves." Sakura gazed at the fog enveloping the sea, unable to see anything in the direction Tsunade indicated. The thick mist carried an eerie chill, filling Sakura with an unsettling premonition. One by one, they boarded the boat. To better protect Mr. Tsunade, the members of Team 7 separated themselves. Kakashi and Naruto settled at the bow, while Sakura and Sasuke occupied the stern, with Tsunade and the boatman positioned in between. This arrangement ensured that even if enemies were to strike unexpectedly, the ninjas at both ends could swiftly protect the two in the middle. The wind was fierce that day, causing the small vessel to bob precariously upon the tumultuous waves, as if it might capsize at any moment. The six travelers exchanged few words, each holding their breath in anticipation, aware that danger could arise at any time. After about an hour of sailing, Kakashi suddenly commanded the boatman to cease rowing. Sakura, keenly aware, sensed several dark figures darting past, despite the dense fog that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly withdrew shuriken from their ninja pouches. "Incoming," Kakashi murmured, just as several shuriken pierced through the mist, blending with the sound of the wind, making it difficult to discern their origin. Shadow shuriken technique. Sasuke crossed his arms, unleashing a barrage of shuriken that split into numerous duplicates, charging at the rain of shuriken descending upon them. After a cacophony of metallic clashes, hundreds of shuriken were deflected, plunging into the depths of the sea. "Well done, Sasuke," Kakashi remarked, glancing back at him, impressed by the boy's growing mastery of shuriken techniques. Before they could fully process the situation, four black iron chains emerged from the fog, each ending with a meteor hammer aimed directly at Tsunade. Tsunade, upon seeing the incoming hammers, felt his pupils constrict, paralyzed in fear. Just as it seemed he would be struck, Sakura leaped forward, executing a graceful dive. Holding a shuriken in each hand, and using her feet to split the incoming hammers, redirecting their trajectory away from Tsunade. The enemy's target was unmistakably clear, the bridge builder. Tsunade. As Sakura landed back on the boat, four-masked ninjas crawled through the mist, following the chains. Water release, water transportation technique. Kakashi formed hand seals, manipulating the water beneath the boat to steer them out of the line of attack, then turned to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "You two protect Mr. Tsunade and the boatman. Sakura and I will handle the assailants." These four assassins were all of Chunin rank or higher. Kakashi knew that taking them on alone would be time-consuming, so he welcomed Sakura's assistance. "Understood," she replied. Her vibrant green eyes shimmered as chakra coalesced into blue droplets at her fingertips, expanding and eventually transforming into two translucent water shields, poised to protect Tsunade and the boatman at a critical moment. "Are you still thinking of others at this time?" The two dark ninjas, as if in concert, hurled their meteor hammers at Sakura once more. This time, the hammers spun faster, their lethality heightened. The girl smirked, unperturbed, as the blue chakra beneath her feet propelled her into the air, showcasing her innate talent. Even on the turbulent sea, she moved with grace, as if the tumultuous waters were no different from solid ground. In the original narrative, Sakura surpassed Naruto and Sasuke during their first tree-climbing exercise. Now, she had mastered the water release, making her ability to walk and even run on water a trivial feat. The hammers missed their mark, allowing Sakura to use the momentum of one as a springboard, gracefully leaping into the air. Now it was Sakura's turn to counterattack. She chanted swiftly, Forming seals, water release, hard spiral water blade. Taking full advantage of the surrounding environment, she unleashed dozens of sharp water blades from the swirling depths, targeting the dark ninjas. The sound of slicing echoed as the blades tore into their foes, eliciting cries of pain. Game over. Sakura clapped her hands together as she descended gently back to the water surface. Meanwhile, Kakashi approached, carrying two unconscious dark ninjas over his shoulders. Sakura tore off one of the masks, revealing the traitorous face of a missing nin from the Mist Village. Kakashi examined the forehead protectors of the four ninjas. They bore the insignia of the hidden Mist Village, with a distinctive scratch marking them as traitors. Is it the Mist Village, then? It appears those two are drawing near. Sakura murmured. What did you say? Kakashi turned to her, impressed by her ability to dispatch two Chunin with such ease. He pondered her strength, realizing she might have reached the rank of Special Jonin. It's nothing. Let us be on our way, Sakura replied, stretching her arms and signaling for them to continue. They resumed their journey by boat, where Naruto excitedly clamored for Sakura to teach him the water release, awed by her earlier display. Sakura responded with a nonchalant agreement, aware that Naruto's chakra affinity was far from suited for water techniques. The water release demanded a high level of chakra control, which was why Naruto had never mastered it. As a Jinchuriki, he had no need for such finesse. Similarly, Sasuke had little requirement for it. Only those like Kakashi and Sakura, true prodigies from humble beginnings, needed the water release to navigate diverse combat scenarios. By the time they reached the land of waves, night had fallen. Dazna led his companions to his home, where they were greeted by his daughter, the gentle and beautiful Tsunade, with long brown hair cascading down to her waist, and his grandson, Inari. Tsunade warmly welcomed the four, even offering them her homemade seaweed sushi. Inari watched Naruto devour the food with disdain, pouting and glaring at the group. Inari, don't be rude. It's impolite. Tsunade gently chided her son. You guys are just a bunch of bad guys, eating up our food for 3 days. Inari suddenly shouted, storming up the stairs in frustration. Sakura paused, realizing the dire situation of the land of waves, understanding that every villager endured immense hardship. The other 3 members of Team 7 felt a wave of guilt wash over them, and Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all right, you all can eat. We have plenty at home. Thank you for saving my father, Tsunade said, already aware of their harrowing encounter at sea. Not a problem. I'm going to be Hokage one day, so saving someone is no big deal. Naruto boasted, unabashedly accepting her gratitude. Meanwhile, Sakura stifled a yawn, intending to retire to her room for rest, eager to practice her ninjutsu early the next morning. Tsunade, where will I be staying tonight? That battle was quite exhausting, and I would like to rest early. Sakura glanced sideways at Tsunade. Oh, very well. Little Sakura, your room will be on the 2nd floor, right next to Inari's, she said. Sakura nodded in gratitude and greeted Kakashi and the others before ascending the staircase alone. As she walked down the corridor, she was about to enter her room when she heard soft sobs coming from the adjacent room. Quietly, she approached the window and peered through the glass, witnessing Inari's tear-streaked face as he silently wiped his tears away from a photograph. The middle-aged man in the picture, bearing a striking resemblance to Inari, was undoubtedly the boy's father. Knowing the original storyline well, Sakura recalled that Inari's father had opposed Kato's tyrannical rule over the land of waves and had rallied the villagers to revolt, only to be executed by Kato. Little Inari had witnessed his father's death at such a tender age of 3, how utterly despairing that must have been. Kato, you truly deserve your fate. With this thought, Sakura clenched her delicate fists, determined that she would ensure the successful completion of the bridge. The following day, Kakashi led Sakura and the others to train on the grassy field outside. In a few days, Dazna would commence the bridge construction, leaving little time for training. This mission was unlike the previous C and D ranked ones. They might encounter more formidable assassination ninjas. For their safety and to better protect Mr. Dazna, they needed to enhance their skills swiftly. Kakashi looked at the trio before him and continued, Naruto and Sasuke, practice climbing trees. Focus on gathering chakra in your feet and move horizontally up the trunk. Turning to the pink-haired girl, he added, as for you, Sakura, I want to see the new jutsu you've developed and identify any flaws. Sakura was already proficient in tree climbing. Kakashi understood her talent for chakra control. Naruto protested. Why doesn't Sakura have to do tree climbing? Sasuke, glancing at the girl beside him, shared his confusion. If you want to catch up with Sakura, Naruto, Stop asking these trivial questions and get to training. Otherwise, the gap between you will only widen, Kakashi retorted bluntly. Both Naruto and Sasuke paused, gradually becoming aware of the increasing disparity between themselves and Sakura. They fell silent, recognizing that only through diligent training could they improve their abilities and not hinder Sakura and Kakashi. Watching Naruto and Sasuke train diligently, Kakashi turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, show me the jutsu you mentioned earlier." Sakura blinked her emerald eyes, feeling that with Kakashi's guidance, she could soon break through her limitations. Rising to her feet, she deftly moved her hands, blue chakra shimmering at her fingertips. A droplet of crystal-clear water expanded and spread, forming a translucent blue armor, adorned with densely packed water droplets resembling scales. "Water release. Water armor," she declared, as the armor enveloped her petite figure seamlessly. "Water armor? Such a formidable defensive technique," Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and a hint of excitement. However, this was not merely a simple defensive jutsu. It was an integrated offense and defense. Realizing his initial misjudgment, Kakashi quickly corrected himself. "Indeed, sensei, the water armor not only provides defense, but can also transform into various forms to strike at enemies." As Sakura explained the jutsu, manipulating the armor's shape, the liquid form began to extend a branch, transforming into a slender, powerful water whip that sliced through a distant tree with a resounding crack. Impressive destructive power, Kakashi marveled. Yet, the display was short-lived. Moments later, the armor dissipated, leaving Sakura breathless as she collapsed onto the ground. "Is this the issue you mentioned?" Kakashi furrowed his brows. Although the technique was powerful, its duration was too fleeting, no more than 3 minutes. In actual combat, this would be detrimental, especially against skilled jonin, where battles often became drawn out. 3 minutes is hardly sufficient for a warm-up. "Yes, sensei, I too ponder why this jutsu consumes so much chakra. Was its inception a mistake?" Sakura thought enviously of Naruto, wishing she too had a little fox dwelling within her. "The jutsu itself is not flawed. Rather, it is your methodology that requires refinement," Kakashi mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "What do you mean?" Sakura blinked, looking curiously at the handsome man before her. "The rapid chakra depletion is because every scale of your armor is infused with rapidly rotating chakra. This necessitates a constant influx of chakra to maintain the scale's high-intensity operation," he explained. Pausing, he added, "To reduce chakra consumption, you might try to be more targeted in your approach." "Targeted?" Sakura was still somewhat confused. "Yes, when you form the water armor, focus on radiating chakra from a central scale, maintaining the strongest power at the center while allowing the outer scales to be less intense. However, how can I ensure that the armor's edges remain sufficiently sturdy if the chakra diminishes? Won't that reduce the armor's hardness?" she questioned, still puzzled. "Control your speed. By managing your velocity, allow the chakra at the center to move rapidly," Kakashi articulated, emphasizing each word. Sakura's eyes lit up with understanding. "Of course, when an enemy targets a specific part of my body, I can use chakra movement to make that area the focal point, rendering it strong enough to withstand a lethal strike, while the other areas, not under attack, do not require excessive chakra." "Brilliant. As expected of you, Sakura," Kakashi praised, affectionately ruffling her hair. Sakura felt a sudden discomfort and instinctively took several steps back. "Shall I try again?" she asked, preparing to demonstrate the water release once more. Indeed, following Kakashi's advice to be more targeted, her chakra consumption diminished exponentially. Each scale of the original armor had acted as a focal point, whereas now, the focal points had drastically reduced, leading to a significant decrease in chakra expenditure. At this rate, maintaining it for 2 to 3 hours will be no problem," the pink-haired girl declared proudly. "Well then, go check on Naruto and Sasuke's training. They may need your assistance," Kakashi suggested, his affectionate tendencies resurfacing. "All right, sensei. I'll take care of them. Thank you for your invaluable help," Sakura replied, beaming as she dashed off, leaving Kakashi slightly flustered. Chapter 19. The two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen the following days unfolded unexpectedly peacefully. Sakura and her companions accompanied Dasna to the site of the Grand Bridge during the day, ensuring his safety, while at night they dedicated time to practicing their ninjutsu. The bridge was half-constructed, showcasing Dasna's exceptional engineering skills, its grandeur evident even from afar. Naruto and Sasuke had completed their tree-climbing exercises ahead of schedule. Thanks to Sakura's guidance as a top student, enhancing their chakra control. Especially Sasuke, who had not only mastered tree climbing, but could also traverse the water's surface with ease. Though he said nothing, the black-haired boy felt a deep gratitude towards Sakura. On the 7th day of the bridge construction, Sakura, feeling somewhat idle, accompanied Tsunade to the market to procure provisions for the evening meal. It was Sakura's inaugural visit to the Land of Waves, and she was astonished by the stark contrast between the imposing architecture lining the streets and the pervasive desolation that enveloped them. The thoroughfare was littered with islanders begging, ranging from an elderly woman of 80 to a mere 3-year-old child, all clad in tattered garments. The few shops and supermarkets that were open offered little more than outdated merchandise, as most establishments remained shuttered, seemingly devoid of fresh stock for an extended period. Tsunade, noticing Sakura's astonishment, gently initiated a conversation about the dire plight of the Land of Waves, once a thriving nation, its former prosperity evident in the grand edifices that still stood. However, in recent years, due to Kato's interference, the maritime trade routes had been monopolized, making it increasingly difficult for the Land of Waves to engage in commerce with other nations. Although the Land of Waves had no ninjas, its geographical advantages allowed the islanders to sustain themselves through fishing, complemented by fertile lands that yielded an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables. This enabled them to conduct trade with neighboring powers, ensuring a modest yet stable livelihood. Sakura nodded, suddenly reminded of a text she had studied in a past life. The Peach Blossom Spring, which depicted the Land of Waves as an idyllic paradise. Yet, since Kato's usurpation of maritime transport, everything had changed. Tsunade's expression fell as she recounted this, her head bowed in sorrow. The Land of Waves, devoid of a ninja village's protection and unable to muster even a single ninja, could only endure the tyranny of malevolent forces. This highlighted the paramount importance of strength in the tumultuous world of ninjas. Only those possessing the absolute power akin to the 5 great nations could hope to survive in such a treacherous landscape. As Sakura lamented the plight of the Land of Waves, she felt a renewed understanding of the significance of strength. "Please, can you spare some food? My grandmother is near death." A small voice interrupted Sakura's thoughts. Before her stood a girl of about 3, clad in a threadbare gray shirt, her face smeared with dirt, her clear eyes pleading for assistance. Perhaps drawn by Sakura's well-kept appearance, the girl perceived her as someone from an affluent background. Instinctively, Sakura retrieved a pack of biscuits from her pocket and handed it to the girl, who expressed her gratitude with a series of bows before scurrying off to an elderly woman nearby. However, this act drew the attention of the surrounding beggars, who, seeing the food in Sakura's possession, converged upon her with outstretched, filthy hands and fierce gazes, as if to say, "If you do not give, we shall take." Sakura was taken aback. Indeed, the desperation of the starving had stripped them of any semblance of decorum. In their eyes, food was the only thing of consequence, for it held the power to save their lives. Driven by hunger, they could transform from beggars into robbers in an instant. With a steely gaze, Sakura withdrew a kunai from her waist, the aura of a ninja emanating from her petite frame, sufficient to deter the encroaching beggars. Tsunade exhaled deeply, surprised that such a small figure could exude such formidable pressure. Was this truly the essence of a ninja? On the 8th day, Sakura, as was her custom, patrolled the bridge construction site with Naruto and Sasuke. The fog was thick that day, and an uneasy feeling settled within her. Kakashi seemed to sense the impending danger, advising Dazuna to return early. Such dense fog was an ideal cover for an enemy ambush. Yet Dazuna was intent on utilizing the prepared cement before it hardened, leading to a compromise where Team 7 had to enhance their vigilance. Fortunately, the cement was successfully poured, and Dazuna invited the workers, along with Team 7, to partake in lunch. "Wow, delicious seaweed rice balls. I can't wait to dig in," Naruto exclaimed, salivating at the sight of the food. Just as he was about to indulge, 3 shurikens shot through the mist towards them. "Watch out." Sasuke, quick on his feet, executed a shuriken shadow clone technique just in time to deflect the incoming assault. Naruto swallowed hard, relieved he hadn't begun eating, lest he choke. "Ha ha, you lot still find time to eat? Leaf ninjas are truly carefree." A mocking voice pierced the fog, sharp and grating. Following the sound, 3 ninjas emerged slowly from the mist, displaying no intent of stealth or assassination, exuding confidence in their abilities. An elite jonin accompanied by 3 inexperienced youths hardly warranted their covert efforts. The speaker bore a smoky visage, with dark brown shoulder-length hair. wielding twin short blades adorned with crescent-shaped branches. That's Raiga. Kakashi recognized the ninja weapon immediately. Raiga of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. A survivor from the last generation who had evaded Mado Gai's 8 Gates of Death, now resurfacing in the Land of Waves, was unexpected. Beside him stood a slight boy masked as a mist ninja, while another, a muscular man draped in a beheading sword with half his face bandaged, completed the trio. "It's Haku and Zabuza Momochi," Sakura remarked. Kakashi's expression darkened. Kato's influence was indeed formidable. Managing to recruit 2 members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and a wielder of the Ice Release bloodline to serve him. It seemed that, in any world, the allure of wealth was irresistible. The remaining members of Team 7 gazed at Sakura in surprise, wondering how she recognized these mist ninjas. However, Kakashi's focus had shifted entirely. He quickly commanded Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to form a protective formation around Tsunade and the other workers. His demeanor grew grave, if what Sakura had said was true. Then facing both Zabuza and Raiga meant contending with 2 elite jonin simultaneously. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon, one that could claim lives. As Kakashi slowly unveiled his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan, he declared, "Copy Ninja Kakashi, you have indeed acquired the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Zabuza's cold voice responded, his ninja manual evidently containing detailed information about the elite leaf ninja. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, curious as to how Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, a trait exclusive to his clan. "Before the Sharingan, your every jutsu shall be rendered futile," Kakashi asserted, not out of arrogance, but to instill a sense of intimidation in his adversaries, ensuring that their morale remained unshaken. Chapter 20. Raiga of the Black Thunder. "Zabuza, leave Kakashi to me," the masked youth said softly, exhibiting an unnerving calmness for his age. "You little brat, do you not have any manners? Show some humility before your seniors," Raiga retorted, clearly eyeing Kakashi with interest. "White, you handle that little brat. Our target is Tsunade." "Seize the opportunity to take his head," Zabuza instructed, eyeing Sakura and her companions, who were firmly guarding Tsunade. "Understood, Zabuza." The masked boy formed hand seals and instantaneously appeared before Sakura and her friends. With a swift motion, 3 silver needles shot towards Tsunade. Sakura smirked, twirling the kunai deftly between her fingers before launching it at the needles. With a sharp crack, the needles were thwarted, clattering to the ground. This girl effortlessly countered Haku's attack, a testament to the exceptional talent emerging from the Leaf Village. Raiga, visibly intrigued by the pink-haired girl, observed her with keen interest. Water style? Hidden mist technique. At that moment, Zabuza had vanished, his massive form concealed within the thick fog. Was he the legendary ghost who kills unseen amidst the mist? Sakura's heart began to race with unease. Kakashi gathered chakra beneath his feet and dashed forward, unleashing a powerful kick towards Haku, determined to eliminate at least one adversary first. "Kakashi, your opponent is me." A chilling whisper echoed from behind him. Zabuza reappeared abruptly, delivering a tremendous elbow strike to Kakashi's back, catching him off guard and sending him flying several meters off the bridge, plunging directly into the tumultuous waves below. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted, fearing that if Kakashi were lost, their battle would be doomed. "Do you still have the leisure to care for others?" Raya glared at Naruto, raising his lightning sword, crackling with twisting blue electricity. Lightning release, lightning ball. 2 fist-sized orbs of lightning surged toward Naruto. Water release, water dragon jutsu, Sakura called out, advancing towards Raya with her own water jutsu while instructing Sasuke and Naruto behind her to protect Tsunade at all costs. The girl intended to divert the dangerous Raya away, for his lightning attacks had a vast range and could easily incinerate someone like Tsunade, an ordinary civilian. The water dragon collided with the lightning balls, producing a sizzling display of blue and white sparks as they both neutralized each other. Raya, undeterred, sprinted towards the distant sea, indifferent to the bounty or the first kill, only yearning for an exhilarating battle with a worthy ninja. Most of the last generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen were psychologically deranged. Meanwhile, Kakashi had re-emerged on the bridge, barely managing to fend off Zabuza's deadly sword strikes. The scene mirrored the original narrative, with Naruto and Sasuke facing off against Haku, and Kakashi pitted against Zabuza. The only difference was the addition of the troublesome Raya. Sakura wondered if she might perish here, especially since she lacked the Prince's fox charm. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. "No, I mustn't curse myself. That's bad luck." She admonished herself. Hey girl, how long do you intend to run? Come face my lightning. Rhea exclaimed excitedly, the electricity on his sword shining brightly, merging with him. Truly a maniac, thought Sakura as she bit her lip. Realizing she was far enough from the bridge, it was time to confront her foe. Why stop running? Are you ready to accept my judgment? Rhea sneered. Judgment? This guy's demeanor was reminiscent of Haiden from the Immortal Duo, even borrowing his lines. Heh, who knows who will face judgment first? Sakura retorted coldly, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 pink-haired girls appeared atop the sea, as Sakura devised a battle plan against a ninja of Rhea's caliber. Shadow clones, huh? That won't work on me. Rhea dismissed, resting his dual swords on his shoulder. How can you know without trying? Sakura murmured. 2 of her clones had already concentrated chakra at their feet, launching an attack towards Rhea. Trivial skills, Rhea scoffed, sheathing his swords and effortlessly intercepting the girl's kicks, seizing her ankle to restrict her movement. But it's not over yet. Sakura retaliated, throwing punches at Rhea's head from both sides. He leaned back, easily evading her blows. Kid, sticking so close to a lightning ninja is perilous. Rhea grinned lewdly at the girl right before him. Lightning release. Lightning strike. In an instant, Rhea's body was enveloped in a surge of electricity, every inch of his skin shimmering with blue light. No, Sakura cried, attempting to escape his grasp, but he held her tightly, sending shivers through her body from the electric shock. The 2 shadow clones dissipated into puffs of smoke. Sakura had initially intended to create a diversion with the shadow clones, but it seemed that plan was futile. Is that all you've got? Rhea taunted, brandishing his dual swords as dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, with lightning flickering between them. Let me show you the true power of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Rhea commanded, directing his lightning-infused blades, which sparked and spread like a spider's web connecting to the clouds above. It was a natural force, despite his seemingly foolish demeanor. He adeptly utilized the natural lightning in battle. Not only did it conserve chakra, but it also exponentially increased his power. Sakura gazed up at the sprawling blue lightning, her expression remarkably serene. Her fingers danced, rapidly forming seals. She too wished to discern the superiority of water over lightning. Lightning release, heavenly network. Water release, 5-point whip. The sea erupted with towering waves, 5 blue, tornado-like whips emerging from the water, charging directly at Rhea's lightning. Sakura adeptly maneuvered her petite form amidst the monstrous waves, remaining untouched by the water, calm and composed. She had employed the water armor technique from the very start to shield herself. In that moment, brilliant light erupted, blurring the line between day and night. Rhea stared at the immense chakra before him, his pupils contracting. What jutsu is this? I've never seen anything like it. Before long, the sea regained its tranquility, both ninjas having expended considerable chakra in their last exchange. Yet, Rhea appeared somewhat disheveled, drenched and panting, while Sakura had also depleted half of her chakra. The ensuing battle required swift resolution. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Chapter 21. Am I a good actor? Yet, Rhea did not recklessly unleash his lightning jutsu as he had before. Instead, he stood quietly upon the water's surface, balancing on one foot, lightly tapping the surface with his toes, while the other foot slowly lifted. With the formation of seals, his figure gradually faded from Sakura's sight. Sakura's emerald eyes widened. She realized that the mist dispersed by her water jutsu was thickening once more intense than before. Another mist concealment technique. The ninjas from the Mist Village seemed particularly adept at using such jutsu. Little girl, now you'll understand what the true 7 ninja swordsmen are capable of. The voice echoed from every direction, making it impossible to discern Rhea's location. Sakura hastened to amplify her water armor technique. I don't know what you're planning, but against an unseen enemy, all your efforts are futile, Rhea declared arrogantly. A sharp sound sliced through the air as his lightning blade grazed Sakura's back. Sakura, she screamed, immediately fleeing in the opposite direction. She clutched her wounded shoulder, her movements slowing considerably. Not enough, far from enough. I want to carve you up piece by piece, staining the sea red with your blood. Enjoy this exhilarating slaughter. Rhea's demeanor turned frenzied. What a psycho. Sakura's lips twitched as she sought to pinpoint his location. A fresh cut appeared on her abdomen, eliciting another scream. Ha ha ha, how does judgment taste? Rhea's voice resonated in her ears amidst the fog, yet she could not catch a glimpse of her adversary. With a flurry of slicing sounds, several more strikes landed on her. Sakura could no longer withstand the onslaught. Collapsing onto the sea, her pink form trembling violently. Gasping for breath, she had completely lost the will to fight. Poor little girl, let me grant you a swift end. Observing that Sakura posed no further threat, Reia's figure gradually materialized as he raised his lightning sword, lunging directly at her. Clearly, the recent use of his mist concealment technique had drained a significant amount of chakra, preventing him from employing a long-range lightning attack and instead charging in recklessly. Hee. You've fallen for my trap. Sakura's lips curled into a slight arc. An opportunity had presented itself. Water style, water prison jutsu. The young girl clenched her right fist, manipulating the water beneath Raiga's feet to ensnare him tightly. With a determined grip, she exerted her strength. This technique, which Sakura had mastered, owed its inspiration to a certain individual from Tsunade. Raiga felt a searing pain radiate from his feet, collapsing to the ground as his two thunder blades were propelled away, plunging into the abyss of the ocean. Why, you're unhurt? Raiga gazed at Sakura, realizing, to his astonishment, that her body bore no trace of the wounds he had inflicted. Sakura scoffed lightly and rose gracefully, her water armor manifesting as shimmering blue chakra scales enveloped her entirely. Her earlier cries had been mere theatrics, intended to lure her foe from the shadows. Lacking sensory abilities, she had resorted to this ruse to draw Raiga out into the open. So what now? Are you ready to concede? Sakura stood with her hands in her pockets, surveying the once mighty Raiga. The potency of her water prison jutsu was formidable, containing rapidly spinning chakra that rivaled Gaara's sand-binding coffin. Was it your armor that absorbed all my attacks? Raiga inquired, astonished by the silvery sheen of her translucent armor. Indeed, I would have found it challenging to defeat you without this secret weapon, Sakura acknowledged, aware that a direct confrontation with Raiga would lead to her chakra being exhausted. Great ninjas must possess a clever mind to adeptly navigate unforeseen circumstances, much like Shikamaru's triumph over the more powerful Haiden in the original tale. I underestimated you. Who would have thought that I, Raiga of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, would fall to a mere girl? Raiga bit back his frustration, now disarmed and incapacitated. I suppose I can only blame my own acting skills. Sakura smiled, then her gaze hardened. Water style, water blade technique. A sharp water blade materialized from her alabaster wrist, aimed directly at Raiga's chest. Caught off guard, he met his end without a hint of pain. In the world of ninjas, one must eliminate their enemies. Sympathy was a luxury Sakura could not afford. Since the day she embraced her role as a ninja, she had resolved to forsake compassion. In the realm of Naruto, empathy is often a cardinal sin. Ding. Successfully eliminated a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, gaining 1,000 health points and 800 chakra points, along with a surprise reward. Click for the surprise reward. Please choose between Snake Summoning Technique and Snail Summoning Technique. Select Snail Summoning Technique. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had unlocked the Snail Summoning Technique. Indeed, the rewards from defeating higher-ranked ninjas were considerably more generous. As for the Snake Summoning Technique, she dismissed it with a wave of her hand. She had no desire to emulate Orochimaru, with his propensity to transform into a bizarre, white, phosphorescent serpent, complicating any future prospects of family life. Closing the system, Sakura clad herself in water armor and dove into the sea where Raiga's blades had fallen. After a thorough search, she finally retrieved them and promptly headed toward the bridge. She wondered how Kakashi was faring. Upon reaching the bridge, she beheld Zabuza being savagely bitten by 8 ferocious hounds, with Pakin among the most enthusiastic. The silver-haired man was panting heavily, observing Zabuza. It seems the battle is nearly decided, Sakura mused, compelled to admire the scene. She glanced over at Naruto and Sasuke, ensnared within a massive ice mirror, obscuring all visibility of their struggle. Having expended much of her chakra in the previous fight, she realized entering that icy prison would likely spell her doom. All she could do was hope for their survival. Inside the mirror, Sasuke lay bloodied, his black hair disheveled from defending Naruto, pierced by numerous needles and barely clinging to life. Each mirrored surface reflected a masked boy, making it impossible to discern the true form. Damn it! How could they inflict such harm on Sasuke? Naruto seethed, witnessing his fallen friend, his agitation escalating. The markings of the 9 tails on his face intensified as his chakra surged, manifesting as visible red steam. The boy within the mirror was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? He should have no chakra left." Unbeknownst to him, Naruto harbored a formidable secret within. Chapter 22. I'm sorry, Bai. Encased in crimson chakra, Naruto emitted a heart-wrenching wail. He glared at the boy in the mirror, his nails elongating, and in an instant, he lunged at the ice mirror with ferocious speed, leaving Bai questioning his very existence. With a cacophony, Naruto shattered the mirrors with bare hands, and within half a minute, the once unbroken barrier crumbled, his red chakra soaring skyward. What? Has Naruto's seal been broken? Kakashi observed the crimson light in the distance, feeling the overwhelming chakra wash over him. Good heavens! This is the power of the Nine Tails. It's terrifying. Sakura's pink hair stood on end from the immense pressure. Kakashi-sensei, don't go near him. Can't you see Naruto is rational now? If I'm not mistaken, he's protecting Sasuke. Sakura urged, attempting to dissuade Kakashi from his reckless intent. Kakashi halted, acknowledging the merit in her words, and reconsidered his approach. I am Zabuza's most prized tool. I shall not be defeated so easily. Bai, facing the monstrous figure of the golden-haired boy, narrowed his pupils but showed no signs of retreat. Armed with silver needles, he summoned countless masked clones to rush at Naruto. Naruto, a beast devoid of emotion, swiped left and right. Within moments, Bai's mirror clones were dismantled, ultimately revealing the face of his true form. A strikingly beautiful boy with bright eyes and a handsome visage. Perhaps the danger had subsided, or perhaps he was entranced by the boy's beauty. Naruto gradually regained his composure. I concede. Go ahead and kill me, Uzumaki Naruto. Bai surrendered, never imagining that after years of serving Zabuza and slaying countless ninjas, he would fall to a mere child. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sensei, Bai lamented, gazing at Zabuza still restrained by the ninja hounds, disappointment saturating his words. Bai, you have disappointed me greatly by losing to a lowly genin. Zabuza coldly remarked, treating Bai not as a comrade, but as a discarded pawn. Your sins are too numerous, Zabuza. Allow me to conclude this. Kakashi then formed the Chidori, blue chakra surging like a fierce beast towards Zabuza's heart. Yet, this strike was intercepted by Bai, who rushed in to shield his master. The lightning pierced Bai's body, blood spilling from his lips, yet there was no trace of agony on his face. Instead, he gazed contentedly at Zabuza, softly uttering, Zabuza-sensei, did I not meet your expectations? Very well, Bai. You performed admirably, displaying your final worth. Zabuza grinned, though a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. Bai slowly closed his eyes, seemingly content, as the young man appeared to believe he had died with honor. How can you do this? He was your comrade. Naruto, having regained consciousness, shouted at Zabuza, unable to comprehend his callousness. Comrade, in my world, there are no comrades, only interests, money for work, Zabuza coldly retorted. Sakura placed her hand on her forehead, feeling the weight of the grim scene. At that moment, what could she possibly say to lighten the atmosphere? Perhaps it was better to remain silent. Well done, Zabuza. You have indeed brought about mutual destruction. This is the outcome I desired. A stout man in an expensive suit emerged from the fog, flanked by two bodyguard ninjas. He was Kato, the source of all evil. This wretch is pathetic, unable to defeat even a lowly genin. Kato approached Bai's lifeless body, stepping on the boy's head and kicking it disdainfully. He then looked at Zabuza and said, You are equally useless. I paid a handsome bounty, and you couldn't even kill a bridge builder. But now, look at you, all injured, and now you will all perish. After delivering his scorn, Kato kicked Bai several more times. Zabuza gazed at the boy on the ground, torn between pity for Bai and hatred for Kato. His eyes suddenly glowed crimson, as if on the verge of shattering. In a moment of fury, his broken body broke free from the restraints of the ninja hounds, wielding his great sword and charging at Kato. The speed was astonishing, even causing Sakura to gasp in awe, despite Zabuza having no chakra left. With a single strike, he severed Kato's head, blood instantly staining the ground beneath. The two bodyguards were paralyzed with fear, screaming for mercy as they abandoned their master and fled. Zabuza, expending his last ounce of strength, collapsed in a pool of blood beside Bai. Love may be flawed, but the power of friendship is indeed magnificent, Sakura thought. Zabuza looked at the boy who had fought by his side, struggling to utter, I'm sorry, Bai. Moments later, he closed his eyes forever. Team 7 stood silently, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Even Kakashi, accustomed to life and death, remained silent for a long while, perhaps reminded of two deceased friends from his past. A month later, Team 7 had nearly fully recovered, and the bridge was finally completed under Tsunade's construction. To express his gratitude, Tsunade named the bridge Sakura Zaku Naruto Bridge. Kakashi vehemently refused to have his name included, deeming it too cliché. Naruto was the most delighted, even insisting on attending the bridge's completion ceremony, only to be mercilessly pulled back by Sakura. Sasuke, having sustained the most severe injuries, was still wrapped in bandages as they prepared to leave. "Do you want me to carry you, Sasuke?" Naruto teased with a mischievous grin. No way." Sasuke blushed, firmly rejecting the offer. "It seems you have all grown quite a bit," Kakashi remarked, his eyes narrowing in a fond gaze at the trio, clearly pleased with their performance, especially Sakura, who had bravely acted as bait and single-handedly defeated the S-rank rogue ninja, Raiga. Sakura, feeling Kakashi's intense gaze, suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly pulled out her spoils from her bag. "Here, Kakashi-sensei, I think this Raiga sword suits you perfectly." Sakura believed the dual blades should belong to Kakashi, as he was the most adept with lightning techniques. "Huh, for me?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, as he seldom used swords. "I think you should make more use of a sword, and these Raiga blades can fully integrate with your lightning techniques, maximizing their potential. After all, you can't rely solely on the Sharingan," Sakura suggested, believing she had been sufficiently tactful. If Kakashi didn't depend on the Sharingan, his strength would likely have surpassed its current level, given that he was a genius ninja capable of becoming a Jonin at the age of 12. Ironically, his prowess had stagnated after acquiring the Sharingan. The Sharingan was both a blessing and a curse. Chapter 23. How much is this executioner's blade worth? Well, Sakura is quite concerned about me, Kakashi thought innocently, believing the girl wished for him not to overuse the Sharingan, as it left him extremely exhausted each time. "Kakashi-sensei, I believe Sakura is right. This Raiga sword suits you. It's super cool." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he admired the Raiga blade, longing to possess it, though he was unable to use lightning techniques. "All right then, thank you for your kind gesture, Sakura. I'll accept it," Kakashi said, smiling as he ruffled Sakura's hair and strapped the Raiga blades to his back. The girl expressed her strong dissent with a deadpan stare. "Oh, right, there's also this." Kakashi remembered Zabuza's great sword and retrieved a summoning scroll from his ninja pack. With a series of hand seals, a large, thick-bladed silver sword appeared before them. "We could sell this executioner's blade at the Konoha tool shop. It should fetch a good amount of money," Sakura suggested with a mischievous smile. Neither Naruto, Sasuke, nor Sakura excelled in swordsmanship, rendering the executioner's blade rather useless to them. "I agree with Sakura," Naruto chimed in, raising both hands in support. "With that money, we could buy a month's worth of instant noodles and Naruto rolls." Sasuke silently approved. "All right then, Sakura, it's up to you to handle it," Kakashi said, returning the executioner's blade to the scroll and handing it to Sakura. "All right, let's head back to Konoha." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the four through a crystal ball, his eyes filled with great interest. Initially, he was only concerned with the prodigy and the brooding one of Team 7. But he was utterly surprised by the unexpected prowess of the pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura. She had single-handedly slain one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga, a formidable elite Jonin. Hiruzen perused the information on Sakura, noting that she had no family background or bloodline limit, and even more astonishingly, her parents were ordinary civilians. Her exceptional chakra control reminded the third Hokage of one of his former female disciples, who also possessed extraordinary prowess in chakra manipulation. Unfortunately, he was unaware of her current whereabouts. Hiruzen hoped to cultivate a shadow-level powerhouse akin to the Yellow Flash, and this girl named Sakura seemed a fitting candidate. However, his current physical condition and energy levels were insufficient to personally instruct her. If that female ninja were still around, it would have been different. With this thought, Hiruzen immediately summoned 2 Umbu hidden on the rooftop. They swiftly appeared in the office. "Hokage-sama, what are your orders?" "Gather a small squad of Umbu and immediately search for Tsunade beyond the borders of the Fire Country. Ensure she comes to Konoha. I have urgent matters to discuss with her." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Umbu vanished at once. "A month without seeing Konoha. I've missed you." Naruto stood atop the towering gates of Konoha, stretching exaggeratedly and inhaling the fresh air. "Sakura, are you heading home?" Sasuke looked at Sakura, wanting to inquire about her chakra control techniques. Recently, the dark-haired boy had been learning lightning techniques from Kakashi and was still somewhat clumsy with chakra control. "Me? I'm planning to sell the executioner's blade for some money, then indulge in a feast. Would you like to join me, Sasuke? Sakura felt that during their time together, Sasuke seemed less gloomy. Perhaps Naruto's carefree nature had influenced him. Hey, do you all wish to eat alone? I want to go with Sakura too. Naruto leaped down from the gate, eagerly inching closer to Sakura. All right then, let's go together. Sakura shrugged. She had grown accustomed to the prince's personality over these days. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she could tolerate it. Would you like to join us, sensei? Sakura looked up at Kakashi, who was standing nearby. I won't be going. I need to report to Lord Hokage about this mission. He paused, a glint of excitement flashing in his silver eyes. And I need to collect the bounty. We took down 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen this time, so the reward should be considerable. Kakashi's tone brimmed with pride. You wouldn't want to hoard the bounty for yourself, would you? Sakura rolled her eyes at Kakashi. Ha ha ha, how could I? Don't worry. I will share it with you all. The 4 of them burst into laughter. At the Konoha ninja tool shop, is anyone here? Sakura, shouldering the hefty beheading sword, called out. Is the owner not here? Naruto peered over the counter curiously. Hey, that's not right, Naruto. If the owner isn't here, we shouldn't go in. Sasuke admonished as he watched Naruto about to step inside. I'm here. Sorry, I was just cooking in the back. A young girl with a bun hairstyle and a traditional Chinese aesthetic emerged from within. Isn't this the master of ninja tools, Tenten? What ninja tools do you need? We have shurikens, kunai, nunchaku, meteor hammers, and wind blades. Tenten earnestly introduced the tools, resembling a little shopkeeper. We're here to sell this, Sakura said, placing the large sword onto the counter. Tenten's dark eyes widened instantly. Being accustomed to dealing with ninja tools, she had certainly heard of the infamous beheading sword. Is this the legendary beheading sword used by the 7 ninja swordsmen? After saying this, the girl couldn't resist touching the thick handle. The quality is unmistakable. Yes, just tell me, how much can this be worth? Naruto eagerly anticipated a feast. This is an S-rank ninja tool. It should be worth around 3 million ryo. Tenten took a deep breath, somewhat incredulous that such a sword was in the hands of 3 genin. If she remembered correctly, these 3 children were a year below her. They had crossed paths in the ninja academy, though they weren't very familiar. 3 million ryo. Naruto exclaimed in shock, wondering how many years of Ichiraku ramen that could buy him. All right, it's a deal. Sakura agreed without a second thought. Tenten's innocent and adorable demeanor didn't seem like someone who would deceive them. Wait a moment, I'll go upstairs to get your money. Tenten rolled up the sword into a summoning scroll and turned to head upstairs. A minute later, the girl descended with an enormous bag. We've struck it rich, Naruto exclaimed, enchanted by the clinking sound of coins in the bag, having never seen such wealth. Here you go, take care of it, okay? If you lose it, I want to be responsible, Tenten advised. Sakura accepted the silver, marveling at its weight. However, thinking of all that money, she couldn't help but feel thrilled. She could buy a dress for Haruno Ino, a suit for Haruno Choji, renovate her home inside and out, and finally get herself a bathtub. Then she could enjoy daily baths, as the shower at home was far too outdated, always leaving her with a cold and hot experience. Everything needed to be replaced. The more Sakura thought, the more she envisioned her dreams. After the 3 received their money, they excitedly dashed to the barbecue restaurant on the street for a feast, having starved themselves during their time in the land of waves. Chapter 24, A Great Feast. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, boss, we want 3 servings, no? 6 servings of grilled lamb chops, 6 servings of grilled beef steak, 3 servings of grilled fish, 3 juices, and 3 sushi. Naruto surveyed the menu, eager to order more. That's enough, Naruto. Do you want to burst us? Sasuke looked at the prince in horror. This isn't too much. I could eat it all by myself. Naruto patted his flat stomach in defiance. Sakura thought it wasn't too much either. After all, they could always take leftovers home. Among the 3, Sasuke always had the smallest appetite. Sakura, you all are back from your mission. Ino's voice suddenly rang in Sakura's ears. Turning around, Sakura saw Ino accompanied by Shikamaru and Choji. The 3 of them were indeed inseparable. Come over and eat with us, Ino. Today it's my treat. Sakura felt a warm sense of familiarity upon seeing the charming blonde girl after such a long time. Choji's eyes lit up at the mention of Sakura treating them, his chips suddenly losing their appeal. How long has it been? I missed you so much, Sakura, Ino exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Sakura, her voice tinged with emotion. You don't know how bored I was training alone while you were gone. All right, don't cry. I'm back now, and we can train together again. Sakura gently wiped away Ino's tears, affectionately ruffling her sandy blonde hair. This made Naruto, who was watching from the side, incredibly envious. I want a hug too, Sakura. Get lost. Sakura replied, striking him on the head. The boy clutched his now swollen head, tears streaming down his face, which immediately made Ino laugh. Sakura, I heard you took down 2 Jonin on your mission? Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, lazily spoke up. Shikamaru was indeed the son of Nara Shikaku, as he seemed to be quite well informed. It appeared that his father had many years in Konoha's military, likely second only to Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The title of Konoha's genius strategist and chief commander wasn't given without reason. Yes, we're quite impressive, aren't we? Naruto, who had just been crying, couldn't help but boast again. Please, what does that have to do with you? It was probably Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke who did it, Shikamaru remarked. Well aware of his friend's abilities, Naruto had always been part of the quartet that frequently skipped classes with him, Choji, and Kiba. Shikamaru was all too familiar with Naruto's capabilities. No, Naruto helped a lot, and even saved me. Sasuke, though reluctant to admit it, still vividly recalled the scene. The black-haired boy had been bleeding on the ground like a porcupine when Naruto had gone berserk. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be sitting here enjoying barbecue now. Really? Naruto is that strong? He saved Sasuke-kun. Ino looked at Naruto in disbelief. This made Naruto somewhat bashful. Haha. It was nothing special, really. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged incredulous glances at Naruto's modesty. All right, little guests, your barbecue is here. The waiter pushed a large cart filled with grilled meat and various drinks and vegetables to their table. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all took their seats. Boss, the same dishes and meat again, please, Sakura boldly commanded. Wah, Sakura, you're so rich. You must have made quite a bit from this mission, Ino sighed inwardly, appreciating having a wealthy friend. Not too bad. I sold a sword for 3 million Ryo. Naruto interjected. 3 million Ryo. That's 3 times. Yes. And that doesn't even include the mission's bounty, Sakura added. Hey, Naruto, you can pay me back the 500 Ryo you owe me now, Shikamaru remarked, filled with envy. Haha, of course. Here, take it back with interest. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and pulled out 700 Ryo to hand to Shikamaru. This 500 Ryo had taken Naruto over 2 years to repay. Suddenly, Naruto remembered he still owed Kiba 300 Ryo, Shino 600 Ryo, and Hinata 8,000 Ryo. Now he could settle all his debts. The boy sighed in relief, feeling truly unburdened. This is for you, Ino. Sakura retrieved a silver hairband from her backpack, a purchase made during her return from the land of waves. She believed it complemented Ino's hair color beautifully. Wow, I actually have a gift. It's so lovely, Ino exclaimed, her face flushing with delight as she gazed at the hairband. When did you buy this, Sakura? I had no idea. Naruto interjected, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Shut up. Both Sakura and Ino retorted in unison, causing Naruto to fall silent in fear. After finishing their barbecue, the group bid their farewells. Ino took Sakura's hand, as she would be staying over at Sakura's house that night. It had been quite some time since she had the chance to cuddle with the pink-haired girl while sleeping. Ino longed to see her friend return safely from missions. Meanwhile, Haruno Mei was overjoyed, having meticulously tidied up Sakura's room long before, even replacing the bed linens with fresh ones. Haruno Zhaotai, with a glint of greed in his eyes, gazed at the silver coins Sakura casually tossed onto the table, exclaiming, "It seems being a ninja pays well. Just how many crops would we need to grow to earn this much?" Haruno Mei playfully chided her husband for being obsessed with money, while Haruno Zhaodai proudly replied, "What can I say? Our daughter is quite capable. Sakura, the water in the bathroom is ready. You and Ino can wash up together," Haruno Mei called out to Sakura's room. "Okay, Mom," Sakura replied, clutching her pajamas as she and Ino entered the bathroom together, their bodies bare. The warm water cascaded over Ino's delicate skin. "Sakura, let me wash you. You've been working so hard on missions," Ino said, her cheeks reddening as she nervously trembled. "All right, then I'll wash you, Ino. Your skin is so soft," Sakura replied. Swallowing hard, the steam enveloped the small bathroom, creating an atmosphere thick with warmth and anticipation. Outside the land of fire, at the #1 gambling den, a blonde woman draped in a green robe sat at a table, furrowing her brow as she examined the dice cup before her. This was her last bit of money. Losing would mean utter bankruptcy. "Lady Tsunade, I'm out of funds," said Shizune, her expression awkward as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The pink pig plushie in her hands held its breath, as if fearing for its life. Enough with the chatter. Tsunade snapped, biting her crimson lip before continuing. No, wait. I bet small. All right, the bet is set. Roll. The dealer lifted the cup, revealing a 4, 5, and 6. Big win. The house loses, the opponent wins. The man across the table erupted in laughter, sweeping the coins toward himself. As expected, I lost again. I told you Lady Tsunade always loses at gambling. Shizen lamented, recalling the hard-earned money she had lost in mere minutes due to Tsunade's reckless betting. Let us play again, Tsunade declared, slamming her red-nailed hand onto the table, causing it to shake ominously. You have no money left. What are you doing? The man protested, clutching his winnings tightly. Tsunade's demeanor shifted dangerously, and the man, intimidated by her presence, stammered, A bet is a bet, my dear. Hearing the words big fat sheep made Tsunade's frustration peak. Just as she was about to explode, 3 figures appeared behind her, each wearing cat-shaped masks. You again. What do you want? Tsunade asked, her tone laced with impatience. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please return to Konoha at once. Chapter 25. The Sage of Whetbone Forest is enormous. That old coot. Tsunade paused. Having not been in the village for over a decade, she was puzzled as to why the 3rd Hokage would summon her now. I don't have time for that. Konoha has nothing to do with me anymore, she firmly rejected. The 3rd Hokage mentioned that if you return, you will receive 1 million ryo as a token of gratitude. The lead Umbu stated, glancing at the dice cup on the table. The rumors of Tsunade's luck in gambling were widely known. 1 million ryo was indeed a tempting offer. 1 million ryo, Lady Tsunade. Shizun's eyes sparkled, recalling the hefty loans she had taken out for Tsunade's gambling debts. Upon hearing the amount, a subtle shift occurred in Tsunade's expression. Consider it, Lady Tsunade. The 3rd Hokage awaits your return, the Umbu said before vanishing in a flurry of hand seals. The gambler, seizing the moment, quickly gathered his winnings and fled. Tsunade resumed her seat, her demeanor cold and commanding. She crossed her legs leisurely, contemplating the anxious plushie in her grasp. Meanwhile, Shizun continued to mutter excitedly, 1 million ryo. Lady Tsunade, 1 million ryo. The 3rd Hokage is so generous. At the 7th training ground, the pink-haired girl studied the summoning scroll in her hands with unwavering focus. The scroll read, The slug is a part of the body of the Sage of Whetbone Forest, a giant slug that has existed for over 1,000 years since the era of Kaguya. It is a powerful figure in the summoning realm, capable of splitting and used for large-scale healing. It contains an immense amount of sage chakra and is particularly large. To summon, one must sign a blood contract, it continued. Hand seals, ugly, dog, een, and snake. Sign a contract? Sakura was taken aback. She had never even seen a slug, let alone sign a contract with one. In the original story, Naruto had signed a contract with Gamabunta because Jiraiya had summoned a small frog beforehand. The thought left Sakura feeling a bit dejected. Suddenly, the summoning scroll glowed with a crimson light, and a system prompt echoed in her ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the slug summoning technique, along with an accompanying skill. Reverse summoning technique. Players can use this skill to reverse summon to the Whetbone Forest and gain the slug's acknowledgement to sign a contract. Wow, a skill derivation? Sakura marveled at the system's algorithm. This was akin to receiving a free reverse summoning technique alongside the original. What a bargain. From now on, call me Sakura. The girl promptly began performing the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. With a pop, she vanished in a puff of white smoke. In the next moment, she found herself plummeting through the air at a rapid speed of 5,000 meters per second. Am I going to die? She gasped as she glanced down at the ground, a vast expanse of blue and white stretching endlessly below her. Sakura's lips curled into a smile as she relaxed, closing her eyes and surrendering to the descent. With a soft thud, she landed in a fluffy blue and white mass. How delightful. It feels so soft, she thought, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Who are you, little girl? A sweet, melodic voice inquired from beside her. As she opened her eyes, she saw a tiny slug, no larger than the palm of her hand, peering at her curiously. Its 2 tentacles curled adorably. Hello there, little slug. I'm Sakura Haruno, she replied sheepishly, feeling like a thief intruding into forbidden territory. We Haven Tea had new visitors in Whetbone Forest for many years. Welcome, Sakura Haruno, the tiny slug said warmly, showing no signs of hostility. Truly, It was the gentlest summoning creature as the legend suggested. Come, little girl. Let me take you to meet our ancestor. The sage of slugs, the tiny slug offered. It was clear that visitors typically came with a purpose, either to learn summoning techniques or to train in sage arts. Nodding, Sakura rose and followed the little slug forward. As she stepped onto the soft, white mass, her emerald eyes widened in realization. This is the sage of slug's true form. The vast wet-bone forest turned out to be merely a part of the slug sage's body. Sakura was astonished. How immense must it be? Truly, a manifestation of animal spirit. All right, here I come, she announced. The little slug gazed at the two enormous tentacles before it, bowing respectfully. Sage, a small guest has arrived. The colossal tentacles stirred, and soon a gargantuan slug head emerged from the endless blue-white mass. You are Haruno Sakura, the slug sage remarked, twisting its body, causing the very earth to tremble. It dawned on Sakura that all the little slugs were mere manifestations of its being. Her information had already been conveyed to the sage by the little slug. Indeed, esteemed sage, Sakura replied, wary of jesting, knowing that a displeased reaction could result in her being corroded to nothingness by decades-old phlegm. What a delightful young lady you are. Do tell, how did you arrive at the wet-bone forest? The sage's tone was gentle and calm, its voice melodious. Well, it was Lady Tsunade who instructed me. She wishes for me to form a contract with the little slug. Sakura's eyes darted as she fabricated her tale. Oh, is that so, little Tsunade? Upon hearing the name of an old acquaintance, the sage narrowed its eyes. You are quite remarkable, becoming Tsunade's disciple at such a young age. The slug sage continued, following Sakura's lead. Ahahaha. Sakura chuckled nervously, touching her nose. Since you are a disciple of an old friend, let us commence. The sage wasted no time and immediately summoned a contract technique. Dear girl, our meeting is fate. Please inscribe your name upon it. Sakura eyed the contract, swallowed hard, and without hesitation, bit her finger. Haruno Sakura. The little slug beside her also signed its name on another line. Thus, I shall henceforth be your summoning beast. The little slug gazed up at its new master. Sakura crouched down, extending her delicate hand to cradle the tiny slug. How small? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Can something so tiny participate in battle? The slug sage seemed to sense her concern and spoke kindly. The size of a slug is determined by the chakra you possess. It is not merely a matter of appearance. If your chakra is sufficiently powerful, you could even summon my true form. The sage paused, recalling the last time its true form was summoned, by Hashirama Senju, whose chakra was immensely potent. True form. Sakura's pupils dilated in shock. Indeed, I hope you train diligently. I have not seen the outside world in its entirety for a long time. The sage's words encouraged the pink-haired girl before her. All right, I shall strive earnestly, Sakura declared, clenching her fist resolutely. Now, return to your world. I must rest. The sage stretched lazily, and suddenly, Sakura felt a wave of dizziness beneath her feet. Very well. Until we meet again, esteemed sage. The girl cast the reverse summoning technique and returned to the real world. What a little fibber she is, the slug sage murmured, observing the retreating figure of the pink-haired girl. Did the sage truly allow me to sign a contract with her? This girl did not speak the whole truth. The little slug, having accompanied Tsunade for years, was well aware that Tsunade had only one female disciple, Shizune. No matter, I sense the pure, pristine chakra within this girl named Sakura Haruno. She is not a malevolent soul. The slug sage reminisced about its first encounter with Hashirama Senju, the man revered as the god of shinobi, who was but 12 or 13 at the time. Perhaps this pink-haired girl would become the next individual to alter the course of this world. The slug sage felt assured of its judgment. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Sakura gazed at the contract she had just signed, nodding in satisfaction. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The girl formed a one-handed seal and struck the ground with her palm, causing a black, spiderweb-like mark to spread outward. Boom. As the white smoke dissipated, a slug over 2 meters tall appeared in the training ground. The summoning technique is a success. However, this slug was not large enough. Sakura recalled the sage's words, that the size of a slug was determined by the summoner's chakra. This meant that her chakra was still insufficient. I probably have less than Kakashi, she mused. This is troublesome. Chapter 26. A messy situation. The Chunin exams were fast approaching, and if she did not quickly enhance her strength during this time, she could very well be killed by Orochimaru. That perverse, long-tongued freak masquerading as a grass ninja was fixated on planting strawberries in Sasuke. Just thinking about it made her head ache. Sakura, there you are? Lord Third is looking for you. Kakashi suddenly appeared on the training field. The slug had already been sent back by the girl. Lord Third is looking for me. Sakura was bewildered. She wasn't particularly familiar with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, we need to hurry, Kakashi replied, his expression serious. All right, Sakura said with a shrug. Despite not understanding what was happening, they both activated the body flicker technique and arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, I have brought Sakura. Kakashi knelt before Hiruzen. A Hokage is a Hokage. Even an elite jonin like Kakashi treated him with utmost respect. Sakura followed suit, mimicking the decorum. So, you are Haruno Sakura. At last. We meet. Hiruzen observed the pink-haired girl before him, the one who ranked first in the academy and bested Raiga the Black Scythe. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sakura replied, still puzzled as to why she had been summoned. Meanwhile, in a corner of the office sat a woman wearing a conical hat, her features obscured. Could it be Tsunade? It didn't seem likely. Her delicate, alabaster wrist suggested she was only in her 20s or 30s. Sakura, the Chunin exams are imminent. I heard from Kakashi that you performed admirably in the Land of Waves. The Land of Earth and the Land of Wind will also send ninjas to participate in the exams. And I need you to challenge the strongest genin among them to showcase the strength of the Land of Fire as the host. Sakura paused, realizing that she had been appointed as the face of Konoha. Pouting, she feigned fear and whimpered, Hokage-sama, I am but a weak girl. Why not seek Naruto or Sasuke instead? Sakura had no desire to be treated as cannon fodder, especially not knowing what kind of ninjas the sand and rock villages would send to Konoha. If they were anything like Deidara, the insane artist, her current strength would surely lead to her demise. Speaking of which, she was still uncertain whether Deidara had truly defected. Naruto's condition is quite unstable. And compared to your power, Sasuke is still lacking, Hiruzen remarked, his aged brown eyes narrowing. But my strength is insufficient right now, Hokage-sama. My previous victory over Raiga was merely a stroke of luck. Sakura was not easily persuaded, for the stakes were life and death, and anyone would need to contemplate such matters. Moreover, she saw no benefit in undertaking this task without any reward. Heh, you little rascal, you wish to negotiate with me? Hiruzen immediately discerned Sakura's thoughts and took a puff from his pipe. He then turned to the woman in the corner, who had her legs crossed. Tsunade, this girl is the one I mentioned. Please take her under your wing for a while and elevate her strength by at least one level. Both Sakura and Kakashi froze at the mention of that familiar name. It was none other than the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the god of shinobi, and the foremost female ninja in the world. If Tsunade were to instruct her, her strength could potentially leap 2 levels. The elderly man, your judgment is truly lacking, for you have presented me with such an inexperienced youth. The female ninja lifted her conical hat, revealing cascading golden locks that gracefully fell over her shoulders. As she emerged from the shadows of the corner, the 2 alluring curves upon her chest rose and fell rhythmically, causing Sakura to swallow hard. Kakashi's lifeless eyes sparkled with interest, fixated on Tsunade's bosom without a hint of movement. Tsunade, you remain ever so impulsive. How can one know without trial? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to regard the golden-haired woman, accustomed to Tsunade's rudeness. None of his 3 disciples seemed to grasp the importance of respecting their teacher. Tsunade gazed at the petite pink-haired girl before her, snorted disdainfully, and spoke with a slight parting of her crimson lips. Let us see what you can do. I must clarify, should you be injured, I shall not be held accountable. With that, she raised her delicate, pale fist, twisting her joints to produce a series of ominous cracks. Sakura felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more formidable she tended to be. Sakura, Tsunade wishes to test your strength, but this place is unsuitable. We should proceed to the training ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for the newly renovated Hokage building to be obliterated by his violent female apprentice's strike. Very well, Sakura replied, her lips twitching. She too felt trepidation. Yet, nothing could facilitate her rapid advancement more than becoming Tsunade's disciple. Moreover, to amass a substantial chakra reserve in the future, she must master Tsunade's in-sealing and the 100 healings technique. At the Hokage's exclusive training ground, the pink-haired girl was the first to attack, launching 3 shuriken imbued with explosive tags at Tsunade. Such tactics are worth employing my chakra. Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a mere fraction of effort, She soared into the sky. How swift! This was the most formidable taijutsu Sakura had ever witnessed, even more so than Kakashi's. The shuriken missed their target, embedding themselves in a nearby tree, which exploded in a shower of debris. Sakura looked up to find the golden-haired woman hovering above her, chakra swirling beneath her feet as she prepared to execute her signature downward kick. This is bad. I must flee, or I shall be crushed. Sweat beaded on Sakura's forehead as she propelled herself backward, retreating to a nearby open space. Boom. The earth fractured instantaneously, resembling a spider web radiating from Tsunade's foot, the fissures reaching the roots of a tree that subsequently toppled with a resounding crash. This woman is truly fierce. Sakura gasped for breath, realizing that even a glancing blow from such brute strength could result in catastrophic injury. Tsunade crossed her arms, observing Sakura with a hint of disappointment. Is this all you are capable of? Sakura detected a trace of disdain in Tsunade's eyes, and a surge of competitiveness ignited within her. Swiftly forming hand signs, she declared, "Water release, hard vortex water blade." A flurry of sharp water blades surged towards Tsunade like a celestial bloom. To conjure water release in a dry environment, and employing my grandfather's technique no less, is quite intriguing. Tsunade began to take an interest. A powerful fist struck the ground, causing massive rocks to rise before her, perfectly intercepting all of Sakura's water blades. Let us see how you fare against these techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water whip. Sakura unleashed a barrage of water techniques, all of which Tsunade deftly countered. The woman moved with a spectral grace, evading Sakura's attacks with ease. Moments later, Tsunade's whereabouts became a mystery once more. Sakura refrained from closing the distance, opting instead to launch her attacks from afar, for she knew her taijutsu skills could not withstand even 10 exchanges with Tsunade. Yet, as she continued to expend chakra on her long-range assaults, she realized her reserves would not sustain her much longer. Chapter 27. The bikini swimwear. Your speed is lacking. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice echoed from behind, followed by a brutal punch that struck Sakura's back with tremendous force. Ouch! Sakura was propelled several meters forward by the impact of Tsunade's sudden assault. The ground where she tumbled bore a deep imprint of her form. It is over. You can no longer move. Tsunade regarded the fallen Sakura coldly, her lips barely parting. You think I would concede so easily, Tsunade-sensei? The girl slowly rose, brushing off the dirt from her attire. What? She can still stand? Tsunade's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at the resilient Sakura. Sakura manifested as shimmering water armor, adorned with densely packed blue scales that glimmered with an otherworldly light. Thankfully, she had formed the water armor at the outset. Otherwise, she would surely be incapacitated now. The scales on her back began to flake away, cascading to the ground. What is this? Tsunade frowned slightly, fixated on the armor encasing Sakura. It is a new jutsu I developed, an absolute defense using water release. What do you think, Tsunade-sensei? Sakura inquired, gingerly touching her back, which still throbbed with pain despite the protective scales. This woman's punches are certainly not those of a mere mortal. She is indeed capable of shattering even the great Madara's Susanoo. How long could my water armor withstand her brute force? Let me test it further. Water release. Enough. Stop. Tsunade commanded, raising her hand to signal Sakura to cease. Unprepared, Sakura stumbled forward due to her momentum, collapsing onto the ground. Why didn't you say so sooner? Sakura exclaimed, her frustration evident. This apprentice, I shall accept her. Tsunade turned her gaze to the observing third Hokage, appearing more intrigued by Sakura than Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. That old man does possess a discerning eye, he chuckled. Indeed, to utilize water release in such a manner, this girl's chakra control is on par with yours. The third Hokage squinted at Sakura. Hurry and address your master. What are you waiting for? Sakura, filled with excitement, knelt before Tsunade, exclaiming, Master, allow me to pay my respects. At least you are obedient. Tsunade nodded, then suddenly recalled something important and helped the kneeling Sakura to her feet. Disciple, do you have any cash? I hear Konoha has recently opened a casino. Sakura froze momentarily, then retrieved 1,000 ryo from her pocket. Is this all? Tsunade snatched the money, glancing back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, do not forget my 10 million ryo fee. Teaching is quite costly. And this 10 million is merely a discounted rate. 10 million ryo. Both Sakura and Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen had spent 10 million ryo for her training. Sakura felt an immense pressure weighing down on her. Well then, 1,000 ryo will have to suffice. It should be enough for a few rounds. Tsunade gazed at the cash in her hand and vanished in a flash. Hey, master. You haven't mentioned when training will commence. Sakura shouted into the empty air. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the Hokage's exclusive training ground. Do not be late. Tsunade's voice echoed distantly. That evening, upon returning home, Sakura collapsed onto her bed. I am utterly exhausted. Her back still throbbed from Tsunade's ferocious punches. Had the battle continued, her water armor would likely not have endured for much longer. Nonetheless, today's accomplishments were significant. Not only had she taken Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, as her master, but she had also seemingly completed a major mission. With her thoughts trailing off, the girl promptly opened her system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main task of apprenticing under Tsunade. Health points increased by 800, chakra points increased by 500, and a surprise reward of 10,000 coins awarded. Sakura gazed at the progress bar at the top of the card panel. The Chunin progress bar was full, directly converting into a special Jonin status. With a completion rate of 5. Congratulations on successfully advancing to special Jonin. You have unlocked the shop function, where you can exchange coins for your preferred ninja tools, skins, and summon beasts. Sakura clicked on the shop. The first tier showcased a dazzling array of ninja tools, including wind shuriken, scythe fans, puppets, explosive tags, and flying daggers, with the tools growing increasingly rare in the later sections. The final page of weapons was filled with legendary artifacts of Super S rank, the 10 Fingers Sword, Kusanagi Sword, 7-Star Sword, Red Gourd, Banana Leaf Fan, and the Illumination Rope. Sakura's eyes widened, her lips instinctively licking as she beheld the multitude of 6 Paths ninja tools, her heart racing with excitement. She glanced at her coin balance. Banana Leaf Fan, 100,000 coins. Red Gourd, 100,000 coins. Illumination Rope, 100,000 coins. 7-Star Sword, 100,000 coins. 10 Fingers Sword, 5,000 coins. Kusanagi Sword, 5,000 coins, and her current coin count was merely 30,000. Are you kidding me? She exclaimed in disbelief. How long would it take to accumulate such wealth? The girl felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, as the once attainable 6 Paths artifacts now seemed utterly elusive. It was like lying in bed next to a stunning S-rank beauty who kept beckoning her with flirtatious glances, only for her to realize she was lacking in stature. Frustration and resentment swirled within her. Looks like I'll have to work hard to grind for coins. Grind, grind, grind. Sakura then opened the skin section, revealing an array of exquisite skins. There were sultry black net ninja outfits, bikini swimsuits, pure nurse uniforms, pink loli outfits, aloof elder sister attire, and adorable princess dresses, alongside a traditional Chinese qipao. Her cheeks flushed as she spotted the swimsuit bikini, reasonably priced at 30,000 coins. Should I get it for Ino? She pondered, instantly envisioning Ino in a pink bikini, beckoning her from the bathroom. No, she couldn't resist. Ding. Exchange. Sakura selected the bikini set, and her coins vanished in an instant. A beautifully packaged bikini set materialized in her hands, which she quickly stashed away in her closet. Lastly, she examined the summoning beasts section. C rank, Ninja Earthworm, Ninja Grasshopper, Ninja Mantis, Ninja Bee, Ninja Dragonfly. B rank, Ninja Dog, Ninja Turtle, Ninja Eagle, Ninja Rabbit, Ninja Bear, Ninja Cat, Ninja Duck. A rank, Dream Demon, Night Owl, Sharp-Mouthed Otter, Blood Shark, Split Dog, Firebird, Rhinoceros Spirit. S rank, Monkey Demon, 10,000 Snakes, Slug. 1 Tai, Super S rank. Outer Path Golem. She glanced at the coin requirements. Indeed, they were exorbitant, with the Super S rank Outer Path Golem costing a staggering 10,000 coins. It was clear that such summoning beasts were beyond her reach. However, B-rank summoning beasts were relatively affordable, allowing her to exchange for a few in the future, which would prove useful in battle, like using a ninja dog for scouting or a ninja turtle for crossing rivers, conserving chakra significantly. The summoning beasts obtained through coins in the system would automatically follow their master permanently, eliminating the need for a contract while still being summonable. This was contrary to the traditional summoning rules of the Naruto world, but who could blame her? With a golden opportunity at hand, she would not let it slip away. Chapter 28. The novice with extraordinary strength. The following day, Sakura retrieved the bikini set from her closet. Stealthily, she tiptoed downstairs, evading the gaze of Haruno Hanabi. The girl dashed towards Ino's home. "Open up, Ino," she called, knocking at the wooden door of Ino's yard. "Coming." "Who is it?" Mrs. Yamanaka, busy cooking in the kitchen, wiped her hands on her apron and approached the front door. The door creaked open. "Oh, it's Sakura. Are you looking for Ino?" Mrs. Yamanaka smiled warmly at the breathless Sakura. "Yes, Auntie," Sakura replied, her cheeks turning crimson as she awkwardly hid the gift behind her back. Mrs. Yamanaka noticed the present and felt a swell of happiness. Sakura and her daughter shared a wonderful friendship, and this delighted her. "Come on in, Ino's in her room." She beckoned Sakura. "Thank you, Auntie," Sakura stuttered, quickly slipping into Ino's room. The friendship of youth was indeed enviable, Mrs. Yamanaka thought as she watched Sakura's retreating figure. If she knew that the gift contained a bikini, she might have deemed Sakura a mischievous girl and scolded her with a frying pan. "Hey, Ino, what are you doing?" Sakura pushed the door open. At that moment, the blonde girl was sitting at her desk, practicing flower arrangement. Sakura recalled that Ino had once expressed her dream of owning a flower shop one day. "It's you, Sakura. What brings you here?" Ino exclaimed, putting down her flowers and rushing towards Sakura. Their hands intertwined. "I came to give you a gift. Look what it is," Sakura announced, presenting the gift box. Ino's face lit up with surprise, her blue eyes shimmering with emotion. Sakura often surprised her with gifts, and although Ino had grown accustomed to it over the years, she still looked forward to each occasion. "What is it?" Ino inquired as she took the gift box from Sakura. A blush spread across Sakura's face as she wondered how Ino would react. Would she think it was tacky? But Sakura genuinely wanted to see Ino wear it. She would undoubtedly look stunning in it. Seeing Sakura silent, Ino untied the ribbon on the gift box, revealing a super sexy pink bikini set. Ino's delicate cheeks flushed bright red, reaching all the way to her ears. "Sakura," she exclaimed, hastily wrapping the gift back up and stashing it in her bedside drawer. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Sakura asked, hesitantly avoiding Ino's gaze. Ino pouted, her voice shy and barely audible. "And no, I really like it. I'll wear it for you when I get the chance, okay?" Ino's voice trailed off, making it difficult for Sakura to hear. Sakura sensed Ino's nervous and rapid breathing, the warmth brushing against her face, creating an oddly ticklish sensation. I have something else to tell you, Ino." Sakura attempted to shift the conversation, hoping to ease the tension. "What is it, Sakura?" "I've become Tsunade-sensei's apprentice. I'll be training with her for a while, so I might not be able to see you often." Sakura knew Tsunade's personality. If she didn't train diligently, she would surely face dire consequences. "Tsunade, the legendary Sannin? Has she returned to Konoha? How could you become her student?" Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, it was arranged by the third Hokage, probably to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams." Sakura recounted every detail to Ino. Ino felt a mix of joy and sadness. She was thrilled that Sakura would grow stronger, but disheartened by the widening gap in their abilities. Though Sakura had promised to protect her, Ino did not wish to become a burden. "All right, just make sure to train safely. I'll have to train hard too, or else you might start to find me annoying," Ino said, her voice thickening with emotion as she spoke. Sakura gazed at the despondent girl before her, gently reaching out to caress Ino's forehead, softly reassuring her. "Do not worry, Ino. I will ask Tsunade-sensei to teach you medical ninjutsu. After all, your chakra control is exceptional, and I believe Tsunade-sensei will be fond of you as her female disciple." Sakura consoled the injured little rabbit before her. "Really? You mean it, Sakura?" Ino's previously forlorn eyes sparkled back to life. "Of course. Let us seal it with a pinky promise," Sakura exclaimed, linking her pinky with Ino's. Sakura hoped that Ino would learn to protect herself well in her future ninja career. Becoming an excellent medical ninja was undoubtedly an admirable means of safeguarding oneself. After all, they were on the brink of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and Sakura wished for nothing more than for Ino to remain unharmed. Days later, at the Konoha training grounds, Tsunade observed the pink-haired girl before her, her lips parting slightly. "Sakura, your water release technique is now impressively proficient. You could easily handle a typical jonin in a one-on-one match, but beyond that, it may prove challenging." Yes, Tsunade-sensei, I am well aware of this. My chakra reserves are limited, which directly diminishes the potency of my water release, Sakura acknowledged, recognizing her shortcomings. Presently, given her abilities, she would struggle against elite jonin like Kakashi. This time, the three great ninja villages are jointly hosting the Chunin exam. They will undoubtedly select the finest of their elite to participate in Konoha, and among these ninjas, many are merely nominal genin, yet possess strength at the jonin level or even elite jonin status. Though Tsunade had been away from the village for over a decade, she was acutely aware of the underhanded tactics employed by the 5 great ninja villages. Sakura wholeheartedly concurred. After all, Gaara from the Sand Village and Kabuto were prime examples from the original narrative. Your offensive capabilities are insufficient, especially your taijutsu is too weak. Therefore, I have decided to impart my superhuman strength to you, Tsunade stated gravely. Superhuman strength? Sakura feigned ignorance. Indeed, it is the taijutsu I utilized during our previous battle. Tsunade clarified. That terrifyingly powerful punch, capable of shattering vast expanses, surely demanded a considerable amount of chakra, Sakura thought with some concern. She was not from the Senju clan and lacked the sealing techniques. How could she wield such overwhelming strength like Tsunade? She feared she would be exhausted after just a few strikes. Wrong, Tsunade exclaimed loudly, startling Sakura. Chapter 29. I wish to learn that technique from my teacher. Although superhuman strength appears to require vast amounts of chakra, each strike is precise, condensing chakra within to unleash a concentrated burst. For a ninja adept at finely controlling chakra, this is actually the most efficient method of chakra utilization. Tsunade meticulously explained the principles of superhuman strength to Sakura. Saving chakra? Sakura queried, somewhat puzzled. Precisely. Unlike your water release, which necessitates a broad area of chakra to be concentrated throughout your body and then released in the form of an external technique. Superhuman strength relies on the explosive force of one's own physicality. This explosion occurs through a sudden release of concentrated chakra at a single point, amplifying its power exponentially while conserving the user's chakra to the greatest extent possible. This was Tsunade's rationale for developing superhuman strength. As an exemplary medical ninja, she must ensure she has sufficient chakra reserves to heal her comrades. Moreover, superhuman strength possesses tremendous lethality while conserving chakra. Sakura had a sudden epiphany. The concept was quite simple. It was akin to a player in a game incessantly launching powerful attacks from a distance, while another player's basic attacks held the potency of those ultimate moves without consuming significant energy. Master, I understand. Please teach me how to execute superhuman strength now. Sakura nodded eagerly, her anticipation heightened. Given your strong chakra control, we can skip the foundational training in chakra manipulation. After a pause, Tsunade continued. Channel your chakra through your body's meridians to your fists, and just as you are about to release, strike swiftly at your opponent. As Tsunade spoke, her fair right hand formed a fist, enveloped in azure chakra flames. She then unleashed a powerful strike upon the ground. Boom! Dust soared, and the earth cracked. Sakura stumbled, barely avoiding falling into the fissured ground. But master, I can condense chakra to a point as well, like at my feet to walk on water or during tree climbing practice. How can I achieve your level of explosive power? Sakura still struggled to comprehend. Tsunade furrowed her brows, responding, excellent question. This distinguishes superhuman strength from your tree climbing and water walking techniques. While both involve concentrating chakra at a single point, superhuman strength necessitates that you continuously control the chakra at high intensity during the concentration phase. The faster the control, the greater the power. With pride, Tsunade crossed her arms. If you cannot achieve this, you will not master superhuman strength. Even Shizune, who has trained with me for years, struggles to manage chakra at such high speeds. I am curious to see if you are exceptional. Sakura immediately recalled Naruto's Rasengan. Indeed, in the realm of ninjutsu, speed is paramount. Both techniques involved rapid movement, one condensing wind-natured chakra into a sphere, the other accelerating the flow of chakra within the body. The young girl understood that Tsunade was now observing her technique. With focus and calm, blue chakra coursed through Sakura's meridians, ultimately converging in her fist. Before long, Sakura's right fist surged with energy. Faster, faster, she urged, scarcely daring to breathe, her eyes fixed upon the blue flames enveloping her hand. Her fist swelled with blood from the prolonged energy buildup, veins bulging prominently. A sharp pain coursed through her, Yet she persevered, determined to quicken the chakra surrounding her fist. Not fast enough, again. Still not enough? Keep going. As she sensed the chakra on her fist was about to explode, Sakura struck down resolutely. Boom. The ground fractured. Tsunade stared in astonishment at the girl before her. How is this possible? This girl has grasped the essence of superhuman strength with her very first punch. Although its power was only a third of her own, this remarkable control talent left even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, in awe. Excellent. Train with this method for 2 weeks, and your superhuman strength will become more stable and potent. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. She had indeed taken on a promising disciple. Without a doubt, in the future, Sakura would evolve into an exceptionally formidable ninja. Perhaps, she might even surpass that boy. The golden figure of Minato flashed through Tsunade's mind. Yes, teacher. Sakura nodded earnestly, exhilarated as she gazed upon the cracked earth beneath her. 2 weeks later, at the Konoha training grounds, the pink-haired girl surveyed the dozens of towering trees before her, her emerald eyes shimmering. She raised her fist, her delicate fingers tightly clenched. Superhuman strength, cherry blossom charge. First form. The girl bestowed a whimsical name upon her newly learned technique according to its power. With a resounding crack, the tree before her collapsed, sending the birds in the forest scattering in fright. Superhuman strength, cherry blossom charge, second form. The girl propelled herself upward with her toes and then, inverted, struck the ground fiercely. The earth instantly crumbled like a spider's web under her might. Superhuman strength, cherry blossom charge, third form. In a fleeting moment, the young girl appeared by the riverbank, delivering a powerful punch to the lake's surface, instantly conjuring a colossal wave that surged forth, causing the water to roll and cascade as if in a tempest. Her petite figure danced amidst the swirling vortex, yet her expression remained tranquil and composed. The lake's waters flowed gently down her body, never once dampening the tips of her hair or her garments, while the translucent water garment glimmered upon her skin. Moments later, she reappeared at the training ground. Master, how was that? Are you satisfied? The pink-haired girl beamed at Tsunade, who stood before her. Tsunade's lips twitched, and her temples furrowed into a frown. Who told you to come up with such cliched names? They sound dreadful. Immediately, the golden-haired woman leaned back, preparing to depart. Well then, my task is complete, and I must seek the old man for that 10 million ryo. Tsunade had not anticipated that in merely 2 weeks, Sakura would master such formidable strength. This degree of power could shatter over 80% of defenses, and for the remaining 20%, one would need to employ their own techniques. Master, do you no longer want your disciple? Sakura looked at Tsunade, who was about to leave, with a pitiful expression. What do you intend to do? Tsunade regarded Sakura, who was feigning innocence, with suspicion. Sakura timidly tapped her fingers together, avoiding eye contact. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a manner reminiscent of a young girl. I wish to learn that technique of yours, if I may. She pointed at the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade, observing Sakura's theatrical demeanor, felt a flicker of disbelief in her brown eyes. When did you find out about that? What other secrets does this girl hold? Could it be that the third Hokage told her? No. Wait, I haven't mentioned the Ein seal to anyone besides Shizun. No. I just thought the mark on your forehead was quite special, like some super powerful technique. I have never seen anything like it on other ninjas before. Sakura continued her charade. Chapter 30. I thought your idol was Deidara. Kid, if you want me to ask the third Hokage for 10 million ryo, I might consider teaching you that, Tsunade remarked, gesturing toward the diamond mark on her forehead. She realized she had taken on a little prodigy as her disciple. Was this girl trying to drain her dry? What? Another 10 million ryo. Sakura pouted, feeling the pinch. Well, if not, then I suppose I cannot entertain you. Tsunade prepared to use her body flicker technique to leave. 10 million is 10 million. Master must keep her word, Sakura insisted, puffing out her cheeks. Very well, I will wait for you. Come find me when you've gathered it all. With that, the woman vanished in an instant. She truly is a money-loving big shot. Sakura mused. However, that 10 million ryo felt like an insurmountable sum. How many missions would it take to accumulate such an amount? On the same day, in Iwagakure, a short old man with a red nose, not even a meter tall, gazed gravely at the line of IWA ninjas standing before him. You are fortunate to be selected as candidates for this Chunin exam in Konoha. You must perform well and strive to showcase your utmost capabilities. We cannot allow Konoha to underestimate us. His voice was thin, his form floating in the air, possessing a subtle yet undeniable pressure. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The ninjas responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Why are you making such a fuss? A short-haired girl, around 14, looked at her grandfather, her tone casual. Clad in a deep red ninja outfit, her long, smooth legs peeked enticingly from the garment's slit. Child, you are also participating in the Chunin exam. You must amend your demeanor. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. That Tsuchikage expressed his hopes for his granddaughter. Recently, Deidara had gone mad, claiming to pursue some artistic creation, resulting in the deaths of many villagers, and was currently in a state of defection. Otherwise, that Tsuchikage would not have permitted his granddaughter to enter the fray. The thought caused him considerable distress. What's the big deal? Nothing can surpass my Kekkei Genkai, Kuratsuchi scoffed, crossing her arms and pouting. Kuratsuchi, Lord Tsuchikage is correct. Tsunade will also participate this time. We should exercise caution, Akatsuchi, her earnest companion, continued. It is uncertain whether Tsunade will take any actions. Reports indicate they have been facing a shortage of water resources in recent years, making it possible they will seize this opportunity during the Chunin exam. Akatsuchi, some things are better left unsaid. Keep your thoughts to yourself, that Tsuchikage interrupted sharply. The world of ninjas had always been rife with conflict. The land of fire, with its geographical advantages, enjoyed the richest resources and the most extensive territory. Other nations had long coveted its wealth, particularly the resource-scarce wind and earth countries, who had long harbored ambitions. However, the formidable strength of the Konoha ninja army, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, left them with little opportunity. Moreover, the five great nations were currently in a period of temporary peace, with no overt wars having occurred recently. Thus, Akatsuchi's comments must never reach Konoha's intelligence operatives. Each nation had its spies embedded within others' villages, often in the guise of trusted members of their respective umbu. A careless remark could easily escalate tensions between nations, potentially igniting the flames of war. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Akatsuchi quickly fell silent, realizing he had almost made a grave mistake. Indeed, the older one gets, the more cautious one becomes. Kuratsuchi teased her grandfather mercilessly. All right, let us depart for Konoha, with our sights set on the Chunin exam. Akatsuchi, I wonder what kind of ninjas Konoha will send to participate in this exam. Kuratsuchi inquired, her bright emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity. I don't know, but they surely cannot compare to my little sister's lava release Kekkei Genkai. Akatsuchi replied, gazing at the talented girl before him. Kuratsuchi had been personally trained by Inoki, her strength far surpassing that of her peers. I've heard that Konoha's Uchiha and Hyuga clans possess mysterious and powerful ocular abilities. I wonder if we might encounter them this time. Kuratsuchi expressed her anticipation. The legendary Sharingan and Byakugan, are they? Akatsuchi had heard of them. Kuratsuchi, with her hands clasped behind her head, marched forward confidently. It's such a pity I won't get to see my idol this time. That legendary Uchiha Itachi, who became an elite jonin at just 10 years old, has turned rogue. Your idol is Uchiha Itachi? I always thought your idol was your master, Deidara, Akatsuchi remarked, looking down at Kuratsuchi. But in the next moment, he realized he had misspoken. The foremost Inoki halted, a dark expression crossing his face. A few crows cawed as they flew overhead. Days later, in the ninja village, Sakura was busy searching for Lady Tsunade's missing pet cat, which had run away for the 5th time. Fortunately, the reward offered by Lady Tsunade was generous. Otherwise, Sakura would not have bothered to gather Tsunade's 10 million ryo. The girl was willing to do anything, taking on any dirty or arduous tasks as long as the pay was right. Currently, she had saved up 500,000 ryo, along with an earlier sum of 1 million ryo from a bounty, totaling 1.5 million ryo. Sakura couldn't help but marvel at her earning speed. Any girl who married her would surely be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Lost in thought, a fleeting black shadow zipped past her. Whoa, has this cat become a spirit? How fast? Sakura activated her body flicker technique, leaping forward, nearly capturing the little darling. In the final moment, a small kitten leaped into the embrace of a young girl, nuzzling against her gently rising curves with a look of sheer delight. Clad in a seductive black mesh ninja outfit, the girl bore a large fan on her back. Her golden hair cascaded down, framing her enviable figure, leaving Sakura momentarily entranced. It was none other than the Sand Ninja Princess, Temari. Sakura recognized her instantly. Beside her stood 2 companions. One, a puppet master adorned in purple paint and carrying a mummy on his back. The other, a browless youth with a massive gourd and a red heart tattooed at his temple. Familiar faces, Sakura mused. Hey, is this little kitten yours? She inquired. The blonde girl regarded her with an expressionless face and replied coolly, yes. Could you please hand it over? Sakura asked, scratching her head awkwardly. Here you go, Temari said, reaching out to pass the kitten to Sakura. Yet, the kitten resisted vehemently, leaping into the air with a plaintive meow. This time, Sakura was prepared. She instantly teleported to catch the kitten by its scruff. The girl landed gracefully from her aerial descent. The browless youth's gaze sharpened, captivated by Sakura's swift movement. His deep-set black eyes fixed on the pink-haired girl as if she were prey. Run away, will you? Go on, try it again. Sakura scolded the kitten, oblivious to the boy's icy stare. Chapter 31. Kankuro, we are distant guests. The ninjas of Konoha certainly seemed rather idle, spending their time playing with cats and dogs. Perhaps their skills were not very formidable after all. A provocative voice reached Sakura's ears. She looked up to see Kankuro, the one who often scavenged others' discarded toys. Such a bold little creature, Sakura thought, glancing at Kankuro but choosing not to engage. After all, in the original story, she had once saved his life. He truly was an ungrateful fellow, though the plot had yet to unfold to that point. Kankuro, we are distant guests. Let's avoid unnecessary trouble. The leading jonin, Maki, interjected. Humph, Kankuro scoffed dismissively. Sakura observed the group of ninjas behind Maki, realizing they were here to participate in the Chunin exams. Clutching the kitten, she decided to leave, wishing to steer clear of these potentially troublesome individuals. Hey, you're quite fast, a voice from behind called out, its tone deep and resonant. Sakura turned to find it was Gaara, standing across from her. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, surprised. It was rare for Gaara to offer praise. Ah well, you're not too shabby yourself, Sakura replied, noting that Gaara appeared entirely dust-free despite the long journey from the land of wind to the land of fire. His impeccable state hinted at remarkable control over sand. She found herself curious about their comparative strengths as the anticipation for the upcoming Chunin exams grew. Gaara, let's go. Maki urged the still boy. Gaara turned and, along with his companions, headed towards the guest reception area in Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, a bandaged elder with only one eye exposed slammed his right hand down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, his voice laced with fury. Hiruzen, this is a golden opportunity. Mobilize all of Konoha's forces to assassinate the Kazekage and Tsuchikage during the exams. You cannot let this slip away. It was clear the elder had just engaged in a fierce argument with Hiruzen. The Hokage remained unflinching, his gaze steady as he addressed the head of Root, Danzo. Danzo, we cannot initiate war. The Sand and Rock ninjas are currently our allies. An assassination would not only betray our principles, but also ignite conflict among the three great nations, leading to another ninja world war. Hiruzen gazed at his former comrade, Danzo, struggling to comprehend how someone he once respected could become so dark and war-hungry after so long en route. With Tsunade in the village, alongside our powers and the collaboration of the Umbu and Root, we could catch them off guard. Once the Kazekage and Tsuchikage are eliminated, both nations will be leaderless, giving us ample time to seize their territory and resources. Danzo's eyes glinted with madness as he spoke of his hidden agenda. I have told you, no? Hiruzen retorted, his voice resolute. War brings death and hatred. We cannot allow Konoha to descend into chaos once more. His authority as Hokage was palpable in that moment. Indeed, Danzo, Konoha cannot withstand another war. The Nine-Tails incident and the recent Uchiha massacre have left the village severely wounded, added Tsunade, who stood beside Hiruzen, steadfast in her support. Do you share the sentiment as well, Mito? Danzo's sharp gaze turned toward the silent Mito, challenging her stance. Yes, Konoha is not suited for war at this time, she replied, glancing between the third Hokage and Danzo before ultimately siding with Hiruzen. Humph, it seems you are all growing more timid with age. Danzo, outnumbered 3-1, could only suppress his frustration with a cold grunt. However, for this exam, I will select my preferred ninjas to join Root. You won't oppose that, will you, Hiruzen? With his plan thwarted, Danzo settled for this compromise. Very well, Hiruzen agreed, taking a puff from his pipe. 3 days later, the Chunin exams commenced. The participants primarily hailed from the three major ninja villages, along with some smaller, independent ones like the Sound and Grass villages. These smaller villages maintained friendly relations with Konoha, benefiting from the protection of such a formidable ally. As the candidates entered the examination hall, the first round commenced with a theoretical test. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto, who appeared petrified with anxiety. The prince rarely attended classes and would likely flounder with the theoretical questions. Yet, Sakura was unconcerned. This exam was merely a measure of the candidate's reconnaissance abilities. Ultimately, it was just a grand contest of cunning and deception. She had already devised a plan to ensure her team would pass smoothly. Moments later, the candidates filed into the examination hall, where Ibiki stood on the podium, his piercing gaze scanning the participants below. The contest of deception had officially begun. 5 minutes passed, and several candidates were swiftly disqualified for their clumsy cheating attempts, taking their entire teams down with them. Sakura, however, faced familiar questions that she had mastered back in ninja school. The title of Scholar Sakura was not given lightly. With swift determination, she pinned down the final answer to the last question. As she set her pen down, an unexpected wave of relief washed over her. In the next moment, she lost consciousness. As previously arranged, when Ino saw Sakura stop writing, she activated her mind-body switch technique, occupying Sakura's body to memorize the answers and transmit them to her 3 classmates, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, who often neglected their studies. Receiving Ino's message, the trio hastily began to jot down the answers. Minutes later, Sakura regained her senses, her gaze landing on the blonde-haired girl winking at her from a distance. Her heart softening in a daze. Such a charming creature, distracting me from my performance. Ino felt elated to assist Naruto, having readily agreed when Sakura approached her for help. On the other side, Sasuke adeptly used his Sharingan to imitate the pen movements of the other candidates. Neji, with his Byakugan, stealthily copied Hinata's answers. Although his sister possessed only average strength, she excelled in theoretical examinations without any difficulty. Gaara manipulated his sand, Shino played with insects, and Kiba directed Akamaru to flirt with everyone. Daily, he dangled a magnifying glass from the ceiling, reflecting answers for Rock Lee. The most audacious was Kankuro, who had a mummy masquerade as an invigilator to cause mischief in the restroom. In essence, it was a display of ingenuity, with each participant employing their unique methods. Ultimately, the top scholars, protagonists, and supporting characters advanced smoothly, while the unfortunate bystanders were mercilessly eliminated. Chapter 32, Beasts. Release that girl. Just as Ibiki announced the results of the written examination, a lithe figure crashed through the window, shattering glass all around. This individual was as reckless as ever. Ibiki watched in mild exasperation as a striking woman entered the classroom, clad in a light gray coat, unzipped to reveal a provocative black mesh bodysuit beneath. In her hand, she held a skewer of red dumplings coated in syrup. Yuka, Akane, she introduced herself, catching Sakura off guard. Nearby, Ino noticed Sakura's dazed expression and rolled her eyes. I am your examiner for the second round of tests, and the venue is the Forest of Death. With that, Akane surveyed the number of candidates present, casting a disdainful glance at Ibiki. Hey, big brother. Why are there still so many of you left? Her dissatisfaction was evident at the low number of eliminations from the written exam. Ibiki, with his hands in his pockets, calmly replied, this year's group seems notably more exceptional than previous cohorts. Humph, perhaps your standards for the written exam were too lenient, Ibiki, Akane retorted nonchalantly. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she addressed the candidates coldly. In the second round, I intend to eliminate more than 2/3 of you. Sakura's lips twitched in disbelief. This woman has a ruthless heart. The crowd erupted in murmurs at Akane's declaration. What does she mean? This is too excessive. We barely made it through the first round. What terrifying trials await us in the second? Who knows? Regardless, I am determined to become a Chunin at all costs. Oh, how troublesome. The blue sky and white clouds seem so free. I envy them. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, for passing the theoretical exam. Let the youth ignite. I will not disappoint you, teacher guy. Is the tomato flavor better, or the cumin flavor? Never mind, I'll choose the barbecue flavor. Akane observed the chattering candidates, a sly smile creeping onto her face. A bunch of children, unaware that what lies ahead is a life-and-death battle. With a single command from her, the candidates fell silent. Following Akane, they arrived at the edge of a dense, shadowy forest, where the overgrown underbrush blocked out the sun, creating an eerie and chilling atmosphere. There was no respite between the two examinations. You stand before the second examination site, the Forest of Death. Akane declared while instructing several Chunin examiners to distribute scrolls to each group of candidates. In your hands is either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll, but each group possesses only one scroll. Your task is to acquire the scroll with the opposing attribute from other groups and safely reach the central tower in the forest to pass. After a pause, Akane added, "During this period, any casualties are to be borne by yourselves." The long-awaited real combat has finally arrived. Sakura felt an inexplicable excitement bubbling within her. "Don't worry, I will protect you well," Naruto assured Sakura confidently. "You should focus on protecting yourself," Sasuke coldly interjected. He understood that, at this moment, Sakura's strength likely surpassed both his and Naruto's. Despite having learned chakra control of the lightning element from Kakashi recently, he lacked the confidence to defeat Sakura. This girl always seemed to harbor boundless potential, often surprising him. "Well, Sasuke, just take care not to soil your pants in fear. I won't have time to save you," Naruto teased as usual. Sasuke merely scoffed. Sakura, disinterested in Naruto's banter, turned her attention to Ino. "Ino, do you remember what I told you earlier?" Ino nodded obediently. "Yes. Of course, Sakura. I will follow your advice and pass this exam smoothly." Days prior, Sakura had advised Ino to move swiftly toward the central tower upon entering the Forest of Death, to find a concealed spot to ambush and set traps for any other candidates. Since the endpoint was a necessary passage for all groups, seizing the scroll would allow them to reach the central tower without fear of being intercepted. With a signal from Akane, the candidates surged forward in groups into the seemingly endless, shadowy thicket. In a corner of the crowd, a gender-ambiguous ninja with long hair and a hat smiled wickedly, their long tongue licking their lips. "Hey, Sakura, don't run so fast. Wait for me," Naruto shouted after the pink-haired girl who dashed ahead. Sakura glanced back but did not slow her pace. "Sasuke, Naruto, we need to reach the endpoint quickly. The longer we take, the more trouble we will encounter." The trouble she referred to was undoubtedly that long-tongued woman intent on overwhelming Sasuke with strawberries. She hoped they would not cross paths with her, otherwise their current strength might not withstand the encounter. However, with the immense strength imparted by Tsunade, Sakura believed she could navigate her way free. The trio weaved through the forest for several hours, the vast wilderness only occasionally echoing with the calls of birds, creating an atmosphere of eerie silence. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "No, please don't do this to me, I beg you." The heart-wrenching voice of a young girl came from nearby. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and though Sakura hesitated to intervene, Naruto's sense of justice surged within him. He turned and dashed toward the source of the sound, parting the underbrush to reveal a red-haired girl with black-framed glasses, being viciously bitten by two grass ninjas who refused to let go of her arm. The fabric of her right sleeve was torn, exposing her arm, which was covered in bite marks, contrasting sharply against her fair skin and evoking sympathy. "Beasts, release that girl." Naruto could no longer contain his outrage, pointing angrily at the grass ninjas. The two ninjas looked up, their greedy gazes revealing a cruel intent. "Looks like we have some more fools coming to die." Sakura, upon hearing this, noticed the three lifeless bodies lying in the nearby clearing, their attire resembling that of Rain Village ninjas. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place here. "Why would you treat a girl this way? It's utterly inhumane," Naruto exclaimed, taking note of the injuries on the red-haired girl. "She is our companion. Without our protection, she would have been dead long ago. Such a useless person should feel honored to provide us with chakra." One of the scar-faced grass ninjas wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke. Chapter 33. My name is Uzumaki Karen Companion. At the mention of this word, both Sasuke and Naruto were taken aback. They could hardly fathom why these individuals would treat their own comrade in such a manner. Their worldviews were indeed shattered. "Please, be gentle when you bite. It truly hurts. I implore you, I will be obedient and provide you with nourishment. Just please be gentle." The red-haired girl knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she repeatedly beseeched her so-called companions. Sakura gazed at the humble girl, a flicker of compassion evident in her eyes. She naturally recognized who the girl was. Naruto, utterly perplexed, scratched his orange hair vigorously. The boy, with his tousled locks, innocently remarked, "What? Why does that sound so embarrassing?" "Embarrassing, is it?" A scar-faced grass ninja smirked wickedly. "If you possess the Book of Earth, hand it over obediently, and perhaps I will allow you to bite this worthless girl. Do not be fooled by her seeming uselessness. She harbors a vast reservoir of chakra. No, please. Do not hand me over to them. The red-haired girl's face contorted in terror upon hearing her companion's words. To her, Naruto and the others, as foreign ninjas, acquiring her would plunge her into an even deeper hell. Oh, so you possess the Book of Heaven? Sasuke's heart leapt at the revelation. The seventh team had indeed been assigned the Book of Earth, and it seemed they could gather both scrolls here without needing to lie in ambush at the central tower. So, you have no intention of surrendering the scrolls? Then prepare to meet your demise. With that, the scarred grass ninja lunged menacingly towards Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Sakura, his youthful face brimming with confidence. Sakura, Naruto, leave these two to me. I've been eager to test a new technique. He then charged forward, unleashing a powerful kick. The speed of his strike caught the previously aggressive grass ninja off guard, forcing him to barely raise his hands to defend. Yet, Sasuke's fierce martial arts sent him staggering back several meters. Quite a tough nut to crack. But can you evade this move? The grass ninja retrieved a wooden umbrella from his back and hurled it into the air. Ninja technique, 1,000 needles of death. The umbrella opened wide, spinning rapidly, releasing countless silver needles that rained down towards Sasuke. Sasuke halted, a slight smile gracing his lips. He swiftly formed hand seals and vanished from sight. Thousands of needles struck the ground, but the dark-haired boy had already disappeared. Where is he? The grass ninja panicked, fear etched across his face. Too slow. At that moment, the black-haired boy reappeared behind the grass ninja. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. A surge of blue-purple chakra crackled in his hands, extending like centipede legs, tearing through the air towards the grass ninja's back. With a piercing scream, the grass ninja's pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. The other grass ninja, witnessing the gruesome fate of his comrade, trembled and tossed the Book of Earth to the ground, pleading, "Spare me. I'll give you the Book of Earth. Please don't kill me." Such a cowardly creature, Sasuke scoffed coldly. The grass ninja, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled without a trace. Naruto stood in shock. Since when did Sasuke become this powerful? The chilling, unhesitant killing intent exuding from Sasuke was something Naruto and Sakura had never encountered before. Don't come near us. The red-haired girl trembled as she looked at Sasuke and the others. Clutching her legs tightly, she buried her head against her chest, resembling a frightened rabbit. Sakura approached slowly, gently helping the girl to her feet. Lowering her voice, she reassured, "It's all right now. You can relax. We are ninjas from Konoha and will not harm you." The red-haired girl hesitated, cautiously lifting her head. Ninjas from Konoha? She gazed at the smiling pink-haired girl before her, feeling warmth in her heart. Moreover, the chakra radiating from her was abundant and reassuring. "Will you truly not harm me?" The girl spoke timidly, her fiery red eyes glistening with tears. "Rest assured. We want tea. What is your name?" Sakura brushed the dust off the girl's clothes, politely inquiring despite knowing her identity. "My name is Uzumaki Karen." The red-haired girl felt an inexplicable trust towards Sakura. "Uzumaki Karen?" Naruto echoed her name. "We share the same surname. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand toward her. Karen, though a bit shy, timidly shook Naruto's hand. "Karen, could you tell me why your companions treated you this way?" Sakura observed the bite marks adorning the girl's neck and arms. At this, Karen lowered her head in sorrow. "I lost my parents when I was young, and the ninjas from the grass village raised me. They knew about my special physique, which allows them to replenish chakra at will, and thus they treated me like a tool. Whenever there was a mission, I would be randomly assigned to grass ninja teams to serve them." As she spoke, tears welled up, and she lacked the courage to continue. "Those are truly despicable beasts," Naruto said fiercely, defending the girl. "Karen, now that your companions are gone, what do you plan to do next?" Sakura, more rational, pondered the girl's future from her perspective. "I don't know. I've been alone since I was little. If I return without completing the task from this Chunin exam, they surely won't let me off easily." Karen looked at Sakura, feeling an undeniable difference in the presence of Konoha ninjas, devoid of the terrifying aura she was accustomed to. "Then why not come with us? At the very least, ninjas from Konoha won't harm you." Sakura believed that following her was the safest option for Karen, especially in this perilous forest where a defenseless girl would likely not survive an hour. "Really? Can I?" Karen's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the kind-faced pink-haired girl who was willing to take her in. "Hey, Sakura, isn't that a bit inappropriate? We have our own matters to attend to." Sasuke interjected coolly, one hand stuffed in his pocket. Since the Chunin exam began, Sakura had noticed a change in Sasuke, as if most of his focus was on becoming stronger and attaining a higher rank as a ninja. It's fine. I will take full responsibility for Karen's well-being. It won't affect your results in this exam, Sakura explained, aiming to alleviate Sasuke's concerns. Seeing Sakura's determination, Sasuke said nothing further. He picked up the Book of Heaven from the ground and placed it into his bag. Chapter 34. Who is this person? Their words are so harsh. All right. I'll take Karen to change clothes first. You two wait here. Sakura glanced at the torn ninja outfit on the girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. The two girls, one in pink and the other in red, supported each other as they walked behind a nearby thicket. Sakura retrieved a maroon ninja outfit from her backpack and handed it to Karen. You can change here. I'll wait behind the tree. Thankfully, she had prepared a change of clothes before the exam. Otherwise, Sakura would have struggled to find something for Karen to wear in this desolate wilderness. Please don't leave me. I'm scared. Karen clung tightly to Sakura's arm, her delicate hand grasping firmly. It was evident that she was genuinely frightened. But you need to change, Sakura gently reminded the trembling girl in her embrace, feeling her own heart race. When had she become so virtuous? Please, don't leave me. I'm scared. Karen clearly perceived Sakura as a protector, her demeanor suggesting a desire for comfort in the presence of the pink-haired girl. Sakura took a deep breath and said, All right, then you can undress. After all, we are both girls. Thank you, Karen replied, completely oblivious to any awkwardness. The girl trembled as she removed her tattered shirt and donned the ninja outfit that Sakura had provided. Sakura gazed at the delicate figure before her, her eyes wide, feeling a dryness in her throat, followed by a rush of blood to her face. Suppressing one's feelings can be quite detrimental to the body. All right, I'm changed. Your clothes smell wonderful, like a hint of cherry blossoms, Karen remarked, inhaling the fragrance of her new attire. Oh, that's because my mother always uses the most renowned cherry blossom-scented laundry soap from the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura felt indifferent to the scent, yet it seemed to delight the girls. Observing Karen in her new outfit, Sakura couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The clothing, snugly fitted, accentuated Karen's curves, especially the lines at her chest, which were alluringly defined. It fits you perfectly, Sakura exclaimed. Let us go, Karen said, still holding onto Sakura's arm. The two returned to the earlier clearing, where Naruto and Sasuke were enjoying lunch. This journey promised to be perilous, so each team had prepared provisions, ensuring they had enough energy to face the unknown dangers ahead. Sakura, you're back. Come over and eat. I saved some delicious seaweed sushi for you, Naruto called, chewing noisily. All right, Naruto, Sakura replied, leading Karen to join them. Here, eat this. You need to replenish your energy. Sakura handed Karen a rice ball, and upon seeing it, tears welled up in Karen's eyes. No one had ever treated her with such kindness. The other ninjas had only seen her as a vessel for chakra. Over the years, the girl had mostly felt the excruciating pain of being used and discarded. Thank you. By the way, I don't even know your name, Karen said, accepting the rice ball. I'm Haruno Sakura. You can call me Sakura, she replied with a smile. Okay, Sakura, Karen said, taking a bite of the rice ball. For the first time, she experienced the warmth and happiness of sharing a meal. After finishing their meal, the group continued towards the central tower. Due to her injuries, Sakura carried Karen on her back. Naruto, concerned for Sakura, wanted to help, but she insisted it was all right, claiming it was inconvenient since Karen was a girl. The snug fit of Karen's clothing pressed against Sakura's back, creating an intimate connection. Every leap between the treetops sent tingles through Sakura's body. After 2 hours of travel, it was already afternoon. The sun hung low, and the vast forest was shrouded in shadows, with leaves overhead blocking out any light. Wait, let us stop for a moment. Karen suddenly called out to the three who were hastening ahead. From a young age, her unique heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan had granted her an extraordinary and acute sense of perception. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto halted, landing on a nearby branch. Karen, what's wrong? Sakura asked, sensing something ominous. There's an incredibly powerful chakra nearby, very close. Karen's crimson eyes widened in alarm. She had never encountered such a formidable presence before, one that exuded both menace and allure. Before Sakura could respond, shurikens whistled through the air towards them, each tied with a paper imbued with explosive seals. It's a bomb tag. Quick, retreat. Sakura shouted to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke quickly drew a kunai from his waist. his fingers deftly weaving through hand signs, shadow shuriken technique. The shurikens he hurled multiplied, transforming from 3 to 6, and then 12, intercepting the incoming shurikens. Boom. The explosive tags detonated upon impact, sending a shockwave that felled nearby trees. As the smoke cleared, a long-haired ninja wearing a straw hat emerged, clapping slowly. Indeed. You are worthy of the Uchiha bloodline, Uchiha Sasuke. You managed to neutralize my explosive tags with just one move. Quite impressive. The newcomer spoke with a voice that was both alluring and sinister, evoking an unsettling aura. Ah, so the snake has finally arrived, Sakura thought, realizing that her hope of reaching the central tower unscathed had been in vain. Perhaps she had been marked the moment she entered the forest. Who is this person? That voice is unbearable, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the ninja. Sasuke scrutinized the stranger's attire and forehead protector, recognizing him as a rogue from the grass village. He turned to Karen, his gaze demanding answers. Is this person with you? Karen shook her head innocently. No, I don't know him. She studied the ninja, unable to clearly see his face beneath the hat. Yet, something about him felt familiar, though she couldn't place it. Unbeknownst to Karen, the man's exterior was no longer intact. His essence had merged with that of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf. Sakura understood that Karen failed to recognize him because Orochimaru altered his appearance significantly when he possessed a new host. He often preferred to disguise himself in a feminine form. Thus, the present grass ninja appeared androgynous. His ultimate goal was to infiltrate the Death Forest, fixated on Sasuke. Orochimaru, Naruto, and Sasuke gasped in shock. They had no time to question how Sakura knew so much. After all, Orochimaru was an S-ranked rogue ninja, a formidable opponent indeed. Get away, Sasuke and Naruto. Take Karen and run. I can handle this, Sakura said, gently placing Karen down and handing her to Naruto. The pink-haired girl faced the enchanting grass ninja, whose brown eyes glinted with a terrifying murderous intent, an aura emanating from a shadow-level powerhouse. Sasuke, Naruto, and Karen stared, paralyzed by fear as they beheld Orochimaru. The oppressive atmosphere rendered them motionless. Is it too late now? Sakura thought, clenching her teeth. Everyone except her was ensnared by Orochimaru's overwhelming presence. Ahaha, I must admit, Sasuke. I'm somewhat disappointed. I didn't expect you to be intimidated by my killing intent. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on one individual, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. The other children would soon bid farewell to this world after the encounter. Orochimaru advanced towards Sasuke with a predatory grace, his eyes locked onto the boy's pale, delicate neck. If I leave my mark there, it would look exquisite, he mused, excitement twisting his expression. Water style? Hard vortex water blade. The girl with pink hair formed hand seals, and from the depths of the dense jungle, a colossal vortex emerged, within which blades of water, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, were hurled towards Orochimaru. Is this the ninjutsu of the second Hokage? Orochimaru mused, slightly taken aback. Could this girl be from the Senju clan? He quickly formed hand seals and performed a body flicker technique to evade Sakura's water blades, reappearing in an instant before the pink-haired girl. Such remarkable speed. Sakura thought, her heart racing. Ninjutsu, shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's arms transformed into numerous writhing serpents that lunged at Sakura's chest. How disgusting. Sakura shuddered at the sight of the snakes so close, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. Water release, water gun technique. The droplets at her fingertips coalesced and expanded, transforming into jets of water that sliced through the serpents, severing their heads, which then fell to the ground, crimson blood splattering onto the nearby branches. The scene was exhilarating. However, the man before her displayed no signs of pain. He merely retreated gracefully from Sakura's water jets. An intriguing child, far superior to Sasuke, yet regrettably not from the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru observed, his gaze appraising Sakura. To continuously perform water release in a dry area was beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Sasuke, can you move? Sakura glanced back at Sasuke, who was gasping for breath on a tree branch. The dark-haired youth watched the exchange between Sakura and Orochimaru with growing resentment. He loathed his own inadequacy, unable even to rise and fight, and despised the overwhelming strength of the two before him, feeling reduced to a mere object of protection. With this level of strength, how can I ever defeat my brother, Itachi Uchiha, and avenge my clan? He thought in frustration, suppressing a groan as he drew a kunai from his waist and stabbed it into his side. Ugh, he hissed, blood seeping through his clothes, awakening his consciousness. Quickly, he rose, hoisting Naruto on one shoulder and cradling the motionless Karen with the other. With two burdens, the black-haired boy leaped from the branch and landed on the ground. Without hesitation, he slashed at the wrists of Naruto and Karen, causing them to awaken from Orochimaru's mental grip. That hurts, Sasuke. Could you be a bit gentler? Naruto complained, clutching his bleeding wound. Meanwhile, Karen turned her gaze towards Sakura, who was still battling Orochimaru, silently praying for her safety. I'm going to help. Stay here with her and don't go anywhere. Otherwise, you'll really die? Sasuke warned, glancing at the now conscious duo before leaping towards Sakura and Orochimaru. Wait for me. Sasuke, I want to come too. Naruto shouted, following without a second thought, leaving Karen trembling alone. Ninjutsu, shadow multi-snake hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves emerged an even greater multitude of serpents, surging toward the pink-haired girl. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Just as she was about to cast her jutsu, a massive fireball erupted toward the snakes. The once lively serpent heads were instantly reduced to charred remains. A smile crept across Sakura's face, her heart momentarily lightened. Just as she had anticipated, Sasuke had managed to break free from Orochimaru's mental hold. Didn't I tell you to leave first? Sakura called to Sasuke. Though she was aware of Orochimaru's terrifying power, she felt compelled to maintain her facade. Leave? Abandon you to play the hero? I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. Sasuke replied coldly. Though the words are noble, they impart an uncomfortable sentiment, Sakura thought. I'm here too, came Naruto's voice from behind. Great. Now we're all going to die, Sakura sighed. Orochimaru regarded the trio standing together, his tone dripping with mockery, as if he were merely observing an entertaining game. Sasuke-kun, it appears your companions truly care for you. Shouldn't a member of the Uchiha clan be more solitary? He taunted, viewing Sasuke through the lens of his perception of Itachi as an emotionally distant individual. Hey, can you stop speaking in that strange tone? It's so unmanly. It makes me want to punch you. Naruto retorted, disgust etched on his face. Orochimaru, unable to counter Naruto's words, resorted to biting his finger. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, 3 enormous brown pythons appeared before them. What a massive snake. How many years does it take to grow this big? Naruto's voice trembled as he gazed at the colossal serpents, completely devoid of his earlier bravado. The 3 giant pythons slithered in 3 directions, charging at Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, their enormous jaws poised to strike, sending chills down their spines. Sakura touched her brow, realizing that these giant pythons were perfect for practicing her technique. I've been smashing trees in the ground. That's so boring. This time, let us see how I fare against snakes. The girl tightly clenched her fist, enveloping it in blue chakra flames that radiated a translucent blue-white glow. With a graceful leap, she soared into the air. Her chakra-imbued fist aimed at the head of the nearest snake. Super strength, cherry blossom clash. With a resounding crash, her powerful blow struck the python's head, causing the earth to tremble. The giant snake collapsed, unconscious. What is this? Super strength. Orochimaru's brown eyes narrowed, the pink-haired girl reminding him of a long-lost acquaintance and an uncomfortable memory. This girl is undoubtedly connected to the Senju clan. Before Orochimaru could react, the pink-haired girl leaped again, delivering a devastating blow to the other 2 snakes that had been engaged in combat with Naruto and Sasuke. The 2 boys gazed at Sakura's ferocious display with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. It was the first time they had witnessed her wielding such a formidable ninjutsu technique. A hint of jealousy flickered in Sasuke's eyes before quickly vanishing. Wow, Sakura, who taught you that? It's incredible, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for the now motionless serpent. Oh, it's nothing special, Sakura replied, modestly touching her nose. Modesty is a traditional virtue in Chinese culture. Hey, I have a question for you, Orochimaru said, his expression growing serious as he looked at the pink-haired girl. I know what you're going to say, uncle. Sakura thought with a smirk. Uncle? Everyone present gasped. Indeed, uncle. My super strength was taught to me by Lady Tsunade. As a fellow Sannin, shouldn't I call Orochimaru uncle as well? Sakura explained nonchalantly, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around her. Haha, it seems Tsunade has indeed taken on a remarkable apprentice. Orochimaru mused, intrigued by Sakura's identity. How is it, Master Uncle? For the sake of my little disciple, could you perhaps show me some mercy? When I see our master again, I will certainly convey your regards to her. Sakura believed that maintaining connections in the world of ninjas was essential. After all, no one wished to engage in conflict with the dangerous Orochimaru unless absolutely necessary. She would rather help Tsunade test her apprentice's abilities. Should those capabilities prove inadequate, she would take it upon herself to clear the way for her master. Upon mentioning this, a strange smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he added, "I believe your master would be quite grateful to me." Sakura replied, "Well then, let us forget I said anything." Indeed, in a world like that of Naruto, where fratricide and patricide were commonplace, fostering relationships proved utterly futile. "In that case, Master Uncle, do not blame your little disciple for her boldness," she declared, her emerald eyes suddenly sharpening with resolve. With a burst of energy, she lunged straight at Orochimaru. A pale blue flame flickered around her fists. Monster Strength, Sakura Assault. First style, Monster Strength, Sakura Assault. Second style, Monster Strength, Sakura Assault. Third style. The girl moved gracefully, delivering a barrage of powerful punches toward the sinister figure before her. Orochimaru, however, was equally agile, evading her strikes with the fluidity of a rubber band, while the surrounding trees crumbled under the force of her blows. Though her strength was formidable, if she could not land a hit, it was of little consequence. Orochimaru observed the frenzied assault of the pink-haired girl. His verbal nonchalance belied by the tension in his heart. A mere graze could spell disaster for him. After all, he had tasted the sting of a punch in his youth, a sensation difficult to articulate. "Master Uncle, you're quite impressive. I can't seem to land a blow." Sakura mimicked Orochimaru's tone. While it appeared that the advantage lay with her, she understood that he was not fighting at full strength. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Amidst their exchange, several hundred blonde-haired boys suddenly appeared behind Sakura. Naruto had activated the shadow clone technique, attempting to overwhelm Orochimaru with numbers. Sakura gazed in awe at the countless orange-clad figures charging forth. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, their chakra is astonishing, she thought. If paired with the chakra of the little fox, they would surely ascend to greatness. "Huh, you think such ninjutsu can challenge me?" Orochimaru cackled, positioning himself atop a gnarled tree branch. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. His crimson maw unleashed a torrent of serpents that surged toward Naruto's clones. In mere moments, the shadow clones were overwhelmed, dissipating into clouds of smoke. The real Naruto was struck by the writhing mass of serpents, crashing against a tree and losing consciousness. Sakura sighed. What a blusterous display of ninjutsu. Truly, the prince is unreliable. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As the remaining serpents pressed on, poised to strike at Naruto, Sasuke formed hand seals, transforming shurikens into numerous deadly projectiles aimed at the serpents. The foremost serpents were pinned to the tree, and the remaining ones scattered in fright. Lightning Release, Thunderstep. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of purple-blue lightning toward Orochimaru. "My dear Sasuke, you've even mastered Lightning Release. It seems Kakashi has been teaching you well," Orochimaru remarked, deftly evading while praising the black-haired boy, as if he were privy to all of Sasuke's secrets. Sakura couldn't help but think, what a devoted fan he is. "Take this, Master Uncle. Don't forget your little disciple." Sakura teleported behind Orochimaru and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying several meters away, as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing through multiple trees before landing in a thicket. Indeed, working alongside Sasuke makes it much more manageable, she mused, realizing that Orochimaru had been solely focused on Sasuke, momentarily neglecting her presence. "Is it over?" Sasuke paused, gazing at the distant Orochimaru. "Not so quickly. That fellow is as resilient as a cockroach," Sakura replied, her expression serious as she prepared for battle. "Ha!" Orochimaru's voice boomed, his grotesque laughter echoing ominously. "Two delightful little imps have managed to excite me. It's been far too long since I felt this way." In an instant, the form embedded in the bushes morphed into a pool of black mud. A mud clone. "How astonishing!" Sasuke exclaimed, realizing he had not observed when Orochimaru had formed it. Orochimaru's true self emerged from a tree, gradually materializing from transparency to solidity. "Sasuke-kun, allow me to teach you what true combat entails," he declared, his gaze sharpening as he shot toward Sasuke like a darting water snake. "Run, Sasuke," Sakura warned, recognizing Orochimaru's intent on the boy's delicate neck. But it was too late. Orochimaru had fully committed himself. Sasuke launched a barrage of shurikens. all of which were effortlessly dodged by Orochimaru's serpentine movements. Two sharp fangs glistened in the light. Sasuke clutched the transformed figure before him, struggling against the overwhelming force. Yet, he was powerless to stop it. Blood trickled down his neck as Sakura summoned water from beneath her feet, shaping it into glowing claws aimed at Orochimaru. But he sidestepped her attack effortlessly. It hurts. My neck. Sasuke groaned, clutching his throat as 3 dark marks appeared upon his skin. This is it. He has branded him. Sakura sighed, realizing she could not prevent this slippery snake's fatal kiss. Sasuke writhed in agony, the curse seal's effects taking hold, and he collapsed, plummeting from the tree. Water release. Water shield technique. Sakura quickly summoned a protective barrier of water to cushion Sasuke's fall, ensuring he landed safely. Little girl, your prowess is impressive. Your chakra control surpasses your years. I cannot allow you to live. Otherwise, you will become a future threat. Orochimaru coldly regarded Sakura. How shameless it is for a legendary Sannin to bully a defenseless girl. My master would surely laugh at you. Sakura attempted to provoke Orochimaru, hoping to disrupt his focus. Such a stubborn girl. However, words mean nothing to one who is about to die, Orochimaru replied, unfazed by her taunts. Once again, his serpentine form lunged towards Sakura. Sakura assault. Sakura, seeing him dare to approach her unarmed, channeled her chakra into her right fist, aiming to strike at Orochimaru's gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's mouth split open, revealing a terrifying spectacle. From within the human skin emerged a complete body, its mouth gripping a gleaming silver blade. This is bad. It is the Kusanagi sword. Sakura finally realized she had fallen into a trap. A single punch would render her arm useless. After all, the Kusanagi sword is feared even by the indestructible king of monkeys. Her flesh and blood would surely not withstand its sharpness. Water release. Water armor. Instantly, radiant light enveloped the girl's fair skin, and shimmering blue scales formed a protective armor around her delicate body. The Kusanagi sword struck Sakura's chest, yet it met with no success. She felt only a pressure against her chest. Such formidable strength. It was truly a clash of titans between spear and shield. Orochimaru, astonished, withdrew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, transparent saliva slowly dripping from the blade, making Sakura feel a wave of nausea. Observing the water armor on Sakura, Orochimaru appeared somewhat surprised. It was indeed capable of withstanding the Kusanagi's assault. How many hidden skills does this girl possess? Even this self-proclaimed master of myriad ninjutsu, Orochimaru, could not help but marvel. However, after unleashing a series of powerful punches and various water techniques, Sakura's chakra was nearly depleted. Yet, before her, Orochimaru remained relaxed and unhurried. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for the girl. Sakura understood that as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's chakra reserves far surpassed her own. Had she mastered the 100 healings technique, she would not fear him. But now, with this thought, fine beads of cold sweat emerged at her temples. Could it be that she was truly destined to meet her end here? Sakura, use mine. A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. A red-haired girl leaped from the ground to a tree branch, landing beside Sakura. It was Karen. Karen, what are you doing here? Sakura was bewildered. This situation was far beyond Karen's capability to handle. Use mine. Sakura, I am willing to give you all of my strength. Karen extended her delicate, bite-marked arm, gazing at Sakura with eyes filled with trust and reliance. Are you truly willing, Karen? Sakura felt a pang of reluctance. Of course, if it's you. I would gladly give 100 times. Karen's face flushed with a soft blush. Sakura looked into Karen's sincere eyes. The red-haired girl displayed no panic, even in the face of such a terrifying opponent. All right. Sakura grasped the red-haired girl's arm and gently bit down. Ugh. Karen let out a soft moan. There was no pain, only a sense of satisfaction, comfort, and joy. All right. Karen, your chakra is abundant. I feel my body instantly filled with strength. Sakura gently released her bite, gazing at the blushing Karen with a tone brimming with exhilaration. Orochimaru watched the two girls before him, puzzled as to what they were doing. Why were both of their faces flushed? Even the battle-hardened Orochimaru had never encountered such a situation before, leaving him momentarily at a loss. All right, Karen, I'm ready. You should hide behind me now, as the battle will become more intense. Sakura stated as she released Karen's arm. Be careful not to get hurt by that perverted snake. Karen warned, casting a fierce glare at Orochimaru. Chapter 38. Orochimaru, you truly never learn. It seemed time to use that technique. Now, the chakra within her was doubled compared to the beginning. Utilizing that technique would yield great results. But before that, Sakura needed to summon a friend to buy herself some time. The girl leisurely bit her fingertip. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A giant slug appeared before her. Sakura, what is the matter? The slug's voice was gentle. Miss Slug, I hope you can hold off that person over there. I need some time to perform my ninjutsu. Sakura felt reassured looking at the blue and white slug before her. The slug turned to face Orochimaru, its adorable mouth moving slightly. So it's you, Orochimaru. Last time Mr. Hisashi let you go, but now you're back to cause trouble. The tone was gentle, yet carried a stern undertone. Clearly, the slug also held a strong disdain for Orochimaru. It seemed she often conversed with her friend, the king of monkeys, about this man. Today was indeed fortunate. She encountered the apprentice of an old friend and met Ms. Slug. Orochimaru smiled at the summoned beast before him. Even he, powerful as he was, dared not act recklessly in the presence of the slug. After all, snakes fear slugs, a natural order. Moreover, she was the colossal summoning beast of the wet-bone forest. The slug ignored Orochimaru and turned to Sakura. Sakura, you prepare that ninjutsu. I will hold him off for now. After speaking, Ms. Slug split off 3 smaller slugs, which slowly crawled towards the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, as well as the injured Karen. Upon reaching Karen, the girl covered in bite marks, the slug paused momentarily. This girl contained such powerful chakra, noting her distinctive hair color. The battle-hardened slug realized she must belong to the legendary Uzumaki clan. It was said that the Uzumaki clan had individuals with a unique constitution dedicated to providing nourishment to others. No wonder Sakura's summoned clone was several times larger than before. She must have drawn upon the red-haired girl's power. With everything in place, Sakura began forming hand seals to gather chakra. This power was immense. Orochimaru also recognized that the situation was turning dire and swiftly charged at Sakura, aiming to interrupt her technique, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Sticky tongue acid, a large mass of pale yellow viscous acid shot toward Orochimaru. This was Ms. Slug's lethal move, possessing extraordinary corrosive properties. With no choice, Orochimaru abandoned his attack on Sakura and directed his strike towards the slug's massive body. The slug did not flinch. She observed the Kusanagi sword piercing her form with composure. Ninjutsu. Slug split. Ms. Slug uttered softly. The struck area split into numerous smaller slugs. Orochimaru, physical damage means nothing to me. After all this time, you still do not understand me? The slug chuckled lightly, continuing to unleash a torrent of acid toward the man before her. Wherever the acid landed, it corroded, hissing ominously. Orochimaru found himself at a loss, forced to continuously change tactics to evade the slug. All right, Miss Slug, Sakura exclaimed, her emerald eyes wide as her ninjutsu was complete. Miss Slug moved her plump body to Sakura's side. She too was eager to witness the girl's powerful technique. Hee, what kind of technique takes so long? I am quite curious. If you cannot take me down in one blow, I shall not take it lightly. Orochimaru licked his lips, remaining tense and alert. After all, this girl was capable of summoning a giant slug. Underestimating her would only lead to his downfall. With deft movements of her fingers, a colossal wave surged through the dark forest. Thanks to Karen's chakra support, Sakura's chakra was now several times greater than before. An endless stream of energy flowing through her meridians. Water release, 5-point whip kill. Above the giant wave, 5 powerful water columns surged forth like 5 bolts of lightning, with chakra rapidly circulating around them, causing devastation wherever they struck. The water whips resembled 5 bottomless tornadoes, racing towards Orochimaru with astonishing speed. This force was magnitude stronger than her previous encounter with the Black Horaiga, and the speed was unmatched. Such a powerful water release technique would be insurmountable, even for me. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, and he dared not be negligent. He immediately summoned the summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. From the ground rose 3 crimson-faced iron gates. Boom, boom, boom. The water whip struck the Rashomon with ferocity, shattering all 3 gates in succession. Accompanied by Orochimaru's anguished scream, the man's body was gruesomely torn apart. His limbs and torso scattered, a sight too horrific to behold. Was it over? The slug observed the disheveled battlefield before it, murmuring, "Aha! I never expected that after the Yellow Flash and Itachi Uchiha, there would emerge such a remarkably gifted girl from Konoha." As the white smoke lingered, Orochimaru's figure emerged, unscathed and moving slowly. How could this be? Sakura could hardly fathom. She had exerted herself to the utmost. Was this wily serpent truly indestructible? Even the slug, accustomed to grand spectacles, expressed shock. Could it be that this creature was a descendant, capable of splitting? I shall grant you a reprieve today. With a ninja as exceptional as you in the future shinobi world, perhaps there is hope for improvement. With these words, Orochimaru cast a glance at the unconscious Sasuke nearby. In truth, he had already achieved his objective, having placed the curse mark of heaven upon Sasuke. As for this small girl before him, with the slug's healing abilities, it would be a while before she could be slain. Orochimaru was shrewd, understanding the art of retreat. Amidst his sinister laughter, the man's body gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. Sighing with relief, Sakura watched as Orochimaru finally withdrew. She had managed to endure. The girl stumbled slightly, nearly fainting. Fortunately, the slug supported her with its plump body. Are you all right, Sakura? The slug inquired, gazing at the weary girl with concern. I'm fine, Miss Slug. Thank you, Sakura replied, feeling immensely grateful. Without the energy replenishment from Karen and the slug's assistance, she might have lost her life. With her current strength, defeating Orochimaru was beyond her capabilities. That man had yet to unleash his full power. Sakura couldn't shake the feeling that during their confrontation, she was merely a pawn in his game. It was an unsettling sensation, one that left her feeling quite vexed. Chapter 39. Let us catch some fish by the river well. Regardless, the crisis has been averted. I have already treated the other three. The two boys should awaken soon, the slug said softly, considering the injuries of Naruto and Sasuke to be minor. All right, Miss Slug. But what about the curse mark on Sasuke's neck? Sakura voiced her concern as she glanced at the boy's neck. She had hoped to turn the tide herself. But what was meant to happen had indeed transpired. For that, you may need to seek Lady Tsunade's help. I cannot assist with that, the slug replied. Knowing that only the three legendary ninjas could suppress Orochimaru's exclusive curse mark with the 5-element seal. Understood, Sakura said, her brow slightly furrowed. I will take my leave now, Sakura. All right. With a puff, the slug transformed into white smoke and vanished. Ding. You have successfully completed a confrontation with Orochimaru and emerged unscathed. Health points increased by 5,000, chakra points increased by 2,000. You have received a surprise reward. The special Jonin progress bar is full. Congratulations, you have officially advanced to Elite Jonin status. The Elite Jonin progress bar has now been opened, currently at 8 completion. You have received another surprise reward. Wow, I struck gold. Sakura exclaimed, astonished at the rapid increase in health points from Orochimaru's quest. Having received 2 surprise rewards in quick succession, click to view the first surprise reward. Please choose one from the Wood Release Ninjutsu Scroll or the Earth Release Ninjutsu Scroll. Select the Wood Release Ninjutsu Scroll. Without hesitation, Sakura chose Wood Release. Click to view the second surprise reward. Please choose one from the Summoning Beast Ninja Dog or Summoning Beast Ninja Cat. Select the Summoning Beast Ninja Cat. Congratulations! You have acquired a Persian Cat of the Night, which will become your exclusive summoning beast. Its skills are Night Roar and Mist Tracking, making it a ninja cat with both search and attack capabilities. Don't forget to feed it weekly. Its favorite treat is dried fish. Sakura nodded in satisfaction. This Persian cat would surely prove useful in future missions. The system powered down. Sakura, are you alright? I was really worried about you just now, Karen said as she rushed over to embrace Sakura, relief evident in her voice. The red-haired girl trembled uncontrollably. It's okay, I'm fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly alright. Sakura reassured her, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of Karen's eyes. Only then did she notice a beautiful tear mole at the corner of Karen's eye, accentuating the shimmering tears and the rising and falling of her chest, rendering her particularly vulnerable. Karen's sobs gradually subsided. Sakura, they still haven't awakened. What should we do next? She asked, glancing worriedly at Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura pondered, her eyes darting around. We need to find a place to rest until they wake up. Then we can head to the central tower together. All right, I'll follow your lead, Karen nodded repeatedly. By the way, Sakura, do you want it? Karen looked at the exhausted Sakura, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What is it, Karen? Sakura inquired, feeling a bit puzzled. Karen's blush deepened, reaching her ears. As she mumbled softly, do you want to bite me again? You used up a lot of chakra with that move earlier, and I'm afraid if enemies come, your body might not hold up, so. Sakura instantly understood Karen's implication, her face flushing crimson. No, that might not be appropriate. I can just rest for a bit and recover slowly. No, it's fine. I like it when you bite me. You're different from others, very gentle. I don't feel any pain at all, Karen stammered. The shy girl buried her head in Sakura's neck, causing a flutter in Sakura's heart. Well, all right then. Sakura gently pulled Karen's shoulder, her teeth slowly grazing her fair skin. The girl beneath her let out a soft moan. Is it painful? Sakura asked, concern etched on her face. Karen shook her head vigorously. No, it doesn't hurt. It's just a bit ticklish. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sakura scratched her head, and the atmosphere grew a tad awkward. Well, let us find a place to rest, and also feed these two, Sakura suggested, diverting her gaze from Karen's delicate figure. Okay, Karen responded sweetly, adoring Sakura's endearing demeanor. Half an hour later, Sakura and Karen arrived at a small riverside, carefully laying Naruto and Sasuke side by side. Karen even piled up some branches to create a pillow. Sakura gazed at the two boys and mused. I suppose this counts as sharing a bed. Karen, you keep an eye on them. I'll go catch some fish to cook, Sakura instructed. During the battle with Orochimaru, their backpacks had scattered, and their food supplies were nowhere to be found. Thankfully, Karen had acted quickly, retrieving the Heaven and Earth scroll from her pack and holding it close to her chest, knowing how vital those scrolls were for Sakura and the others. All right, go ahead, Karen nodded obediently. Sakura rolled up her pant legs, barefoot, and with a kunai in hand, aimed at the fish in the river, launching it forward. She relished this moment of joy. There is no rush to utilize the water release technique to catch fish. One day, when I no longer feel the need to obsess over training to become stronger, I envision gathering a few beloved companions, constructing small wooden cabins in a secluded forest, cultivating a garden, planting flowers, tilling the land, and weaving cloth, working from dawn until dusk. Such a thought is indeed delightful. The sun now gently descends towards the horizon, casting golden rays upon the girl's cheeks, where all beauty is silently expressed. Sakura, look at Sasuke. He seems to be in distress. The reverie is interrupted by a lilting voice as Sakura hears Karen's call. Quickly, she grasps the fish in her hands, leaps ashore, and rushes to join the others. Sasuke's brows are furrowed, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. The dark curse mark upon his neck emanates a sinister aura. Its power is indeed frightening. With no knowledge of sealing techniques, Sakura can only feel anxious. It seems they must hasten to the central tower. I'm truly fearful for Sasuke. Sakura, do not be afraid. Come into my embrace. I shall protect you. Ah. A gigantic python appears, and the blonde youth dreams of something unsavory. Sakura's forehead creases in irritation at his foolishness. With a swift motion, she slaps the blonde's face. Ah. Naruto is startled awake. Who am I? Where am I? All right, Naruto-kun, the crisis has been averted. Karen observes the dazed Naruto with a hint of amusement. Oh, averted? Did that perverted man perish? As Naruto scans his surroundings, anxiety fills his gaze. Yes, he was scared off by Sakura-chan. Oh, I see. The blonde youth begins to regain his composure, casting a glance at the pink-haired girl, admiration shining in his eyes. Naruto recognizes the terrifying power of that snake man. Sakura is indeed growing stronger. If he does not train diligently, he might soon find himself left far behind. He yearns to fight alongside Sakura, yet he feels he has become a burden. With these thoughts, the blonde clenches his fists, resolute within. He must become stronger, undeniably so. Chapter 40. The Formidable Gourd Boy, What Happened to Sasuke. Naruto finally notices his close friend, who lies in a deep slumber. He has fallen victim to Orochimaru's curse mark. It seems he will remain unconscious for a while, Sakura explains. Damn that Orochimaru. How could he do this to Sasuke? Despite their usual rivalry. Seeing his companion in such a state fills Naruto with deep concern, causing his entire body to tremble with rage. Indeed, love for comrades transcends rivalry. Sakura, how do you feel now? She needs Naruto for a task. Naruto shakes his arms and twists his neck. I feel completely fine now, and I even feel quite energetic. With that, he stands and performs a few acrobatic flips. Sakura is taken aback. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable self-healing abilities. Even in the absence of the slug's healing techniques, he would likely awaken swiftly. Then, you shall carry Sasuke. After we finish our meal, we must quickly proceed to the central tower. Sakura gazes at the setting sun, slightly furrowing her brow. She hopes the journey ahead will be uneventful. Not a problem. Leave Sasuke to me. Naruto thumps his chest confidently. All right, let us roast the fish. Time is of the essence. Karen has already prepared the fire. The three of them each take a stick skewering the river fish and place them over the flames. The fish skin gradually turns golden and curls outward. The aroma wafts through the air. All right, I shall begin. Naruto takes a hearty bite, the crunch echoing between his teeth. Delicious. Once they have eaten their fill, Karen offers a bit of water to Sasuke. They extinguish the fire and, with Naruto carrying Sasuke, set off towards the central tower. 5 hours later, the trio finds themselves less than 3 kilometers from the tower. Night has fallen, and a luminous silver moon hangs high in the sky, casting a cool glow. The forest of death appears particularly serene under the moonlight, yet the silence is haunting, only broken by the sounds of insects. Stop! Karen suddenly halts, her perceptive nature sensing something amiss. What is it, Karen? Sakura glances at the red-haired girl. There are 6 chakra signatures ahead, one of which is exceptionally strong. Karen's crimson eyes blink in surprise. This powerful chakra radiates intense aggression. Although it pales in comparison to Orochimaru's, it is filled with murderous intent. The three of them hold their breath, moving cautiously towards the 6 formidable presences. Parting the underbrush, they behold 6 candidates, locked in a tense standoff. Among them are 3 members of the Sand Ninja team Sakura previously encountered. The formidable chakra must belong to the Gourd Boy, Gaara. Opposite the Sand Ninja, 3 Leaf Ninjas stand their ground. A boy with Byakugan, a youth clad in a watermelon-patterned outfit, and a girl with a traditional Chinese hairstyle. The strongest Taijutsu team from Konoha, Team Guy. Hey, Sand Ninjas, you already possess the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Why do you obstruct our path? Tenten speaks first. Sakura then notices 3 bodies lying nearby, gruesomely mutilated. One is so dismembered that a complete corpse cannot be discerned, blood spilling everywhere. It is undoubtedly the work of Gaara. Who else would exhibit such brutality? Tintin, do not waste your breath on these guys. They are not Leaf Ninja, and they do not appear to be reasonable. Lee prepares for battle, extending one hand while the other remains behind his back. Gaara, we have more pressing matters at hand. There is no need to waste time on irrelevant individuals. Kankuro, painted in purple, glances at Gaara, aware that his bloodthirsty brother cares little for the Chunin exams. Only thirsting for slaughter. This does not concern you. Gaara speaks coldly, barely acknowledging Kankuro. You. Kankuro grits his teeth in frustration, but holds back under Gaara's oppressive aura. Lee. This guy is not someone you can handle. The boy with Byakugan, Niji, notices the chakra levels of the 3 opponents. The red-haired boy with the gourd harbors tremendous chakra, along with even more mysterious powers hidden within. This mysterious power cannot even be perceived by Byakugan. He may be stronger than me. Niji, typically regarded as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, feels a tension in the air. Niji, no matter what, I shall not allow my teammates to fight alone. This is my principle as a ninja, Rock Lee. He glances at Niji and Tintin behind him, confident in his abilities, having trained tirelessly for the Chunin exams. Lee, you should heed Niji's advice. His eyes do not deceive. Tintin, who has always trusted Niji, the genius of the Hyuga clan, speaks up. Do not worry, Tintin. I will ensure you and Niji remain unharmed. With me around, you are safe. Lee continues, seemingly oblivious to Tenin's warnings. Every day, conflict is imminent. Gaara slowly manipulated the sand beneath him, transforming the scattered grains into a tangible form suspended in midair. Within mere seconds, sharp sand daggers coalesced, each emanating a faint blue chakra glow. The expressionless eyes of the gourd-wielding youth remained unwaveringly calm. Ninjutsu, sand shower. Countless daggers surged toward the 3 opponents. Such incredible speed. Sakura, hidden behind the bushes, couldn't help but marvel. Ninjutsu, heavenly spin. The boy with Byakugan discerned the immense power behind the oncoming assault, swiftly activating the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense. In an instant, a spherical barrier of rapidly spinning chakra enveloped him. The sound of numerous sand daggers hitting the barrier echoed, scattering harmlessly to the ground. This is Niji's absolute defense. Your attacks cannot penetrate our defenses, he declared proudly to Gaara and his companions, his bright eyes crescent-shaped with confidence. Gaara gazed at Niji's Byakugan, a glint of avarice forming at the corner of his lips. His pale blue eyes quivered slightly, as if yearning for a blood-soaked battle at any moment. Ah, how lively it is here, a light, elegant voice suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere. Chapter 41. The long-legged Kuratsuchi, soared above a black-haired young woman clad in a crimson long coat, appeared in the sky. Alone, she floated above the 6 individuals. A kunoichi capable of soaring without any external aid. It appeared to be Kuratsuchi, the princess of Awagakure. The talents of Tsunade and Konoha are truly remarkable, she mused, surveying the scene below. With her arms crossed, she adopted a relaxed posture, akin to a spectator watching a fierce competition. Hey, Kuratsuchi, your impatience remains unchanged. We're struggling to keep up. A stout man, panting heavily, followed close behind. Behind him, another Iwagakure ninja bore a long ninjato. You're all too slow, Cheeto. If you dawdle any longer, you might miss the action, Kuratsuchi replied, glancing back at her senior. Cheeto, already a special jonin of Awagakure, had joined the Chunin exams to ensure Kuratsuchi's safety, being the sole granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage, and to bolster Iwagakure's reputation. With Cheeto's current strength, ordinary genin would stand no chance against him. You lot are hoping to fish in troubled waters? Tintin rolled her eyes at Kuratsuchi above, critiquing the situation. Once the battle between the Sand Ninjas and their opponents commenced, the Awagakure ninjas would simply wait to reap the rewards once both sides were exhausted. Humph. I disdain such underhanded tactics, Kuratsuchi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the bun-haired girl. Hando, one of the Sand Ninjas, bit her lip, feeling the weight of Tintin's words. She turned to Gaara, who seemed entranced, his gaze fixated on Niji, embodying the essence of anticipation for an unfinished battle. They had come on a mission to participate in the exams, and if anything went awry, as the leader of the Sand Ninja team, she feared she would have no explanation to offer to Kankuro. Moreover, if Gaara's interest piqued and he awakened the beast within, it would spell disaster for all present. With that thought, Hando gently placed her delicate hand on Gaara's shoulder, her tone laced with a hint of persuasion. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. We've already gathered the earth and heaven scrolls. Our priority should be to return and report back. We mustn't forget Father's orders. The blonde girl's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. She harbored a subtle apprehension towards Gaara. Indeed, Gaara, I too hope you can remain calm. There will be ample opportunities for battle ahead, Kankuro chimed in, echoing his sister's sentiments. Gaara's cold gaze revealed no emotion, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. After a pause, he let out a dismissive huff. The sand around him obediently returned to the gourd. Thus, Gaara departed slowly under the watchful eyes of his companions, with Hando and Kankuro following closely behind. Humph, why are they backing down again? How frustrating. Kuratsuchi pouted, displeased by the turn of events, clearly disappointed at missing the spectacle. Hey, we could still have a spar, the Awagakure ninja. Lee called out, looking up at Kuratsuchi in the sky. Lee, do not engage in pointless actions against those uninvolved. We must conserve our strength for the next round, Niji advised, sensing Kuratsuchi's disinterest in combat. Beneath his Byakugan, he noted that her chakra was remarkably pure. Fine. Lee shrugged in compliance. Let us hasten our departure. Time is of the essence, Tintin remarked, glancing at the moon above as she urged her companions onward toward the central tower. Once Kuratsuchi and her companions had taken flight, Kin, hidden in the bushes, exhaled a sigh of relief. That was truly nerve-wracking. It felt perilously close, she said, patting her chest and glancing at Sakura. Yes, regarding that Sand Ninja Gaara. You should keep your distance if you encounter him again, Sakura advised, her expression thoughtful as she cautioned Naruto and Kin. Even Sakura herself did not possess absolute confidence in defeating Gaara, especially considering the beast within him. Should it awaken, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Is that eyebrowless kid really that formidable? Naruto pondered, intrigued. Indeed, his chakra is unlike that of ordinary people, as if it hails from an unfathomable abyss. Kin articulated her impression. Naruto was about to speak further when he noticed the black-haired youth on his back stir slightly, emitting a faint groan of pain. Ugh, Sasuke, you're awake? Naruto exclaimed joyfully, momentarily forgetting their earlier discussion about Gaara. Sasuke slowly opened his heavy eyelids, surveying Sakura, Naruto, and Kin before murmuring, Sakura, Orochimaru. He's not here. Don't worry, we're safe for now. Sakura comforted the weakened Sasuke, who struggled to lift his arm to touch the cursed seal on his neck, acutely aware that all his pain stemmed from that injury. After being bitten by Orochimaru, he had lapsed into unconsciousness. It's all right. We can have Tsunade and Kakashi-sensei seal that later. Sakura sought to alleviate Sasuke's concerns. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt slightly reassured. Let us hurry inside, Naruto urged, pointing toward the brightly lit tower nearby. Right. The three of them rose, Naruto shouldering Sasuke, once more as they made their way forward. Upon reaching the tower, the examiner, Anko, and several jonin had been waiting in the hall for quite some time. Congratulations on successfully passing through the forest of death, Anko said, one hand in her pocket while she held a dango skewer with the other, eyeing the four before her. Who is this girl? The unexpected presence of a foreign ninja in the Konoha team puzzled Anko. This is a grass ninja we rescued along the way, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Sakura explained, hoping that Konoha would grant the homeless red-haired girl some kindness, given the deep ties between the Uzumaki clan and the village. How very helpful of you all, Anko remarked, chewing on her dango as she approached them. Naruto handed over the earth and heaven scrolls, gently lowering the weakened Sasuke. Anko's gaze fell upon the black seal on Sasuke's neck, her brown eyes widening in shock and her voice trembling slightly. You. What did you encounter in there? Red Bean had never anticipated that the individual would infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exam. How did those lower-ranked ninjas manage to survive? Orochimaru, the examiner Red Bean, and Sakura were all aware of Red Bean's deep-seated fear of Orochimaru. The woman before them had once been a potential vessel for him. Red Bean's expression faltered momentarily, her dark eyes flickering with a hint of panic before she regained her composure. The woman then spoke softly. So, Orochimaru's intentions are indeed focused on this boy from the Uchiha clan. It seems he has made thorough preparations for this Chunin exam. With a serious demeanor, she turned to Sakura and said, You are Haruno Sakura, Tsunade's apprentice, correct? Sakura nodded, affirming her identity. Chapter 42. Hiruzen, hurry to find Jiraiya. You must come with me to Lord Hokage immediately. We need to report all intelligence regarding Orochimaru to the higher-ups in Konoha without delay. Orochimaru's arrival posed a significant threat to the village. As Orochimaru's former disciple, Red Bean understood the extent of the man's danger. What about my companions? Sakura pointed to Kankuro and his team nearby. Have them take the Uchiha boy to the medical facility. There are specialized medical ninjas there. I will also inform Shizune and Lady Tsunade, who can temporarily suppress the cursed seal of heaven. Understood. With that, Sakura accompanied Red Bean to the Hokage Tower. Before departing, Sakura reassured Kankuro not to be afraid, for the Konoha ninjas would not harm her. Within the Hokage Tower, Sakura spent half an hour recounting the details of her encounter with Orochimaru, leaving no stone unturned, even detailing the ninjutsu utilized during the conflict. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. His expression shifted from grave to relieved as he spoke. Sakura, I truly did not expect you to repel Orochimaru single-handedly. Based on your account, even if he did not exert his full strength, it is sufficient to validate your prowess. It appears that Konoha has a promising future. When Hiruzen expressed this, his tone was more filled with joy and satisfaction than concern for the impending danger. Since the Nine-Tails incident and the death of the fourth Hokage, the village had not seen a civilian ninja of such remarkable capability. Moreover, Sakura was merely 13 years old, surpassing even Itachi Uchiha of his time. It's all thanks to Lady Tsunade and Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, slightly bashful. Yet, she relished the praise. So, what should we do next? Sakura continued, since Orochimaru was able to masquerade as a grass ninja and infiltrate Konoha, it suggests that his subordinates may be lurking around us, possibly aiming to exploit this Chunin exam to Konoha's detriment. Sakura began to speculate further, though she could not articulate everything directly. The thought that the Kazekage might have already fallen victim to Orochimaru filled her with sorrow for Tsunade. Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his composure. No worries. Now that we have this vital information in advance, I will inform the Umbu to bolster our defenses. The priority remains to complete the Chunin exam. As the Hokage with the longest tenure, Hiruzen possessed extensive combat experience and a keen sense for crisis management, allowing Sakura to feel reassured. His calm demeanor in the face of Orochimaru's arrival indicated he had already devised a strategy. With a kind gaze, Hiruzen looked at Sakura, his tone imbued with expectation. Sakura, there are still 2 rounds of assessments ahead. You are likely to encounter exceptionally skilled elite ninjas from other villages. Do you have confidence? Sakura recognized that the old man was placing all hope upon her shoulders. She was no longer merely Haruno Sakura. She was now the face of Konoha. The girl offered a light smile, feigning ease. Don't worry, Lord Third. When the time comes, I will show them the might of our Konoha ninjas. With that, she raised her fist dramatically, striking the air in a rather theatrical manner. Ha ha ha, that's good. I believe you will not disappoint us, Hiruzen replied, feeling a sense of relief rather than noticing her theatricality. He had indeed chosen wisely from the beginning. By the way, Lord Third, I have a small request that I hope you will grant. Sakura recalled the unfortunate girl from the Uchiha clan. Speak. I would prefer you not to call me Lord Third. It feels too distant. Given our relationship, as I am Tsunade's teacher, you should call me Shirsho. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed with amusement at suddenly gaining a disciple. Ahaha. Then I shall call you Third Grandpa. Shirsho feels quite old-fashioned, Sakura teased, suspecting the old man was trying to take advantage of her. Haha. Very well, that works too. Hiruzen recognized the cleverness of the girl and added, you mentioned needing something. It concerns my friend, Uzumaki Karen. I believe it is time to secure her a home in Konoha. Oh, the girl from the Uzumaki clan you mentioned? Hiruzen paused thoughtfully before continuing. What do you wish from me? I hope you can provide her with a home in Konoha, ideally allowing her to enroll in our ninja academy and participate in the next Chunin exam. She is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and possesses a unique healing ability, undoubtedly destined to become an excellent medical ninja. Sakura sounded much like a salesperson fervently promoting her product. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan has always had amicable ties with us in Konoha. Moreover, your description of her, especially her ability to provide chakra in times of crisis, indicates her kind-hearted nature. Konoha shall not neglect her. So you agree? Sakura asked eagerly. Of course. I will arrange for a residence for her. If she is willing. She may also attend the ninja academy. She will definitely be willing. Sakura thought, marveling at how generous the Hokage was to simply offer a house. I must become Hokage too. This is too appealing. After the pink-haired girl left, two elderly ninjas emerged from behind the office curtains, Tsunade and Mito. Hiruzen. The incident with Orochimaru's ambush in the Forest of Death is extremely urgent. I suggest we summon Jiraiya, who is currently away, Tsunade said, frowning with concern. Indeed, I believe Tsunade is correct. Hiruzen, we cannot underestimate this matter, Mito chimed in, always following Tsunade's lead. Hiruzen returned to his seat and took a sip from his teacup. The problem is, I have no idea where Jiraiya has gone. It may take some time to locate him. He understood his student well. Not only was he a womanizer, but he also loved to play. Likely hiding in some hot spring admiring the scenery. We must attempt to send someone to find him. Hiruzen, you are getting old and cannot handle this alone. You know Orochimaru's temperament. If you had not shown him so much leniency in the past, we would not be in this predicament, Tsunade chastised. Her tone tinged with frustration as she expressed her feelings toward her longtime comrade. Let us not be too pessimistic. Fortunately, Tsunade is still in the village. Her assistance will alleviate a great deal of pressure. It would be even better if we could bring Jiraiya back, Mito added, playing the role of mediator. Indeed. You both make valid points. Hiruzen acknowledged, knowing that while these two advisors could be stubborn at times, their perspectives were always rooted in the safety of Konoha. Continuing, he added, then let someone hasten to retrieve Jiraiya. Both advisors nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. The Leaf Village's Glutton Who Surpasses Hinata? Konoha Hospital. After Sakura exited the Hokage Tower, she hurried to the ninja hospital. At this moment, Tsunade and Kakashi had already arrived at the hospital. Without delay, Tsunade employed the 5-element seal to temporarily suppress Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark. Originally, it was Kakashi's turn, but Tsunade disdainfully glanced at the slightly fatigued, silver-haired man and decisively chose to take action herself. She did not wish to treat one Sasuke only to have to attend to a worn-out Kakashi afterward. Kakashi, standing by, protested with his signature deadpan gaze. Sakura couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If Kakashi and Tsunade were a couple, he would surely be utterly despised by her at night. Haha, well, this kid is currently not in grave danger, but there is one thing that must be noted. The blonde woman looked at Sasuke, her crimson lips parting. For the upcoming Chunin exams, this boy should withdraw. His current condition is wholly unsuitable for participation. Naruto, overhearing this, was somewhat taken aback. Huh? Sasuke can't participate in the Chunin exams. He must be quite unwilling. Naruto knew his best friend all too well. For Sasuke to miss the exam would likely be more torturous than death itself. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she turned to Naruto, her tone somewhat fierce. That is his own affair. My advice ends here. The heavenly curse mark is merely sealed temporarily, should he attempt to forcibly break free. The consequences are beyond anyone's ability to bear. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Meanwhile, Karen anxiously tugged at Sakura's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Sakura-chan. That sister with the amazing figure is quite fierce." Sakura awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, I'm already used to it. And besides, she's not just a sister. She's a grandmother." Sakura lowered her voice to avoid Tsunade's hearing. "Grandmother?" Karen's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. The fair-skinned woman before her, with a chest that resembled crashing waves, was a grandmother? She never expected that. To say grandmother was somewhat exaggerated. Tsunade was likely in her 50s, accurately speaking, a woman in her menopausal years. Sakura shrugged and whispered to Karen, "Just don't provoke her. The consequences could be severe." "Okay." Karen nodded vigorously, her eyes like copper bells. Observing the unconscious dark-haired boy on the bed, the others couldn't help but furrow their brows, especially Kakashi. His most cherished student was likely unable to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, missing the chance to showcase the lightning release technique he had personally taught him, which left him feeling regretful. Yet, more than anything, he felt a pang of concern. Half an hour later, Sasuke's condition gradually stabilized, and Kakashi stayed at the hospital to keep vigil over his beloved pupil. The others returned to their respective homes to rest. Sakura brought Karen back to her house. Along the way, she informed Karen that she had already requested a residence in Konoha from the third Hokage and secured a spot in the ninja academy for her. She could move into her new home in a few days. Upon hearing this, Karen's crystalline eyes filled with tears, brimming with gratitude. "Sakura-chan, you are so kind to me. No one has ever treated me this well." The red-haired girl gazed at the pink-haired girl before her, her eyes full of appreciation and emotion. Sakura affectionately ruffled Karen's silky red hair and gently replied, "Silly girl, don't be so polite with me in the future. You've helped me immensely too." "Have you forgotten?" Karen looked puzzled. During the battle with Orochimaru, if you hadn't timely replenished my chakra, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you now." Sakura stated earnestly. "Haha, it's nothing. As long as I can help you, I'm willing to do anything, even if it's just a bite." Karen shyly buried her head in her chest, her face slightly flushed. "Really? Should I bite you a few more times tonight?" Sakura teased with a mischievous smile, hoping to provoke the shy red-haired girl. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Karen's blush deepened to her ears as she pushed away the pink-haired girl holding her hand and dashed ahead. "Wait, don't leave me behind," Sakura called out playfully after her. The silver moonlight bathed the girls in the alley, outlining their slender silhouettes as they walked hand in hand towards the brightly lit house. Knowing that her daughter's second round of exams had concluded, Haruno Mabuki had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Sakura. Grilled salmon, sushi rolls, udon noodles, vegetarian fish balls, solar eclipse curry, okonomiyaki, and roasted lamb chops. Upon seeing Sakura bring home a companion, particularly a homeless girl who evoked sympathy, Mabuki's maternal instincts surged forth. She continuously urged Karen to eat, filling the girl's wooden bowl with an array of delicious dishes. "Mom, take it easy. Karen can't eat that much. Don't scare her away," Sakura said, her lips twitching awkwardly as she reminded her overly enthusiastic mother. "Haha, sorry, Karen, I just thought you looked too thin." "Well, eat as much as you can," Mabuki replied, scratching her head sheepishly. "It's all right, Auntie. Your cooking smells delicious, and I'll finish everything." The red-haired girl, cheeks full of fish balls, mumbled contentedly. It was evident that she genuinely enjoyed Mabuki's cooking. Afterward, she took another hearty bite of the flavorful lamb chop. "Haha, that's great. Eat up, don't hold back." Mabuki smiled widely. Sakura stared in astonishment at the red-haired girl devouring her meal with such gusto. Goodness, this petite figure possessed such a remarkable appetite. It was quite incredible. The enormous lamb chop vanished within mere seconds in Karen's hands. The girl licked the remnants of grease from the chop and set her sights on the salmon on the table. Sakura mused, this girl might very well become the new glutton of Konoha, surpassing Hinata. Indeed, one should never be deceived by a girl's appearance and voice. After a satisfying meal, Sakura led Karen to the bathroom for a shower. After changing into her pajamas, the two girls chatted in bed for a while. Karen nestled comfortably in Sakura's embrace, feeling safe and secure. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Sakura felt the warm breath from the red-haired girl's nose, causing a tingling sensation in her heart. Yet, she resisted the urge. The pink-haired girl gently adjusted Karen's head onto the pillow and stealthily got out of bed. Dressed again, she made her way to the backyard of the Haruno home. Ding! System activated. Click to access the Wood Release Ninjutsu training scroll. Wood Release Ninjutsu is a powerful technique derived from nature, closely linked to the vitality of trees. Practicing Wood Release Ninjutsu involves mastering the following steps. 1. Sensitivity to trees. A Wood Release ninja must first possess the ability to sense trees. They need to spend extended periods in the forest, feeling the life force of the trees and establishing a profound connection with them. This sensitivity enables them to manipulate trees and perform wood release techniques. 2. Training methods for wood release chakra. Breathing technique. By utilizing the Dantian breathing method, they absorb the life force of trees into their bodies, transforming it into wood release chakra. Meditation technique. During meditation, a wood release master resonates with the life force of trees, enhancing their wood release chakra. Body refinement method. Ninjas must maintain good physical fitness to better utilize wood release chakra. On this foundation, one can cultivate advanced wood release ninjutsu. The advanced techniques include wood release shadow clone technique, wood release tree realm descend, wood release true tree realm descend, wood release true thousand hands, and wood release wooden man technique. Breathing techniques, meditation methods, and body training. Sakura repeatedly pondered the text within the scroll, realizing that while these three methods appeared distinct, they fundamentally shared a commonality, an ability to sense the vitality of trees. It is only by attuning oneself to the natural forces in lush woodlands that one can gather wood release chakra. All advanced wood release ninjutsu are formed upon the foundation of this chakra. In the world of Naruto, ninjas utilizing wood release must possess the cells of Hashirama, otherwise, even the Senju clan cannot wield it. However, in Sakura's system world, a peculiar loophole has been granted to her. Even in the absence of Hashirama's cells, by adhering to the methods of breathing, meditation, and body training, the host can still utilize wood release ninjutsu. Truly, the golden finger is remarkably useful. The following day, at dawn, the sky began to brighten, and a veil of mist lingered in the woods, yet to dissipate. The girl sat cross-legged in the center of the forest, her bare skin glistening with countless dewdrops, crystalline and poised to drop. After 6 hours of meditation, the girl remained completely still, just below her navel. Her body began to rhythmically undulate, continuously absorbing the life force and natural energy emanating from the forest. Her petite frame trembled slightly, not from the chill of the woods, but from the intense warmth radiating from her, as she felt the life energy accumulating within her. The Dantian breathing technique is indeed effective. The system does not deceive me. Sakura slowly opened her emerald eyes. In just one night, she had profoundly sensed the wood release chakra within her. Her fingers danced elegantly, and the chakra swiftly converged into her palms. With a fierce gaze, a brown wooden spike emerged from her hands, stretching several meters long, and thrust forcefully toward a nearby tree. Astonishingly, it melded with the tree upon contact, the rigid spike transforming fluidly. Is this the power of wood release? Though merely a wooden spike, Sakura felt the immense agility and sharpness of wood release. Yet, it was still insufficient. The chakra within her was too scarce. In just 6 hours, she had manifested the power of a single wooden spike. It seems that she must diligently return to this tranquil place each night to absorb the life force of the forest. Only in this manner can she eventually perform more advanced wood release ninjutsu. With a week remaining until the second round of the Chunin exam, Sakura deemed it essential to accumulate more wood release chakra beforehand. Although she currently faced few rivals, even without using wood release, she could not dismiss the potential insanity of the tailed beast within Gaara. A rampaging beast is best countered with wood release techniques. Determined, she nodded resolutely, resolving to hasten her absorption of the unparalleled forest energy. The week passed swiftly. During this time, Sakura visited Sasuke in the hospital and spent several hours with Karen at her new residence. The remainder of her time was devoted entirely to accumulating wood release chakra. To expedite her training, she sought the assistance of her mentor, Tsunade. Upon witnessing Sakura's refined wooden spike, Tsunade's cerulean eyes widened in astonishment. This is wood release ninjutsu. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She never expected that the unique wood release of her grandfather, which the Senju clan had not inherited, would be mastered by an outsider, her own disciple, Sakura Haruno. Tsunade gazed at Sakura's creation, momentarily speechless. Sakura waved her hand. "Hey, Tsunade-sensei?" Tsunade snapped back to reality, then inquired how Sakura had acquired wood-release ninjutsu. Sakura recounted the cultivation methods the system had provided her, which would appear suspicious to others. Yet no one could pinpoint the discrepancies. Tsunade's brow furrowed. As a highly skilled medical ninja from the Senju clan, she found Sakura's methods rather extraordinary, even somewhat unreasonable. Yet, there was no doubt that Sakura had mastered wood-release ninjutsu. Perhaps your unique constitution allows you to sense the forest's power that others cannot perceive. It may also be a manifestation of Hashirama's cells, Tsunade speculated, pausing before continuing. My grandfather, Hashirama Senju, did not inherently possess wood-release power. He spent years training in the forest, and on one fortunate occasion, discovered his wood-release talent, after which he could not restrain its growth. Tsunade spoke of her grandfather with pride and admiration. Then, her expression sharpened, and she shifted focus to her disciple. Sakura, now I shall teach you how to master the Yin seal. Yin seal? Is that the diamond-shaped mark on your forehead? Sakura feigned ignorance. Tsunade nodded seriously, her bright eyes lowering. Haven't you always wanted to learn it? However, I currently lack sufficient funds to pay your fee of 10 million ryo. Sakura had undertaken various tasks to fulfill Tsunade's demand, yet had not even gathered half of the required sum. Enough chatter. Are you going to learn or not? Tsunade's patience waned, her irritation palpable. Startled, Sakura quickly replied, yes, I will learn. In light of your affinity for wood release, I shall impart to you my self-developed Baika no Jutsu and creation rebirth. Tsunade got straight to the point. Although she did not elaborate on why she would teach Sakura her top-tier ninjutsu, Sakura understood from the subtle expressions that Tsunade saw a reflection of her grandfather in her. Teaching Sakura this technique was also a way for Tsunade to honor Hashirama's legacy. Is there a connection between the Yin seal and Baika no Jutsu or creation rebirth? Sakura feigned eagerness to learn. Indeed, there is a connection. The Yin seal serves as the foundation for both Baika no Jutsu and creation rebirth. Tsunade gestured to the bluish-purple mark on her forehead with her thumb. I have accumulated my chakra at this point for years, consciously avoiding its use in combat and training. I refer to it as the Yin seal. Once the Yin seal is released, the chakra amassed over the years will surge throughout my body, greatly amplifying the power of Baika no Jutsu and creation rebirth. The former results in a tremendous increase in the power of physical techniques, while the latter enables rapid cellular division, allowing any wound to heal automatically. With Baika no Jutsu and creation rebirth, the practitioner will not easily perish in battle. Tsunade spoke passionately about her self-developed ninjutsu, clearly satisfied with her accomplishments. After all, this was a pinnacle that Orochimaru had long sought to achieve, a form of immortality and eternal youth, accomplished without harming any innocent lives. A creation from a foremost medical ninja. Wow, that sounds incredibly powerful, Sakura exclaimed, resting her chin on her hands, her eagerness palpable. Tsunade smirked. Girl, if I am not mistaken, you will quickly exhaust your wood-release chakra after using it a few times, won't you? Sakura felt a pang of embarrassment as Tsunade pointed out her weakness. Scratching her head and chuckling, indeed, my chakra is utterly insufficient. Tsunade nodded in understanding. Thus, your next task is to exhaust every effort to create a secondary chakra channel within your body, specifically to store the Yin seal. This channel must be strictly separate from your primary chakra channel used during combat. Sakura nodded thoughtfully, reminiscent of how the original Sakura Haruno accumulated Yin seals. Yet, this method felt painfully slow. The current version of herself was rather impatient to amass a significant amount of Yin seal chakra. Surely there must be a more efficient way? The young girl couldn't help but let her imagination wander. There had to be a faster approach. Chapter 45, Pawn it all. Hey, did you hear what I just said? Tsunade's sharp voice broke through Sakura's reverie as she stared blankly. Oh yes, I heard you. Sakura quickly regained her focus, nodding vigorously. That was close. Another smack to the head would have been imminent. Tsunade then began to instruct the girl on how to subtly control her chakra to channel the excess to her forehead. Sakura grasped this segment swiftly, given her innate talent for chakra manipulation. While others might take a month or even a year to master it, Sakura accomplished it in half an hour. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, you surpassed that foolish Ino by a wide margin. She couldn't resist teasing her beloved's dim-witted niece, lamenting how, after all this time, Ino still couldn't match this pink-haired girl. As Sakura walked home, her mind continued to ponder how to more rapidly and efficiently accumulate ink seals. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the training technique for ink seals. The system provides you with a chakra storage card pool and unlocks the pawnshop feature. You may inject chakra into the pool whenever you wish. Sources for acquiring chakra in the card pool are as follows. 1. The amount of chakra you possess can be diverted. Currently, you have 5,890 chakra, which you may allocate to the pool at will. 2. Gold can be directly purchased in the shop. 500 gold can be exchanged for 50 points of chakra into the pool. 3. Unlearned ninjutsu scrolls can be exchanged in the pawnshop for varying amounts of chakra. 4. Unneeded ninja tools can be exchanged for different quantities of chakra. 5. Unwanted skin sets can be exchanged for varying quantities of chakra. 6. Unnecessary summoning beasts can be exchanged for varying quantities of chakra. Friendly reminder, all exchanged items are non-reversible, so please proceed with caution. Sakura's pupils dilated. This golden finger was remarkably intuitive and intelligent, just as she was troubled about finding a rapid method to condensing seals. It unlocked the chakra storage pool, truly understanding her needs. Now, the chakra that took 3 years to accumulate in the original story could be amassed swiftly. With this thought, Sakura hurriedly clicked on the ninjutsu scroll section, the summoning beast section, the skin set section, and the ninja tools section, pawning off everything of little use. All these items were rewards from her advancements and tasks over the years. She had thought them useless, but today they proved invaluable. 960 shurikens exchanged for 960 points of chakra. 300 explosive tags exchanged for 600 points of chakra. 430 kunai exchanged for 430 points of chakra. Summoning Beast Ninja Butterfly exchanged for 350 points of chakra. Summoning Beast Ninja Bee exchanged for 300 points of chakra. Summoning Beast Ninja Mantis exchanged for 500 points of chakra. Earth Flow Wall Training Scroll exchanged for 300 points of chakra. Single Heavy Gate Training Scroll exchanged for 150 points of chakra. Sound Wave Technique Training Scroll exchanged for 250 points of chakra. Lion's Barrage Training Scroll exchanged for 200 points of chakra. Thousand Needle Rain Technique Training Scroll exchanged for 400 points of chakra. Binding Technique Training Scroll exchanged for 500 points of chakra. Leaf Great Whirlwind Training Scroll exchanged for 450 points of chakra. Most were common D-Class Summoning Beasts, C-Class Ninja Tools, C-Class Ninjutsu, and a rare few B-Class Ninjutsu. Sakura had not hesitated to utilize them, and now they all found purpose. After this flurry of transactions, she had gained a staggering 18,900 points of chakra. Ding! Card pool saturation has reached 5%. Player is doing wonderfully. Sakura nodded in satisfaction. Though this amount of chakra was still inferior to the little fox within the prince, it was ample for her upcoming battles. The following day, Sakura arrived at the Hokage arena as instructed. All contestants were lower ninjas who had passed the Forest of Death assessment. The square was bustling with a crowd, primarily villagers from Konoha, alongside a portion of spectators who had traveled from the other 3 great nations. The Tsuchiki Jinoki, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kazekage Gaara sat on thrones at the center of the square, clad in their respective villages' attire and hats. Particularly, Gaara was wrapped tightly, as if to conceal himself from the world. Sakura glanced towards Gaara's direction, pursing her lips. Sakura, a familiar, cheerful male voice called from behind. She turned to find Naruto grinning at her, but beside him stood a dark-haired boy who was unexpected in this setting. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be resting in the hospital? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. Sasuke insisted on participating, and I couldn't do anything about it. Sakura paused for a moment, then feigned a relaxed sigh. Well, it seems I was right. With Sasuke's competitive nature, it would be odd for him not to show up. You must be careful, though. After all, Tsunade-sensei warned about the curse mark on your neck. At this, Sakura hesitated, casting a glance at the curse seal on Sasuke's neck. Don't worry, Sakura. With Sasuke's current strength, he can defeat his opponents without activating the curse mark. A masked silver-haired man stepped out from the contestants' passage. Kakashi, hands in pockets, spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. It seems Sasuke has fully mastered the lightning cutter jutsu now. In the Forest of Death, Sakura had noticed Sasuke's budding proficiency with lightning release. She hadn't expected that during his days of recovery in the hospital, Kakashi would further enhance Sasuke's abilities. Truly, they would risk anything for pride. The two of them were alike, suffering for the sake of appearances. Sasuke's strength is likely on par with yours now, Sakura, Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes with a touch of smugness. Sakura could only huff in response. Kakashi was as biased as ever. Yet, she did not let his words affect her. She was well aware of her own strength. True strength requires no validation. Soon, the four of them made their way to the second tier of the observation platform. Other contestants gradually gathered, including the Sand Ninja Team, Rock Ninja Team, Konoha's 12 Elite, Sound Ninja Team, and Grass Ninja Team. All necessary parties were present. On the arena, a weary-looking ninja stepped forward, staggering slightly. He took 3 steps and coughed 5 times, his eyes dark and his condition severe, as if he might cough himself to death at any moment. Having a stunningly beautiful girlfriend isn't always a blessing, Sakura mused. I am the chief examiner for the first round of the third exam, Moonlight Gale. The weary ninja spoke with a feeble voice. This examination consists of 2 rounds, and the rules are quite simple. The large screen will randomly select 2 ninjas to engage in combat. The victor will advance to the final confrontation of the second round, and there will be no breaks in between. The ultimate victor of the second round will officially be promoted to Chunin. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted in astonishment, and the candidates in the selection area were equally taken aback. No breaks? What if a ninja emerged victorious in the first round but was severely injured? How could they possibly compete in the second round without risking their lives? The girl with the bun hairstyle, embodying the essence of Chinese elegance, was the first to voice her concerns. That is simply a matter of personal strength, the man replied. In the world of ninjas, there are no excuses. If you are injured in the first round, it is because you lack the strength. If you are strong enough, you could endure several rounds and still remain undefeated. No one on the battlefield will wait for you to recover before challenging you. Moonlight Gale spoke with a firm tone, his earlier demeanor replaced by a sense of resolve. The audience fell silent, unable to respond to such a stark reality. Indeed, Moonlight Gale was correct. Once on the battlefield, enemies come at you in waves. Who would wait for you to heal? In the ninja world, there is no humanitarian concern. This was likely the conclusion reached by Lord Hokage in conjunction with the other 2 major ninja villages. This examination was no longer a mere selection process for Chunin. It was a rigorous trial designed to identify the most formidable genius ninjas from the 5 great nations. Only true geniuses could navigate such harsh challenges and trials. The severity of these rules reminded Sakura of the brutal methods employed by the Hidden Mist village, known as the Blood Mist, which involved confining a group of ninjas in a sealed space to fight to the death, with only the last survivor qualifying to join the Umbu. Compared to such inhumane selection methods, Sakura found the current examination rules to be rather gentle. As the large screen flickered rapidly, the results crystallized in the final moments. Kankuro versus Akimichi Choji. Seeing this matchup, Shikamaru, as a teammate, furrowed his brow in concern. This is quite troublesome. Those sand ninjas do not seem to be pushovers. Choji, holding his chips, suddenly lost his appetite, his plump body trembling slightly as he wobbled off the stage. The outcome was as expected. The hefty boy, like a battering ram, collided with the dark-clad man adorned in purple face paint. However, Kankuro had cleverly swapped his body with a puppet beforehand, and the puppet crow unleashed several steel forks at Choji. Unable to evade in time, the forks struck him painfully. Ouch! It hurts so much. Asuma-sensei, save me. Choji cried out, clutching his rear, blood flowing abundantly, albeit not in a life-threatening manner. After all, being sturdy had its advantages. Asuma, on stage, covered his face with one hand, fearing recognition as Choji's teacher. This is not good. Kankuro wins. The next duel featured Ino Yamanaka versus Kin Tsuchi. The girl with wheat-colored hair glanced at Sakura before stepping onto the stage. You can do it, Ino. Sakura cheered, making a fist with one hand to encourage her friend. Ino's abilities had significantly improved compared to the original storyline, thanks to her rigorous physical training with Sakura. With the addition of the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, she felt confident in facing an opponent like Kin, who relied solely on simple illusions. Just as Sakura had anticipated, Ino launched a fierce assault on Kin as soon as the match began. Her speed was so rapid that Kin barely had time to employ her illusions. Seizing the opportunity while Kin struggled to fend off the relentless physical attacks, Ino activated her mind-body switch technique. Kin Tsuchi, voluntarily surrender and forfeit this match, she declared, raising her arm toward the judge, Moonlight Gale. Ino Yamanaka wins. Oh yeah. Ino beamed, flashing a victorious gesture towards Sakura. She was both adorable and charming. Sakura, with a playful grin, felt a surge of affection for her friend. The matches continued. Naruto versus Kiba, with Naruto emerging victorious. Sasuke versus Tsunade, with Sasuke winning. And Neji versus Hinata, with Neji claiming victory. Sakura observed the results of these three matches, which mirrored the original narrative. The moment Hinata fell, Naruto's heart was filled with concern. Unable to contain herself, Sakura quipped, "If you hadn't been so loud, Hinata wouldn't have put herself in such danger. She only wanted to prove herself to you." Women are truly fascinating beings. They will fight fiercely for the men they love, even when the odds are against them. And what of Neji? He could show such ruthlessness toward his lovely sister. Had it not been for the intervention of the 4 elite ninjas, the princess might have suffered a grave fate. What a formidable intent to kill. Naruto, you almost lost your wife. Do you realize that? The next match was Sakura versus Temari. Oh dear, how did I end up facing another kunoichi? She lamented. Upon seeing her name, Temari scoffed lightly and dramatically unfurled the large fan on her back, gracefully descending atop it. She truly had a flair for the dramatic. Kankuro, watching from the sidelines, gazed at his sister with fondness. Come on, Sakura. Kakashi squinted, curious about how much his female student had grown. Wait for my good news, everyone. The girl's fingertips glimmered with blue droplets of water, which transformed into a thin, transparent water garment. With a graceful leap, she jumped onto the water garment, which resembled a pair of delicate wings, floating her into the center of the arena. Behind her, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Sakura, go. Sakura, you can do it. Sakura, victory is yours. It was that blonde again. Sakura furrowed her brow in annoyance. She wished she could find some tape to silence Naruto. You go first. Once I make my move, you'll lose. Temari crossed her arms, looking down at the pink-haired girl with apparent disdain. How amusing to be underestimated. Sakura thought, intrigued by Temari's boldness. Oh, you go first, sis. Once I make my move, victory will be mine. Sakura echoed Temari's words, seeking to provoke her. You. Temari clenched her teeth, her delicate face reddening with indignation at being belittled by a younger girl. When a woman is enraged, it can be a terrifying sight. Without waiting any longer, Temari formed hand seals, and her fan opened a third of the way, launching an attack at the pink-haired girl. Wind technique, 1 star. A massive whirlwind, infused with chakra, surged towards Sakura. Such formidable wind release power. No wonder she was the princess of the sand. Most would have surrendered against such an onslaught, but she had met her match. Water release, water wall. From the parched earth, a thick wall of water arose, and Sakura exerted extra strength, increasing its thickness by 2 layers. To withstand Temari's fierce 1 star, an ordinary water wall would not suffice. The two forces collided, generating a spectacular display of water and wind, captivating the audience's attention as they momentarily ceased their idle chatter and snacks. Impressive wind release, Temari, Sakura remarked, smiling at the alluring woman clad in fishnet attire. TCH. Temari scoffed, secretly astonished by the strength of the Konoha girl's water jutsu. As the wind howled fiercely, Shikamaru's eyes glinted with determination. With a swift twirl, he brandished his fan, now open to 2/3 of its full span. 2 stars. A tempest of unparalleled strength surged forth, sweeping towards the pink-haired girl with a deafening roar. The intensity of the wind release, augmented by chakra, was indeed formidable. Water release, water sending technique. The girl swiftly conjured a translucent blue ribbon of water beneath her feet, propelling her into the air and ensuring she was out of the range of Shikamaru's wind attack, before continuing to weave hand signs for her offensive technique. Water release, water gun dragon bullet technique. This was a fusion of the water dragon bullet and water gun techniques. With the addition of the sealing card pool into the system, Sakura no longer had to fear depleting her chakra reserves. She began to creatively combine various water techniques, achieving a perfect balance between offense and defense. 2 magnificent blue water dragons, their golden eyes gleaming with energy, let out a powerful roar as they charged towards the oncoming storm. The clash was monumental. A thunderous boom echoed as the mighty gusts of wind were disrupted, causing trees surrounding the arena to bend and contort in unison. Leaves scattered chaotically around them. At that moment, as the water dragon shattered the hurricane, a mischievous smile crept onto Sakura's lips. This is far from over. The tempest, disrupted by the water dragon, unleashed a barrage of high-pressure water guns. These were specifically prepared for Shikamaru. With a piercing speed, the water guns raced towards the yellow-haired girl. Shikamaru snapped back to reality. But due to the prior exertion of chakra, she found herself unable to weave more hand signs to counter the assault. The nimble figure of the blonde ninja darted away, executing several backflips, narrowly avoiding the onslaught with the help of the trees within the arena. The water guns wreaked havoc, severing several trees in their path. That was close. Shikamaru sighed, bracing herself against a tree, wiping the sweat from her brow. Who was this girl, wielding such immense power with water techniques? Moreover, the translucent water beneath her feet allowed her to soar effortlessly into the air, reminiscent of her brother Gaara's sand techniques. In the stands, a boy with no eyebrows, carrying a gourd, recognized this immediately. His dark eyes sparkled with a fervent desire, as if he were ready to leap into the fray and engage the girl in battle. The thirst for power and the anticipation of conflict stirred within him, the seeds of malevolence beginning to stir. How about it, Shikamaru? Admit defeat. If you don't, you might really get hurt. Sakura called out as she cautiously approached the yellow-haired girl, who was now hidden among the trees. Suddenly, 3 shurikens shot from the foliage, aimed directly at Sakura. Swiftly, she sidestepped, evading the attack. Opposite her, Shikamaru panted heavily, pressed against the tree, stealing glances at the advancing pink-haired girl. She realized her chakra was nearly depleted, just enough for 2 more wind techniques. Yet, this pink-haired girl remained unfazed, having executed so many high-level water techniques without a hint of chakra fatigue. Shikamaru, I'm coming in, Sakura announced, her voice ringing out through the trees. Wind release, 3 stars. Suddenly, the forest erupted with howling winds as powerful gusts surged towards Sakura. You're quite tenacious, aren't you? This must be your final move, she mused. The power of the 3 stars eclipsed that of the earlier 2 stars by several magnitudes. Trees were torn asunder by the wind chakra. And with the proximity and vast range of the attack, Sakura found herself unable to evade. But it was of no concern. A smirk graced her lips. Water release. 5-point whip kill. As she spoke, layers of translucent purple-blue scales began to emerge upon her skin. 5 colossal streams of fluid, shimmering with residual chakra, surged forth, countering the oncoming hurricane. The water columns charged towards the yellow-haired girl, who, seeing her wind technique thwarted, grasped her fan desperately to fend off the onslaught of the 5 massive water jets. Yet, it was a futile struggle. With a powerful rush, Shikamaru was engulfed by the torrent, crashing against a tree and losing consciousness. Sakura darted forward in a flash, catching the girl before she could hit the ground, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Shikamaru's impressive figure. Springtime Sakura victory. With the announcement echoing through the night, the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. The spectators were captivated, awestruck by Sakura's formidable chakra and her versatile water techniques. Even the watching Hokage, Inoki, was taken aback, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen and exclaiming, Leaf Village truly has a wealth of talent. Years of experience told Inoki that this girl, Sakura Haruno, had not yet revealed her full strength. Oh, you flatter me. This is my little apprentice, Sakura Haruno. It is indeed her honor to gain your recognition, Lord Tsuchikage, Hiruzen replied, though his gaze remained fixed on the pink-haired girl. Sakura had not disappointed him. Princess Tsunade's pupil? Yet she did not employ Tsunade's famed strength, Inoki pondered, perplexed. Tsunade's monstrous strength was renowned throughout the ninja world, while this girl had solely utilized water techniques. Who knows? Hiruzen shrugged, unwilling to elaborate further. Inoki's aged eyes returned to the distant pink figure, aware that this girl was concealing her true abilities, awaiting the perfect moment to astonish everyone. The battle raged on. The next match, Tenten versus Tosu. The girl with the bun stood no chance against the sound ninja Tosu, quickly succumbing to his ultrasonic assault. In another arena, Kuratsuchi faced off against Shikamaru. Poor Shikamaru found himself outmatched by the earth manipulator, unable to capture her with his shadow imitation technique. Yet, his sharp intellect allowed him to dodge her earth-based attacks on multiple occasions. However, when Kuratsuchi unleashed her ultimate bloodline limit, the corrosive lime release, Shikamaru could only grimace. He gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds above. How he envied their freedom and carefree existence. What bliss, he sighed. Examiner, I concede. In the face of the reckless boy still wielding a second-hand air device, a calm demeanor adorned his features. The youth had long since controlled the parasitic insect to stealthily infiltrate the palm pipe of Sak. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Sak's arm shattered, and he fainted. The victor was Oil Girl Shino. In the subsequent battles, Otsutsuki faced Grass Ninja A, while Rock Lee confronted Grass Ninja B. The outcome was all but a foregone conclusion, with Otsutsuki and Lee destined for victory. Their prowess was beyond question. One was the inheritor of the Azure Beast of Konoha with the ability to unlock the fifth gate, while the other was the future Tsuchikige's guard, already possessing the strength of a special Jonin. Their triumph was anticipated. In the final match of the first round, Gaara faced an Iwagakure candidate. To Inoki's astonishment, the specially chosen elite ninja he had meticulously selected for the Konoha competition was utterly defeated by this gourd-wielding brat. And the loss was devastating. The Iwagakure candidate's legs were crushed by Gaara's sand coffin, blood spilling profusely. Had it not been for the intervention of the examiner, the candidate might have lost his life. The gourd boy gazed at the blood-soaked ground, his elongated eyes wide with excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably, causing Kanjiro to involuntarily gasp in shock. Thus, the results of the second round were announced. Moonlight Shikaku stated, without haste, the list of qualifiers: Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, TOS, Kuratsuchi, Otsutsuki, Oil Girl Shino, Rock Lee, Hyuga Kanjiro, and Gaara. The show was just beginning. For the second round of confrontations, a new examiner was appointed, Nara Shikamaru, casually holding a 1,000-hand fan. The rules remained unchanged. It was still a series of pairwise battles. However, instead of a random draw from the big screen, the three Kages personally selected the contenders. Sakura furrowed her brow, puzzled by this new arrangement. Was this some sort of love-matching game? The other competitors shared her astonishment, unaware of which ninja would be matched against whom. Naturally, the strongest would be paired to ensure an engaging contest. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms, her long leg extending gracefully from the slit of her ninja attire, exposing her fair skin. I would be delighted to spar with Miss Kuratsuchi, remarked a nearby ninja with thick eyebrows, bowing politely to the raven-haired girl. TCH, I have no interest in battling you. It would hold no thrill. Kuratsuchi had already witnessed Lee's extraordinary taijutsu, which, while dazzling, was too rigid for her taste. Instead, her gaze drifted towards Sasuke Uchiha, the cool-faced youth whose Sharingan had yet to be unveiled in battle. She yearned to witness its true power. Sakura, who do you wish to be paired with? Ino inquired. Anyone but you would be fine, Sakura replied, unafraid of facing any opponent, save for Ino. She worried that, should they match up, she might not be able to go through with it, and might even surrender outright. If I end up in your group, I'll forfeit and leave the Chunin position for you, Ino stated, knowing full well Sakura's strength. It was Sakura's support that had allowed her to reach her current level. If one were to be chosen for the Chunin title, it would undoubtedly be Sakura, for her capabilities warranted a higher rank. Anything less would be a gross underutilization of her talents. Don't worry, we want to be paired together, Sakura reassured, affectionately patting Ino's forehead. She then glanced at the three Kages in the center of the arena, her tone growing serious. Those three old fogies will not assign ninja from the same village together to showcase their strength. Close friends will likely be separated as well. Only in this manner can they fight with the determination to win at all costs. This duel must be substantial. This is presumably the true intent behind their organizing this Chunin exam. Sakura had already discerned the thoughts of the high-ranking ninjas. Is that so? Then I can relax. Ino nodded, only partially understanding. The third match of the second round commenced, featuring Kanjiro against Otsutsuki. Nara Shikamaru unveiled the results of the match. A decision made after consultation with the three Kages. Thank you, Lord Kazekage, for allowing this arrangement. I am eager to see what sparks fly between the Earth-released ninja and the puppet master. Inoki had strategically placed Kanjiro's name opposite Otsutsuki's from the start, hoping to gain insights into the Sand Ninja's puppet techniques. As long as the Tsuchikage is pleased, replied the hooded Raza. Lord Kazekage, is your voice hoarse? Are you unwell? Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, sensing something off about the Kazekage today. Just a bit. Perhaps it's the climate here. Konoha's moist environment is quite different from our wind country, which is perpetually ravaged by sandstorms. It's taking me some time to adjust, Inoki responded, his pride evident. The duel began with Kanjiro manipulating the crow on his back, launching various concealed weapons at Otsutsuki. The latter, however, did not rush to use his jutsu. instead gracefully floating into the air, deftly evading the poisoned projectiles. What an agile chubby fellow, Sakura mused. Kanjiro was quickly becoming agitated, primarily because he could not fly. He could only stand on the ground and await Akatsuchi's assault. Akatsuchi, unhurried, teased Kanjiro, provoking him to frustration. Come down if you dare, Kanjiro shouted, cursing. You come up if you can. Akatsuchi retorted with a smirk. After a prolonged standoff, Kanjiro's patience wore thin, and his temperament grew increasingly irritable. Suddenly, Akatsuchi's eyes sharpened as he unleashed a series of earth-release jutsu. First, the earth-rising technique lifted Kanjiro off the ground, followed swiftly by the earth flow bullet, striking the boy repeatedly. Kanjiro unexpectedly succumbed, and the first match concluded rather abruptly. It wasn't he that Kanjiro was weak. Rather, Akatsuchi had never intended to engage in a direct confrontation. As a flying ninja capable of lightening his body density, Akatsuchi excelled in defense and guerrilla tactics, strategically unsettling his opponent before delivering a decisive blow. That was exceedingly dull, Kuratsuchi remarked, echoing her thoughts on her brother's tactics. As expected, Akatsuchi is playing mind games again. The description of her brother as easygoing and plump fit perfectly. Iwagakure's Akatsuchi is victorious, Nara Shikamaru announced, observing the wounded Kanjiro on the ground, still muttering curses. The next match featured Uchiha Sasuke against Hyuga Neji. Byakugan versus Sharingan? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, her emerald eyes darting towards the three Kages on the high platform. These three sages were indeed skilled in matchmaking. Among Konoha's elite ocular techniques, which would ultimately prevail? Sakura was eager to find out, for this battle promised to be extraordinary. At this moment, no one noticed that beneath the shadow of the wind's cloak, a pair of unfathomably dark and alluring eyes fixated on the Uchiha youth in the arena, a strangely eerie smile gracing the corners of his lips. As the battle commenced, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of shuriken and shadow clones towards Neji. Dozens of shuriken rained down upon the boy with Byakugan. At this point, the boy's temples were already throbbing with veins, but with a swift rotation of his chakra, he deflected all of Sasuke's projectiles. This confrontation was destined to last at least an hour. Sakura, observing the fierce exchanges between the two, leaned back with her arms crossed behind her head, lazily watching the match unfold. Beside her, Naruto was fervently cheering, his loud voice causing Sakura's ears to ache. Why wasn't she cheering for Sasuke too? The blonde boy, already somewhat awkward, insisted on dragging Sakura into his enthusiasm. With a cold glare, Sakura retorted, "Be quiet." As expected, the battle between the Sharingan user and the Byakugan user extended for a solid hour and a half. Neji's 8 trigrams 32 palms and Sasuke's copied ninjutsu were fully utilized. Yet neither could subdue the other. Even Sasuke resorted to mimicking Rock Lee's taijutsu, but still, he could not breach the absolute defense of the Byakugan user. At this moment, both combatants were nearly depleted of chakra, panting heavily. The dark-haired youth bit his lip, gazing at Neji, who was also a prodigy. He was unwilling to settle for a draw. A faint blue chakra flame began to coalesce in his palm, accompanied by a sudden flash of lightning, crackling ominously. Such potent electricity. This high-speed chakra surge could only signify one technique. Sakura glanced at Kakashi, who wore a proud expression as he watched his dark-haired disciple. Indeed, he was his prized pupil. Sasuke's black pupils radiated a fierce, killing intent. The youth seemed to have lost all reason. Neji was no longer a fellow villager, but an enemy that must be defeated. The Byakugan user regarded the almost frenzied Sasuke with a calm demeanor, his white eyes betraying no sign of panic. He was somewhat familiar with the technique Sasuke was about to unleash, the famed Chidori of the copy ninja, Kakashi. How unexpectedly formidable. Neji positioned himself defensively, his hands forming a seal, legs firmly planted on the ground. His perceptive Byakugan focused intently on the shimmering lightning chakra in Sasuke's hand. As Sasuke launched forward, Neji executed the 16 palms, a technique that surpassed the 32 palms by double. The outcome of their clash was imminent. In the blink of an eye, just as the two immense forces were about to collide, Sasuke suddenly screamed, trembling violently before collapsing to the ground. The moment his Chidori struck the earth, cracks spiderwebbed outward from his position. "Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed, alarmed upon seeing his best friend fall. His concern was palpable, revealing how much he truly cared for Sasuke. Was it the cursed seal? It seemed that once Sasuke activated a significant amount of chakra, The residual effects of the seal could lead to severe repercussions. Sakura glanced at the silver-haired man beside her. Kakashi's expression darkened as he gazed at the fallen Sasuke, speaking softly, "Indeed. I did not expect the pain from the cursed seal to be so intense that it would render Sasuke unconscious. It appears we need to devise a more comprehensive method to completely seal the curse. Relying solely on Tsunade's 5-element seal can only alleviate the immediate crisis." After finishing her thoughts, Sakura cast a glance at the wind shadow. That snake was indeed harmful. Hinata Niji emerges victorious. Nara Shikamaru observed the fallen Uchiha youth with a slight furrow in his brow. Had he not fainted, victory might have belonged to him. For that formidable Chidori thrust was something he had only witnessed in the hands of the once genius ninja Kakashi, its power immense. Next up, Naruto Uzumaki vs. TOS. One could not deny the prince's remarkable fortune, as he faced two relatively weaker ninjas in succession, perhaps fueled by the frustration of Sasuke's earlier loss. The blonde youth launched into a fierce assault against the sound ninja TOS. Sakura noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever Naruto was ignited with passion, akin to the protagonist's theme music playing in the original story, even the strongest of foes would seem feeble. Like a ferocious beast unleashed, Naruto's chakra was astonishingly abundant. Hundreds of shadow clones surged towards TOS, overwhelming the sound ninja to the point of losing consciousness. Watching the sound ninja on the ground, eyes rolled back. In the hundreds of Naruto clones surrounding him, Nara Shikamaru inhaled sharply. Naruto Uzumaki wins. Truly a testament to the unpredictable nature of our prince. Next up, Inuzuka Kiba vs. Kuratsuchi. The rock ninja princess leaped from the 10-meter-high platform into the arena, closely followed by the blonde-haired girl. Kiba was no match for Kuratsuchi. Sakura watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart, murmuring, "Kiba is at a disadvantage." Kuratsuchi's bloodline limit allowed her to manipulate dissolution, a fusion of water and earth chakra, making her offensively formidable. Moreover, with her mastery of light and heavy rock techniques, she could easily navigate the air, countering Kiba's adeptness in taijutsu and shunshin. Sakura's concern deepened as she observed Kiba's struggle against the relentless onslaught of Kuratsuchi's corrosive jutsu. As Kuratsuchi bombarded the blonde with waves of dark, viscous fluid, Kiba found himself dodging frantically, but exhaustion soon took its toll. In a moment of vulnerability, he stumbled while evading Kuratsuchi's earth release technique, only to be ensnared by her lime binding technique. The blonde boy was rendered immobile, his body marked with bruises, signaling the end of the battle. Rock ninja Kuratsuchi emerged victorious. Upon hearing the announcement from Nara Shikamaru, Sakura rushed into the arena, immediately enveloping Kiba in a water jutsu to shield him from infection. The water's membrane could swiftly prevent wounds from coming into contact with the air, thus averting inflammation. Soon after, the blonde boy was carried off to the medical room for treatment. "Are you good friends?" Kuratsuchi inquired, her red lips parting as she gazed at Sakura, who had abruptly entered the duel arena. "Not just friends, but intimate partners," Sakura replied, meeting Kuratsuchi's gaze. "She is too weak. Such power on the battlefield could lead to her demise. I held back during our encounter," Kuratsuchi remarked coldly. Having witnessed Sakura's previous battle, she believed this exceptionally talented and powerful pink-haired girl should not be compared to the likes of Inuzuka Kiba. In her view, true strength could only be appreciated among equals. Much like her past bond with her brother Deidara, with whom she shared a deep connection. They were childhood friends, two unassuming souls destined for greatness. A genius of the rock ninja village and a formidable princess, poised to shine as the brightest twin stars of their clan. Regrettably, one day, the senior brother suddenly succumbed to madness, expressing a desire to pursue art that is extreme and explosive. This led to the demise of numerous villagers from Rock Ninja Village, after which he defected. This was a significant blow for Kuratsuchi, causing the young girl to become somewhat cold-hearted while yearning for stronger companions, stronger than Deidara. She perceived the pink-haired Haruno Sakura as a commendable choice. "I do not care whether she is weak or strong, even if she is an ordinary civilian. She is my dearest friend." Sakura's tone was resolute. In the world of ninjas, there are countless powerful individuals, yet how many would genuinely treat you with sincerity? Thus, Sakura cherishes her friends dearly. "Humph, your intellect and strength are indeed disproportionate. I must have misjudged you," Kuratsuchi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the pink-haired girl before returning to her seat in the stands. Sakura was puzzled by the long-legged girl's intentions, but she had indeed shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, Ino might have sustained more severe injuries. Chapter 50. What on earth is this girl's origin? The ensuing battle was equally captivating. Rock Lee faced off against Shino Aburame, the boy renowned for his undefeated record and the spirited watermelon-headed youth. Upon activating the fifth gate, Lee's body technique was as swift as lightning, leaving Shino with no chance to retaliate. Being a long-range ninja by nature, Shino was at a disadvantage in close combat against Lee, marking his misfortune. Witnessing Shino being pummeled by Lee, Sakura quietly offered her apologies. "I'm sorry. In my world of Naruto, you have faced your first defeat. But fret not, it is no disgrace. After all, your opponent is the future master of physical techniques." Rock Lee. As the duel progressed, only the gourd boy from Tsunade and the pink-haired girl from Konoha remained on the stage. Sakura glanced at the third Hokage and Gaara, unable to suppress her frustration. "Damn it, you two old geezers. You've left the toughest challenge for me." Concealed beneath his hat, the Kazekage could not help but stick out his tongue, observing his newly recognized surrogate son, Gaara. A fierce glint flashed in his narrow eyes as the long-planned destruction of Konoha commenced. In the audience, Sand Village ninjas, disguised as onlookers, stealthily retrieved their weapons, awaiting the Kazekage's command. "Go, Sakura. Beat that brat into submission." Naruto cheered from the sidelines. Sakura rolled her eyes, casually stepping into the arena. Gaara had already manipulated the sand beneath his feet, soaring downwards. "Hey, friend, do you know that your father is dead?" Sakura casually remarked, resting her hands behind her head. Gaara replied, "You don't believe me? I'm being serious. If you don't believe it, so be it." Sakura smirked, unable to resist meddling. "Shouldn't you return to retrieve your father's body? You might still be able to find a whole corpse. Otherwise, it will start to stink." Sakura genuinely did not wish to fight Gaara. She was uncertain whether he would go berserk. "Sand coffin." Gaara disregarded her words, commanding the sand within the gourd to ensnare Sakura. To him, she was merely a madwoman spouting nonsense. "What the hell? You're serious?" Sakura retorted while manipulating the water beneath her feet, lifting her body gracefully into the air, mirroring Gaara's technique. Sand coffin, water coffin, sand shower, water wall. For the next half hour, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, controlling water and sand, with neither able to gain the upper hand. "Damn, this kid has an astonishing amount of chakra," Sakura thought. Like Naruto, he seemed to possess the chakra of a Jinchuriki, far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. Gaara's cat-like black eyes gradually turned fierce, his body emanating a faint yellow glow, adorned with shimmering golden scales. The armor of sand, correct? Ordinary physical techniques cannot breach it. However, Sakura had no intention of employing standard techniques. With a light laugh, she initiated a feint with a shuriken shadow clone technique, drawing Gaara's attention to the shurikens. Then, she executed a swift body flicker, appearing before Gaara. Super strength fist, cherry blossom strike. The blue chakra flames shimmered on her fist, and with a swift motion, she struck Gaara's chest with a resounding crash. The armor of sand shattered upon impact. But it was not yet over, young man. Sakura sneered, continuing to channel her strength. Super strength fist, cherry blossom strike, second form. Super strength fist, cherry blossom strike, third form. One punch, two punches, three punches. She delivered a full-body spa treatment to Gaara. How is this possible? Gaara's absolute defense failed to withstand her blows. Kankuro watched in astonishment as his brother was forced back. The golden scales on Gaara's body began to crack, shatter, and peel away under Sakura's relentless onslaught. The boy was battered, gasping heavily. "Hokage-sama. This is indeed the legendary strength from Tsunade. It is truly as formidable as rumored," that Tsuchikage observed, captivated by the pink-haired girl. The force of her punches, imbued with unparalleled chakra, was truly astonishing. Were it not for the protection of the armor of sand, Gaara would have likely suffered severe internal damage by now. Konoha ninjas are indeed terrifying, one after another. "Yield, friend, or I shall continue to pummel you," Sakura said, blowing on her fist, gazing at the gourd boy who had been repelled by her force. Gaara clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he wiped the blood from his lips, his green eyes erupted with a frenzied intensity. Crimson veins rapidly spread across his eyes, as if they would burst at any moment. The boy murmured ominously, "Mother, blood. Mother, it hurts." Sakura observed Gaara, now half-mad, and felt her lips twitch. She sensed that the monstrous entity was about to emerge. The chakra within Gaara surged, becoming increasingly violent and dark. The boy fixated on the pink-haired girl, saliva unconsciously dripping from the corner of his mouth, as if he intended to devour her whole. "Oh my, this is terrifying," Sakura exclaimed, patting her chest in fear. With both hands raised high, Gaara unleashed an overwhelming torrent of sand from his gourd, a quantity hundreds of times greater than before, inundating Sakura. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire arena would be filled with his sand. Desert funeral. The overwhelming yellow sand enveloped the petite girl, and in the blink of an eye, she was buried beneath it. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted anxiously, watching the girl disappear. "Is it over? It seems I overestimated her." Kakashi gazed at the engulfing sand, disappointment flickering in his dark pupils. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. No, she is still all right, and her powerful chakra. Just then, a greenish-blue vine shot forth from the sand, growing thicker and more twisted, reaching skyward. Within moments, a dense forest sprouted from the sands, overshadowing everything. Would release. The bandaged elder, hidden in the shadows, suddenly stood up. Originally, he had come to observe the battle for the sake of Uchiha Sasuke, but to his surprise, he stumbled upon a miraculous girl capable of wielding would release. Who could this girl be? Chapter 51. My back hurts. I cannot endure the antics of the youths. Amidst the dense and expansive vines, a girl with pink hair gracefully leaped out. With an air of nonchalance, she gazed down at the yellow sands below, as well as the panting boy, Gaara, lying atop it. "Mom, why isn't she dead yet? I can't take it anymore." Gaara clutched his injured chest, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, muttering incoherent words. Due to the excessive use of chakra, compounded by the injuries inflicted by the girl's incredible strength, he was now spitting blood. Sakura smirked, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Let us end this. I'll send you off with one final punch." With a deft command, she directed the wooden vines beneath her, clearing the sands before her. Wherever the vines went, they left a path of devastation in their wake. Violent Sakura bloom. A colossal fist imbued with tremendous chakra surged toward Gaara's chest. Just as the girl thought victory was assured, a massive monstrous hand suddenly burst forth from Gaara's body, effortlessly intercepting her formidable strike. Its brown skin was marred with starry black spots. What in the world is that? How revolting. It's a monster. That little brat is a monster. The audience erupted into chaos, memories of the Nine-Tails incident still fresh in their minds. Just as one monster departed, another appeared. In the midst of the tumult, the hidden sand shinobi seized the opportunity to strike. Shuriken flew toward the unsuspecting villagers, while illusionary dark ninjas lurked in the shadows, casting hypnotic spells. The once chaotic audience fell silent, one by one, as they succumbed to slumber. Ah, has it truly begun? Sarutobi Hiruzen, concealed beneath the Hokage hat, cast a glance at the audience. He then turned to the nearby Kazekage, Raza. It appeared that Sakura's intelligence had proven accurate. Hiruzen was curious as to how she had acquired such knowledge. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations in advance. With the addition of those two individuals, the situation should become significantly more manageable. Behind the Hokage, two Umbu members, adorned with cat-shaped masks, subtly shifted. As Hiruzen rose, intending to speak with them, Raza suddenly appeared behind him in a flash. A sharp kunai was pressed against the third Hokage's neck. "Hokage, you truly have aged. Your reflexes have dulled," Raza remarked coldly. "Kazekage, are you intending to instigate a war between our two great nations?" Hiruzen replied, his countenance unperturbed, casting a cold glance at Raza. The two Umbu members, witnessing Hiruzen's capture, remained composed, drawing their shuriken, ready to act. Tsuchikage Oanoki, appearing unfazed, leisurely left his seat, floating into the air with an amused expression. "It seems there are still unresolved grievances between the Sand and Leaf villages," he added with a chuckle. "As an old man nearing the grave, I shall not partake. My back cannot withstand such exertion." Hiruzen coughed lightly. This old coot was craftier than he had anticipated. His reluctance to engage was merely a ploy to reap the benefits from the conflict. The villagers, under the influence of the illusion, were collapsing one by one. Even the candidates in the arena who were oblivious to the genjutsu were not spared. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma had already rushed toward the audience to assist. Meanwhile, the unfortunate pink-haired girl was left to battle the tailed beast alone. At this moment, Gaara had transformed partially into his tailed beast form, unleashing a massive claw towards Sakura, who could only maneuver her wooden vines to evade. A momentary lapse in focus could prove fatal. Damn it, a pack of ingrates. Not a single soul to lend a hand at this critical juncture. I'm the only one left to fend for myself. Oh, Inoki, since you refuse to participate, kindly keep your distance. This battle has nothing to do with your rock shinobi. Raza remarked ominously, then, with a sudden intensity, thrust the kunai deeply into Hiruzen's neck. Hiruzen's aged body let out a groan before, in an instant, it transformed into a pool of dark brown fluid, slowly seeping into the ground. Earth clone, Raza sneered. Revealing his preparedness, he extended his crimson tongue, his serpent-like eyes glinting as if to announce, I am Orochimaru. Teacher, it seems you've recognized my true identity. But how could the fools from the Sand Village not? Raza mused, glancing at the pink-haired girl struggling with the tailed beast. His original plan had been to use the monster within Gaara to manipulate the situation, at least exhausting Konoha's strength considerably. However, he never anticipated that a mere child would hold her own against the beast. Was the beast too weak, or was the girl too powerful? He regretted not having eliminated that brat in the forest of death. The consequences would be dire. Eventually, the counterfeit would have to reveal itself. Raza grinned as he removed his Kazekage hat, revealing a strikingly pale-skinned, long-haired man with snake-like eyes. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the four Sand Shinobi engaged in combat with the Leaf's ninjas abruptly abandoned their fight, discarding their hats. Simultaneously, they leaped towards Orochimaru, taking positions at the corners of the arena. Ninjutsu, 4 purple flames formation. Instantly, a massive purple square barrier rose, enveloping the few individuals present within a confined space. Tsuchikage Oinoki had managed to escape the barrier, utilizing his aerial advantage and feigned nonchalance. I cough, an old man, cannot endure the antics of the youth. The ones executing the jutsu were none other than Orochimaru's 4 loyal subordinates, Kadamaru, Jirobo, Sakan, and Taiyuya. Ninjutsu, miniature 4 purple flames formation. They simultaneously conjured smaller barriers to safeguard their own bodies, ensuring their safety. At this moment, the 2 Anbu guards behind the Hokage found themselves trapped within the barrier as well. Orochimaru regarded the dying weaker ones with disdain. Hiruzen-sensei, let us reminisce about old times. I shall first dispose of the irrelevant ones before we engage in some proper fun. With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, appearing before the 2 Anbu guards. Shadow Snake Bite, get your filthy hands off me, you scoundrel. A rough, feminine voice emerged from beneath the mask, followed by a powerful punch landing squarely on Orochimaru's chest. A shriek escaped Orochimaru as his supple form was sent flying several meters away, leaving a long trail in the ground. How could this be? That power feels so familiar. Struggling to regain his footing, Orochimaru rose, twisting his neck. The Anbu ninja cursed as she removed her mask, revealing a striking blonde woman with fiery red lips and a voluptuous figure. Chapter 52, Orochimaru. Do you still have such desires? Damn it, I can't breathe. This wretched mask is suffocating me. The blonde woman exclaimed, tossing the cat-shaped mask to the ground. Tsunade, you're still the same, with that fiery temper. Another dark ninja slowly removed his mask, revealing his lustrous, snow-white hair and the iconic red scars at the corners of his eyes. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the golden-haired woman's bosom. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, who had been knocked to the ground, stood up again. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the 2 ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had expected mere insignificant lackeys, but to his astonishment, they were the other 2 renowned members of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, former comrades with whom he had once fought side by side. Orochimaru could hardly fathom why these 2, given their nature, would suddenly return to Konoha instead of wandering abroad, especially during the execution of his plan to dismantle the village. It seemed so ominous that everything was proceeding with such difficulty. Was it the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen's doing? Or perhaps that mysterious pink-haired girl? Orochimaru felt an unsettling connection between everything and the girl named Haruno Sakura. Since their last encounter, many things had become inexplicably convoluted. Hey, Orochimaru, just how bored are you? Day in and day out, plotting to destroy Konoha? The old man is already so aged, and yet you still dare to trouble him? Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression one of disdain as she regarded the man before her. I never anticipated that you, Tsunade, would actually aid Konoha. I thought after the incident with Dan and Shoto, you had given up hope on this blood-soaked ninja world. Orochimaru replied with a sinister grin, adding, "It seems I have underestimated you. Why don't you say that again, Orochimaru?" Tsunade's brows furrowed, her tone suddenly turning fierce. Though a flicker of profound sorrow briefly crossed her eyes, Orochimaru was adept at piercing the heart. Observing Tsunade's sudden loss of bravado, Jiraiya expressed his concern. Frowning as he reassured her, "Tsunade, don't fall for his provocations so easily. Don't get ensnared in his trap." He then cast a sidelong glance at their adversary. "Orochimaru, today the four of us have gathered again, though it is regrettably not as it once was." As Jiraiya spoke, a hint of melancholy surfaced in his voice. But it was fleeting. It quickly transformed into resolve and ferocity. "Today, I shall eliminate you here and ensure you no longer wreak havoc in the ninja world." "Huh? Eliminate me?" Orochimaru let out an eerie laughter. "Jiraiya, the tail end will always be the tail end. After all these years, you remain as unreliable as ever." Despite his bravado, a sense of trepidation began to gnaw at Orochimaru. Facing two of Konoha's legendary three ninjas, alongside a man revered as the professor of the ninja world, this battle was extraordinarily difficult. Were it not for the technique he possessed, he might have already sought a way to flee. Words were futile. Orochimaru had no choice but to press on, having committed too many sins. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a grave expression, turned towards his two comrades. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, today you shall assist me in cleansing our ranks, as a means to honor the souls that perished at this man's hands." The third Hokage had lost all hope in this wayward disciple and resolved not to waste further breath on him. He swiftly formed hand signs: Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall; Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Though aged, the speed at which he executed his jutsu was astonishing, conjuring two earth techniques simultaneously. A massive earthen wall rose behind Orochimaru, blocking his retreat, while a dragon of earth surged forth, opening its gaping maw as a barrage of sharp earthen bullets rained down like a tempest. Ninjutsu. Multiple shadow shurikens. Orochimaru barely managed to counter with his own ninjutsu. Countless glimmering shurikens clashed with the earth bullets, producing a deafening sound. Once the tumult subsided, debris fell to the ground. Ninjutsu. Lioness barrage technique. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya pressed the attack, his vibrant white hair extending and splitting under the influence of chakra. The tips of his hair transformed into sharp, conical spikes, launching towards Orochimaru. The latter was forced to dodge repeatedly. "Take this." Yet, unbeknownst to him, the golden-haired woman had already teleported behind him, delivering a powerful punch that struck Orochimaru with tremendous force. Even the strongest ninja cannot withstand a combined assault from three shadow-level powerhouses. Orochimaru felt his bones nearly shatter under the impact, and the skin of his face began to crack like a serpent shedding its skin. Something feels amiss. This sensation is deeply unsettling. Tsunade rubbed her delicate fist, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the slippery serpent before her. When her fist struck the enemy, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, akin to hitting a mass of rubbery clay. Such a forceful punch would have rendered anyone else immobile, yet Orochimaru managed to rise once more. Have you figured it out, Tsunade?" Orochimaru gasped, his skin resembling that of a molting snake, peeling away in layers. It was utterly repulsive. "For all these years, I have been researching the arts of immortality and undying life." Bent over, he let out another maniacal laugh. Today, I shall reveal to you my true form." Accompanied by an androgynous, unsettling laughter, the man ruthlessly peeled off the skin from his face, unveiling an extraordinarily youthful and alluring visage. How do you like it? Are you envious?" The voice was deeply discomforting. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, gazed at his inhumanly transformed student, an abyss of despair flickering in his aged eyes. How many lives had been sacrificed for such a grotesque result? Beside him, Tsunade's lips curled in disgust. It was fortunate she had never harbored feelings for this man. Otherwise, she would have been forced to confront the reality of sharing a fate with him. Tsunade held significant knowledge regarding the arts of immortality as well, but she dismissed Orochimaru's research as nothing but a despicable exploitation of human lives. It paled in comparison to her own sealing technique. "Orochimaru, you are truly beyond redemption. Does this mean you have lost that very desire?" Jiraiya's immediate concern was the implications of that loss. Without that desire, Would life not become devoid of joy? All right, enough reminiscing. Let us dispose of this repugnant creature. Tsunade had no wish to prolong the conversation. Tsunade, your temperament remains unchanged. Since fate has brought us together today, I might as well bestow upon you a grand gift. However, before that, I believe it is best for me to revert to my original appearance. This way, it would not be in vain for us to have shared our bond as teacher and student, as companions. With that, Orochimaru switched back to his original visage. Chapter 53. The old man 1T kicked the bucket, will he? Immediately, the man bit his fingertip and initiated the summoning technique. Ninjutsu, reanimation of the impure world. With a sharp command, 3 coffins simultaneously emerged from the earth. What is this? Jiraiya gazed in shock at the rising caskets. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having seen much in his life, noted the inscriptions on the coffins indicating the first, second, and fourth Hokage, and recalled the forbidden technique developed by his own master. Instantly, he grasped Orochimaru's intent. Ninjutsu, roof shuriken. The ground erupted, sending a flurry of shuriken-like blades soaring towards the coffins. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The first 2 coffins had fully manifested. Only the third coffin was forced back underground as it emerged 2/3 of the way. It appears the last 1T make it out. Orochimaru scoffed, then nonchalantly continued, but that is sufficient. Let you witness the power of the reanimation of the impure world. Reanimation of the impure world. Tsunade and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback. This was the forbidden technique developed by Senju Tobirama to summon the spirits of the deceased, deemed too evil and classified as the foremost among the 10 forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru, this audacious fellow, dares to desecrate the ancestors. Tsunade clenched her silver teeth, her gaze fixed upon the 2 familiar figures emerging slowly from the coffin. The first, with a mane of silver hair and clad in blue ninja armor, possessed eyes as cold and unyielding as ice, Hashirama Senju. The second, with straight black hair and dressed in crimson armor, bore bright, captivating eyes, Tobirama Senju. Grandfather, great uncle, Tsunade's body trembled slightly, her earlier bravado dissipating. The sight of her beloved relatives stirred her heart, which could not settle for an extended time. Ah, Hashirama, you have grown so much, Tobirama noted, his tone calm and devoid of any turbulence. Was it you who summoned us, the young generation of Konoha? It seems that talent truly abounds. Tobirama then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, speaking with a monotone voice. Dear ancestors, as you occasionally rise from your eternal slumber to experience the air and see your granddaughter, you should be thanking me instead. Orochimaru smirked wickedly, producing 2 kunai inscribed with seals, which he plunged into the backs of the deceased. Edo Tensei activate. The previously pallid corpses instantly regained color, their once dull eyes now vibrant and alive, indistinguishable from the living. Tsunade, they are merely puppets controlled by Orochimaru. Do not act on your emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished, observing Tsunade's emotional unraveling. Ah, you're here too, Tobirama remarked, his tone now imbued with humanity as he sighed deeply. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, endless conflicts seem to persist, regardless of the era. Hashirama shot an irritated glance at his brother, rebuking him. Tobirama, I told you not to delve into such cursed techniques. Using the living as sacrifices to summon the dead is utterly inhumane. Brother, silence. Tobirama retorted sharply, leaving Hashirama momentarily stunned. The god of shinobi found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Enough, everyone. It's time for reminiscing to conclude. Let the bloodline conflict commence. Ancestors, allow me to witness your prowess. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals. The first and second Hokage, who had been conversing, instantly trembled as if they were marionettes under a puppeteer's command, charging towards the trio before them. Water style, water wave. A massive vortex erupted beneath them, swirling around the second Hokage before unleashing a deluge towards the trio. The torrent surged fiercely, a veritable tidal wave, in a land devoid of water. To conjure such a formidable water style, the second Hokage truly lived up to his title as the man of the sea. Earth style, earth wall technique. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya invoked their earth style, erecting 2 formidable earthen walls just in time to withstand the oncoming wave. The 3 were compelled to leap atop the earthen barriers. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves above an unfathomably deep blue expanse. What style? Birth of a sea of trees. As the crisis loomed, Hashirama, too, was compelled to unleash his wood style, sending forth hundreds of thick, twisting vines, sweeping toward Hiruzen and the others. Tsunade run. Getting ensnared by the wood style would spell trouble. Hashirama cautioned while casting his technique. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen swiftly dispersed in 3 directions, with the vines splitting into 3 distinct trajectories in pursuit. That was close. Jiraiya gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he observed the now still green vines beneath him. Are you all right, old man? Tsunade? He called out towards the distant thicket. Yes, I'm alive. Tsunade replied in a deep voice, leaping towards Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. What about the old man? He hasn't made a sound in ages. Ninjutsu. Summoning beast, Monkey King appears. From within the thicket, a colossal old ape materialized amidst a puff of white smoke. Rui Jingu bang. With a mighty roar, the dense underbrush was cleaved apart. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the transformed Monkey King, sweeping through the vines with ease. The old man is still as impressive as ever, Jiraiya noted, breathing a sigh of relief as he joined forces with the 3rd Hokage. The situation had become quite precarious. The 1st and 2nd Hokage's ninjutsu worked in perfect harmony. We must separate them to have any chance of victory, Hiruzen advised, drawing on his extensive battle experience. Tsunade, you confront Orochimaru. I will restrain the 1st Hokage, and Jiraiya will deal with the 2nd. Remember, wait for the right moment to unleash the sealing technique. Hiruzen's dark eyes glimmered as he added, bear in mind, physical attacks are ineffective against the ninjas summoned through Edo Tensei. He entrusted Tsunade with confronting Orochimaru, aware that she might find it difficult to harm her grandfather and great-uncle. With that, the trio identified their targets and commenced their respective battles. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted. A pink-haired girl delivered a fierce Sakura punch squarely to the head of the one-tail, her diamond mark now activated. Dark purple patterns began to spread from her forehead to her cheeks and limbs. Aware that she must employ the sealing technique against Gaara, who was entirely transformed into the one-tail, Sakura prepared herself. With a resounding boom, her punch was magnified many times over, sending the hefty one-tail crashing sideways, smashing into the high walls of Konoha. Yow! The one-tail emitted a piercing yowl, enraged by being confronted by a mere child. Though still half reclined, it began to gather a dark purple chakra sphere in its mouth, condensing dozens of smaller black spheres into an enormous ball. Oh no, this isn't good. It's the tailed beast bomb, the pink-haired girl exclaimed, hastily manipulating the wood style beneath her to flee as the tailed beast bomb shot forth like an arrow. Boom. In an instant, devastation ensued, leaving sorrow in its wake. Sakura panted heavily, clutching her chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped the onslaught. What in the world is happening out there? The individuals engaged in battle within the barrier were drawn to the deafening sounds emanating from outside, pausing their actions to glance towards the source. Hee, it must be Sakura out there, battling fiercely against the Jinchuriki of Tsunade, Hiruzen remarked, observing the commotion. Sakura? Alone against a tailed beast? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. Although she had mastered her immense strength and begun to accumulate the sealing technique, Sakura's chakra was still far from sufficient to take on a tailed beast single-handedly. How could she possibly manage such a feat? Tsunade had always sensed her disciple's mysterious potential, but never anticipated such rapid advancement. Haha, it appears Konoha truly nurtures exceptional talents. Tsunade, we are growing old, Jiraiya commented, casting a proud glance at his longtime companion. The ability to single-handedly confront a tailed beast marks one as an unrivaled genius within the entire ninja world. Tsunade, you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, then cast a sardonic glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, did you ever imagine that the very beast intended to annihilate Konoha is now being restrained by a mere girl? Orochimaru, however, remained remarkably composed, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you truly convinced that your little apprentice can contend with the one-tail? Tsunade, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Sakura. Within the barrier, she could observe the ongoing battle outside. Although Sakura was trading blows with the one-tail, it was evident that she was at a disadvantage, desperately evading the tailed beast bomb launched by Shikaku. Yet, just when Tsunade was still fretting over her student, the once elusive pink-haired figure abruptly halted, turning to face the monstrous entity before her. The girl's emerald eyes sharpened, and the mark of the Byakugu on her forehead became distinctly visible. Suddenly, she radiated a violet-blue aura as the seal on her forehead burst open, channeling a vast influx of chakra into her limbs. What was she planning to do with such an overwhelming amount of chakra? Tsunade felt a mix of worry and anticipation. Sakura's intention was to take a gamble, infusing a significant amount of chakra into her wood-release technique to ensnare the creature before her. If Yamato could bind the raging-tailed beast transformation of Naruto, why couldn't she ensnare this single-tailed creature? The pink-haired girl cast a glance at Gaara, who was soundly asleep on the shoulder of the tanuki. That brat is sleeping quite soundly. I'll make sure he wakes up with a bang. With that, the girl swiftly performed hand signs, would release Sakura's binding cat technique. Presently, she lacked the ability to execute a grandiose technique like the first Hokage's flower tree world. Instead, she could merely manipulate would release for evasion, attack, and defense. Thanks to the enhancement of the Ein seal, her wooden spikes were 100 times more potent than Yamato's. Massive vines, stretching hundreds of meters, ensnared the tanuki, leaving it no room for escape. 1 vine, 2 vines, 3 vines, 100 vines. At that moment, Shikaku resembled a spherical creature clad in green prison garb, its corpulent body entwined with verdant wooden spikes, rendering it immobile. It could only sway helplessly, emitting cries of frustration. Now's my chance. The pink-haired girl seized the moment, instantaneously appearing on the tanuki's shoulder. Her fist was already poised. Wake up, you lazy bum. With a resounding thud, her fist struck Gaara's face. Blood trickled down his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Moments later, Gaara stirred from his stupor, letting out a pained groan. Simultaneously, the massive feline body of the one-tail trembled violently before gradually diminishing in size. No, I don't want to go back yet. Shikaku protested, its voice piercing. The pink-haired girl inwardly scoffed. Seriously? I'm risking my life here, and you think this is a game? Within mere seconds, the one-tail reverted back to its Jinchuriki form, leaving behind a desolate scene. Observing the now harmless Gaara, Sakura wiped the sweat from her brow. She cast a glance at the distant purple barrier. The battle raged on, and those old-timers were still engaged. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce clash with Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama inquired, "Is this child from Konoha?" Indeed, Tobarama-sensei, not only is she from Konoha, but she is also Tsunade's apprentice, making her your grand apprentice, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Tobarama chuckled heartily, feeling reassured by the emergence of new talent in Konoha. Orochimaru, who was locked in combat with Tsunade, felt speechless. Had I known, I would have sealed Tobarama's mouth as well. What a blunder. Tsunade-sensei, how can I assist you? Sakura shouted towards the barrier. I don't know. Tsunade snapped back, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Orochimaru, who narrowly dodged it. Sakura, use summoning technique with me. The slug can act as a medium to bring you to Tsunade, Hiruzen suggested. Oh, how did I not think of that? Tsunade suddenly recalled that both she and Sakura could summon slugs. This revelation had come to Tsunade later when she learned about the slugs from their own mouths. That lying pink-haired girl. Tsunade had longed for an opportunity to inquire about how Sakura had acquired the summoning technique. After all, she had never taught her that skill. But there was no time to ponder now. What should I do, third Hokage? Sakura shouted again. How did you enter the Shikatsu forest? Tsunade retorted. You're asking us. Now, immediately, get into the Shikatsu forest. The blonde woman commanded impatiently, raising her fist to strike Orochimaru again, who evaded with a perplexed expression. I will simultaneously summon a slug inside the barrier to mark your position. The slug from the Shikatsu forest will return you to the real world. That is, back into the barrier. Tsunade elaborated further. Sakura's clever mind quickly grasped the concept. It was essentially treating the Shikatsu forest as a transfer station. The girl would enter the transfer station from outside the barrier and then, based on Tsunade's markings, enter the barrier. What an intriguing setup. Chapter 55, Third Hokage. Please do not rush to your demise. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. The girl bit her finger, and with a snap, she vanished from her location. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a blue and white world of the Shikatsu forest. Good to see you again, Sakura. A small slug seemed to have been waiting for her. Ever since their last farewell, it had anticipated this reunion. Ah yes, Miss Slug. I apologize for deceiving you last time. Back then, I wasn't yet Tsunade-sensei's apprentice. No worries. I can sense your chakra is very pure. The Shikatsu forest welcomes someone as exceptional as you. The slug added. And besides, you later became Tsunade's disciple, so it wasn't entirely a deception. The slug was always understanding. Sakura scratched her head sheepishly. All right then, Miss Slug, please take me to Tsunade-sama. She is in grave danger and urgently needs my help. Yes, I know. Tsunade-sama has already summoned a slug outside. My information is synchronized with hers. I will now send you to the 4 purple flames formation. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Sakura felt darkness envelop her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back beside Tsunade. Haha, Tsunade-sensei, I'm here to help. Sakura greeted Tsunade with a timid smile. The reason she had lied to the slug was due to the system's setting granting her the reverse summoning technique. How could she possibly disclose such a thing? Others would think her insane, a purely pseudoscientific affair that even Orochimaru might not comprehend. Enough chatter. Let us take down this pesky snake together. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, raising her fist in indignation. Understood, sensei. Sakura clenched her fists, blue chakra flames slowly emanating from her hands. Let us go. At Tsunade's command, the 2 women lunged at Orochimaru simultaneously, left fist, right fist, uppercut, and downward strike. Orochimaru found himself caught off guard by the combined assault of the elder and the younger, forced to twist and evade. These 2 madwomen. He cursed in exasperation. With Sakura's arrival, he instantly found himself at a disadvantage. It was the first time he witnessed 2 individuals simultaneously wielding immense strength. Their coordination so impeccable, it was truly a testament to their master-disciple bond. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 2 before him, beaming with delight. Tsunade, let us together vanquish this fellow known as Orochimaru. Beside them, Senju Tobirama, while unleashing explosive tags against Jiraiya, urged Tsunade and Sakura on. Jiraiya, wearing a look of exasperation, barely managed to evade. Hey, second Hokage, could you ease up a bit? That hurts, he complained, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ahahaha, my apologies, young man. I'm merely a pawn in this game. Blame Orochimaru for it. Tobirama reminded. Is there anyone among you skilled in sealing techniques? Only through sealing ninjutsu can we counter the reanimation jutsu. Physical attacks are futile. Indeed, Hiruzen, you must utilize the sealing technique to bind us. Not far away, Senju Hashirama, with his right arm severed by the 3rd Hokage, was anxiously reforming his limb. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. These 2 old men truly wished for his demise. He lamented that he only possessed the sealing technique Shiki Fuin, which merely transferred his soul to the Shinigami. Wasn't he that a death sentence? At this moment, he felt he was not quite at the brink of death yet. Lord Third, there exists another method to break the reanimation jutsu. If we eliminate the caster, Orochimaru, the previous Hokage he summoned will no longer be under his control. Sakura interjected hastily, her youthful heart thinking, old man, don't rush to your demise just yet. Oh, you're quite clever, young lady, Jiraiya exclaimed, patting his forehead and giving a thumbs up to the pink-haired girl. This was his first encounter with Sakura, Tsunade's newly accepted disciple, and her strength seemed to rival that of Tsunade herself. Oh, stop flattering me, or I might just get shy, you old rogue. Sakura winked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's lips twitched. Old rogue? Sakura, let us flank him, Tsunade declared, eyeing Orochimaru, who was cornered. A hint of triumph gleamed in her eyes. All right, master. Sakura, charge. Orochimaru, taste my fist. The 2 unleashed their formidable strength, imbued with tremendous energy, aimed squarely at Orochimaru's face. With a resounding impact, both fists struck Orochimaru's forehead, eliciting a piercing scream. The force of the blow twisted his head grotesquely, like a piece of clay being mercilessly stretched. This should be the end, Tsunade murmured, gazing at the limp form of Orochimaru on the ground. You 2 truly are a formidable pair. Orochimaru's weakened body began to rise again, gasping heavily. Is it true? This guy just won't die? Sakura exclaimed. Who knows what is going on? Tsunade replied. Despite his severely damaged body, Orochimaru wore a smug expression as he swiftly formed hand seals. Not good. The control over his body feels even more potent than before. Tobirama furrowed his brow, hastily executing a jutsu, ninjutsu, art of shadow walking. In an instant, darkness enveloped the area, spreading rapidly until it shrouded the entire barrier. Quickly, take cover. This technique will obscure everyone's vision. In the darkness, Tobirama shouted warnings to the 4. You're too loud, second Hokage, Orochimaru sneered, intensifying his spell. For a moment, the mouths of the 2 former Hokages moved, attempting to speak but unable to utter a sound. The air was soon filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Ugh! Sarutobi and Jiraiya groaned in unison, evidently being taught a severe lesson by the two former Hokages. Are you all right, old man? Jiraiya? Tsunade called out with concern. Still breathing, Jiraiya quipped, trying to maintain his composure. Tsunade, summon my original body with Sakura's help. My sealing technique can temporarily bind the two former Hokages. The small slug on Tsunade's shoulder, sensing her plight, spoke gently. Sakura? The slug can perform sealing techniques? Tsunade, gritting her teeth, understood the slug's intent and instructed the pink-haired girl, Sakura. Let us employ the summoning technique together. We can summon 1/10 of the sage slug's body, which possesses formidable sealing abilities. Though Sakura had never seen it, she trusted Tsunade and the slug's words. Chapter 56. Sakura, the reconstruction of Konoha will be entrusted to you. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. They both bit their fingertips, and amidst a cloud of smoke, an enormous, blue-white mass appeared within the barrier. Whoa, this size is simply colossal. The entire barrier was filled with the slug's immense form. The two former Hokages were rendered immobile, trapped by the sheer mass of the slug. Ugh, I can hardly breathe. Slug, can you shrink this space a bit? Sakura, pressed against the corner of the barrier with her face against the slug's slick body, felt her delicate features contort. All right, my apologies, Sakura, I'll make some room. The slug replied, somewhat embarrassed, as it adjusted its body to create more space for her. Slug, seal the two former Hokages within your body. Tsunade, observing her grandfather and great-grandfather, unable to move, felt a pang of reluctance, yet her gaze hardened with resolve. She understood that the way to grant the deceased peace was to seal them swiftly, despite her many regrets. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug began its incantation, slug body sealing technique. Sakura thought to herself, what an ominous name, but I like it. The slug's body morphed into a white fluid around the two former Hokages, enveloping them until they gradually merged into the slug's form. Ah, Tsunade, I'm glad to see you again, and Hiruzen, Jiraiya. Oh, and my great-grandstudent. This girl named Sakura, Hashirama expressed with warmth in his eyes. Moments later, they were sealed within the slug's body. Hiruzen, knowing that Konoha has such a young generation gives me peace of mind. Your judgment has always been sound, Tobirama remarked, looking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone reflective of the departed's tranquility. Grandfather, great-grandfather, Tsunade gazed at her beloved ancestors as they departed once more, sadness flickering in her eyes. A single tear rolled down the blonde woman's cheek. Seconds later, Hashirama and Tobirama completely dissolved within the slug's form. Damn it! Orochimaru glared at the sealed figures, gritting his teeth in frustration. His elongated serpentine eyes fixated on the pink-haired girl nearby. It was all her fault that his plans had been thwarted. Without her interference, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely have met a far grimmer fate by now. Orochimaru, don't you dare look at me like that, or I'll knock you out. Sakura shot back unexpectedly. Even if you can't kill me, your chakra must be nearly depleted now. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed his former disciple with a measured tone. Teacher Sarutobi, I admit my oversight this time, but I will destroy Konoha someday. Orochimaru, despite his reluctance, realized he had no chance of turning the tide in this situation. Was he really expected to take on 4 formidable shinobi alone? This girl, Haruno Sakura, merely a teenager, possessed strength on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the legendary Sannin. It was simply unfathomable. Little girl, we shall meet again. I hope that when we next cross paths, you will surprise me once more. Alas, Orochimaru could only utter such flattering words to preserve his final dignity, bringing this battle to a close. With hands forming seals, he vanished with a crack. Simultaneously, the 4 sound ninjas retreated, and the 4 purple flames formation dissipated. The remaining 4 within the barrier sighed in relief. The shadow-level battle that had lasted over 6 hours had finally concluded. Ding. Host. Please note that the Konoha collapse plan has significantly depleted the chakra reserves of the Ein sealing card pool. The current reserve is below 1. Please use it cautiously. What? Is it really running out? This system must be a sham. I exchanged all kinds of accumulated resources from these past years into Ein sealing chakra. What a scam. Had I known, I wouldn't have fought the One-Tail or meddled with those old geezers. The losses are staggering. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the main task of defeating the One-Tail, you are awarded the qualification to use Lightning Attribute Chakra, along with a surprise reward, a scroll for training in lightning release ninjutsu. Congratulations, host, for successfully executing the first rescue operation for Konoha, repelling Orochimaru for the second time, and saving the third Hokage. Receiving surprise rewards, a scroll for training in the lightning shadow dance, and a scroll for the lightning explosive bomb technique. Congratulations, host, for achieving 10 completion of the main task, receiving an additional 300 explosive tags, 600 soldier pills, and 500 shurikens. Keep up the good work. Wow, lightning shadow ninjutsu. The rewards for this main task are an entire set of lightning release techniques. What a windfall. Sakura felt a surge of joy within her. Sorry, I take back my earlier complaints. Third Hokage, are you alright? Outside, Kakashi and Guy appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The battle outside had been quelled by the elite Jonin and Umbu of Konoha. Gaara had fainted, and Orochimaru had appeared, leaving the Sand Village ninjas momentarily leaderless. Shocked by the sudden transformation of their Kazekage into Orochimaru, some surrendered, others refrained from fighting, and there were even youths weeping for their Kazekage, Gaara. Well done, Kakashi Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing the devastated scene outside with a slight frown. Thankfully, the casualties and losses had not escalated further, which was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Kakashi-sensei, you did well. The pink-haired girl behind the third Hokage waved at the silver-haired man, sticking out her tongue. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just now, Sakura had single-handedly battled the One-Tail and helped the third repel Orochimaru within the four purple flames formation, while he, as her teacher, could only deal with the minor goons outside. Naturally, Kakashi felt a bit flustered. This girl has unknowingly surpassed me. He never expected Sakura's strength to improve so rapidly. Lord Hokage, that battle was quite something. The old man with the red nose, a spectator, leisurely floated over from a distance. Sakura muttered, damn it. That old man is so wicked for just watching without helping. Worse than Orochimaru. Humph. Lord Tsuchikage truly honored his word, maintaining absolute neutrality from beginning to end. Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeasure was evident, as even a fool could hear it. If it weren't for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Sakura's assistance, this old man would likely have reaped the rewards afterward. Lord Hokage, you jest. I merely believe that the strength of Konoha's ninjas was so exceptional that our IWA ninjas need not intervene. Inoki, feeling guilty, could only speak awkwardly. Sakura replied with a chuckle. All right, we in Konoha have our aftermath to deal with, so we shan't keep Lord Tsuchikage any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to send him off was clear. If Inoki lingered any longer, he would only be making a fool of himself. Then we shall not intrude further. May Konoha soon regain its vitality. Inoki surveyed the surrounding devastation, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he departed with Kuratsuchi and the other IWA ninjas. Chapter 57. Don't mess with me, Tsunade. I do not wish to be Hokage. The post-disaster reconstruction will take quite some time, old man. Tsunade gently patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder. What are your plans now, Tsunade? Jiraiya inquired, his gaze filled with concern for the former goddess. Me? I shall continue my travels, exploring every casino in the ninja world. The blonde woman lifted her head, her bosom rising and falling. Are you still leaving, Tsunade? I have long hoped for you to assume the position of the fifth Hokage. I am too old now. The third spoke with a hint of melancholy, acutely aware that his age might not allow him to support Konoha for much longer. During the recent battle with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly felt his stamina waning. Hey, stop it, old man. I do not wish to be the fifth Hokage. Do you want to wear me out? The blonde woman shrugged, exhibiting considerable resistance. Sakura observed Tsunade. Aware of something that others did not notice, Tsunade still suffered from severe hemophobia, just as depicted in the original story. During the battle against Orochimaru, when he was struck back by their combined might, Sakura distinctly noticed Tsunade's trembling body. Her hands were drenched in Orochimaru's blood. Had the slug not emerged to assist in sealing the former Hokage and repelling Orochimaru, her fear of blood would likely have become known to all. This absolute weakness could also be a reason why Tsunade was reluctant to assume the position of the fifth Hokage. The esteemed fifth Hokage, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, afraid of blood? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from other ninja villages? There's still Jiraiya. Tsunade gestured towards Jiraiya. He, alarmed, waved his hands. Don't drag me into this, Tsunade. If you don't want to be Hokage, how could I, a free spirit by nature, possibly be a suitable candidate? There's still Kakashi. Jiraiya mimicked Tsunade's gesture towards Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly waved his hands. I believe my old bones can hold out for a few more years. Beside them, Kakashi rolled his eyes dramatically. Humph, how disdainful. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Sakura beside him and said with an odd tone, Girl, go back and rest. Why the sudden concern for me, Grandpa Third? Sakura felt a bit perplexed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Cough, cough. The third feigned seriousness. Well, you do know would release, right? Look at these damaged houses in the village. You'll have to take care of that. No, Grandpa Third. A sudden panic washed over the girl, reminiscent of the dread that had befallen Yamato, who had been worn out to the point of avoiding the long Fourth Great Ninja War. He must have hidden away somewhere to seek out an old physician. Don't decline. Grandpa knows you can do it. The third stroked his beard nonchalantly. Sakura exclaimed, You old rascal. 2 weeks later, after a brief recovery, Konoha village. Wood release, house building technique. Houses sprang forth amidst the ruins. Sakura, you're amazing. A few construction workers applauded while tirelessly painting the wooden houses. The pink-haired girl froze in shock. Oh my, I really feel exhausted. Over these past few days, she had come to help build houses during the day, and by the time she returned home at night, her body felt utterly unrecognizable. Now she understood why Yamato in the original story always complained about back pain. Sakura. A sweet, melodic voice called from behind. Turning around, she saw a red-haired girl with a backpack running toward her. The summer breeze was gentle, causing the girl's crimson hair to flutter slightly, rendering her utterly adorable. Xianglin, what brings you here? Sakura inquired, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Her gaze drawn to the bento held by the girl. The red-haired maiden, panting heavily as she approached Sakura, had a rosy expression that quickly shifted to one of displeasure. How dare you say that? You haven't come to see me even once these past few days. Xianglin's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Sakura's attention was caught by the charming bear backpack slung over the girl's shoulder. With a hand on her forehead, she suddenly recalled, Oh, I remember now. Today is your enrollment day at the Ninja Academy. Caught up in the busy task of helping Konoha with housing construction, Sakura had completely forgotten. Following the collapse plan of Konoha, the Ninja Academy had also been on a 2-week break, and today marked the first day back to class. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed kept his promise, arranging Xianglin's admission and placing her in Irika's class, presumably to ensure she received proper attention. Being the friend of his precious former apprentice. So, how was your first day? What did it feel like? Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to hear Xianglin's stories about school. TCH, you don't care about me, nor do you come to visit. And yet, you dare to ask me these things. Xianglin's irritation was evidently not yet quelled. All right, don't be upset now, dear Xianglin, Sakura cooed, affectionately ruffling Xianglin's hair. The two were close enough that the girl's warm breath brushed against Xianglin's neck, sending delightful shivers down her spine. A blush crept onto Xianglin's cheeks as she fidgeted, excitedly recounting her experiences at school. Irika-sensei treated me very well, although I am a new transfer student. The other students were quite nice to me. They respect me upon learning that I am a descendant of the Whirlpool country. As both the fourth Hokage and the first Hokage's wives hailed from there, two exceptionally great kunoichi. Xianglin rambled on enthusiastically, watching the animated girl before her. Sakura felt a swell of joy. The bite marks on the girl's arm were gradually fading. She believed it wouldn't be long before they healed completely, erasing the painful memories. Xianglin, you must study hard and become a genin of Konoha. Someday, you might even fight alongside me. Sakura's aspirations for the future were equally bright. By the way, Sakura, you must have already become a Chunin, right? Xianglin recalled that Sakura had successfully passed the final round of the Chunin exam last time. Indeed, Xianglin, although the exam was interrupted by Orochimaru's sudden attack, Sakura truly advanced through the earlier 3 rounds. Thus, according to the official decree issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen, all candidates who won the final round were promoted to Chunin. Among Konoha's Elite 12, those who became Chunin included Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, and Rock Lee. Sakura herself found this outcome utterly astonishing. Chapter 58, Danzo. Where were you when Orochimaru attacked? The once perennial genin, Uzumaki Naruto, had surprisingly been promoted to Chunin, which was nothing short of incredible. Meanwhile, the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke regrettably lost to Hyuga Neji, a reality he struggled to accept. Consequently, he isolated himself daily in the training grounds, relentlessly honing his skills. For within Team 7, he was the sole one lagging behind, an unbearable truth for the proud Uchiha. "Look what I brought you, Sakura," Xianglin exclaimed, lifting the bento before Sakura with an air of mystery. A heart-shaped bento. "Let me guess what's inside." Sakura's stomach growled in response, her mouth watering. "Seaweed rice balls? Or perhaps salmon sushi?" "Nope," Xianglin giggled, her eyes forming crescent shapes. "It's rice with mackerel. I caught the fish myself from the river, just for you. Hurry and eat." Gently lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth, enhanced by Xianglin's special sauce, making it visually appetizing. "I'm diving in," Sakura declared, grabbing her chopsticks and devouring the meal with gusto. In less than 5 minutes, she polished off an entire box of rice and a small bowl of miso soup. The authenticity of the soup was unparalleled compared to a similar one she had tried back on Earth. Indeed, some things are best enjoyed in their original form. "Sakura, I heard from Naruto that you're going on a mission with him soon." Xianglin recalled the conversation when Naruto had visited her house for a meal, and she had noted every detail regarding Sakura. "That's right. It's our first mission since being promoted to Chunin." Alongside Kakashi-sensei, Sakura continued, explaining that the nature of the mission was still unknown. However, it was a rule in Konoha that newly promoted Chunin must attempt some B-level or even A-level missions to assess their survival capabilities in real combat scenarios. If the previous exams were akin to simulated survival training, the upcoming missions would be a true test of life and death, with the stakes considerably higher. "Sakura, please take good care of yourself and stay safe," Xianglin said, her voice lowering. "I don't want you to get hurt." To Xianglin, Sakura was the best person in this world, and she would rather endure pain herself than see any harm come to the girl. Seeing the little girl before her looking so pitiful tugged at Sakura's heart, prompting her to gently lift Xianglin's chin. "Silly girl, how could I possibly get hurt? I'm strong. If anyone is to be injured, it would be the others." "Oh right. Sakura is so capable. She'll definitely protect herself." Xianglin's expression brightened at this reassurance. After all, Sakura's feat of single-handedly repelling the One-Tail had become the talk of Konoha. The prowess of this genius girl was evident to all. Recently, children had even approached Sakura for autographs, marking her first taste of stardom, which she found quite exhilarating. "That's my good Xianglin," Sakura teased, gazing playfully at the red-haired girl. "Hey, are you done, Sakura? This wreckage still needs several houses rebuilt. I'll leave it to you, Miss Sakura." A sudden, grating voice interrupted. At that very moment, within the Hokage office, a middle-aged man with long black hair and white pupils gazed earnestly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe. The two seemed to be locked in a tense stalemate. "Hokage-sama, I hope you will accept my proposal and allow the Hyuga clan to reclaim their Byakugan." The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was renowned for possessing the strongest ocular techniques, coveted by other countries in the ninja world. The Hyuga princess, Hinata, had been abducted by the Cloud Village's ninjas at the tender age of 3, only to meet her demise at the hands of Hisashi. The Cloud Village used this incident as a pretext to wage war against Konoha. At that time, Konoha's military might was weak, and the third Hokage's character was notably lenient. In an effort to appease tensions, he shockingly acquiesced to the elder's demands, allowing the wrongful execution of Hisashi and extending a hand to the Cloud Village. The death of his brother weighed heavily on Hisashi's heart, a burden he bore in silence. To restore the honor of the Hyuga clan and provide peace to his brother in the afterlife, Hisashi vowed to reclaim the Byakugan that had been seized by other ninja villages, relentlessly petitioning the third Hokage to recover the lost Byakugan, only to be met with rejection time and again. The reason is that the timing is not yet right. Even if one truly wishes to reclaim the Byakugan, it should not be the responsibility of the Hyuga clan's own ninjas. It would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, resulting in a one-way trip. The third Hokage was deeply conflicted, as Hisashi persistently petitioned, his tone evolving from a tone of negotiation to one that was increasingly insistent. This matter requires careful deliberation. For the loss of the Byakugan has spanned a considerable duration. A hasty expedition would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Hisashi observed the third Hokage's typical evasiveness and felt his fists clench in frustration. "Sarutobi, I believe Hisashi is correct. The Byakugan is indeed a treasure of Konoha. How can we allow it to fall into the hands of others while you remain indifferent? Are you becoming increasingly ineffectual with age?" At that moment, an elderly one-eyed man, leaning on a cane, entered, his tone laced with mockery directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hisashi's lips curled upwards, as a senior ninja of Konoha. He was well aware of the animosity between Danzo and Sarutobi. Every decision opposed by the third Hokage was invariably supported by the old hawk. Sarutobi's lips twitched as he regarded his former close friend, feeling an impulse to strike him. However, he restrained himself for the sake of the Hokage's dignity. His expression growing somber as he addressed Danzo, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be lurking in the roots, much like when Orochimaru attacked Konoha?" "Tit for tat," Sarutobi mused, bemused by the fact that Danzo was always absent when a battle was imminent, only to reappear when the calamity had passed. Danzo flushed with irritation but could find no retort, as he had indeed been the first to flee during Orochimaru's assault. "Hiruzen, we are both elders of the village. With you as Hokage, it suffices for such grand events. Besides, did we not arrange for Tsunade and Jiraiya to covertly protect you?" The troublemaking duo, Mito Gate and Tono Matsuke's, also sauntered in. The third Hokage cast a glance at Hisashi, realizing that this gathering of elderly figures was intended to undermine him. Hisashi felt slightly embarrassed by the scrutiny, as he had merely sought to retrieve the Byakugan and did not intend to oppose Sarutobi. Inviting Danzo was a reluctant measure. "Hiruzen, I think it would be wise to acquiesce to Hisashi's request. As the clan leader, he has it hard, and the incident regarding the Byakugan was something no one wished for." Tono Matsuke's, ever the opportunist, chimed in. "How could you know how to hit Sarutobi's sore spot?" Chapter 59, perhaps capable of shattering Madara's Susanoo. "Very well," Sarutobi sighed. Recognizing that he could no longer prevent Hisashi from seeking the Byakugan and could only aim to minimize the loss. "I can agree to initiate the Byakugan retrieval plan, but I have one condition." Hisashi's spirits soared at this concession from the old hawk. "What is it, Hokage?" "The ninjas involved in this mission must be designated by me." Sarutobi understood that the Byakugan, having been seized by other ninja villages, would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, and reclaiming it would not be an easy task. "Of course. But I hope there will be a Hyuga ninja in every team." Hisashi had his reasons for this suggestion. The Byakugan that had been taken might have already been transplanted into a ninja from an enemy village, and facing an adversary with the Byakugan would require the expertise of the Hyuga clan. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Hisashi's reasoning was sound. With his objectives achieved, Hisashi's frown lifted as he bid farewell to the third Hokage and the others before departing. "Do you have further business, Danzo?" Sarutobi asked, noticing the one-eyed elder's reluctance to leave, realizing that Danzo's motives for his visit extended beyond merely supporting Hisashi. "Hiruzen, I have been observing the Chunin exams, and I find a certain candidate, Haruno Sakura, quite promising. I hope you can transfer her to the roots. We are in dire need of such youthful talent." Danzo was not one to overlook a ninja capable of wood release. The moment Sakura displayed her abilities, he had set his sights on her. "Do you know what you are saying, Danzo?" Sarutobi retorted coldly, sensing the ulterior motive behind Danzo's words. "Is my intent not clear? I wish for Haruno Sakura to join the roots. Her wood release abilities are invaluable." "Absolutely not. Danzo, as long as I am in the position of Hokage, do not entertain such thoughts." Sarutobi interrupted Danzo, his tone imbued with the formidable authority that only a Hokage could wield. He wanted Danzo to understand who truly held power in Konoha, who was the current leader, not Danzo, nor the advisors Tono Matsuke's and Mito Gate, but he, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was momentarily taken aback by Sarutobi's commanding tone, rendered speechless. His former friend could be lenient on trivial matters, but was resolute and unyielding in significant decisions, allowing no room for dissent. "Danzo, Sakura is Tsunade's disciple. If you attempt to usurp her, Hiruzen will likely oppose it, and Tsunade would certainly not agree either. You know her temper well." Tono Matsuke's, sensing the tension, hastily interjected to ease the situation. "Indeed, I believe there are many outstanding candidates this year. That Hyuga Niji has great potential, or perhaps Mito Guy's student. What's his name again?" Mito Gate played the role of mediator as well. "Rock Lee." Tono Matsuke's shot a disapproving glance at the elder beside her. "Getting older, and your memory is failing." Yes, Rock Lee would be a fine addition to the roots. His taijutsu is quite remarkable," Mito Gate added. Danzo pondered for a moment, realizing that securing Sakura was futile, and so he decided to follow the lead offered by the two elders. "Then let it be Niji Hyuga, at least his Byakugan." "No," Sarutobi interrupted once more. "Danzo, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Over the years, I have turned a blind eye to many of your actions. which have led to numerous irreversible tragedies. Perhaps out of a desire to compensate for my earlier weakness, I will not allow any malicious intentions of yours to flourish. Do not push your luck, Hiruzen. If I had not endured the shadowy existence in the roots, could you enjoy so much glory? Danzo played the emotional card, as he often did when he found himself outmatched by Sarutobi, lamenting his hardships and burdens. Sarutobi felt his head spin at his old friend's grievances. Fine. Let that young man join the roots for a trial. Guy's subordinate. What's his name again? Sarutobi could only recall the spirited visage of the youth in battle, believing that sending such a ninja to the roots might invigorate the stagnant atmosphere there. Moreover, the boy bore no bloodline limits, alleviating concerns of Danzo using him for nefarious experiments. Agreed. Rock Lee and Tono Matsuke's concurred. Danzo's forehead creased with frustration, but the current circumstances did not permit him to lash out further, lest he lose even Rock Lee. Yet, to display his dissatisfaction, Danzo feigned anger and departed in a huff, resembling a young wife who had lost an argument with her husband. Humph, Hiruzen, just wait. Watching his old friend leave, Sarutobi let out a long sigh. He then waved his hand, summoning a masked Umbu ninja to appear in the office. Lord Third, what are your instructions? Notify Kakashi to bring Team 7 to me. I have an important task to assign them. Yes. In an instant, the Umbu vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Sakura was immersed in training at the training ground, diligently studying her newly acquired lightning release ninjutsu. The previous battle against Shikaku and Orochimaru had drained a significant portion of the chakra from her in-sealing pool. Observing the progress bar flashing ominously red, the young girl fell into contemplation. Given the current situation, the in-sealing technique would be temporarily unavailable, and her primary focus should be on completing missions to accumulate chakra. Fortunately, the system had not been ungrateful, granting her the qualification to utilize lightning release chakra and subsequently bestowing upon her the signature technique of the fourth Reikage. Sakura had long desired to cultivate a ninjutsu akin to that of the Reikage, combining both speed and power. With immense strength paired with lightning release ninjutsu, she mused. Even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo might be shattered with a single punch. Yes, I must practice diligently. As Sakura prepared to harness the thunderous power of lightning release chakra, a familiar male voice interrupted her thoughts. Sakura, what ninjutsu are you training today? The silver-haired man approached the training ground leisurely, his bright eyes fixed on the pink-haired girl. The lightning release chakra she was about to focus on was forced back into her body as she turned to feign indifference. Nothing, Kakashi-sensei. I was just thinking about what to have for lunch. Chapter 60. The Jonin position, all meals and drinks provided, plus a pension before she could master any new techniques. Sakura preferred to keep her newfound qualification for lightning release training a secret from Kakashi. It was not that she feared he would attempt to learn from her, rather, she was reluctant to explain how she had obtained such abilities, as it was quite inexplicable. She imagined Kakashi might perceive her as some supernatural entity and report her unique constitution to the higher-ups in Konoha for study. Just the thought sent chills down her spine. I'll treat you to lunch later, Kakashi said, squinting at the girl before him. Thanks to her, the recent plan to destabilize Konoha had been a success. And as her teacher, he felt it was only right to reward her with a hearty meal. Really? You're being so generous, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura smiled, a mischievous idea suddenly igniting in her mind. Of course. What do you want to eat? Let me think. Sakura pondered, her green eyes sparkling as she recalled something intriguing. That new barbecue restaurant in Konoha has a hot spring bath, where you can enjoy barbecue while soaking in the hot springs. I bet you wouldn't want to join me for a soak, would you? Kakashi's dark eyes narrowed, and an unusual flush crept across his handsome features. What are you thinking, sensei? Sakura never expected that this seemingly aloof man would entertain such thoughts with his female student. EW, it's a separate bathing area for men and women. I was thinking of inviting a few friends along, she replied, casting a disdainful look at the silver-haired man. Ah, haha, I must have misunderstood. Kakashi laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head in an attempt to feign ignorance. Please, limit your viewing of romantic comedies, sensei, Sakura remarked sharply, her gaze piercing through him. Kakashi, the girl's endless laughter was indeed amusing, occasionally teasing him for fun. Then it's settled. I'll treat you tomorrow night. Sakura knew that Kakashi, a perennial bachelor and elite jonin of Konoha, had likely completed countless A-rank missions, which came with substantial rewards. Kakashi rarely indulged in romantic pursuits or shopping, and it was said that the Jonin position included meals and drinks, with a pension upon retirement. Truly, he was a quintessential eligible bachelor. Let us exploit that to the fullest. Of course, you clever little rascal, Kakashi said, looking at his student with resigned affection. It seemed that, in her presence, he often felt less like a teacher and more like someone who could be easily manipulated. How troublesome. Sakura, I came to find you for a reason. Kakashi suddenly recalled his purpose, almost forgetting amidst their playful banter. What is it, sensei? The third Hokage has summoned Team 7 to the Hokage's office for a new mission. I've already informed Naruto. Sakura paused, a hint of concern crossing her features. What about Sasuke? Kakashi hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly. Since his last battle with Neji, Sasuke has activated the Cursed Seal's power. His current condition is not suitable for missions. Just as Sakura had suspected, Sasuke had been entangled with the effects of the Cursed Seal since the Chunin exams. And the lingering influence of the cursed mark was indeed formidable. Very well, then he can remain in Konoha for now. Sakura's worries extended beyond Sasuke's cursed seal. According to the original storyline, he might actively seek greater power by aligning himself with Orochimaru. Since the early Chunin exams, she had increasingly sensed the cold aura emanating from Sasuke, perhaps due to encountering formidable foreign ninja, leaving him feeling trapped in a cycle of hatred. Mindsets are indeed challenging to change. After all, Sakura was not of royal lineage and lacked the finesse in verbal persuasion. Sakura, let us head over directly. Naruto should have arrived at the Hokage Tower by now. Kakashi observed the girl, slightly lost in thought, wondering what occupied her mind. Oh, all right, let us go? Sakura shrugged, and with that, she and Kakashi made their way to the Hokage Tower. Upon entering, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, gazing intently as he took a puff from his pipe, slowly releasing a cloud of smoke. In front of him stood not only the blonde-haired boy, but also a pale-eyed youth with lustrous black hair, neatly tied at the ends. Beside him was a girl with an exquisite face and a bun hairstyle. Neji and Tenten? What are they doing here? Sakura wondered, puzzled. As Naruto noticed Sakura and Kakashi entering, his eyes lit up, forming crescent shapes. Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, Grandpa Third said he has an S-rank mission for us. The boy's excitement was palpable. This was Naruto's first opportunity to undertake a mission of B rank or higher since his promotion to Chunin, and it bypassed even A rank assignments. S-rank missions were typically reserved for elite Jonin of Konoha. Understood? Isn't this just what you've been hoping for? Sakura recognized that while Naruto's current strength was average, he thrived on challenges. Ultimately, he was still quite young, naive to the dangers that lay ahead. Kakashi, Sakura, this mission is of utmost importance. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I've arranged for members of Team 3 to assist you, the third Hokage said gravely, indicating that this mission was indeed perilous. Team 3, are there only two of them? Sakura pondered, recalling the two powerful ninjas of Konoha. Kai has other missions, and Lee has already been assigned to Root, Sarutobi explained. Root? I didn't expect Lee to catch Danzo's attention. Sakura couldn't fathom how that vibrant, idealistic boy would fare in the stifling atmosphere of Root. A vivid image flashed in her mind, a boy clad in a tight green jumpsuit, passionately declaring to the Root ninjas, burn youth. Youth is about fervor. With a chuckle, Sarutobi glanced at the pale-eyed youth. Neji, please share the details of this mission with everyone, as it pertains to the Hyuga clan, and you understand it best. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 61. The violent girl and her three adorable followers. The youth, with Byakugan, lightly lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd as his thin lips parted. Our mission this time is to reclaim the Byakugan lost by the Hyuga clan. According to the intelligence report from the Leaf Village, 3 Byakugan are missing, located in the Grass Village, the Mist Village, and the Cloud Village. 2 teams have already departed for the Grass and Cloud Villages. Our target this time is the Mist Village. We will initiate the plan to retrieve the Byakugan, the land of blood mist. Sakura exclaimed, astonished. That evil realm, known for producing the 7 ninja swordsmen, sends chills down the spine of any ordinary person merely upon hearing its name. If memory serves, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, is still in power at this time. However, it remains uncertain whether he is under the control of Uchiha Obito's ocular powers. Indeed, it is the isolated ninja village of the Land of Water. Among the 3 villages, the Mist Village is the most inhospitable. Having remained cut off from communications with outside villages for years, making it the most challenging to gather intelligence. Thus, this most arduous task has been entrusted to Kakashi's team. Well, it seems the third Hokage truly holds us in high regard, Sakura mused, casting a sideways glance at the elderly figure before her. It appears he intends to shoulder the burden all by himself. Previously, he had insisted on overseeing the reconstruction of Konoha after the war, which made Sakura feel a slight ache in her lower back, likely from overexertion. It seems one must be cautious not to stand out too much, for otherwise, one's superiors will continuously assign tasks, justifying it under the guise of the capable should do more. The third Hokage appeared somewhat embarrassed by the remarks, awkwardly taking another puff from his pipe. Sakura, the capable should indeed do more, he replied, glancing at the silver-haired man behind Sakura. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, merely responded, yes. Sakura felt 1,000 frustrations surge within her. Exploitation. Absolute exploitation. I'm delighted to team up with you, Haruno Sakura. A girl with a Chinese aesthetic approached, extending her delicate hand for a handshake. As she drew closer, Sakura's eyes were drawn to the girl's graceful curves, far more ample than she had anticipated. The pink-haired girl instinctively licked her lips, mentally scolding herself for her impure thoughts. How vulgar. She chastised herself, raising her hand to reciprocate. Hello, Tintin. I too am very pleased to work with you on this mission. Tintin observed the pink-haired girl before her, having witnessed Sakura's prowess during the Chunin exams. The world of ninjas is, quite frankly, one that idolizes strength. If one is powerful enough, they will garner attention and admiration. Ever since that moment, Tintin had eagerly anticipated meeting Sakura, hoping to observe how this renowned prodigy of Konoha practices her ninjutsu. Hello, Tintin. I am Uzumaki Naruto. We have met before, the blonde youth chimed in, approaching Tintin with a friendly demeanor. It seemed Naruto possessed a natural talent for social interactions. Hello, I remember you. Uzumaki Naruto, the infamous slacker from the Ninja Academy, right? Alright, the task distribution for today ends here. You may return and rest. We will depart for the Mist Village in 3 days, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the group. Yes, the thought of embarking on another long journey made Sakura's body feel sluggish. She had no desire to practice ninjutsu or draft a detailed mission plan. All Sakura wished for at that moment was to indulge in a free hot spring and savor a sumptuous barbecue feast. Kakashi had promised her a treat tonight, and she had not forgotten. In the afternoon, Sakura had already visited the homes of Ino and Tintin, gathering her girlfriends for a night of revelry. At 9 o'clock, the prime time for soaking in hot springs, the Konoha barbecue and hot spring establishment was aglow with neon lights, bustling with patrons. After a long day's labor, both common villagers and ninjas flocked to enjoy the amenities. It was said that the third Hokage frequented this place the most, often bringing his grandson, Konohamaru, along, claiming it was reimbursable by the village. Sakura couldn't help but marvel. Your Hokage is still your Hokage. Which establishment would dare to charge the Hokage? Excuse me. We have reserved rooms 05 and 06, the pink-haired girl announced, presenting the payment voucher given by Kakashi. Behind her, 3 elegantly poised girls created a stunning visual tableau. Dressed in a pink, form-fitting qipao, the girl exuded charm and grace. The girl with golden hair, her bangs artfully draped, possessed an alluring figure, while the delicate red-haired girl radiated a gentle beauty, with skin as smooth as jade and a hint of shyness about her. Occasionally, passers-by cast admiring glances at the quartet of enchanting girls. Of course, Sakura, who was less endowed, remained oblivious. Let us head inside. Kakashi-sensei should be waiting for us, Sakura said, glancing back at Tintin, Ino, and Karen. All right, Sakura-chan, they replied in unison. With that, the 4 girls ascended the stairs as directed by the staff. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed against the wooden door. The door swung open, revealing a striking silver-haired man with sharp features. He squinted slightly at the quartet before him. What an unusual combination. The violent girl and her 3 adorable followers. You've arrived, Sakura. Come in. The dishes are already prepared, Kakashi greeted with a laid-back tone, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the 3 girls behind Sakura. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. We're here to mooch off your meal. The girl with the bun exclaimed cheerfully. Ah, welcome. Guests are always a delight. It seems you are all friends of Sakura, Kakashi said, scratching his head awkwardly, feeling somewhat flustered in the presence of so many girls. Sort of. I've only known Sakura for a short time, but she insisted I join, and I couldn't refuse, especially since it's hosted by Kakashi-sensei, Ten replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. All right, come in. Kakashi invited the 4 girls to dine. Hi, Sakura-chan. Naruto was already seated inside, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Alongside him were Shikamaru and Choji, who had also gathered. Ahem. It was clear that the prince had summoned them. The trio, notorious for skipping class, maintained a close bond even after graduation. Shikamaru greeted each of the girls as they entered, while Choji had already dug into the food. No matter the occasion, nothing was more important than the delicious feast before them. Juicy, sizzling cuts of meat were being devoured one after another. Chapter 62. All right, tonight I, Sakura, shall embrace the mundane. Hey, Choji, can't you at least wait for us? Ino rolled her eyes at the rotund boy, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. While she appreciated his companionship, his dining etiquette left much to be desired. Ah, you've come, Ino. Come join me, Choji mumbled, his voice muffled by food as he continued to pile his plate high with lamb chops. Okay, I'll start too, Ino replied, preparing to indulge. Ten placed a napkin on her chest, wielding her fork in one hand and a knife in the other. Her lips puffed as she commenced slicing into her steak. You should sit as well, Karen, Sakura urged, noticing the red-haired girl beside her appearing somewhat reserved. Karen had only recently arrived in Konoha, and she was still getting acquainted with this group. Everything was perfectly fine. However, it was a relief that Sakura was always by her side, which instantly brought her some comfort. Hey, you must be Karen, right? Ino. I heard from Sakura that you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. On the way, Ino had noticed the shy red-haired girl. Ino, being a warm-hearted and affectionate girl, naturally considered Sakura's friends as her own. That's right, Karen blinked, briefly glancing at the girl before her. She had a lovely figure, and in certain aspects, even more voluptuous than herself. All right, Ino, Karen, let's eat. If we don't hurry, Choji will finish everything. Sakura suddenly sensed something amiss. She had gathered Ino and Karen together, recalling the things she had done with them individually before. Wasn't that? Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. She resolutely decided not to let them delve deeper into conversation. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Hey, Choji, slow down. No one is competing with you, Ino reminded the plump boy before her once more. Sakura sighed in relief. That was close. Seizing the opportunity, she switched seats with Karen, positioning herself between Karen and Ino to separate them. This way, she was assured of their safety. Sakura, I heard you were going to the village hidden in the mist for a mission, right? Shikamaru had learned this news from his father. Yes. What's up? Sakura asked, placing a piece of char siu into her mouth while looking at the pineapple-haired boy across from her. I heard it's quite challenging there, with some terrifying ninjas. Some of whom? Shikamaru's brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning serious. Sakura knew what he was about to say. After all, the name of the blood mist was known to most ninjas. The pink-haired girl waved her hand dismissively, squinting her eyes as she said, it's nothing. With Kakashi-sensei with us, all difficulties will be easily resolved. After saying this, she glanced at Kakashi, who was drinking orange juice, and even winked at him. Right, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi paused, his throat momentarily caught, his eyes widening in disbelief. If you say so, he replied. His student had recently taken to teasing him more frequently. Although she had clearly surpassed him in strength, she still spoke to him in such a tone, making Kakashi feel as though Sakura was mocking him. He hoped he was overthinking it. My insecure and sensitive teacher. By the way, Shikamaru, there's something I would like to ask for your help. Sakura suddenly recalled the black-haired boy. At that moment, he was still silently brooding over Orochimaru's curse mark. Even during this barbecue gathering, Naruto's invitation had been coldly rejected by him. What's wrong, Sakura? Noticing the serious expression on her face, the astute Shikamaru sensed that something troublesome was afoot. While we're away, I hope you can check on Sasuke often. He's not in a good place right now. The not good that Sakura referred to was primarily psychological. Physically, with Konoha's medical ninjutsu and Tsunade's previous treatment, as long as Sasuke followed instructions and kept his thoughts in check, he would recover soon. Alright, but I'm not good at comforting people. That's not my strong suit. Shikamaru glanced at the ceiling, aware that Sasuke was feeling down after failing to become a Chunin. After all, he was the only one left from Team 7 who hadn't passed the exam. But considering the circumstances, it was special. If not for the influence of the curse mark, Sasuke would likely have been fine. Shikamaru maintained a good mindset. Losing meant more time to enjoy the blue skies and white clouds, to fish and play chess. life was still beautiful. However, the Uchiha boy, who constantly harbored thoughts of vengeance, saw things differently. Troublesome. But regardless, Sasuke is in your hands now. Sakura touched her nose, disregarding the boy's reluctance, and entrusted him with what seemed to be a daunting task. Shikamaru, though outwardly unwilling, knew he had to follow through since he had already agreed. Sakura understood Shikamaru's character well. He either refused outright or, once he agreed, would certainly see it through. In the original story, after Asuma's death, Shikamaru consistently made time each year to visit Asuma's widow, Kurenai Yuhi. Even Asuma's child, Konohamaru, grew up almost entirely under Shikamaru's watchful eye. Such a man, seemingly easygoing yet incredibly reliable, was undoubtedly a companion worthy of trust in the Hokage. I hope that when I return, I will find a healthy and unscathed Sasuke. The pink-haired girl's emerald eyes shimmered, her words laden with concern. She truly worried for Sasuke. Shikamaru glanced away, wanting to retort, but instead let out a long sigh, muttering, "Troublesome times are upon us." Sakura's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. The group feasted for nearly an hour, consuming an enormous pile of grilled meat. To Sakura's utter astonishment, the one who ate the most was not Choji, but the red-haired girl beside her. Karen wiped the grease from her lips, her petite tongue licking around her cherry-red mouth as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Waiter, could we have 10 more plates of beef and 5 servings of lamb chops?" Her words stunned everyone present. They all turned to the little girl, who was continuously flaunting the large piece of ribs in her hands. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Sakura had previously witnessed Karen's appetite, and today was yet another revelation. Now she understood how the girl's extraordinary constitution came to be. It was undoubtedly linked to her voracious appetite. Kakashi nervously touched his wallet, feeling embarrassed. Looking at the mountain of empty plates on the table, all he could worry about was whether he had enough money. After indulging, the group parted ways to bathe. The men's and women's bathing areas were separated by just a thin curtain. As Sakura and her friends began to undress, they heard Naruto's piercing scream from the adjacent men's room. "Kakashi-sensei, I never realized you were so deep and mysterious." The volume was such that the girls in the women's bath could hear every word clearly. All except Sakura blushed crimson. Sakura silently cursed that Naruto, with his crude words. How vulgar. Gazing at the hot spring, where 3 graceful and voluptuous girls were present, Sakura couldn't help but swallow hard. "Come on down, Sakura. The water temperature is just perfect." Ino shyly buried her head in her chest. Sakura paused, her heart racing, her body involuntarily moving toward the hot spring. "All right. Tonight I'll be just another ordinary person." Thus, she spent a sleepless night. Chapter 63. Departure to the Land of Blood Mist to initiate the Byakugan retrieval plan. 3 days later, at the gates of Konoha, the pink-haired girl arrived fashionably late. Kakashi, Niji, and Tintin had been waiting for quite some time. "You're late, Sakura." The silver-haired man squinted at the approaching girl. My apologies, everyone. I overslept." Sakura waved at the 3 of them. Last night, after practicing her lightning release techniques, she had stayed up late into the night. The girl had managed to gain a basic control over lightning chakra, allowing her to manipulate small blue sparks that danced around her. Though the effects were not yet evident, she was progressing faster than she had anticipated. Of course, reaching the speed of the Raikage lightning body technique was still a far-off goal. The path was long and arduous, with heavy responsibilities. "Sakura, did you bring anything with you?" Tintin observed the pink-haired girl's empty hands, her dark eyes sparkling. Only then did Sakura notice that the bun-headed girl had brought an enormous travel bag, filled with an abundance of space-time scrolls. Tion is renowned as the most formidable technician in Konoha, adept at storing various ninja tools within scrolls, a testament to her unique abilities. Yes. With Tion around, I presume you possess everything, Sakura remarked playfully, casting a scrutinizing glance at the girl with the bun hairstyle. Clad in a pure white, form-fitting ninja outfit that accentuated the delicate curves of her form, she exuded an enchanting charm. Where is there anyone like Sakura? Tion pouted her soft, pink lips, tilting her head aside. However, Sakura's carefree and generous demeanor seemed to delight the bun-haired girl. Unlike herself, who meticulously prepared everything necessary for missions, this girl embodied a sense of nonchalance. Perhaps it was her strength that granted her such ease. For the powerful are unafraid and require little preparation for the unknown dangers ahead. Let us move on, Kakashi. This fellow has already delayed us for quite some time. The pale-eyed boy interjected coolly, his tone laced with discontent, clearly displeased with Sakura's tardiness. Sakura glanced at the boy before her, dressed in a white kimono with a black belt, and shrugged. He remained as aloof as ever, bluntly addressing Kakashi with a tone that was anything but pleasant. It appeared that the long-standing discord between the Hyuga branch and the main family had left a significant shadow on the pale-eyed boy's childhood, resulting in his current cold and proud demeanor. In the original narrative, Neji Hyuga underwent a change in character during the Chunin exams, swayed by Naruto's words, yet in reality, he had never even encountered the prince during this examination. No wonder he still wore this impenetrable facade. Wait, where's Naruto? Sakura suddenly realized a key figure was missing. The typically boisterous blonde boy was nowhere to be seen. Oh, that boy? He drank some expired milk last night and has been suffering from a stomach ache. Yes, currently. Well, dealing with it in the bushes over there, Kakashi replied, barely suppressing a chuckle. Ugh, of course. Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility when it comes to the prince, Sakura remarked, her expression reflecting a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ouch, this hurts. I swear, I will never eat expired food again. A pained wail emanated from the bushes, accompanied by a series of bizarre noises. The group momentarily froze, exclaiming in unison, "How ridiculous!" Sakura, do you have any idea how much time you've wasted? She called out, sprinting toward the tree trunks while glancing sideways at the blonde boy dashing through the forest, clutching his stomach. Oh, come on, Sakura-chan, please don't say anything. There are so many people around, Naruto replied, still blushing from embarrassment over the strange sounds he had emitted during their journey. Sakura's lips twitched in amusement. It's rare to see you flustered like this. Naruto-kun, don't you feel any better after eating my special soldier pills? The bun-haired girl, effortlessly navigating through the forest while carrying a large backpack, looked back at him. Oh, much better. Thank you, Tian, the blonde boy said sheepishly, scratching his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Well, I have more, she replied. That's enough. Naruto waved his hands dismissively. How boring, a dispassionate voice interjected from beside them. The pale-eyed boy expressed his disdain for such trivial matters, believing that such awkward situations could never occur to him. Don't be like that, Neji, we are comrades on this mission. Be a little friendlier, Tian said, casting a playful gaze at the boy, fully aware of his character. Long accustomed to his stoic demeanor, only teacher guy and Lee could manage to break through his walls. Unfortunately, the others from Team 3 were absent today. I wonder how Lee is faring in the route, likely struggling at first in such an environment. Lost in thought, the girl fell silent. The journey from the land of fire to the land of water was long, traversing 3 small nations and 5 hidden villages. Like the land of waves, the land of water was surrounded by the sea, yet its territory was vastly larger, a true member of the 5 great countries. As the strongest ninja village in the land of water, Kirigakure was strategically located at the heart of the nation to maintain control over various factions. After hours of relentless travel, Sakura and her companions had crossed the border of the land of fire and found themselves in the frost country. All right, let us rest here for half an hour and grab a bite, Kakashi suggested, glancing up at a restaurant in the frost country before turning to his companions. Actually, it's unnecessary to go through all that trouble. I brought enough soldier pills for everyone, Tian said, her eyes sparkling as she prepared to retrieve her provisions. Perhaps we should opt for something else, Tian. It's rare for us to be out. Let us enjoy a different meal, Naruto interjected, a look of horror crossing his face at the thought of her concoction. Having just tasted the peculiar medicine she had crafted, he was keen to avoid another similar experience. Even the typically taciturn pale-eyed boy chimed in. Since we're here, we might as well eat at this restaurant. Clearly, he, too, had suffered from her culinary experiments. Sakura couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What kind of flavor could be so appalling? It seemed a universal truth that one should never expect a pretty girl to create delicious food. Neji, I can't believe you're agreeing with them, Tian said, pouting, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Dear customers, please come inside. The attentive waiter welcomed them at the entrance. Chapter 64, Clues. The arrival of 2 mist ninjas. Kakashi, squinting at the menu in his hands, addressed the group. I'll start ordering. Waiter, 5 portions of takoyaki, miso soup, and salmon rice balls. Is there anything else you wish to add? He glanced at the other 4 seated at the table. I'll have a Naruto roll. Naruto chimed in. I'd like a serving of vegetable dumplings, Sakura added. Then I'll have some tempura, Tian said with a charming smile. I suppose I should order as well. The pale-eyed boy finally spoke, drawing the collective attention of his companions. To everyone's surprise, the normally reticent Niji had a favorite dish. Feeling the weight of their gazes, a hint of crimson crept onto his pale face as he slowly stated, "I'll have a bowl of red bean sweet soup." Haha, Niji. Naruto burst into laughter, utterly astonished that this quiet boy had a penchant for something so childish. What? Is that a problem? Niji shot back, irritation flashing in his eyes. Not at all, Niji. Happiness is what matters most, Kakashi replied with a smile, subtly stepping on Naruto's foot. Ouch! Who stepped on me? Naruto yelped in protest. Waiter, please bring everything we just ordered, Kakashi instructed as he returned the menu. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The food will be out shortly, the waiter said with a smile before departing. Just as Sakura was about to speak, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. I truly wonder what the Mizukage was thinking, assigning us to such tasks. Who knows? Don't you think the Mizukage's recent missions have been rather peculiar? They never used to be like this. Well, perhaps the village isn't what it once was. Back when the second Mizukage was around, the village was in a much better state. Sakura and her companions exchanged glances, immediately sensing the sensitive nature of the conversation. They fell silent, each of them picking up their cups of water, pretending to sip tea. The two individuals who entered, one stout and the other slender, both adorned with the wave-emblazoned forehead protectors of the mist ninja, glanced around, their expressions wary amidst the bustling crowd. One, a freckled ninja, surveyed the surroundings, placing his sword upon the table and hastily gulping down a cup of tea. Let us finish our meal and resume our journey swiftly. Failure to complete our mission may incur the wrath of our superiors, he urged. The plump ninja with violet hair waved at the server. Bring us the menu, please. Certainly. Honored guest, the server replied. Kakashi observed the cup at the table, dipping his slender fingers into the tea and inscribing a single character upon the table. Pursue. The other four understood his intention with a subtle nod. The identities of these two ninjas alone provided a significant advantage for their impending infiltration of the hidden mist village. Kakashi was not one to overlook such a promising lead. Dishes steaming with warmth were served one after another. Sakura, noticing that the two mist ninjas had yet to receive their meals, felt her urgency dissipate. They all savored the delectable spread before them. For no matter how pressing the mission, a meal must never be compromised. Eating, resting, and other pleasures are indeed the paramount pursuits of life. Server, the bill, please. After a half hour, the two mist ninjas called out once more. The server, one hand wiping grease from her apron while the other calculated the total, replied, That will be 320 ryo for the two of you. The freckled ninja handed over the coins, and they rose to exit. As their figures faded through the restaurant's entrance, Kakashi and his companions promptly stood and discreetly followed them down a secluded path where they found themselves alone. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, signaled to the pink-haired girl behind the tree. She smiled knowingly, understanding his intent. With her delicate fingers, she formed the necessary seals. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped the once clear path, engulfing everything in its embrace. Kakashi mused, noting the girl's growing mastery over water techniques, particularly her effortless execution of the mist technique. Something feels amiss with this fog. The mist ninjas halted, the plump one remarking to his companion. The freckled ninja sensed danger. Swiftly drawing his sword, with a swift motion, 3 shurikens sliced through the air, aimed at them. Troubles brewing. The freckled ninja deflected the shurikens with his blade. Ninjutsu. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Within the fog, an invisible wave of chakra surged forth like a tempest towards its target. A piercing scream echoed as the plump ninja collapsed to the ground, incapacitated by the gentle yet lethal force of the gentle fist technique, leaving him unharmed on the surface while his chakra pathways were severed. Ninjutsu, Waterblade Moon Dance. Seeing his ally injured, the freckled ninja grew desperate, launching a series of water blades towards the direction of the 8 trigrams empty palm. The technique showcased the elegance of the mist ninja's swordsmanship, imbued with water chakra, making the strikes all the more formidable. Ninjutsu, Wind Demon Shuriken. A large shuriken, spinning through the fog with a low growl, hurtled towards them. Its sharp edges clashed with the water blades, neutralizing them while advancing towards the mist ninja. The latter barely evaded, leaning back and bracing himself on the ground. Lightning release. Lightning body flicker. Amidst the chaos, Kakashi executed a finishing move. Don't move. If you wish to live, behave yourself. Naruto, without lifting a finger, had his two shadow clones pinning the mist ninjas by their necks. As the fog dissipated, Kakashi turned to Neji and Tintin with a grin. Nice teamwork. Neji, Tintin. Tintin caught the returning wind demon shuriken, stowing it back into the space-time scroll. Hee, it was Sakura's technique that gave us the advantage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Neji cast a curious glance at the pink-haired girl emerging from behind the tree, intrigued by a leaf ninja capable of such mastery over water techniques. What do you want from us? The plump ninja stammered, trembling before these unknown assailants. Do not be alarmed. As long as you cooperate, I assure you, no harm will come to you, Kakashi replied, his gaze narrowing at the two bound ninjas. I don't know who you are. The freckled ninja, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling utterly lost. You needn't know our identities. Simply answer our questions honestly, Kakashi stated, his demeanor relaxed yet firm. Then, lowering his voice, he added, failure to comply will lead to dire consequences. Sakura chuckled softly, recognizing Kakashi's adeptness at psychological intimidation, skillfully undermining their resolve before the questioning even commenced. What do you want to ask? The freckled ninja, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, inquired. Tell us about the mission you mentioned earlier, Kakashi replied, arms crossed, prepared to extract the truth from the two ninjas. Never. That is classified information. As a ninja, I would rather die than betray my village. The freckled ninja retorted, though his voice betrayed his anxiety. A tough one, are we? The pink-haired girl regarded them with a glimmer of mischief in her emerald eyes. Naruto, remove their shoes. Shoes. Naruto replied, bewildered. Quit dawdling and do it. Sakura commanded with an air of authority. All right. Naruto acquiesced, pinching his nose in distaste as he pulled off their boots. A wave of foul odor assaulted their senses. Ugh, how long has it been since these two washed their feet? The stench is unbearable. As the shoes were tossed aside, everyone instinctively recoiled, even Kakashi, who covered his nose, realizing his mask provided little protection against the odor. What are you planning? The mist ninja asked nervously, sensing an ominous turn of events. What do you think? Sakura grinned wickedly, plucking two blades of grass from the roadside, inspired by the lecherous Jiraiya, who had once used a similar tactic to extract information from the Rain Village. She felt confident these two cowards would be no match for her approach. Ha 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 ha. With each poke of the grass into their filthy feet, laughter erupted, echoing around them, sending shivers down the spines of Tintin and Naruto. Sakura, you're incredible. I can't believe you thought of such a devious tactic, Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. All right, I will speak. Please stop scratching. The chubby purple-haired ninja, with tears streaming down his face, begged for mercy. Now that's more like it. Go ahead. The girl tossed aside the grass in her hand, clapped her hands, and wore a triumphant smile. Kakashi maintained a perpetual deadpan expression, having contemplated 100 different methods of interrogation. Yet he never anticipated that this girl would resort to the simplest and most despicable tactic. However, the results were surprisingly effective. We are here to deliver a message to the Hidden Mist Village. We are the Chunin responsible for liaising between the Hidden Waterfall and Hidden Mist Villages. The purple-haired ninja gasped. Hidden Waterfall intelligence? What is the content of this intelligence? Sakura pressed on. The chubby ninja hesitated for a moment. What? Do you wish to taste that thing again? Sakura pointed with her mouth at the discarded dogtail grass by the roadside. No, I will confess everything. The purple-haired ninja waved his hands frantically, continuing, the Mizukage has stationed spies in the Hidden Waterfall Village. Resources have been scarce in the Hidden Mist Village for the past 2 years, and the Mizukage has had his eyes set on the supplies of the Hidden Waterfall Village, planning to seize it opportunistically. We received a notification from the spies, confirming the location and timing of a surprise attack, which is why we were on our way to report back to the Hidden Mist Village when you intercepted us. The purple-haired ninja spilled everything, casting a glance at his companion beside him. The freckled ninja wore a disdainful expression, as if to say, this is all on you. It has nothing to do with me. The Hidden Waterfall Village? This village has always maintained amicable relations with other ninja villages. After the Third Great Ninja War, there haven't been any major disputes. How could the Hidden Mist Village have set its sights on you? Kakashi began to doubt the credibility of the words spoken by the Hidden Mist ninja before him. Although the Land of Water shares a border with the Land of Waterfall, they have coexisted peacefully for many years, especially during the tenure of the Second Mizukage, who had established a good rapport with the leader of the hidden waterfall village. All of this is documented in the historical records of the great ninja nations. We are merely executing the tasks assigned by our superiors. We do what we are told. Please let us go. We are just messengers. Killing us would yield no benefit for you. The chubby ninja looked at Kakashi with a pleading expression. Sensei, I think we should apply all the tortures available, or else these two won't tell the truth, Sakura suggested, wanting to test the veracity of their claims. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, ask Inosuke. The chubby ninja curled up his body, instinctively leaning back, appearing far from deceitful. The freckled hidden mist ninja, known as Inosuke, clenched his teeth and indignantly spoke. We have told you everything we know. If you still don't believe, just kill us. This skinny one exhibited more spirit than the chubby one. All right, then continue. Who is your leader? Sakura slowly formed a light blue water shuriken in her hand. Pointing it at the freckled ninja's chest, her fingertips poised like a spring. The leader of the hidden mist village is Terumi Mei, the freckled ninja stammered. His eyes fixed on the water shuriken in Sakura's hand. Terumi Mei? The future fifth Mizukage, the woman who claimed she would melt Sasuke in one go. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly complex, Kakashi mused. Sensei, we can wrap this up. We have asked most of what we need to know. Sakura turned to Kakashi, already formulating her next strategy in her mind. I didn't expect it. Sakura, your interrogation skills are quite impressive. You seem well suited for the Umbu. Kakashi observed the pink-haired girl's unconventional yet effective methods. A rare talent for the Umbu indeed. It appears I should request that the third Hokage allow Sakura to train in the Umbu. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her abilities. Chapter 66. Lightning Release Ninja Body Technique. Activate. Please don't praise me too much, Kakashi-sensei. I'm afraid. Sakura crossed her arms, feigning panic. Well then, what do we do with these two? Tintin glanced at the two bound hidden mist ninjas on the ground. Let's leave this to Niji. The Hyuga clan excels at this. Kakashi remarked, glancing at the previously silent Byakugan boy beside him. Niji's pure white eyes showed no sign of wavering as he stepped forward, extending his long index and middle fingers. With force, he sharply pressed down on the two ninjas' chakra points located 3 inches below their chests. With a muffled grunt, the two ninjas succumbed to unconsciousness. All right, they won't awaken for at least 10 days. The boy spoke softly, a hint of pride flickering at the corners of his mouth. This is the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. How marvelous. The group gasped in admiration, their pupils dilating in astonishment. So, Kakashi-sensei, what do we do now? Tintin gazed at the unconscious pair, her expression somewhat perplexed. The hidden waterfall village has always maintained a good relationship with Konoha, and if they do not intervene, allowing events to unfold naturally, the hidden waterfall village could be in grave danger. After all, how could a small village contend against the formidable and ruthless hidden mist ninjas? Tintin, strip those two of their clothes. Kakashi furrowed his brow, observing the hidden mist ninjas thoughtfully. What? Tintin blinked her dark eyes in shock. Kakashi suddenly realized his misstep, awkwardly scratching his head and laughing. My apologies, I misspoke. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, strip them. Huh. Naruto replied, bewildered. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Kakashi commanded sternly. This boy, how could he lack such common sense? All right. Naruto reluctantly acquiesced and began to undress the two ninjas. Unsure of Kakashi's intentions, after removing their clothes, Naruto discovered 2 hidden mist village ID tags from their pockets, clearly marked with the words Intelligence Ninja. They were evidently passes for the two to enter and exit the hidden mist village. Kakashi tucked the tags into his waist pouch, useful for concealing their identities. Then turned to the group and said, All right, let's continue heading toward the hidden mist village. The journey ahead was silent, the group unconsciously quickening their pace. Observing the rapidly retreating trees on either side, Sakura understood that Kakashi hastened their progress to send erroneous intelligence to the hidden mist security forces, thereby preventing unnecessary casualties in the hidden waterfall village. Having spent years with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, as an elite jonin, had been subtly influenced. The pacifist and conservative ideals ingrained in him guided his subconscious. Of course, Sakura refrained from commenting on this. She believed that in necessary circumstances, instigating war to protect those one wishes to safeguard, while curbing the arrogance of hostile villages, should be the rightful diplomatic approach of those in power. After all, in the world of ninjas, absolute strength is what silences the enemies completely. As night fell, the surroundings fell into a deep silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Watching the other four fall into a deep slumber, the pink-haired girl voluntarily moved to a nearby clearing. She needed to intensify her practice of the lightning release ninja body technique. Currently, her Seal chakra pool had not yet reached 5, making it impossible to use it again for now. Through previous battles, she estimated that a prolonged battle at the shadow level would consume approximately 5 to 6 units of Seal chakra. If the chakra pool did not build up to 5, even if she executed it, she wouldn't last until the end of the fight. This illustrated why Tsunade would only resort to the Seal in dire situations. With the system's support, Sakura could accelerate the storage speed of her Seal chakra. Yet it remained insufficient. Based on the current amount in her pool, it was evidently inadequate to apply the Seal in the upcoming battle against the Hidden Mist ninjas. This meant that the power of her monstrous strength could only reach its standard level. Thus, to enhance its might, she must combine it with the incomplete lightning release ninja body technique. The moonlight, as pure as jade, pierced through the dense forest, illuminating a young girl clad in pink cherry blossoms. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her emerald eyes remained tightly shut. The surrounding meridians pulsed rhythmically with the swift flow of chakra. In a fleeting moment, blue and purple currents appeared on the girl's fair skin. These currents flickered with a dazzling white light, emitting crackling sounds, exuding a formidable power of thunder. Yet, this thunderous force did not harm her body in the slightest. Instead, it spread from her dantian like obedient little earthworms, enveloping her entirely. Within seconds, the girl's originally pink figure transformed into a striking embodiment of blue, white, and purple, a manifestation of thunder release. It radiated speed and strength. It seemed the years of muscle training had not been in vain. She had intended to enhance her muscular strength and fat density through anaerobic exercises. But she never anticipated that one day she would adeptly apply it to her thunder release ninjutsu. Thus, the early bird indeed catches the worm. One must always prepare thoroughly for the future, for one never knows when acquired skills will prove beneficial. Without the relentless muscle training, her original petite frame would never have been able to withstand such immense thunderous power. Opportunities must be seized when they arise, and evidently, Sakura had grasped this chance. This is the power of thunder, enveloped in a whirlwind of swiftly flowing violet lightning. The girl felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her. This power existed independently, requiring no reliance on shadow seals. A subtle smile graced her lips. Thunder release body technique. Instant cherry blossom charge. In an instant, the girl, who had been standing gracefully in the open space, vanished without a trace. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed from 100 meters away. Hundreds of towering trees were shattered in an instant by Sakura's extraordinary strength. Such speed, such power. Was this the might of the thunder release combined with her formidable punches? It seemed even more potent than the 100-strength technique. With this newfound ability, encountering ordinary shadow-level adversaries no longer necessitated the use of 100-strength. After all, such exertion could lead to exhaustion. Moreover, it was not just that. Now, aside from possessing astonishing destructive capabilities, she was also impervious to attacks from other ninjas. The girl glanced at her glimmering blue abdominal muscles. Even Kakashi's Chidori would likely be unable to pierce through her thunder release armor. In the original narrative, Sasuke, in his ignorance, attempted to pierce through the Raikage's thunder release armor with Chidori, only to be met with a crushing blow. The irony was palpable. Observing the devastation around her, the girl exhaled softly. With her fingers pressed together, she gradually reined in the errant thunder release chakra swirling about her body. Moments later, her blue physique dissipated, leaving only a delicate cherry blossom silhouette standing gracefully under the moonlight. Time to return and rest. The following day at noon, after a morning of travel, Sakura and her companions finally arrived at the gates of the village hidden in the mist. Kakashi and Sakura had transformed into the appearances of two previous mist ninjas, accompanied by the disguised Neji, Tintin, and Naruto, as they approached the entrance. Kakashi, disguised as a plump ninja with purple hair, retrieved a secret order from his ninja pouch. The guard, after glancing at the order and the masked figures behind him, said nothing further and opened the iron gate, allowing them to enter. Walking through the streets of the mist village, an eerie and sinister atmosphere enveloped them. The long street was shrouded in thick fog, as if covered by a mysterious veil. The stone pavement beneath their feet appeared especially slick in the humid air, with occasional droplets falling from rooftops, producing a crisp sound. Hey, Sakura, why is there not a single sound of vendors in the streets of the Mist Village? Naruto, hidden behind his fox mask, could not help but inquire. Given that it's called the Village of Blood Mist, it's bound to be different from Konoha. It's quite remarkable that any shops are open at all, Sakura explained, noting the sparse lights in the distance. She had anticipated the somber atmosphere of the Mist Village, but it was even more desolate than she had imagined. There was, however, one exception. Suddenly, as they walked halfway, the foggy street became clear. A large red lantern hung prominently outside a courtyard, within which a lively scene unfolded, starkly contrasting the desolation of the streets. The entrance bore a glaring inscription, Male Escort House. Naruto exclaimed the words loudly. At that moment, the faces of the four companions behind him flushed with embarrassment. Naruto-kun, don't say it so bluntly. Tenten pouted, her cheeks tinged with color as she playfully punched Naruto's back. What's wrong? What does Male Escort House mean? Naruto asked, bewildered. Looking back at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you are the most knowledgeable here. Could you enlighten me on what this place is about? As he spoke, Naruto leaned forward eagerly to peek inside the courtyard. Kakashi coughed lightly, pretending to clear his throat. Children should not inquire about such things. Why is everyone speaking so mysteriously? Naruto pressed on, feeling increasingly curious, as if he were the only one unaware of the meaning behind those words. Should we go in and find out, Naruto? We'll know once we do. Sakura replied mischievously, eyeing the prince. She found it hard to believe that such a gloomy and silent mist village would openly host such an establishment. Perhaps, having lived in a dark and oppressive environment for so long, people's desires remained unfulfilled, only to be released through physical means. It was similar to the perception of a gentle and humble life in Japan, where behind the scenes, artistic photographs and films proliferated, ensnaring countless innocent youths. In her past life, Sakura had been one of them, once losing herself in artistic films all night, only to crawl to school the next morning. The endurance was astonishing. All right, enough digression. Let us go in together and take a look. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, eager to discover what lay within. Naruto, Sakura, we have more pressing matters. We shouldn't waste time on trivialities. Kakashi interjected sternly. After days of long travel, they needed to find a proper inn to rest. They had a mission awaiting them the next day. Whatever, it's not that big of a deal. You're being too overbearing, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto muttered under his breath, clearly dissatisfied. All right, Naruto-kun, let us find an inn to rest. I'm exhausted from the journey, my back aches. Tintin stretched her delicate neck, accompanied by a yawn. There's an inn about a mile ahead. Let us stay there for the night. Niji, having activated his Byakugan, scanned the distance, displaying no interest in the male escort house. Agreed, let us proceed as Niji suggests, Kakashi concurred. The group then made their way toward the inn. Upon entering, Kakashi and Niji shared a room, while Tintin and Sakura shared another, leaving Naruto with a room to himself. This arrangement was due to Naruto's notorious snoring, which Kakashi deemed too disruptive to share a room with. While they could manage in the wilderness, Kakashi wanted to ensure a peaceful night's sleep in the inn. As night fell, after washing up, Sakura and Tintin donned their attire, while Tintin prepared to sleep under the covers. Sakura, however, had no intention of going to bed. With a charmingly mischievous expression, she gazed at the girl across the room with the bun hairstyle and lowered her voice. Hey, Tintin. Do you want to check out the brothel? Upon hearing this, Tintin's delicate hand, which was about to lift a cup, trembled slightly, and the blush on her cheeks swiftly descended to her ears. Sakura, are you out of your mind? Places like that are not meant for us girls. They are for men. Just as Tintin was about to explain, Sakura interrupted her. I know what you're thinking, but you've misunderstood. I'm not suggesting we go there for that purpose. Seeing Tintin's still puzzled expression, Sakura elaborated. Think about it. The Mist Ninjas work so hard every day. They must find time to unwind somewhere. Our main task this time is to locate the whereabouts of the Byakugan, and in such a chaotic place, we might stumble upon some clues. Sakura spoke with unwavering logic. However, there was another reason that she kept to herself, her own curiosity about what the brothel in the Mist Village was like. Oh, I see. I thought you were just being reckless. Tintin sighed in relief, her demeanor normalizing. You're absolutely right. Such a place might yield a wealth of information. Tintin agreed wholeheartedly with Sakura's reasoning. This pink-haired girl was not only strong, but also possessed a quick wit far beyond that of ordinary folk. Without further ado, the two girls transformed once again, disguising themselves as the previous mist ninjas, Inosuke and Matsumoto. Upon reaching the entrance of the brothel, a plump madam opened the door and greeted them. "Welcome, gentlemen." The heavy scent of cheap perfume wafted from her, prompting Tenten, dressed as a ninja, to instinctively cover her nose and mouth. Being a naive and innocent girl, it was her first time in such a vibrant and indulgent establishment, and she was understandably out of her element. "Are you two here for entertainment or companionship?" The madam scrutinized the two men before her with a knowing gaze. A fleeting, enigmatic glimmer flickered in her eyes before fading, unnoticed by either Sakura or Tenten. Companionship? Tenten, hearing the term for the first time, looked quizzically at Sakura. "It refers to seeking women for such activities," Sakura whispered in Tenten's ear, lowering her voice. For a girl like Tenten, who was around 10 and had always dealt with ninja tools, it was no wonder she was unfamiliar with such adult terminology. Sakura, on the other hand, was well versed in these matters. After all, in her previous life, she had indulged in countless pocketbooks. No need for that. We're just here to enjoy some wine and music," Tenten said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Even in disguise, she could not hide the flustered expression on her face. "Can I have her?" Sakura pointed to a poster on the wall featuring a woman in an orange off-shoulder dress, her curves accentuated even in the image. Tenten's mouth fell open in shock as she gazed at Sakura. "Weren't we supposed to be gathering intelligence? Why are you ordering companionship? If we're going to pretend, we should do it convincingly. Otherwise, we'll expose ourselves," Sakura whispered again to Tenten. Trusting Sakura's words, Tenten admired her resourcefulness, thinking, as expected of Sakura, "She has far more experience in gathering intelligence than I do." At that moment, Sakura chuckled inwardly, finding Tenten to be quite easy to persuade. Since they were there, why not enjoy the experience? Sakura fixated on the woman's alluring figure in the poster, her mouth suddenly dry. "My dear, you have exquisite taste. This is our brothel's signature offering, though she has already been booked by another customer," the madam said, her brown eyes darting around before pointing to another poster. "How about this one instead?" The new image depicted a striking red-haired woman with delicate lips, a tear mole at the corner of her eye, looking undeniably enchanting. "All right, let us go with her," Sakura decided. "Very well, gentlemen, please come in. Miss Riko will be with you shortly." The madam swayed her hips as she went to fetch the chosen companion, glancing back at the two guests with a knowing look. Once inside, the air was infused with a subtle, enticing fragrance. Sakura plopped down on the exquisitely carpeted tatami mat and waved Tenten over. "Come sit, Tenten." Feeling a bit shy, Tenten approached cautiously. Watching Sakura appear so relaxed made her feel somewhat awkward. Even though she knew Sakura was deliberately putting on an act, the atmosphere felt slightly off, a feeling Tenten attributed to her inexperience in such missions. Before long, the beautiful woman named Riko entered, her slender waist swaying exaggeratedly as she approached Sakura with a glass of red wine in hand. "How should I address you, my lord?" Riko gracefully settled onto the lap of the man playing Sakura, her warm breath brushing against Sakura's neck. "You may call me Inosuke, Miss Riko. You have an impressive physique." Sakura wrapped one arm around Riko's waist while taking the glass of wine from her hand and downing it in one gulp. Complimented. Riko couldn't help but giggle, then turned to Tenten. "Doesn't this gentleman need someone to keep him company?" "Oh no, no need. You two just enjoy yourselves." "Don't mind me," Tenten replied, her hands awkwardly placed on her knees, instinctively drawing her legs together under the weight of the charged atmosphere. "Very well. If you require anything, just let me know, and I will arrange it for you," Riko said, pouring another glass of wine for Sakura. "No worries, this is my brother. He is devoted to his wife, and generally steers clear of women. He is only here to accompany me today," Sakura interjected to alleviate Tenten's discomfort. "Ah, I see. You are quite the rascal, my lord. Be careful that your sister-in-law doesn't find out and come after you," Riko teased, playfully punching Sakura's chest, sending a delightful shiver through her. After several more glasses of wine, Riko exclaimed, "You have quite the tolerance for alcohol, my lord. I admire that." She leaned closer, her delicate hand resting on Sakura's chest, her breath warm against Sakura's ear. In that moment, Sakura understood the allure of indulgence, recalling the tales of past seducers. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of empathy for the infamous figures of history. "Hey, Inosuke," Tenten called out, Noticing Sakura's blissful expression, her tone sharp with urgency. You're not forgetting why we're here, are you? Sakura was jolted back to reality by Tenten's voice. Ahem. She feigned a cough to regain her composure before shifting the topic. Miss Riko, are you a resident of the Mist Village? I haven't seen you before. Grateful for Tenten's presence, Sakura realized she might not have been able to maintain her composure otherwise. Yes, indeed. My lord Inosuke, judging by your forehead protector and attire. You must be a Chunin of our village, Riko replied, her wariness dissipating in light of Sakura's bold demeanor. Indeed. We are set to embark on a mission to the land of fire, Konoha, tomorrow, hence our visit for some leisure today. This task is rather challenging. And I'm uncertain. Sakura paused, adopting a wistful expression with a hint of sorrow in her voice. I'm uncertain if I will return alive. The pre-prepared lines proved useful at this moment. Seeing Sakura's dramatic shift in mood, Riko's eyes softened with empathy. My lord Inosuke, you truly are an exceptional ninja. I have faith that you will return safely. Thank you, Miss Riko. However, this task is exceedingly arduous, and I fear it may prove difficult. Sakura rates her acting skills with a perfect score. Could you divulge the nature of the task to Riko? Although I am not a ninja, I am eager to alleviate your burdens, even if it is merely through offering you some comfort. Upon finishing her words, Riko obediently rested her head against Sakura's chest, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Women who emerge to offer companionship amidst the ravages of war must surely possess profound hardships. Their outward allure belies a heart that is kind and tender. Most engage in such vocations solely to provide for their families. Sakura felt a deep admiration for them. Allow me to share a secret, but please do not disclose it to anyone, Sakura whispered, glancing at the door before leaning closer to Riko's ear. We are tasked with acquiring the strongest ocular technique of Konoha, the Byakugan. Chapter 69. Minister of the Mist Security Department, Terumi May the Byakugan? Riko's pupils constricted as she continued. I know it to be the most formidable ocular technique of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. However, our village already possesses a Byakugan. Why must you venture to Konoha at such peril? Finally, Riko broached the topic Sakura had sought. You are aware of the Byakugan in our village? Sakura pressed on. Indeed. Many are privy to this knowledge. That Byakugan was transplanted into Lord Ao, who has achieved numerous military feats for our village due to its power. Becoming the most distinguished reconnaissance ninja, Riko was entirely unaware that she was being led into a trap. And where is this Lord Ao now? Sakura pursued, though her inquiries already bore numerous inconsistencies. However, under the influence of alcohol, Riko's faculties dulled, and she remained oblivious. Lord Ao is with the perceptual division in the village hidden in the mist. Are you not a Chunin of the village? How could you not know? Only then did Riko sense something amiss. The two men before her were clearly not ninjas from the mist. You are outsiders. Riko's hand, which had rested on Sakura's chest, began to tremble, her body instinctively shifting away. Miss Riko, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. After all, you are but an ordinary villager. Provided you answer a few more questions, Sakura slowly rose, her profound gaze fixed on the panicked woman. The immense pressure emanating from her eyes rendered the atmosphere in the room tense. Please, do not harm me. I have 2 children to support. Their father perished in the war years ago. I implore you to let me go. Riko felt the mental intimidation from the stranger before her. Despite being merely a civilian, she could deeply sense Sakura's formidable strength. Very strong. She could take my life in the blink of an eye. Having hosted various ninjas from the Bloody Mist for years, she firmly believed this. Rest assured, Miss Riko, we are not merciless. Can you tell us if the reconnaissance ninja named Ao is still in the village? Tintin interjected, hoping to glean more information about Ao from Riko. I do not know. I am just a civilian. Such secrets are beyond my knowledge. Riko's voice was rapid and trembling, betraying no hint of deceit. Tintin, let it go. She has likely told us all she knows. Sakura observed the woman, now slumped on the ground, and was convinced she spoke the truth. Very well, Tintin sighed in resignation. It appeared they would not extract any further information that night, and their identities had been exposed, potentially complicating their mission. In this room, the 2 ninjas clearly posed a problem. Just as Tintin pondered her next move, the hurried voice of the brothel madam rang out from behind. Moments later, a group of guards adorned with mist ninja headbands burst into the room, surrounding it completely. Huh. We've been outsmarted by this old woman, Sakura remarked, her tone unexpectedly calm as she surveyed the mist guards before her. How did you discern our identities? Sakura inquired, casting a glance at the madam. Those two mist ninjas you impersonated, Inosuke and Matsumoto, are regulars here. The moment you spoke upon entering, you revealed yourselves, the madam replied, her expression one of triumph. The establishment's continued success amid the bloody environment of the Mist Village was not solely due to its unique services attracting numerous ninjas seeking fleeting pleasures. More significantly, it was sanctioned by the higher-ups of the Mist, providing a convenient means for them to observe everything. To outsiders, it served as a real-time surveillance tool. The madam, though an ordinary civilian, possessed an uncanny insight that earned her considerable favor from the Mist's elite. The intricate web of money, power, and desire, Sakura scoffed. Hey, you too, surrender quietly. If you do, Lord Terumi might allow you to leave in one piece, one of the mist guards warned, brandishing his long knife at them. Terumi may? Sakura realized that the guards before her were marked with the insignia of the security detail. It made sense. In the event of an outsider's intrusion, the mist security team would be the first to respond. An idea struck Sakura that could expedite their meeting with the Byakugan's bearer, Ao. After all, in the original narrative, that so-called Ao was most obedient to the words of the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. She then addressed the guards. I would be willing to surrender, but I wish to know where you will take us after our capture. To the Mist Security Headquarters, to be dealt with by Lord Terumi Mei, the guard replied, unaware of the underlying tension. Very well, I surrender, but I hope you will allow us to leave in one piece. Sakura feigned fear, casting a covert glance at Tenten. Tenten, astute as ever, recognized that these guards were no match for Sakura. Though she was unaware of the girl's precise intentions, she understood that they were aimed at swiftly completing their mission. Thus, both raised their hands in surrender. Quickly, bind them and take them away, commanded the lead guard. In mere moments, Sakura and Tenten found themselves tightly bound and transported to the Mist Security Headquarters. Before departing, Sakura discreetly winked at Miss Riko. Riko, watching the two being taken away, slowly rose. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt that this flower girl was not as simple as she appeared. At the very least, the guards before her were far from her match. Yet, from their brief encounter, Riko sensed no significant malice from Sakura. Compared to the Mist ninjas who often treated her with violence and disregard, this outsider seemed more approachable and gentle. This peculiar affinity led Riko to refrain from sharing her instincts with the madam, secretly hoping for the outsider's safe passage. Half an hour later, at the Mist Security Headquarters. Ouch, that hurts. Could you not be so rough? Sakura glared at the two guards who had unceremoniously thrown her and Tenten to the ground, her indignation palpable. Even now, they retained their original appearances as Mist ninjas. Be quiet. One of the guards barked, kicking Sakura as he spoke. A torrent of curses surged through her mind. If I weren't still pretending, I'd make your head roll. No, your head and your second brother. Terumi Mei. As I pondered, a chorus of voices from several guards echoed behind me, disciplined and full of reverence. Where did these intruders come from? A voice, cool yet alluring, emerged from behind. Chapter 70. Are you aware that your fourth Mizukage is problematic? They are two outsiders masquerading as Mist Shinobi, apprehended in the men's quarters, a Mist guard respectfully responded. Yet again, it was from that kind of place. A woman with long brown hair and a figure that was both alluring and well-proportioned slowly entered through the door, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, she had come from 4th Mizukage Yagura's quarters, having heard that he was preparing to attack Takigakure. For this, Terumi Mei had gone so far as to offer her counsel, only to be summarily dismissed by Yagura. The woman was in a rather foul mood. The fourth had undergone an inexplicable change in temperament in recent years, becoming increasingly warlike. Terumi Mei felt there must be some underlying scheme. However, she was at a loss for an opportunity to investigate further. The woman approached Sakura and Ino, her glass-like eyes glinting with a silvery sharpness. Gazing at the two as if they were prey, her red lips parted slightly. Hey, you two, do you still intend to present yourselves as Miss Shinobi? Her voice, like her presence, was filled with seductive charm. Sakura regarded the woman before her, noting that Terumi Mei appeared to be in her early 20s. Clad in a deep blue strapless gown with a plunging neckline, her curves were exquisitely accentuated, truly embodying the legendary beauty of the mist. Absolutely stunning. Oh, esteemed Minister of Security, might you grant us our freedom? It would allow us to reveal our true selves, making it easier for you to interrogate us, wouldn't it? Sakura spoke lightly, her eyes occasionally darting toward Terumi Mei's alluring figure. At this, Terumi Mei's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Before she could respond, a guard nearby barked. Impudent. To be so brazen in front of Lady Terumi Mei. It seems we have been too lenient with you. I am conversing with your minister. What business do you have interrupting, you mere underling? Sakura retorted directly at the guard, her tone devoid of the panic or fear one might expect from a captive. Then, she turned to Terumi Mei, who loomed above her, and softly inquired, Wouldn't you agree, minister? The brown-haired woman pondered for a moment, her previously stern expression softening as her eyes narrowed slightly. Her tone lost some of its iciness. Very well. I shall heed your words and have you released. After a brief pause, a shadow of darkness flickered across her lips as she added sharply, But should you dare to flee, you will surely meet your demise. Throughout this exchange, she maintained an eerie, mocking smile. Sakura felt a chill run down her spine. This woman was indeed just as she had been portrayed in the original narrative. It was no wonder she remained unmarried, despite her striking looks and figure. Clearly, being formidable had its drawbacks. The situation in Konoha was a testament to that. Release them, Terumi Mei ordered, unperturbed by the prospect of the two ninjas escaping beneath her very gaze. In her view, those captured by the Mist Guards were hardly formidable foes, thus not worthy of alarm. However, Minister, one guard began, wishing to interject. I said, release them, Terumi Mei reiterated, each word firm and authoritative. Yes, Minister. The guards dared not protest further and moved forward to untie Sakura and Ino. Sakura now understood why this woman before her had ultimately become the fifth Mizukage. It was not solely due to her potent bloodline limits, but also because of the undeniable aura of authority she exuded. Once the ropes had been removed, Sakura and Ino gradually rose, stretching their wrists and necks. In unison, they formed hand seals, transformation jutsu, release. With a puff of white smoke, a girl with a bun hairstyle and another with pink hair emerged before the onlookers. Ah, how refreshing. Thank you, Terumi Mei-senpai, Sakura exclaimed, akin to a bird liberated from its cage, disregarding her surroundings as she boldly stretched her shoulders and yawned. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. For judging by their appearance and stature, they appeared to be mere children, likely around 13 or 14 years old. How audacious to venture into the notorious Mist Village, a place known for its mercilessness. It was simply unimaginable. Even Terumi Mei, who had appeared stern, now regarded the two with a mix of astonishment. Hello, esteemed Minister of Security from the Mist Village. I am Ino, pleased to meet you. Ino, having never encountered such a scenario, felt somewhat intimidated, as she was in foreign territory and had infiltrated it at that. Observing the two young girls before her, Terumi Mei's initially grave demeanor softened, though she maintained her role as interrogator. Now, tell me, little ones, what purpose brings you to clandestinely enter the Mist Village? Speak honestly, for children who lie, regardless of age, can still meet their end. In this world of talented ninjas, Terumi Mei did not allow the youth of her captives to lessen her vigilance. After all, the current captain of the village's Umbu was merely 17. A prodigious young man from the Hozuki clan who had already become a member of the legendary 7 Ninja Swordsmen. We are Konoha ninjas. My name is Sakura Haruno. And this is my companion, Ino. Sakura boldly declared, unreserved in her intentions. We infiltrated the Mist Village to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, the Byakugan. Sakura, why did you reveal that? Ino exclaimed, her large black eyes wide as she elbowed the pink-haired girl, attempting to remind her to tread carefully. It's all right. They will find out sooner or later, Sakura reassured Ino, her mind already strategizing how to reclaim the Byakugan. For the current Mist Village, some matters held far greater importance than the Byakugan. Well, since you've already spilled the beans, Ino resigned, trusting her companion, hoping that everything would not fall apart in the end. Heh, you are remarkably candid for a child, Terumi Mei remarked, a playful smirk gracing her crimson lips. Why reveal so much? By doing so, you may never obtain the Byakugan. Her tone lifted slightly, intrigued by the motives of this pink-haired girl. Terumi Mei-senpai, I believe that for now, the most pressing matter for the Mist Village is not to safeguard the Byakugan, which does not rightfully belong to them, but rather to eliminate some of the dark forces lurking in the shadows. Sakura's confidence was palpable, her gaze unwavering as she continued, for instance, the removal of your 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Impudent. How dare you slander Lord Mizukage? Are you tired of living? A guard, unable to contain his outrage, interjected. The fourth Mizukage was the highest authority in the Mist Village, and despite his recent violent policies that had transformed the village into a place of fear, he remained untouchable. What do you mean? Terumi Mei's expression darkened. She sensed there was more to the little one's words. As a direct subordinate of the fourth, Terumi Mei Senpai, you must have noticed the drastic change in Yagura's behavior over the past few years. His actions are no longer those of the same person. Sakura, acting as a prophet, boldly revealed the truth. This revelation jolted Terumi Mei, who, as the head of the security department, had felt the change in Yagura deeply in recent years. Yet, due to the pressure of the Mizukage's authority and the entrenched conservatism within the village's upper ranks, she had hesitated to verify her suspicions. Now, a mere child from an outer village had inadvertently unearthed a shocking secret about the Mist Village. Everything is peculiar, yet demands attention. Chapter 71. The Terrifying Woman with Two Bloodline Limits. Why should I trust you? Gazing at the pink-haired imp before her, Terumi Mei fell into a moment of contemplation. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War and the demise of the Third Mizukage, the village of Kirigakure has been left leaderless. The high-ranking officials were compelled to force the still youthful Girin Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, into power. However, once in charge, this Mizukage, in a bid to stabilize the situation and seize complete control of Kirigakure, implemented a series of brutal policies. Numerous bloodline families, including the Kaguya and Yuki clans, suffered immensely. The once prosperous and clear Kirigakure was subsequently derisively dubbed the Village of Bloody Mist, a place all sought to avoid. In light of this dire situation, Terumi Mei, as the minister of the village's security department, had attempted to persuade Yagura on multiple occasions, all to no avail. This had left her feeling stifled. Now, this unexpected visitor brazenly came to Kirigakure to steal the Byakugan, even articulating claims that suggested she knew certain unspeakable secrets about the current Mizukage. This caused Terumi Mei, who had been ready to eliminate the two and feed them to the fish, to hesitate. In the depths of her subconscious, a thought began to form. Perhaps she could use this imp to unearth the secrets behind Yagura. I possess knowledge that surpasses that of any high-ranking official in Kirigakure regarding our fourth Mizukage, Girin Yagura, and his sudden change in temperament. Sakura, observing the alluring and astute woman before her, sensed that Terumi Mei had already placed a significant measure of trust in her. As for the remaining doubts, Sakura felt it necessary to demonstrate her true strength to this woman. After all, only those of formidable power could instill genuine fear. The weak, regardless of their eloquence, would remain inconsequential in the eyes of others. Terumi Mei Senpai, I can assist you in ascending to power, enabling Kirigakure to see the light of day once more. After all, there is no one more suitable than you to overthrow Yagura's reign. Sakura aimed to entice Terumi Mei with the prospect of the Mizukage position. Among all the ninjas in Kirigakure who possess qualifications, status, and real authority, Terumi Mei undoubtedly ranked high. What do I care for the title of Mizukage? I merely wish to restore Kirigakure to its former glory. The woman suddenly recalled her youth, during which she received guidance from the second Mizukage, the humorous and powerful ninja, Kahakugetsu. Under his leadership, Kirigakure enjoyed a prolonged period of prosperity. In those days, the village was far removed from the bloodthirstiness it now exhibited, and bonds among ninjas were cherished rather than replaced by endless slaughter and scheming. In any case, I can certainly assist you, but I have one condition. Sakura, sensing the moment was right, decided to negotiate with Terumi Mei. Little girl, to make demands of me, you must possess leverage. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Terumi Mei was well aware of what the girl sought, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. That very Byakugan was currently in the possession of the Minister of Perception, Aoi. What's the matter, senpai? Are you uncertain of my capabilities? The pink-haired girl crossed her arms, fully aware that Terumi Mei was keen to ascertain whether she was merely a facade of strength or truly possessed the power to alter fate. Let's spar. I wish to see if you are worthy of my collaboration. Terumi Mei raised her elegantly arched brows, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Then allow me to offend you, senpai. Sakura replied, her tone laced with playful challenge, while extending a hand toward the entrance of the hall. Both she and Terumi Mei wielded techniques of immense destructive potential, unsuitable for indoor practice. Sakura had no desire to engage in a display of ninjutsu that would ultimately obliterate the headquarters of the security department. Such an outcome would be financially catastrophic for her. Hey Sakura, are you truly going to engage this woman? She is an elite jonin of Kirigakure, and her strength is likely formidable. Ten murmured anxiously to the pink-haired girl beside her. The seductive and fierce-looking female ninja before them was evidently no trivial opponent. With Kakashi and Niji absent, it would be prudent for the two girls to exercise restraint in this village overflowing with powerful adversaries. It's fine, Ten. I shall return unscathed. Sakura's expression remained calm, even as excitement coursed through her. She patted the visibly unsettled Ten before proceeding with Terumi Mei to the training ground of the security department. The moonlight poured down like water, casting silvery shards of light upon the ground. In the training arena, two striking figures, one pink and one blue, faced each other. Senpai, as the host, you may initiate the first move. I shall follow your lead. Sakura's emerald eyes shimmered, eager to witness the elegant techniques of this woman who commanded water, fire, and earth chakra. Such arrogance from a little girl. Allow me to show you the taste of being melted. Terumi Mei's lips parted slightly, each word seemingly enwrapped in a chilling aura. With a graceful motion, she raised her delicate hand, conjuring a translucent water sphere that spun and expanded in her palm, emitting a haunting blue glow. Boil release, misty technique, she exclaimed, thrusting the water sphere forward, transforming it into scalding mist that surged towards Sakura like a crashing wave. The mist hissed ominously as it approached. What a vicious technique. Should I be touched by this scalding vapor, I would surely be left with grievous wounds. In the original narrative, even the Susanoo of the Uchiha brothers had been melted by such an attack, illustrating its deadly potency. Water release, water barrier. Faced with the misty technique, a standard water barrier might prove inadequate. The girls swiftly formed hand seals, and a wall of water, several times thicker than a typical barrier, rose from the ground, firmly shielding the pink-haired girl. The scalding mist collided with the massive wall of water, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds. In mere moments, a thick cloud of white steam billowed forth. Terumi Mei paused, momentarily taken aback. This little imp had adeptly utilized the water techniques synonymous with Kirigakure to defend herself. It seemed she had initially underestimated her. Senpai, I'm right here. A pink-haired girl suddenly burst into the air, looking down at the brunette below with a teasing tone. Water release, water gun technique. A series of speeding water projectiles manifested in midair, hurtling toward Terumi Mei with rapid velocity. Mere parlor tricks. The corners of Terumi Mei's lips curled into a crescent shape as she declared, water release, water surge wave. Her crimson lips parted wide, unleashing a torrent of powerful water columns that surged forth to counter Sakura's water guns. The ensuing clash of water produced a symphony of splashes. The sky opened up, pouring rain down in a delicate cascade, each droplet falling to the ground like scattered petals. This was the first time Sakura had encountered a ninja capable of producing such formidable water columns with mere speech, truly a master of verbal techniques. Sakura's index finger curled slightly as she gathered the descending droplets, reforming them into a slender water whip that gracefully floated toward her feet, providing a stable support for the girl suspended in midair. So she utilizes the power of flowing water to elevate herself? This little one possesses an astonishing level of chakra control. In the original narrative, only Gaara and Raza had displayed such capabilities, indicating that this technique demands exceptional finesse in chakra manipulation, achievable only by those with the potential of a Kaguya. Terumi Mei Senpai, you need not employ your best techniques. You will find it impossible to defeat me. Sakura gazed down at the brunette with a tone full of pride. Chapter 72. Initiating the plan to overturn the fourth Mizukage. Little imp, do you believe you are the only one who can fly? With a sinister smile curling at the corners of Terumi Mei's lips, one must realize that this is her domain. The land of water, surrounded by the sea and shrouded in thick mist, provides her with an unparalleled advantage, especially in her mastery of water release techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A brilliant blue water dragon materialized from thin air, lifting a blue figure from the ground as it ascended into the sky, aligning perfectly with the height of the pink-haired girl. Little ghost, you're so adorable. Allow me to bestow upon you a kiss that symbolizes affection. As she continuously formed hand seals, her gaze remained fixed on the pink-haired maiden. Should her opponent withstand this technique, Terumi Mei would fully acknowledge her strength. Otherwise, the ground would merely add another charred, melted corpse. Such a venomous woman. It seems she intends to deploy that technique, Sakura mused, clicking her tongue. As Terumi May completed her hand seals, a radiant aura enveloped Sakura. The latent blue lightning within her surged forth, spreading across her skin in an instant, accompanied by a shimmering transparent armor pulsating with blue light. With this dual-layered defense of lightning and water release, she felt adequately prepared to confront the impending assault. Lava release, scorching river of rock. Terumi May's brows furrowed as she unleashed a torrent of fiery, red-hot fluid from her mouth. Sakura recognized that this was no ordinary water. It was corrosive lava imbued with immense destructive power. The viscous magma cascaded like a living entity towards the pink-haired girl, sizzling as it made contact, causing the surrounding air to boil. In an instant, Sakura found herself ensconced within this torrent of molten rock, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Sakura! The ground echoed with Tenten's anxious cries, fearing for the worst as the lava's intense heat threatened the pink-haired maiden's very existence. Unable to assist, Tenten could only gaze upwards, a glimmer of tears pooling in the corners of her dark eyes. Meanwhile, the watching mist ninja guards began to revel in their certainty that the audacious girl would soon be reduced to nothingness. It is the lava release bloodline limit of Lady Terumi May. Her chakra is formidable. At such extreme temperatures, that little girl is unlikely to survive. Indeed, let her be arrogant. Just as the outcome appeared sealed, the encasing red magma suddenly erupted, scattering like shooting stars. A figure radiating blue and white light emerged from the molten mass, draped in armor of lightning release and water release. I dare say this is an absolute defense that transcends even Susanoo. Sakura observed her body enveloped in crackling electricity, her emerald eyes sparkling with a sense of ease as she regarded the brown-haired woman across from her. This little ghost possesses such formidable lightning power that not only did it disperse my lava release, but she emerged unscathed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A bloodline limit? Even I have never witnessed such a thing. Terumi May murmured to herself, excitement bubbling within her as she gazed at the pink figure before her. Perhaps with her assistance, the investigation into the fourth Mizuki's actions would proceed much more smoothly. Shall we continue, Terumi May-senpai? Rather than squandering vast amounts of chakra here, it would be wiser to reserve it for more meaningful adversaries. At this moment, Sakura's muscles tensed, her hair standing on end as visible arcs of electricity danced across her skin with crackling sounds. I concede, you are indeed powerful. Terumi May's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she directed the water dragon beneath her to gently descend. Sakura, understanding the unspoken sentiment, retracted the lightning currents surrounding her, lightly landing beside Tenten. Sakura, are you all right? You scared me to death. Tenten rushed forward, examining Sakura for injuries before sighing in relief. I'm fine. Tenten, I was prepared for this. Sakura offered a gentle smile, touched by the concern of her round-headed companion. She then turned her gaze towards the brown-haired woman. Terumi May-senpai, can we now trust each other to collaborate? Rubbing her temples, Terumi May understood the young girl's motives. What you desire is for us to willingly return the Byakugan to you after our mission. Not return. It was originally a possession of our Konoha. Your mist ninja merely seized it, Sakura interjected, feeling it necessary to correct the woman's phrasing. Humph. Terumi May felt a hint of displeasure but refrained from retorting, recognizing the truth in Sakura's words. When shall we commence our action? It's time to pay our respects to your esteemed village's fourth Mizuki. Sakura was unwilling to waste any more time, convinced that once their mission succeeded, the Byakugan would inevitably find its way back to Konoha. After all, the future fifth Hokage, a renowned beauty among ninja in the original story, was not one to go back on her word. The fourth Mizuki is guarded by the mist Umbu round the clock, making it no easy task to approach him. Moreover, as you mentioned, if he is indeed being manipulated and his temperament altered, we will require a powerful ocular ninja to accompany us for corroboration. Otherwise, the elders in the Mist Village will hardly believe us. True to her role as the Minister of Security, Terumi May's thoughts were meticulous. Indeed, without a powerful ocular ninja to reveal the forces behind Yagura, the senior members of the Mist would not easily accept the words of an outsider. They might even suspect that Terumi May herself harbored ulterior motives for power. Should the elite forces of the Mist be mobilized against Sakura and her companions, matters could spiral uncontrollably. Sakura suddenly remembered the three companions she had left sleeping at the inn and blinked her green eyes. This is simple. We have another Hyuga ninja in our company. With his Byakugan, We can clearly ascertain the forces behind Yagura. Oh, you have companions with you. Terumi may feign nonchalance while internally berating the guards stationed at the gates of the Mist Village for their negligence. How could they let so many outsiders enter without any awareness? Yet, she maintained her calm demeanor. Then summon your companions. They may prove useful in our forthcoming endeavors. Absolutely. Sakura readily agreed, her eyes sweeping over Terumi Mei's guards as she added, we should keep this operation discreet. After all, without sufficient evidence, we shouldn't alarm the higher-ups in the mist. Thus, I suggest that you bring fewer people and trust in the strength of us Konoha ninjas. Terumi Mei grasped the underlying meaning in Sakura's words and turned to her subordinates. You will remain on standby at headquarters. Do not act without my command. Yes, Minister. Sakura was taken aback by the unwavering obedience of the Mist Village's guards to Terumi Mei. Even when matters involved the sitting fourth Mizukage, they still prioritized their minister's orders above all else. It seemed this woman was not only beautiful, but also adept at managing her subordinates. Chojiro, step forward. Terumi Mei called to the smallest member of her team at the rear. Yes, Minister. A youthful voice responded from the back of the group. A boy of around 13 or 14, with short gray-blue hair and black-rimmed glasses, stepped forward, his face flushed with shyness. I will follow all of Lady Terumi Mei's arrangements. Very well, you shall accompany me, she replied. As she gazed at the bashful young man beside her, the previously icy demeanor of Terumi Mei transformed entirely. A gentle smile graced her lips, radiating the warmth of an older sister as she looked upon the boy before her. He. She truly embodies the archetype of a devoted older sister nurturing a boy, Sakura thought mischievously. Just having Chojiro by my side is sufficient. His prowess is far more formidable than it appears on the surface. Terumi Mei held immense confidence in the young man she had cultivated. Sakura noted that Chojiro was currently devoid of his massive dual-bladed sword, the Hiramakiri. This observation implied that the second wielder of the Hiramakiri was still alive, meaning it remained in the hands of the prodigious young man from the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangetsu. This revelation piqued Sakura's curiosity. By the way, I have a question for you, Senior. Sakura felt that Terumi Mei could clarify her doubts. What is it? Is it true that the legendary 7 ninja swordsman, specifically the user of the Hiramakiri, Lord Hozuki Mangetsu, is still in the Hidden Mist Village? Indeed. That lad is currently the captain of the Umbu in the Hidden Mist Village. Terumi Mei was puzzled by Sakura's interest in Hozuki Mangetsu. However, understanding the necessity of trust in their collaboration, she chose to disclose this information, considering it not particularly confidential within the village. Wow. He became captain of the Umbu at such a young age. He must be around 16 or 17. Truly, this world is replete with talented youths. Another genius akin to Itachi Uchiha, Sakura remarked, her face a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Well, since I've long admired his reputation, I merely asked out of curiosity. Nothing more. Sakura chuckled lightly, brushing her brow. Let us depart. We should first rendezvous with our companions at the inn before heading directly to the fourth Mizukage's residence. Agreed. Terumi Mei nodded, eager to meet the mysterious girl's other companions, anticipating they would be equally intriguing. Certainly, they would be far more capable than her current brigade of incompetents. 10 minutes later, at the Hidden Mist Inn, the blonde youth was still lost in his dreams, envisioning Sakura pouting playfully, leaning in for a kiss. Sakura-chan, you smell so delightful. I really like you. Sakura-chan, I'm coming in. The pink-haired girl observed the boy drooling on his pillow, her temples twitching in irritation. It was evident what lewd fantasies the rascal was indulging in. The image of him dreaming about Sakura was undoubtedly on par with his fantasies involving Ino Yamanaka. Sakura, feeling increasingly embarrassed, delivered a sharp rap on Naruto's head. Who? Who is it? Naruto yelped, clutching his throbbing head as he jolted awake. Before him stood a group of individuals, all eyeing him intently. Kakashi, Niji, Tenten, Sakura, along with a strikingly attractive stranger and a bashful boy. What are you all doing here? Ouch, that hurts. The blonde youth grimaced, nursing his head. What were you dreaming about? Calling out Sakura-chan repeatedly. Kakashi eyed him with a knowing smirk, seemingly searching for any telltale signs of inappropriate fluids. Haha, it was nothing. I just dreamed that Sakura invited me to her house for dinner, with all my favorite dishes. Naruto's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a thief caught in the act. Is that so? Kakashi scrutinized him, his gaze piercing through Naruto's facade. Hey, What are you all doing barging into my room in the middle of the night? Naruto pouted, vexed that his dream had been so rudely interrupted. Sakura, we need to set off on our mission. It's urgent. I can only brief you on the way. Sakura refrained from expressing her frustration in front of everyone, resolving to settle the score with Naruto after the mission concluded. How dare he indulge in such fantasies? All right then. In a flurry of activity, Naruto hastily dressed as the group, led by Terumi Mei, began their journey towards the northern reaches of the hidden mist village. During their trek, Tintin divulged the details of their plan to Naruto. The blonde youth's face soured as he learned. What? You all went to the men's dormitory at night without me? Sakura-chan and Tintin, that's so unfair. Sakura's expression darkened. It seemed this fool completely missed the crux of the matter. Are you Hatake Kakashi? Terumi Mei inquired, casting a glance at the swiftly moving silver-haired man beside her. The reputation of the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, was indeed renowned throughout the world. Every ninja had heard of him. Ah yes. What is it, Lady Terumi Mei? Kakashi, faced with the alluring beauty of the kunoichi, felt a sense of bashfulness and averted his gaze. Is something wrong? Terumi Mei's brow knitted slightly, her tone shifting. What's the matter, Terumi Mei-senpai? Sakura was puzzled by the women's tone. I have heard that Hatake Kakashi is exceptionally strong. Yet today, I must admit he seems quite different from my expectations. Almost. Not as robust. Terumi Mei's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Not robust. Sakura nearly erupted with laughter, realizing this was a veiled jab at Kakashi's physique. Kakashi, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, only able to cough awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. It was a modest wooden house surrounded by a lake. The moonlight cast a gentle glow, the lake's surface reflecting the tranquility of the night. Its depths obscured and eerily silent. This is the fourth Mizukage's home? How humble! Naruto exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he pointed to the small cottage in the center of the lake. To be precise, this lake is his home, Terumi Mei remarked gravely, her gaze fixed on the eerily calm blue waters, as if something terrifying lurked beneath the surface. After her previous attempts to dissuade the fourth from attacking the hidden waterfall village had been met with anger, their relationship had soured. The once charming and wise young man had become prone to fits of anger, a far cry from the clever and powerful leader she once knew. Observing the group behind her, now transformed into the hidden mist village's guard, Terumi Mei's green eyes flickered with determination. The brown-haired woman gazed at the silvery surface of the lake, bowing slightly before calling out to the cottage across the water, Lord Mizukage, Terumi Mei, the head of the Hidden Mist Security Department, seeks an audience. Her voice, clear and elegant, pierced the stillness of the night. After a brief pause, a youthful voice emerged from the cottage. Lady Terumi Mei, what brings you here at such a late hour? As the wooden door opened slowly, a boy with a cherubic face stepped out. His violet eyes glimmered coldly under the moonlight, a scar resembling a stitch marking his left eye, adding an air of mystery and gravitas to his presence. Once again, I implore you to reconsider the assault on the Hidden Waterfall Village. For their long-standing alliance with the Hidden Mist Village holds great significance, Terumi Mei began, reciting the previously arranged dialogue, merely to buy time for the Hyuga boy behind her. Chapter 74. How can someone so handsome be so foolish? Byakugan. Activate. At this moment, Niji's temples throbbed as his Byakugan activated. In an instant, his normally white eyes shimmered with a faint blue light, revealing a world transformed. Everything around him became crystal clear, the chakra flowing within each individual visible like delicate threads. His gaze fell upon the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and Niji was taken aback by the sight before him. The fourth Mizukage was cloaked in a web of eerie black chakra threads, twisting and writhing as if alive, infiltrating his body from every limb. Behind these threads loomed a pair of enormous crimson eyes. The three Magatama symbols at the center of his eyes spun incessantly, toppling over. This is the ocular technique of the Sharingan. Niji exclaimed loudly. The Sharingan. The others around him gasped in astonishment. Only Sakura's lips curled into a slight smile. As she had surmised, Yagura was already under the control of Uchiha Ibidozai technique. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are truly terrifying, capable of controlling Jinchuriki, who harbor tailed beasts within them. Lord Mizukage, these individuals are not from our village, are they? Yagura had sensed the unusual chakra levels emanating from the opposing group from the very beginning. Among them, One chakra was particularly formidable. Lord Water Shadow. It appears you have already noticed. Terumi May bit her lip. With the boy as confirmation, her initial suspicions were validated. The current fourth Mizukage is nothing more than a puppet. The thought that for so many years, the hidden mist village had been shrouded in darkness under the manipulation of an unknown mastermind, even being regarded as the source of evil in the ninja world, filled the brown-haired woman with indignation. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, her purple nails digging into her palms. You despicable fiend. Terumi May no longer concealed her intentions, pointing her jade hand directly at Yagura, her voice icy. Yagura's expression hardened, but he soon morphed it into a dismissive smirk. Despite having concealed himself for so long, he had still been discovered. He had thought the power of the Sharingan was sufficient to remain undetected, but it no longer mattered. All those who knew this secret must perish. The people of the Mist Village are even more foolish than I imagined. After all these years, not a single one noticed the changes in their water shadow, and now they must rely on these outsiders. How laughable indeed. Yagura's previously clear and youthful voice became somewhat hoarse, and a hint of malice flickered in his gaze as he addressed the group. Very well. Let today be the day you become the nourishment for the Three Tails. It has not savored bloodshed for far too long. With that, Yagura's once blue eyes suddenly turned crimson, and his tone grew detached. My dear guests, now that you are here, is there really a need to hide behind another's guise? Reveal yourselves, so I may see who you truly are. Observing the fourth Mizukage before her, Sakura contemplated briefly. At this moment, Yagura must embody the will of Uchiha Obito. If the plot aligns with the original narrative, the only one capable of controlling him would be that pure-hearted warrior. Yet, she wondered if that figure, who had long concealed himself beneath a mask, was nearby. If so, his space-time ninjutsu combined with the power of the Three Tails would pose a considerable challenge. Moreover, they faced more than just this adversary. After all, this was the highest leader of the hidden mist village. Surely, there would be ninjas nearby for protection. Suddenly, with a snap of his fingers, several hidden members of the Mist Umbu revealed themselves, indicating that they had been tasked with guarding the Mizukage for years. The leader of the Umbu stepped forward with grace. This individual had a slender build and exuded an air of elegance, seemingly quite young. The Mist leader slowly removed the fox-shaped mask from his face, revealing a handsome young man with silver hair cascading naturally down his back, sharp teeth peeking from his mouth as he regarded Terumi May with a cool gaze. Senior Terumi May, how could you conspire with outsiders to attack Lord Mizukage? Are you planning a coup? The youth's tone remained respectful towards Terumi May. It was she and Lord Ao who had supported him in becoming the Umbu captain. Without their backing, he would not have had the qualifications for such a position at his age, despite his strength. This gratitude had always lingered in the mind of Ao. Mangetsu, the Mizukage you have sworn to protect is no longer himself. He is now under the control of the Uchiha's ocular technique. You must see the situation clearly. Terumi May's jade eyes sparkled with mischief. She knew this young man was quite powerful. Yet, he was notoriously stubborn, only believing what his own eyes perceived. Convincing him would not be an easy task. Upon hearing her words, the silver-haired youth furrowed his brows and glanced back at Yagura. Lord Mizukage, is what Senior Terumi May said true? Sakura and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. This guy was indeed adorably naive, wasting such a handsome face. Are you really asking Yagura for the truth? He certainly won't admit it. Are you foolish or just pretending? Naruto shouted in exasperation. Please, speak with civility. Or don't blame Mangetsu for being rude. The silver-haired youth retorted, caught off guard. Naruto, stop talking to him. Let us just beat him up together. Once he is down, he LL behave, Tintin added with a frown. Dealing with such a person was futile. Reason had no effect on them. Mangetsu, kill them. Yagura's voice was menacing. The reason he had chosen this youth as the Umbu captain was not solely due to his lineage from the powerful Hozuki clan, but also because he was simple-minded and easily manipulated, only obeying commands from his superiors. Those two traits were sufficient. Yes, Lord Mizukage. The boy's white pupils gleamed coldly as he turned to face the others. Please reveal your true selves. The Hozuki clan does not slay nameless individuals. His tone was filled with arrogance, devoid of fear. Who are the nameless ones? Watch closely. I am Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. I will become Hokage one day. Remember that. The blonde youth was the first to drop his transformation technique, proudly pointing to his bright orange hair. Hey, Naruto, tone it down a bit. You're my pupil. Kakashi Hitaki. Don't make a fool of yourself. Kakashi, Sakura, and the others also dispelled their transformations. Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha. Mangetsu's expression remained stoic, but Yagura's astonishment was palpable, his youthful blue eyes narrowing. Does seeing teacher Kakashi make you nostalgic? You coward who hides behind a mask. Sakura teased with a mischievous grin. Yagura's expression revealed that the mastermind behind him was undoubtedly Uchiha Obito. After all, who else would care so deeply for Kakashi? Though, Kakashi was rather charming. What do you mean by that? Yagura seemed to be pricked by a sensitive thought, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes. This seemingly inconspicuous pink-haired girl appeared to know something. What do you mean? Is that so interesting? The masked man retorted. The girl with pink hair, after finishing her words, did not forget to shout into the open surroundings. Look how lively it is now. Why not come join us and enjoy the excitement together? Both new and old faces are here. It's time to reminisce. She wore an expression that suggested she perceived everything. Enough with the chatter. Manju, act quickly, exclaimed Koki Yagura. His face flushed with urgency. Apologies, everyone, Hozuki Mangetsu said, bowing slightly to the crowd before swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water gun. In an instant, vapor surged around the boy, and thick humidity spread visibly. He opened his mouth wide, and a powerful jet of water shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Sakura's eyes sharpened. Being well acquainted with water release techniques, she immediately recognized that this was not ordinary water, but a high-pressure water cannon. Each droplet contained immense force, capable of penetrating deeply. Chapter 75, Sakura and Kakashi versus the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. A charming, magnetic female voice resonated in their ears as Terumi deftly manipulated her chakra, conjuring a massive water wall before the group in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The water bullets collided with the wall, creating a thunderous sound. Such powerful water release chakra. Auntie, you're incredible, exclaimed Naruto, resting his chin on his hands, astonished by the countless splashes erupting before him. Terumi Mei's lips twitched, her expression darkening. Kid, if you call me auntie again, I'll take you down. Do I look that old? Startled, Naruto quickly corrected himself. Ah, sorry sister. You're amazing. This woman was as fearsome in strength as she was in temperament. That kid can utilize nearly all of the Hozuki clan's techniques. He is quite challenging to handle. I'll take the lead in suppressing him for now. Terumi Mei thought, being an old acquaintance of Hozuki Mangetsu and understanding the boys' combat strategy. Thus, it was only fitting for her to confront this genius Umbu captain. As for the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Koki Yagura, Sakura glanced at Kakashi beside her, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Kakashi-sensei, let us deal with this adorable little brat together. Having previously endured considerable hardship against the One-Tails Shikaku while Kakashi had vanished, Sakura was determined not to let this slippery man escape this time. Ahahaha, Sakura, you hold Kakashi-sensei in such high regard. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He was well aware of how terrifying a Jinchuriki could be once transformed. Don't worry, sensei. I'll take the front line, and you just cover me. I want to let him swallow you. Sakura teased, observing Kakashi, who seemed quite different from the suave uncle character in the original story who could hold his own against anyone. Ahahaha, fine, Kakashi conceded, bracing himself. Meanwhile, Sakura turned to her fellow Umbu members, Naruto, Tenten, Niji, and Chojuro, advising, leave it to you all. Don't push too hard. The main task is to buy time until the Three-Tails is defeated. Sakura recognized the challenge ahead, as only Niji had reached the special Jonin level among them, while Tenten and Naruto were at most Chunin rank, provided the prince didn't resort to cheating. As for Chojuro, his strength remained uncertain, but being chosen by Terumi Mei for this mission suggested he was not lacking. They would be facing Umbu members of Jonin caliber, which, while somewhat underwhelming in the original narrative, still posed a significant challenge for the four of them. Leave it to us, Sakura, Tenten replied, her eyes sparkling. The girl then summoned a broad beheading sword from her scroll, resting it on her shoulder with confidence. Sakura recalled that the previous sword had been given to Tenten from the ninja tool shop, surprised that she had already begun to use it and seemed quite skilled at it. Truly the finest ninja tool master in Konoha. Casting another glance at Kakashi, he too summoned the dual swords of the Land of Waves, crackling with lightning. Oh, so you're quite responsive to advice, huh? Shouldn't you be using your Sharingan by now? Sakura remarked, amused. What's wrong, Sakura? The silver-haired masked man asked, slightly unnerved by the girl's scrutiny. Nothing. I just think Kakashi-sensei looks incredibly cool wielding the lightning blades. Sakura's compliment was heartfelt. Kakashi, however, dismissed it, knowing her words often carried deeper meanings. Well then, everyone. Let us go, Sakura announced, observing Tsurumi, who was already stirring up chaos with Hozuki Mangetsu across the lake. The group surged toward their respective opponents. And the once tranquil moonlit clearing transformed into a battlefield of flashing blades and swords. Lightning release, lightning ball shadow clone. Kakashi, wielding Raiga, summoned dozens of fist-sized blue-white orbs that zipped toward Yagura in an eerie trajectory. Wow, Kakashi's reputation as a genius isn't unfounded. He has already invented a new lightning release technique. This is even more effective than Chidori, Sakura thought, noting the power and distance advantage it offered. The lightning balls sped swiftly, aimed directly at Yagura's vital points. Water release, great waterfall technique. Yagura countered, not budging an inch as he commanded the lake's waters to rise dramatically, crashing toward the incoming lightning balls. With a resounding clash, the water met the lightning, creating a cacophony of sound. Here is a little gift for you. Sakura punch, cherry blossom style. Taking advantage of the distraction, the pink-haired girl teleported behind Yagura, her fist enveloped in pale blue flames, delivering a powerful blow. The impact was met with a lack of visible pain on Yagura's face as his small frame transformed into a cascade of water that splashed down onto the lake's surface. A water clone. Sakura's emerald eyes narrowed, recognizing the formidable prowess of the fourth Mizukage. Interesting. A punch of that magnitude would been troublesome had it landed on the true body. Yagura's voice echoed from all around. What of your defenses? Water release, water shadow slash. Countless silvery water blades erupted from the lake, surrounding Kakashi and Sakura, hurtling toward them with lethal intent. Water release, water armor. Lightning release, lightning blade body technique defense. A series of sharp, metallic sounds resonated as the silver water blades collided with Sakura's armor, cascading harmlessly down. Kakashi expertly deflected the water blades with his lightning techniques. Sakura had to admit, Kakashi's ability to develop techniques surpassed even her own, bolstered by the system she possessed. In just a few days, he had honed his swordsmanship to an impressive level. Kakashi-sensei, your sword techniques are quite impressive. You owe me some gratitude. After all, I insisted you take those lightning blades. Sakura teased, casting a glance at the silver-haired man nearby. Indeed, I must thank Sakura for procuring these treasures for me. They seem more effective than the Sharingan, especially since they don't exhaust my body, Kakashi replied, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. After this mission, I must treat you to a grand feast. Sakura seized any opportunity to coax benefits from Kakashi. Koki Yagura glared at the two, his green eyes darkening with anger. These two individuals, engrossed in their own battle, seemed to have the leisure to engage in conversation. Is this not a sign of utter disdain for themselves? This is simply unforgivable. Chapter 76, The Three-Tailed Isabu. Soon, you shall weep. With a swift motion, the young boy retrieved a scroll from behind him. A plume of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a silver-black ninja tool adorned with green petals, which appeared in the hands of Yagura. Ah, so you're serious now? Sakura observed the coral staff in Yagura's grasp, knowing full well the difficulty it posed. You lot have disrupted my plans. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Yagura's expression darkened as he advanced rapidly, his small frame darting like a specter to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, undeterred, brandished his twin blades to counter Yagura's fierce strikes. They clashed above the lake, then descended back to its surface, the blue chakra flames igniting brilliantly with every collision. After an intense exchange of close-quarter combat, Yagura exerted force, sending Kakashi staggering backward. That fellow may appear diminutive, yet he possesses astounding physical prowess, the silver-haired man mused, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Teacher, are you feeling faint again? Sakura remarked, eyeing Kakashi as he panted heavily. Kakashi replied, it's not that I am weak. Rather, Yagura wields the power of a Jinchuriki, giving him far superior chakra and stamina. Indeed, Kakashi's ability to hold his own in both taijutsu and swordplay against Yagura, maintaining a near-even footing, demonstrated that he had nearly reached the level of a Hokage. Lightning blade technique has proven advantageous to me, Kakashi urged. Don't just stand there watching, Sakura. Come assist your teacher. All right, I'm on my way, but please delay for a few moments longer. I am nearly ready. Sakura was not unwilling to help. She was preparing to utilize a technique to swiftly enhance her speed and resilience. Currently, the initial activation of her lightning-based ninjutsu took too long. She could not achieve the instantaneous application like the fourth Reikage. With focus and calm, the water armor enveloping her body began to shimmer with blue and white lightning, the electricity snaking and coiling over her form. Sakura, are you ready? Teacher is struggling. Kakashi's urgent voice echoed in her ears. In a flash, a blue and white figure, barely visible, vanished from the lake's surface, only to reappear above Yagura's head. Yagura, still engaged in combat with Kakashi, sensed the shift above him. But it was too late to react. The pink-haired girl descended like a streak of lightning, landing behind Yagura. He felt an immense surge of thunderous power approaching him. Lightning release. Thunderous dance of Chiyo. In her palm, lightning crackled fiercely. A hand imbued with the power to cleave through all, aimed directly at Yagura's back. With a deafening scream, the young boy was propelled 100 meters away, akin to a bull struck by a speeding train, sending waves crashing around him. This girl's techniques are growing increasingly formidable, Kakashi observed. Glancing at the girl aglow with blue and white electricity, her water armor now enhanced with lightning. What a terrifying combination of offense and defense. Moreover, she possessed the monstrous strength imparted by Lady Tsunade. Such an extraordinary ninjutsu, Kakashi had never witnessed before. Truly, she had surpassed her teacher. Just how powerful had she become? Sakura, oblivious to Kakashi's astonishment, advanced gracefully, eager to see how Yagura fared after her powerful strike. A sinister laughter echoed across the lake. The drenched Yagura slowly rose from the water, his short, light brown hair clinging to his face. He gazed up at the pink-haired girl. I expected the real challenge to come from the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, but I did not anticipate a little girl emerging. The strength of a Konoha ninja truly inspires dread. He had not foreseen such an unreasonable adversary appearing unexpectedly. It seems I must exert my full strength, otherwise, I might truly perish at your hands. With great effort, Yagura spoke, blood suddenly spilling from his mouth, trickling down his form and staining the water beneath him. Three Tails. It is time for you to emerge and enjoy the world once more. It has been far too long. Upon utterance, the boy's small frame began to convulse violently, as if enduring immense agony, limbs elongating and distorting. In an instant, a massive, gray-green turtle-like creature with 3 tails, each 100 meters long, emerged from the lake. This was Isabu, the 3 Tails, an imposing figure far surpassing the likes of the tailed beast within Gaara. Sakura touched her brow, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She relished the thrill of the moment. Beneath that enormous body, its blue eyes, as large as bells, were surprisingly endearing. Prepare to weep. With a thunderous roar, Isabu's colossal form shook the waters, and its 3 long tails whipped towards Sakura and Kakashi. With a splash, the spiked tails struck the surface of the lake. Sakura, noting Kakashi had already submerged, smiled slightly. He was quite swift. Water release, water bullets technique. Streams of water surged from her feet, elevating her into the air just in time to evade the tail's assault. Covered in black armor, Isabu's formidable shell posed a significant threat. A single strike from its tail would be catastrophic. As several more tails lashed out, accompanied by massive water orbs spewed from the monster's mouth, all aimed at Sakura. She remained calm, deftly maneuvering through the torrents. Though it appeared large, the creature seemed somewhat clumsy. However, growing frustrated at its inability to capture the girl, Isabu opened its crimson maw, releasing a barrage of crimson crystalline projectiles, replacing the previous water orbs. Sakura realized the urgency of the situation. She needed to summon Kakashi from the depths or face dire consequences. Yet, Isabu discerned Sakura's intent and accelerated its assault, unleashing a flurry of red crystals that transformed the surrounding air into a dense coral forest, rapidly encroaching upon her. Once touched, the entangled would be entirely crystallized, rendered immobile. Lightning release, thunder flash. The vast area compelled Sakura to amplify her activation. Her body bristled with energy, her hair standing on end like a furious pink rooster. In an instant, her blue-pink form vanished from the surface of the lake. When next seen, she had landed safely 100 meters away on the shore. That was close. Chapter 77. You say I'm small? Where am I small? Clarify, Kakashi-sensei. The young girl gazed at the expanse of crimson coral before her, where the lake's surface centered around the rocky outcrop, was entirely cloaked in a tangle of scarlet coral stretching for hundreds of meters. Beneath the lake's depths lay an abyssal crystal realm, a place where, alas, the creatures of the lake had likely perished. Over here, Sakura, a voice called from the nearby shore, where a silver-haired man wielded twin blades, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the pink-haired girl across the way. It appeared he had just employed a shadow clone technique to deceive the watchful eye of the coral. For Kakashi was a master of such substitution tactics. Sakura, unleash your lightning-based jutsu and mightily strike at its eyes. Kakashi observed the crimson-slitted pupils of the three-tailed beast, noting the absence of any protective shell atop them. His extensive combat experience led him to instinctively recognize that the eyes were the creature's weak point. Every formidable adversary possesses vulnerabilities, which must be discerned through a calm and analytical mind during battle. Sakura acknowledged Kakashi's superiority in this regard. Watch closely. With a glint in her jade eyes and a confident smile gracing her lips, Sakura summoned forth a tempestuous surge of blue and white lightning, illuminating the shoreline as if it were midday. In a flash, she vanished from the shore, reappearing before the massive brow of the three-tailed beast. Ninjutsu, lightning release. Mighty diamond fist, Sakura strike, she exclaimed, delivering a blow infused with the combined might of lightning and raw strength, aimed directly at the creature's eye. The deafening impact reverberated across the lake, drawing astonished glances from those engaged in fierce combat with the Mist Ninja, including Mei Terumi. What a force this was! So overwhelmingly dominant. At a distance, a boy with Byakugan observed the devastation wrought by Sakura, his normally indifferent demeanor momentarily shaken. Just how formidable had Sakura become? A howl of agony erupted from the three-tailed beast as it writhed in pain, its long tails thrashing wildly behind it. The visible torment was unmistakable. In its agony, the beast retaliated, its powerful tail swinging violently towards the pink-haired girl. Yet, driven by the intense pain, the creature's strikes fell short, crashing heavily against the turbulent lake's surface. By then, Sakura had already evaded to the side of the beast's head with her lightning-enhanced speed. Extending her hand, she unleashed a barrage of brown wooden spikes, which spiraled forth like twisted chains, rapidly enveloping the massive creature from limbs to shell, leaving no part untouched. Would release, Sakura's binding technique, she declared, as the creature became ensnared in a dense web of wood. Observing the tightly bound three-tailed beast, Sakura's lips curled into a playful smile. Now you behave, little turtle. Suspended above the water column, she adeptly controlled the flow beneath her, propelling herself through the air with a speed rivaling that of a shooting star. It was time to deliver a decisive blow. Her gaze sharpened. Endure 2 more punches, and I'll send you back home. Sakura remained diligent, aware that the creature had yet to unleash its final attack. She must strike while the iron was hot and thoroughly vanquish it. Ninjutsu, lightning release, mighty diamond fist. Sakura strike, second style. Ninjutsu, lightning release, mighty diamond fist, Sakura strike, third style. As the blue and white flames of thunder surged once more from her hands, she resolved to shatter the armored beast completely. With a series of heart-wrenching roars, the three-tailed beast could not even muster its ultimate attack, the tailed beast bomb. As the overwhelming force sent it tumbling over, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. At that moment, the girl moved with a speed that transcended human capability, rendering the beast powerless to retaliate. Too swift, the once formidable shell flipped onto its back, revealing its white underbelly, while its crimson eyes swelled into grotesque orbs, blood streaming forth and staining the lake's surface crimson. After enduring a relentless barrage of powerful punches and cuts, the three-tailed beast succumbed to unconsciousness. Sakura gracefully descended towards the incapacitated creature, the electric energy surrounding her gradually dissipating. Cough, cough, she gasped, feeling the aftermath of her intense exertion coursing through her body like a jolt of lightning. Nevertheless, she had triumphed over the beast. You know, she mused, observing the sprawled figure of the three-tailed beast, it looks rather endearing in this position, far more charming than that black and yellow, curled-up shikaku. With a pop of white smoke, the three-tailed beast vanished, replaced by a battered and bruised boy lying quietly on the lake's surface. With such a level of lightning power unleashed upon him, he would surely remain unconscious for some time. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Kakashi-sensei, when did you arrive? Sakura glanced at the silver-haired man beside her, recalling how he had distanced himself during the chaos of the three-tailed beast's rampage. "You were directing me to engage," she remarked, still feeling the lingering soreness throughout her body. "Ah, I have always been here. It was merely that you were so focused on the enemy that you momentarily overlooked my presence," Kakashi replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "Impressive, truly impressive." Sakura silently commended the master of evasion. "By the way, what of Naruto and Materumi?" She suddenly remembered that the danger had not yet passed, as the sounds of battle continued to echo from the opposite side of the lake. "Is that brat Hozuki Mitsuki truly that strong? Kakashi-sensei, you should assist Naruto." "I will check on Materumi," Sakura declared, harboring a personal curiosity to witness the Hozuki clan's secret techniques, rumored to be as enigmatic as they were formidable. Kakashi cast a glance at the unconscious Yagura before rushing towards Naruto's side. "Materumi, it appears we are at an impasse for the time being." The cool, silver-haired boy emerged slowly from the crystalline waters, his form fluid and ethereal, blue skin shimmering with rippling waves. The Hozuki clan's water transformation technique allowed him to meld seamlessly with the water, narrowly evading Mei's boiling release. "Excellent. I appreciate a man who cannot be easily melted away. But alas, you are far too young," the brown-haired woman remarked, wiping the red magma from her lips as her gaze turned icy upon the boy. Hozuki Mitsuki twitched at her words. "Too young? What do you mean?" he retorted, perplexed by her barbed comments. The boy was resolute in his understanding, his face flushed with indignation as he inhaled deeply, swinging his twin blades, the Shikatsumiyaku, in a graceful arc, a gust of fierce wind trailing behind. The two circular holes of the blades emanated a faint blue mist, and the entire weapon began to radiate light, transforming into a concentrated chakra sphere. "Shikatsumiyaku, release," he shouted, unleashing the blades as the gathered chakra coalesced into a brilliant orb, hurtling towards Materumi with destructive intent. Chapter 78. The emergence of Uchiha Obito Kuratsuchi bit her lip lightly, her hands already poised to form seals. She was acutely aware that the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu had unleashed the full potential of his abilities, a colossal chakra radiating visibly around him. She knew she could not afford to underestimate him. Water style, 5-point whip kill. Just as she prepared to confront him, a melodious voice from behind broke the tension, and the lake erupted with 5 thick, whip-like tendrils that swirled like tornadoes. The whips lashed out, intertwining with the chakra orbs emanating from Mangetsu, tearing through the air in a fierce clash. The two forces collided for over a minute before the lake gradually returned to stillness. "Sakura!" Kuratsuchi exclaimed in surprise as she turned, seeing the pink-haired girl gracefully leap to her side. "Kuratsuchi-sama, do you require assistance?" Sakura's gaze flickered towards the silver-haired boy wielding dual blades, a spark of excitement igniting within her. The Hozuki clan certainly had its charms. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi's emerald eyes reflected a hint of shock at the sight of Sakura. The presence of the young girl indicated that Yagura must have been dealt with. He was currently lying in the water, likely in a deep slumber that would not be disturbed anytime soon. Sakura cast a flirtatious glance at Kuratsuchi and, with a teasing tone, turned her eyes towards Mangetsu. "Hey, kid, your Mizukage is down for the count. Are you still planning on fighting?" Although she harbored the desire to spar with Mangetsu further, the pressing matter at hand was to awaken the higher-ups of the Mist Village. This way, she could claim her rightful reward, the Byakugan of Konoha, according to her earlier agreement with Kuratsuchi. "What do you mean Yagura-sama has been defeated?" The silver-haired boy's pupils dilated in disbelief. It was well known that Yagura, as a Jinchuriki, represented the pinnacle of Mist's combat prowess. If he had fallen, then even the leader of the Umbu had to reconsider his position. Though Hozuki Mangetsu was somewhat stubborn, he was not foolish. He recognized that the current situation left him with no chance of victory. "Mangetsu, let us check on the fourth. There is no need for our battle to continue. I will inform Aoi to come swiftly. If you don't trust Konoha's ninjas, you must at least trust Aoi's words." Kuratsuchi held no grudge against the boy before her. In fact, they would need to collaborate for the reform of the Mist Village in the future. She had no reason to continue their fight. Gritting his teeth, the silver-haired boy sighed deeply, retracting his dual blades before bowing to Kuratsuchi and Sakura. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I must check on the Mizukage's condition." With those words, he dashed towards Yagura's direction, simultaneously launching a signal flare to indicate a ceasefire to the other Umbu operatives. Observing the loud explosion in the sky, The Umbu engaged in fierce combat with Niji, and others also halted their attacks. Hundreds of blonde-haired youths looked bewildered. What is going on, Kakashi-sensei? Why wasn't he done fighting yet? Why has it ended? Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, sighed as he glanced at Naruto, realizing that his student had once again stealthily accessed the Nine-Tails chakra, as everyone gathered towards the site where the three tails lay dormant. Just when they believed the battle had conclusively ended, the air beside Yagura began to distort and swirl. It was as if time itself had undergone a cataclysmic shift, and a man adorned with a brown spiral mask emerged gracefully from the vortex. Before Mangetsu could react, Yagura's body was drawn into the masked man's spatial realm. The mysterious figure, observing the approaching ninjas, spoke with a chilling tone that resonated from beneath his mask. Heh, the ninjas of Konoha, it seems I underestimated you. I did not expect you to defeat Yagura, the Jinchuriki. His voice was laced with suppressed fury, for he had not anticipated that his meticulously crafted puppet plan would be disrupted by these outsiders. Especially that unfamiliar pink-haired girl. He had never heard of her. Was she from the Senju clan of Konoha? Such powerful punches he had only witnessed from Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary sannin. Yet this girl possessed a unique blend of lightning and water attributes. The fourth Mizukage. Mangetsu cried out in alarm as he beheld the disappearance of Yagura right before his eyes. The boy deduced that this individual was indeed the so-called puppet master, confirming Kuratsuchi's earlier warnings. It appeared that the fourth had been under this man's control for years, leading to the current notoriety of the Mist Village within the ninja world. Such treachery was utterly reprehensible. His anger mounting, the boy formed hand seals, his gaze turning crimson. Water style, great water arm technique. His pale arms swelled with muscle as a transparent blue water entity enveloped his fist, propelled by a surge of chakra towards the mysterious man. However, the masked figure did not flinch, allowing the boy's water-enhanced punch to collide with him. Yet, an instant later, the attack met only air, as if the enigmatic man were nothing more than an illusion. What? Didn't he hit him? The boy's pale eyes widened in surprise as he momentarily exposed himself during the execution of his attack. Suddenly, 3 kunai, each equipped with explosive tags, hurtled towards his waist. There was no escape. Water-style water armor. In a split second, a massive transparent water shield manifested between the boy and the masked man. Boom. The explosive tags detonated, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Thank goodness, I made it just in time, the pink-haired girl sighed in relief. As the smoke cleared, the water armor, slightly charred, had fortunately absorbed the lethal blow meant for Mangetsu. The boy seized the opportunity to leap back, distancing himself from the masked figure. From their brief encounter, Mangetsu had unmistakably sensed the overwhelming power of this mysterious individual, even eclipsing his own. The unpredictable spatial ninjutsu was indeed a formidable adversary. Hey, I say, you coward who hides behind a mask, is ambushing your preferred method of combat? Sakura challenged, her heart racing with excitement. Heh, little girl, your ninjutsu is quite impressive. The masked man responded ominously, his anger palpable even through the mask. After all, having faced Sakura multiple times and suffered losses, anyone would feel incensed. Not as fast as your spatial techniques, though? Hee. Care for a race to see who is quicker? Sakura teased, a mischievous grin gracing her lips. She was eager to discover if her current lightning-based technique could rival the speed of the legendary Yellow Flash, especially since this masked man had once been bested by the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 79. Does your Umbu Captain Hozuki Mangetsu have family? Heh, you wish to spar with me? There will be ample opportunities in the future, pink-haired girl of Konoha, the masked man remarked, casting a glance at the arriving Kakashi and his companions. Upon spotting the silver-haired, masked Jonin, a flicker of unusual malice flashed in his crimson eyes beneath the mask. Who are you calling a pink-haired girl? My sister has a name, you know. Sakura retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Oh, then do enlighten me with your name, little girl. The masked man inquired, curious about her lineage within Konoha's esteemed clans. Listen well, my name is Haruno Sakura, but you can call me Sakurane, she proudly proclaimed, pointing to her head with her thumb. Haruno? This surname is unfamiliar to me, the masked man mused, rummaging through his memories of Konoha, unable to recall any significant clan associated with the girl's last name. Sakura, what is the situation? Where is the fourth Mizukage? As Kakashi arrived, he remained unaware of the exchange that had just transpired between the two. No, That fellow has taken them into the realm of time and space. Sakura gestured toward the masked man, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you conceal your true identity? Moreover, what is your objective in manipulating the fourth Hokage while lurking behind the Mist Village?" Terumi Mei, who had come to their aid, posed several questions in quick succession, her brown-haired visage reflecting her anger toward the enigmatic figure before them. This individual was utterly detestable. Not only had he tarnished the reputation of the Mist Village, but he had also hidden the fourth Hokage's body away. As the minister of the security department, Terumi Mei was undoubtedly the most incensed among them. Biting her lip, she yearned to deliver a lethal kiss of vengeance upon him. In response to her inquiries, the masked man remained unfazed, coldly stating, "You should be grateful to the ninjas of Konoha. Without them, the Mist Village would remain ensnared in the shadows of the blood mist, forever without escape." Seeing the arrogance of her opponent, Terumi Mei had already begun forming hand seals. "Farewell, Mist Village, and to all of you from Konoha, Kakashi, and you, the pink-haired girl named Sakura, I shall remember you." The masked man cast a glance at Kakashi, his gaze finally resting upon the young girl. "Little one, I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in a proper battle, so you may learn what true ocular power is." With that, he offered a chilling smile and gradually vanished into the vortex of time and space. "Don't go." Kirigiku's Manatsu gazed at the disappearing figure, frustration evident in his demeanor. "What did he just say? The strongest ocular power? Do you know what he was referring to?" Kakashi turned to Sakura, his brow furrowed. "It must be the power of the Sharingan. After all, wasn't it that which allowed him to manipulate the fourth Mizukage?" Sakura explained, watching the masked man's absence in the air. "Such a terrifying ability. The Sharingan can possess such power." Kakashi pondered why the other party wielded the power of the Sharingan, also astonished by the peculiar space-time technique. A person could simply vanish into the distorted space like that. He had transplanted Obito's Sharingan many years ago, yet he had never realized it held such capabilities. "Stop thinking about it, Kakashi-sensei. The most pressing matter is the aftermath we face and our mission," Sakura interjected, sensing Kakashi's confusion. "Oh," Kakashi snapped back to reality, turning to the brown-haired woman. "Terumi Mei, what are your plans now?" Terumi Mei, regaining her composure, displayed an air of authority. "With the fourth Mizukage missing, the Mist Village must urgently convene a high-level meeting to overthrow the previous reign of Blood Mist and to elect a new Mizukage to lead us." As she spoke, Terumi Mei glanced at Sakura, gratitude flickering in her eyes. "Sakura Haruno, thank you for your assistance this time. On behalf of the higher-ups of the Mist Village, I promise you that we will return the Byakugan to you. Consider it the Mist Village's reward for your aid." Her gaze toward Sakura was filled with warmth. Had it not been for this pink-haired girl, the Mist Village would not have extricated itself from its dire predicament so swiftly. Konoha truly is a remarkable village, with the yellow flash in its history, and now this girl named Sakura. "Thank you, Terumi Mei-nichan," Sakura said, feeling the woman's friendly gaze and changing her address. Terumi Mei paused for a moment, then smiled gracefully, reaching out to tousle Sakura's pink hair. "No, it is I who should be thanking you." Her alluring voice momentarily left Sakura in a daze. The brown-haired woman then turned to the gray-haired youth beside her, instructing, "Chojuro, please take the Konoha members to the village's reception area to rest and have the medical ninjas check on their injuries." As a genuine elite jonin, Terumi Mei not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited commendable organizational skills in the aftermath of calamity. It was no wonder such a person would be nominated by the higher-ups of the Mist Village as the new Mizukage. "Yes, Mizukage-sama, please follow Chojuro." The gray-haired youth led Sakura and her companions to the Mist Village's reception area. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei and Kirigiku's Manatsu promptly convened a high-level meeting to discuss the village's subsequent affairs. These matters were internal to the Mist Village, and Sakura and her team could not participate. Thus, the following days were spent exploring the Mist Village under Chojuro's guidance. The next day, on the streets of the Mist Village, Naruto complained, "Kakashi-sensei, when can we go back? The humidity here is unbearable. I've developed a rash." He pouted and lifted his shirt to show Kakashi his skin, where red scratches were clearly visible. "Look, I've scratched myself raw." Beside him, Tintin expressed her disdain. "Hey, Naruto, there are girls around. Could you be a little more considerate?" Her delicate reprimand echoed through the alley. "I apologize, everyone. The weather in the Mist Village has always been like this, and I regret that it has caused discomfort," Chojuro said, bowing deeply, his tone filled with remorse. "This boy, just like in the original story, was a polite and humble young man. Ah, it's okay, Chojuro, don't listen to Naruto's nonsense. The Mist Village is actually quite nice. Nestled between mountains and sea. I really like it here, Tintin replied, her arms crossed behind her head, relishing the rare leisure of strolling through another ninja village. Something she had never dared to dream of. Is that so? I'm glad you like it, Tintin-san, Chojuro said, blushing as he glanced at the girl's delicate features. By the way, Chojuro, does your captain, Manatsu, have any other family members? Sakura, intrigued by the silver-haired youth, was also curious about another individual's whereabouts, Kazuki Sugetsu, Manatsu's brother. In the original story, he was once a subordinate of Orochimaru and later joined Sasuke's Team Hawk. I wonder if he is still in the village. Oh, you mean Senior Manatsu? He has a brother who is my classmate and is currently an intern ninja in the Chojuro replied, clearly well informed about Manatsu's situation. Oh, is that so? Is that fellow named Kazuki Sugetsu a genius from your village? Sakura inquired eagerly. Kakashi and Niji, standing nearby, also turned their attention to Chojuro, as they shared the commonality of being regarded as geniuses. Chojuro's shy demeanor transformed into one of respect as he gazed upward, recounting, yes, Manatsu is my idol. As the youngest member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was appointed as the captain of the at just 15 years old. His dual swords, the Kubikirabocho, are incredibly formidable. Wielding them is truly awe-inspiring. Chojuro touched his nose, his blue eyes sparkling with joy as he spoke of the Kubikirabocho. It's just a pity. Suddenly, Chojuro's tone shifted, becoming somewhat melancholic. What a pity. Everyone asked in unison, clearly intrigued by the gossip. Unfortunately, Manatsu has had poor health since birth and frequently visits the ninja hospital. Otherwise, with his talent in ninjutsu, he could have achieved even greater heights, Chojuro said, a hint of regret in his voice. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Was this a recurring theme in the world of Naruto? Top-tier geniuses are rarely blessed with robust health. Among them, Uchiha and Nagato stand as exceptions. Such prodigies often face a shortened lifespan. It is no wonder that the original text recounts the untimely demise of Hozuki Mangetsu at a young age. Everything is intertwined with causality. Viewed from this perspective, the silver-haired youth may not have many years left. Sakura calculated the time with her fingers and estimated he might only have 2 years to live. Truly, fate seems to conspire against the gifted. Sakura, what's wrong? Naruto inquired, noticing the girl beside him lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering whether the medical ninjutsu of the hidden mist village is insufficient. If Lady Tsunade were to treat him, perhaps he could recover, Sakura mused thoughtfully. Tsunade? You mean the legendary Sannin, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world? Chojuro's eyes sparkled with excitement, his chin propped on his hands in awe. Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Sakura questioned, perplexed by his reaction to Tsunade's name. Chojuro's cheeks flushed crimson as he exclaimed, I've heard Lady Tsunade possesses the most impressive assets in the ninja world. I would love to see her in person. Instantly, the group turned to Stone in shock. Look at you. You seem quite serious, but you're just a mischievous rascal. Naruto bellowed, raising his hand as if to strike the bashful boy. I'm not apologizing, Chojuro protested, covering his head and sprinting ahead. Sakura cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous Kakashi and couldn't help but chuckle. Men are all the same. Ha ha ha. A week later, at the Hidden Mist Village reception hall, a brown-haired woman with a charming smile addressed the pink-haired girl. Sakura, here is your Byakugan from Konoha. I've had the medical ninja preserve it with chakra as a token of my gratitude. She extended a jade-colored wooden box with her delicately manicured hand. At this moment, Terumi May had ascended to the esteemed position of the 5th Mizukage, thanks to her significant contributions in uncovering the secrets behind the masked man and her prior standing and strength. Thank you, Mei-nichan. I believe Lord 3rd Hokage will be delighted. Sakura replied, accepting the box with a radiant smile. Gazing at the alluring woman before her stirred an inexplicable impulse within Sakura. Be sure to keep it safe, little one. Don't let it be taken by other villages. Aoi, who had just completed his eye transplant, stared longingly at the box in Sakura's hands. Although he was reluctant, the Konoha ninjas had provided immense help to the Hidden Mist, leading the higher-ups, from the Mizukage to the elders, to unanimously agree to return the Byakugan. Despite his reservations, Aoi had no choice but to comply. In truth, if not for the meddling of the masked man, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist were quite enlightened and understood the value of gratitude. And this, May continued, pulling a scroll from her waist and handing it to Sakura. I hope you can present this to the Hokage. What is this? Sakura inquired, shaking the scroll. This is a treaty of alliance drafted personally by Lady Terumi May. And we hope your Hokage will agree to it, explained Hozuki Mangetsu. Through this collaboration, the Hidden Mist and Konoha had completed a joint mission for the first time, making the establishment of an alliance a natural progression. All right, I will ensure it reaches him. I believe Grandpa Third will be very pleased. Sakura was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected outcome of their mission to retrieve the Byakugan. Surely, the old man, who had always advocated for peace, would be thrilled. It seemed that the reward for this endeavor would be substantial. By the way, regarding information about the masked ninja, if your village discovers any leads, please inform Konoha immediately. It may pertain to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Kakashi remarked, still pondering the mysterious figure from earlier. He sensed that this individual had deep connections to Konoha. Indeed, the remains of the fourth Hokage and the three tails are still in his possession, and we of the Hidden Mist will not let this matter slide easily, May replied, unable to hide her indignation. Yes, I trust we will meet again, esteemed members of the Hidden Mist, Kakashi said with a gentle smile. Then we shall take our leave. May-nichan. Before departing, Sakura made sure to remind Hozuki Mangetsu, your health is your greatest asset. If you ever find yourself in dire straits, remember to seek me out in Konoha. My master is Tsunade. Hozuki Mangetsu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. With that, the mission to reclaim the Byakugan concluded successfully, and Kakashi, Sakura, and their companions began their journey home. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how about we visit the land of hot water for a hot spring bath on our way back? I feel like I've been marinating in Mist Village for far too long, Sakura suggested, one hand in her pocket while scratching the eczema on her neck. The land of hot water is adjacent to the land of water. They had passed through it on their previous journey but had not stopped due to their mission. It was rumored that the hot springs there were exceptionally authentic and incredibly refreshing. Jiraiya, that rascal, often loitered in the land of hot water. It was said he secretly purchased a large mansion there after Orochimaru's failed attack on Konoha. Who knows, he might be hiding there, peeking at beautiful women bathing. Kakashi squinted and asked, What, Sakura? Are you also yearning for a bath? Of course. We've had such a tough journey, enduring the elements and battling the three tails. My body is still sore and achy from it all, Sakura replied honestly. Ever since she had employed the lightning release body technique, she felt something was amiss. Perhaps this was the toxic side effect of wielding such immense power. She now understood why many jutsu were classified as forbidden in the ninja world. If the user could not bear the strain, they had to limit its usage. Count me in, Kakashi-sensei. I also want to bathe with Sakura-chan, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes shining at the thought of the hot springs. Sakura frowned. No, I only want to bathe with Tenten. She glanced at the girl with the bun hairstyle, who was also looking at her, their eyes meeting as a blush crept across Tenten's delicate face. It seemed they both envisioned the alluring scene of bathing in the hot springs. Sakura, noticing the shy expression on Tenten's face, smirked mischievously. Tenten, do you want to join me for a bath? Kakashi and Niji were momentarily frozen in disbelief at such bold words. Is this how young girls are now? Tenten's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red as she whispered, I do want to. I feel sticky from these past few days, too. I want to accompany Sakura. Very well, then. It's settled. Off we go to the land of hot water. Sakura declared, her excitement palpable. Niji, however, interjected, Hey, I haven't agreed to this yet. Sakura wrinkled her nose in mock distaste, inching closer to Niji, feigning a dramatic expression of disgust. Ugh. Niji, you smell awful. How can you not notice? You, who looks so pristine, should take better care of your appearance. All right, let us treat everyone to a hot spring bath then. I'll cover the expenses, Kakashi said, playing the generous benefactor once more. With the privileges of a jonin, it made a difference. Yay, we're going to the hot springs. A group of individuals set forth in the direction of the land of hot water. 3 hours later, at the hot spring inn of the land of hot water, Kakashi-sensei. There's even a ramen shop over there. Let us indulge in a bowl of ramen first. A young boy exclaimed, pointing towards the ramen shop adjacent to the hot spring inn. The ramen chef was skillfully stretching the noodles over the steaming stove. Didn't you just eat the soldier pills I made on the way? Are you already hungry again? Tintin expressed her dissatisfaction, as the girl was eager to enjoy a romantic bath with Sakura. Haha, Tintin's soldier pills are truly a matter of mixed feelings. The moment I see ramen, I can't help but crave a bite. What can I do? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, his straightforwardness inciting Tenten's ire. The girl with the bun tightened her fists, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Naruto-kun, you're being excessive, humph. All right. Naruto, go eat your ramen. I'm not hungry anyway, so Tenten and I will head to the hot springs first. Sakura noticed the tense atmosphere and turned to the two men nearby, inquiring, what about Kakashi and Niji? I'm eating ramen. I'm hungry too, Kakashi replied, clearly unable to resist Tenten's soldier pills. I want ramen as well. Niji stated with a poker face. How infuriating. Even Kakashi-sensei and Niji are like this, humph. Tenten stomped her feet in frustration, feeling as if a girl who loved cooking had her dreams shattered. Well then, you all go eat ramen, and we'll head in first to soak. Sakura rationally arranged everything. This way, no one would disturb her and Tenten's intimate moments. Agreed. By the way, Naruto, after you finish your ramen, remember to stroll around outside the women's bath. You might discover something unexpected, Sakura suggested, her mind drifting to that white-haired man who often lingered near the women's bath. Naruto looked bewildered. What do you mean? Just do it. Sakura insisted firmly. The girl internally grumbled, feeling as if she were more anxious than the emperor himself, given Naruto's current strength. If he didn't encounter that man soon, he might truly become a burden to the team. I'm really worried about these teammates of mine, she thought, shaking her head as the pink-haired girl hurriedly led the bun-haired girl toward the steamy bathroom. Tenten, put this on. Sakura unexpectedly pulled a sexy purple bikini from her ninja pouch. Blushing profusely, she handed it to Tenten. Where did you get this? Sakura, Tenten exclaimed in shock, her face turning even redder. It was a gift from Lady May of the Mist Village. She said that as the Mizukage. She probably wants to have the chance to wear it, so she gave it to me. Sakura fabricated a story, daring not to reveal that she had just spent 5,000 gold coins to exchange for it from the system. 5,000 gold coins, but it's worth it. Sakura, you're so kind to me. Tenten bashfully accepted the bikini. All right, I'll change into it now, Sakura. Okay, change, and let me see if it fits you. After she changed, Tenten called out, Sakura, how does it look? Not only does it look good, but it's also sexy. I knew it would suit you perfectly. Now, I'll change too, Tenten. All right, Sakura, let me help you with yours. Is it comfortable? So comfortable, Tenten. Come on, let us switch. Sakura, you're naughty. The two naive girls frolicked in the hot spring for nearly 3 hours, and Sakura, feeling content, returned to the changing room to get dressed. She turned to the bun-haired girl still enjoying the spring, speaking affectionately. I'm going for a walk now. You keep soaking for a while, Tenten. Okay, Sakura, Tenten replied, shyly glancing at the pink-haired girl, who buried her neck into her chest in embarrassment. Sakura cradled her head in her hands, walking out with a lackluster interest. Upon exiting the hot spring inn, the girl took a deep breath of the outside air. The land of hot water truly deserved its reputation as a holiday destination. The air quality was splendid, likely free from smog year-round. Glancing towards the ramen shop next door, she noted that Kakashi and the others were no longer in sight, probably having finished and moved to the men's bath. While she was engaged with Tenten, Sakura thought she heard Naruto's exclamation from the men's bath, likely startled again by Kakashi's younger brother. I didn't expect the seemingly weak Kakashi to be so well concealed, she chuckled. Boss, I'd like a serving of 3 colored dumplings, 2 servings of natto, and 2 cups of sake. A magnetic yet clear male voice resonated from an izakaya across the street. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Itachi, I didn't expect you to have a penchant for sweets, a man in a conical hat remarked to his companion. It's been a while since I had it. I just wanted to reminisce about the flavors of the past, the clear voice replied coolly. These two individuals, from their attire to their names to their food choices, compelled Sakura to take heed. The girl stealthily approached the izakaya. So, did you feel at ease after seeing your brother during this visit to Konoha? The raspy-voiced man teased slightly. I think you're mistaken. We're here to gather intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not because of my rather useless brother, the clear-voiced man coldly replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Itachi, you're still as stubborn as ever, the raspy-voiced man chuckled lightly, raising his sake cup and downing it in one go. That line is so familiar. Glancing once more at the distinctive red cloud-black robe, Sakura felt her suspicions solidify. However, she never anticipated encountering them in a place like the land of hot water. The girl concealed all her chakra, not allowing even a trace to leak. Given their strengths, failing to do so would likely result in her being discovered in less than a second. Let us go after eating, one of the men in the conical hat said as he slowly rose, lifting the izakaya-esque curtain and heading towards the exit of the land of hot water. The other tall man followed closely behind. The pink-haired girl stealthily trailed them, recalling that there were several side missions related to them in the system, which should yield decent rewards. The two men in conical hats moved slowly, weaving through the bustling streets of the land of hot water, ultimately heading toward the coast. It was obvious they intended to leave by boat. Come out, little girl. You've been following us for so long. You're quite patient. One of the shorter men suddenly turned around just as they were about to board the vessel, his indifferent gaze piercing through the fabric of his hat. Sakura distinctly remembered that gaze. It was identical to the feeling she had during their first encounter, though now the man's face bore a hint of coldness. That coldness overshadowed the previous warmth. So it's you, Sakura. The man slowly removed his hat, revealing his iconic tear markings. Uchiha Itachi. I didn't expect you to know this, little girl. Mr. Itachi, the other tall man, also took off his hat. With blue-green skin, sharp shark teeth, and oddly small eyes, he was none other than the second member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the shark's skin, Kisame Hoshigaki. Mr. Itachi, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to encounter you here. It seems our fates are intertwined, the pink-haired girl said to the person before her. Devoid of hostility, merely finding his personality somewhat extreme. To ensure the continuation of Konoha, he had not hesitated to eliminate all his clan members, including his own parents. That was truly ruthless. If it were Sakura, she certainly wouldn't have been able to go through with it. I heard that during the previous plan to collapse Konoha, you assisted the Hokage in repelling Orochimaru. Sakura, it seems you have grown significantly, Uchiha Itachi remarked, having learned of Sakura's heroic deeds while collecting information about the Nine Tails. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. You flatter me. I can't possibly compare to Mr. Itachi, who can defeat Orochimaru with just a glance. Sakura couldn't help but feel that Orochimaru's display of weakness in front of Itachi was a disgrace to the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, this also served to underscore just how formidable the man before her truly was. Sakura found herself questioning whether she possessed the ability to escape the clutches of Itachi's Sharingan. After all, she had never ventured into the realm of Jinjutsu. Mr. Itachi, this little brat seems to know quite a bit about you, remarked Kisame Hoshigaki, a hint of surprise in his voice. His small eyes narrowed, and he swiftly unsheathed his wrapped sword, Semihata. What, do you intend to make a move, Kisame? Sakura retorted with a cold laugh, though her tone remained composed. Since I have gained Itachi's recognition and am a leaf ninja, I must certainly test my mettle. Kisame, brimming with arrogance, smirked, thinking that presenting the head of this brat to Pain would earn him significant merit within Akatsuki, especially since she was a leaf ninja capable of repelling Orochimaru. You don't even deserve to battle me, Sakura pronounced with a firm authority that left no room for argument. With her current strength, she had no fear of Kisame. Do you comprehend the words you utter? Kisame's face registered shock, his eyes widening. I dislike repeating myself, especially to someone about to become my defeated foe, Sakura observed, knowing that despite Kisame's calm demeanor, he was easily provoked. After all, he had once harbored resentment over Guy not remembering his name. You're courting death, Kisame snapped, unable to contain his anger any longer. He brandished his sword and charged at Sakura with incredible speed. With a sharp crack, Sakura intercepted the strike with an elbow, absorbing the blow of Semihata, which shimmered with blue chakra flames. The faint sound of pain from the shark-like beast within the bandages could be heard. This brat can actually take my Semihata barehanded? Kisame's hand trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his shark-like visage. Stop staring at me with those tiny eyes. No matter how hard you try, they won't grow larger, after all. They were inherited from your mother. As Sakura held her ground against the sword, a faint blue-scale armor began to materialize along her arm. Having mastered the water armor technique, she could now envelop every part of her body with it. You're seeking death. Kisame's face flushed with anger as he exerted more force. Yet, Sakura effortlessly blocked his attack with a single arm, seeming poised to reverse the momentum of his strike. Kisame was compelled to withdraw. Water style, water shark bomb. Kisame bellowed, slamming his palm onto the water's surface, summoning a massive shark-shaped water bomb that surged toward Sakura. Water style, water cutter technique. Watch as I gut this shark. A barrage of gleaming, Sharp water blades shot toward the giant shark. In an instant, the mighty shark was shredded to pieces. Its once imposing form reduced to mere splashes of water. Your water techniques are ineffective against me. When I truly unleash my power, you will be the one to lose. Sakura declared, her gaze sharp as she cast a sidelong glance at Kisame, whose face flickered with hues of blue and purple. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha observed the battle between the two with an air of calmness, showing no inclination to intervene. He had already discerned that Sakura was merely toying with his companion. I've heard you are Tsunade's apprentice, yet it seems you have not inherited her virtues, little girl. Kisame attempted to shift the conversation, scrutinizing Sakura's chest in an effort to mock her and regain a semblance of his lost dignity. However, he was caught off guard. Sakura was no ordinary woman. She was a fierce warrior, proud of her flat chest. Have you met my master, Kisame? She has quite the preference for appearances. I imagine someone as unattractive as you would be swiftly dealt with by her, Sakura taunted, raising her fist and intensifying her mockery. Ugliness is a sin. Kisame, realizing he was up against an iron wall, snapped, you're courting death. Water style, 1,000-feeding sharks. As he formed hand signs, thousands of small, menacing sharks gathered, baring their white teeth as they surged toward Sakura. Your flashy techniques are plentiful, Sakura remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she focused chakra at her fingertips, conjuring a massive, transparent water whip. The whip, exuding immense chakra energy, resembled a giant serpent with eyes. Today, I shall deliver a thrashing to you, blue-skinned shark. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Sakura tightened her grip on the water whip and swung it forcefully at the approaching horde of fish. With powerful strikes, the water whip cleaved through the small sharks, devastating everything in its wake. In mere moments, the once menacing sharks dissipated into white smoke, leaving only a few that had sensed danger and fled. With another swift motion, Sakura raised her hand again, the water whip crackling through the air as it lashed toward Kisame. He was struck, but in the blink of an eye, his form transformed into a splash of water, dispersing into droplets. Water clone. As expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. A mocking voice echoed in her ear, and Sakura suppressed the urge to retaliate. Experience the might of Samahata. The real Kisame appeared behind her, launching a powerful strike aimed at Sakura's back, his sword revealing its purple barbs. Water style, water barrier. Just before the attack made contact, a colossal wall of water erupted from behind Sakura, protecting her. Kisame's strike met only the water wall, leaving him astonished. How can this brat respond so swiftly? This is illogical. Kisame found himself doubting his own prowess against Sakura, as no matter where he aimed, she seemed to anticipate his every move. Are you still able to focus, Kisame? Sakura seized the opportunity, appearing at his side. Super strength, cherry blossom impact. A chakra-infused blue fist descended upon Kisame's head with devastating force. Yet, he managed to raise Samahata just in time to block. But the sheer power behind Sakura's strike sent him flying several meters away, creating a significant splash in the water. Kisame groaned in pain as his sword let out a cry of distress, suffering the repercussions of its ineffective master. Drenched, Kisame slowly climbed out of the water, his face a mix of rage and reluctance as he glared at Sakura. You little brat. Kisame, you mustn't be a sore loser. It is your own inadequacy that has led you here, Sakura replied, pausing her movements and crossing her arms as she regarded the disheveled man before her. At that moment, Itachi finally spoke up. Sakura, we have no intention of engaging with you. There is no need to use lethal force against Kisame. His observation revealed that had Kisame not blocked Sakura's last punch, they might have lost a member of Akatsuki. The sheer power behind her strike was formidable. It was he who attacked me first. I was merely defending myself, Sakura countered, believing Itachi's assertion to be unjust. Itachi, don't waste your breath on her. This little brat may appear unserious, but she has come to obstruct our path, Kisame grunted, laboriously propping himself up with Samahata. Yet Kisame was mistaken. Sakura's intentions were simply to complete two system tasks and did not involve thwarting their progress. Fundamentally, Sakura and Itachi were not on opposing sides. Although the current situation appears antagonistic, given that Sakura is a Konoha ninja and Uchiha Itachi is a primary dangerous figure on the S-rank rogue ninja list, the tension is palpable. Eliminate him, Itachi. Kisame continues to incite. Otherwise, this brat will become a significant obstacle to our organization's plans. Even a fool could guess which organization he refers to, the Akatsuki, known for its ability to conquer in groups, yet opting for solitary kills. However, Sakura is unfazed. She has a system tasked to challenge the defector Itachi. Today, she must see it through. Sakura, are you truly not going to hold back? Itachi is not one to relish battle, primarily due to his current physical condition, unless absolutely necessary. I too am curious to witness your skills, Mr. Itachi. Considering that Sasuke has always regarded you as his target. Sakura chose the term target delicately. In truth, it is the object of her revenge. Heh, my useless little brother. Is it? A subtle, peculiar smile flickers at the corner of Itachi's mouth. In that case, let me observe just how much you have grown. Years ago, when he first encountered this girl, Itachi foresaw that her future achievements would surpass Sasuke's. However, he never anticipated that the girl could effortlessly handle Kisame, who possessed elite Jonin strength. Such advancement is, even for Itachi, somewhat astonishing. Be careful not to get hurt. I'm not your brother, Sakura playfully teased Itachi, only to find his cold gaze unresponsive. Still pretending, I see. I bet you're even curious about what Sasuke wore today. This ninjutsu world's foremost doting brother, Uchiha Weasel. As she contemplated the man's indifferent demeanor, Sakura felt a surge of annoyance. I shall begin now, Mr. Itachi. Muscles tensed, and veins surfaced on her skin. She transformed into a figure of strength, surrounded by crackling blue-white lightning, to confront the man before her. The speed of her water-release hand seals had become sluggish. Sakura resolved to employ the rapid speed of lightning-release taijutsu to counteract his Sharingan. She initiated the assault, vanishing like a specter. The speed was so swift that Kisame, watching from a distance, was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Sakura appeared before Itachi, leaping high. Her right fist enveloped with formidable lightning energy, striking towards Itachi's head like a cannonball. The air tore apart with a piercing whistle as her fist sliced through. Unperturbed, Itachi sidestepped effortlessly. At that moment, Sakura noticed his eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, three tomo spinning rapidly in his pupils. How frighteningly quick he can discern my movements with the Sharingan. Sakura's emerald eyes widened. This was far superior to Kakashi's copying technique. No, it was a chasm of difference. This Uchiha, regarded as the original story's greatest genius, was overwhelmingly powerful. Chidori, lightning dance of Chiyo. Sakura attempted to evade the Sharingan's gaze once more. Inhaling deeply and channeling chakra into her right palm, a hand strike covered in potent lightning fluid aimed fiercely at Uchiha Itachi. The air warped under the force of her strike. Yet, upon contact with Itachi, he suddenly transformed into a flurry of crows, scattering in all directions. What? A jinjutsu. When had it occurred? Sakura distinctly recalled not having directly met his gaze. As she prepared to act again, the world around her abruptly shifted. The scene morphed into a bizarre landscape. The sky was a grotesque crimson, and the sea below was as dark as ink. Sakura tried to escape using lightning release, but her body no longer heeded her will. Upon focusing, she discovered she had been nailed to a cross. Before her, the blood-red Itachi stared at her with an icy indifference. You have lost, Sakura. It appears you still have much to learn. His chilling words resonated. Sakura's pupils constricted as a massive, crimson Sharingan, symbolizing malevolent power, emerged behind him. Have I fallen into your trap? Such terrifying strength. This very force ensnared Sakura within his jinjutsu, binding her deeply. Meanwhile, Itachi, at some unknown moment, had acquired a sharp long blade, its surface glimmering with silver light. He slowly raised the blade, expressionless, and thrust it towards her chest. Sakura, Sakura, I'm going to bite you now. My tongue and teeth are super painful. So bear with it. A sweet, sticky voice echoed in her ears. The corner of Sakura's mouth curled into a smirk. Heh, the little slug has made its move. Suddenly, she felt a searing pain under her arm, as if scalded by boiling water. Itachi's sword pierced the air, yet the girl who had been bound to the cross vanished into shards, dissipating in the void of the Tsukuyami world. The sea reverted to blue, and the sky cleared once more. How could this be? How did you escape my jinjutsu? Itachi gazed at the relaxed, even somewhat mocking pink-haired girl before him, confusion flickering in his calm eyes. Until now, no one had successfully escaped his Tsukuyami world. Even Orochimaru had been swiftly defeated. Mr. Itachi, relying on the same technique repeatedly won't work on me. However, if I had truly fallen into your Tsukuyami, I would likely be bettered in for half a month. And I certainly do not wish for that. Sakura raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her features. Finally, Her hand flared open, and a delightful blue-white slug emerged from her sleeve, no larger than a fist. The slug leisurely crawled into Sakura's palm, sneezing, then turned its head to its master and said, "Sakura, I'm sorry, I bit too hard earlier. Your skin is so tender, I couldn't resist. I want to bite you again. You smell so good." As the slug spoke, a blush crept across its innocent face. Sakura quickly covered its mouth. "Don't say that. Little cutie, there are others around." The slug squirmed under her palm, the sensation reminiscent of a fleeting daze. Okay, I won't say anything. Just let go of my mouth. I can't breathe." The slug's little face reddened as it struggled to speak through Sakura's hand. "So this is the summoning beast? It can remain conscious even in my Tsukuyami world," reminding its master. Itachi, his expression momentarily faltering, recognized that this summoning beast was likely one of the 3 great sage beasts. "Mr. Itachi, do not assume your genjutsu is invincible. This is a fragment of the slug sage that has lived for over 1,000 years." With that declaration, Sakura's expression turned slightly smug. "Not even you, sickly boy, nor the likes of Obito can intimidate me." Itachi ceased his banter with Sakura. Having underestimated this girl's strength initially, he realized that if even Tsukuyami had failed, then his other genjutsu would likely be ineffective as well. His crimson gaze sharpened, as if on the verge of bursting from beneath his eyelids. Amaterasu. A ball of black flame manifested like a phantom shadow, hurtling towards the girl. In an instant, Sakura, having activated her full prowess, with every hair on her body standing on end, effortlessly evaded the Amaterasu with a lightning instant. Speed was her undeniable advantage. Only through sheer speed could she evade the techniques of the Sharingan flawlessly. "Take this, Cherry Blossom Fury." In the next moment, she appeared before Itachi, her fist, imbued with brilliant blue chakra, aimed directly at his face. This time, Sakura's speed, due to her activation, has increased exponentially compared to before. If her previous speed was akin to the swift lightning of Chiyo's dance, now her violent cherry blossom charge rivals the very speed of light. Evasion is utterly futile. Boom. A hard sensation strikes her hand, accompanied by a powerful chakra that symbolizes darkness. The man before her is enveloped in a massive red chakra skeleton, which stretches and transforms into a colossal samurai figure. Clad in Tengu armor, it radiates intense crimson flames, resembling a skeleton. Sakura's punch is met with this malevolent force of the skeleton. Susanoo. Heh, faster than the girl could have imagined. Has he already unleashed his ultimate technique? It seems she must give her all as well. If she were to be defeated here, Tsunade would surely mock her endlessly, much like how she had tormented Kakashi during his bedridden days. Defeat is absolutely not an option. "Sakura, I never wished to kill you, but I must save my comrades." Uchiha Itachi, now surrounded by Susanoo, gazes with an even colder and more indifferent expression. Sakura then notices the panting Kisame not far away and dismissively remarks, "You mean that worthless guy? Itachi, I think you're mistaken. My fight with you is not for the sake of a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I merely wish to test the limits of my own power. After all, defeating Konoha's #1 prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, would surely be an impressive feat." With a slight lift of her eyelids and a tone dripping with indifference, she seeks to provoke Itachi, curious to see if this character, who never shows anger or raises his voice in the original work, might falter under her repeated taunts. "You little brat, too arrogant. Itachi, kill her." It turned out that Sakura was mistaken. Itachi remained unperturbed. It was Kisame who broke under the pressure. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Kisame-senpai. At this rate, I'm afraid you might drop dead. Just look at you now. If I were Samahata, I would have defected from you long ago." After her words, Kisame's sword, Samahata, suddenly twitched, as if sensing something, emitting a dissatisfied growl. Chapter 85. The appearance of the red Susanoo samurai. Clearly, under the girl's provocation, it began to loathe its master. Furious, Kisame gritted his teeth, having cursed Sakura 100 times in his mind. His grip on Samahata tightened, apprehensive, as the sword shared his temperament, often seeking to rebel. Meanwhile, Itachi ceased his chatter, commanding the Susanoo to swing a powerful sword towards Sakura, the intense chakra blade swirling with a tempest, resembling a streak of crimson lightning as it sliced through the air toward her. The sea erupted in towering waves, even with the power of thunder at her disposal. Sakura dared not confront the massive red onslaught head-on. Instead, she swiftly gathered the water beneath her feet, and in an instant, A towering water column soared into the sky, lifting her upward. Boom! The red blade struck empty air, sending forth cascading waves that rippled for hundreds of meters. High above, the girl with emerald eyes gazed down at the crimson-boned Susanoo. It seemed the time had come to employ her master-S technique. The combination of her lightning-natured ninjutsu and cherry blossom strength, amplified by the Baika technique, would surely shatter such absolute defense. With a dual hand seal, the purple mark on her forehead glowed with azure light, the dark purple stripes swiftly spreading from her forehead to engulf her entire being. In seal. Release. The girl's previously muscular form was now filled with a surge of chakra, every bone and every inch of skin brimming with the fierce energy, ready to explode at any moment. In midair, the pink-haired girl vanished, only to reappear before the red Susanoo samurai in the next instant. Itachi paused, astonished. This was no longer the speed of a mere human. He had only witnessed such velocity in the yellow flash of Konoha. Moreover, the girl now bore purple markings, with energy radiating from her being, far exceeding what she had displayed moments prior. This technique was entirely unfamiliar to him. Baika no Jutsu, Raiji no Chiyomai. A hand blade imbued with the essence of death struck toward the chest of the samurai. Itachi could barely command Susanoo to raise its armored arm for defense. Boom! A violent thunderclap echoed as the massive samurai armor began to crack, the fissures spreading from the direction of her strike. Is it shattered? A glint of disbelief crossed Itachi's eyes. Amaterasu. He then attempted to repel Sakura with black flames. However, the pink figure vanished once more. In the next moment, she materialized behind the samurai and delivered a mighty kick. Boom! The impact shattered the Susanoo's skeletal structure around her foot. The strength of the Baika technique had multiplied exponentially, proving to be incredibly effective. No wonder Tsunade had used this technique to obliterate Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Thrilling. What on earth is happening with this girl? Has she taken some sort of enhancement? Kisame, dragging his weary body, attempted to distance himself from the epicenter of the battle, fearing that if caught in this power, he would be utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, Samahata trembled in his grip, as though yearning to break free from its incompetent master and rush into the embrace of the pink-haired girl. Damn it! Stay still. Kisame gritted his teeth and kicked at Samahata, forcing it to settle down. Before him, the girl, surrounded by blue and white light, continued her relentless assault, gradually dismantling Itachi's Susanoo. The Uchiha clan's absolute defense is nothing but this. As she intensified her assault, her gaze sharpened, and her chakra surged to unprecedented levels, for the final blow, shatter completely. Just as her powerful fist was about to pierce the chest of the Susanoo samurai, Itachi's crimson eyes bled 2 streams of blood. The black flames enveloped the Susanoo entirely. What? Using Amaterasu, initially intended for offense, as a defense? This means I can no longer directly utilize taijutsu against Susanoo. Truly, he and his brother share the same mindset. The pink-haired girl smirked, retracting her fist and leaping back several meters. In truth, Itachi resorting to such a desperate measure indicated that the tide of battle had already turned against him. If not driven to the brink, he would never have employed such a precarious tactic for defense. Within the red Susanoo, Itachi gasped heavily, his weakened body unable to sustain prolonged use of the Sharingan. The once mighty armor of Susanoo slowly dissipated, fading into nothingness. The girl before him, no larger than Sasuke, had far surpassed his expectations. He could hardly fathom that in just a few years, the girl who had once trained alongside Sasuke at the Ninja Academy had grown to such formidable heights. Her tremendous strength, mastery of lightning, and the unique purple curse mark were unlike anything he had ever encountered. At this moment, Sakura undoubtedly stood as Konoha's greatest force. Seizing the opportunity before his chakra was entirely depleted, Itachi formed hand seals and teleported beside Kisame, offering support to the Shark Man. Planning to flee? Are we, Mr. Itachi? This hardly seems like your style. Sakura mused, glancing toward the 2 figures not far away. Yet, Itachi remained unfazed. Unlike Sasuke, he was not one to seek out competition or confrontation. Even in defeat, there is neither envy nor hatred, only reason. Sakura, I hope we shall meet again. I believe we will, and I wish that by then, you have transformed into someone beyond your current self. Itachi gazed calmly at the girl before him, concealing certain truths within the depths of his heart, truths that must remain unknown to Kisame. Thus, his farewell to Sakura was veiled in subtlety. Having spoken, The man turned and swiftly carried the injured Kisame towards the horizon of the sea. What an intriguing individual, Mr. Itachi. Sakura had no intention of pursuing further. After all, she lacked the justification to take Itachi's life. Although the girl scoffed at the massacre of the Weasel clan, vengeance was Sasuke's affair. She did not wish to deprive him of that right. Moreover, Itachi still possessed a final trump card, and should he choose to unveil it, even Sakura would find herself uncertain of escape. Therefore, it was prudent not to chase a cornered foe. Ding! Congratulations on completing the subtask of defeating Kisame. System rewards: 2,000 health points, 500 chakra points, and the new skill Hell's Thrust, along with 4 copies of Hand of the Four. Ding! Congratulations on completing the subtask of repelling Uchiha Itachi. System rewards: 2,500 health points, 800 chakra points, and the new skill would release, Blooming Cherry Blossom, with an additional surprise reward of the Dawn Holy Golden Scale skin worth 400,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. Chapter 86. An encounter with an old friend and a minor fish. Sakura's eyes sparkled. Both skills derived from her own lightning and wood releases, effectively enhancing her ninjutsu. And this skin, an exclusive collectible she had long coveted, was unexpectedly hidden within Uchiha Itachi's subtask. What serendipity! She clicked on the skin to try it on. Instantly, a suit of armor radiating golden light enveloped her, with finely crafted plates glimmering like stars, cascading like the Milky Way. The armor draped over her like a silken cloak, fitting snugly against Sakura's skin. The edges of the armor were adorned with silver linings, embodying a perfect blend of strength and grace, showcasing bravery while revealing femininity. As Sakura admired her formidable attire over the sea, an inexplicable sense of self-admiration surged within her. Sakura, a familiar voice called from behind. Sakura promptly concealed her armor within the system space. Sakura, what brings you here? We've been searching for you. The breathless Tenten approached, accompanied by a silver-haired man and a boy with white eyes. Oh, nothing much. I just encountered an old acquaintance and a minor fish, Sakura replied, tidying her disheveled hair. Who? Tenten inquired, her eyes widening in curiosity. The rogue ninja from the mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame. Sakura paused, then glanced at Kakashi and Niji behind Tenten, continuing, and Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. Her tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What? Uchiha Itachi? The 3 exclaimed in unison, even Niji's usually composed demeanor faltering. What transpired, Sakura? Kakashi asked urgently, swallowing hard. Just encountered those 2 rogue ninjas, engaged in a battle. And they were driven off, Sakura explained nonchalantly. What? Driven off? Their voices spiked in astonishment. Sakura covered her ears, unable to suppress her laughter. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically? Kakashi was utterly astonished, setting aside Kisame. Uchiha Itachi was once Konoha's prodigy, even a former Anbu captain. Kakashi felt like a mere shrimp in comparison to such strength. To think that someone of his caliber could be repelled by his own student, Sakura. Furthermore, Kakashi scrutinized Sakura's form, noting the absence of any injuries. Please, don't be so alarmed, Sakura said, lowering her hands from her ears. Where's that blonde boy? What about Naruto? Ever since you told him to frequent the women's bathhouse, he encountered a peculiar lecherous old man who insisted on calling him the child of destiny and forcibly took him home for training, Tenten explained in one breath. Jiraiya, of course, Kakashi added, astonished that his foolish pupil had caught the eye of one of the legendary Sannin. Haha, that kid has struck gold. He should be grateful to me, Sakura remarked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for Naruto's imminent growth and strength. Sakura, we must return promptly. We need to report Uchiha Itachi's intel and information to the Hokage without delay, Kakashi said, his expression grave as he looked at Sakura. Itachi was listed as the most dangerous rogue ninja in Konoha, surpassing even Orochimaru's threat level. His presence warranted Kakashi's utmost attention. All right, I'm fine with that, Sakura replied, unperturbed. For Itachi did not seem threatening nor harbored intentions of destroying Konoha. Well then, let us set forth towards Konoha immediately. Oh, by the way, what shall we do about Naruto? Let him train with Jiraiya in the land of hot water. That kid, to be chosen by Jiraiya, is quite fortunate, Kakashi replied. As Naruto wielded wind attributes, Kakashi knew he couldn't teach him much, but Jiraiya was different. All right. With that, Sakura donned the ninja pack Tenten had prepared for her, and the group headed towards Konoha. 3 days later, In the Hokage's office in Konoha. Sakura, splendid work. Not only did you reclaim the Byakugan, but you also forged an alliance between Konoha and the Mist Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking the alliance contract and the Byakugan container from Sakura's hands, nodding in satisfaction. A flicker of relief crossing his murky black eyes. Additionally, Niji and Tintin from Team 8 performed admirably as well. It seems sending them to the Mist Village was a wise decision. Having governed for many years, Sarutobi had a reputation for being timid and fearful of conflict. The establishment of an alliance with the Mist Village alleviated a significant burden from his heart. Old man, we really exceeded our mission this time, right? Any special rewards? Since becoming Tsunade's apprentice, Sakura had unconsciously adopted a similar demeanor, growing more relaxed in front of Sarutobi. Even her address transitioned from third Hokage to third grandpa, eventually to old man Kakashi. Hearing this, was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Ah, Hokage-sama, that was not my suggestion. It has nothing to do with me. Sakura rolled her eyes at the silver-haired man behind her. You cowardly man. Oh, what reward do you desire? Sarutobi inquired, amused by Sakura's forthrightness. The Konoha Ninja Techniques Library. May I have a look? Upon hearing this, Tintin and Niji exchanged surprised glances. According to regulations, only Jonin were permitted to enter the library with approval from Konoha's higher-ups. Sakura had made a request that neither of them dared to voice, stirring a sense of restlessness within both. At this, Sarutobi's pupils narrowed slightly, then returned to calm. Of course, since you have asked, I shall make an exception. Generally, only Konoha Jonin are qualified to enter. However, I will allow you 3 little ones to take a look. Upon hearing this, Tintin and Niji's eyes brightened. Speaking of which, Sarutobi seemed to recall something, and his expression grew serious as he looked at Sakura. Sakura, if I am not mistaken, you are still a Chunin, correct? Yes. And what about it? The old man did not speak, and Sakura almost forgot. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the pink-haired girl. In light of your significant contributions to Orochimaru's Konoha destruction plan, as well as your recent collaboration with Kakashi to defeat the Three Tails and gain the trust of the Mist Village to retrieve the Byakugan, I shall petition the higher-ups of Konoha to promote you to Special Jonin ahead of schedule. Sarutobi understood that, given Sakura's current prowess, the title of Special Jonin would be an underestimation of her abilities. Having consecutively defeated the One Tail and the Three Tails, the young girl had already reached a level akin to that of a Kage, and not just an ordinary one. However, Konoha had its regulations. Even heroes of the village were not exempt. Moreover, to become a Jonin, one's strength was not the sole criterion. The number of completed missions and years of combat and leadership experience were also essential. Sakura clearly lacked in these areas. To secure an additional Special Jonin position was already a remarkable feat, and it required discussions with several senior members. It was not solely Sarutobi's decision. Chapter 87. The Konoha Ninja Techniques Library. How embarrassing. Sakura scratched her head and then leaned closer to the third Hokage, whispering, Hey, old man. Does being a Special Jonin count as part of Konoha's ranks? Will the mission rewards be significantly higher? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, realizing she was yet another one who valued wealth, and replied in a deep voice, Indeed, not only will the mission rewards double, but you will also be eligible for higher-level missions, and you'll receive a fixed monthly salary. Thank you. No, thank you, Grandfather Third. Sakura quickly corrected herself. Now she was akin to Kakashi, officially part of the ranks. Lord Third, upon our return from the Mist Village, we encountered a former rogue ninja from Konoha. Kakashi's tone turned serious as he continued, Uchiha Itachi. As soon as those 4 words left his lips, Sarutobi's previously jovial demeanor darkened. Oh, is that so? Yet his tone remained remarkably calm. Yes, and Sakura even fought him, but he managed to escape. Escaped? Are you saying Uchiha Itachi lost? Sarutobi's expression conveyed disbelief as he turned his gaze back to the pink-haired girl. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi confirmed. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. And after a pause, Sarutobi finally regained his composure. I understand. He then turned to Tintin, Niji, and Sakura. You 3 should head back. I need to discuss Uchiha Itachi in detail with Kakashi. Understood. Sakura chuckled inwardly. The old man certainly could not remain calm when Itachi was mentioned. What an air of mystery he was trying to maintain. Whatever, she was only interested in the intriguing jutsu housed within the library. Ideally, she hoped to find something akin to the forbidden Edo Tensei, something thrilling and forbidden. Although the likelihood was slim, such S-rank forbidden texts were likely hidden away by the Konoha elite in some undisclosed location. Sakura, you are truly audacious to propose such an outrageous request in front of Lord Hokage, Tintin remarked, her dark eyes shimmering with admiration. Coming from a civilian family, Tintin had never imagined speaking so freely with Konoha's highest leader. Sakura, you're amazing. Niji, the cool-eyed boy, looked at Sakura with newfound respect. As a scion of the Hyuga branch family, the notions of rules, hierarchy, and status were deeply ingrained in him. He had never dared to overstep boundaries. Yet this pink-haired girl, an ordinary person from a humble background, dared to disregard these societal constructs. Her audacity piqued his curiosity. Shall we go? Sakura glanced at the two beside her. Huh, where to? Tintin appeared bewildered. To the Konoha library, to see what rare treasures await us. Sakura was eager. Can we go in too? Tintin asked, a bit shy. Of course. Didn't you hear the old man say we could all go together? Tintin's eyes lit up as she turned to Niji. Niji, are you coming? Niji suddenly felt a bit awkward, shedding his usual aloof demeanor. Come on, Niji. Don't be such a spoilsport. Sakura teased, pulling Tintin and Niji's hands as they headed towards the library. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden evening glow stretched the silhouettes of the three into elongated forms, resembling a picturesque tapestry of friendship. Who are you calling a spoilsport? You, of course. Tintin. Do you think he is being a spoilsport? Ha ha ha. Sakura, you're so amusing. Upon reaching the Konoha Ninja Techniques library, Sakura presented the hand order given by the third Hokage to the guarding ninja, and the three pushed open the door, entering the library. As they stepped inside, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The library was divided into 3 floors, each boasting thousands of square meters filled with a dazzling array of ninja technique scrolls and books, meticulously organized by categories. There were sealing techniques, space-time ninjutsu, summoning techniques, and elemental ninjutsu of wind, water, fire, lightning, and earth. Tintin, Niji, quickly find the techniques you need. Sakura urged, glancing at her companions. The two, still captivated by the spectacle before them, stared wide-eyed at the sea of books, momentarily forgetting to respond. Hey, you two, what are you daydreaming about? Get to it. Sakura playfully tapped their backs. Oh, right. They both replied, rushing towards their preferred sections. Tintin headed to the space-time ninjutsu area, while Niji gravitated towards the shadow clone section. Ever since witnessing Naruto use shadow clones to defeat one mist ninja after another, Niji had developed a fascination for this technique. Sakura mused that Niji was still too young. Shadow clones were not something just anyone could wield without immense chakra. Never mind, she thought, making her way to the wood-style jutsu section, where the books lay stacked in a corner of the library, gathering dust and ensnared in cobwebs. It was indeed neglected. No wonder, practicing wood-style required Hashirama's cells, a prerequisite that barred 999 ninjas from access. In vast Konoha, perhaps only Yamato occasionally visited this section, blowing off the thick layer of dust. She randomly selected a book to peruse. This particular tome did not detail specific techniques or hand seals. Instead, it discussed the origins of wood-style ninjutsu. The text regarding its origins was contentious, divided into 2 main schools of thought. One faction argued that it was originally created by Senju Hashirama, positing that wood-style was a bloodline limit formed from the combination of fire and earth chakra. The other believed it to be an innate ability of the cells themselves, asserting that only those who had transplanted Hashirama's cells could wield wood-style. A less common legendary belief mentioned at the end of the article speculated that it originated from the lineage of Ashura Otsutsuki, who was said to be the son of the Sage of 6 Paths and inherited the power of the 6 Paths, thus giving rise to wood-style, suggesting that Hashirama might very well be a descendant of Ashura. However, this viewpoint was enclosed in brackets and relegated to the most inconspicuous section of legends, occupying a space no larger than a thumbprint. Sakura couldn't help but reflect, indeed, the truth resides in the hands of a select few. She pondered who the scholar proposing this legendary school of thought might be. With her thoughts lingering, the girl cast a glance at the cover of the book she had just examined. In the lower right corner, the editor's note contains the following words. In the mountains, the chapter of robes, the monkey flies to stand firm, the 1,000-handed Wong Ermaz, Orochimaru. Indeed, that fellow possesses a remarkably vivid imagination. He must be the strongest prophet of Konoha. However, such content is not what Sakura desires. She sets aside the book in her hands and continues to rummage through the dusty wooden ninjutsu shelves. This one is not it, nor is that one. None of these are what she seeks. Until the girl has flipped through all the tomes before her and has yet to find what she desires. TMD, that Hashirama fellow. Couldn't he have recorded those rare techniques in writing before he passed away, to bequeath to future generations? Or did he think the descendants of Konoha were too mediocre to inherit his formidable wood release? The girl couldn't help but pinch her chin, her face clouded with worry. Yet, in an inadvertent glance, her eyes caught sight of a rather inconspicuous spot at the bottom of the shelf, a tattered light blue book, tightly wedged beneath the leg of the shelf. Chapter 88. The wood release sage technique is actually being used as a table leg support? No way. The girl, who had read countless Jin Yong martial arts novels in her past life, suddenly brightened. It is said that the most secretive martial arts are often hidden in the most unremarkable places. Sakura promptly crouched down and pulled out the book, whose cover was in a state of disrepair. Being pressed for so long, the center of the book bore a deep square indentation. Yet, the large characters on the cover were still faintly visible. Insights on Practicing the Wood Release Sage Technique by Senju Hashirama, Konoha Year 12. I apologize, Lord Hashirama. I was wrong. You truly cared for the descendants of Konoha. Sakura had learned about Konoha's founding history at the Ninja Academy. Senju Hashirama passed away between the 12th and 13th years of Konoha, meaning he wrote this book on the wood release techniques while bedridden. He was undoubtedly a pioneer devoted to benefiting future generations. Falling to dust, yet still fragrant as ever. Sakura opened the first page of the book, which was densely filled with neatly written Japanese. Hashirama's handwriting was surprisingly beautiful, bold, elegant, powerful, and meticulous, exuding a scholarly charm. The content above piqued the girl's interest even further. Wood release sage techniques come in many varieties. This book details the true arts of wood release, including the 1,000 hands, the divine gate, the woodman technique, the forest hellwood burial, the ancient divine wood sky-breaking slash, the 1,000-thorn forest strangulation, the rampaging wood python devouring the world, the sky-splitting divine wood destruction, the great wood spirit guardian realm, among others. Wow, there are so many. Sakura had seen the earlier techniques in the original work, but the latter ones left her completely unfamiliar. However, just hearing their names made her feel their overwhelming power. The girl continued to read on. Before the main text, there were 2 sentences of preface. Remember, before practicing the wood release sage techniques, the practitioner must possess the form of a sage, namely, the wood release sage body. To attain sage mode, one must venture to the wet bone forest and endure the baptism of the bone corrosion lake for 49 days. Only then, with an indestructible body, can one forge the sage's form. Sakura furrowed her brow. The intense enthusiasm she had just felt doused by a cold wave of reality. To endure the tortures of the wet bone forest? How could you, Hashirama, want me to die? It's no wonder that if it were so easy to learn sage mode, then her master Tsunade would have probably already gone to learn it. Such a splendid sage form. Hashirama had his reasons for not passing it on to Tsunade. He adored his granddaughter too much to let her delicate body go wading through the bone corrosion lake filled with rotting corpses. Sakura carelessly closed the book. Losing interest in the following content, her immediate priority was to cultivate sage mode. She needed to venture into that bone corrosion lake. However, she wondered if her current lightning armor and water armor could withstand the baptism of that lake. Regardless, she must first copy this book. Sakura recalled that there was a photo function in the bottom right corner of the system panel, something she had never used before, as she had been a game-loving boy who never took photos or posted on social media in her past life. Now, it could finally be of use. Sakura clicked the photo button and captured all the other contents of the book for storage. Sakura, look, I found this. Her thoughts were interrupted by 1010's excited shout. The girl looked up to see 1010 beaming as she held a scroll in her hands. What is it, 1010? Sakura placed the completed book back under the table leg and walked over to the space-time ninjutsu area. Look, 1010 unfurled the scroll, showcasing it to Sakura. The giant shuriken technique. The large characters appeared prominently before her eyes. Well done, 1010. This technique can enlarge the tools in the space-time dimension by dozens of times. It suits your ninjutsu perfectly. Suddenly, an image flashed in Sakura's mind of a girl with a round hairstyle wielding hundreds of giant shurikens, attacking the enemy. The massive weapons contrasted sharply with the girl's petite figure, creating a distinct charm. Hurry and note it down. I want to see your training results later. Sakura said with a warm smile, affectionately ruffling Tintin's black hair. Tintin's face flushed slightly as she nodded earnestly. She then took out paper and a pen from her ninja pouch to jot it down. Sakura, feeling a bit bored, wandered over to the shadow clone technique section. Niji, how is it going? Do you remember the multi-shadow clone technique you wanted? Can you practice it? Watching the wide-eyed boy before her write fervently. Sakura couldn't help but smile. When Niji was serious, he resembled a diligent student. The cool boy noticed Sakura approaching and quickly halted his pen, looking somewhat awkwardly at her. I'm doing okay. I just feel like this technique seems to consume a lot of chakra. Since returning from the Hidden Mist Village, Niji's conversations with Sakura had become less distant, and he even seemed slightly shy. Sakura often teased him, leaving the usually calm boy unsure of her next move, which made him feel inexplicably sluggish at times. A boy who had been labeled a genius since childhood now felt somewhat dull. How frightening. Of course, this technique doesn't seem suitable for you, Niji. It's tailored for that Naruto kid. Given Niji's ninjutsu characteristics and talents, Sakura had more suitable techniques to offer him. Tailored for Naruto? Niji was somewhat confused by the girl's words. Yeah, Sakura nodded slightly, then took out the ninjutsu book she had selected for Niji from the beginning. The Night Walker Technique. The wide-eyed boy took the book from Sakura, his white pupils slightly widened. Indeed, the technique of the second Hokage is a type of illusion that can disrupt the enemy's vision with chakra, enveloping them in a shroud of darkness and stealing away all surrounding light. Sakura believed that this technique, which interfered with the enemy's sight, was precisely what Niji should delve into. With the Byakugan's 360-degree vision, combined with this technique to confuse the opponent's sight, it would yield significant results. Oh, how did I not think of that? But this technique is from the previous Hokage, and Niji frowned at the thought of his branch family status. So what? Niji, you possess immense talent in ninjutsu. Don't limit yourself to just the techniques of the Hyuga clan. Sakura felt that in the original work, Niji was too rigid, only practicing the clan's gentle fist and 8 trigrams 64 palms, while the techniques of the Hyuga clan were ultimately limited. It would be a shame for such a talented boy. Otherwise, based on Niji's early talent, he could have easily reached the level of a Hokage. Chapter 89. How could one make such a colossal blunder? Thank you. The young man gazed at the books selected for him by Sakura, his bright eyes flickering with gratitude, his voice barely above a whisper, so low that Sakura could scarcely discern his words. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Sakura raised a hand to her ear. Is this the legendary genius with the Byakugan, the aloof youth? Why is he being so effeminate? The boy's white pupils contracted, and a blush crept across his fair face. I said, thank you. His voice suddenly elevated to an octave that made Sakura's ears ring. No need to be polite. You can thank me once you've mastered it, Sakura replied, crossing her arms. Suddenly, an important thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Niji, shrugging her shoulders as she spoke. Niji, if you really want to thank me, it's simple. Could you help me with something? What? What is it? The boy looked perplexed, unsure of what Sakura desired. Next time your class has taijutsu training, can you invite me along? I have some questions for your teacher. Kai-sensei. Niji was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Sakura wished to observe their training. Given her current abilities, she surely didn't need assistance from their class. Could it be that she wanted to learn Kai-sensei's 8 gates technique? All right, I promise to call you next time we train. Niji thought this girl was quite different from others. While most girls favored elegant ninjutsu, Sakura seemed to relish delving into the brutal, fearsome arts of physical combat, more masculine than most men. Last time during the battle against the Three Tails in the Hidden Mist Village, he had observed her fight through the Byakugan, her pink hair standing on end, entirely uncharacteristic of a girl. Under the hyperactive state of her cells, she was a veritable Barbie of destruction. Would she ever be able to marry after this? All right, thanks in advance, Niji. Sakura nodded with satisfaction, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. At this moment, her thoughts were consumed by the corrosive lake in the Bone Forest, where she needed to swiftly break through the arduous trial of 49 days. To do so, she must increase the potency of her lightning release. Though Sakura had muscle, she was ultimately weak at her core. She felt this acutely after each use of her lightning release technique, her body aching and tingling afterward, if she sought to enhance her physical prowess in a short period. No one in Konoha was better suited than Kai. Sakura, look at my shuriken. A bell-like voice rang out from the library. Sakura shot her gaze upwards. Following the instructions from her scroll, she had summoned a shuriken several meters wide. With her delicate hands gripping its core, she skillfully positioned it behind her back. Impressive, Tintin. You've learned it so quickly. Gazing at the gigantic shuriken radiating silver light, Sakura couldn't help but admire Tintin's talent in space-time ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, it's just alright. This isn't enough. I can make it even larger, do you believe me? Tintin puffed out her cheeks, eager to continue her hand signs. No, Tintin. Sakura began to intervene, but it was too late. A colossal shuriken, several times larger than the last, appeared with a loud bang amidst a cloud of white smoke. With its emergence, the bookshelf behind Tintin collapsed under the shuriken's sharp edge, leading to a domino effect that affected the adjacent shelves. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the collapsing shelves threatened to crush the three of them, the boy with the Byakugan reacted swiftly. Bagua palm, return heaven. In mere seconds, the library was left in disarray. The pink-haired girl froze in horror, realizing the calamity they had invoked. What happened? What is going on? The guard ninja at the door rushed in upon hearing the commotion. They just fell over on their own. Do you believe that? Sakura wished she could find a hole to hide in. Tintin and Niji chimed in. Who are we? Where are we? Can you see us? 2 days later. The once quiet library was now bustling with several young boys and girls from Konoha cleaning up the aftermath. The girl with light blonde hair was organizing the scattered scrolls. Her delicate cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned to the pink-haired girl who was also tidying up, scolding. It's all Sakura's fault. I just returned from a mission and was dragged here to clean up your mess. Ino had planned to visit Sakura for a cozy chat, but never expected such a disaster to unfold. Thousands of ninja scrolls and books had been thrown into chaos by the three of them. When Sarutobi Hiruzen caught wind of the incident, he nearly choked on his own frustration. Ino, I'm so sorry. I'll make it up to you next time. Sakura scratched her head sheepishly, lamenting how one could cause such a monumental blunder. Thankfully, Naruto helped, speeding up the process significantly. Otherwise, sorting through all these books and torn pages would have taken days and nights. Karen, meanwhile, gazed sweetly at a group of blonde boys nearby, relishing her time with Sakura and the others. Even the repetitive and tedious work felt blissful. You flatter me, Karen-chan. Ha. Dozens of identical voices echoed throughout the spacious library as Naruto's clones chimed in, some sounding disgruntled. Sakura-chan. Who gave you the right to sneak in and learn ninjutsu without inviting me? That's not very loyal. Weren't you off training with that perverted sage? Why are you back so soon? Oh, you mean the pervy sage? He returned to Konoha with me from the land of hot water. As Naruto organized the books on the shelf, he responded to Sakura's inquiry, a smirk of pride appearing on his face as he added, Sakura-chan. This time the pervy sage taught me a really powerful jutsu. I'll show you when I get the chance. Oh, is that so? Sakura feigned curiosity. What kind of jutsu is it? Naruto chuckled, leaving her in suspense. I won't tell you now. Wait until I've perfected it. Sakura already had an inkling, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. All right then, I'll await your good news. It seemed the prince was learning to create chakra balls. He was probably fretting over how to burst the water balloon in his hands. By the way, why did that white-haired uncle come back to Konoha? Sakura pried, eager for gossip. Oh, he said it's his dream lover's birthday tomorrow and that he wants to celebrate. Naruto answered, oblivious to the fact that he had just revealed his teacher's secret. He then added with a hint of disdain. I wonder who that dream lover of the pervy sage could be. I bet she's some strange old lady over 50. I never imagined the pervy sage had a dream lover. I'd love to meet that old lady. Sakura paused, reflecting on the notion of a dream lover, strange old lady. Could it be that Tsunade-sensei was also returning to the village? It must be true. So tomorrow is Tsunade's birthday. Shouldn't she, as a disciple, express her sentiments? Sakura, Niji and I have finished tidying up over here. How about you? Tintin's voice interrupted her thoughts. After a long day of work, she wiped the sweat from her brow. The boy with the Byakugan was also puzzled. Ever since meeting Sakura and Naruto, he had become rather clumsy himself. In the past, such strange mishaps would never have befallen him. I'm done too. Sakura placed the last repaired book back on the shelf, stood up, and stretched widely. Facing everyone in the room, she declared, thank you all for your hard work today. Let us go out for barbecue on me. Yay. Ino perked up immediately. Going out for barbecue meant they could also soak in hot springs, especially alongside Sakura. Since her previous experience, The girl with wheat-colored hair had been constantly reminiscing about the scene in the hot spring. She might even be somewhat addicted to it, perhaps due to the exceptional massage techniques employed by Sakura. Moreover, spending time with her and Karen was exceedingly pleasurable. Ino was baffled by Sakura's massage prowess, which seemed remarkable. Well then, it's time to wrap up and indulge in a grand feast. Chapter 90. 3 Men with Sinister Intentions. Half an hour later, 6 eccentric youths roamed the streets of Konoha. Instead of resting at night, they were off to enjoy barbecue and soak in the hot springs. The nightlife of youth was just beginning. Waiter, reserve 2 private rooms, one for the hot spring and one for Japanese barbecue, and charge it to Kakashi Hitaki. The pink-haired girl fixed her gaze on the waiter. Having learned about Kakashi's Jonin salary, Sakura had no qualms about taking advantage of him. You're quite the schemer, Sakura. At this rate, Kakashi-sensei's savings will be depleted. Ino teased, leaning close to Sakura's ear. It's fine. He is not getting married, Sakura replied casually. She reassured herself, recalling that by the time of Boruto, Kakashi would still be in his 40s, remaining a perennial bachelor. She had initially intended to play matchmaker between Kakashi and a certain lady from the Mist Village. However, it seemed that Meitarumi held a rather dismissive view of her teacher, deeming him somewhat lacking. Karen and Tintin erupted into laughter upon hearing this, while the prince of the group appeared utterly bewildered. Huh? Why isn't he getting married? Is there something wrong with Kakashi-sensei? His innocent inquiry only incited more laughter from the others. Upon entering the private room, they settled down, as the sound of sizzling meat filled the air. The tantalizing aroma of cumin-infused barbecue wafted towards them. How delightful. I'm about to dig in, everyone. The initially shy red-haired girl gazed at the luscious pieces of meat with sparkling crimson eyes. Karen eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and began devouring the food, leaving the others astonished. My goodness, it's only been a month, and her appetite has surged again. Come on, you all eat too. Don't just stare at me, or I'll become embarrassed. The red-haired girl held a massive lamb chop like a battle axe, looking innocently at her companions. All right, let us eat. Don't be shy. After all, Kakashi-sensei is treating us. Sakura, momentarily in shock, quickly encouraged everyone to feast. Laughter and cheer filled the room as the 6 of them enjoyed their meal, even breaking into song. Ino hummed a tune, Tintin sang Firefly Light, and Sakura crooned her favorite song from her past, Rice Aroma. After they were sated, they each took turns soaking in the hot spring. The 4 girls shyly shed their garments, their fair skin glistening as they slipped into the warm waters. The hot spring was soothing, enveloped in steam that caressed the girls' senses. Let us change positions, Sakura. The last one was uncomfortable. Sure. The melodious voices of the 3 girls caused Sakura to momentarily lose her composure. With one girl on her left, another on her right, and one embracing her from the front, the sounds of the women's bath soon became filled with peculiar noises. Hey, Niji, what are those girls in the women's bath doing? It sounds strange. The blonde boy, exposed and floating in the water, let out a few farts, which smelled distinctly of garlic lamb. The pale-eyed boy covered his nose and distanced himself, coldly responding, I don't know. Keep your distance. Naruto. The following day, Sakura woke early, having remembered that today was Tsunade's birthday. As her apprentice, she needed to make a good impression. First, she visited a flower shop to purchase beautiful lilies and jasmine, followed by a trip to a lingerie store where she selected a custom-made bra, size D cup and above, tailored specifically for Tsunade. Sakura intended to subtly suggest that her teacher should wear proper undergarments, as exposing herself daily was not wise. A girl must protect herself, lest she be taken advantage of by unscrupulous men, especially that old lecher with white hair and the silver-haired man who never changed his mask. She shuddered at the thought and promptly selected 2 high-neck compression tops to ensure that her teacher wouldn't have to worry about any wardrobe malfunctions. Being an apprentice to such a troublesome teacher is truly exhausting. With flowers in one hand and clothing in the other, Sakura arrived at the Senju clan's estate. Knock, knock, knock. As she knocked, the door swung open to reveal a woman with shoulder-length hair, looking at the pink-haired girl with curiosity. Sakura, you're here too? Is anyone else here? Sakura inquired, peeking past the woman's body. It seemed there were indeed others present, not just one. Look, Lord Jiraiya and Lord Kakashi are here, along with a rather oddly dressed man. The woman, Shizune, was equally surprised. She had already welcomed 3 men this early morning. Wait, who is the oddly dressed man? Sakura felt something was amiss and quickly followed Shizune into the Senju residence. Wow, this truly is the grandest clan in Konoha. Even though Tsunade had not returned to the village in over a decade, the estate remained opulent and impressive. Dust was visible in various corners. Yet the cobblestone floors and the flourishing cherry blossom trees within the courtyard were beautifully arranged. A gentle breeze rustled the petals of the cherry blossoms, which fluttered down like confetti, carpeting the ground in a thick layer. It was stunning, a beauty of the highest order. Sakura gazed at the rockery and waterfall in the courtyard, marveling at the grandeur. If this estate were in my previous life, it would undoubtedly be a courtyard in the heart of Kyoto, with property prices starting in the millions. Tsunade-sensei is definitely from a wealthy family. Upon entering the hall, Sakura spotted the three men Shizune had mentioned. Sakura, Kakashi's dark eyes fixed on the pink-haired girl as she stepped inside, his expression peculiar, suggesting he was up to no good. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't realize you were so concerned about my teacher. Who would have thought? Sakura smirked, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Aha, it was Lord Jiraiya who informed me about Tsunade's birthday. I happened to be free, so I came. The silver-haired man attempted to mask his nervousness with laughter. Oh, is that so? Kakashi-sensei, you truly are a thoughtful man, Sakura remarked, glancing at the rose in his hand with a sly smile. That age difference isn't quite fitting, is it? Tsunade-sensei must be much older than Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 91. The golden-haired woman's whims are truly irresistible. And you, Guy-sensei? Sakura turned her gaze to Kakashi's side, where Guy stood in his skin-tight watermelon-colored outfit, clearly the man Shizune had described. Oh, I happened to run into my dear friend, Kakashi, Guy exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping his arm around his companion. This guy bought a bouquet of flowers and is mysteriously claiming he's going to present them to the legendary Lady Tsunade. The man spoke, and suddenly, a shimmering golden light sparkled in his eyes. Supporting his chin with both hands, he began to fantasize dreamily. That legendary great female ninja, renowned for her unparalleled prowess in the ninja world. Oh no, I must not miss this chance to catch a glimpse of her. The man with thick eyebrows spoke incessantly, causing the usually composed Shizune to roll her eyes in exasperation, wishing to usher these lecherous men out the door, one by one. How embarrassing. Must you be so vulgar? Guy? Jiraiya interjected gravely, interrupting Guy's ramblings. The man raised a hand before Guy, his brows furrowed, his tone laced with a sense of gravity. He deliberately lowered his voice and spoke with a magnetic allure. You are terribly rude, Guy. You know nothing of women. They require care and tenderness, not the blatant approach you take. No wonder you remain single. Sakura observed Jiraiya's serious demeanor as he continued his nonsensical tirade. Women appreciate a man who is calm, dignified, responsible. Remember, you must always exhibit composure. Maintain that steadiness at all times. After his words, he thumbed his nose in a self-satisfied manner, then dramatically pressed his fist to his forehead, closing his eyes to feign profundity. Sakura felt a wave of nausea. Was it true that all the men in this world possessed such a peculiar sense of humor? Truly, the esteemed Jiraiya had opened her eyes to a whole new world. She was an ultimate fan of his best-selling book, Paradise of Affection. Guy gazed at the silver-haired rogue with adoration, tears streaming down his face. Resting his chin in his hands, filled with infinite respect. Hey, have you all finished? A strong female voice echoed from the side door of the hall, as a golden-haired woman leisurely entered from the kitchen, balancing two steaming plates of food in her hands. Her lazy strides caused her ample bosom to sway enticingly, reminiscent of two giant cotton candies, delectable and inviting. 3 pairs of eyes were immediately captivated by the sight. Master, did you make this food? Sakura inquired, her appetite piquing at the aroma wafting from the dishes. Sakura, you're here. Perfect. Let's eat together, the golden-haired woman replied, narrowing her eyes at her little apprentice. A few days prior, the third Hokage had shared tales of Sakura's exploits in the Mist Village, which pleased Tsunade greatly. This little girl had certainly brought honor to her master. Oh, are we dining? Is it truly you who cooked for us, master? Surely, you must have a maid at home. Sakura glanced around, noting the absence of any servants. Given the Senju clan's stature, it seemed improbable that such a grand residence would lack help. Shizune chuckled awkwardly and leaned in close to whisper in Sakura's ear. There used to be. But after Master Tsunade squandered the family fortune on gambling over the years, the household is now deep in debt. The maid was dismissed long ago. The revelation struck Sakura. her eyes blinking in realization. Ah, so that's how it is. Such a spendthrift, master. Shizun, why are you chattering? There are still several dishes in the kitchen. Hurry and bring them out, Tsunade said, her expression slightly displeased with her overly talkative disciple. Ah, yes, Lady Tsunade, I will do so right away, Shizun said, her demeanor meek as she headed towards the kitchen. Why are you all still standing there? Have a seat. Tsunade's tone softened as she regarded the men who had been shamelessly staring at her bosom. Sakura couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was her master behaving unusually? Cooking and speaking in such a soft, charming manner was entirely out of character. The girl suspected there was more to this than met the eye. It's truly an honor to taste Lady Tsunade's culinary skills, Guy said with a guileless expression as he took a seat. Jiraiya and Kakashi followed suit. Go on. Dig in and let us know how it tastes, the golden-haired woman said, her arms crossed, her autumn-like gaze fixed on the three men. Well then, let us begin, Kakashi said, his cheeks slightly flushed as he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the braised octopus balls. In the next moment, he froze. Sitting petrified in his chair, his lips twitching, his entire body trembling. This was undoubtedly a culinary disaster. The others, about to serve themselves, halted their movements upon witnessing Kakashi's ghastly expression. How does it taste, Kakashi? Tsunade asked, her chin resting on her palm, eagerly awaiting his response. It's quite good. Lady Tsunade's cooking is truly remarkable. I really like the flavor, Kakashi squinted, forcing himself to swallow the food lodged in his throat. Is that so? This is my first attempt at cooking, Tsunade beamed, her brown eyes sparkling with delight. If you like it, then eat more. Yes, if you enjoy it. Then eat to your heart's content. It's all for you. Kakashi, Jiraiya and Guy exchanged knowing glances, pouring their dishes onto Kakashi's plate. Kakashi was internally cursing them, feeling betrayed. We agreed to share our fortunes together. No need to rush. There's more in the kitchen. Sakura, Jiraiya, Guy, you all will have enough to eat. Don't worry. Tsunade excitedly turned to her disciple, Shizun. Quickly bring out the rest to treat our esteemed guests. Shizun smiled awkwardly. Yes, Lady Tsunade, and promptly turned back to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the table was cleared of all dishes, with the three men and one woman forcing smiles while enduring the bizarre flavors of the food. After finishing the last bite of dragon fruit-flavored barbecue, Sakura cursed silently. Damn it, encountering these old men brings nothing but trouble. What a misfortune. Once the meal concluded, Shizun tidied up the tableware, but Tsunade suddenly fixed her gaze intently on the four individuals before her, her eyes brimming with an unsettling intensity. Slowly, she opened her palm and spoke. Now that you have savored my cooking, I would like to borrow a little something from each of you as a token of gratitude for the meal. Sakura felt a chill run down her spine. What do you wish to borrow, Lady Tsunade? I'm a bit short on funds at the moment. Could each of you lend me 10 million ryo? Tsunade's words left the three men and one woman in shock. 10 million. Kakashi's eyes widened as he unconsciously checked his pockets. Indeed, Kakashi-kun, for you. That is hardly a sum to fret over. I recall the year-end bonuses for Konoha's Jounin are quite generous. Tsunade feigned admiration, her gaze fixed on Kakashi. Meanwhile, Sakura attempted to stealthily make her exit. Where do you think you're going, Sakura? Tsunade's lips twitched as she coldly called out to the pink-haired girl. Realizing her escape had failed, the young girl turned back with a feigned smile, exclaiming, where am I going? I urgently need to use the restroom. It's fine. I'll accompany you shortly. First, lend me some money, dear, the woman said, extending her delicate hand towards Sakura with a radiant smile. Master, when one is out and about, who carries such a large sum of cash? Sakura felt overwhelmed. This woman was too formidable, demanding a staggering 10 million ryo. Intent on depleting Sakura's resources. During the last mission in the Hidden Mist Village, the third Hokage had generously rewarded her with 6 million ryo, which she had planned to use to furnish her home with some decent furniture. Now all of that was gone, and she would have to pay out of her own pocket. It's all right. My master is quite reasonable. You need not pay me now. A written acknowledgement will suffice. After saying this, Tsunade reached into her clothing to retrieve a prepared piece of paper and a pen. Here, write it down. One for each of us, totaling 4. Sakura felt a sense of unease. Although she was the one lending money, it felt as if she were the one being pursued for debts. This was illogical. Moments later, all 4 signed the document, which stated, I hereby borrow 10 million ryo from Miss Tsunade. Interest, none. Repayment period, no deadline. Signatures, Jiraiya, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Sakura Haruno. Such tyrannical terms. Sakura gazed at the stark black and white of the document, her eyes welling with tears. Well then, I thank you all here. Shizen, please see them out. Tsunade gleefully collected the signed documents along with various gifts from the four, retreating to her bedroom. Soon, the room echoed with her triumphant laughter, resounding like thunder. Hey, my apologies, everyone. Lady Tsunade has been on a losing streak lately, Shizen said with a wry smile, burdened by her own debts. Ah, truly the first princess of the Land of Fire. She is even more extraordinary than I imagined, Guy replied with a grin, completely forgetting about the tyrannical terms. By the way, Teacher Guy, I have something I need your help with. I wonder if you have time lately? Sakura suddenly recalled her pressing training needs upon seeing Guy. Oh, Sakura, you need something from me? Guy looked at the pink-haired girl with curiosity. Yes, it pertains to my physical training. I have long wanted to consult you about it. Recently, she had been delving into sage techniques in the wet forest, and there were aspects she needed to clarify with Guy. In Konoha, only he could assist her. Given her current muscular state, she was not yet capable of enduring greater thunderous power. Sakura needed to discover a faster and more effective method for muscle enhancement. Guy glanced at his old rival, Kakashi, and a smirk of pride appeared. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder, saying, Hey, Kakashi, it seems your female student is not entirely satisfied with you. She didn't come to you first. Ever since they met, this silver-haired man had always overshadowed him. Guy took pride in the fact that he could assist where Kakashi could not. It only shows you are superior to me, Guy, Kakashi replied, narrowing his eyes and casting a penetrating gaze at his friend and then at Sakura. He could surmise why Sakura was seeking Guy. Ever since witnessing her impressive physical techniques in the Hidden Mist Village, he had anticipated that she would eventually consult him. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you are quite self-aware, Guy remarked, pleased by the silver-haired man's compliment. He then turned to Sakura, saying, Let us go, little one, to the training field. Huh, right now? Sakura marveled at Guy's proactive nature. Of course, you can afford no delay. Let us see who reaches training ground number 3 first. The loser must run 100 laps around Konoha. Guy grinned, showcasing his gleaming white teeth, and then dashed off toward the training field, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. What speed? Hey, Sakura, hurry up, or you'll lose. Kakashi encouraged, patting the girl's shoulder nonchalantly. Realizing this, Sakura quickly surged forward, a pink blur racing after the blue figure, leaving another trail of dust in her wake. I heard from the old man that she recently defeated Itachi. Jiraiya observed the departing figure of the pink-haired girl, his expression growing serious as he pondered. Indeed, Sakura's strength now surpasses that of her teacher. Kakashi spoke solemnly, feeling a mix of joy for Sakura and concern. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and for a mere 13-year-old girl, one could only wonder if this was a blessing or a curse. Kakashi, you need not worry too much. That girl has a good character, and her chakra is very pure. The concerns you have are unlikely to materialize. Jiraiya reassured him, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. After all, a top-tier genius ninja, if led astray, could spell disaster for the ninja world, as exemplified by Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha. I hope so, Kakashi acknowledged, fully understanding Jiraiya's sentiments. He agreed with Jiraiya's perspective. Given Sakura's nature, it was indeed improbable that she would emulate Orochimaru or Itachi, his student. With her quirky humor and playful nature, often spoke in ways that were difficult to comprehend, leaving Kakashi bewildered at times. Yet, she would never succumb to despair or degradation. Kakashi recognized that Sakura's unique perspective and free-spirited character would not allow her to be constrained by the rigid ideologies of Konoha's higher-ups. It was unlikely she would become embroiled in the power struggles of the upper echelons. Yes, that seems about right. Chapter 93, The Devilish Training of a Master of Taijutsu. Commence. 15 minutes later, at Konoha's third training ground, 2 figures, a blue-clad man and a pink-haired girl, cast elongated shadows in the glow of the setting sun. The pink-haired girl formed hand seals, and her body's meridians began to pulsate with blue and purple light, as countless blue-white lightning bolts gradually coursed through her limbs and torso. Under the stimulus of the high concentration of lightning chakra, her physique was revitalized, transforming her previously slender form into a robust, powerful figure. The contrast was astonishing. What an incredible lightning-based ninjutsu! Even Guy, the master of taijutsu, could not help but marvel at the sight before him. He had witnessed Sakura's strength during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. Even then, she possessed extraordinary strength. In merely a few months, she had mastered such a level of lightning-infused physical prowess. However, after years of studying taijutsu, Guy, while impressed, quickly discerned the issue within her technique. Despite her muscles appearing well-developed, her 13-year-old skeletal structure could not adequately support such immense lightning power. Guy furrowed his brow and addressed Sakura. If I'm not mistaken, after utilizing lightning techniques, you experience a sensation of soreness and tingling, which lingers for quite some time. Sakura, retracting the blue and purple lightning from her body, narrowed her emerald eyes. How do you know, Teacher Guy? Guy's expression grew serious as he replied. You should have been doing some muscle-building training over the years, but it seems insufficient to withstand such a degree of lightning power. You must strengthen your muscle density while upgrading your skeletal structure. In this regard, Guy undoubtedly held the most authority. He continued, only by upgrading your skeletal framework can you fully adapt to such potent lightning chakra flows. Naturally, your lightning techniques will also increase in potency. The skeleton is foundational. Muscle density is merely an external manifestation. Upon hearing this, Sakura suddenly gained insight. Indeed, over the years, I have consistently overlooked the fortification of my skeletal structure, dedicating my entire focus to the enhancement of my muscles. While this may not be entirely misguided, it certainly reflects a misalignment of priorities. After all, the skeleton serves as the foundation, much like an adult whose skeletal development is inadequate, failing to reach a height of 1.8 meters. No amount of subsequent muscle training will yield more than a horizontally expanded physique, ultimately resulting in merely a sturdier figure. Once the skeleton has developed, muscle becomes an accessory, an embellishment. In essence, muscle is but a facade. The skeleton is paramount. So, how does one elevate the hardness and strength of their bones? Sakura felt an urgent eagerness. Upon hearing this, Kai's expression shifted to one of mischievous intent. A smile crept across his lips as he exclaimed, Sakura, you've found the right person. You must understand. Our class is the strongest taijutsu class in Konoha. The skeletal structure of our students is consistently superior to that of other classes. My disciple, Lee, is exceptionally outstanding. As he spoke, his pride swelled, and he could hardly contain himself. Teacher Kai, could you please tell me the method directly? Sakura interrupted, unable to endure his self-aggrandizement any longer. The best shortcut to strengthen your bones is, of course. Kai took a deep breath, and Sakura's emerald eyes widened in anticipation. It is to nourish your youth with fervor. Youth is synonymous with hope. Youth must be filled with effort and struggle. Sakura felt momentarily stunned. Teacher, could you be more specific? You're being too abstract. Kai finally snapped back to reality, retracting his earlier exuberance. He spoke earnestly. It's actually quite simple. Use the most straightforward methods to accomplish the most complex tasks. This is something I've always advised Lee. There are no shortcuts in the path of taijutsu. From today onward, amplify your daily physical training to 100 times its original intensity. 100 times. A wave of dread washed over Sakura. Yes. If you used to do 1,000 push-ups daily, now you shall do 100,000. If you used to run 10 laps around Konoha, now run 1,000. If you did 1,000 squats, now do 100,000. If you did 100 sit-ups, now. Kai's enthusiasm grew, while Sakura felt a chill run down her spine. So this is how Lee has endured all these years. She couldn't help but admire Lee. His perseverance was beyond what an ordinary ninja could achieve. It was no wonder Kai could deliver a kick that nearly concluded the great finale. All taijutsu ninjas stood in the shadows before Kai. All right then, Teacher Kai, I shall rely on your supervision from now on. I believe I can become stronger and more enduring. What a bold proclamation. But not so fast, Sakura. First, put these on. Kai leisurely waved his hand and then retrieved 2 scrolls. With a series of hand seals, for thick, heavy steel plates appeared before Sakura. This object was all too familiar to Sakura. Despite their small size, their combined weight exceeded 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering the ground if dropped from a height. Do I really have to wear these? Sakura's lips twitched as she felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. You must wear them. To succeed as a ninja, one must endure hardships beyond what ordinary people can imagine, Kai declared, gazing earnestly at the distant sky. All right then. Sakura furrowed her brows, exerting considerable effort to don the weights. Once equipped, even with her youthful frame, she felt as if her body were laden with lead. each step a Herculean challenge. The sensation was indescribable. All right, let us begin, Sakura. Start with 10,000 push-ups. You want to eat until you finish. Kai's voice echoed behind her, sounding like an ominous decree. Understood, Teacher Kai. The girl positioned herself on the ground, her arms bending rhythmically. 1, 2, 3. Golden twilight bathed the pink-clad girl, casting her silhouette against the azure lake beside the training ground, surrounded by lush green trees. The evening breeze tousled her damp locks. Behind her, Kai's intermittent encouragement rang out like a melody. The scene was picturesque. A week later, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Wow, I've finally completed 10,000. Sakura pushed her weary body up, collapsing onto her side. Beads of sweat glistened on her fair cheeks, while her pink hair clung to her forehead and temples. Exhausted, she lay on the grass, breathing heavily. Though arduous, her body felt extraordinarily liberated at that moment. Chapter 94. Ino Yamanaka and Karen. Do you wish to train under Tsunade? During this week of training, under Teacher Kai's supervision, Sakura engaged in relentless, high-intensity training from 4 a.m. to midnight. Although it was merely a week, she could distinctly feel the changes in her body, an indescribable transformation. It did not manifest in her muscles, but rather in the invigorating flow through her meridians. This sensation, she surmised, was the alteration in skeletal hardness that Teacher Kai had mentioned. However, as the time was still brief, the changes remained subtle. Yet, she had progressed from struggling to walk to now being able to bear 1,000 pounds and move freely. She could now run 10 laps around Konoha, although she still had a considerable distance to reach the 1,000 laps that Kai had mentioned. Nonetheless, the speed of her progress was extraordinary. At the very least, Kai believed that Sakura's talent for taijutsu even surpassed that of Lee. Given this momentum, she could potentially unlock the 8 gates. However, Sakura was not particularly interested in the 8 gates. Her desire to strengthen her bones was solely to elevate her lightning release to its pinnacle, enabling her to undertake the trial at the Lake of Corrupted Bones in the wet ancient forest. This was the very reason she sought out Kai initially. Sakura. 2 melodious voices chimed in her ears. Sakura turned to see a sultry girl with wheat-colored hair and an adorable red-haired girl, hand in hand, approaching her. The red-haired girl carried a pink bento box adorned with a pig charm. Ino, Karen, you're here, Sakura exclaimed, springing to her feet. During her training over the past few days, the two had been busy preparing delicious meals for her. Within this week, Sakura had savored no fewer than 20 exquisite Japanese dishes. She couldn't help but marvel at their culinary skills. With such wives, what more could a husband desire? Let me guess, what delectable dishes do you have today? Sakura squinted playfully at the duo. Humph. Sakura always thinks about food. You started training early this morning, and when we woke up, you were nowhere to be found. Karen pouted, her pink lips forming a cute frown. Recently, the three had been sharing a bed, but each morning, Sakura would vanish, leaving Ino and Karen to fend for themselves. The thought of this made Ino's expression shift to one of annoyance. Her brows knitted together as she playfully scolded, "If you do this again, Sakura, we won't let you come to us anymore. It's too much. You should know how much we miss you in the mornings." As she said this, both girls blushed, their delicate features radiating a sweet charm that sent tingles through Sakura's heart. All right. After this training phase, I promise to spend every day with you, sleeping until noon. Okay. Sakura wrapped her arms around both girls, lightly teasing Ino's chin with her fingertips. That sounds much better. It's a deal. 2 young maidens trembled gently in Sakura's embrace, their voices alluring and entwined. Well then, it's settled. Whoever lies must swallow 1,000 needles. Sakura exhaled softly, her warm breath brushing against the necks of the 2 girls, rendering the atmosphere indescribable. All right, let us eat before it gets cold. With a flushed face, Karen swallowed hard, gazing at the delicate bento box. A waft of enticing aroma reached their noses. It was Karen's specialty, braised pork hock. The tender, glutinous meat, perfectly balanced in fat and lean, enveloped in a special Japanese grilling sauce, sprinkled with toasted sesame oil and crushed peanuts, was simply divine. Is it delicious? Ino blinked her blue eyes at Sakura, who was voraciously devouring her meal, her expression filled with joy. So good. Karen's cooking has really improved. The pink-haired girl savored every bite, unable to swallow fast enough. Nodding enthusiastically, receiving Sakura's praise, Ino quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Karen. Karen, understanding, smiled slightly, and said, Sakura, last time you mentioned letting us learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama. Did you talk to her about it? Karen gazed at Sakura with eager anticipation. Ino propped her chin on her hand, equally hopeful. Suddenly, a piece of pork lodged in Sakura's throat. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. The girl, resembling a thief who had neglected her duties, halted her eating and sheepishly scratched her head. I forgot to mention it, but I promise I'll remember next time. Don't worry, ahaha. Sakura attempted to mask her inner anxiety with laughter. It was known that the two girls had asked her about this matter more than once. They seemed genuinely eager to learn medical ninjutsu. Sakura found it somewhat perplexing. Both were sensory-type ninjas, so why did they hold such a fascination for Tsunade's medical techniques? I forgot again. The red-haired girl felt a twinge of disappointment, sighing heavily. Ugh, don't eat anymore. I'll take the leftovers back to eat with Karen. The blonde-haired girl, however, appeared somewhat angry, covering the bento box and pulling Karen to leave. Hey, don't be like that. Why do you both want to learn medical ninjutsu so badly? Sakura, aware of her shortcomings, grasped the hands of the two girls, preventing their departure. Upon hearing this, both paused, and the red-haired girl spoke first. Because we thought if we ever had the chance to go on a mission with you, Sakura, if you got hurt, we could help you heal right away. Karen understood that, given Sakura's current strength, she herself could never fight alongside her. Sakura was simply too powerful. Yet, at least she could support Sakura. And if the girl were injured, they could be the first to aid her. What they desired was quite simple, to assist the pink-haired girl before them. Nothing more. So, that's how you feel. A warm current surged within Sakura, making her throat feel dry. It dawned on her that everything was for her. Those she cared about also cared for her, willing to do even the smallest things for her, no matter how trivial they seemed. The thought of her beloved one striving for her sake filled her with inexplicable emotion. All right, I'll take you there now. And I'll make sure Tsunade-sama accepts you as her apprentices. Sakura's gaze turned resolute as she looked at the two, her tone solemn. Really? Karen and Ino were momentarily stunned, then burst into exuberant joy. Their laughter, as melodious as silver bells, echoed through the forest. Yay, let us go. Sakura laughed as she took the hands of the two maidens, heading toward the Senju clan's residence. Chapter 95. Bring these two fish to life. You wish to learn medical ninjutsu? The blonde woman lounged lazily in the courtyard, basking in the sun. A small pig nestled comfortably against her bosom, lost in a dream, bubbles forming at its snout. This creature sleeps so soundly. How enviable. We hope Tsunade-sama will agree. We'll be very diligent in our studies. The blonde and red-haired girls nodded vigorously, their faces brimming with anticipation. No. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, refusing outright. Why not? The two maidens, deflated, pouted and sighed. Why so many questions? No means no. I don't have time to teach you. Tsunade squinted her eyes, reclining languidly in her chair, speaking slowly. Master, please agree. Karen and Ino both possess yang-type chakra, and they have great control over their chakra. They are excellent candidates for medical ninjas. You have always wished for more proficient medical ninjas in Konoha, haven to you? Sakura appealed to reason and emotion. Knowing her master feigned indifference to Konoha's current state, yet secretly cared deeply for the village, particularly regarding the establishment of its medical corps. After all, Tsunade was the one who first proposed the revolutionary idea of embedding a medical ninja in mission teams. The blonde woman's autumn-colored eyes flickered slightly at the mention of yang type, but she remained silent, her eyes still closed. She absent-mindedly patted the pig's backside. Uffed. The pig, lost in dreams, emitted a strange sound, and the bubble at its nose grew larger. Noticing her master's silence, Sakura pressed on. Moreover, Karen is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, akin to Mido-sama and Kushina-san. For the sake of these two esteemed individuals, please take them in. The girl knew the deep-rooted ties between the Uzumaki and Senju clans and was playing the emotional card. Yet, Tsunade remained unresponsive, merely resting one fair leg atop the other. Ugh, this stubborn woman. Sakura clenched her teeth, resolutely stating, if you agree, you won't have to return the 10 million ryo I borrowed last week. How about that? As soon as she said it, her heart began to bleed. The gentle breeze brushed Tsunade's hair, and she finally opened her beautiful eyes. All right, it's a deal. Great, I've been outsmarted by this woman again. My precious money, the villa, the courtyard, the new bathhouse, all gone. Yay. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Thank you, Sakura. You're the best. Karen and Ino joyfully embraced Sakura, rubbing their faces against her neck. The pink-haired girl, who had been on the verge of tears just moments ago, suddenly felt that spending the money was worth it, overwhelmed by the affection of the two adorable girls. But don't celebrate too soon. Even though you both possess yang-type chakra, I still need to assess your medical talent. If you lack the aptitude, the money is mine, and you'll go back where you came from. The three girls, who had been dancing with joy, instantly froze. Help! Robbery! Come on! Now follow me to the medical department. I want to see your abilities. With that, the woman stood and headed toward the medical department, the three girls trailing closely behind. Ever since the collapse of Konoha's plans, Tsunade had been periodically returning to check on the medical department's standards. This did not deter her from occasionally wandering or gambling. However, compared to her previous years of constant wandering, the blonde woman now returned occasionally. Mainly because the third Hokage had tempted her with a promise. As long as Tsunade served as Konoha's honorary advisor for the medical department, she would receive a fixed payment of 5 million ryo each month. This sum was incredibly enticing for a woman who enjoyed drinking and gambling. Although it would soon be squandered by Tsunade, it was better than nothing. Thus, Tsunade acquiesced to Sarutobi Hiruzen's sweetened tactics and currently serves as an honorary advisor to the medical department. It is noteworthy that the current head of the medical department, Nanami Keiko, was merely a subordinate following Tsunade in her earlier days. Following the demise of her aunt, the renowned healer Nanami Yao, Keiko inherited her aunt's legacy and has devoted herself to the healing arts of Konoha, now holding the position of department head. Half an hour later, in the Konoha medical department, Tsunade gestured towards two plump fish laid upon the medical table. You see these two fish? Your task is to revive them. Concentrate your chakra in your palms and administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation, she instructed, her crimson lips parting as she spoke. All right, let's show you what we can do, Lady Tsunade. Both Karen and Ino declared as they rolled up their sleeves, revealing their fair wrists. On their delicate palms, they began to condense a faint blue chakra, gently placing it upon the fish's abdomen. We must succeed. Otherwise, my 10 million will be wasted, Sakura silently prayed. With her finely tuned chakra control, Sakura could discern the medical talents of Ino and Karen. After all, the ability to dilute chakra to such an extent within the limits of control indicated that these two young women possessed the potential to become medical ninjas. The pale blue chakra fluctuated gently on their palms, tenderly massaging the fish's body with a delicacy that belied their inexperience. A few minutes passed, and the fish held by Karen began to awaken, its tail thrashing vigorously against the table, producing a crisp sound. Wow, you did it, Karen, Sakura exclaimed, giving the pink-haired girl a thumbs up. Truly, being of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's innate healing abilities and mastery of chakra surpassed those of ordinary individuals. However, Ino found herself in a rather awkward situation. The fish beneath her palm not only failed to revive, but instead began to emit a dark smoke, teetering on the brink of being charred. With an odd sizzling sound, the fish's body gradually turned yellow and black, leaving Ino in a state of distress. Ah, it seems I've killed it, she chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from her brow and casting a glance at Tsunade. Tsunade's lips twitched as she expressed her disdain. Yamanaka Ino, perhaps it would be best for you to return and practice your Yamanaka techniques. Medical ninjutsu is not suited for you. Her tone was rigid and direct. Tsunade had always been blunt with those lacking medical talent. After all, in the world of ninjas, there is little time or energy to wait for someone to catch up. All right, Ino replied, her voice tinged with disappointment as she lowered her head. The atmosphere grew tense. Sakura was taken aback. In the original story, Ino was depicted as an excellent medical ninja. How could she falter now? Karen, you can stay in the medical department to learn. Your future in medicine looks promising, Tsunade remarked, showing particular interest in the red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 96. A delicious feast from the enigmatic eastern land since the passing of Kushina. The village has seen no more ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. The memories of her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, and her teachings caused Tsunade to drift into a reverie. The sight of this red-haired girl inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity. Could we give Ino another chance, Lady Tsunade? Karen asked, torn between her joy at becoming Tsunade's apprentice and her sympathy for Ino. No. In the world of ninjas, if one lacks talent, they shouldn't overreach. On the battlefield, if your comrade is on the brink of death and you cannot save them due to your limitations, can you forgive yourself? Tsunade's words held merit. A medical ninja whose skills do not meet the required standards would be better off remaining an ordinary ninja. Medical ninjas bear not only their own worth, but also the lives of their comrades. This is why they are held in such high regard in every village, not merely due to the rarity of yang chakra, but because their innate control over chakra exceeds that of others. Moreover, medical ninjas must sacrifice the training of combat ninjutsu, as one cannot divide their focus. Few ninjas can excel in both medical techniques and combat prowess simultaneously, with only a handful of exceptionally gifted individuals like Tsunade and Orochimaru standing out. Very well, the light-haired girl conceded with a despondent nod, her tone filled with melancholy, leading to a silence on the way home. Sakura and Karen found themselves at a loss on how to comfort their dejected friend. Upon reaching Karen's home, she said, "Sakura, please comfort Ino. I'll prepare dinner," hoping that a delightful meal would lift Ino's spirits. "All right," Sakura replied, suddenly struck by an idea that brightened her emerald eyes as she winked at Karen, suggesting she had a plan to cheer Ino up. Sakura approached Ino, who was curled up on the sofa, motionless. The blonde girl hugged her knees, burying her head in her chest. Sakura gently sat beside her and wrapped her arms around the unhappy girl, wishing to envelop her entirely. "Ino, am I really that useless? Karen will master medical ninjutsu quickly, but I can't even qualify to begin," Ino lamented. "I don't believe that at all. Karen already had a foundation in medical ninjutsu, while you have focused on sensory techniques. It's only natural that you would struggle with medical ninjutsu at first," Sakura reassured her, knowing that in the original story, Ino faced significant challenges before finally joining the medical team. "Ino, please stop comforting me. I know I'm inadequate, but I want to learn medical ninjutsu not for myself, but so I can help you. At the very least, I want to support you when you're injured." Ino's voice grew increasingly pitiful, fully aware that her current abilities rendered her unable to fight alongside Sakura, only serving as a burden. "Foolish girl, even without medical ninjutsu, your sensory techniques are impressive. Besides, I won't allow a day to come where I am injured and need you to heal me. That would be too dangerous. I will never let you find yourself in such peril," Sakura expressed, sharing her thoughts. If she couldn't protect the girl she cherished, what kind of warrior would she be? "But I still want to be of help," Ino replied softly, her tone lightening as she nestled her head against Sakura's chest, her warm breath brushing against the nape of Sakura's neck. "I have a way for you and Karen to fight alongside me in the future. So let us not dwell on medical ninjutsu right now." Sakura tenderly brushed Ino's bangs aside, a smile gracing her lips. "Really?" Ino's spirit lifted as she straightened up, her cerulean eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course. Don't you trust me?" Sakura teased, playfully tapping Ino's nose. "Of course I do," Ino affirmed, knowing that Sakura had always been a beacon of hope during her gloomy days. "Then tell me, what must we do?" Ino urged eagerly, gripping Sakura's arm tightly. "Delicious sweet and sour pork and potato stewed beef are ready. Come and eat." Yet, the cheerful voice of a red-haired girl interrupted the moment. The girl, adorned in a pastel pink bear apron, entered the living room with a beaming smile, carrying 2 steaming platters of aromatic dishes. "Let us eat first. Be good. I will naturally tell you tomorrow, Ino-chan." Sakura watched the delectable dishes in Xianglin's hands, swallowing her saliva. Ever since she had taught this girl the Chinese recipes, Xianglin's culinary skills had become increasingly refined. The charming, intelligent, and virtuous little girl must not fall into the hands of any man. That would truly be a waste. "Yes. Ino-chan, don't think about unhappy things. Let us eat. It smells so good, can you smell it?" The red-haired girl brought the dishes closer to the blonde girl. Ino's eyes sparkled. "It really smells amazing. Xianglin-chan's cooking is getting better and better." Tempted by the enticing food before her, Ino cast aside her earlier concerns. "Let us eat quickly. There are several more dishes in the kitchen. Sakura-chan, hurry and bring them over." Xianglin playfully swatted Sakura's hand as she attempted to grab food with her bare hands, scolding her lightly. "That's dirty, Sakura-chan. Go wash your hands." Sakura winced from the playful slap. "That hurt, Xianglin. Why are you so strong?" Clutching her reddened hand, Sakura went to retrieve the dishes from the kitchen, while giggles from Ino filled the air behind her. In no time, the table was adorned with a feast of 5 dishes and a soup: seaweed egg drop soup, potato stewed beef, sweet and sour pork, steamed sea fish, oil-braised shrimp, and cucumber salad. So delicious. I never knew dishes could be made this way." "Sakura, where did you learn this?" Ino exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she savored the shrimp. She knew that all of Xianglin's peculiar yet delightful dishes were taught by Sakura. Oh, this is quite a long story. I stumbled upon a world cuisine cookbook once, and there was a civilization in the East called China. Their recipes are truly unlike any others. Not only are they visually appealing and flavorful, but they also possess a unique wok aroma. Indeed, compared to cuisines from other countries, the most prominent feature of Chinese dishes is their wok aroma. Stir-frying, grilling, braising, frying, steaming, and boiling, all 18 cooking techniques are accounted for. The essence of deliciousness lies in the high heat and wok aroma. Sakura-chan is truly knowledgeable. I've heard of that country as well, but regrettably, I've never had the chance to visit. I've heard they have a monkey that can wield a golden staff and transform in 72 ways. I wonder which is more formidable, that or the summoning beast of Lord Hokage, the king of monkeys? Xianglin took a sip of the seaweed egg drop soup, her red eyes shimmering with longing. That is quite a profound question. You're impressive, Xianglin. Sakura chuckled inwardly as she swallowed a piece of cucumber. These two monkeys are not even in the same league. Ha ha ha, what a whimsical crossover. The three girls sat around the small table in the living room, chatting and dreaming about the future as they enjoyed their meal. Under the warm yellow light, the faces of the three lovely girls were adorned with carefree smiles. And the cool summer evening breeze gently caressed the sunny dolls on the windowsill, mingling with the delicate sounds of wind chimes, creating a scene reminiscent of a harmonious family of three. Chapter 97. The Perception Combination Technique of Two Girls the Next day. At the training ground of Konoha's 7th team, Sakura said, Ino, since you are not currently in the medical department, I have decided to train you and Xianglin in a perception combination technique. Sakura fulfilled her promise to the blonde girl first thing in the morning. Even if she couldn't master medical ninjutsu for the time being, this technique could still prove potent and effective in battle. Combination technique? Ino was slightly puzzled, having never heard of this term before. Ahem, to be precise, it's a combination ninjutsu. Sakura realized she had misspoken, as she often defaulted to gaming terminology. Oh, I see. But how are we supposed to train? Xianglin was also eager to see the sparks fly between her and Ino. Sakura blinked her water-like eyes and smiled. Xianglin's ninjutsu is the Kagura Mind SI, which allows her to sense the chakra of ninjas within a few kilometers. This powerful perception ability is quite rare. While Ino possesses the mind-body switch technique, a secret art of Konoha that enables her spirit to enter another's body, controlling their actions and conveying her will and thoughts to her companions. Sakura patiently explained to both girls. So, if through training, you can relay the enemies sensed by Xianglin to every ally on the battlefield through Ino's mind, it would mean that all our combat personnel would clearly perceive the enemy's movements and positions during battle, thus swiftly breaking through enemy strongholds. In simpler terms, it is about transmitting Xianglin's extensive perception capabilities through Ino's mind-body switch technique, forming a vast perception magnetic field. With this magnetic field, ninjas engaged in battle would find it much easier, even when faced with a large number of enemies, due to the powerful perception pattern of the magnetic field, leading them to victory. Wow, what a creative idea. I can't believe I never thought of that. You're amazing, Sakura-chan. Xianglin's mouth hung open, astonished by the pink-haired girl's creativity. But merging our chakra shouldn't be a simple task, since each person's chakra is an individual entity. Ino quickly pointed out the crux of the matter. Sakura's green eyes narrowed slightly, her expression becoming serious. Yes, this will require long-term training and precise control over chakra. It cannot be accomplished overnight. As she spoke, she glanced at the two girls before her, her tone suddenly rising several notches. But I believe you two can definitely manage it. After all, you are both so exceptional. I'm sure you won't easily give up over such a minor setback, right? Sakura crossed her arms, intentionally encouraging the two girls to spur their determination. Humph. I'm not one to back down easily. I, Ino Yamanaka, am determined to be the leader of the Yamanaka clan in the future, the blonde girl declared confidently, pouting her lips. Me too. I won't give up easily. Xianglin chimed in, puffing up her cheeks with determination. Oh, is that so? Then let us begin. Seeing the momentum building, Sakura decided to seize the opportunity. Moments later, two figures, one blonde and one red, stood facing each other, merely half a meter apart. The red-haired girl raised her delicate fingers, a layer of crimson chakra slowly materializing around her body as she formed hand seals, enveloping her limbs. It was evident that Xianglin was intentionally controlling her chakra output. Being from the Uzumaki clan, she inherently possessed more chakra than ordinary ninjas. The reason for her restraint was to cooperate with Ino. Meanwhile, the blonde girl was also deftly manipulating strands of light blue chakra, which danced around her flowing hair, gradually appearing. Both girls possessed only slightly higher than genin level strength, so this chakra was nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely, let alone capable of inflicting tangible damage on an enemy. However, this delicate chakra was perfectly suitable for perception. Kagura Mind SI activate. With Xianglin's delicate command, the red aura around her spread like a spider web, extending towards Ino. On the other side, Ino had her hands shaped into a circular formation, resting at her left chest, the signature perception technique of the Yamanaka clan. The green chakra attempted to merge with the surrounding crimson. However, at the moment of contact, a violent repulsion occurred, as if two magnets of the same polarity were resisting each other. Ugh! Ino let out a soft gasp, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, the girl was experiencing immense strain at that moment. In the midst of their training, Ino bit her lip lightly, yet persisted. Meanwhile, the determined Karen struggled to align her crimson energy with the blue chakra of the blonde girl, managing to control the vibrant energy within her. Her delicate face flushed a deep red. After a moment, the unwavering efforts of the girls led to a slight shift. The blue and red energies, initially repellent, began to tentatively merge at the edges, testing one another. Sakura's eyes sparkled with encouragement for the two girls. However, in an instant, the blue and red chakras dissipated dramatically. Both practitioners exclaimed in unison, the force of their energies causing them to fall to the ground. Frustrated, Ino's brow furrowed. Her small fist clenched tight with a sense of dissatisfaction. Karen wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling deeply. You both have made remarkable progress. This is just the beginning. Sakura encouraged the two girls on the ground. In truth, their training speed for the new skill exceeded her expectations. At this rate, given some time, they could master a completely new sensory ninjutsu. Not enough. Let's go again, Ino, the red-haired girl declared, rising once more. All right, let's do it again. I refuse to give up. Thus, the training ground witnessed the two graceful figures repeatedly rising and falling in their relentless pursuit. In the following weeks, Sakura continued her grueling taijutsu training under Guy's guidance during the day while dedicating her evenings to instructing Karen and Ino in their combination techniques. After shedding the burdensome weights, the girls felt an unprecedented transformation in their bodies, as if all the clutter had been purged. Without the need to condense chakra, their speed had significantly increased. This enhancement also fortified their bones. Now, after filling her body with lightning-release chakra, Sakura no longer felt the usual soreness, but instead experienced a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swallow. Exhilarating. However, to conquer the trials of the wet bone forest and the erosion bone lake, much more effort was required. Such training would likely need to persist for a considerable time, as the pink-haired girl understood that patience was key, particularly during the foundational stages. One must recognize that Guy had trained for over 30 years to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening. Although she did not intend to delve into the 8 gates, the effort paled in comparison to the struggles faced by the taijutsu master. Well, the only thing left to do is to persist. Chapter 98. The uninvited guests at the Uchiha clan as night fell over the Uchiha clan's territory. The dark-haired boy had just returned from the training ground, having recently received praise from Kakashi for his mastery over lightning release. Now, the boy could execute 4 to 5 Chidori thrusts in a single battle. Exhausted, Sasuke slowly opened the door to his home. I'm back, he called into the vast, empty residence, his voice echoing through the dark, silent house. However, he appeared accustomed to the solitude. Clearing his throat, Sasuke touched the black curse mark on his neck. With Kakashi's assistance, he had gradually adapted to its presence. Even when drawing heavily on his chakra, he could avoid triggering the curse mark state, thus preventing a violent outburst. The summer night breeze gently caressed his raven hair, and in the pitch-black Uchiha compound, an unsettling chill flickered through the air, accompanied by an eerie wind. For figures suddenly emerged behind him, brazenly. The boy barely had time to light a candle in his home. I really can't fathom why Orochimaru would take an interest in such a little brat. A disdainful female voice came from the shadows. Motto: be gentle when you make your move. Don't leave this boy in ruins, or Orochimaru will be displeased. A coarse, hefty male voice followed. TCH. You are getting increasingly cowardly, just like your pathetic strength, Jirubu, a sharp, mocking voice retorted. Zoken, Mado, Jirubu, leave this one to me. None of you intervene. Or it will appear as though we are bullying him with our numbers, a cold, menacing voice declared, followed by a taunting laugh. Who? Sasuke sensed impending danger. The fact that these four had infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory without his notice was alarming. With a swift turn, Sasuke hurled 4 shuriken towards the source of the voice. However, in an instant, they were all deflected. Such tricks are useless against us, kid. The voice approached as the figures stepped into the moonlight. Sasuke began to discern their appearances. A hefty man with 3 tufts of red hair, a lean man with a pineapple hairstyle and dark brown skin, a silver-haired boy with greenish lips and 2 heads, and a volatile woman with red hair wrapped in bandages. All 4 were the forehead protectors of the Sound Village. You are subordinates of Orochimaru, Sasuke stated, gripping a kunai, his right hand poised defensively, clenching his teeth. He recalled their faces from the wanted poster posted in Konoha following the collapse of the village's plans, alongside their leader, Orochimaru. Hey, kid, just surrender, if you behave. I might go easy on you, the red-haired woman barked. What are you doing here, sneaking into the Uchiha clan's territory? Sasuke inhaled sharply, slowly gathering blue-purple lightning in his right hand. He was aware that these 4 were formidable opponents. A single misstep could cost him his life. Though Sasuke was uncertain of their intentions, it seemed they were prepared to resist. Then don't blame us for being rude, the silver-haired Zoken sneered. Lightning release, lightning bolt. A swift bolt of blue lightning shot from Sasuke's palm, splitting into 4 strands aimed at the 4 individuals before him. Earth release, earth prison. The ground suddenly formed a closed earthen structure, encasing the 4 within, acting as a natural barrier. Crackling sounds echoed as the lightning surged toward the earthen walls, but soon dissipated amidst the noise. Is that all you've got? I expected a bit more excitement. The earthen structure gradually sank into the ground, and the 4 reappeared before the boy. With a chilling calmness, they advanced step by step toward the dark-haired youth. Konoha, Gilpalm. The boy propelled himself forward, executing a fierce kick aimed at the leading figure, Kidomaru, but the pineapple-haired man effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Ninjutsu, spider's nest. Soft. White strands of silk erupted from the man's mouth, shooting towards Sasuke's chest. Thud. The black-haired boy found himself ensnared by the white threads against the wall, letting out a muffled groan. In that moment, Kidomaru seized Sasuke by the throat. You're quite weak. I could easily twist your head off. But Orochimaru has a peculiar interest in you, so you get to keep your pathetic life, the man sneered, tightening his grip around Sasuke's throat. Sasuke's veins bulged. His smooth face flushed red as he trembled, struggling to break free but lacking the strength to do so, resembling a lamb caught in a precarious cliff, helpless and despairing. Hey, Kidomaru, don't kill him. We still have to report back to Orochimaru. Zoken feigned concern, his tone dripping with mockery. I really don't understand what use this Uchiha clan left behind such a waste. Isn't this kid's brother that Uchiha Itachi? Why didn't they just kill him alongside that brat? Jirobo crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the black-haired youth before him. Little did he know, his words had struck a nerve with Sasuke. A surge of rage and ferocity instantly engulfed the boy's mind. Perhaps he deemed this fellow too inept. Whether he remained or departed was inconsequential, for who would care about the existence of such a feeble being? Meanwhile, Jirobo remained oblivious to the crimson hue that now enveloped the boy's eyes, continuing to dance perilously close to the metaphorical minefield. The black curse mark upon Sasuke's neck emitted a foul, purple mist, gradually creeping across his visage and even half of his body. The sealed power within him was abruptly unleashed. You wretched fools, you shall not be forgiven. Chakra erupted violently from the boy's form, instantly breaking free from the grip of Kidomaru. Sasuke's frenzied body surged forward, seemingly devoid of reason, attacking the 4 adversaries before him. However, in the next moment, he was swiftly knocked back to the ground by a single punch from each of them. Do not presume that only you have been granted power by Lord Orochimaru. Observe clearly, this is our cursed mark form, and you are still far from our level. At that moment, the 4 individuals were adorned with black curse seals that spread across their bodies, their strength multiplied several times over. They unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks until the boy succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, they placed the slumbering black-haired youth into a brown barrel covered with talismans. Carried by the stoutest among them, Jirobo. Under the moonlight, they prepared to depart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, two tall, slender ninjas adorned with animal masks appeared before them. From whence do you come? Daring to intrude upon Konoha and lay hands on the last scion of the Uchiha clan. One of the shinobi pointed accusingly at the quartet. Looks like we cannot leave so easily after all. Two troublesome individuals have arrived, one of the sound ninjas remarked. Taking the situation seriously, they understood that these ninjas were not like the earlier black-haired boy, but elite from Konoha, likely dispatched by the higher-ups to specifically protect Sasuke Uchiha. The four immediately activated their cursed marks and entered their second state. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 99, 3 girls and 1 boy, retrieve Sasuke. The following day at the 7th training ground of Konoha, a pink-haired girl was instructing Ino and Karen in a new sensory technique. Sakura squinted slightly, intently observing the 2 streams of chakra, one red and one blue, before her. Karen, Ino, be sure to find the right balance. Do not rush, she advised, clenching her fists as encouragement. Karen's fingers danced in the air, her determination evident as she bit her lip. I know. This time, we can definitely succeed. Beads of sweat began to form on Ino's forehead, yet she stood firm, her gaze resolute as she looked at Karen. The two consistently adjusted the frequency and intensity of their chakra, and after a brief moment, the previously chaotic red and green energies began to intertwine and merge into a peculiar glow. As the fusion deepened, their sensory range expanded exponentially. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, every whisper of ordinary villagers, every flutter of birds in the sky, and even the insects hidden underground fell under the vast sensory barrier they created. Ino's eyes widened with joy as she exclaimed, Karen, we did it. The red-haired girl grinned widely. Finally, we succeeded. It was not easy at all. The two had trained diligently for over half a month. Excellent. I knew you could do it. Sakura sighed in relief, her expression full of affection as she gazed at the two. The blonde and red-haired girls rushed over, embracing Sakura excitedly. The exuberance caused a delightful flutter in Sakura's heart. Yes, we did it, Sakura-chan. 2 kisses landed on her cheeks in celebration. By the way, let's give our combined jutsu a name, Sakura suggested, looking at the jubilant girls in her embrace. Sure, what should we name it? Karen replied, her red eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. How about Spirit Gaze Transformation Technique? Sakura proposed, having contemplated this name for quite some time. It had come to her early in their training. While she could afford to name her own jutsu with something trivial, the names of these 2 girls' techniques required careful consideration to avoid disdain. Spirit Gaze Transformation Technique. That truly is a lovely name, Sakura, Ino remarked, exchanging smiles with Karen. It seemed they would need to reward their pink-haired mentor that evening. Let us use the position that Jiraiya-sensei mentioned in the latest issue of Ika Paradise. It should be quite thrilling. They laughed, indulging in their imaginations. Suddenly, a silver-haired figure appeared behind them. Sakura, Sasuke has been taken by Orochimaru's subordinates, his magnetic voice tinged with urgency. What? Sakura's emerald eyes widened in shock as she faced Kakashi, realization dawning upon her. During their training, she had seen little of Sasuke, but under Kakashi's guidance, she felt he should be safe. Yet, she could hardly fathom that Orochimaru would dare to make a move again, especially after his recent humiliating defeat. Kakashi had just received news from the that the 2 elite ninjas tasked with guarding the Uchiha clan's territory had been gravely injured, and they needed to move quickly. We don't know where they are now, and if they crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, it could spell trouble, he stated. Having rushed to Sakura after receiving the message from the 3rd Hokage, for reasons unknown, Kakashi instinctively thought of his female student first when trouble arose. He felt that with Sakura present, everything would unfold more smoothly than anticipated. Sakura could sense Kakashi's anxiety, understanding that Sasuke was his most cherished student. With his prized pupil abducted, how could a teacher remain calm? Even someone as experienced in battle as Kakashi could not help but frown deeply. Kakashi-sensei, there's no need to panic just yet. Right now, in the village, it's just you and me from Team 7. Naruto has been training with Jiraiya these past few days. Can I bring in 2 more helpers to join us? Sakura proposed, knowing that since Kakashi had been informed by the 3rd Hokage to retrieve Sasuke, a mission team would need to be formed. According to the standards for mission teams, they still needed 2 more members. Who do you wish to bring? Kakashi asked, initially believing that just he and Sakura would suffice, as more members could prove to be a hindrance. These two beside me. Sakura gestured towards Karen and Ino. Kakashi's expression turned troubled. Sakura, this mission is no trivial matter. Orochimaru may very well appear, and I cannot guarantee their safety. Kakashi's concerns were valid. After all, the abduction of Sasuke was orchestrated by Orochimaru himself, and it was entirely plausible that he would come to assist. Moreover, Karen and Ino were merely genin. However, Sakura remained undeterred, having her own reasons for wanting to include them, especially considering their newly developed sensory technique. If luck were on their side, they might even manage to take down Orochimaru's lair in the process of rescuing Sasuke. Sakura placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, her expression lighthearted. Don't worry, sensei. I can protect them, and Karen and Ino's spirit gaze transformation technique can sense chakra within a vast radius, far surpassing your summoning dogs. Kakashi paused, intrigued. Spirit gaze transformation technique. I have never heard of it. Looking at the three confident girls before him, he sighed. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We must act swiftly. The sooner, the better. All right, let us set off now. Sakura turned to Karen and Ino, who instantly understood her intent. Two delicate hands simultaneously formed a seal, ninja art, spirit insight technique. A vast, visibly large red and green perception net, centered around the two young girls, swiftly extended into the surrounding space. In a matter of moments, wherever the eye could see was enveloped by this enormous perception barrier, stretching endlessly. The girl with golden hair quickly captured her target within the spiritual realm. To the southeast of the Land of Fire, approximately 80 kilometers from Konoha, 5 chakra signatures were rapidly fleeing, one of which was notably weak, indicating it had been sealed by some form of sealing jutsu. There was no doubt. Let us set off. With Sakura's command, the four of them hastily moved in the direction of the sensed presence. Meanwhile, the leisurely quartet, exhausted from their long journey, rested beneath a great tree. One of the red-haired women, gazing at the ominously smoking wooden bucket before her, remarked, I expected more from Konoha Zambu. But it seems they are not so formidable after all. Be careful, you are underestimating them. If we hadn't entered State 2, the outcome could have been uncertain. Cautioned the stout man, nibbling on a rice ball. Just shut up. You are the weakest and most unreliable among us, the woman retorted, showing no gratitude and instead mocking him. The stout man, incensed, leapt to his feet. What's the matter? Do you want to fight? The woman remained seated, her tone laced with provocation. All right, let us take a break, and then we must be off. Those Konoha folks will likely send pursuers soon, declared the pineapple-haired Kayamaru, extinguishing the fire before them with a white spider web. The group stood up again, the stout man hoisting the wooden container onto his back, preparing to depart. Is it really necessary to rush? So what if there are pursuers? We can handle them easily, the red-haired woman scoffed. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from above her head, spinning gracefully before landing at the feet of the four, accompanied by a peculiar breeze. Who? A sharp glint appeared in Zoka's eyes as he scanned their surroundings. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. From the depths of the forest, a resonating male voice echoed from all directions. Dozens of shimmering shuriken surged toward the four. They've arrived sooner than expected, Kayamaru smirked. Secret technique, spider's nest open. The man opened his mouth wide, launching a barrage of small spider webs that blocked the incoming shuriken, adhering tightly to the tree trunks. It's you who abducted Sasuke, isn't it? A silver-haired, masked man stepped out from the shadows of the forest, his voice cold yet filled with terrifying anger. This man was Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha. Jiru's orange eyes narrowed in slight shock. He hadn't anticipated that Konoha would send such an elite jonin to pursue them. Hey, you're not scared, are you, Jiru? The red-haired woman said sharply, showing no sign of fear toward the newcomer. Be cautious, this one is formidable. We must quickly enter State 2 and end this swiftly, or we will delay Lord Orochimaru's plans, Kayamaru advised. He understood that without entering State 2, the four of them would likely not stand a chance against the man before them. The copy ninja Kakashi was a renowned elite in the ninja world. Let us begin. I can hardly wait, Zoka said, as he controlled the curse mark on his body, a chilling glint in his eyes. Soon, the curse mark spread across their torsos, and their bodies began to transform. Spikes, angles, and protrusions extended from their joints, their skin darkening to a rich brown hue. For immense chakra energies surged forth from their bodies, powerful enough to send surrounding leaves swirling into the air. Oh, So this is Orochimaru's curse mark. No wonder even the Umbu fell victim. The power is terrifying, Kakashi observed, his deep black eyes fixed on the rampaging quartet, his tone betraying not an ounce of fear. A strange smile crept onto his lips beneath his mask. It's time to engage, Sakura. Would release, flower tree world descend. From the heights of the forest, dense vines rapidly spread, attacking the four with incredible speed. The deep green tendrils, resembling massive serpents, intertwined with agility and strength. Swish, swish, swish. What? It's would release. Who is it? The four in State 2 were taken aback. Until now, they believed only Hashirama Senju could wield such vast would-release jutsu. This is unscientific. Earth release, earthly return. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Secret technique, sticky gold armor. Summoning technique, 3 ghosts appear. They had no time for astonishment. Each unleashed their respective defenses. Countless vines charged forward like a battering ram, blooming with vibrant red petals. Boom, boom, boom. The defenses before them were swiftly shattered by the wooden vines, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. How could this be? This level of ninjutsu is beyond our capabilities. Moyo, who had been so arrogant moments ago, trembled, her black eyes fixated on the source of the wooden vines. She wanted to see who possessed such formidable chakra. Be careful. The pollen is toxic, Zoka shouted, and the four immediately covered their mouths and noses, leaping back to evade. Moments later, the vines halted, transforming the already lush forest into an impenetrable canopy, the massive vines covering the sky like a deep green cloud, exuding an overwhelming force. At the source of the technique, a pink-haired figure slid down from the vines, radiating powerful blue chakra, landing gracefully on her toes. It's you, Sakura Haruno. The quartet of Sound Ninja recognized the pink-haired girl at once. Just recently, their esteemed Lord Orochimaru had been thoroughly outsmarted by this girl. A mysterious maiden with terrifying strength, a top talent among the new generation of Konoha. It's been a while, little Karami, Sakura said nonchalantly, her mind brimming with mischief as she prepared to toy with the cannon fodder before her. After Sakura revealed herself, Ino and Karen also emerged from behind the tree. Thanks to their perception ninjutsu, spirit insight technique, Sakura and Kakashi were able to quickly locate their target. The four could not afford to be complacent. Kayamaru glanced back at the other three and commanded, Jiru, Mayo, you two stay back to deal with them. I and Zoku will continue with the container. We must complete Lord Orochimaru's mission. Kayamaru gritted his teeth, fully aware that Jiru and Mayo could not possibly hold off the pink-haired girl before them. Even delaying would likely be futile, but the four had no choice. They could only pray to reach Orochimaru's base quickly and fulfill their master's orders. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they must accomplish it. Orochimaru's command was an unassailable decree in their hearts. Years of mental conditioning and brainwashing had instilled in Orochimaru's subordinates a natural reverence for their master. In their eyes, Orochimaru was a deity, exalted and guiding their faith. Summoning technique, mud puppet. Jiru understood Kayamaru's intent and promptly slammed his hand onto the ground, summoning a colossal humanoid puppet made entirely of yellow earth. Positioning it before the four, Mayo also began to play the jade flute in her hand, continuing to control the 3 enraged demons that Sakura had overturned with her wood release, directing them toward the Konoha ninjas before them. As the specter of Kintamaru hastily hoisted the wooden barrel, emanating a sinister purple-black mist, he quickened his pace to escape ahead. Kakashi-sensei, I leave these formidable beings to you. I must hurry to thwart those two. They are still within the borders of the Land of Fire, and should they cross the boundary, it may become troublesome, the girl declared, casting a fleeting glance back at the silver-haired man. A slight frown marred her brow. Crossing the border would mean entering the territory of other nations and ninja villages, potentially attracting other mercenaries and ninjas. Although the pink-haired girl feared them not, she was reluctant to create new troubles for Konoha. Thus, it was imperative to rescue Sasuke while still within the Land of Fire. Chapter 101. Orochimaru's Lair, Here I Come. All right, Sakura, you can proceed with confidence. I shall contain these foes, the silver-haired man proclaimed, raising his dual lightning blades that crackled with blinding blue electricity. Sakura, allow Karen to accompany you. We are not far from the Sound Ninjas, and with her Kaguya's eye, we can swiftly pinpoint the target's location. The blonde-haired girl beside her spoke up. Yes, that's fine. Ino-chan will stay here to assist Kakashi-sensei. Remember to exercise caution, Sakura responded to Ino. reassured by Kakashi's presence regarding Ino's safety. After all, the silver-haired man wielded his thunderous blades with remarkable prowess. Having even discovered a scroll detailing the Hitaki sword technique from the secret chamber of the Hitaki family not long ago, it was evident that Kakashi's strength had ascended to new heights. Rest assured, Sakura, you and Karen must also remain vigilant. I await your return with Sasuke. Ino winked at Sakura, then executed a swift maneuver to control the monstrous fiend wielding the spiked club before them, directing it to attack the other two summoned creatures. Nodding, Sakura and Karen traversed the battlefield, pursuing the direction in which Kentamaru had fled. Behind them, the crackling sounds of Kakashi's lightning blades resounded, accompanied by the anguished scream of Jirobu, revealing that Kakashi had thoroughly subdued his earth-release techniques. Victory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Kentamaru and his companion hastened their steps, nearing the border of the Land of Fire, where allies awaited to assist them. After half an hour, they emerged from the dense forest into a clear expanse. Before them stood a youth with a shock of snow-white hair, casting an imposing silhouette. Both Kentamaru and his companion paused, clearly wary of the boy before them. "You are too slow, Kentamaru and Zaku," the boy remarked, slowly turning his icy gaze upon them. Zaku bit his green lip and replied, "It's the Leaf's pursuers, Haruno Sakura and Hitaki Kakashi." He did not wish to incur the boy's wrath for his own inadequacies. It was the strength of the pursuers that had left them in such a predicament. Haruno Sakura? Is she the little brat who thwarted Orochimaru's plans to destroy Konoha? Kimamaro's green eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of anger passing across his features. She is likely to pursue us soon, especially with a sensory ninja from Konoha by her side. Kentamaru's expression betrayed his concern. "Zaku, Kentamaru, hand over the container to me. You must buy as much time as possible," the cold boy commanded. Having promised Orochimaru that he would ensure the Uchiha boy would be brought to him, he could not afford to break his word. Taking the container from Zaku's back, the boy crossed the border of the Land of Fire without a backward glance, heading toward Orochimaru's new base. It seems I've arrived a moment too late. The pink-haired girl and her red-haired companion suddenly appeared before Kentamaru and Zaku. The container had vanished, presumably taken by Orochimaru's other subordinates. "Hey, you two. Will you surrender and reveal Sasuke's whereabouts? Or shall I have to subdue you first?" the girl demanded, her gaze fierce, her tone unyielding. "Humph. Such arrogance from a mere child. I shall see what you are truly capable of," the man retorted, leaping onto a nearby branch, his limbs sprawled across its surface. Secret technique, spider's nest. A multitude of chakra threads erupted from his mouth, intertwining to form a massive web that lunged toward the two girls. "Karen, step back. I shall handle these two pests swiftly," Sakura called to her red-haired companion, a disdainful smile gracing her lips as blue lightning enveloped her form. Lightning release, lightning flash. The pink-haired girl vanished like a wraith. How swift! Kentamaru and Zaku were taken aback, unable to perceive her movements with the naked eye. "Are you still dawdling? Orochimaru's lackey?" Sakura's figure reappeared beside Kentamaru, her palm raised high, delivering a devastating strike infused with thunderous energy. Lightning release. Thunderous dance of Chio. With a heart-wrenching scream, Kentamaru was sent flying 100 meters away, barely managing to enter his second state before succumbing to exhaustion. "Damn it, brother. Let us attack together and eliminate this insolent brat." Zaku, enraged and humiliated, activated his cursed seal, his voice dripping with the desire for vengeance. "Oh, did you think awakening a mad brother made you invincible?" Sakura laughed derisively. "Not only you, but even your master Orochimaru would give way in my presence." In an instant, she vanished again. Super strength, Sakura Blossom technique. Her fist, propelled by a gust of wind, soared toward the brothers' heads. They, undeterred, retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Boom. With the brothers' anguished cries, the clash of taijutsu concluded with Sakura's resounding victory. Breathless, she raised her fist, blowing on it nonchalantly. What a rush. Observing the two incapacitated foes on the ground, Sakura winked at Karen, who had been watching from a distance. "Let us go, Karen-chan," the red-haired girl beamed, her fiery gaze filled with admiration for Sakura. "All right, let us set off." In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight. Sakura, to the northwest, about a kilometer away. "There are two chakra signatures. One of them belongs to Sasuke," Karen alerted, having activated her Kaguya's eye. Thanks to their proximity, even without relying on Ino's combination technique. Karen could sense Sasuke's chakra. Excellent, Karen-chan, Sakura praised, giving her a thumbs up. Just as she prepared to quicken her pace toward their target, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to halt. What is it, Sakura? Karen inquired innocently, bewildered by the girl's abrupt stop, for victory seemed so near. Wait, Karen. I'm contemplating where following those two chakra signatures might lead us. Surely to Orochimaru's hideout. Karen answered without hesitation. Yes, Orochimaru's lair, Sakura mused, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face as she gazed at the young girl. Karen's eyes widened, and her voice trembled slightly. Sakura? You don't mean? Karen could guess Sakura's intentions. Chapter 102. The equipment is shattered. No need for uncle to harm others everywhere indeed. I wish to seize this opportunity to investigate that Snake Man's base. There may be unexpected delights within. The mere thought of Orochimaru's lab filled with intricate equipment and an array of forbidden ninja techniques ignited a thrill within Sakura. However, that could be perilous. We are but two, Karen cautioned. Xianglin felt a tinge of fear. After all, she was merely a delicate sensory-type ninja. Sakura extended her delicate hand and gently pinched the tip of Xianglin's nose, her gaze filled with earnestness. The young girl spoke with a steady tone. Trust me, Xianglin-chan. With me here, I will never allow you to come to harm. Her words exuded an immense sense of security, making Xianglin feel reassured. It seemed that as long as Sakura was by her side, she would never be in danger. This was not solely due to the astounding and fearsome power of the pink-haired girl before her, but also stemmed from Xianglin's ability to sense Sakura's genuine concern for her. The red-haired girl bit her lip and then broke into a wide smile. All right, Sakura, let us do it your way. Sakura reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Xianglin's ear. The two intentionally slowed their pace, gradually approaching the two chakra signatures in the distance. After a couple of hours, Xianglin spoke again. Wait, Sakura, it seems the two chakra signatures ahead have stopped. After tailing their target for some time, she continued. Oh, they've stopped. Have we reached the serpent's den? Sakura smirked. Xianglin, can you pinpoint their exact location? Northwest, about 50 degrees. In addition to the previously identified two chakra signatures, there are others as well, one of which is quite sinister and powerful. Before Sakura could issue further orders, Xianglin had already formed hand seals to enhance her sensory abilities. All right, let us go. We shall capture that rogue serpent. The two hastened their steps, preparing to brave the serpent's lair. In the ominous, dimly lit tunnel of Orochimaru's base, a white-haired boy carried a container as he ventured deeper. After approximately 10 minutes, a flicker of candlelight gradually illuminated the path. The light flickered intermittently, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A slender figure, holding a candle, approached the white-haired boy. Is that you, Kimimaro? It seems you haven't disappointed Lord Orochimaru. Do you have the items? A refined man, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, spoke in a voice that echoed through the dark tunnel. I have brought them, Kabuto. The task assigned to me by Lord Orochimaru shall be completed to the best of my abilities, the white-haired boy replied with a stoic expression. Very well. Lord Orochimaru will be pleased. You are always efficient in your tasks. Kabuto smirked coldly and continued. Follow me. We must not keep Lord Orochimaru waiting too long. He turned and led the boy deeper into the base. Minutes later, the narrow tunnel opened into a spacious experimental facility, filled with a variety of pigments and glass containers. The containers held colorful, unidentified liquids, alongside human heads and preserved skin, steeped in formaldehyde. In the center of the base, a man with long black hair and a pale complexion reclined alluringly in a stone chair. His serpent-like eyes glinted with a chilling light as he regarded the two newcomers. Lord Orochimaru, I have brought the container you requested. The Uchiha clan's young boy, the white-haired boy knelt before the enchanting man, bowing respectfully. Excellent, Kimimaro. You have indeed met my expectations. Orochimaru coughed lightly, yet his gaze was fixed fervently on the container radiating a purple-black aura before him. Sasuke, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your coming for so long. His tone was laced with excitement, barely containing his unrestrained fervor and greed. Orochimaru's serpent eyes widened, his pale scara now bloodshot, as if they might burst from his pupils at any moment. This moment had been long awaited. The body of this handsome Uchiha boy was now his to claim. All that remained was for this body to mature, and then he would consume it, acquiring unparalleled power and the perfect ocular technique. All would be his. Itachi, I may not possess you, but but I shall obtain your younger brother, Sasuke. Just wait. We will meet again one day. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with conceit, completely oblivious to the two intruders stealthily entering his domain. A peculiar gust of wind swept through the dark tunnel connected to the hall, extinguishing several candles within. TSK, TSK, TSK. I say, Uncle, are you so eager to acquire Sasuke's body? Your manner is rather unbecoming. The familiar voice, with its irritating tone, echoed through the space. Orochimaru frowned, glancing angrily at the white-haired boy kneeling before him. Kimimaro, you have brought outsiders. Orochimaru's throat constricted. It was that little girl, that pink-haired brat. Hearing that nonchalant voice again sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. What? Kimimaro turned abruptly. He had not anticipated that, after a smooth journey, they would still be pursued by Konoha's forces. He had been completely unaware of anyone following them. What kind of strength could conceal chakra to such a degree? Even he, with his agility, had failed to notice. What is the matter, uncle? Am I unwelcome? It's been a while. I've missed you dearly. As the voice drew nearer, two figures, one pink and one red, came into view. Observing the myriad experimental apparatus and the bubbling, colorful liquids, Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. Orochimaru truly lives up to his infamous reputation. Spending all his time in this place, researching corpses and forbidden techniques, it was no wonder his creations were so grotesque. What do you want? Orochimaru scoffed, rising from his stone chair. Nothing much. Just came to see my dear uncle and to retrieve my companion, Sakura responded. Her demeanor relaxed as she regarded the serpent man. She pinched her chin thoughtfully before adding, Oh, and while I'm here, I might as well smash all your little bottles and jars to prevent you from harming anyone in the future. How dare you? To be so disrespectful before Lord Orochimaru. Kimimara's green eyes narrowed as he shot a fierce glare at Sakura. No one had dared to act so brazenly in Orochimaru's presence. She was the first. Calm down, Kimimaro. I worry your fragile body might not withstand the pressure, Sakura said, crossing her arms and casting a sidelong glance at the ailing boy. From his pale, bloodless face, it was evident that Kimimaro was gravely ill. Chapter 103. Today, I will play with you. Kimimaro coughed violently, realizing that this girl was indeed just as Lord Orochimaru had described. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to uncover the secrets of others. Sakura, I am not currently causing harm to Konoha. I believe we have no deep-seated enmity. You need not come all this way to confront me. Orochimaru gazed thoughtfully at his niece. He had no desire to engage in conflict with the girl. He was acutely aware of her formidable strength. If a battle were to erupt in his laboratory, it would surely wreak havoc on his precious equipment. Sakura understood Orochimaru's intentions perfectly. With a wicked grin, she replied, True. Uncle, you and I have no grievances. There's really no need for us to clash so soon. How about this? Fulfill 2 of my requests, and I'll leave. Seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes sparkled with feigned politeness. Go on. First, return Sasuke to me. He is a member of our Team 7, and I wish to take him back to Konoha unharmed. Second, you must share with me all the forbidden techniques you currently possess. After all, it's been so long since we've met, and as your beloved niece, I deserve a proper greeting. It would be rather inappropriate for a legendary Sannin to neglect such a gesture. As Sakura's words escaped her lips, both Kabuto and Kimimaro gazed at the pink-haired girl in astonishment. Behind her, Karine could hardly suppress a laugh. Had the circumstances been more fitting, the young girl would have burst into laughter long ago. This little brat had an insatiable appetite. Do you even comprehend the words you utter? Orochimaru's brows knitted into a tight line, fully aware that this girl was merely teasing him. Sasuke was the perfect vessel he had desperately sought, and those forbidden techniques were the fruits of his decades of arduous research. To think she could demand everything with a single sentence? This girl must be out of her mind. Look, uncle, it is you who is being miserly. Do not blame your niece for being merciless. With that, the girl cast her gaze around the equipment, letting out a long sigh. Ah, what a pity these treasures are soon to be ruined. With a sudden gleam in her emerald eyes, she flicked her jade palm, unleashing a barrage of shimmering blue and white kunai. Bang, 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 crack. Wherever the kunai struck, jars shattered, and a torrent of colorful liquid erupted from the broken containers. The scorching acidic liquid splashed onto the ground, sizzling audibly. How swift. The 3 opponents were taken aback. The kunai she had fired were a blend of lightning and water chakra. Moreover, they had not even witnessed her forming hand seals. You are truly unforgivable, Sakura. Orochimaru gazed at the chaos on the ground, his snake-like eyes filled with rage and regret. All of these were his painstaking efforts. Lord Orochimaru, leave this audacious little brat to me, said Kabuto, as he gathered a sharp chakra blade in his hand. His ninjutsu had a limited range, but was lethal, minimizing the damage to the experimental apparatus. The bespectacled man darted forward, swiftly appearing behind Sakura. With a swift slash, a long gash was carved into her back, breaking her skin. But beneath her skin flowed a rich blue liquid. What? A water clone. The bespectacled man realized this and quickly retracted his chakra scalpel. Have you become so dull, Kabuto, that you cannot even distinguish between a water clone and the real body? Came Sakura's disdainful taunt. Water release, water cutting technique. Sakura appeared like a wraith, suddenly materializing behind Kabuto, her jade palm releasing hundreds of water blades enveloped in blue chakra, slicing toward the man with the precision of a shotgun. The bespectacled man's body was instantly ensnared by the water blades, which churned around him like a meat grinder, trapping him in a massive whirlpool of chakra, rendering him incapable of escape. In mere moments, his body was left a bloody mess, collapsing to the ground. Sakura was aware of his formidable regenerative abilities, hence she had aimed to deliver a fatal blow from the start. Orochimaru observed the unfolding battle with a twinge of concern. This girl had made tremendous strides in her strength in just a few months. The simple water-cutting technique, in her hands, wielded an overwhelming power, akin to a tempest that ensnared Kabuto, preventing his escape. Her chakra reserves were astonishingly vast. It was worth noting that Kabuto possessed strength comparable to that of an elite jonin. So, Orochimaru, have you pondered my two earlier requests? I can grant you another opportunity to consider. Sakura clapped her hands, glancing at the barely conscious Kabuto on the ground, then casting a challenging look at Orochimaru. Her tone laced with mockery and arrogance. After speaking, she discreetly signaled Karin, who immediately complied, stepping behind Sakura, before entering the experimental base. Sakura had advised Karin to stay close, as they were facing the merciless and unpredictable Orochimaru. This deranged man would resort to anything to achieve his goals, even threatening Sakura with Karin's life. However, Sakura was determined not to allow such a scenario to unfold. Orochimaru looked down at his fallen subordinate with a pained expression, his brows furrowing tightly. I can agree to grant you a portion of my forbidden techniques, but I must take Sasuke with me. This was Orochimaru's bottom line. Although he was willing to share his research's forbidden techniques with another, he would never easily relinquish the perfect vessel he had so laboriously acquired. Therefore, there was no room for negotiation. Sakura raised her delicate fist, cracking her knuckles in preparation for the real battle. Do not think for a moment that I fear you, little one. Orochimaru recognized that the impending clash was inevitable, and he gestured to Kimimaro. Kimimaro understood, raising his pale wrist toward Sakura, as the flesh of his palm began to undulate, slowly revealing a smooth, conical human bone. Sakura yawned, offering a friendly warning, young man. Do you know why your health has deteriorated over the years? Kimimaro looked bewildered. It's because of your own bloodline limit. You frequently extract your bones, unaware that the air is filled with smog and bacteria. It's a wonder you haven't been infected. Sakura had come across this insight in a post on a forum, where a self-proclaimed medical expert analyzed Kimimaro's cause of death with great precision. She found the argument quite compelling. Anyone who habitually extracted their bones was bound to meet an untimely demise. This also explained why the Kaguya clan of the Land of Water had perished entirely. Kimimaro was momentarily stunned. The girl before him possessed a thought process as bewildering as her strength. The boy scoffed coldly and lunged at the pink-haired girl, his bone spear transforming into a white streak, moving with astounding speed. Let's have some fun today. Chapter 104, Lord of the Serpents. I'm so scared. Sakura spread her palm, revealing a brown wooden spike, adorned with delicate, transparent scales. The girl adeptly fused the water armor with her wood release technique, significantly enhancing the spike's hardness. In mere moments, the pink and white figures intertwined. Within the dimly lit experimental base, the sounds of a lively swordplay echoed. Blue and white chakra swirled around them, vibrant and dazzling. Bang! Yet, after only a few exchanges, the white-haired boy was sent flying 10 meters away by Sakura's powerful cherry blossom punch. He staggered, nearly colliding with a funnel filled with yellow sulfuric acid. Such incredible strength. Kimimaro gazed at the bone knife in his hand, which was splintering under Sakura's wooden spike. Filled with horror, throughout the encounter, he felt as though he were being toyed with. The girl was clearly not exerting her full power. She was merely playing. Orochimaru, who had been spectating, was taken aback. He had intended to exploit the gap during Kimimura's battle with the girl to find a weakness, but he soon realized that he had underestimated her. This girl appeared to have no vulnerabilities. Observing the wooden spike in her hand made Orochimaru feel a sense of unease. Should she unleash a large-scale forest technique, his experimental base would undoubtedly be destroyed. Uncle, let's join forces. I don't mind, especially since the esteemed Uchiha Itachi, whom you've always revered, was recently defeated by me. That psychological tormentor who could eliminate you with just a glance is not so formidable after all. Sakura understood how to target the enemy's weaknesses, sowing discord among their ranks. What? Itachi was defeated by you? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, as the technique he was about to employ was abruptly retracted. At that moment, a man's worldview was crumbling. It wasn't exactly a defeat. It was more like a 60-40 split in my favor. Sakura gazed at Orochimaru's pale expression, her heart brimming with laughter, and continued to escalate her mockery. Oh right, uncle. That fellow named Itachi mentioned he could defeat a traitor called Orochimaru with just a glance. I was skeptical at first, but his earnest demeanor suggested otherwise. Sakura's tone took on an odd quality. What a coincidence to encounter you today. May I conduct a brief interview? Is what Itachi said truly accurate? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face shifted between shades of blue and white, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What does this have to do with you? Mind your own business." The urgency in his voice was palpable. Sakura feigned distress, touching her forehead as she lamented. It seems he was indeed speaking the truth. My dear uncle, you are tarnishing the name of the 3 legendary Sannin. This fellow was simply unforgivable. Observing his boss being humiliated by a mere 13-year-old, Kimimura could no longer contain himself and decided to take action. With a swift movement, he unleashed his technique, Bone Pulse, 10 fingers piercing. His 10 fingers propelled sharp bone projectiles, akin to shotgun pellets, aimed at the pink-haired girl before him. The power was visibly formidable. Indeed, the Kaguya clan's youth possesses considerable prowess. The girl, unfazed, revealed a shimmering aura of blue-purple lightning enveloping her petite frame, her fingers deftly forming seals. Lightning release. Thunderclap, activate. A massive surge of thunderous energy crackled around her, enveloping her being. The overwhelming chakra pressure filled the confined space. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 bone projectiles collided with her lightning armor, falling to the ground like spent shells. Could it be that even my 10-finger piercing cannot penetrate her defenses? Kimimura was taken aback. It appeared she was even stronger than Orochimaru himself. Just then, a strange, chilling laughter erupted from behind him. Orochimaru's laughter was high-pitched and grating, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down their spines. Karen, frightened by the sound, instinctively grasped Sakura's hand. Has he lost his mind? The man laughed for what felt like an eternity before abruptly halting, his serpentine gaze fixating on the 2 girls. Sakura, do you truly believe Itachi could vanquish me? How well do you think you know the real me? Today, I shall make you regret stepping foot here. One must pay for their words and actions. Ah! Another wave of eerie, sinister laughter echoed through the room, causing Karen to shudder involuntarily. Oh, is that so? So, you were hiding your true strength all along. I would very much like to see. Sakura surmised what the deranged serpent intended to do next. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a commanding shout, a thick cloud of white smoke filled the dim chamber, and from it emerged a colossal serpent, its scales a deep shade of purple-black. Its massive form nearly filled the laboratory, and with a flick of its tail, all the equipment behind it was sent crashing to the ground. Clearly, Orochimaru was ready to engage Sakura without regard for his experimental results. The great serpent, it hissed, glaring down at its summoner, Orochimaru. You summoned me to this place without a worthy sacrifice in sight. What is your intention? Its tone dripped with dissatisfaction. Enough of your complaints. Those 2 girls before you are your sacrifices, and they possess immense chakra within them, Orochimaru retorted, fully aware of his summoned's insatiable appetite for sacrifices. In this moment, there was nothing more effective than summoning the beast to confront the girl who had audaciously claimed victory over Uchiha Itachi. Hey, you foul serpent, when will you learn? All you think about is devouring humans. After knowing the slug princess for so long, Haven't you learned to indulge in a vegetarian diet? No wonder you look so hideous. The petite pink-haired girl stood defiantly before the massive serpent, her emerald eyes devoid of fear. Initially, she had intended to summon Lady Tsunade to scorch the creature with her acidic tongue, but the constant troubles with the slug had made her hesitant. Moreover, she needed to visit the wet-bone forest to further her training in sage techniques, making her feel somewhat guilty. Thus, she decided to channel her master's strength and confront the great serpent with her bare hands. You little brat, I shall consume you. The great serpent, provoked by Sakura's taunts, exhaled a thick cloud of mist from the nostrils on either side of its snout. Oh, I'm so frightened. But before you eat me, could you please wait just a moment? Just a tiny moment, my esteemed great serpent. Sakura suddenly feigned a pleading demeanor, leaving Orochimaru incredulous. The great serpent was equally taken aback, hesitating to attack, unsure of the girl's intentions. Chapter 105, Lightning Release. Hell-piercing, three styles combined. Sakura promptly turned to Karen, and the two girls exchanged a knowing nod. The pink-haired girl quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water prison. A spherical, sealed water prison enveloped the red-haired girl, shimmering with silver scales across its translucent surface. The water prison, an innovation of Sakura's, was designed to protect allies during combat by creating an aerated core that allowed one or two individuals to breathe comfortably within. Additionally, Sakura fortified it with her own water release armor, enhancing the prison's durability, effectively forming an absolute defense. With Karen safely encased, Sakura could now unleash her full potential. Little girl, at this moment, you still concern yourself with others? I shall devour you. The great serpent, realizing it had been outmaneuvered by the girl's sweet words, erupted with rage, lunging its massive maw towards her. Bang! The ground trembled violently. You truly are absurdly slow, the girl mocked. Just as the serpent realized it had missed its target. Here's a thunderblade for you. I'll chop you up and feed you to the slugs in the wet-bone forest. In an instant, the pink-haired figure appeared at the great serpent's thick neck, her hand surrounded by a whirlwind of electrifying energy, poised to strike. Crack! The sensation of striking air met her palm as the serpent's skin crumbled away. Yet its true form remained elusive. This repulsive creature is attempting to shed its skin again, is it? Such a tiresome tactic, Sakura mused, glancing around for any sign of the massive serpent. Sakura, be careful. It's beneath the ground. Karen's voice rang out from within the water prison. The ground erupted as the serpent writhed beneath, upheaving the earth in serpentine shapes, followed by a gaping crimson maw bursting forth, aimed directly at the pink-haired girl. It seemed poised to swallow her whole. With immense strength, I shall shatter your fangs. Sakura shouted, gathering a vast amount of blue chakra beneath her feet. In a flash, she struck down upon the serpent's vicious teeth. Boom! Ah! The anguished cry of the purple-black serpent echoed as its massive form collapsed to the ground. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as hundreds of vials burst, releasing colorful acidic liquids that splattered onto the serpent's scales. You little brat! How dare you ruin my magnificent body? This is unbearable. I can no longer move. The myriad serpents laboriously lifted their eyelids, emitting a wretched wail. And with a sudden bang, they transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Before Sakura could comprehend the situation, hundreds of explosive tags surged towards her. Ninjutsu, mutual explosive tags. Orochimaru commanded, deftly manipulating the multitude of talismans before him to launch an assault on Sakura. With the defeat of the myriad serpents, he instinctively seized this fleeting opportunity to mount a counterattack. By the heavens, this fellow has mastered the second Hokage's techniques with remarkable finesse. He exclaimed, Water release, great water wall. A wall of water, thick enough to be several meters in breadth, erupted from the ground. To employ such a wide-ranging ninjutsu in such a confined space was not Sakura's intention. However, the overwhelming power of the explosive tags forced her to conjure the water barrier to defend herself. This technique was taught to her by the esteemed Mizukage during her days of respite in the Hidden Mist Village. It proved to be extraordinarily effective, its thickness and area surpassing that of the water barrier by several folds, leaving her in awe. The thunderous booms echoed throughout the small chamber, the confined space amplifying the relentless barrage of explosive tags, creating a reverberating cacophony that persisted for several minutes. The ceiling above them crumbled under the force of the explosive tags and the crashing waves of water, debris raining down. Above them, The azure sky became visible once more. Ah, is this what it means to see the light of day again? Sakura mused, casting a glance at Orochimaru, who was still weaving hand seals and controlling the explosive tags, his crimson eyes nearly frenzied. You little brat, you have utterly destroyed my experimental base. You shall pay for this. With that, Orochimaru lunged towards the girl, unleashing a silver Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Here we go again. But I am no longer afraid of you, Sakura retorted, a smile gracing her lips as she intensified the power of her lightning armor, swinging her robust arm, now fully activated, to meet him head-on. The clash of the lightning armor and the Kusanagi sword resonated with a sharp sound, the silver glint of the blade exploding outward as they collided with tremendous force. Orochimaru's hand trembled upon gripping the sword, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. Where did this girl acquire such formidable strength? His serpentine gaze fixated on the blue steam enveloping Sakura, marveling at the incredible lightning power that had forged an impenetrable armor around her. It was truly terrifying. The Kusanagi sword, one of the 10 legendary weapons of the ninja world, has not shattered against my lightning armor. Gazing at Orochimaru, a mischievous thought flitted through Sakura's mind. By the way, if you lose today, remember to hand over all the artifacts you have collected over the years to your niece, okay? Just a gentle reminder, lest you accuse me of lacking martial ethics later. With that, she cast a glance at the water-encased red-haired girl, smiling brightly. Karen, please remind me of this later. I fear I may forget. After all, our esteemed Orochimaru is a treasure trove, and if we don't seize this opportunity, we may never get another. Karen, covering her delicate mouth, smiled sweetly. Of course, I'll keep that in mind, Sakura-chan. Even in the face of danger, Karen remained composed, knowing the immense strength Sakura possessed. As long as Sakura was there, she felt secure. All she could do now was to utilize her sensory ninjutsu to alert Sakura of the enemy's position and any impending dangers. Although she appeared to be the one needing protection, she was indeed aiding Sakura, and even the smallest assistance brought her satisfaction. I will kill you. Orochimaru, agitated by Sakura's taunts, slithered low to the ground, his mouth agape. Ninjutsu, serpent's nest. Thousands of vividly colored serpents lunged towards the girl. It resembled a river of serpents, each one spitting forth sharp, silver blades. Sakura felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Heavens, do you not know I suffer from a phobia of clusters? Her emerald eyes narrowed as she prepared to unleash a newly acquired technique to counter this terrifying tide of serpents. Extending 3 slender fingers, her chakra surged through her body, responding to an unseen call, rapidly gathering at her fingertips. In mere moments, a formidable hell spike was formed, a technique capable of vanquishing thousands. Once wielded by the third Reikage. Lightning release. Hell spike. Triple strike. Chapter 106. The Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. Orochimaru's madness. Orochimaru, you are indeed formidable. Employing this technique against you signifies that I have acknowledged your strength. With a swift motion, Sakura charged towards the serpentine array with the speed of lightning. She cleaved through the serpents, severing countless heads beneath her formidable assault, blood flowing like a river. In an instant, the once arrogant serpents lay subdued, some lay dead, others injured or fleeing. Yet, Sakura's hell spike surged onward, undiminished, racing towards Orochimaru himself, as swift as an invisible specter. Orochimaru, shocked, hastily formed hand seals. His gaping maw dripped with saliva. From his mouth emerged a replica of himself, while the original serpent skin was shattered by Sakura's hell spike. The serpent substitution technique? Can't you come up with something new, Orochimaru? Why not learn from Jiraiya, who not only plays with frogs, but also masters sage arts? Sakura observed as Orochimaru barely evaded her strike, fully aware that the serpent substitution technique consumed a substantial portion of his chakra. Clearly, he was driven to this desperate measure by her relentless assault. Just completed, Orochimaru's body collapsed to the ground, drenched in transparent slime, his dark hair matted against his face. He emitted a painful groan, akin to a newborn lamb, eliciting a wave of nausea within her. Engaging in combat with him would render one unable to eat for a month. Sakura cursed inwardly, but now Orochimaru was at his wit's end. Then allow me to deliver one final blow, my dear uncle. With colossal chakra enveloping her, she prepared to unleash a powerful blue fist upon the collapsed man. At that moment, the fatigued Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, An eerie chakra swelled around his weary body, distorting the very air itself. His form began to swell and contort, limbs cracking as his flesh rapidly expanded, his garments bursting apart. Ninjutsu, eight-headed serpent technique. In an instant, a colossal eight-headed serpent, towering over 100 meters, emerged, blotting out the sun. Each serpentine body was adorned with countless gleaming scales. The triangular heads reared back, their crimson vertical pupils emanating a chilling aura. By the heavens, this is its true form. Sakura gasped, startled, her fist retracting instinctively. Sakura, unable to blame herself for her sudden retreat, employed the lightning body flicker technique to distance herself several hundred meters. Who could blame her for being frightened? The sight was grotesque. Not only was it hideous, but the eight-headed serpent's stench was overwhelmingly foul, a rancid odor that could be sensed from afar. Orochimaru, that vile creature. How many lives has he stealthily consumed? Utterly devoid of conscience. Sakura, undeterred, spread her palm wide, and countless vines emanated from her form. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. A torrent of deep green wooden spikes surged forth, twisting and coiling as they advanced upon the monstrous eight-headed serpent. The vines ensnared the serpent's body, binding it tightly from head to tail, leaving no escape. On the other side, the girl casting the jutsu furrowed her brow. Her index and ring fingers pressed firmly together. The wood release requires an immense reservoir of chakra and a commanding will. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The eight entwined serpents gasped for breath, struggling as they were deprived of oxygen, emitting agonized cries that pierced the air like nails scraping glass, sending chills down one's spine. Almost there, prepare for a collision. The girl swiftly released her hand seals and in an instant appeared before the serpent. The blue steam of lightning around her intensified, her arms, swollen with purple veins, resembled iron forged in fire as she seized the tightly bound eight-headed serpent. The creature attempted to resist, but found itself utterly powerless against the wooden spikes. With hands like iron pincers, she lifted the serpent high above her head and then, with a force that could shatter mountains, slammed it down to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked and splintered, radiating outward from the serpent's center. The girl's thunderous might, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning, erupted into a violent explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust that lingered for a time before gradually dispersing. As clarity returned, the sight before her revealed the serpent's head hanging low, replaced by the battered and bloodied figure of Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, a young boy with white hair shouted, rushing to shield him. Kimimaro raised his gaze to the furious lightning-wielding girl, his expression resolute. The boy quickly formed hand seals, ninjutsu, dance of the iron flower. The markings of rage coursed across his body, his dark brown skin and protruding horns transforming his demeanor into one of madness. A massive spine erupted from his back, thrusting toward the lightning girl. Yet she remained unperturbed, vanishing in an instant only to reappear beside him. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Sakura extended her right hand, grasping his throat. The lightning surged along her arm, coursing through Kimimaro, rendering his entire body numb. His second state was swiftly returned to its original form. A pained groan escaped the boy's throat. "You should just kill me." Kimimaro gasped, his cold eyes burning with defiance as he glared at the girl before him. "Why would I bother? Without my intervention, you wouldn't last a few days." Sakura replied, observing the pale visage of Kimimaro, whose body trembled, life signs dwindling like an aging elder, devoid of the vitality expected of a youth of 17 or 18. Sakura's gaze shifted to the fallen Orochimaru behind him, now unable to rise. "You've lost, uncle." She couldn't help but marvel at the snake's resilience. Despite his condition, he still clung to life. What was his body made of? Chapter 107. I want Kimimaro to be my boyfriend. Orochimaru, lying on the ground, looked up at the girl before him. Today's battle had once again shattered his perceptions. It seemed the boasts of this young girl claiming victory over Itachi Uchiha were indeed true. Orochimaru pondered how Sakura had mastered the wood release and acquired such formidable lightning power. If her earlier techniques stemmed from her mentor Tsunade, what about these ninjutsu? She was clearly not from the Senju clan. Everything about her was utterly baffling. "Hey, have you seen enough? Don't you find it rather creepy to stare at an underage girl like that?" As Sakura spoke, she simultaneously released the water prison surrounding Karen. The watery prison dissipated, and Karen joyfully rushed to Sakura's side, her autumn-like eyes winking playfully. "Sakura, should we rescue Sasuke now?" she suggested, pointing toward the nearby container shrouded in purple-black mist. With the greatest threat vanquished, it was indeed time to let Sasuke breathe fresh air. No rush. I still have a few words for this snake. Sakura took Karen's delicate hand, her tone turning stern. Orochimaru, at this point, even you must be out of options. But as your niece, I'll honor my previous promise. If you willingly surrender all your ninjutsu, I shall spare both you and your subordinates. Sakura surveyed Kimimaro, whom she had by the throat, and the incapacitated Kabuto not far away. Orochimaru glanced at the nearby container, housing the object of his obsession, Sasuke Uchiha. Yet now, he found himself cornered. A small snake driven to the edge of a cliff by an eagle, he had no choice. With a reluctant grit of his teeth, he sighed heavily. Fine. I'll abide by your words. Even so, he held no illusion that after surrendering all his ninjutsu, this girl would truly spare him. Do you think I'm like you, uncle? I, Sakura Haruno, am a woman of my word. A promise made is a promise kept, do you understand? Sakura had initially sought Orochimaru's ninjutsu, showing no interest in his life. Moreover, with the current strength in Konoha, she feared neither Orochimaru nor even pain. All right, I'll trust you this time. Orochimaru slowly extended his bloodied right hand, and with a forceful clap, a massive scroll materialized before them. This contains all the ninjutsu I have mastered and understood over the years, all yours. His words dripped with reluctance, and he followed with a chilling remark. Child, within this scroll lies knowledge that even you may struggle to control. Be cautious not to play with fire. Sakura was well aware of the jutsu he referenced, primarily the Edo Tensei and similar techniques. Yet, she dismissed such concerns, gazing at the array of ninjutsu scrolls before her. Her emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. However, she reminded herself to temper her enthusiasm, lest Orochimaru mock her naivety. Clearing her throat, she said, Ahem, Orochimaru, you may leave now. Orochimaru, still shocked, could hardly believe the girl would truly let him go. Though they had initially struck a deal, he found himself with no means of retaliation. He was at her mercy. She could easily take the lives of him and his subordinates after he handed over the scroll. Yet, she did not. What on earth was this girl thinking? Was she foolish or simply naive? No, that is incorrect. This girl is far too formidable. Perhaps she is entirely indifferent to her own life or death. Contemplating this, Orochimaru could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, times have changed now. Even a mere 13-year-old child seems to regard him with disdain. Struggling to move, Orochimaru assisted the barely conscious Kabuto from the ground and glanced at Kimimaro, who was being restrained by Sakura. Yet, the girl showed no intention of releasing him. What are you staring at? Hurry and leave. Be careful, I might change my mind. Sakura spoke with an irritable tone. Orochimaru paused, realizing that this girl evidently had no intention of letting Kimimaro go. What purpose do you have in keeping Kimimaro? Orochimaru inquired, feeling little attachment to the frail youth. Even if he took the boy with him, given his current condition, he would likely not survive for more than a fortnight. However, out of basic moral obligation to a subordinate, he felt compelled to ask. Otherwise, it would seem unreasonable. I have taken a liking to him. I intend to bring him back to Konoha as my boyfriend. Uncle, do grant me this subordinate. I shall treat him well, Sakura remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips. Orochimaru thought to himself how this child's words were always disarming, transitioning from bravado to levity in an instant. Nearby, Karen could no longer maintain her composure. She bit her lip and stealthily pinched Sakura hard from behind. Sakura suppressed the pain but feigned calmness, urging, still not leaving? She shouted at Orochimaru. Frowning, Orochimaru turned away from Kimimaro, helping Kabuto as they slowly departed from the laboratory. Watching them leave, Sakura could no longer restrain herself and cried out, Ouch! Tears streaming down her face, she exclaimed, Karen, that hurts. You're too harsh. Sakura touched her back where it throbbed in pain. Karen pouted. Didn't you say you wanted him as your boyfriend? Then don't bother with me anymore. The red-haired girl's fair face flushed with anger as she turned away from Sakura. Suddenly enlightened, Sakura burst into laughter. So, this girl was simply jealous. The pink-haired girl affectionately tousled Karen's hair and gently said, You silly girl, such words are merely to tease Orochimaru. How could you take them seriously? Sakura grasped the little redhead's hand again, adding, You know me well enough. You must know what piques my interest, right, foolish girl? With a mischievous grin, Sakura glanced at Karen's chest before pulling the sulking girl close and blowing a playful breath against her neck. Only then did Karen understand Sakura's intentions. After all, how could a girl who spent all her time in bed, experimenting with various positions for comfort, possibly seek a man? Just the thought seemed absurd. Karen couldn't help but chuckle at her own flawed reasoning. She stomped her foot, blushing and playfully admonishing, "You're so naughty, Sakura. Don't do that again." Suddenly aware of the living white-haired stranger watching them, Karen's face flushed crimson, and she fled towards Sasuke, covering her face with her hands. Chapter 108. Such a person is, to put it bluntly, despicable. Gazing at the beautiful youth whose neck she had grasped, Sakura smirked before releasing him. Cough, cough, cough. The white-haired boy erupted into a series of deep coughs. "Why do you want to keep me? I should be of no use to you," Kimimaro pondered, recalling the disinterested gaze Orochimaru had cast upon him before departing. The man who had always claimed to hold him dear had discarded him without a second thought, devoid of any attachment. Although Kimimaro had prepared himself for self-sacrifice for Orochimaru, the instant he was cast aside, he felt an inexplicable sorrow and despair. "Rest assured, young man, I have no interest in you. However, your bloodline limit is indeed remarkable. Come back to Konoha with me. Perhaps Lady Tsunade can find a remedy for your injuries." Sakura observed the boy's pallid face, and truth be told, she had always been fond of Kimimaro's character in her previous life. Not only was he the sole heir of the Kaguya clan, but his cool, aloof demeanor, if properly nurtured, could transform him into a formidable and loyal subordinate. The more haughty a person, the greater their loyalty once earned, often exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Of course, to gain such a loyal subordinate, one must first engage in a process of reconditioning his mindset, dismantling Orochimaru's influence within the boy's mind, and gradually establishing Sakura's own authority. "Why do you want to save me?" The boy was taken aback, his green eyes incredulously fixed on the girl before him. Just moments ago, he had aimed to strike her down, yet she could overlook their past grievances. "Because you are quite useful. Did I not just mention that I am akin to your master, Orochimaru? My intention in saving you is to utilize you," Sakura patiently elucidated. Upon finishing her explanation, she noticed a flicker of anger crossing Kimimaro's face. "You're mistaken. Orochimaru-sama saved my life. Had it not been for him, I would have perished long ago. Thus, I vowed to complete every task entrusted to me, even at the cost of my own life." Kimimaro's emotions surged. "So, he saved you only to cast you aside now? You are merely a backup vessel for him. Your body has failed you, prompting him to seek my companion, Uchiha Sasuke," Sakura explained nonchalantly, determined to make him confront the reality of his misguided loyalty. She genuinely admired Orochimaru's ability to control his subordinates, each behaving like a cultist, utterly devoted and unafraid of death. In the 21st century, such a figure would undoubtedly resemble a pyramid scheme leader. "I owe him. My failure to become his vessel is my fault. I despise my current weak body. Were it not for its frailty, Orochimaru-sama would not have to seek other vessels." The boy, however, failed to grasp Sakura's point, his tone shifting to one of profound despondency. With a serious expression, Sakura spoke earnestly, "True friends, or family, do not demand repayment for saving you. At the very least, they would never ask you to sacrifice yourself." A leader who can so easily abandon their subordinates is fundamentally flawed in character. Sakura believed she had conveyed her message clearly. The young man before her should comprehend. "No, you don't understand. My life was given to me by Orochimaru." Slap. Before Kimimaro could finish, a resounding slap landed on his face, covering his reddened cheek. He looked at Sakura with bewilderment. "Why are you so stubborn?" Sakura's forehead creased with frustration, her temper flared. "What do you mean by what?" Sakura raised her hand, ready to deliver another slap, prompting Kimimaro to hastily shield his face with both hands. This gesture resembled that of a frightened, wronged spouse. "Listen carefully. I am now your master. You claimed Orochimaru saved your life. If you owe him your life, then you owe me yours as well. Do you understand? Had I not spared you, you would already be dead." With no success in softening him, Sakura decided to adopt a firmer stance. The boy gazed at the assertive pink-haired girl before him, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He realized she was right. Kimimaro clenched his teeth, as if suddenly awakened by her words, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scrutinized the girl before him. Short pink hair, flat-chested, fierce, with a fiery temper. When she employed lightning techniques, she resembled a powerful Barbie doll. She was even shorter than him, and now he owed her a life debt. So, this person was now his master? What are you looking at? Did you hear what I said? From now on, I am your superior. You must heed my words and fulfill my orders, or else you shall see how I deal with you." Sakura observed the boy's bewildered expression and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, when dealing with such unwaveringly loyal individuals, emotional appeals were futile. A reciprocal exchange was necessary. The boy remained silent for a considerable time before unexpectedly nodding in agreement. "Very well, Lady Sakura. You have granted me a third chance at life. Henceforth, I shall obey your commands." After speaking, he did not forget to slightly bow to her. "Ah, you can drop the lady title. It sounds rather unsettling. Just call me Sakura, all right? Haha, be good now." Sakura raised her hand to gently pat the frail new subordinate before her. To manage such a person, one must make them feel indebted. In simpler terms, it was about humility. "Sakura?" The white-haired boy, feeling slightly awkward, cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps I should still address you as Miss Sakura. Considering I owe you my life, it would be rather impolite to call you by your given name directly." Junmaru, who had long positioned himself as a subordinate before Orochimaru, was naturally unaccustomed to Sakura's casual and carefree demeanor. All right, suit yourself. I'm fine with whatever you choose." Sakura waved her hand nonchalantly, feeling quite pleased to have such a powerful and loyal new subordinate. "However, Miss Sakura, given my current physical condition, I fear I may not be able to serve you for long. I hope you do not mind, but during this time, I will unconditionally complete any tasks you assign to me." The boy coughed again, a sign of his fragile state. "Rest assured, my dear subordinate, I shall not allow you to perish so soon." Sakura patted Junmaru's shoulder. Since she had decided to take him on as a subordinate, she certainly needed to tend to his wounds. After all, what kind of leader would she be if she let her subordinate suffer? She did not wish to end up like Orochimaru. How disgraceful. "Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let's go see how Sasuke is faring," Sakura said to Junmaru. "Yes," the white-haired boy replied respectfully. The pink-haired girl paused for a moment, somewhat unaccustomed to his response, but then nodded, and the two made their way toward the dark vessel. Chapter 109. Go ahead, Orochimaru hasn't gone far. You should seek him out. Karen, how is Sasuke doing?" Sakura inquired as she approached the girl in front of the vessel. "I'm not sure. He is trapped inside this wooden container, which is covered in numerous sealing tags and emanating dark energy." Karen's red eyes flickered with confusion as she encountered such a sight for the first time. This is Orochimaru's cultivation vessel. It contains a substantial amount of dark liquid that has merged with Sasuke's heaven curse mark. I fear that at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke. Junmaru's words trailed off, his expression growing troubled. He has likely been completely tainted by the curse mark, or rather, even if he were to break free now, he might very well lose his sanity. A grotesque image of the black-haired boy, now enveloped in dark brown and sprouting grotesque wings, flashed through Sakura's mind. But perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. His strength has likely increased beyond measure. "Miss Sakura, I will now dispel the sealing tags outside," the white-haired boy declared as he brought his fingers together, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. His eyes widened suddenly. Release. The seals on the wooden container gradually faded, and the surrounding dark energy dissipated instantaneously. With a swift motion, Sakura struck the barrel with a powerful chop, splitting it in two as it toppled to the sides. Within the container, a boy with disheveled black hair, clad in blue garments, was revealed. He was curled up, arms wrapped around his legs, his head buried deep into his chest. The curse mark on his neck continuously emitted dark energy. "Sasuke!" Karen couldn't help but exclaim. After a long silence, the boy slowly lifted his head, his black eyes filled with a fierce intensity, scanning the surroundings like a predator on the hunt. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Sakura. "Hey, Sasuke, it's time to go home." Sakura could tell that despite the influence of the curse mark, his mind remained alert. The fact that the first person he sought out upon regaining consciousness was his teammate, Sakura Haruno, spoke volumes. "Sakura, how did you get here?" The black-haired boy managed to speak, his voice strained with pain. The power of the heaven curse mark was indeed too much for his fragile body to bear. "Orochimaru's behavior was utterly despicable. I should have incapacitated him when he left, just as Sarutobi did, to prevent him from abducting more innocent children. I came to rescue you. Orochimaru has been driven away. Do not worry, Sasuke, we're going home now." The pink-haired girl looked at her companion with a hint of sympathy. Recognizing the hardships he had endured, his entire family slain by a twisted brother and now marked by Orochimaru, misfortune truly favored the wretched. "Orochimaru, you defeated him?" "Sakura, You are growing stronger by the day. A flicker of shock crossed Sasuke's dark eyes, quickly transforming into a sense of despondency. As a member of Team 7, he realized that Sakura had developed the strength to repel the legendary Sannin, while he felt unable to touch even a hair on Itachi Uchiha's head. How could he possibly avenge his clan under such circumstances? With this thought, the boy couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Hey, Sakura, why do you want to save me? Let me be taken by Orochimaru. Perhaps I would have gained extraordinary power. Though he had been confined, Sasuke was not entirely devoid of consciousness. The reason he had not attempted to escape the vessel was that deep down, he yearned for power. He could feel the terrifying strength coursing through him after activating the Heaven Curse mark, far beyond his usual capabilities. Sakura was not oblivious. She discerned the reproach in his tone. However, she would not engage in a petty argument with a child eager for revenge. Sighing, she feigned disappointment and said, "Oh, so you wish to join Orochimaru? I had initially intended to share the jutsu I obtained from him with you, but if that is the case, perhaps you should seek him out instead. I left him in a rather pitiful state. He shouldn't be too far away." Upon hearing this, both Junmaru and Karen were taken aback. What do you mean? What is Sakura implying? The black-haired boy was momentarily stunned, but the mention of Orochimaru's jutsu clearly piqued his interest. Sakura saw that he seemed to be awakening and added fuel to the fire, feigning a cough for effect. Moreover, Sasuke, if you believe Orochimaru can teach you better than I can, you are free to go and find him now. As she spoke, her pink form crackled with arcs of lightning. Sasuke's pupils constricted in disbelief. Sakura, when did you master lightning chakra? During this time, he had been diligently training with Kakashi, never suspecting that his teammate had secretly learned such impressive lightning techniques. Watching Sakura handle the lightning with ease, he felt a surge of admiration. How wonderful it would be if he could master such lightning techniques. It would surely surpass Kakashi's Chidori in grandeur. Sakura rolled her eyes. Against such a naive boy, verbal persuasion proved far more effective than straightforward temptation. Wait a moment. Who was it that expressed a desire to seek out that slippery snake for greater power? If I recall correctly, it was you, wasn't he it? The girl raised an eyebrow, teasing the boy before her. Sasuke puffed his cheeks, suddenly feeling embarrassed. His hands fidgeted awkwardly, a natural aloofness preventing him from lowering his pride. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. All right, Sakura, stop teasing Sasuke. It was no small feat to rescue him from Orochimaru, Karen said, unable to bear the sight any longer as she shook the pink-haired girl's arm. The red-haired girl then turned to Sasuke and said sweetly, "And Sasuke, if you want to learn lightning release from Sakura, just say so. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Sakura is far superior to that Orochimaru." Karen observed the boy in front of her, who remained silent and downcast, and spoke again. She could see through the thoughts of these two individuals. Well then, in light of my adorable Karen, I shall reluctantly agree to teach you. But you must obey. I am far stricter than Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, a smile gracing her lips. From the very beginning, she had contemplated imparting some new knowledge to Sasuke. After all, merely learning Chidori from Kakashi had its limits. To defeat Itachi Uchiha, such skills alone would not suffice. Upon hearing Sakura's words, the black-haired boy lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of his carefree, yet caring companion, and a surge of warmth blossomed within him. However, boys often find it difficult to express such bonds and emotions openly. He could only stammer, "Thank you, Sakura." Chapter 110, I want 5 million Ryo a house. In a year's worth of free food and entertainment, Sasuke had always regarded Sakura as the target he sought to surpass. Observing her silhouette had instilled in him a powerful, relentless drive. Each time he engaged her in a challenge after learning a new jutsu, he would inevitably suffer defeat. Especially in recent years, her growth had become increasingly formidable. Yet, it seemed that her bond with him and Naruto deepened, compelling both boys to push themselves to become stronger. Again and again. Perhaps this is the true essence of companionship. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up, Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed, placing a hand to her ear and feigning ignorance. I said, "Thank you, Sakura," he murmured. In truth, he had many more words to express, but his pride held him back. He wished to convey his gratitude for her reckless bravery in rescuing him from Orochimaru, for showing him the future he needed to chase, and for her unreserved guidance. Sakura, Sasuke, you've finally arrived. Has the battle concluded? Where is Orochimaru? A familiar magnetic voice interrupted the moment, shattering the ephemeral tranquility. Everyone turned to see Kakashi and Ino approaching, one after the other. Kakashi-sensei, Ino, you're here? It seems those two sound ninjas have been dealt with, Sakura greeted. Ino hurried to Sakura's side, her sparkling eyes brimming with pride. So, Sakura, did I meet your expectations? I helped Kakashi-sensei a great deal. Ino had performed exceptionally well in her battle against Doyu, managing to manipulate the fierce woman's mind without Kakashi's assistance, ultimately landing the finishing blow. She eagerly awaited Sakura's approval. Sakura looked at the innocent and adorable girl beside her, her brows curving into a crescent as she affectionately patted Ino's forehead. Yes, Ino, you were amazing. It seems you've grown a lot. She then turned to the man behind the blonde. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for protecting Ino so well. Oh, you underestimated your teacher, didn't you? Those two were hardly a challenge, Kakashi replied with a gentle smile, his eyes narrowed. He then turned his gaze to the black-haired boy, concern lacing his tone. So, Sasuke, did Orochimaru do anything to you? If Kakashi's assumptions were correct, they had indeed arrived at Orochimaru's lair, and the destruction around them suggested a fierce battle had just concluded. It's fine. Orochimaru has already been repelled by Sakura, Sasuke said softly, touching his brow. Kakashi's pupils contracted momentarily, then softened into a look of relief. That aligns with my expectations. With Sakura's current strength, Orochimaru is no longer a match for her. This was precisely why the silver-haired man had maintained his composure throughout. He had a clear understanding of his female disciple's capabilities. Currently, within the entire ninja world, few could hope to defeat Sakura in a one-on-one confrontation. Of course, those beyond Kakashi's knowledge were excluded from consideration. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Kakashi-sensei. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, Sakura said, scratching her head bashfully. Who is this? Ino noticed a handsome white-haired boy standing nearby. Oh, him? He's my new subordinate. He was just Orochimaru's chief disciple, but now he's mine, Sakura explained nonchalantly. His name is Junmaru, with a regal demeanor. She turned to the white-haired boy and instructed, Junmaru, greet everyone. This is Kakashi-sensei, and this is Yamanaka Ino. Acting as the intermediary, she facilitated the introductions. The white-haired boy obediently nodded, humbly bowing to both. Hello, I am Junmaru, Miss Sakura's subordinate. I look forward to working with you. Ino's cerulean eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. You can call me Ino-chan. I'm very pleased to meet you. The striking appearance of the boy momentarily left the yellow-haired girl in a daze. Beautiful people always exude a sense of approachability. Sakura, are you sure he's your subordinate? Kakashi asked, his brow slightly furrowed. A man with such battle experience as he could easily see that the boy appeared pale, trembling, and devoid of color. He looked like a shell of a person. Moreover, how could someone who was Orochimaru's top disciple suddenly become Sakura's subordinate? Kakashi, always cautious, harbored doubts about this situation. Oh, I'll explain everything on our way back, Kakashi-sensei. We need to hurry, we've been out for so long. And the third Hokage must be anxious about Sasuke's condition. He's probably as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, Sakura urged, pushing Kakashi forward. She then took Ino and Karen by the arms, with Sasuke and Junmaru following closely behind, as they made their way back to Konoha. The familiar mechanical voice rang in her ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of rescuing Sasuke. You are rewarded with 3,000 chakra points and granted the Wind Release Chakra attribute, along with scrolls for wind release techniques such as Wind Cutter, Great Breakthrough, and Vacuum Sphere. Congratulations, host, for defeating Kabuto in the side quest. You are rewarded with the Summoning Beast Abyssal Spirit Turtle, which possesses the skills Abyssal Rock Prison and Boating Technique. The former is used to trap enemies, while the latter aids in crossing seas and rivers. It has a fiery temperament, but is quite useful. Congratulations, host, for defeating Junmaru in the side quest. You are rewarded with the Summoning Beast Stormwing Owl, resembling a giant owl, adorned with blue wind attribute wings, possessing the ability to pierce through all illusions. Note that it can counter all forms of Jinjutsu. During combat, it can unleash powerful wind blades with its wings. Its favorite food includes rabbit and mouse meat. Remember to feed both summoning beasts periodically. How exhilarating. As expected of a quest related to the Uchiha brothers, the rewards are becoming increasingly enticing. The girl's heart swelled with joy. The following day, at the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was elated upon hearing that Sakura had successfully taken down Orochimaru's lair. His aged eyes sparkled with delight. Ha ha ha, Sakura. I never anticipated that you would not only rescue Sasuke, but also dismantle Orochimaru's entire experimental base. I am thoroughly satisfied. Speak up. What reward do you desire? As long as it's within my power, I shall grant it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, feeling an increased fondness for Sakura. Heh, old man. You said it yourself, Sakura remarked with a mischievous grin. The dense smoke that Hiruzen had just inhaled lodged itself in his throat, making it difficult to swallow or expel. Coughing profusely, he regretted his earlier agreement. Oh, don't be so hasty, old man. Why the excitement? I haven't even stated what I want yet. The pink-haired girl chuckled inwardly, playfully patting Hiruzen's back as she feigned innocence, the corners of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible smirk. So, old man, I would like 5 million Rio, a residence, and a 1-year free dining voucher for a barbecue hot spring, if you please. Sakura seized the opportunity to extract some benefits while she could. Missing this chance would mean losing out. To Hiruzen, such requests were trivial, but for Sakura, they were vital for elevating her quality of life to a more refined level. Observing the gleaming eyes of the girl before him, Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter, realizing that this little disciple surpassed Tsunade in cleverness. Ha ha ha. All right, Grandpa agrees to your wishes. In Chapter 111, Shizune, startled, inadvertently sold Sakura out. Hiruzen had not anticipated that Sakura would help him resolve a long-standing concern. By destroying Orochimaru's experimental base, she had significantly weakened him, delaying his malicious plans for quite some time. Thank you, old man. Sakura waved as she turned to leave, entrusting the remaining details regarding Orochimaru to the silver-haired man behind her, Kakashi, who would meticulously report to Hiruzen. Outside, the white-haired youth awaited her rescue. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Sakura found Kimimaro waiting patiently. The gentle breeze tousled the strands of his white hair, accentuating his striking features. Let us go, Kimimaro. I'll take you to meet someone. With her hands tucked in her pockets, Sakura circumvented Kimimaro and headed straight towards the Senju estate. Understood, Miss Sakura. Kimimaro, unaware of her intentions, dutifully followed her. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a grand residence. Sakura knocked on the door, and after a moment, it creaked open. A beautiful kunoichi with sleek black hair greeted them. Sakura, what brings you here? And who is this? She inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar youth behind Sakura, noting his frail condition. This is my friend, Kimimaro. Miss Shizune, I need my master to examine him. His condition is quite serious, Sakura said earnestly. Please, come in, Shizune urged, fully opening the door to allow them entry. Lord Tsunade just returned from the medical department. Your timing is impeccable, Sakura. As they walked, Shizune engaged Sakura in conversation while discreetly glancing at the pale youth, whose strikingly handsome face was hard to ignore. Knock, knock, knock. Lady Tsunade. Sakura has something to discuss with you. Understood, came a strong, resonant female voice from within. The door swung open, revealing a voluptuous woman in a lace robe, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a deep V-green dress that accentuated her figure, leaving little to the imagination. Sakura felt her cheeks flush, momentarily forgetting her purpose as her gaze inadvertently shifted towards her master. What are you staring at, you little brat? Tsunade lazily leaned against the door, casting an annoyed glance at Sakura. Ahaha. Sakura snapped back to reality, hastily averting her gaze. Master, this is my friend Kimimaro. He is gravely ill. Could you please help him? Tsunade furrowed her brow, her keen gaze appraising the handsome youth before her. What a beautiful face, she thought, marveling at the fact that someone could surpass her former lover in looks. However, her expression shifted as she noticed the signs of distress. How long have you been suffering from this illness? Please provide me with the details. She recognized that the white-haired youth's condition was dire, without prompt medical intervention. He might not survive for long. The youth hesitated, uncertain how to respond. He had heard of the woman's reputation as one of the legendary Sannin and the most esteemed medical ninja in the shinobi world. But he felt deep down that his ailment was beyond remedy. Perhaps sensing his doubts, Sakura encouraged him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. Lady Tsunade is my master and the finest medical ninja in Konoha and the entire shinobi world. There is no illness she cannot treat. Just be honest about your condition, and I'm sure she will help you. Sakura was determined to ensure that her new comrade did not meet an untimely end shortly after arriving in Konoha. Life is meant to be enjoyed. One should at least marry a beautiful woman, savor the joys of life, and perhaps even have a chubby child before departing this world. It would be a pity not to pass on such handsome genes. Observing his master, the pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura, Kimimaro sensed that she was quite different from Orochimaru. She did not merely see him as a subordinate. An inexplicable warmth surged within him as he nodded in agreement. "All right, Miss Sakura." He then recounted his situation to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, I suffer from a bloodline illness that I have had since childhood. I am from the Kaguya clan of the Land of Water, whose members possess the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Unfortunately, this variability often leads to a short lifespan. I am now the last surviving member of my clan, and I fear I may soon perish." As he spoke, a wave of despondency washed over him. Despite extensive research by Kabuto and Orochimaru, they had been unable to cure his affliction, and he had lost hope in his frail body. "The Kaguya clan? The ninja who manipulate bone density as a weapon?" Tsunade inquired, her tone revealing familiarity with the clan. "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Kimimaro replied. Tsunade bit her lip, her furrowed brow beginning to relax. "I once came across your clan's medical history in a medical tome. It detailed the true cause of the Kaguya clan's demise. Young man, you have come to the right person today." Tsunade glanced at the youthful figure before her before turning to re-enter her room, slamming the door behind her, leaving Sakura, Kimimaro, and Shizen outside, bewildered. They exchanged confused glances. What just happened? Knock, knock, knock. Sakura, filled with impatience, rapped on the door once more. According to her master, there was indeed hope for treating Kimimaro. Why had the door been shut again? After a few moments, the door was pulled open again, revealing a blonde woman with her hair in disarray, her forehead creased in annoyance. "Who was knocking just now? Do you not realize I am changing? It's Sakura." The timid Shizen instinctively threw Sakura under the bus. Chapter 112. Kimimaro's surgery underway. I apologize, master," Sakura stammered. "Do you believe I am trembling?" Cold sweat trickled down her back as she sensed the palpable anger emanating from Tsunade. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the woman had donned a pristine white medical coat, carelessly draping it over herself. A single white silk ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her exquisite figure, a sight to behold. "Let us go," Tsunade huffed. At the Konoha medical department, the blonde woman retrieved a book from the office shelf and opened it to page 55. The subtitle boldly declared, "The Mystery of the Kaguya Clan's Annihilation. Is there truly no remedy for the bloodline limit?" The text below was dense, resembling a medical thesis from a certain academic database from her past life. Sakura stood on her toes, craning her neck to peer alongside Tsunade. The article meticulously detailed the origins of the Shikatsumiyaku and the reasons behind the Kaguya clan's downfall, echoing the analysis she had previously encountered in a discussion forum. It stated, Shikatsumiyaku ninjas enhance their bone density through calcification for external combat. However, prolonged exposure to the environment inevitably brings contact with various harmful substances, including fungi, bacteria, and other invisible pathogens. These substances can cling to the bones, infiltrating the user's body when they retract their skeletal structure, leading to relentless assaults on the internal organs, ultimately resulting in death. In simpler terms, it meant they had been infected by bacteria. Sakura eagerly urged, "Let us turn the page, master, and see if there's a solution." With her long, fair fingers, Tsunade flipped to the next page, and then the next. But each page continued to elaborate on the origins and causes of death associated with Shikatsumiyaku. Sighing in exasperation, Sakura felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, while the blonde woman remained unperturbed until they reached the penultimate page, which offered a glimmer of hope for Shikatsumiyaku bloodline users seeking to eliminate their afflictions and regain their vitality. Only one method proves effective. Medical practitioners may perform a bone transplant procedure. However, this procedure carries significant risks and must be approached with utmost caution, otherwise, it could result in death. "Bone transplant," Sakura exclaimed, her emerald eyes widening with joy. Finally, there was a chance for salvation. Tsunade, however, remained stoic as she closed the medical book and turned to the white-haired youth beside her, her lips parting slightly. "Listen, the risks of this bone transplant are considerable. It requires replacing all 206 bones in the human body with medical-grade bones. Even I cannot guarantee 100% success. Are you prepared for that? If you perish on the operating table, do not blame me." Kimimaro, however, appeared remarkably at ease, squinting at Tsunade with a relieved smile. "Lady Tsunade, I am already a dying man. What do I have to fear?" You may proceed with confidence. If you save me, it will be a gain. If I perish on the operating table, it will not be a loss. Having said that, he glanced at Sakura, gratitude lacing his words. Miss Sakura, thank you for your unwavering efforts to save me. If I were to die on the operating table, I hope you would not take it to heart. I fear I may not be able to fulfill my promise of serving you as your subordinate. Sakura bit her lip, observing the white-haired youth. His loyalty was commendable. Even at the brink of death, he still thought of repaying her kindness. She then flashed him a bright smile. Do not worry. With Master Tsunade here, everything will be fine. She turned her gaze upward, winking at Tsunade. Am I right, Master? The blonde woman paused, fully comprehending Sakura's intent to ease Kimimaro-s anxiety. She did not refute the sentiment, merely allowing her beautiful eyes to shimmer as she spoke softly. If that is the case, let us begin. As Tsunade donned the medical gloves positioned on the table, she opened the surgical glass door. Time was of the essence for Kimimaro. Delaying could result in him not waking up the next day. His breathing and pulse were alarmingly weak, and his heartbeat was significantly slower than normal. Therefore, the surgery had to commence without delay. The white-haired youth promptly shed the upper half of his clothing, revealing a gaunt, pale chest, and obediently laid down on the surgical gurney, being wheeled into the operating room by Shizune. Casting a glance at Sakura, Tsunade suddenly remarked, Hey, I say, girl, this lad isn't your boyfriend, is he? The blonde woman couldn't help but entertain thoughts given Kimimaro-s striking appearance and his evident subservience to Sakura. Master, please don't tease me. Do I look like someone who would have a boyfriend? Sakura retorted, stroking her chin before flexing her robust biceps. Tsunade's lips twitched. Indeed, her female disciple was 100 times more formidable than the average man. Looking at the sickly youth, it was hard to imagine he could match her strength. By the way, Master, please exercise utmost caution during the surgery. I've just acquired this subordinate, and to be honest, I really do not want him to die just yet, Sakura said, making a pleading gesture. Understood. Enough of your prattling. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively before stepping into the operating room and shutting the door behind her. Through the glass door, Sakura found herself inexplicably filled with worry. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor. Sakura, how is it? Has Lady Tsunade said Kimimaro is going to be okay? The red-haired girl entered cautiously, holding a food box she had brought from home. Following closely behind was a light-haired girl carrying a pale green thermos. It was Ino and Karen. Lady Tsunade is currently performing surgery on Kimimaro, Sakura whispered, leading them to a quieter area of the medical department hall, away from the operating room. The hall was bustling with people, primarily ninjas who had been injured on missions and their accompanying companions. I knew it. Lady Tsunade is so incredible. She must have a way. It seems Kimimaro-s illness has hope for recovery, the red-haired girl said, opening her food box to reveal potato beef and sweet and sour pork. The aroma wafted into Sakura's nostrils. So delicious. The pink-haired girl's stomach grumbled in response. It dawned on her that since returning to Konoha from Orochimaru's domain, she had not eaten for over a day, having rushed to bring Kimimaro to Tsunade for treatment. Her stomach was long empty. Let us hope so. Master did mention that the surgery carries certain risks. I hope everything goes well. Sakura picked up the chopsticks Ino offered and dove into the white rice, savoring a mouthful of potato beef, which was tender and flavorful, simply delightful. Everything will be fine, Ino reassured, her glassy eyes sparkling as she waved her thermos in front of Sakura. Look, Sakura, I even made a nourishing crucian carp soup for Kimimaro. I'll feed it to him as soon as he comes out of surgery. Thank you, Ino-chan, Sakura said affectionately, tousling Ino's tousled yellow hair. The three girls settled on a bench in the medical department hall, enjoying their meal while praying for a successful surgery. Chapter 113. I'll smash him with my Rasengan. The surgery commenced at 3 in the afternoon and continued until for the next morning. As dawn broke, the sky turned a pale white, and within the expansive hall of the medical department, only 3 young girls remained, huddled on the cold benches in anticipation. Ino and Karen had fallen asleep, their heads resting on the lap of the girl with pink hair. Sakura, however, fought to keep her spirits up, gently stroking the heads of her 2 adorable companions. The surgery is complete. Tsunade, weary yet radiant, stepped into the hall from the operating room, her face aglow with joy. The red-haired girl and the girl with light blonde hair stirred from their slumber, blinking in confusion as they sat up. How did it go? Is he still alive? Sakura asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, The operation was a resounding success. Lady Tsunade has successfully replaced 206 bones. The patient remains in slumber. But he should awaken in 3 days, Tsunade replied reassuringly. Yay! Hooray! As expected of Lady Tsunade, she's incredible. Karen and Ino exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with delight as they high-fived each other in a victorious gesture. The sharp sound of high heels echoed behind them. During these 3 days, the patient must rest well. You two are far too noisy. Do not disturb him, the blonde woman said, her tone stern yet undeniably cheerful. Having just completed an arduous surgery lasting over 10 hours, beads of sweat glistened at Tsunade's temples. She brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead and exhaled deeply, feeling the nostalgia of having not performed such an extensive operation in quite some time. Ino and Karen quickly covered their mouths, stifling their giggles. Thank you, Master. You are the best. Truly the greatest medical nin in the world. Your disciples are proud of you. Sakura chimed, her smile radiant as she showered Tsunade with praise. Enough of these empty words. Hand it over, the blonde woman retorted, extending her palm towards the girl. Sakura was taken aback. I saved your friend. Surely, I deserve at least 10 million, and since you are my master, I shall give you a discount. 8 million it is. Now, please pay up, lest I forget next time. Having recently lost a significant amount of money in gambling, Tsunade had long exhausted her previous loans from Sakura and Jiraiya. What? Master, don't scare me like that. I don't have that much money. Sakura wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tsunade smirked. No worries, I heard from the old man that you've been promoted to special jonin. As per usual, just write me an IOU, and your salary can be directly transferred to my account. Sakura gasped in disbelief. Oh my, I can't take it. After a moment, Tsunade examined the IOU that Sakura had written, nodding in satisfaction. All right, I'll be heading back to rest. The responsibility of caring for the patient now falls on you. With that, she strode purposefully towards the exit. At 4 in the morning, her hearty laughter echoed through the deserted streets of Konoha. Ahaha, Sakura, money is but a worldly possession. We can earn more later. Ino comforted the still dumbfounded pink-haired girl. Yes, at least we saved Kimimaro. We should be happy. Sakura sighed. Well, we should check on Kimimaro's condition. With that thought, the girls made their way towards the operating room. 3 days later, the red-haired girl packed a delicious meal and brewed a nourishing chicken soup, ready to head out. Karen, where are you off to? A familiar, cheerful male voice called from nearby. It was Naruto, waving as he approached. Having just returned from training with Jiraiya, he had noticed the moldy state of his home kitchen and was looking to dine with Karen. Naruto, you're back. I was just heading to the medical department. Where Sakura is? Karen replied, her eyes sparkling as she waved back. What? Sakura is at the medical department? What happened? Is she sick? Naruto's voice brimmed with concern upon hearing Sakura's name. No, it's Kimimaro, Sakura's subordinate. He has just recovered from a severe illness, and today is his discharge day. Look, I made him some delicious food, Karen said, lifting the food container to show him. Naruto's blue eyes widened in confusion. Sakura has a subordinate? When did that happen? Is it a boy or a girl? When did this happen? The questions poured out of him as he became increasingly agitated. I need to hurry. Otherwise, the soup will get cold. Let us talk on the way, Karen said, rushing out the door and nudging Naruto towards the medical department. As they walked, she recounted the events of the past few days, from Sasuke's abduction by Orochimaru to Kimimaro becoming Sakura's subordinate, and finally to Tsunade performing surgery on Kimimaro. Orochimaru is truly despicable, daring to lay his hands on Sasuke. The next time I see him, I'll smash him to bits with my Rasengan, Naruto declared, his voice filled with indignation. Rasengan, is that a new technique you've learned? Karen asked, her red eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yes, it's incredibly powerful, and I've also mastered the summoning technique. I'll show you one day, Naruto said, crossing his arms proudly as he spoke of his training achievements. That's amazing, Naruto. You're truly formidable, just like Sakura, as a teammate in Team 7. Karen praised him wholeheartedly. Speaking of which, why is Sakura so kind to that Kimimaro? Isn't he Orochimaru's disciple? Naruto's tone turned slightly sour as he eyed the fragrant food container in Karen's hands. Suddenly faced with a new boy, it was natural for Naruto to feel a twinge of jealousy, especially since Kimimaro had once been involved in Sasuke's abduction. Oh, you mean Kimimaro? He is actually quite pitiful. He is the last of his clan and has been used by Orochimaru. He nearly died, but thankfully, Lady Tsunade saved him. Plus, Kimamaro's bloodline limit is extraordinarily powerful. Karen explained, her enthusiasm bubbling over as she spoke of Kimamaro, unaware of Naruto's changing expression. What is so impressive about him? He took Sasuke, and I haven't forgotten that. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling a surge of emotion whenever Sasuke was mentioned. Well, he had no choice. Think about it. Orochimaru has been manipulating Kimamaro since childhood, forcing him into a life of crime. He is a victim in this as well, Karen empathized, understanding the helplessness that comes from being without family and being coerced. It was a despairing and suffocating situation. Had it not been for Sakura, she might have ended up just like Kimamaro, still suffering in the village of grass. Chapter 114, Asuma-senpai, when will we celebrate your wedding? All right, considering his tragic circumstances, I shall let him off for now. Naruto, not inherently malicious, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of Sakura showing kindness to a boy. He continued to bombard Karen with questions about Kimamaro, and upon hearing that Kimamaro was handsome and looked like a pretty boy, Naruto's brows furrowed in irritation. Internally, he had already placed Kimamaro on his blacklist. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the medical department. Sakura, look at what I brought for Kimamaro. Kankuro waved from afar towards the hospital room. The pink-haired girl sitting by the hospital bed turned her head at the sound. Kankuro and Naruto hurried into the ward. Brother Kimamaro, congratulations on your discharge today. I made you some delicious black chicken soup, said the red-haired girl, opening the food container with a bright smile directed at the white-haired youth. Kankuro presented the steaming black chicken soup to the pale-haired boy. Thank you, Kankuro-san. You've worked hard these past few days, the white-haired boy said, scratching his head shyly as he accepted the delightful dish. Naruto, you came too? Did your training with Jiraiya end? Sakura asked, noticing the blonde boy who had been casting a dubious glance at Kimamaro. After a moment of silence, the boy did not reply. Hey, Naruto, I'm talking to you. Why are you staring at Kimamaro? The blonde boy finally snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, it's over. So, he's your new subordinate. Huh, Sakura? Naruto pointed at the white-haired boy, his tone oddly peculiar. Yeah, what's wrong? Sakura suddenly sensed an unusual tension in the air. Naruto shrugged, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the youth across from him. He's just average, I guess. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Cough, cough, cough. Sakura nearly choked and coughed forcefully. What is this boy thinking all day long? Hey, buddy. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura's closest companion. We're both members of Team 7, along with Uchiha Sasuke. We've trained together since the Ninja Academy. What is your name? The boy seemed to assert his territory. Sakura thought, are young boys really this boring nowadays? Kimamaro calmly sipped his soup, unfazed by the boy's aggressive demeanor. Instead, he turned to the pink-haired girl beside him. Master, is what this guy said true? This time, he referred to her as Master instead of Sakura-san. Clearly, the two individuals with conflicting energies were beginning to vie for dominance. Master? What a strange title. Sakura has a name, you know? Naruto grimaced, pretending to gag. A big boy calling a girl Master. Who knows what he's thinking? Hey, you two. Is it necessary to act like this upon meeting? Sakura irritably rubbed her forehead, unable to tolerate the subtle rivalry between the boys. The girl glanced at Kankuro, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, then wrapped her arms around the red-haired girl's neck. Come on, Kankuro, let us go grab some ramen. I haven't had lunch yet. The red-haired girl looked innocently at the two boys glaring at each other. Worry etched on her face. Sakura, is it really okay to leave them like that? At that moment, the blonde and white-haired boys had their foreheads pressed together, sparks flying as they glared at each other. Radiating anger, a classic display of over-the-top shonen rivalry. The atmosphere was thick with an unspoken challenge. What are you looking at? Got a problem? Let us settle it. Whatever. It's not like they die. I'm starving. Let us go have a steaming bowl of Ichiraku ramen, my dear. The pink-haired girl teased as she playfully poked the delicate red-haired girl's nose, her breath sweet as blossoms. Kankuro blushed and nodded obediently. Okay, I'm hungry too. I should have made more soup earlier. With that, the two girls headed toward the Ichiraku ramen shop. By now, it was past lunch hour, and the ramen shop was not crowded. From a distance, Sakura spotted two familiar figures sitting on high stools at the shop. A striking red-haired woman exuded elegance. Beside her, a rugged uncle with a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Well, these two are openly on a date, even during the day? Sakura smirked, filled with a mischievous curiosity as she greeted them. Asuma-senpai, Kurenai-sensei, you're here for ramen too. The girl winked, her tone teasing. They turned at the sound. Sakura? You're here. The handsome uncle with a beard scratched his head upon seeing the approaching girls. Being Ino's instructor, he was quite familiar with Sakura, especially since her recent achievements had garnered much attention in the Leaf Village. Rumors spread of a new rising star, Sakura Haruno, a special jonin promoted by the third Hokage, and a pupil of the legendary Tsunade. Indeed, Asuma-senpai, is this a date with Kurenai-sensei? I'm so envious. Poor Kakashi-sensei is still single, Sakura innocently remarked, her heart bubbling with excitement over the unfolding drama. Kurenai's face flushed a bright red, her usual cool demeanor faltering as she stammered, no. We just happened to run into each other after finishing a mission. Asuma chuckled. Sakura, what about you two? Didn't you skip lunch? Come join us. I'll treat you. Sure. Thank you, Asuma-senpai, the two girls exclaimed joyfully. Sakura thought, as expected of the offspring of Konoha's elite. He used to treat Kakashi and Guy. And now he is treating Ino, Shikamaru, and me. Money does grant one a certain freedom. The two girls immediately became glaringly obvious third wheels as they sat beside the two jonin. While waiting for the food, Sakura leaned closer to the bearded uncle and whispered, So, Asuma-senpai, when will I get to drink your wedding wine? I'm eagerly waiting. She glanced at Kurenai, who was trying to conceal her embarrassment by focusing on her bowl of noodles, and couldn't he help but smirk mischievously. Ha ha ha, that is still a long way off, Sakura. But I appreciate your good wishes. Asuma laughed heartily. By the way, Asuma-sensei, do you know any exceptional female ninja suitable for Kakashi-sensei? Could you introduce someone to him? Sakura eagerly inquired, raising an eyebrow at the bearded uncle. Upon hearing this, both Kurenai and Kankuro looked over with interest. After all, the juiciest gossip is always the one that doesn't concern oneself. Asuma paused, nearly spitting out his ramen. Kakashi? Sakura, don't you know your teacher well enough? Memories of Kakashi lounging at home with his book during breaks flashed through his mind. Really? What secrets does Kakashi-sensei have? Sakura asked, curiosity piqued by Asuma's unusual expression. Asuma took a drag from his cigarette, the blue-purple flame igniting the end as he indulged in a puff. Kakashi-sensei is quite popular in the village. There were many girls who liked him back in the day. He reminisced about the time spent at the Ninja Academy with Kakashi and Guy, when Kakashi was the star student, excelling above all and becoming a prodigy in ANBU. Is that so? Then why is he still single? Kankuro leaned in, his red eyes sparkling with intrigue. Even Kurenai paused, putting down her chopsticks to listen attentively. Asuma was speaking earnestly about Kakashi for the first time. Although they were contemporaneous ninjas, Kurenai always found this masked man to be shrouded in mystery. Especially after the events involving Obito and Rin, Kakashi had become increasingly melancholic, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. The woman vividly recalled the moment when her friend, Radish, confessed her feelings to Kakashi, only to be met with a cold, fish-eyed rejection. Radish had sobbed on Kurenai's shoulder for an entire night. From that moment on, Kurenai vowed never to fall in love with a man unless he surpassed Kakashi in beauty, strength, and stature. Regarding Kakashi's considerable endowment, it was rumored that Guy had discovered it during a shared bath, and with his characteristic exuberance. The news rapidly spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. Consequently, the already popular Kakashi became an even more enigmatic figure in the eyes of some female admirers. The allure of the unattainable is ever tantalizing. Of course, on the last day of each month, Kakashi was unreachable. Unless he was on a mission, he would retreat to a certain place. Where? Sakura inquired, her emerald eyes probing for answers. The memorial stone for fallen leaf ninja, Asuma replied, a slight frown creasing his brow as if recalling an unhappy memory. Sakura immediately understood. It seemed Kakashi still held on to the past and the people he lost. Perhaps this was the reason he had yet to seek a new companion. Sakura, it appears the end of the month is nearly upon us. Karen calculated the days, noting that tomorrow would mark the last day of March, the anniversary of the Leaf Village. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Sakura's mind. Tomorrow would likely be a sorrowful day for Kakashi. Perhaps, as a student, she could do something to alleviate his pain. The following night, the silver-haired man had just returned from the memorial stone. The village was aglow with lights, yet the Hitaki residence remained shrouded in darkness. The March breeze tousled his silvery locks as he gazed at the stars above, seemingly lost in thought. A few stars circled the luminous crescent moon, resembling a mother and child. While the moon had company, he found himself utterly alone. The gentle flow of the river nearby created a soothing sound. In his youth, Kakashi often practiced ninjutsu by the riverbank, with his father, Tsukumo Hatake, patiently guiding him. Father, I'm sorry. As a ninja, I couldn't even protect my comrades. I've disappointed you. The man envisioned his father's silhouette fading into the unfathomable darkness of the night. Rin, Obito, are you both doing well over there? I truly wish to see you again. His heart brimmed with unspoken thoughts, words he had never shared with anyone. To others, Kakashi of the Leaf was an elite shinobi devoid of much emotion, a dutiful ninja who followed orders, the leader of Team 7, and potentially one of the successors to the Hokage trained by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, these titles were mere labels imposed by outsiders. Deep within, Kakashi held on to the memories of those few significant individuals, his father, Obito, and Rin. With a soft creak, the door swung open. I'm home, he murmured, squinting in the darkness of the hall. It was as quiet as ever. He retrieved a pair of wooden sandals from the entrance and sat quietly on the threshold. Lost in thought, each month end, upon returning from the memorial stone, Kakashi's spirits were seldom high. He chose this day deliberately, for it was the anniversary of Rin's death. He had once promised Obito to protect her, yet he had failed. Surely, Obito must resent him for not safeguarding his dearest friend. The cool spring night air brushed against his hair and nose, faintly carrying the scent of cream cake. No, how could there be the smell of cake in the wind? Kakashi murmured to himself, attributing it to his hunger from not eating all day, nearly conjuring hallucinations. Suddenly, the lights blared on behind him, shattering the silence of the Hatake residence. A chorus of jubilant voices rang out. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! The cacophony disrupted the tranquility of the Hatake household. Kakashi turned in bewilderment. In the expansive hall, a group of cheerful individuals sang the birthday song before him. Happy birthday, Kakashi-sensei. Surprised, aren't you? The leading pink-haired girl pushed a gigantic birthday cake towards him. Sakura, what are you all doing here? Kakashi squinted at the jubilant teenagers and his few close friends. Your student cares for you immensely, Kakashi. She even remembered your birthday. Guy beamed, flashing his bright smile and giving Kakashi a playful heart gesture. This cake was specially chosen by me and Sasuke. Strawberry and mango flavor. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei? Do you like it? The eager blonde boy nudged the bashful dark-haired boy beside him. Sakura's rendition of Happy Birthday was truly delightful. I've never heard it sung like that before. I want to sing it the same way on my birthday. The sandy-haired girl, Ino, had already begun to envision her own birthday celebration. What is all this? Kakashi glanced at Sakura, knowing full well these ideas were her brainchild. After all, such peculiarities could only originate from her imaginative mind. With Naruto's intellect and Sasuke's emotional quotient, they could never pull off such an event. Chapter 116 Naruto. You're annoying. We're celebrating your birthday, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura leaned against Naruto's shoulder while continuing to push the cake toward the silver-haired man. Birthday? Kakashi scratched his head, finally recalling that today was indeed his birthday, a detail he had long forgotten. For years, he had focused solely on the memories of those who had passed, neglecting his own well-being. He never expected his student would remember something he had overlooked. Quick, blow out the candles, Kakashi-sensei. Make a wish, Sakura urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she observed the dazed expression on the handsome man's face. Kakashi's heart warmed at the sudden outburst, gazing at the cake adorned with the prominent number 23 crafted from cream. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, realizing he had turned 23. Hurry up and make a wish. Kakashi-sensei, why are you taking so long? The blonde boy, having navigated around Kakashi, gently pushed him toward the cake. I'm sorry. Your students have been asking about you nonstop, so I had no choice but to let them know, Asuma said, his eyes squinting apologetically as he took a drag from his cigarette. Kakashi responded, all right, my dear friend, Kakashi, who is just a tad less charming than myself. Make a wish. Can you believe you're already 23? Time waits for no one. It seems we are no longer young. As Guy spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Kakashi closed his eyes. A wish? What should he wish for? He found himself without any particularly strong desires. If he had to think of one, it would be Huff. A sudden spark ignited in his mind as he blew out the candles in one breath. Kakashi-sensei, happy birthday. Let us cut the cake. The air is filled with the jubilant cheers of young boys and girls, rising and falling like the tide. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what did you wish for just now? Are you hoping to find a girlfriend at the age of 23? Teased the pink-haired girl as she leaned in close to the man's ear. Ahem, that's a secret. Children should not pry into the affairs of adults, he replied, playfully patting Sakura on the head with a feigned air of seriousness. TCH, being all mysterious. If you want to say, then I don't care to know. Sakura huffed, though her curiosity was not particularly piqued, knowing her teacher's temperament. His wish likely revolved around either the latest issue of Intimate Paradise or hoping that their next mission would be closer to the village. If his desires were to delve deeper, it might simply be to dream once more of Obito and Rin, revisiting the days they trained and fought side by side. However, what Sakura did not realize was that the man's wish intertwined with her fate, with Naruto's and Sasuke's, and the essence of Team 7. Yet never once did he consider her in that equation. "Ah, Naruto, you are insufferable," Karen exclaimed, wiping cream off her face, her delicate hand reaching for a handful of cake as she chased after Naruto. Naruto, pulling Sasuke close for cover, urged him to shield him from the chaos. "Don't mess around, Naruto." Sasuke scowled, clearly annoyed. With swift precision, Karen seized the opportunity, aiming for the head that peeked out from behind Sasuke, and flung the cake with abandon. The confectionery splattered messily across Sasuke's forehead like a slick smear of mud. "Ah, sorry, Sasuke. It was an accident." "Ha ha. It's all Naruto's fault," the red-haired girl exclaimed as she continued her pursuit of the blonde. At the Hitaki residence, the atmosphere was lively. The expected darkness and silence had vanished in an instant. The silver-haired man savored a piece of sweet cake, watching the brightly lit hall, the frolicking students, and the lively banter of friends, a wave of warmth washing over him. He squinted slightly, taking in the heartwarming scene. Behind him, 3 familiar figures began to materialize, glowing with a white light that did not belong to this world. "Kakashi, splendid. You have found new friends. Now, you are also a teacher to others. Set a good example for your students," said the serene girl with short hair, offering him a warm smile. "Kakashi, I can't believe you've become a teacher. It seems you've grown quite a bit over these years, and you haven't shamed our class. Ha ha ha. I have high hopes for you," exclaimed the boy with the goggles, his eyes glinting playfully. "Kakashi, you are living joyfully, and there are those who care for you and whom you cherish. As your father, I am proud of you," remarked the middle-aged man with white hair, gently patting Kakashi's shoulder, his weary eyes radiating comfort. "Rin, Obito, father, thank you," Kakashi whispered as he watched the 3 figures slowly fade away, a weight lifting from his heart as he took a deep breath. In that moment, he felt remarkably at ease. The following day at the 7th training ground, "Sasuke, focus intently. Gradually channel the lightning chakra within you to your bones and skin. This is the most crucial method for mastering lightning release body techniques," Sakura advised earnestly, observing the black-haired boy before her. Sasuke had been training for 3 hours. Failing numerous times, the difficulty was indeed considerable for him. He couldn't fathom how Sakura had developed such formidable lightning release muscle control. It required an extraordinary finesse in chakra manipulation. Just managing to control the blue-purple currents dancing across his skin felt beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, he refused to yield. Having resolved to learn advanced lightning release from Sakura, Sasuke was determined to persevere, no matter the challenge. Karen, be sure to find the balance within each other's chakra. You both have reached the initial stage of the spirit perception technique, capable of sensing chakra dynamics within a radius of several dozen kilometers. However, your endurance still needs improvement. In the heat of battle, maintaining prolonged support for your teammates can prove taxing. Hence, it is essential to enhance the stability of your combined chakra, Sakura continued, assisting the 2 lovely girls in analyzing the shortcomings of their newly developed sensory ninjutsu. "Got it, Sakura-chan," they replied, their faces flushed with determination. The girls clasped their hands tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and necks. Sakura felt a pang of sympathy but bit her lip, refraining from speaking out. She understood that showing weakness now would only hinder them. On the battlefield, enemies would not pause their assault simply because of your hesitation or frailty. Thus, being a bit stern with the 2 girls was ultimately for their own good. Even Sakura knew she could not always be there to protect them. Chapter 117. The Fury of Uchiha. "Sakura, it seems you are quite the capable little teacher." A vibrant male voice suddenly broke through the air behind her. Turning around, she saw Gai-sensei, today clad not in his signature watermelon-patterned spandex, but rather in the same green Jonin uniform as Kakashi. The 2 men approached Sakura, hands in their pockets, one in front of the other. "Are you 2 heading out on a mission?" Sakura inquired, eyeing their attire with curiosity. Indeed, we are off to the land of wind. The silver-haired man explained kindly, casting a glance at Sasuke, who was diligently concentrating on gathering lightning-release chakra. A sense of satisfaction filled him. It seemed that Sakura had trained Sasuke well. The once hot-headed boy, who used to lose control of his emotions and incessantly cry out for revenge, had now learned to calm himself and humbly heed the advice of his comrades. All this was thanks to the pink-haired girl before him. The land of wind? Are you going to Tsunade? Sakura asked, intrigued by the prospect of Konoha dispatching two powerful elite jonin to that arid region. Traditionally, missions were usually assigned to one jonin leading a team. This time, however, the assignment appeared to be of significant importance, at least in terms of confidentiality. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have sent two of Konoha's trusted jonin. Yes, the allied village of Tsunade, the silver-haired man clarified. Since the collapse of Konoha's plan, Tsunade's fourth Kazekage, Raza, has been killed, leaving the village in disarray. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose not to pursue vengeance for the Tsunade's attack on Konoha. In truth, it could hardly be deemed Tsunade's fault. After all, it was Orochimaru masquerading as Raza, manipulating hearts and minds, using the Tsunade shinobi as pawns to deplete Konoha's strength. Ultimately, Orochimaru remains a Konoha ninja. If there were to be any blame, it would lie with the old man for failing to teach his students properly, resulting in the death of the fourth Kazekage and chaos in Tsunade. Thus, considering all these factors, neither side sought to hold the other accountable. The alliance treaty remains in effect. According to the terms of the treaty, if either allied nation faces calamity and requests aid, the other must not stand idly by. Be careful then. The climate in the land of wind is harsh and arid. Make sure to carry plenty of drinking water, Sakura advised, choosing not to delve into the specifics of their mission. A nagging feeling stirred within her that something significant was about to transpire. Glancing at Sasuke, Karin, and Ino, who were still diligently training nearby. Yes, it seemed the rhythm and intensity of their training needed to be accelerated. In the world of ninjas, the winds of change blow relentlessly, and one can never predict what tomorrow may bring. Thus, enhancing one's own strength is the only path forward. Sakura, have you continued your physical training during this period? How is the intensity of your lightning release armor? Might Guy expressed his concern for the progress of the pink-haired girl's recent training. He glanced at her increasingly robust biceps, revealing a trace of astonishment in his eyes. In just a few short weeks, the noticeable development of her limbs and veins was truly remarkable. This girl is progressing at an astonishing rate. With eyes glimmering, Sakura replied, I've been training diligently every day. Just this morning, I spent 2 hours running 100 laps around Konoha. Now, I'm here to guide Sasuke and the others in their training. Otherwise, I could have run another 100 laps. I owe a great deal to Guy-sensei's guidance. Without it, my lightning release armor wouldn't have undergone such transformation. Sakura had not been idle during these days. Whenever she had time, she would intensify her physical training. After all, to cultivate sage techniques and traverse the perilous bone-corroding lake, she needed to rely on a deeper strength of lightning release armor. The current version of herself was simply insufficient. Well then, that is splendid. I look forward to witnessing your ultimate Chungo. Guy maintained a facade of calmness while internally lamenting, Lee, when will you emerge from the roots? Your master misses you, and I wish for you to learn from this pink-haired girl. As my disciple, you must not fall behind. Then let us take our leave. Sakura, please inform Sasuke and Naruto to train diligently. Upon my return, I wish to personally examine the results of those two youngsters' research. Kakashi remained entirely focused on his students. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, stay safe, and during your mission, avoid watching romantic dramas. Be wary of your health. Sakura nodded with a mischievous smile. Kakashi was immediately petrified, while the burly man beside him erupted into uncontrollable laughter. In the land of wind, at the Kazekage's conference hall, dozens of elite shinobi and heads of prominent families sat at the long meeting table, their expressions pensive. At the head of the table, a woman with short white hair wore a grim expression as she slammed her palm down onto the documents before her. How dare that despicable Hidden Cloud Village impose such an outrageous demand upon us, believing that the Sand Village is defenseless? The woman's aging eyes sparkled with discontent and resentment, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Not a single participant dared to respond. Just 2 days prior, several defense sentinels at the border of the Land of Wind were ambushed, and a panicked sand shinobi returned with a letter from the attackers. The contents were simple. The Hidden Cloud village was aware of a sand gold mine located at the border, which had been exploited for years, and they demanded its use to alleviate the financial shortfall of the Land of Lightning, urging the Sand Village to withdraw its troops and relinquish control of the mine to them. In less than 200 words, the message was insufferably arrogant. It was the first time anyone had spoken so brazenly about occupying territory. Chiyo could hardly endure such humiliation, having lived for over 80 years. No one had dared to act so brazenly under her watch, even in the absence of the Kazekage. It was not the prerogative of outsiders to dictate terms regarding their land. You wish to take our gold mines so easily? Do you think the Land of Wind is defenseless? Given the current strength of our village, it would be unwise to engage in direct conflict with the Hidden Cloud village. I believe we should carefully consider our response to this letter. An elite shinobi, his face adorned with war paint, was the first to break the brief silence. Chiyo's gaze sharpened as she turned toward the ninja, her voice low yet commanding. Fuma hate, after so many years as an elite shinobi, you seem to have lost your backbone. Do you think that conceding a gold mine will appease the Hidden Cloud? The mine is merely a pretext. Once we yield, they will gradually consume our sand village, and ultimately the entire Land of Wind. Her words rang with conviction. Since the death of Raza, Chiyo had been implored by the higher-ups to take charge of the Sand Village's governance. As the acting Kazekage, she could not permit her village to be subjugated by other nations. Not even a fraction. Fuma hate was momentarily silenced by Chiyo's retort. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and silently returned to his seat. Sister, we have been notified by Konoha. Their Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is expected to send someone to assist us with this matter soon. The nearby Karui, narrowing his eyes, leaned closer to Chiyo and whispered, Indeed, it seems the Konoha folks still honor their commitments. After all, the fourth Hokage met his end at the hands of that traitor Orochimaru from their village. Konoha should indeed take action to make amends. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chiyo's aged eyes, her lips curving slightly upward. Let us conclude today's meeting. Additionally, Maki, please summon Gaara and his siblings to my office. I have matters to discuss with them. Chiyo glanced at the Kazekage's advisor seated nearby and instructed. Understood. Lady Chiyo, the robust man, his white scarf partially concealing his features, nodded in response before exiting the conference hall. The other elite shinobi present also bowed slightly to Chiyo before dispersing. Watching the weary figures depart, Chiyo sighed. The Sand Village is truly becoming increasingly despondent. For me, an elderly woman, to step into the limelight. How things have changed since the days of the third Hokage. As her thoughts lingered there, she couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for her deceased son and daughter-in-law, as well as the grandson who had vanished years ago. Cursed Konoha White Fang. Should I ever cross paths with you, I will ensure you pay with your life. Half an hour later, in the Kazekage's advisor office, Lady Chiyo, Gaara and his siblings have arrived. Maki knocked gently on the already ajar door. The white-haired elder turned to acknowledge Maki with a nod. 3 youths, each in their teens, entered the room. The red-haired boy at the forefront possessed a cold demeanor, casting his gaze toward the elder before him. This was his second encounter with Lady Chiyo. The first had been during a Sand Village Council meeting when he was merely 5 years old. At that time, this elder had pointed at him before all the village's high-ranking officials, cautioning his father, Raza, that as the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, Gaara was too young to control the beast and advised that multiple elite shinobi be dispatched to monitor him closely. The memory was far from pleasant. Now, as he regarded Lady Chiyo, he felt an inexplicable resentment. Please, take a seat, everyone. Lady Chiyo observed the trio of siblings with an impassive expression, instructing them to sit across from her. Following Raza's death, she was aware that the siblings had been in a somber state, particularly Kankuro and Temari. In contrast to the emotionally detached Gaara, the other two had wept bitterly upon learning of their father's demise. Meanwhile, Gaara exhibited an unsettling calmness. Chiyo felt a degree of responsibility for this situation. Had it not been for her and the higher-ups' persistent fears regarding Gaara as a potential threat to the village, resulting in various forms of monitoring and testing, perhaps the boy would not have grown so cold. However, she had heard from Maki that since the collapse of Konoha's plans, Gaara's bloodthirsty nature had significantly mellowed. He no longer exuded the chilling aura he once did, and the thirst for violence had diminished. It is said that a girl named Sakura Haruno from Konoha taught Gaara a harsh lesson. leading him to behave more cautiously after returning to Tsunade. When Chiyo learned of this from Maki, she could not help but feel astonished. Konoha truly is a place teeming with talent. It is hard to fathom that a ninja of the same age could defeat a Jinchuriki like Gaara. If given the chance, Chiyo would like to meet that pink-haired girl who wields would release. The reason I gathered you here is to share a piece of news that I believe is crucial for you to know. Chiyo handed the document she had discussed with the higher-ups in the council chamber to the trio sitting across from her. The blonde girl accepted the letter and, upon reading the menacing words from Kumogakure, bit her red lip in frustration. Those despicable Kumogakure ninjas. After my father's death, they dare to act so brazenly, attempting to seize our village's gold mine, which my father painstakingly extracted through his gold dust technique. With resentment evident in her lovely eyes, the girl clenched her delicate palm. Feeling both sorrow for her father's demise and anger at Kumogakure's audacious demand, Kankuro also took the letter, his expression darker than that of Temari. Only Gaara cast a brief glance at the contents, his face betraying no flicker of emotion. However, Chiyo had anticipated this reaction. The reason I called you here is that, as the descendants of the fourth Kazekage, it is imperative for you to be aware of village matters. Although you are still Genin, your strength has already reached the level of Chunin, if not greater. At this point, Chiyo's gaze fell upon the red-haired boy. These words were primarily directed at Gaara, who is the village's ultimate weapon and absolute force. If Tsunade were to face formidable enemies and find itself in dire straits, Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, must fulfill his vital role. Chiyo acknowledged that this notion might be unfair to Gaara, but as an advisor of Tsunade, she had to act in the village's best interest. She understood that with Kumogakure's current strength, if they unleash their full force, Tsunade would stand no chance. We will not allow others to bully Tsunade. Even in our father's absence, we will inherit his will and protect our village. Temari declared first, her cerulean eyes filled with determination. Kankuro, the devoted brother, nodded in agreement. Only Gaara remained silent throughout. And you, Gaara, what are your thoughts? Chiyo inquired, turning her gaze to the aloof boy across from her. I am fine with whatever the village requires of me. Haven't I always complied with their demands over the years? The red-haired youth expressed indifference towards the elderly woman before him, showing little sorrow over his father's death. In truth, he held a wish in his heart to meet again the pink-haired girl who had once defeated him, curious about the method she employed. Ever since she landed that punch, the terrifying entity within him had become remarkably subdued, no longer attempting to control his will or urge him to fight and kill. It was indeed strange. Did that pink-haired girl possess some extraordinary ability? Well, hearing you say that puts me at ease, Chiyo remarked, somewhat surprised that this child did not exhibit the anticipated resistance to the situation. While he remained detached, Chiyo was nonetheless satisfied with his current state. Should war truly break out, Gaara's involvement would bolster Tsunade's chances. Coupled with Konoha's military strength, perhaps the grim situation facing Tsunade would take a turn for the better. Chapter 119. The Invasion of Kumogakure, the white-haired black-skinned warrior that concludes my message. If there are no further matters, you may leave. Chiyo gestured for the siblings to exit. Chiyo-sama, are you certain it is all right for Gaara to participate in the battle? Maki, still harboring concerns, spoke as he watched the trio's retreating figures. We have no better options left, and we cannot predict what kind of ninja Konoha will send to assist us. If they dispatch mere inconsequential pawns, we will have to rely on ourselves to confront the band of Kumogakure. Chiyo's weathered face was clouded with worry. She was all too aware of the dangers posed if a Jinchuriki were to lose control. However, Tsunade had no better alternatives at this juncture. As night fell, the elderly woman gazed through the glass window at the raging storm outside, her heart sinking into the depths of the dark night. Tonight would undoubtedly be another sleepless one. At 80 years old, she could only wonder how many more days of such peril she could endure. 2 days later, as night descended upon the border of Tsunade, 2 patrolling sand ninjas were preparing to return to their outpost after completing their rounds when 3 silver flashes shot towards them from behind. The swift shurikens, enveloped in sand, hurtled towards the 2 ninjas' backs. Bang, bang, bang. One of the sand ninjas, quick on his feet, manipulated his puppet to block the incoming assault. Oh, the secret technique of Tsunade's puppetry, it truly is effective. A light-hearted and cheerful laugh echoed through the raging sandstorm. In the pitch-black night, a shadow gradually entered the 2 ninjas' line of sight. The newcomer sported white, silvery hair with bangs falling casually over his left eye. Nonchalantly, he withdrew a large sword from his back. Hey, you two sand ninjas, how about you give each other a cut? I find it too bothersome to get involved myself, he said lazily, accompanied by several dark-skinned subordinates. The sand ninjas exchanged glances, then promptly controlled their puppets to unleash poison needles at the approaching figures. Well, if you wish to resist, then there's no helping it. You will die a most painful death. The white-haired man leapt forward, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, black spot. Instantly, a black lightning shaped like a leopard erupted from him, charging toward the two sand ninjas like a specter of the night. In the blink of an eye, amidst the sounds of their anguished cries, the two sand ninjas fell to the ground, their bodies charred black from the lightning strike. I did warn you that it would be quite painful, the man remarked nonchalantly, observing the scorched, writhing forms on the ground, shrugging his shoulders. What shall we do with the bodies, Lord Darui? One of the subordinates inquired respectfully. Bury them in the yellow sands, the man replied, surveying the dark surroundings, listening to the relentless howling of the wind and sand. By tomorrow morning, everything will be buried beneath these yellow sands. Yes, sir. After completing this grim task, the man transformed into the likeness of the deceased sentinel and swaggered toward the border outpost ahead. The outpost flickered with dim yellow lights, its glow oscillating in the enveloping darkness. The man, known as Darui, bore a sly grin. His target was the granary behind the outpost. Before arriving, he had received orders from the 4th Reikage to lead the vanguard of Kumogakure and strike first against the border of the Land of Wind. Following the ambush days prior, Chiyo had intensified the security measures, making any further breakthrough a daunting challenge. However, known as the Claw of Kumogakure, Darui possessed a strategic mind. He understood that a single decisive blow to the border would not be easy, so he decided to infiltrate the enemy's interior first to sabotage their granary. Once their food supplies were severed, the border of the Land of Wind would crumble without a fight. It remained to be seen how long those stationed sand ninjas could hold out without sustenance. Half an hour later, at the granary on the border of the Land of Wind, a sand ninja stationed atop the granary watchtower called out to the approaching soldiers. Hey, you lot. What are you doing here at this hour? Greetings. We have come to inspect the grain storage for fire safety. Kindly open the door for us to enter. Sentinels, why conduct inspections at such a late hour? Wasn't it usually during the day? The gatekeeper sensed something amiss, vigorously shaking the flashlight at the group beneath the tower. It was Master Chiyo's orders. She emphasized that the granary is the most crucial location along the border and requires frequent patrols, especially concerning fire safety. We are merely following her instructions, so please open the door quickly. The wind outside is quite fierce. The lead sentinel explained with a serious demeanor. Oh, understood. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing it was an order from Grandma Chiyo, the guard thought little of it and began to operate the mechanism atop the tower. With a clang, the iron gate gradually ascended under the mechanism's influence. The figures amidst the swirling dust swiftly made their entrance. You may proceed with your inspection. It's quite late, so hurry back. The two guards stationed at the gate welcomed the newcomers, who moved along the narrow corridor into the depths of the granary. The leading sentinel, holding a candle, scanned the surroundings with excitement in his eyes. The village's granary is indeed well concealed. Not only is there a series of external defenses, but it also features an extensive tunnel within. Such an endeavor must have cost a fortune. Indeed, the granary serves as a vital supply source during battles. If it were to be set ablaze, we would perish from hunger before the enemy even breached our defenses. One guard explained with a hint of pride. Wow, you have a point. Perhaps I should set this granary ablaze, and wouldn't you all have to surrender? The leading sentinel's tone shifted, laced with disdain and malice. What? You? The guards finally sensed the danger and were about to draw their blades, but the sentinel swiftly struck, rendering one unconscious. TSK. The ninjas of Shine are indeed quite weak. The sentinel formed hand seals, dispelling his transformation technique, revealing a burly man with dark skin and white hair. His black eyes gleamed with a cold light as he instructed his subordinates. You must immediately enter the depths of the tunnel and ignite the grain stored inside. This will fulfill Lord Reikage's assignment. After stretching leisurely, the man thought his mission was nearing completion. The subordinates hastened their steps deeper into the granary, while the dark-skinned, white-haired man leisurely followed behind, his head cradled in his arms. With the danger dissipated, once the granary was ablaze, he could return to receive praise from Lord Reikage. Although it was somewhat troublesome, Earning Rakich's commendation was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. The man mused, his expression relaxing, his steps becoming lighter. Chapter 120. The Shine Siblings Versus. The claws of cloud hidden ninjutsu, scythe wind. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the depths of the tunnel, emanating from the newly entered black-skinned subordinates. Darui's expression changed, and he quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. Before him lay a vast circular granary, where several injured members of Cloud Hidden were sprawled, their bodies marred by wind-based slashes. Standing on the ground where the Cloud Hidden lay was a graceful young girl with blonde hair. Beside her stood a black-clad youth with his face painted in purple. It seems Shine had a plan after all. Having arranged for ambushing ninjas within the granary's depths, Darui smirked subtly, realizing that things would not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Indeed, Grandma Chio was correct. The rogues of Cloud Hidden would certainly attempt to infiltrate the granary along the border. The blonde girl snorted, gazing at the white-haired, dark-skinned man. Her delicate fingers raised in a gesture of displeasure. Today you shall learn that our land of wind is not a place you can enter at will. Tamari. This fellow possesses substantial chakra. Do not underestimate him. The nearby Kankuro warned as he retrieved a puppet from his back, his fingers deftly maneuvering the once still figure, which sprang to life and leaped towards the two. Ah, the little ones of Shine are indeed audacious. Allow me, Darui, to entertain you. Observing the two youths, no older than their teens, Darui feigned indifference, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. After all, the subordinates on the ground possessed the strength of Chunin, having been dispatched so easily by this girl's wind techniques. The duo's prowess was likely beyond that of the earlier sentinels. Darui grasped his large blade anew, whistled, and surged toward the two like a phantom. Kankuro scoffed. To charge in without any caution. It seems we have been underestimated. The black-clad youth's fingers danced, and under his control, azure strands of chakra transformed. Secret art, poison bomb barrage. The crow puppet extended its arms forward, joints clicking open, unleashing a volley of toxic smoke bombs toward Darui. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke bombs hurtled toward the silver-haired man, enveloping him in black-purple toxins. This is our puppet technician's specialized poison bombs. Even a whiff will leave you paralyzed. Let us see how you escape. Kankuro's face displayed triumph as he watched the man engulfed in smoke. Wind release, gale pressure lock. Yet, in the next moment, the toxic fog erupted violently. A powerful azure aurora shooting forth, dispersing the mist and charging directly at the siblings. This is bad. Such formidable chakra. The blonde girl clenched her teeth, manipulating the ninja fan in her hand to its maximum. Wind release. Dance of the slicing blades. In an instant, shimmering silver blades of wind surged toward the blue laser. Boom. The massive airflow erupted within the confines of the granary, unleashing relentless waves of pressure. Not bad, little girl. Your wind techniques are quite adept. But you are too slow. Amidst the gusts, a dark figure leaped into the air, clasping his hands. Lightning release. Earth walk. Darui unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts, striking toward the siblings with blinding speed. Boom. The tremendous thunder crashed upon the ground, sending plumes of dust soaring. Hee, I bet those two little brats are already scorched. Darui landed back on the ground, observing the cloud of dust with a smirk. As the dust settled, a hemispherical puppet shield emerged before him, sheltering the siblings beneath. Creak. The shield opened from both sides, revealing the Shine siblings. My secret art, the spicy fish shield, can withstand boulders weighing dozens of tons. Your lightning release is no match for it. Kankuro's fingers retracted, manipulating 3 puppets to soar into the air. TSK, it seems I underestimated you. Since it has come to this, I must exert my full strength. How troublesome this is, for I despise complications. Darui declared, his black eyes gleaming fiercely, and shouted, Ninjutsu, lightning release shadow clone. Instantly, a perfect clone of lightning appeared beside him, crackling with electrical energy. Lightning release, double black stripe. The original and the shadow clone unleashed twin bolts of leopard-shaped black lightning, first spreading to the sides before racing toward the siblings like swift predators, exuding immense pressure. Ninjutsu, 3 stars, wind cutter technique. Secret art, triple puppet 6-fire. Tomari and Kankuro, acutely aware of the terrifying power behind their opponent's techniques, executed their ultimate moves in unison. Boom. The surrounding pillars trembled violently. As the smoke cleared, Darui relaxed his hand seals, finding the siblings half kneeling on the ground before him. Uffed. Both expelled a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Ah, so you have survived my attack. You are the third pair I have encountered. Darui, wearing a triumphant expression, slowly advanced towards the brother and sister before him. The man, with a sinister tone, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the children of the fourth wind shadow. I have seen your profiles in the intelligence book, one adept in wind techniques, and the other, the so-called genius puppeteer. What a pity, it seems today the wind shadow is destined to face extinction." As Darui spoke, he raised the great blade in his hand and swung it towards the siblings. Ninjutsu, sand binding coffin. A cold male voice suddenly echoed from the tunnel at the far end of the granary. A fierce sand claw, infused with formidable chakra, lunged towards Darui with alarming speed. Darui, quick on his feet, adeptly leaped back to evade the attack. Trouble seems to be a never-ending cycle. A ninja capable of manipulating sand so skillfully, if I am not mistaken, it must be the Jinchuriki from Tsunade. The man gritted his teeth, maintaining a facade of calm, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He had not anticipated that the higher-ups in Tsunade would be bold enough to send their Jinchuriki into frontline combat. Such a situation would be inconceivable in Kumogakure. Even the Reikage would ensure his younger brother, Killer Bee, was safely away from the battlefield. Indeed, each village harbors a different attitude towards their Jinchuriki. Or perhaps, Tsunade has been driven to such desperation that they are forced to utilize the power of their Jinchuriki. How intriguing. The white-haired, dark-skinned man smirked, observing the shadow emerging from the darkness. Gaara, you are too slow. On the ground, Kenkaro wiped the blood from his lips, expressing his discontent. Temari, Kenkaro, step back. I shall handle this. The red-haired youth spoke to his sister and brother with an impassive demeanor, hands shoved deep into his pockets. Be careful, Gaara. This guy is formidable, Temari cautioned, her beautiful eyes glancing at her brother as she slowly rose from the ground, retrieving her fan, and began to retreat alongside Kenkaro behind Gaara. Chapter 121. The strength of Tsunade's Jinchuriki. The red-haired youth's expression turned icy as he crossed his arms. Behind him, a massive yellow gourd began to release a torrent of sand. Under his control, the sand swirled like a golden ribbon, encircling Gaara and launching itself towards Darui. Oh, it seems that gourd is the key. Darui dodged back and forth in the spacious granary, the sand creating craters upon impact. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the substantial stockpile of supplies behind the youth, a cunning plan forming in his mind. With a sinister smile, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. In no time, a colossal water dragon erupted from the ground, its target not the red-haired youth but the neatly arranged military supplies. Not good. Gaara, his target is the military rations, Kenkaro exclaimed, realizing the danger. Gaara's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hands vertically. The sand on the ground responded to his summons, golden grains lifting from the surface to form an enormous sand wall, seamlessly blocking the supplies behind him. Splash! The water dragon collided with the sand wall, resembling a flood thwarted in its path, sending a cascade of blue water back towards its summoner. Darui, caught off guard, leaped into the air, riding the waves of swirling water. This guy truly has the advantage of terrain, Darui thought in awe of the boy's chakra, effortlessly manipulating the surrounding sand as a potent weapon in combat. A truly formidable opponent. Let's see how this technique fares. Darui formed hand seals, and fierce blue-purple lightning coalesced behind him, manifesting as a gigantic purple lightning dragon. Ninjutsu, lightning release, dragon piercer. The lightning dragon's eyes gleamed with golden light, its claws crackling with silver electricity, letting out a deafening roar as it surged towards the sand wall. Gaara's black eyes narrowed, and he exerted force with his right hand. From the straight sand wall, a swirling sandstorm erupted, enveloping the lightning dragon. The storm, akin to a giant serpent with eyes, began to encase the dragon's body. The dragon struggled, its purple lightning intertwining with the golden sandstorm, as the two colossal chakras engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Lightning dragon, break! Darui shouted, pressing his hands together. The once manageable lightning dragon became uncontrollably violent, breaking free from Gaara's sandstorm. Boom! The dragon, in a tempestuous charge, shattered the opposing sand wall. It was about to pounce on the trio of sand ninjas. Ninjutsu, shield of Shikaku. In a flash, a giant raccoon-shaped shield materialized before them. Crash! The lightning dragon collided with the raccoon-shaped shield, its once formidable might fading into nothingness. Ah, so this is the legendary absolute defense of Tsunade's Jinchuriki. Truly formidable, indeed. Darui realized that despite unleashing his most powerful technique, he could not harm the boy before him. At this moment, he was at his wit's end. Continuing the fight would likely end in his defeat. No, it could even lead to his demise. The young boy still had strength yet to be fully revealed. Though the Reikage had entrusted him with a crucial mission, he likely valued his own survival more than the task at hand. With this thought, Darui took off, propelled by the wind, sprinting towards the exit tunnel behind him. As he fled, the red-haired youth controlled the sand from the gourd, relentlessly attacking Darui's retreating figure. Thud! The ground trembled under the powerful strikes, creating thick clouds of dust. Every attack was narrowly evaded by the man, and soon, he disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. Has he escaped? Gaara observed the vanishing shadow, his tone devoid of any emotion. We must notify Granny Chio at once. Given that Kumogakure's minions have infiltrated the borders of the Wind Country, their main forces will likely launch an assault soon, Temari urged. Her teeth clenched as she turned to Gaara. The current situation was unfavorable for Tsunade. If she was correct, the nearby smaller nations had likely been devoured by the raiders from Kumogakure. After all, to attack the Wind Country, Kumogakure would surely prepare their army's resting grounds in advance. With the Wind Country surrounded by the land of rivers, the land of birds, and the land of demons, these regions would serve as excellent bases. Furthermore, these smaller nations lacked powerful ninjas and armies to defend themselves. Conquering them was merely a matter of time. Understood. I will head to Tsunade to inform Granny Chio. You two are injured. Go find a medical tent at the border for treatment. Gaara responded, glancing at his wounded siblings. Temari and Kankuro were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time their younger brother had shown concern for them. Since the collapse of the Wood Release Project, Gaara had indeed undergone significant changes. What had that pink-haired girl, Sakura, done to him? Oh. Temari blinked in surprise before nodding. A smile of relief crossed her lips. It was rather endearing to see her brother care for others. How she longed to tousle his striking red hair. Now, as she looked at Gaara, the fear she once held had dissipated, replaced by an impulse to draw closer to him. Then we shall head to the medical tent. You take care of yourself. As Kankuro and Temari supported each other toward the tunnel's exit, they did not forget to remind their younger brother. Gaara nodded slightly. In the office of the Wind Shadow Advisor in Tsunade, Lady Chio, this is a letter personally written by Lord Hokage. Please take a look, said the silver-haired masked man, rubbing his sore muscles at the waist, his face adorned with a peculiar expression. Just moments ago, he and Guy had entered the advisor's office, only to be met with two swift kicks from the elderly woman. Kakashi was completely unprepared. Little did he know that his intention to assist would result in being met with such indiscriminate aggression from the old lady. The first kick hit him squarely, but fortunately, the second was intercepted by a man's raised arm. Otherwise, Kakashi would likely not have been able to stand there comfortably. Are you truly not the Konoha White Fang? Chio asked, her gaze scrutinizing Kakashi with suspicion as she accepted the letter. Kakashi rolled his eyes and scratched his head in response. This is my dear friend Kakashi. You have mistaken him, lady. The Konoha White Fang is his father, Guy quickly interjected, perplexed by the old woman's intense disdain for the legendary ninja. Nevertheless, it was evident that the old woman's strength was formidable. Those two kicks revealed that her taijutsu was certainly on par with Kakashi's. Chapter 122. My dear friend Kakashi. How could you treat me this way? Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha, was indeed someone he had heard of. To his surprise, he discovered that he was the son of the Konoha White Fang, bearing an uncanny resemblance. Chio gazed at Kakashi with a hint of regret, having initially hoped to avenge her son and daughter-in-law, only to realize she had misidentified him. If it were not for the dire circumstances currently facing Tsunade, she might have relished the opportunity to vent her frustrations on the copy ninja. After all, being a descendant of the White Fang likely meant he was not of good nature. Chio grumbled internally for a moment before she opened the Hokage's letter. The contents read, this time, 2 elite jonin from Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy, have come to assist our ally, Tsunade. We hope Tsunade can quickly resolve its crisis. However, considering that Konoha has no entanglements with Kumogakure, to avoid needless conflicts, both assisting jonin will remove their Konoha headbands. We also hope Tsunade can keep this matter confidential to prevent unnecessary strife between Konoha and Kumogakure. Signed, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chiyo's dark eyes narrowed as she looked at the two ninjas before her. Indeed, neither of them wore the Konoha headband. The old fox Sarutobi was truly cunning. He sent two Jonin over while forbidding them from revealing their identities, clearly to prevent Kumogakure from discovering Konoha's involvement in the affairs of the two nations. As always, this old man was shrewd. With such maneuvering, he had managed to extricate Konoha from the situation entirely. Huh. Your Hokage is still the same cowardly old man I remember from years ago, Chiyo scoffed at the two. Though she expressed her criticism, she understood that this was indeed the wisest choice, allowing for self-preservation while maintaining the alliance with Tsunade. The Hokage, in his high position, must consider the safety of the entire village. This is a necessary measure, Kakashi explained, scratching his head. Well, we never expected much help from you. In the end, we must resolve our own issues in the Land of Wind. Chiyo waved her hand dismissively, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she instructed, someone, escort these two honored guests back to their lodging for rest. Yes, two masked sand ninjas appeared in the office. Please, this way. Kakashi and Guy followed the two masked sand ninjas as they exited, heading toward the guest house. As they walked down the narrow corridor of the Tsunade building, they encountered a red-haired, aloof young man. Kakashi paused, recognizing him as the Jinchuriki of Tsunade, the one who had previously been thoroughly beaten by Sakura. The red-haired youth clearly noticed Kakashi but did not linger on them for long, instead proceeding into Lady Chiyo's office. What is wrong, Kakashi? Guy asked, noticing Kakashi's sudden halt. Oh, nothing, just saw a familiar face, Kakashi replied, squinting his eyes. I wonder what delicious food Tsunade will prepare for us tonight. Guy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, having grown weary of eating soldier pills during their journey. He had heard that due to prolonged drought, Tsunade lacked good food options. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression shifted, a mischievous smile flickering at the corner of his mouth as he leaned closer to Guy's ear and whispered, I heard that since there isn't much meat, the locals dig up a type of soft worm called sand grub from beneath the sand and fry them up to eat. I wonder if that would suit your palate. Guy's face turned pale at the mention, his mind conjuring a vivid image of Kakashi binding him to a chair, force-feeding him those colorful sand grubs. Ugh, the burly man's face drained of color, his stomach churning. Kakashi, my dear friend, how could you treat me like this? Kakashi rolled his eyes, huh? What did I do? Guy, still haunted by the grotesque imagery in his mind, radiated green fury. Bam. A punch shot upward, connecting with Kakashi's chin. Kakashi stumbled back, sent flying 10 meters away. What the hell just happened? Kakashi exclaimed, bewildered. Guy, explain yourself clearly, or you shall not sleep tonight. The echoes of his frantic shouts reverberated through the corridors of Tsunade. Meanwhile, Lady Chiyo had learned from Gaara about the Kumogakure squad's surprise attack on the border grain depot. Her aged visage furrowed in concern as she addressed her wind shadow assistant. Maki, issue orders to dispatch the vanguard forces of Tsunade to the border of the Land of Wind at dawn. A great battle is imminent, and we must prepare our armaments in advance. Yes, Maki nodded in acknowledgement. Chiyo glanced at the red-haired youth beside her. Gaara, you did well to protect the grain depot. You should accompany Maki in leading these two squads, as you are more informed than the others. Gaara nodded in response. Suddenly, Chiyo remembered the two honored guests and added, additionally, those two from Konoha should accompany you. Although they may not provide full assistance, their presence is better than none. And the reputation of the copy ninja is not unfounded. Understood, Lady Chiyo. I will notify the two from Konoha shortly, Maki agreed, recognizing that there was no better course of action available. In the Land of Rivers, within the military camp's main tent, the forces of Kumogakure had already breached the surrounding small nations of the Land of Wind. The fourth Reikage, had chosen to occupy the Land of Rivers first because it bordered the Land of Wind and was strategically located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. His ambitions extended far beyond a mere conquest of the Land of Wind. If these insolent brats refuse to comply with us, then they should not blame Kumogakure for showing no mercy, he declared, his voice booming as he slammed his palm down, shattering the council table before him. He looked at the kneeling Darui, his tone grave. Darui, rise. This mission's failure cannot solely be attributed to you. I had not anticipated that Chiyo would send out their Jinchuriki to confront us. In such a case, even you would not have been a match. The Reikage was well aware of the terrifying power of Jinchuriki, especially since his village possessed both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. Lord Reikage, I regret to inform you that I have failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. I am prepared to accept any punishment, Darui replied respectfully, showing no intention of rising. Chapter 123. Miss Kuratsuchi, you are truly beautiful. Reikage nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the loyalty displayed by his subordinate. AI extended his hands to rest on Darui's shoulders, helping him to his feet. Darui, you have performed admirably. There are still crucial tasks that require your assistance. He then glanced at the neatly groomed blonde man standing nearby, his tone imbued with trust. You and Kira are my right and left arms. Both of you are immensely important to me. Naturally, while you carry out your missions, you must also take care of your own safety. Losing either of you would be a profound sorrow for me. The handsome blonde man, upon hearing these words, bowed respectfully to Reikage. Thank you for your trust, Lord Reikage. Please feel free to assign us any tasks. For the village, we are willing to brave fire and water. Kira was exceptionally attractive within the vast military tent. His fair skin and striking features contrasted sharply with those around him, creating a captivating spectacle. Yes, indeed, splendid work, Kira and Darui. Reikage affirmed with a nod towards his trusted aides. Lord Reikage, the envoy from Awagakure has arrived. Would you like to receive him now? A guard from the Hidden Cloud village entered the tent to announce. Reikage's expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by a subtle smile. Ah, so they have finally arrived. It appears that we are about to set our previously discussed plans into motion. He instructed his two subordinates. Come, Darui and Kira, let us go meet our former adversaries. Now prospective partners. In another reception tent, a black-haired woman donned in a burgundy robe crossed her arms, pouting slightly in discontent. What is taking so long? Those Hidden Cloud fellows are making us wait. Her long, fair legs boldly peeked from the slit of her outfit, and she paced restlessly within the tent. Calm down, Kuratsuchi. Would you like some tea or fruit? A plump man in a red hat suggested, leisurely nibbling on a mango. This fruit from the land of rivers is truly delightful. Why don't we have any back in Awagakure? All you think about is food. Just look at how you've let yourself go, Chitabi, Kuratsuchi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the man's portly figure. Secretly, she mused that she could never date someone like him. It would be too embarrassing. Both of you, quiet down. We don't want the Hidden Cloud to see us making fools of ourselves, grumbled the elderly man with a red nose, who had remained silent until now. Anoki had brought his two trusted aides along because the upcoming plan was critical to the future of Awagakure and could potentially affect the territory of the Land of Earth. He felt it necessary to come personally and to convey the seriousness with which he regarded this matter, ensuring that Reikage understood its significance. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted. Two men clad in dark brown and a youthful, pale-faced lad entered. We have been waiting, Lord Tsuchikage, AI said, breaking the silence. Reikage's expression was somber, lacking the warmth typically afforded to guests. The relationship between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had been strained, marked by fierce conflict in the past. Even after more than a decade, their rapport remained tenuous. If it weren't for this collaboration, AI and Anoki would not be conversing so amicably. It's understandable. After all, you just launched an offensive against the Land of Rivers, Anoki remarked, slowly rising from his seat. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi promptly positioned themselves beside him. Darui couldn't help but steal a glance at the beautiful girl's fair legs, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Kuratsuchi, aware of his gaze, remained unperturbed. After all, men would often look at her twice. Meanwhile, the blond boy beside her maintained an expression of utmost respect as he focused on his grandfather, Anoki. Let us not beat around the bush. Our forces have fully invaded the neighboring lands of demons and birds. According to our plan, the next targets are Konoha and Suna. The toughest nuts to crack, Anoki declared, an air of ruthlessness emanating from his aging visage. Reikage and his companions were taken aback. This old man has acted swiftly. They had not anticipated that while they were preoccupied with the Wind Country, Anoki had quietly encroached upon other minor nations. Thus, our original plan must change, correct? AI maintained a facade of calmness, responding, Indeed, it seems your speed is remarkable, Lord Tsuchikage. However, attacking Konoha is no simple task. Reikage understood that the lands of birds and demons had been primarily agrarian and commercial, lacking a unified military force. Their defenses were mostly composed of hired ninjas from other villages. These mercenaries were motivated by payment, not loyalty to any particular nation. Therefore, the rapid conquest of these two minor nations was not entirely surprising. Precisely, which is why we require the strength of the hidden cloud. Lord Rakage, you're too Jinchuriki, no? AI's countenance shifted dramatically at the mere mention of the term Jinchuriki. What's wrong? Don't you wish to collaborate? Attacking Konoha has always been your ambition as well. Hasn't he it? Onoki retorted coolly. Of course, we will not go back on our initial commitment. Moreover, once we conquer it, half of the land of fire will belong to the hidden cloud. However, given Konoha's current strength, we do not require our Jinchuriki just yet. Rakage valued the Jinchuriki highly, seeing them as the trump card of a village. He would never resort to using such a powerful asset unless absolutely necessary. Then who do you intend to send? Who could possibly wield more influence than your own Jinchuriki? Onoki expressed disappointment, but remained patient, knowing that when the situation became dire and the time came to unleash the Eight-Tails and Two-Tails, the hidden cloud would inevitably reveal their hand. I propose my two trusted aides, Darui and Kira, elite jonin of the hidden cloud. They will lead 3 battalions alongside you to assault Konoha. Rakage concluded, and both the white-haired, dark-skinned man and the blonde, pale-faced boy bowed slightly to Onoki. Lord Tsuchikage, we look forward to your guidance. Onoki closed his eyes momentarily, exhaling deeply before slowly opening them again. Very well, let this arrangement stand for now. This war will determine the future of Awagakure, and our ninjas will give their all. You two should become acquainted with my aides, as they represent the future of our village and will likely collaborate with you in the forthcoming battles. Upon hearing this, Darui wiped his hands on his garment and extended a hand towards the beautiful, long-legged girl. Hello, beautiful. I am Darui, a jonin of the hidden cloud. Known by the modest moniker of Claw of the hidden cloud, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are truly stunning. With a blend of flirtation and confidence, he introduced himself. Kuratsuchi, arms crossed and lips slightly parted, responded coldly. Oh, hello, Darui. Her response was brief and dismissive, as she made no effort to extend her hand, clearly unimpressed by the dark-skinned man before her. He paled in comparison to her brother Deidara. Being dark-skinned is one thing, but being so lecherous is another. The disparity between the idealized image of a handsome young man in a girl's dreams and reality is striking. As Darui noticed the other party's reluctance to extend a hand in response, he awkwardly withdrew his own, sheepishly scratching his head. Chapter 124. Ha, woman. Don't let me acquire you. Or else, old man, I need to step outside for some fresh air. It's too stuffy in here. Darui addressed the nearby Oyuki. Oyuki nodded. Go ahead, but don't wander too far. This isn't our Awagakure. The old man was somewhat concerned that his granddaughter might cause trouble. He knew her temperament all too well. Darui, accompany the princess of Awagakure for a stroll, so that our distant guests don't feel neglected. I have other matters to discuss with Tsuchikage. Aizawa called to the 2 subordinates beside him. Hey, this way, Miss Darui said, narrowing his eyes as he gestured toward the tent entrance. Miss Darui gracefully moved outside the tent. As the girl walked through the Chunin army camp, her enchanting eyes surveyed the meticulously patrolling Yun hidden sentries. Darui couldn't help but marvel at the disciplined readiness of the Chunin forces, even in their resting grounds, exuding an unwavering fighting spirit, as if they were fueled by adrenaline, ready to engage in battle at any moment. It was no wonder that even one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind, regarded them with trepidation. Miss Darui, it appears we are meeting for the first time. Allow me to show you the scenic beauty of the Land of Rivers, 2 kilometers from the camp. There is a stunning lake, the Emerald Waters. Are you interested? No need, Darui, I can go by myself. You all focus on your matters without worrying about me. The girl did not even spare a glance at the white-haired man beside her. With a gentle leap, she ascended into the air, raising her jade palm to her forehead. Gazing at the distant blue surface of the lake, which must be the Emerald Waters Darui had mentioned. Looking down at the 2 below, she lightly spoke. Please inform my grandfather that if I am not back after your discussion, there is no need to wait for me. They may return directly to the Awagakure camp. With that, the girl gracefully leaped into the air, her red silhouette vanishing from sight. Hey, Miss Darui began to call out, but was halted by the young man with yellow hair and a pale complexion beside him. Darui, let it go. She has no interest in you. Can't you tell? She teased his close friend. Darui retorted defiantly. How do you know? Girls these days are quite shy. The more they like you, the more they pretend to be indifferent. You simply don't understand women. She replied, fine, let us pretend I didn't say anything. Darui resumed his playful banter with his good friend. You should engage more with women. Look at you, always trailing behind the boss, devoid of charm. Such a handsome face wasted. As Darui spoke, he playfully poked Shi's chin with his finger. TSK, TSK, you truly are a pretty boy. It's no wonder my female subordinates are smitten with you. If I were a woman, I would be too. Shi's face turned crimson, and he swatted away Darui's hand, indignantly saying, All right, Darui, stop teasing me. I need to head back to report to Tsuchikage that his granddaughter has run off. I don't want him blaming us for her carelessness. With that, the pale young man strode towards the reception tent. Meanwhile, Darui gazed in the direction where Miss Darui had flown, his mind lingering on the vision of her exquisitely alluring legs, truly the most perfect he had ever seen. They were far more captivating than any woman he had encountered before. Ah, women are truly fascinating. Don't let me possess you, for once I do, you will find it impossible to let go. In the Hokage's council chamber, the pink-haired girl received word that all elite jonin and above were required to attend the upcoming conference. Sakura had just completed her morning exercises with Ino and Karen and had not even had time to wash up when she was summoned by the Umbu for a meeting. As she hastily attempted to tame her tousled hair and appease the two girls clamoring for more exercise, she threw on a red jacket and sprinted toward the Hokage's office. When Ino and Karen regained their senses, they realized that the designated attacker was missing. The two girls pouted, declaring that Sakura would not be allowed to sleep in the house that night. Upon arriving at the council chamber, Sakura found it already filled with people. In the center sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by Danzo and two advisors from Konoha, Narashikaku and Shirenui-gema. To her surprise, the notorious pervert Jiraiya and her master Tsunade were also present. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. The participation of these two signified that Konoha was likely facing some serious troubles ahead. Entering through a side door, she noticed an empty seat next to Akamichi Karui in the last row and quietly squeezed in. Hello, Miss Karui, she whispered to the girl beside her. Oh, it's you, Sakura. You're late. Did you sign in? Sakura replied, What? There's a sign in. The girl's expression turned bewildered. Just when I thought I had finally secured a jonin position in this world, I still need to sign in. Are we really this competitive? Karui, noticing Sakura's perplexed expression, stifled a laugh. It's no big deal. You'll just lose half a month's salary. If you didn't T-sign, just let it go. With a playful glint in her eye, Karui's laughter echoed, creating a wave of mirth. What? Half a month's salary? Don't scare me. Miss Karui, I'm already in the red. Sakura recalled the 8 million she owed Tsunade, feeling even more disheartened. All right, everyone is nearly here. The reason for gathering you all today is that Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly resonated through the spacious chamber, shattering the previous silence. He then exchanged glances with his two advisors, and they nodded in agreement. Hiruzen continued, Recently, the Wagakure has occupied the neighboring small nations, the land of birds and the land of demons. I believe we can all surmise what their next move will be. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in commotion. What? Did a Wagakure move so quickly? Aren't they our allies? Surely they wouldn't attack Konoha, considering the alliance treaty is still in effect. TCH, those bandits regard the alliance treaty as nothing. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Tsuchikage Oyuki merely watched from the sidelines. How treacherous those earth dwellers are. Huh. It seems a great war is indeed unavoidable. I have never experienced a ninja world war in my life. The thought is somewhat thrilling. Silence. Narashikaku, standing behind Hiruzen, rapped his knuckles on the table, restoring order to the council chamber. Hiruzen's aged eyes surveyed the assembly, cleared his throat, and continued, Additionally, aside from a Wagakure, the Chunin forces are also on the move. They have not only openly provoked the land of wind, but have also occupied the land of rivers. Recently, our Konoha ninja Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy were dispatched to assist Tsunade, and to avoid a direct confrontation with Chunin, they concealed their identities as Konoha shinobi. However, it seems we have been overly cautious. Those maritime marauders, having seized the land of rivers, will undoubtedly set their sights on the land of wind and Konoha next. Therefore, we cannot remain idle. Hiruzen's intent was unmistakable. Today's assembly was convened to prepare for the impending military operations. Chapter 125, Tsunade. My heart aches for you. Sakura listened intently, realizing that the factions from Wagakure and Kimagakure were preparing for a collusive scheme. Finally, the old man had shown some resolve. After the third Hokage's briefing, the brilliant strategist Narashikaku began to organize the troops. The first advance unit, led by Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, comprised 4,000 men, with captains including Jonin Asuma Sarutobi, Hinata Hisashi, and Oil Woman Shino. The second unit was commanded by Tsunade, with captains including Jonin Yuhi Kurenai, Akimichi Choza, Special Jonin Haruno Sakura, and Special Jonin Mitarashi Yanko, totaling 5,000 warriors. The third unit, under the command of Shimura Danzo, also consisted of 5,000 troops, with captains such as Jonin Inazuka Kiba and Yamashiro Aoi. The fourth reconnaissance unit was led by the genius Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, responsible for coordinating the three main units, ensuring seamless communication and resource supply, comprising 200 personnel. Additionally, Sarutobi Hisashi, along with 2 advisors from Konoha and their Umbu forces, was tasked with guarding the village with a fifth central unit of 4,000. Sakura was taken aback. What? I'm a captain now. Part of the second unit with Master Tsunade? Oh, this is going to be interesting. After Shikaku briefed the essential points for the march, the commanders shared some motivational remarks, albeit trivial, and the meeting concluded. Sakura eagerly signed in and was about to leave when a golden-haired woman called her name from behind. Sakura, come here. Tsunade's authoritative voice cut through the bustling crowd, causing the pink-haired girl to pause and turn. What is it, master? Do you need something? Sakura approached Tsunade's position. You've been assigned to my second unit. As you know, Tsunade's expression was grave. She had often refrained from involving herself in village matters. But with Konoha facing military threats from 2 other nations, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of the Fire Country, she could no longer remain indifferent. Thus, Sarutobi Hisashi did not request Tsunade's involvement. She willingly took on the role of commander for the second unit. I just heard from Shikaka-sensei. But are you sure you can do this, given your current condition? Sakura referred to Tsunade's hemophobia, which she had yet to overcome. This condition could be fatal for someone commanding troops in battle. Tsunade bit her lip, her demeanor serious as she slowly replied, Sakura, I need your help tonight. In fact, Tsunade had been perusing medical texts recently, discovering several treatments for hemophobia. Among them, one method was notably effective and rapid. Tsunade had not anticipated the urgency of the situation and felt compelled to try it. All right, master, don't worry. I'll come by tonight. You can count on me. Sakura agreed without hesitation, sensing that the evening's events would pertain to the hemophobia. After all, Tsunade was her only mentor, and Sakura wished for her recovery. The position of the 5th Hokage awaited. That night, at the Senju estate, in the pitch-black backyard, the golden-haired woman extended her delicate hand, offering a gleaming silver dagger to the pink-haired girl. It's time to act, Sakura. Tsunade's brown eyes were filled with determination. Sakura accepted the dagger, her throat dry as she gazed at Tsunade's bare, flawless form. As her nose bled from the overwhelming sight, her concern for Tsunade took precedence. Perhaps we could try a different method? This one seems too frightening. It pains me to see you like this. Sakura had not anticipated that Tsunade would request her to make incisions on her tender skin until the woman no longer trembled from the sight of blood. Sakura, being compassionate, found it hard to go through with it. However, Tsunade insisted this method was derived from an ancient medical text from a civilization known as China, commonly referred to as facing one's fears. The implication was clear. The more one feared something, the more one needed to confront it until numbness set in, ultimately curing the phobia. Sakura understood this concept, having seen similar philosophies in the works of the late Jin Yong, but found it incredibly cruel. You might scar, master. Be careful, or you may never marry. She attempted to persuade Tsunade, primarily because she couldn't bear to harm her. Don't worry, I will heal quickly. And there won't be a mark left, Tsunade assured, pointing to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Are you going to use the Yin seal? Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Tsunade was indeed serious about this. Enough of your hesitation. Are you going to cut, or shall I do it myself? Tsunade's tone grew impatient. Sakura's reluctance was unlike the girl she once knew. Sakura found herself petrified. If she didn't help her mentor overcome her phobia quickly, the enemy could exploit this secret, leading to a significant blow to Konoha and immense embarrassment for Tsunade. Fine, I'll do it. For Tsunade's sake, Sakura resolved to take on this daunting task. Master, brace yourself. It might hurt a bit. If it does, shout or grab my arm. I'll try to be gentle. All right, let us proceed. Tsunade formed hand seals, and the blue-violet diamond mark on her forehead began to glow, radiating throughout her limbs and body. With a swift motion, the silver dagger sliced through Tsunade's chest. her fair skin parting to reveal a surge of crimson fluid, which flowed down her body. The golden-haired woman gasped, a soft moan escaping her lips as she felt the pain. Tsunade's body trembled violently, her eyes widening in fear as she beheld the crimson before her. "Master!" Sakura cried out, seeing the pain etched on Tsunade's delicate features. "Don't stop, Sakura. Keep going." Tsunade's gaze remained resolute, her bite on her lip unwavering. "All right." Sakura pressed on, overcoming her sorrow as she swiftly made several more cuts. "That's not enough, Sakura. Keep going. More. Faster. The cuts are too shallow. We need more blood." "Okay, Master, I'll go deeper." "Ah, Sakura, excellent. Just like that. Don't stop. Keep going." The vast, dark estate echoed with the peculiar sounds of Tsunade's moans, resonating throughout the night. Chapter 126. Whose woman is this, so unfaithful? The following day, the streets of the Senju estate bustled with villagers early in the morning, eager to procure ingredients for a delicious breakfast for their families. "Hey, did you hear that strange noise last night?" A middle-aged woman wearing a white felt hat whispered to her friend. Upon hearing those sounds, one could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment, as if a scandalous act were taking place. Who could be the woman behind such indiscretions? My dear friend, upon hearing this, wore an expression of keen interest, exclaiming that the sounds seemed to emanate from the Senju manor. Could it be Lady Tsunade? The middle-aged woman's dark eyes widened in astonishment, quickly morphing into a bashful smile as she covered her mouth and whispered, Our Lady Tsunade certainly knows how to enjoy herself, still frolicking like a young maiden at over 50. I wonder which young man has captured her fancy." There was a hint of envy in her tone. "Ha ha. Let us not even go there. We are not so fortunate," she added, seemingly reminded of her useless, weak husband, and she scrunched her face in disdain. The two of them swayed their hips, linking arms as they strolled towards the Konoha marketplace. At the Senju manor, a golden-haired woman appeared pale, her delicate lips tinged with purple, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. Gazing at the crimson liquid on the silver dagger, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. "Sakura, you've done well. My fear of blood has subsided." With a long sigh of relief, her tone was unusually light. "Master, it's finally over. I thought I wouldn't be able to endure it any longer," the pink-haired girl lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she touched her arm, which had been gripped mercilessly by the golden-haired woman, now swollen and bruised. "What's the matter? Why do you look so drained?" "It wasn't you who was stabbed," Tsunade remarked, puzzled as she observed her disciple. "Look at my arm. My once muscular bicep has transformed into something grotesque, as if it had been marinated in vinegar for centuries," Sakura replied, swinging her now-numb arm, regretting her decision to assist the woman last night. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the young girl's swollen, discolored arm, and she chuckled lightly. "Ahaha, who told you to say you were in pain? You brought this upon yourself. I thought you were tougher than this." Her tone was playful as she teased her disciple while donning a seductive white deep V gown. Sakura's eyes were drawn to the woman's alluring figure, gliding gracefully like a blooming lotus. "Oh no, in my eagerness to assist my master, I completely forgot to relish the moment. How infuriating. What did you say?" The golden-haired woman turned, having not caught Sakura's mumbling. "Ah, nothing, nothing," the girl stammered, waving her hands in embarrassment before forcing a mischievous smile. "Master, having done you such a significant favor, how do you intend to reward me?" "Reward you?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the fatigued girl before her. "What do you expect as a reward?" Sakura pouted, her fingers lightly tapping together in front of her chest, and she hesitantly suggested, "How about we wipe out that debt of 8 million you mentioned?" "Ah, yes. You have indeed assisted me greatly. Perhaps we could consider that debt forgiven," Tsunade interrupted, seemingly catching on to the girl's implications. Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled with hope as she awaited her master's next words. "Or we could delay repayment. It's not urgent for me," Tsunade continued. "This woman is far too cunning. I shall never again engage in dealings with beautiful women," Sakura thought ruefully. Truly, in the end, one might be left with nothing. According to the old man, we are set to depart for the borders of the Land of Fire in 3 days. Our adversaries will likely be from the Cloud Village. Do you feel confident? Tsunade, having overcome her fear of blood, soon regained her composure. This was the power of the Yin Seal, combined with the vast chakra of the Senju clan. Despite the blood loss from the previous night, it seemed trivial for a woman of her caliber. "Of course, master. Rest assured, I shall strike wherever you direct," Sakura declared, making a gun gesture with her fingers, winking playfully at the golden-haired woman. You better, Tsunade replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink at Sakura's antics. With her arms crossed and fingers brushing through her disheveled hair, she gazed at the clear sky. The Cloud Village is unlike others. They possess 2 Jinchuriki, especially the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, rumored to wield terrifying power capable of facing thousands single-handedly. Tsunade's greatest concern was not with the 2 Tails Jinchuriki or the 4th Reikage, as she believed that Sakura could handle them in a one-on-one scenario. However, should either of them join forces with the Eight-Tails, it could prove challenging for Sakura. Sakura understood her master's unspoken worries. She had yet to learn sage techniques from the Wetbone Forest, and facing 2 Jinchuriki simultaneously was indeed daunting. Don't worry, master. You and Jiraiya-sensei will be with me. In any case, Konoha will emerge victorious. She raised her swollen bicep proudly, brimming with confidence. Ah, indeed, you are my disciple. Speaking with such conviction, Tsunade noted, her earlier concerns transformed into laughter. Ha ha ha, that essay given. Sakura scratched her head, though inwardly, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Having pilfered a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls from Orochimaru, she realized she had yet to thoroughly examine them. Perhaps they contained extraordinary techniques that could elevate Konoha's combat capabilities. With that thought, she quickly concocted an excuse to bid farewell to Tsunade, setting off toward the 7th training ground. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Tsunade felt a swell of pride. Indeed, it seemed the world belonged to the youth. Sakura, during the 4th Great Ninja War, I look forward to showcasing your strength to the world, the future star of Konoha. At the 7th training ground, a dark-haired boy and a blonde-haired boy were engaged in a spirited contest of their skills. Naruto raised his hand, summoning a rapidly spinning azure chakra sphere that enveloped the surrounding air with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Sasuke conjured a fierce Chidori, his crimson eyes swirling with determination, as if predicting Naruto's next move. With swift motions, they unleashed their massive chakra attacks upon one another. A cacophony of thunder and wind erupted as their powers clashed, resulting in a cloud of dust and debris. Ha ha ha, Sasuke. It seems you've made considerable progress. Your Chidori can withstand my Rasengan now, Naruto exclaimed, his blue eyes squinting with excitement as he crossed his arms. Please, as if your Rasengan is somehow superior to my Chidori, Sasuke retorted, his expression souring. Hey, you two. Have you started fighting again while I was away? Came the voice of the pink-haired girl. The boys turned simultaneously. Sakura, you're here. Did you see my Rasengan? Wasn't he impressive? Naruto asked eagerly, hoping for praise. I think it's about the same as the last time I saw it, Naruto. If you keep slacking off like this, you want to be ready for the battlefield, Sakura replied, feigning disappointment as she approached them. She understood Naruto's temperament. He thrived on encouragement and needed an occasional push to spur his growth. Sasuke, however, is quite different. The dark-haired youth is innately sensitive and requires ample encouragement. Constant criticism may lead him down a path of darkness. In the original narrative, Itachi Uchiha primarily employed discouragement towards Sasuke, ultimately nurturing a brother who became unhinged within the ninja world. Sakura, dear girl, you have gone too far. Just you wait. I shall astonish you in due time. Humph. The blonde youth, provoked by the pink-haired girl, indeed fell into her trap. Sakura raised her eyebrows at the two boys, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Hey, you two, would you like to see the forbidden jutsu I pilfered from Orochimaru? Perhaps there is something suitable for your training, she suggested, her tone almost conspiratorial. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, drawing closer to Sakura as if they had stumbled upon a new world. The trio huddled together, crouching down. Sakura retrieved a scroll collection she had taken from Orochimaru, and with a series of hand seals, a plume of white smoke erupted, transforming the small scrolls into hundreds of ninja technique scrolls piled before them. Wow, Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation. He has gathered an astonishing array of jutsu over the years. It's no wonder he refused to share them with me even when death was imminent, Sakura exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. The two boys, having never witnessed such a sight, were utterly awestruck, their jaws nearly dropping to their knees. Hey, what are you two waiting for? Hurry and find techniques suitable for your training. Time waits for no one, Sakura urged, casting a glance at the dazed duo. Huh. Oh, right. Thank you, Sakura. I knew you were the best. The blonde boy chuckled as he eagerly began sifting through the pile of scrolls. Sasuke, shedding his usual reserve, dove into the collection as well. Sakura stifled a laugh, realizing they were indeed naive youths. An hour later, each had found techniques suited to their abilities. Naruto selected 2 scrolls, one for the wind release, Blade Vortex, which shares similarities with the Rasengan-S principles. Utilizing shadow clones to compress wind chakra rapidly and form a small tornado to attack foes. Given Naruto's innate affinity for wind, particularly after training with Jiraiya, this jutsu was undoubtedly a perfect fit for him, promising mastery with diligent practice. The second scroll, however, left Sakura utterly speechless. The rare and peerless seduction technique. An advanced version of the seduction technique, which merely relies on physical allure to disarm opponents. This grand version not only captivates with visual stimuli, but also teaches the practitioner many enticing phrases to seduce enemies, such as, "Master, come here, I crave your presence." Or "Brother, you're so handsome, I adore you." As Sakura read these lines, a shiver ran down her spine. Who on earth conceived such a technique? It was utterly outrageous. Which normal man could withstand a beautiful, naked woman uttering such words before him? Unless, of course, he was not a normal man. Moreover, Orochimaru's eccentricity is truly unnerving. How could he collect such depraved techniques? It perfectly encapsulates the idea of a refined scoundrel, hypocritically virtuous. Ironically, those who seem the most abstinent are often the most lewd, a phenomenon commonly known as the hidden desire. Naruto, however, was elated. His cheeks flushed as he tucked the 2 scrolls into his pocket. Meanwhile, the dark-haired boy discovered the lightning release, Kirin scroll. His eyes lit up. This jutsu, which harnesses the forces of nature to unleash a vast electric current in the shape of a dragon to attack enemies, complemented his own lightning release, Chidori, perfectly. The prerequisite involves using fire release to heat the surrounding air rapidly, creating upward drafts that, upon cooling, condense into cumulonimbus clouds, thus generating massive lightning. Sakura, may I learn this? Sasuke inquired, glancing at the pink-haired girl with anticipation. Of course. This jutsu is practically tailored for you, she affirmed with a nod. Sakura herself rummaged through the scrolls and selected 2 more, handing them to Sasuke. Here, take these, fire release, exploding flame crater and fire release, flame dragon strangle. Both techniques are innovative upgrades based on fire release, with the former causing a series of chain explosions upon contact and the latter summoning 2 fire dragons that entwine and charge at the enemy. For a member of the Uchiha clan, well-versed in fire release, mastering these should pose little challenge. Thank you, Sakura, Sasuke said, taking the scrolls from her hand. A flicker of gratitude shining in his onyx eyes. This girl before him seemed to understand him better than he knew himself. Without Sakura, he pondered where he might be now, perhaps trailing after Orochimaru, destined to become a mere vessel, or worse, a test subject, losing his humanity. In his early years, his only desire was to avenge his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Yet now, alongside that quest, he felt an additional purpose, to remain by the side of the remarkable girl named Sakura Haruno, who had instilled in him the courage and confidence to move forward. Life, it seems, is not solely about vengeance. Chapter 128. Sakura, Captain, you will meet your demise this way. Once the 2 boys had chosen their techniques, Sakura too selected scrolls suited to her abilities. Following her previous encounter with Orochimaru, the system had rewarded her with wind-release chakra attributes and several common wind techniques. However, she found little interest in practicing techniques such as wind cutter and air slash, which lacked potency and flair. Sakura gazed at the few scrolls in her hands, her emerald eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The wind release, vacuum roar, which compresses air to form a high-density spherical wind projectile, possesses explosive power equivalent to 5 mortars detonating simultaneously. The wind release, Blade Dance releases countless razor-like wind blades from her fingertips, attacking the opponent from all angles. Somewhat akin to the water release, Hard Vortex Water Blade, but with greater agility and a wider range of attack. The last scroll, Wind Release, Phantom Storm, allows the user to create a powerful storm imbued with illusions in an instant, capable of disrupting enemy perception and senses, making it a formidable technique against sensory ninjas. Each of these wind techniques was marked as S rank on the back of the scrolls, requiring the practitioner to possess immense chakra reserves and mastery over chakra control to qualify for learning. For Sakura, However, these prerequisites were no longer a concern. She believed she could master them within 3 days. Indeed, 10 days later, at the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, within the tent of the 2nd Division of Konoha's military camp, a blonde woman surveyed the battle report from the first team. Her delicate features marred by a hint of fury. Those despicable Lightning and Earth Alliance forces have taken advantage of the flashiest terrain to slay over 100 of our Konoha ninjas, she exclaimed, marking a spot on the ninja world map. Shizune summoned Sakura and Akimichi Choji, the 2 captains, the blonde woman commanded. Realizing their conventional methods were insufficient to breach the canyon, she resolved to take a risk. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Silence received the command and promptly exited the tent, making her way towards the training camps of the 2nd and 3rd squads. Inside the training camp, a pink-haired girl was earnestly instructing nearly 100 ninjas before her. 30 of you simultaneously use wind cutter technique, another 30 unleash water dragon bullet, another 30 execute lightning release, body flicker, and the remaining 30 employ earth release, earth flow bullet. Let's see if you can touch even a single hair on me. The girl crossed her arms, dividing her team into 4 groups, each possessing the elemental attributes of wind, water, lightning, and earth. She sought to assess the capabilities of her subordinates. Upon hearing their captain's bold declaration, the ninjas displayed expressions of concern and began to murmur among themselves. Is Sakura out of her mind? She could get killed like this. Even the Hokage wouldn't dare to face such an onslaught. I wouldn't be so sure. You see, despite her young age, she was the one who drove Orochimaru away. I was there, and Sakura's strength is truly formidable. Sakura, exasperated by her disobedient subordinates, shouted, "Hurry up! Why are you all hesitating? Do you still want to fight or not?" Upon hearing her words, the ninjas of Konoha were suddenly stirred into action. Forget it, let us all go at once, otherwise we'll be looked down upon. Yes, let us do it together. After all, it's what the captain asked for. If something goes wrong, Lady Tsunade won't blame us. In an instant, a synchronized series of hand seals erupted. Wind release, wind cutter technique, 30-fold. Water release, water dragon bullet, 30-fold. Lightning release, body flicker, 30-fold. Earth release, earth flow bullet, 30-fold. Boom. In a heartbeat, the 4 elemental forces converged towards the pink-haired girl in the center. Yet, she remained unfazed, her emerald eyes slightly closing as she inhaled deeply, her fingers moving with an uncanny speed to form seals. Wind release, vacuum roar. A violent tempest swirled around her, transforming into massive vacuum orbs that shot forth in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Am I hallucinating? Pinch me. Is Sakura really this powerful, facing an entire army alone? No, for entire armies. What an eye-opener. The younger generation truly excels. We Konoha have promising successors. The training ground erupted in cheers, and the ninjas could not help but raise their thumbs in admiration for the teenage girl before them. Incredible. Sakura exhaled, nodding in satisfaction. Orochimaru's techniques are indeed effective. She continued to address her subordinates. Your performance was commendable. Next, you will face the rock and lightning villages. The strength of an individual is limited, but the potential of a group is boundless. When the time comes, harness the power of our combined techniques, as you just did. Perhaps we can even defeat a shadow-level opponent. Sakura was confident that her recent demonstration would be a challenging task for any ordinary shadow-level ninja. She trained her troops not only to assess their combat rhythm, but also to bolster their morale, instilling in them the belief that with her, Haruno Sakura, as their anchor, they need not fear any formidable foes. In warfare, strength is secondary. Confidence and conviction are the keys to ultimate victory. All right, from now on, following Sakura, we shall be invincible. A wave of synchronized shouts erupted from the crowd, and the ninjas raised their weapons, voicing their spirited battle cries. A subtle smile crept across the girl's lips. Her objective had been achieved. Sakura, Lady Tsunade wishes to see you. A familiar female voice broke through her thoughts. Sakura turned. Okay, Hinata, I'll be there shortly. After offering a few more instructions to her subordinates, she followed the voice of her senior, Shizune, to the command tent. What is the matter, master? Upon entering, she found the blonde woman studying a terrain map with a serious expression. Sakura, look here. This is the rocky valley of the land of rivers. Several of our squads have been annihilated here by the enemy. Tsunade pointed to a coordinate on the map. her brows furrowed. Oh, the terrain indeed poses significant challenges for an assault. Sakura quickly grasped the valley's geographical features. The entrance was narrow, with only one convoluted pathway leading in, surrounded by towering peaks that served as natural watchtowers, providing the enemy with excellent cover. Entering would mean awaiting a massacre from above. Thus, I do not intend to allow the Konoha ninjas to sacrifice themselves in vain. Since we cannot break through from the outside, we shall take the opposite approach. Chapter 129. Hinata, Naruto will eventually be yours master. Are you suggesting we break through from within? Sakura immediately understood Tsunade's intention. Yes, since we cannot penetrate from the outside. I plan for you and the team led by Ino to work in tandem, creating a coordinated attack. Tsunade continued. You will lead a small task force to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, sabotage their stronghold in the valley, and disrupt their plans. While Ino's team will launch an external assault to seize the location. Sakura was taken aback. Her master entrusted her with the most perilous task. However, she relished the thrill. It was simply her style to avoid conventional warfare. All right, master, it's settled. She agreed without hesitation. Tonton, you're here. A strong, rugged voice echoed from behind them. The newcomer, with red hair and a robust physique, was none other than Choji's father. Tsunade, I just arrived. I'm here to discuss how we're going to infiltrate Rocky Valley. Tsunade welcomed him over, and the man exchanged greetings with Sakura. Due to Choji, he was quite familiar with the young Kunoichi, often using her as an exemplary model to motivate his son, who had a penchant for gluttony. Look at Sakura. She is so young yet capable. And you, look at yourself and that belly of yours. Goodness, how have you gained even more weight since I last saw you? They huddled around the terrain map, discussing the strategic details of the upcoming operation. By the time they finished, night was approaching. All right, that should suffice. We'll proceed as planned tomorrow night, Tsunade affirmed, satisfied with the flawless plan, confident it would enable them to conquer the challenging Rocky Valley. Naturally, the plan's backbone was Sakura, and Tsunade had complete faith in her abilities, or she wouldn't have assigned her such a daunting infiltration task. Do you have anything else to add? Before they concluded, Tsunade turned to the two again. Oh, master, please assign me a reconnaissance team from Hinata's squad. Sakura, recognizing the absence of skilled scouts in her and Ino's teams, promptly made her request to Tsunade. Certainly, our investigative team is currently understaffed. As the sun sets, Hong leads her reconnaissance unit to support several other frontline battlefields, leaving only a few lower-ranked ninjas in the camp. You are acquainted with them, Sakura. Oh, the reconnaissance team. The lower-ranked ninjas, am I familiar with them? Are they not Miss Hong's former task group, teammate? The first thought that crossed Sakura's mind was of the princess. Indeed, it comprises Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburang. Then it shall be them. It provides me an opportunity to catch up with old classmates. Sakura touched her nose and suddenly recalled something. Continuing, by the way, our teammate Naruto and Sasuke are not adept at reconnaissance. They will remain outside the valley with Lord Dingzhua, ready to act upon my signal. With our coordinated efforts, we shall surely make the Raikage coalition lose a few pounds. The girl spoke with a hint of excitement. Sakura, do not underestimate the situation. The opposing side not only possesses the Raikage trusted aide, Darui, but it is said that the Tsuchikage has also dispatched his own granddaughter to oversee the operation. Tsunade paused, her expression darkening. What? Are there other secret weapons on their side? Sakura seemed to have guessed something from Tsunade's demeanor. Yes, it is the Jinchuriki of Awagakure, the Four Tails, Son Goku. Goodness, that counterfeit Son Wukong. That old man Inoki is truly going all out. Sakura couldn't help but click her tongue. She had anticipated that the princess of Awagakure would participate in the frontline battle, given her fiery temperament and love for excitement. But she did not expect even the Five Tails Jinchuriki to be involved. In any case, you all must exercise utmost caution. I await your good news, Tsunade said, patting Sakura's shoulder. The reason for assigning such a formidable task to the pink-haired girl before her was that Tsunade understood Sakura's capabilities all too well. To breach the enemy's internal defenses quietly with just a handful of individuals. Only her apprentice could achieve that within the entire second division and return unscathed. Rest assured, master. Leave it to me. Await my good news, Sakura replied, her expression relaxed, her emerald eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Finally, the moment to showcase her talents had arrived. The following night, 4 dark figures swiftly traversed the dense forests along the border of the Land of Fire, their target being the craggy valley 3 kilometers away. Under the moonlight, The four figures raced like a whirlwind, slicing through the tranquil night sky. Hey, Sakura, could you slow down a bit? The three of us can't keep up with you. The boy clad in a black stealth cloak complained in a hushed tone while chasing the pink-haired girl ahead. The puppy atop his head barked a couple of times, seemingly in agreement with its young master. Sakura glanced back, smirking. Kiba, Shino, Hinata, you're too slow. Observing her panting teammates from Team 8, she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Was she too strong, or were these old classmates too sluggish? It shouldn't be this way. Finally, the three figures caught up, each panting heavily as they perched themselves on the branches of the trees in the forest. Do you think we're all as abnormal as you? Have you looked at your arms and legs? They're thicker than all three of ours combined. Kiba exclaimed, casting a glance at Sakura's chest, which seemed to defy proportions. How is it that all her flesh has grown in the wrong places? And look at Hinata. Isn't she even a bit insecure? Kiba, what do you know? This is the hallmark of a fierce woman. Sakura is the fiercest girl I have ever seen, bar none, Shino remarked, adjusting his glasses with a cool demeanor. Fierce woman? Shino, that is quite a novel term. However, it seems Naruto is quite fond of Sakura. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. It was common knowledge in Konoha that Naruto favored Sakura. This matter had evidently lingered in Hinata's mind. She was curious, but upon hearing Shino mention the term fierce woman, Hinata realized that Naruto preferred that type. It seemed she had to step up her game. She felt she had little in common with such a fierce persona and resolved to seek more advice from Sakura when the opportunity arose. Sakura sensed a wave of jealousy and then comforted the bashful princess beside her. Don't worry, my dear Hinata. I have no interest in Naruto. He will eventually be yours. Remember to be a bit bolder and express your feelings. I believe in you. The girl teased playfully, coaxing the shy girl before her. Hinata's face turned crimson, and her hands fidgeted in front of her chest. Huh? Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not. I don't have feelings for Naruto. She stumbled over her words, utterly adorable. Truly, she was the princess. Her bashfulness made her even more enchanting. Chapter 130. Did you see that Tsuchiki's granddaughter? Those legs and that figure are incredible. Kiba and Shino had grown accustomed to this. Every time Naruto was mentioned, their otherwise normal female companion transformed into someone else entirely. The current stammering was mild compared to the times she had even fainted. Kiba had even suspected that Naruto had done something unspeakable to his teammate. That blonde fool. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Half an hour later, the four arrived near the craggy valley. The night was dark, and the valley opposite, surrounded by steep cliffs, appeared particularly eerie. From afar, they could see flickering lights within the valley, occasionally catching sight of patrolling ninjas wielding long swords. Gazing down into the seemingly bottomless gorge, the four couldn't help but gasp in awe. During the day, the Reikage army lowered a drawbridge from the cliffs for their soldiers to enter freely, but at night, they would retract the bridge to prevent enemies from breaching their defenses. What now, Sakura? Hinata asked, her veins visible as she activated her Byakugan to observe the enemy's movements across the valley. Hinata, can you see how many strongholds there are on the other side? Sakura appeared remarkably composed, her emerald gaze scanning the enemy encampment hundreds of meters away. There are a total of 6 strongholds, each guarded by 5 sentries, Hinata replied. Her voice soft as she watched the patrolling soldiers outside the tents. Haha, they are surprisingly lax, only 5 guards at each stronghold. It seems they have won quite effortlessly recently, and believe we in Konoha dare not retaliate, Sakura scoffed, then turned to her companions. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, you all fall back. I will use wood release to pass through silently. Remember to be quiet, do not alert the enemy. Having said that, she glanced at Kiba's foolish dog, extending her delicate fingers and ominously added, especially you, Akamaru. If you dare to bark and alert the enemy, I will make dog soup out of you tonight. With that, she playfully licked her lips, causing Akamaru to tremble in fear. Kiba quickly covered Akamaru's mouth, retreating several meters. This girl is absolutely twisted. How dare she speak so crudely to such an adorable dog? Shino swallowed hard, his keen eyes behind his sunglasses focused on Sakura. Are you going to use wood release again, Sakura? The last time I saw you use it was during the destruction of Konoha. The boy looked forward to it, eager for a visual feast. Hinata obediently withdrew her Byakugan, retreating to stand behind Sakura. Beneath the moonlit sky, the pink-haired girl stood at the cliff's edge, her eyes suddenly widening as she extended her delicate hand, a deep green wooden spike slowly emerging from her wrist. The once supple wooden spikes gradually swelled and extended, transforming under the girl's command into a colossal emerald serpent, infused with immense energy, surging rapidly towards the opposing cliff. In midair, a series of intricately intertwined green wooden bridges slowly materialized. The previously unfathomable chasm now appeared less daunting in an instant. Such is the power of wood release. Sakura, you are truly remarkable. The girl with white eyes narrowed her pupils, her delicate hands clasped beneath her chin, admiration etched across her face. Kiba, Shino, and Akamaru were left in bewilderment. It was evident that this girl had transcended their level. What are you dawdling for? Hurry over, if you linger. The enemy will discover us. Sakura called to the trio, her expression relaxed. Only then did they snap back to reality, cautiously stepping onto the wooden spikes. Proceeding towards the valley on the other side, the summer night breeze was unexpectedly biting, chilling the skin of the white-eyed girl, causing her to shiver. Suddenly, a warm fox fur cloak enveloped her. Hinata felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Turning around, she found Sakura gazing at her affectionately. Sakura, where did you get that cloak? Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, taken aback by Sakura's thoughtfulness. Oh, it's nothing. It's just a space-time ninjutsu that Ten taught me. It can conjure up anything. We can't let our little princess freeze. Otherwise, Naruto-kun will be heartbroken. Sakura wouldn't reveal that she had secretly taken it from her stash of rewards. You're so annoying, Sakura-chan. Hinata blushed even more. Clearly, the mere mention of Naruto was her sensitive spot. Ha ha ha, how amusing. After a moment, the four of them, along with the dog, traversed the towering cliff. Sakura reformed the seals to retract the massive wooden bridge and instructed the others, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, you three head to the 3 outposts on the east. I will take care of the 3 on the west. Are you sure you can manage alone, Sakura? Kiba regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. Recalling Sakura's formidable wood release, he realized he should be more concerned for himself. If anything went wrong for the 3 of them, Sakura would undoubtedly be fine. Stop babbling. If you continue, you can just crawl back across the wooden bridge, Kiba. Sakura pointed towards the cliff behind them. Kiba rolled his eyes and, along with Hinata and Shino, headed towards the eastern outpost. In a flash, the pink-haired girl appeared at the nearest outpost, merely about 50 meters away. 2 sentinels stood outside their tent, yawning, completely oblivious to the impending danger. One of the Cloud Village sentinels even engaged in a rather lewd conversation about the Rock Village princess. Hey, have you seen the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage? That long-legged beauty? The man spoke with an expression of vulgar admiration. Of course, I've seen her twice. Those legs and that figure are simply exquisite, responded the sentinel with a black mole on his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I really wish I could have a taste. I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life for just one night with her. Don't get your hopes up. She wouldn't even look at you, let alone a guy like me. The mole-faced sentinel scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at his companion, who was dreaming of unattainable beauty. Sakura, while silently critiquing their ignorance, conjured 2 water kunai imbued with icy energy. With a flick of her fingers, the kunai shot forth, glinting with silver brilliance, plunging into the foreheads of both sentinels. They didn't have time to utter a sound before collapsing, breathless. Chapter 131. Beautiful women generally do not eat supper, and neither does Black Earth. The girls swiftly arrived at the tent's entrance, lifting the flap to find 3 more sentinels playing cards inside. Looks like life is treating you well. Let us see how you savor despair. Another 3 water kunai dispatched the remaining ninjas, leaving them sprawled on the ground. In the nearby outposts, Sakura employed the same method to eliminate the remaining sentinels, sparing only 1. Inside the tent, a gaunt sentinel clad in a red headscarf found himself suspended from the rafters by green vines. Fear etched on his face as he stared at the unfamiliar girl before him. What do you want? The girl leisurely twirled a water kunai with her finger, her gaze playful yet menacing. Do you believe that if I give it a gentle flick, you'll lose your ability to procreate? The gaunt man turned pale, a warm trickle running down his leg as an unusual odor permeated the tent. Please, I'm not even married yet, he exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. Sakura pinched her nose in distaste. It's my first time witnessing someone scared to the point of losing control. Now, tell me, how many troops are stationed in this valley? How many Jonin? How many Chunin? And who leads them? Where are they now? After a moment, she recalled something significant. Oh, and where is your Black Earth princess? If you tell me the truth, I may spare your manhood, allowing you to enjoy the pleasures of reproduction." With that, Sakura smiled. A disarmingly innocent grin. "I'll tell you everything I know. Just please let me go." The man, hanging in fear, tightened his legs and divulged all the information he possessed. There are 3 camps in the valley. One is stationed 800 meters to the north, led by Lord Purple. Another is 1,000 meters to the west, commanded by the Cloud Esterui. And the last is 1,200 meters to the east, led by the esteemed Black Earth Princess. After sharing this, the gaunt sentinel dared to glance at Sakura. Her cold gaze remained fixed on him, her fingers still poised to unleash the kunai. Furthermore, he stammered. The reason the Reikage and Tsuchikage dispatched such heavyweight figures is that there's something crucial behind the valley. What is it? Sakura's interest peaked. It's the oil and mineral resources of the Land of Rivers. Additionally, the supplies of food and weapons for the battlefield in the Land of Rivers are stored in a depot behind the valley. If you want to seize these resources, you must breach the valley. Moreover, there is a tunnel leading directly into the heart of the Land of Rivers. Should it be breached, it would be a significant blow to our Lightning and Earth alliance. Is there more? Continue, Sakura urged, her surprise evident. She recalled Tsunade mentioning the vast supplies hidden beyond the valley, which was why heavy troops were dispatched for the attack. Now, it seemed that the Reikage and Tsuchikage had a hidden agenda. Such crucial intelligence made her knight's endeavor worthwhile, revealing unexpected treasures. I have nothing more to say. Can you let me down now? The gaunt sentinel's voice trembled with fear as he cast pleading glances at the pink-haired girl. Did I say I would let you down? Sakura's smile widened as she slowly approached him. The man realized he had been deceived, despair creeping into his tone. But rest assured, I, Haruno Sakura, keep my promises and shall spare your life. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing mid-air to deliver a powerful elbow strike to the back of his head. With a muffled groan, he fell into unconsciousness. Given the force of that blow, he would likely remain out for 3 days and nights. Sakura clapped her hands, her fingers dancing gracefully, and after a puff of white smoke, she transformed into a man. Lifting the tent flap, she gazed towards the eastern camp where the beautiful Kuratsuchi resided. The pitch-black night sky was punctuated by the flickering lights of distant tents. Sakura picked up a patrol lamp from the ground, donned a patrol cap from the table, and a sly smile crossed her features as she strode towards the eastern encampment. What could Kuratsuchi be doing at this hour? Was she already asleep, or perhaps enjoying a midnight snack? No, beautiful women typically eschew late-night indulgence, especially those as stunning as Kuratsuchi. Sakura smacked her lips and marched purposefully toward the tent ahead. Hey, you there. What are you doing wandering around at this late hour? A soldier's voice called from behind. Turning, Sakura saw a lantern-bearing ninja, clad in a red headband, approaching. Nothing much. I was ordered by the patrol captain to inspect the area for any suspicious individuals, she replied. Oh, you shouldn't venture further inside. That's Miss Kuratsuchi's private quarters. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man to intrude, the Iwagakure ninja remarked, scrutinizing Sakura without detecting anything amiss. It's late. You should return to your post and rest. The Konoha ninjas couldn't breach our defenses in the daylight, and now that we've drawn the bridge back, they lack any flying ninjas to cross the cliff. The man spoke with a tone of smugness. Ah, you make a valid point. I shall return to rest then. We have a morning assembly in the barracks. Sakura feigned a yawn and began to retrace her steps towards the watchtower. Once the Iwagakure ninja was out of sight, Sakura, disguised as the lean sentinel, swiftly appeared outside Kuratsuchi's tent. Pressing against the outer fabric, she noticed the interior was brightly lit. Extending her index finger, she concentrated chakra at her fingertip and, with a gentle push, pierced the tent fabric. What she beheld made her throat dry. Inside, a tall, raven-haired kunoichi was slowly shedding her ninja attire, her back exposed in all its pale, smooth beauty as the crimson garment slipped from her form to the ground. Sakura's emerald eyes widened. How daring to witness such a scene. Through her makeshift peephole, the woman's flawless physique and voluptuous curves were unmistakable. As the woman turned, her front was unveiled to Sakura's gaze, igniting a heat within her. Was this a test of her endurance? Those long, supple legs were simply irresistible. Hey, what are you doing? Why haven't you returned? The same male voice from earlier echoed in her ears, startling Sakura from her reverie. To her surprise, the Iwagakure ninja had returned. The beautiful woman inside, having also heard the commotion, cast a cold glance towards the source of the disturbance, swiftly donning a nearby purple nightgown. She extended her hand, sending a shimmering shuriken towards Sakura's peeping hole. Sakura narrowly dodged, the weapon grazing her hair. "Who goes there?" A chilling voice emanated from within the tent as Otsutsuki gracefully leaped towards the entrance. In mere moments, she stood before Sakura. "What are you two doing lurking outside?" Otsutsuki's gaze fell upon the two ninjas, her displeasure evident. Her attention finally settled on Sakura, the one who had been spying on her undressing. "That man is suspicious. He has been sneaking around here. Had I not come, who knows what mischief he would have attempted near your quarters," the Awagakure ninja accused, pointing at Sakura, recounting the events that had transpired. Otsutsuki's brows furrowed, her previously cool demeanor now simmering with anger. "At this hour, instead of standing guard, you chose to wander into the central camp? You, of all people, should know better," she chastised, her intuition telling her that this man was no ordinary sentinel. As she spoke, Otsutsuki slowly withdrew 3 shuriken from her waist. If she was correct, this lean man was not an Awagakure ninja. But what kind of enemy could traverse a chasm of hundreds of meters to infiltrate the valley and masquerade as a guard? The individual before her possessed an unfathomable strength. "Well, since I've been discovered, I shall drop the charade," Sakura sighed, raising her hands in surrender. A puff of white smoke enveloped her, and soon a robust, pink-haired figure stood before Otsutsuki. "Miss Otsutsuki, it has been a while." Otsutsuki stared, momentarily taken aback. "It's you, Haruno Sakura." They had met during the previous Chunin exams, leaving a lasting impression on one another. A subtle gleam of surprise flickered across Otsutsuki's face, quickly replaced by indignation and hostility. "Haruno Sakura, how dare you infiltrate our allied forces camp alone? Have you a death wish?" Sakura shrugged, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded the proud Otsutsuki. "Come now. Miss Otsutsuki, it's not every day I get to see you. Won't you invite an old friend in for tea?" She couldn't help but glance at Otsutsuki's ample bosom, marveling at her beauty. "Tea? You think you can just stroll in here and suggest tea, Haruno Sakura? I believe you're seeking trouble." Otsutsuki retorted coldly, feeling the weight of Sakura's gaze. "How unfortunate. I had hoped for a heart-to-heart, but it seems you wish to take my life instead." Sakura feigned a sorrowful expression. "Well, now that you know, shouldn't you raise your hands and surrender, and allow me to escort you away?" Otsutsuki's face flushed slightly at Sakura's teasing words. Having not seen Sakura for some time, she noted the girl's evident growth in strength, daring enough to infiltrate enemy territory alone. Such a person, if they were to switch sides, would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to Awagakure. Just then, a light-hearted male voice chimed in from nearby. What an uproar for such a late hour at Miss Otsutsuki's tent. A tall, muscular man with black skin and white hair approached, wielding a large sword, accompanied by several Chunin subordinates. "Ah, another troublemaker," Sakura smirked, recognizing the man as Darui from the intel she had gathered. "This is none of your concern, Captain Darui. I discovered him first," Otsutsuki said, not even glancing at the approaching man. She was acutely aware of his intentions, as the commander of the western camp. He frequently visited the eastern camp, his gaze always lingering too long. Had it not been for their alliance, Otsutsuki would have surely reported Darui's behavior to the third Reikage. "Miss Otsutsuki, I'm here to assist you. At least treat me with some courtesy," Darui said, his tone lighthearted yet insistent. Darui spat out the dogtail grass he had been chewing, looking up at the beautiful woman before him with a charming smile. Heedless of his demeanor, Haida pointed at a pink-haired girl and said, "All right, you're here to help me, right? Then first, deal with this girl and let me witness the prowess of Lord Darui." Following her gesture, Darui's gaze fell upon the muscular pink-haired girl. "What the hell? Are you a man or a woman with arms thicker than mine?" He glanced at the girl's delicate face, noting her unusual figure. Her chest was as flat as the valley, defying the conventional perceptions men held of women. "I am your father," Sakura retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Darui's followers stifled their laughter at the girl's audacity. This girl was remarkably bold, not just in her physique, but also in her words. "It seems I shall have to unleash my wrath today. For you, Miss Haidu, I am willing to do anything." Darui leisurely unsheathed his great sword, gripping the hilt tightly as he focused intently on the girl before him. "Call me Daddy, and I shall leave you whole." Yet Sakura stood her ground, showing no sign of fear. "You're looking for death, aren't you?" After being provoked multiple times, Darui's anger boiled over, his face alternating between shades of blue and purple. In an instant, he blinked in front of the girl, with a mighty swing of his arms. The The black blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at her head. However, with 2 fingers, Sakura effortlessly caught the blade. What? Darui's eyes widened in disbelief. This girl had caught his great sword with just 2 fingers. Staring at her in astonishment, he strained his wrist, attempting to break free from her grip. Yet the blade would not yield an inch. Instead, he felt himself being pushed back by her force. Is this truly your full strength? Sakura smirked disdainfully, giving a slight flick of her fingers, sending Darui and his sword flying backward several meters. Who are you exactly? Darui's arms trembled from the effort as he realized he had given it his all, yet he could not harm his opponent in the slightest. Instead, he had been toyed with. In the entire ninja world, even before the 3rd Raikage, he would never have been so utterly outmatched. I already told you. I am your father. Do you need me to repeat myself? Sakura huffed, blowing on her fingers which had just caught the blade, her impatience evident. You. Darui gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat, especially in front of the beautiful Haito. He could not afford to lose face. In an effort to regain control, he declared, "Water style, water wall." A torrent of water erupted from beneath him, surging towards the pink-haired girl. Sakura smirked, relishing the opportunity to counter his attack. Extending her powerful hand, she conjured a substantial amount of water, forming a thick blue water whip. With a swift motion, the water beneath her feet lifted her into the air, effortlessly evading Darui's onslaught. Using water style against a water master, are we? You shall find no retreat today, Sakura taunted. Recalling a similar technique she had witnessed during the Chunin exams, reminiscent of Gaara's sand flight. Haito observed in awe, noticing that Sakura had not even performed hand seals. It wasn't that she had not done so. Rather, her speed had surpassed the limits of human perception. Remarkable, in less than a year, she has become even faster. Sakura looked down at the black-skinned man with a sense of ease. Her clothes fluttered in the valley wind as she swung her arm, the water whip, now significantly thicker and imbued with immense chakra, struck towards Darui with ferocity. Splat! The whip sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound as Darui narrowly dodged to the side. Such terrifying power in water style. The beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the girl who wielded such formidable might with a casual flick of her wrist. However, the situation forced him to endure. Gritting his teeth, Darui retaliated with his specialty, lightning style, double black lightning. He unleashed 2 bolts of black lightning, surrounded by arcs of purple electricity, shooting towards the airborne Sakura like arrows. The air crackled under the pressure, scorching the ground and leaving dark traces in their wake. Switching from water to lightning, are we? Sakura mused, gripping her water whip and increasing its size even further, transforming it into a living dragon that sped toward the lightning bolts. The 2 elements collided, creating a powerful shockwave that warped the surrounding air, astonishing the onlookers. What? She's using water style against lightning style? This girl is seeking her own demise. One of Darui's subordinates scoffed, aware that lightning was the natural enemy of water. However, Haito corrected him, her eyes glued to the intertwining chakra. Wait, the force of that water whip is enormous. The principles of elemental advantage are irrelevant when faced with overwhelming strength and chakra. The once ferocious lightning bolts began to lose their vigor, dwindling in momentum. Meanwhile, Sakura's water whip continued to swell, indicating she was infusing it with more energy. Moments later, the lightning was ensnared, unable to escape its confines. Boom. The lightning bolts dissipated into white smoke, leaving Darui aghast. What? My black lightning. His hands fell in defeat. Fear etched across his face as he beheld the formidable pink-haired girl before him. He realized, with stark clarity, that he was no match for her. She had barely exerted 30% of her strength, while he had revealed his ultimate technique. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura swung her water whip towards his face. Earth style, earth wall, but it struck heavily against the suddenly risen earthen barrier. Haito, who had been preparing for battle, summoned the wall just in time to intercept Sakura's strike. She knew that, given the current situation, she had to team up with Darui to hold off Sakura long enough for the leader, Sasuke, to arrive. We must work together to buy time for reinforcements. She commanded one of her subordinates, quickly informed Sasuke to bring assistance. Understood. The subordinate dashed towards the command tent, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Miss Haito, I extend my gratitude to you. Darui remained engulfed in profound astonishment. Had it not been for Haito's earth escape technique, he might well have met his demise. The man steadied himself, adjusting his demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, it is premature to draw conclusions. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, which surpasses that of most ninjas I have encountered, yet it is implausible for you to single-handedly confront an entire army. Thus far in Darui's eyes, the only ninja capable of battling thousands is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from the village, whose full transformation renders even the fourth Reikage powerless. The girl before him, Darui surmised, could not possibly be stronger than the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. You all can join forces. I have no objections. Sakura remarked nonchalantly as she surveyed the individuals on the ground. At this moment, Haidu had already ascended into the air utilizing her light and heavy rock technique, aligning her height with the pink-haired maiden. The woman deftly executed her hand seals, dissolution, ash stone sealing technique. Her delicate lips unleashed a rapid succession of highly corrosive lime projectiles. Goodness, Miss Haitu is quite direct. Such a mouth is not merely for spewing such substances. It possesses other remarkable uses. I shall teach you when time allows. As she spoke, Sakura manipulated the water beneath her, gracefully dodging Haitu's attacks. The suggestive banter elicited peculiar expressions from the men below. Haitu's delicate visage flushed with indignation, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Why, despite being of the same gender, did she provoke such embarrassment? This was simply unfathomable. Haidu had momentarily mistaken the girl before her for a man. Who could have anticipated a woman uttering such heart-racing words? Miss Haitu, I shall assist you. Darui's voice boomed from the ground as he drew 3 shurikens from his waist. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shuriken clones soared toward the airborne pink-haired maiden. Those are trifles I shall not bother to evade, Sakura scoffed, as a transparent armor gradually enveloped her robust form. The shurikens struck her blue armor, clattering harmlessly to the ground. What on earth are those? Darui spat in disbelief. Not only was the girl's attack power and chakra astounding, but she also possessed impeccable defensive techniques. The shimmering blue armor was evidently a water-style defense formed from chakra. Such remarkable chakra manipulation was beyond comprehension. Miss Haidu, I am initiating my attack now, Sakura declared, her gaze unwavering from Haidu, perceiving Darui as a mere hindrance. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Hundreds of sharp wind blades erupted from the tips of her fingers, hurtling toward Haitu. Alarm surged within Haitu as she swiftly descended. Clapping her hands together, earth release, multiple earth flow wall. A series of tightly arranged earthen walls surged upward, shielding Haidu from harm. The water blades struck the walls, producing a cacophony of splintering sounds. Truly, the princess of Awagakure is far more entertaining than Darui, Sakura mused, controlling the water beneath her as she advanced toward the beautiful woman. The girl clenched her palm, summoning a dazzling blue flame atop her fist. With a single punch, she obliterated the multiple earthen walls before her. What was once an impenetrable barrier crumbled before Haidu, disintegrating into fine dust that cascaded to the ground. What? Haidu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Her multiple earth flow wall was capable of withstanding the weight of massive boulders. How could it have been shattered by a singular punch from Haruno Sakura? The soldiers and attendants present, including Darui, shared her astonishment. Yet, Sakura maintained an air of nonchalance, extending her hand toward Haidu's chest. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Haidu, now pressed for time, saw the earth beneath her rise rapidly. As enormous rock pillars erupted from the ground, resembling thorny bamboo shoots, relentlessly targeting Sakura's feet. However, Sakura deftly evaded them with a swift movement. In the next moment, the girl was right behind Haidu, whispering into her ear, I apologize, Miss Haidu, but this may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Sakura struck Haitu's delicate shoulder with a precise blow, enough to render her unconscious. Accompanied by a soft gasp, Sakura wrapped her strong arm around Haidu's waist, hoisting her onto her shoulder. With her other hand, she executed a wood release technique. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. Expansive green vines spread throughout the air, prompting the individuals on the ground to scatter in panic. Yet, they were utterly unable to escape the encroaching wood. In the blink of an eye, several attendants were securely ensnared, including their captain, Darui. Just as the girl savored her triumph over the captured foes, a volley of searing red fireballs surged toward Sakura. The fireballs, accompanied by a wave of intense heat, compelled Sakura to exclaim her discomfort. Is that the counterfeit sun Wukong approaching? My head is throbbing. Sakura leaped a considerable distance away, yet the man's fireballs seemed to possess a mind of their own, incinerating the vines binding Darui and the soldiers, thus liberating them once more. "Thank you, Commander Z," Darui expressed gratefully, shaking his sore arm. "What is happening, Darui? Why is there an outsider ninja in the valley?" The short, red-haired elder leaped onto the vines, surveying the chaotic battlefield with astonishment. Could it be that this devastation was wrought by the girl before him? Upon seeing the unconscious Haida slung over Sakura's shoulder, Elder Z furrowed his brows, his voice darkening. "Hey, girl, do you have any idea whose shoulder you are carrying?" Elder Z had watched Haida grow up. She was akin to a granddaughter to him. The princess of their village had been abducted by an outsider, and as a member of a Wagakure, he was deeply concerned. "Of course, she is the granddaughter of your Tsuchikage, Miss Haito. Why do you ask, short old man? Any objections?" Sakura replied with a teasing glint in her eyes, while her other hand mischievously caressed the woman's thigh. "You are a Konoha ninja? Coming here alone is tantamount to courting death." Elder Z spoke ominously, his demeanor unperturbed. From the moment Sakura had taken Haida hostage, she had been perceived as a dead woman in his eyes. Who will perish first is yet to be determined. Before you, both the one-tail and three-tails have been subdued. Today, adding the four-tails will be a mere formality. Sakura's gaze hardened as she regarded the elder. Despite her bravado, she could discern from the earlier lava techniques that this old man was indeed stronger than both the one-tail and three-tails. Truly, he was the counterfeit Sun Wukong crafted by Kishimoto. The intense heat emanating from him had once seared the chakra cloak of the sage's air. Caution was prudent. "Commander Z, this girl is formidable. Do not underestimate her," Darui cautioned, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Oh, is that so? But, little one, have you considered that this is ultimately our territory? Your presence here alone may be a gross underestimation of the might of our Reikage and Tsuchikage alliance." Elder Z's tone was foreboding. It was only then that Sakura noticed several ninja squads advancing towards them from a distance. The young girl beheld the wood release technique she had just executed, noting how a particular vine had risen high, seemingly reaching for the heavens. Sakura's lips curled into a slight smile at this moment. Shino and the others should have received the signal. Did they think they were the only ones with an army? One must not assume that a mere valley and a controlled suspension bridge could confine the ninjas of Konoha. No sooner had Sakura spoken than a resounding cheer from a massive army surged from behind her. It was Akimichi Dingza, leading the second and third squads of Konoha as they charged in. "What? How did they get in?" Both Aji and Darui exclaimed in shock. "Impossible. Dingza, you're late. We've been waiting at the lookout for ages." Kamaru was so hungry, he nearly went to the bathroom. Yuhi remarked with disdain, lifting the little dog he had just fed. Sakura replied, "Great job, everyone. As we discussed beforehand, once we saw your signal for wood release, we lowered the bridge." And Dingza-senpai seized the opportunity to lead the troops into the valley. The Byakugan girl observed the dense green vines before her, quietly praising Sakura's formidable strength. Truly, as Lady Tsunade had stated, the key to this battle was her disciple, Haruno Sakura. "Good job, Hinata. You all did splendidly." Sakura commended the Byakugan girl with a thumbs up. "Dingza, I'll leave the command of the troops to you. I must deal with this old man." "Not a problem. Sakura, you focus on your fight. We'll handle the Reikage's forces," Dingza replied, seasoned by the battlefield and aware of the significance of their current tactics. In the midst of war, the highest-ranking commander must determine victory or defeat. Once the commander establishes dominance, the morale of the winning side surges, while the defeated falter. Although the Reikage coalition appeared to have the numerical advantage, the outcome remained uncertain. Ultimately, whether Sakura could triumph over the Four-Tails Jinchuriki would be crucial for Konoha's army in overcoming the Reikage's forces. Chapter 135. The Tenacious Four-Tails. "Hinata, my dear, please take care of Miss Kuratsuchi for me." Sakura tossed the beautiful woman from her shoulder directly to Hinata. "Ah," Hinata gasped, but obediently caught Kuratsuchi's delicate form. The Byakugan princess, gazing at the stunning woman, couldn't help but notice her ample bosom. Her youthful cheeks flushed crimson. "Wow, they're really quite large, even larger than mine." "Hey, Hinata, what are you thinking? Your face is so red," Kiba remarked, bewildered by his companion's reaction. "Kiba, you can be quiet now," Shino interjected coolly. Having discerned the situation, the perceptive youth had long since detected Hinata's thoughts. After all, encountering a peer with a larger bust could be quite embarrassing. It was akin to boys comparing sizes in the restroom. For girls, The focus lay on their own golden areas. Come on, old man. Today it's either your demise or mine. Sakura challenged the red-haired elder, excitement glimmering in her eyes. Little girl, don't think your youth will spare you, the Four Tails. Aji sneered, perplexed by the audacity of the pink-haired girl who dared to infiltrate enemy territory alone. Thus far, aside from the Tsuchikage Inoki's dust release, he had feared nothing. Aji began to form hand signs, intending to eliminate the girl within 3 moves. Lava release, scorching rain. In an instant, hundreds of magma fireballs, glowing red, surged toward Sakura. The air crackled as the fireballs approached. Not this again. Can't you come up with something new? Sakura scoffed, quickly countering with a wind release technique from Orochimaru. Wind release, cutting dance. She extended her palms, unleashing a torrent of sharp wind blades that sliced through the incoming fireballs like lightning. In an instant, the once menacing magma fireballs were obliterated, showering the ground with molten remnants. Meanwhile, the battle between Konoha's forces and the Reikage's coalition raged on. Dingza, wielding his powerful meat-egg war machine, rolled toward the enemy soldiers, eliciting despairing cries. Kiba and Shino each engaged with their unique skills, contributing significantly to the fray. To fulfill Sakura's request, Hinata retreated with Kuratsuchi's delicate form to the rear of the Konoha army. Her white eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Had it not been for Sakura's directive, she would have unleashed her own techniques amidst the chaos. Old man, how about we compare our taijutsu? Sakura proposed with a sly smile, her body crackling with blue-purple lightning. If she surmised correctly, the Four Tails Jinchuriki favored range techniques akin to Kuratsuchi. Taijutsu would be his weak point. Upon hearing this, Aji's expression soured. The girl, seemingly simple-minded, had discerned his vulnerability in close combat. However, having lived many years, he possessed far more battlefield experience than Sakura. If she sought to engage him in close quarters, he would not oblige. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. With this, Aji enveloped himself in a sea of searing lava, deliberately preventing Sakura from approaching easily. Sakura prepared her lightning body technique, her pink hair standing on end. She aimed to dash forward and strike, but Aji was not following the usual tactics. Not done yet. Little girl, feel the heat from hell. Aji commanded as the fiery waves of lava surged forth, crashing towards Sakura like a relentless tsunami. Water release, water barrier. The young girl quickly countered, erecting a water wall. The scorching lava splashed against the thick blue barrier with a deafening hiss, smoke billowing upward. What now? I can't get close to this guy? Sakura mused, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. In the original story, Gaara had used sand-binding coffin to extract Uchiha Madara from his Susanoo. Could she utilize water-binding coffin to draw this old man out of the lava? There was only one way to find out. Raising her right hand, she conjured a swift water claw that lunged toward the lava-encased Aji. To safeguard the water technique from the molten heat, Sakura shrouded the claw in a water armor for protection. With a whoosh, the water claw pierced through the massive lava mass, seeking the elder hidden within. Come out, Sakura commanded, sweeping her arm to pull the water claw back from the lava. A red silhouette emerged, propelled forth. Indeed, as Sakura had anticipated, the old man was forcibly pulled out. You little brat, how dare you break my lava armor? The elderly figure, old purple, grimaced in indignation. What's the matter? Are you not satisfied? If you're not, come and fight me. Let us brawl barehanded. The loser will be the other's subordinate. Sakura brazenly took advantage of the old man. Haha, you truly are a sharp-tongued little girl. I hope you won't regret your words. Old Purple gritted his teeth. From the recent battle, it was evident that this little girl adeptly utilized water techniques and seemed quite confident in her physical combat skills. Thus, she indeed appeared to be a rather well-rounded opponent. If both close and ranged combat were troublesome, then he would rely purely on brute strength. With that thought, Old Purple anchored himself to the ground, his chakra surging violently as the power of the Four Tails erupted from within him. In mere moments, it enveloped his entire body, and a faint red glow radiated from his form, sprouting 2 robust tails from his waist. Wow, has he already transformed into his tailed beast form? But why only 2 tails? Sakura exclaimed, realizing she had been underestimated by the old man. Yet, even with just 2 tails, she could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Old Purple's figure accelerated dramatically, charging towards Sakura like a crimson specter. Damn it! You think I'm a sickly cat just because I'm not roaring? Sakura cursed, swiftly extending her palm as a wooden spike shot forth from her hand, hurtling towards the frenzied-tailed beast form Old Purple. However, the creature deftly dodged the attack. This monster is a bit clever, Sakura noted, surprised by its speed. Before she could react, the two tails behind the creature lashed out violently. Sakura was sent flying several dozen meters away, a sizzling sound emanating from her scorched body. Observing the charred mark on her chest, she felt a terrifying heat. Thankfully, she had activated her lightning armor beforehand. Otherwise, those hits could have been fatal. Looking across at her opponent, she noticed that Old Purple now sported 4 tails, each a fiery red, standing proudly like a peacock displaying its plumage in a show of dominance. Thus far, this was the first opponent Sakura deemed genuinely challenging. However, did he truly believe she was out of options? Haha, you are gravely mistaken, old man. Her emerald eyes gleamed as a purple diamond-shaped mark appeared on her forehead, spreading across her entire body. Even though his lava armor was potent enough to burn her lightning armor, she had been taught the art of creation and regeneration by her master, allowing her to swiftly heal her burns. She would endure and withstand this battle. Looking around at the Leaf Village's forces, although Ino was crushing numerous lower-ranked enemies with her astonishing physical prowess, they were significantly outnumbered, having only brought 2 squads. Soon, the Leaf forces found themselves at a disadvantage. Shino and Kiba, while strong among the lower ranks, were still inexperienced, and after using their techniques repeatedly, Kiba was too exhausted to stand upright. I must resolve this with the red-haired old man quickly, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Sakura gritted her teeth. Empowered by the Byakugan technique, her lightning armor had become several times more robust than before, radiating an intimidating chakra. Old Purple clearly noticed this change. Beginning to gather purple energy orbs in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum roar. Sakura was undeterred, unleashing several powerful wind projectiles that erupted from her mouth like a mortar. The strikes collided with Old Purple's energy orbs, producing a thunderous roar, causing the soldiers around them to instinctively retreat to a safe distance. They were not foolish. Any of them getting too close to such potent techniques could face obliteration. The immense smoke clouded the space between Sakura and the 4 tails. Let us see how fast I can be. Lightning release. Hell spike. 3-fingered strike. 3 massive hands shot forth, piercing toward the 4 tails with overwhelming thunderous force, distorting the air around them. The strike connected with the chest of the 4 tails, knocking him flat on the ground and rolling him over 100 meters away, scorching the earth beneath him with blackened marks from his fiery, beastly exterior. He let out a painful roar. How does it feel to be struck by my 3-fingered strike? Sakura taunted, watching as the burns on her fingertips rapidly healed. The 4 tails responded with a series of furious roars that echoed across the battlefield, making it seem as though he were in a frenzy. Suddenly, the 4 tails ceased his howling, and his monstrous form underwent a dramatic transformation. His arms became extraordinarily muscular, resembling rock, brimming with explosive power. Sharp claws extended from his fingers, and his face began to take on the features of a monkey. With fiery red eyes glowing like suns and powerful gusts blasting from his flaring nostrils, the counterfeit Sun Wukong had emerged. Before Sakura could react, this doppelganger opened its massive jaws, unleashing torrents of molten lava that surged forth like furious fire dragons, threatening to obliterate everything in their path as they rushed toward her. Sakura quickly maneuvered to manipulate the water beneath her feet, soaring high into the air to evade the oncoming onslaught. However, the surrounding soldiers were not as fortunate. The widespread eruption of lava engulfed many, including both ninja from the Leaf Village and the allied forces. This old man is so reckless, he even harms his own. It was evident that tailed beasts could be irrational in their fury. Watching the girl evade his attack, Sun Wukong grew both anxious and furious, pounding his massive chest with his powerful arms. Monkeys will always remain impatient. This is just the beginning, I assenti it. Would release, Flower Tree World. Sakura clasped her hands together, and in an instant, a gigantic thicket of vines loomed behind her, surging toward the monkey. Indeed, Sakura intended to use the power of flower pollen to daze the beast first, then seize her opportunity. The massive vines released vibrant red blossoms, emitting a fine yellow gas that sprayed toward the monkey. In no time, the creature's once violent demeanor began to wane, its body swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. The monkey's face flickered between hues, clearly suffering from the effects of the poison. Now was the moment. Sakura swiftly appeared at the monkey's forehead, executing her lightning release. Monster Strength Cherry Blossom Assault. The first, second, and third strikes landed with ferocity, and under the relentless barrage of her powerful punches and lightning-infused strikes, the dazed monkey was subdued as if it were a helpless dish on a chopping board. The colossal figure could no longer withstand the battle's toll and collapsed to the ground in despair. Huh, you thought you could challenge me? Sakura sighed deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, finally feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 137. I have only bathed 3 times since birth. Sakura-san has won. Sakura-san has triumphed. A wave of cheers erupted from the battlefield as the Konoha ninjas witnessed the pink-haired girl subdue the formidable Four-Tails Jinchuriki, the enemy's strongest warrior and leader. The morale of the Konoha forces surged, transforming their previous disadvantage into an advantageous position. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Reikage forces, witnessing their leader's defeat, became as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Now that their leader has fallen, we shall rally together and obliterate this rabble, Dingswood declared. Sensing the opportune moment to spur the troops into action, the battle horn sounded, igniting the spirit of the army, and they surged forward like a tidal wave, shifting the tide of battle. Sakura slowly approached the now-defeated Aji, a smirk playing on her lips as she declared, "Water style, water prison." A sealed blue space enveloped the feeble old man, rendering him a captive of Konoha. She then surveyed the chaotic battlefield and swiftly rejoined her comrades. With the enemy's leader vanquished, the remaining soldiers posed little threat. Wind style, Phantom Typhoon. Sakura conjured a powerful storm within a 100-meter radius, creating a tempest that distorted the enemy's vision with strands of chakra. The blue threads darted into the eyes of the adversaries, proving to be an incredibly effective technique that spared her allies from harm. Sakura silently praised her mentor, Orochimaru, for imparting such invaluable skills. What is happening? I can't see. My eyes. The disoriented enemy forces flailed about like headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, the Konoha troops fought with renewed ferocity. In the end, only Darui and a handful of elite Chunin managed to flee in a panicked retreat, while the rest of the Reikage's army met their demise. Corpses littered the battlefield, blood staining the earth. As Sakura gazed upon the devastation, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. This was the reality of the Shinobi World War, where countless lives were extinguished in an instant. Yet, this thought was fleeting. The girl had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of war and had developed a heart that no longer easily swayed. War was merciless, and the vanquished must face their reckoning, a reality she had come to accept with a quiet resolve. Oh, we have won. Konoha has triumphed. The enemy has been routed. The army roared in unison, waving their weapons and creating a cacophony of celebration. Sakura-chan! 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 Their cheers transformed into a fervent chant of her name, each ninja casting admiring glances at the pink-haired girl at the center of the battlefield. At that moment, Sakura's stature rivaled that of the Hokage in their eyes. To single-handedly defeat a tailed beast Jinchuriki and turn the tide of battle from disadvantage to victory against overwhelming odds was a feat rarely achieved in Konoha's history. The last to display such might during the Shinobi World War was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet here stood the pink-haired maiden, her prowess evidently surpassing even the Golden Flash. The cheers continued for several minutes, and Sakura, feeling a mix of bashfulness and pride, scratched her head awkwardly. Oh, thank you all. No need for such formality. We are all family. Though she did not place much value on the fleeting fame, the overwhelming adulation was enough to elicit a thrill within her heart. An hour later, at the border of the Land of Fire, within the central tent led by Tsunade, Sakura returned with a contingent while another squad under Dingswa continued to secure the area of the Broken Rock Valley, now wholly under Konoha's control. Sakura, aren't you tired? You've been carrying her the whole way. You cast a discontented glance at the pink-haired girl, who had rejected his offer to carry Akatsuki. He sighed, watching Sakura effortlessly bear the slumbering form of the beautiful girl. I'm not tired. I could fight 300 more rounds, yeah? Sakura replied, rubbing her forehead. The scent of the girl she carried filled her senses, and the sensation of her soft weight against her back was oddly comforting. By the way, what do you plan to do with the princess of a Wagakure you've captured? Shino inquired, pulling a steel cage behind him. Inside lay the defeated Four-Tails, still deeply unconscious. Nothing much, really. Just a means to instill some fear in a Wagakure. to remind them that their princess is in my hands. Especially that old man Inoki. I can only imagine how frantic he must be, Sakura mused, picturing the furious expression of Inoki upon learning of his granddaughter's capture, which brought a smile to her lips. You're not just doing this for that reason, are you, Sakura? You pouted, seeing through her intentions. Sakura's mannerisms reflected those of a boy, and it was obvious to him that she had ulterior motives in capturing such a beauty. Don't be like that, yeah? Sakura surely has her plans. Perhaps having the lovely princess of a Wagakure will bolster our morale against the enemy. Hinata chimed in with innocent optimism. You're the best, Hinata. Yeah, you should learn from her, Sakura said, affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair while teasing ya. By the way, you and Shino, how long has it been since you last bathed? Just take a whiff of yourselves. It's enough to knock someone out. Sakura pinched her nose in exasperation. Sakura, I haven't really thought about that. I think I've only bathed about 3 times since birth. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, responding with utmost seriousness. Sakura, Hinata, how terrifying. Is it possible that the Aburame clan has forsaken bathing since surrendering themselves to these insects? She gazed incredulously at the seemingly composed youth, wondering how he could be so disheveled. Stay away from us. Sakura took Hinata's hand and moved aside. Whoever ends up marrying those two will surely be cursed for generations. Chapter 138. I won't drink. I'm afraid it's poison, you boasted with pride. Shino, you're far dirtier than I am. I bathed 6 months ago, and I still smell delightful. Don't believe me? Just come a little closer, he said, moving towards Sakura and Hinata. Boom. Sakura, quick as lightning, delivered a punch to his chin, sending him tumbling several meters away. Sakura, explain why you hit me, he exclaimed angrily as he picked himself up from the ground, only to find that Sakura and Hinata had already vanished from sight. Ji now stood alone in the desolate space, suggesting to Ya, how about we take a bath together tonight? I feel as though we have become a source of disdain. After speaking, Ji now reached into her sleeve and, to her horror, a swarm of black insects crawled out from between her fingers. Maybe that's not a good idea. I can manage on my own, you replied, shuddering in fright. You all, take good care of Miss Kuratsuchi. I must report to Master Tsunade about the battle situation. The pink-haired girl instructed her subordinates as she laid the unconscious Kuratsuchi onto the bed in her tent. Yes, Miss Sakura, they replied, and she made her way to the command tent. Since Kuratsuchi had been incapacitated by Hinata's chakra sealing technique, Sakura was unconcerned about her escaping upon waking. At that moment, Kuratsuchi was akin to a beauty trapped in a jar, utterly defenseless. Sakura hoisted the reinforced cage containing the 4 tails, Oinoki, and proceeded towards Tsunade's encampment. Clang. Master, this is the Jinchuriki from a Wagakure. How do you intend to deal with him? A sinister smile danced at the corners of Sakura's mouth as she spoke. Well done, Sakura. Not only have we captured the Dune Valley, but we have also taken their Jinchuriki alive. This is an excellent start for the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Tsunade responded, her tone filled with pride. The news boosted the morale of the other troops on the front lines, prompting Tsunade to relay the good news to Jiraiya, Danzo, and the forces led by Narashikaku. The 3 elders in Konoha celebrated with a bottle of 82 Lafite. The name Haruno Sakura gradually resonated throughout the ninja world. Both the enemy and Konoha recognized that under Tsunade's command was a pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura, endowed with extraordinary strength and lightning release, embodying the essence of a new generation hero of Konoha. The moniker the pink-haired she-beast of Konoha took root during the 4th Great Ninja War. Though its sound was less than appealing, its intimidating presence was undeniable. Among the enemy ranks, there were whispers that upon encountering this so-called Konoha she-beast, one should retreat, for victory was unattainable. The 4 tails had been sealed in 286 chakra points by Hinata, rendering him unable to utilize chakra. However, to be cautious, Sakura suggested that Tsunade allow the medical unit to conduct further examinations, as a Jinchuriki should not be treated like an ordinary ninja. Sakura was well aware of the medical department's methods. Although their duty was to heal, they could also reduce a healthy individual to a state of helplessness. Tsunade smiled, excitement glimmering in her brown eyes. This fellow, I will handle personally. There was a chilling undertone to her words, sending a shiver down Sakura's spine. Poor old man. He will likely be treated as a test subject by my master. Sakura mused. But what about the Wagakure princess? Where is she? Tsunade wondered, puzzled as to why only Oinoki was present. Miss Kuratsuchi is with me. Rest assured, master. I won't let her escape. After all, I still need her to hold back Inoki. Sakura reassured her while rubbing her nose. What are you plotting? Tsunade saw through Sakura's intentions, knowing her apprentice all too well. Moreover, she had heard that the Iwagakure princess was an exceptional beauty. Master, don't ask. It won't interfere with our continued assault, Sakura deflected. Very well, you handle it as you see fit, but ensure that girl does not escape. She will undoubtedly prove useful later, Tsunade commanded, her hands sweeping dismissively. Now that we have captured the Dune Valley, our forces can advance through the tunnel behind the valley directly into the heart of the Land of Rivers. I believe we shall soon conquer the Land of Rivers. Tsunade's tone radiated joy. And what of the other two battlefields, Master? Are there any good tidings? Sakura's concern lay primarily with Jiraiya's vanguard, which was engaged in direct conflict with the Raikage forces in the Land of Demons. Sakura did not doubt Jiraiya's capabilities. She merely worried about the presence of Karen and Ino in Asuma's squad, whose sensory techniques played a significant role in the battle. To ensure their safety, Sakura had dispatched her trusted subordinate, Junmaro, to protect them at all times. Yet, despite these precautions, she still felt an unease. Jiraiya has yet to make significant progress. After all, the enemy's leader is the fourth Raikage, Tsunade noted, her voice laden with gravity. What is it, Master? Sakura sensed something ominous in the air. The Raikage has activated the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, Tsunade explained. What? I thought he was always reluctant to let his village's Jinchuriki participate in battle. Sakura was aware of Kumogakure's tendencies. They would not willingly send their Jinchuriki into combat unless absolutely necessary, even with the Raikage himself leading the charge. Perhaps they sensed Konoha's strength, especially with Jiraiya's Sage mode being formidable, Tsunade speculated. Tsunade was fully cognizant of Jiraiya's prowess, despite his often carefree demeanor when he became serious. Even two Orochimaru would struggle against him. Well, it seems that Jiraiya has given the Raikage a run for his money. Sakura felt a mix of delight and concern. Were it not for the pressing invasion task of her own second army, she would have rushed to assist him immediately, to see who among them, she or the Raikage, wielded the superior lightning release armor. After concluding her conversation with Tsunade, Sakura returned to her resting tent as the sky gradually darkened. Lifting the tent flap, she was greeted by the sight of a striking beauty with long legs, her silver teeth clenched and her face flushed with indignation, glaring at the pink-haired girl before her. Why did you capture me? Kuratsuchi exclaimed, feeling disoriented and weak upon awakening, unable to gather her chakra, unsure of what had been done to her. Miss Kuratsuchi, please do not be so anxious. Rest assured, I mean you no harm, Sakura said, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to the woman on the bed. I won't drink that. I fear it may be poisoned. If I truly wished to harm you, I would not have waited until now. I could have acted while you were unconscious, Sakura replied, her eyes narrowing but devoid of anger as she settled onto the bed. Kuratsuchi blinked her glassy eyes in contemplation. Indeed, if Sakura had wished her ill, she would have perished countless times already. Now, she was a powerless captive. As Sakura approached, Kuratsuchi instinctively shifted away to the edge of the bed. Sakura chuckled softly. Am I that frightening, Miss Kuratsuchi? Must you keep such a distance? She continued to extend the cup of tea towards the hesitant girl. This time, Kuratsuchi accepted it, her demeanor softening. The delicate hand grasped the cup, and she drank eagerly. Could I have another cup? She asked, her tongue darting out to lick her lips, parched after being in a stupor since the battle at Dune Valley. Sakura filled the cup again, and Kuratsuchi drank it down in one go, releasing a satisfied sigh, a sound soft yet unmistakably clear to Sakura, sending a pleasant shiver through her. Just then, the tent flap was pushed aside, and a Konoha ninja entered, carrying a tray of food. Captain Haruno Sakura. Your meal is ready, he announced respectfully. Please place it on the table, Sakura instructed, glancing at the steaming dishes. The subordinate complied, setting the food down before exiting the tent. Sakura approached the table and leisurely took a seat. She glanced at the beauty on the bed. Miss Akatsuchi, are you hungry? Join me for dinner and savor the culinary delights from my hometown. Sakura surveyed the dishes laid out before her. They were prepared according to her preferences, authentic Chinese cuisine. The chef had honed his skills over time, and surprisingly, the other ninjas in the team had taken a liking to it as well. The flavors were distinctly different from the food in Konoha, and one could only wonder where Captain Sakura procured the recipes. The dishes were truly a feast for the senses. Cut it out, I don't want any. Who knows what your intentions are? Akatsuchi pouted, turning her face away in annoyance. However, a moment later, her stomach audibly protested, creating an awkward atmosphere. Biting her red lip, Akatsuchi grasped the blanket beneath her, silently cursing her rebellious stomach. "Ha! Come on, Miss Akatsuchi, your stomach is protesting," Sakura exclaimed with a bright laugh, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Women are indeed delightful and amusing creatures. They may verbally deny something, yet their bodies often betray them. Irritated, Akatsuchi stood up and walked gracefully to the dining table. She plopped down onto a chair, casting a sidelong glance at the pink-haired girl before her. "Fine. I'll eat. What is the big deal?" Grabbing a pair of wooden chopsticks from the table, Akatsuchi picked up a piece of potato beef and tasted it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. This flavor is truly delightful. It's nothing like what we have in a wagyu. The potato is tender and melts in the mouth, while the beef is chewy and flavorful. She couldn't help but take a few more bites, her delicate face revealing surprise and satisfaction. To her astonishment, Konoha's food was this delicious. Sakura, noticing Akatsuchi's enjoyment, couldn't help but beam. "Here, have some more of this. It's quite tasty too." As she spoke, she added some scrambled eggs with tomatoes to Akatsuchi's bowl. Akatsuchi no longer refused and took several bites alongside her rice. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly remarked, "I didn't know tomatoes could be cooked this way. Do you like it?" Sakura rested her chin on her hand, watching the beautiful girl eat, genuinely curious. Akatsuchi paused, realizing the atmosphere around them felt peculiar. Was this person before her an enemy or a friend? Why was she being treated so gently as a defeated captive? However, the girl could sense that, at least for now, this pink-haired girl harbored no ill will. Contemplating this, Akatsuchi softly replied, "It's really good." "Ha ha ha, then eat more." Sakura, pleased with the response, added more delicious morsels to Akatsuchi's bowl. After they had eaten their fill, Sakura stretched and caught a whiff of her own sweat. Wrinkling her nose slightly, she turned to Akatsuchi. "Miss Akatsuchi, I'm going to take a bath. Would you like to join me?" "Ah." Akatsuchi's face instantly turned crimson. Seeing the flustered expression on her face, Sakura felt a surge of excitement. "We're both girls. It's nothing to worry about. I used to bathe with my close friends back in Konoha. But if you mind, I want to insist." Sakura feigned disappointment, preparing to leave. "Wait." Akatsuchi suddenly called out from behind. Sakura turned to see Akatsuchi's face flushed, her delicate hands nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, stammering, "I want to wash too. After being brought here by you, I feel." Observing the girl's hesitance, Sakura's heart leaped with joy. She reached out her hand affectionately, saying, "Let us go together." With a soft tone, Akatsuchi stepped forward and took Sakura's hand, and the two made their way toward the bathhouse in the military camp. Half an hour later, outside the military bathhouse, the guarding ninja whispered to another sentinel, "Hey, did you hear that strange sound coming from the tent just now?" The guard's face flushed as he spoke. "I heard it. Captain Sakura is quite the playful one, and that a wagyu princess too. These girls are quite carefree." The guard gulped, unable to hide his intrigue. "Shoo, keep your voice down. It seems the sounds are getting louder," said the other guard, urging silence as they both strained to listen, their hearts racing. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the two girls inside the tent shifted in various poses, captivating those who listened. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Sakura awoke from her dreams, glancing at the girl beside her who breathed softly. She recalled the delightful events of the previous night with satisfaction. Thankfully, her recent training had paid off. She did not disappoint Miss Akatsuchi. Gently, Sakura stroked Akatsuchi's tousled hair as the beauty slept soundly, her rhythmic breaths brushing against Sakura's chest. Suddenly, Sakura remembered that her master, Tsunade, was to hold an early morning meeting. Noticing the sun outside, she realized time was slipping away. She hurriedly got out of bed, carefully covering Akatsuchi with the blanket. Throwing on a ninja outfit in haste, she made her way toward the main military camp. In the Konoha main tent, upon entering, Sakura found Naruto and Sasuke standing obediently before Tsunade. "Sakura, you've overslept. The morning meeting has already concluded," Tsunade scolded, her expression one of discontent as she regarded the pink-haired girl. The news of Sakura's escapades with the Wagyu princess had spread throughout the entire second squad. Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Her female disciple was indeed a romantic at heart. It seemed she would need to consider a more permanent solution for her. She was undeniably a female version of Jiraiya. "Ha! My apologies, master. I was simply too tired last night and overslept," Sakura said with a sheepish grin. Avoiding Tsunade's gaze. Let us not dwell on that. The reason I kept Naruto and Sasuke here is to prepare you three for a mission. Tsunade's tone shifted from disdain to seriousness. What mission, master? Sakura inquired, her brow furrowing as she noted Tsunade's emphasis on the importance of Team 7's overall strength. It was clear she wouldn't have summoned Naruto and Sasuke otherwise. At that moment, Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan and summoning technique, while Sasuke had become quite adept with his Chidori and fire-style techniques. Their synergy within Team 7 was undeniable, and Sakura would certainly need their assistance for this task. You are to go to the Land of Demons to support Konoha's first vanguard, the army under Jiraiya's command. Tsunade explained the mission's crux. To the Land of Demons? What about the ongoing invasion from the Land of Rivers? Sakura questioned, surprised that Tsunade would send Team 7 to support the vanguard at such a critical time. Did something happen to Jiraiya's forces? Tsunade furrowed her brow, slowly explaining. Most of the primary forces from the Land of Rivers have been nearly eradicated. The next phase involves resource and territory acquisition. With me and Shizun here, we can manage. However, the sensing unit reported last night that the situation on Jiraiya's side is not looking good. The combination of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and the Raikage is proving quite troublesome. Tsunade paused before continuing, to avoid stretching our lines too thin. Kakashi suggested that we send reinforcements from the other two battlefields. After much deliberation, I believe you are the most suitable candidate, especially since you're very familiar with the lightning-style techniques of those Cloud Village ninjas. Tsunade understood this would be taxing for Sakura, especially since she had just finished battling the Iwagakure Jinchuriki and hadn't had a chance to rest for 2 days. But as they say, those who can do more must also do more. After all, her female disciple was exceptionally formidable, and with the reputation of Konoha's pink-haired powerhouse newly established within the ninja world, why not seize this opportunity to temper the enemy's spirit? I have no issues. Master, when shall we depart? Sakura flexed her wrist, surprised at how soon she would encounter the Raikage and his brothers, even earlier than anticipated. Suddenly, Tsunade remarked, well then. Oh, poor Kurotsuchi, just after her wedding night. She must now guard an empty room alone. My heart aches for my beautiful friend. 2 days later, in the dense forests of the Land of Demons, Sakura, you remember that wind-release ninjutsu you stole from Orochimaru? I have mastered it. The blonde youth dashed forward, stepping on branches, while glancing at Sakura with a tone filled with pride. Oh, quite impressive, Naruto. I would love to see it in action sometime. Sakura couldn't help but admire the prince's ability to learn. This guy truly possessed a certain cleverness, although he sometimes exuded a charming foolishness. One could not deny his exceptional talent for ninjutsu. While he may not rival his genius father, he inherited enough of Minato's remarkable genes. Absolutely. I can't wait. Naruto's blue eyes sparkled, eager to showcase his skills. TCH, it's not like it's a particularly difficult ninjutsu. What is there to boast about? The dark-haired boy beside him, Sasuke, felt a twinge of discontent, unwilling to let Naruto steal the spotlight. So, Sasuke, how is your 3 fire-style ninjutsu coming along? Sakura felt like a mother reprimanding 2 children, having to appease one after the other. Being with boys was troublesome. She missed Ino, Karen, and Kurotsuchi. Being with them was much simpler, and they shared an irresistible, unique thrill. Of course, I've mastered everything except for the lightning release. Kirin, that one is quite challenging. Sasuke lowered his head slightly at the mention of Kirin, fearing Sakura would be disappointed in him. The pink-haired girl now held a dual role in Sasuke's heart, as both a friend and a mentor. It's all right, you've done remarkably well. The Kirin technique is indeed formidable, and mastering it is no easy feat. Sakura lamented the rapid progress of these two. She wondered if, once they both harnessed the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, she would still stand a chance against them. It seemed unlikely. No, I must become stronger, strong enough to kick the big boss Kaguya like a soccer ball. I need to be world-ending strong. Sakura, up ahead lies the battlefield of the Land of Demons. It's time to showcase our skills. The 3 landed upon a slanting branch, Naruto pointing towards the vast expanse before them. Indeed, the real show is finally about to commence, Sakura murmured, her emerald eyes fixed on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Land of Demons, Jiraiya, having entered Sage Mode, was engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 brothers. Despite being in Sage Mode, Jiraiya gradually found himself at a disadvantage against the combined onslaught of the Raikage and Killer Bee. In truth, the Raikage was manageable. It was primarily Killer Bee, The perfect Jinchuriki, who proved overwhelmingly powerful. Gama-chan, you hold back the rakeage while Wanta and I unleash our fire and oil to turn this octopus-headed monster into braised octopus balls. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing the two giant toads beside him. Although I may not be of much use, I will do my utmost. Gama-chan, with a goofy grin, brandished his spear and charged at the fourth rakeage. Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Fireball. Jiraiya and Wanta unleashed torrents of oil and fire, merging them into an explosive inferno that surged toward the formidable octopus creature. Roar. The Eight-Tails, with its large, bell-like eyes, bellowed, unleashing a massive, dark, violet-tailed beast bomb towards the oncoming flames. Boom. In an instant, a colossal cloud of white smoke enveloped the battlefield, the shockwave causing all present to pause in awe at the staggering sight of the battle unfolding. Jiraiya, how powerful! Yet, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki appeared even more terrifying. Gama-chan, after a series of spear thrusts, was easily dodged by the fourth Raikage's swift lightning release body flicker technique. The latter then executed a thunderous kick, sending Gama-chan sprawling to the ground. I knew I was useless. Exhausted, Gama-chan, lying on his back, transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Chapter 141. The pretty boy deserves to die. On the other side, the blonde girl and the red-haired girl were intently performing the sensory network technique. Their vast sensing barrier nearly enveloped the entire battlefield, allowing the Leaf Army to perceive the enemy's movements, enabling coordinated attacks that forced the Cloud Army into retreat. Curse those two sensory kunoichi. They are the key to this battle. We must break their technique, or we will surely lose, the voluptuous blonde woman, Samui, growled, glaring at the two girls casting spells not far away. Her icy blue eyes reflected determination as she glanced at her master, Killer Bee, and the Raikage, locked in fierce combat. No, I must act swiftly. As a Jonin of the Cloud, I cannot merely stand idly by. This is not my style. She turned to the black-skinned boy beside her, chewing on a lollipop. Omoy, I want you to lead a squad to cover me. We must eliminate those two girls, otherwise our situation will worsen. Omoy, wielding a silver blade, swiftly dispatched a leaf ninja before nodding in agreement. Understood, big-chested sister. You're in charge. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Samui's impressive figure. Samui scoffed. If it were any other time, she would have slapped him for such teasing. Soon, they charged towards Ino and Karen under the cover of the Cloud's forces. In the northwest corner, an enemy squad is approaching. It seems to be headed your way. Ino-san, Karen-san, a leaf ninja alerted, having sensed the enemy's movements and alerted the two sisters. What should we do, Ino? The red-haired girl bit her lip in panic, though her hands continued their work. Don't worry, Karen. Our task is to maintain the sensory network. The rest is up to the leaf ninjas. I trust they will protect us. Despite her fear, the golden-haired girl, as a qualified ninja, understood that she must not abandon their current strategy. If she and Karen disrupted the sensory barrier, the favorable situation for the leaf would be instantly reversed, leading to dire consequences. As a descendant of the Yamanaka clan, Ino refused to make such a mistake. All right, Ino, I won't give up easily either. Inspired by her friend, Karen's once trembling eyes now glimmered with determination. Come on, Cloud Bandits. I'm not afraid of you. Protect Ino and Karen. We cannot let them be harmed, shouted the nearby guard ninja, rushing to shield the two girls. TCH, a bunch of scrubs. Samui's expression turned cold, a barely perceptible smile playing at her lips. She lightly stepped forward, her form flashing like lightning as she charged at the oncoming leaf ninja. Earth release, earth flow wall. A leaf ninja summoned an earthen wall in an attempt to impede her progress. Sizzle. Yet, it was effortlessly cleaved apart by her lightning-infused short blade, sending debris flying. What a powerful woman. Her physique is astonishing. Hey, what is wrong with you? What time is it? And you're still concerned about that? A guard couldn't help but retort to his leaf companion. As the other guards witnessed the unfolding chaos, they swiftly launched their attacks. Wind release, blade of wind. Countless blades of wind, sharp as daggers, surged towards the alluring woman ahead. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, a blue water dragon emerged, effortlessly dissipating the oncoming wind blades. The caster was none other than Omoy, who, while savoring a lollipop, addressed the striking woman at the forefront. Samui, charge ahead without hesitation. We shall suppress these Konoha guards. The enticing blonde woman let out a soft huff, acknowledging that although this lad often appeared frivolous, he exhibited remarkable resolve in critical moments. She then joined her hands together, invoking ninja art, cloud flow, body flicker. With that, she leapt high into the air, maneuvering swiftly to evade the shurikens and kunai thrown by her adversaries. Her target was the two young girls encircled by Konoha ninjas not far away. Samui's countenance turned frigid as she channeled her chakra into the short blade in her hand, now hovering above the two girls. I'm sorry, little ones. You must bid farewell to this world. A powerful bolt of lightning energy surged forth, cleaving through the air towards Ino and Karui below. Corpse bone path, bone release. A massive bone shield materialized before Ino and Karui, towering into the sky. With a crackle, Samui's lightning blade collided against the bone shield, creating an intense friction that produced a spine-chilling sound. What? The Kaguya clan's corpse bone path. Samui, momentarily thwarted, descended to the ground, disbelief flashing in her blue eyes. She had heard of the Kaguya clan's bone shields, but weren't they all but extinguished? How could a ninja capable of utilizing corpse bone path exist among the Konoha forces? The bone shield dissipated into white smoke, revealing a strikingly handsome, cool-headed youth who turned to face the two adorable girls behind him, expressing genuine concern. Miss Ino, Miss Karui. Are you unharmed? We're fine, Brother Kimimaro, thank you. Karui's crimson eyes relaxed as the tension from the battle dissolved. Kimimaro's prowess instilled a profound sense of security. Hey, Brother Kimimaro, weren't you engaged in battle against the ambush unit of Kimogakure over a kilometer away? What brings you here? Ino inquired, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh, I sensed danger through your perception network and rushed over immediately. Kimimaro replied with an affectionate demeanor, adding, my master has tasked me with protecting you two ladies. Should anything happen to you, I would bear the responsibility, so safeguarding you is my utmost priority. No one shall harm you, unless I perish first. His calm, yet resolute words left the two girls momentarily flustered, their pale cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The feeling of having someone to protect them at all times was comforting. Who would have thought there were still remnants of the Kaguya clan? And that they have aligned with Konoha? Quite astonishing, Samui remarked, her icy gaze fixed on the trio. Hey, big-breasted sister, be cautious. This fellow seems rather formidable, Omoi gulped. Eyeing the handsome youth, he pondered why the boy was so extraordinarily attractive, with exquisite features and skin as flawless as snow. Such a visage would surely attract any girl. Unlike himself, who had been continually rejected by Karui, who preferred the likes of the suave Hayashi. It's infuriating. Those pretty boys should just vanish. Chapter 142. Kimimaro versus Samui having arrived, it mattered not who the opponent was. They must perish. Omoi, assist me in breaking through his corpse-bone path. Samui withdrew her short blade, glancing at the dark-skinned man beside her. Understood, big-breasted sister. While our opponent appears strong, as a disciple of Lord Killer Bee, I shall not bring shame upon myself. Omoi resolved to eliminate the boy with the striking features, lest he continue to endanger countless young girls. The white-haired youth remained unfazed, calmly addressing the two girls behind him. Miss Ino, Miss Karui, continue to manage the perception network. I will handle these intruders and ensure they do not harm you in the slightest. His tone was tranquil, yet it resonated with an undeniable strength, instilling confidence in those who heard it. Such bravado, Samui mused as she lightly tapped her toes against the ground, her alluring figure moving like a vibrant yellow umbrella amidst a downpour, as she began forming hand seals. Ninja art, dance of 1,000 thunder, with her arms swirling counterclockwise. The short blades in her hands transformed into a flurry of afterimages, mesmerizing and confounding her opponent. Prepare to meet your end, boy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Samui charged towards the white-haired youth. He scoffed in response, corpse bone path, dance of willows. His limbs erupted with bone protrusions, resembling sharp blades, thrusting towards Samui's short blades. The ground beneath them was scarred with deep gashes from their fierce exchange. With a crackle, blue lightning and silver bones collided, generating a deafening thunderclap. Is this all you're capable of? Samui taunted, biting her lip and smirking coldly. She then conjured purple lightning in her empty hand. Lightning release, lightning strike. Tendrils of lightning, resembling elongated centipedes, surged toward the white-haired youth's chest. Impressive, big-breasted sister, Omoi marveled, unable to find an opportune moment to strike. pondering the fate of any man who might marry her. She is clearly a woman who could cause havoc. Just as the blue lightning was about to make contact with Kimimaro, jagged bones erupted from within him, forming a barrier that repelled Samui's lightning. What? This boy can manipulate his skeletal structure with such agility. Samui gasped, forced to retract her lightning strike as the bones advanced menacingly toward her, compelling her to retreat several steps to dodge their lethal reach. Brother Kimimaro, you are truly remarkable, Karui exclaimed, her focus unwavering as she monitored the ongoing battle. Bring that alluring lady back to Konoha and make her your girlfriend. Ino chimed in mischievously, her cheeks puffed in jest. The striking pair were indeed a match made in heaven. Please, Miss Ino, do not jest. This Kumobikure lady is clearly formidable. My slender frame may not withstand her. Kimimaro replied gravely, as if genuinely contemplating the matter, eliciting laughter from Karui and Ino. How dare you? Samui, incensed by the youth's disdain, grew increasingly impatient. Her icy blue eyes seethed with rage as she withdrew several shurikens from her waist, flinging them toward the youth without hesitation. Yet, Kimimaro effortlessly deflected them. From his back, he pulled forth a massive spine, its silver surface glistening ominously, leaving those nearby momentarily speechless. Brother Kimimaro, Lady Tsunade said that exposing bones to the air can attract bacteria. After your bone transplant, is it wise to be so reckless? Xianglin, in her astonishment, did not forget to inquire about the young man's physical condition. It's all right. Lady Tsunade used medical-grade bones in the last operation, specially coated with a protective film to isolate any external sources of infection. From now on, I can freely utilize the corpse bone technique, the youth expressed, his tone imbued with gratitude. It was the Leaf Village ninjas who had granted him a new lease on life. Ever since he became Sakura's subordinate, Kimimaro increasingly felt the warmth of the people in this village. For someone like him, who had lost his clan at a young age and endured the psychological torment inflicted by Orochimaru, this was an immense blessing. He had unwittingly come to regard Konoha as his second home. That's wonderful. As expected of Lady Tsunade, this means that you, Brother Kimimaro, can continue to use your corpse bone technique at will. The two young women sighed in relief. Ninjutsu, Dance of the Iron Flower. The youth wielded the massive spine in his hand, resembling a nimble-boned serpent as it struck various poses, lunging towards Samui. She raised her short blade to block the attack. The clash of weapons rang out across the battlefield. Suddenly, the bone spear, upon touching the woman's dagger, transformed like a supple whip, swiftly redirecting towards her waist. Samui could not evade in time, and her tight-fitting attire was pierced by the bone spike, blood cascading down her alluring figure, blooming like a crimson lotus. Hey, Samui, are you all right? Omoi shouted, his concern evident as he glanced at the injured woman before him. This kid is impressive. That hardened bone can become so pliable in an instant. It's truly astonishing. Water release, water gun technique. Omoi quickly formed hand seals, needing to launch an attack as swiftly as possible to create an opportunity for Samui to escape. Dozens of jetting water guns surged towards the white-haired youth. Seizing the moment while his companion executed the water technique, Samui performed a backflip, narrowly evading Kimimaro's relentless bone thrusts. Pressured by the onslaught of water guns, the white-haired youth was compelled to retreat. It seems like we're heading into a stalemate, Kimimaro remarked, observing the group of cloud ninja before him with a slight hum. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Gamabunta, after enduring a grueling battle lasting several hours, felt the time for summoning had come. Ninjutsu, Toad Spit. A foul and viscous translucent liquid shot towards the fourth Reikage, who narrowly dodged with a swift movement. Gamabunta, incensed, hurled insults at the opponent's family before turning to Jiraiya. Hey, Jiraiya, my summoning time is up. I must return. Be careful with the old man and the old woman. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. This kid doesn't even care about his parents, Fukasaku Sage remarked, watching his son disappear. What now, young Jiraiya? Jiraiya, panting heavily, gazed at the still lively and ferocious Eight-Tails. With Gamabunta and Fukasaku's assistance gone, they had to confront the combined assault of the Reikage brothers directly. The pressure was indeed mounting. Chapter 143. Reikage. Could it be that roots were left in the Mist Village all those years ago? What to do? Just stir-fried eggs, Jiraiya mused, observing the Eight-Tails gathering a purple-tailed beast bomb. The corners of his mouth twitched. Who will save me from this? Faced with the beast, Jiraiya raised his hand. a massive blue chakra sphere materializing in his palm. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Young Jiraiya, don't act recklessly. That's eight-tailed beast bomb. Fukasaku Sage warned. His purple mouth wide open, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder. Is this child insane? Using a Rasengan against a tailed beast bomb? Isn't that courting death? Goodness, run. Fukasaku Sage exclaimed, fear gripping him as he and Shima quickly jumped off Jiraiya's shoulder. Hey, you two are lacking in loyalty. Jiraiya tightened, glancing at the tailed beast bomb, now dangerously close. Am I going to meet my end here? Tsunade. I haven't even had a chance to spend the night with you yet. Lightning release. Lightning flash. Just as tears streamed down his cheeks, a pink-haired figure appeared beside Jiraiya. The newcomer, with a strong arm, lifted the towering perverted sage and vanished from the spot in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away. Boom. As the massive tailed beast bomb smashed into the ground, missing its target, Jiraiya blinked in disbelief. What a warm embrace, such strong arms. I could just lie here forever. The pink-haired girl, observing the delighted expression on the old man in her arms, shuddered in disgust. What an unsettling feeling. She quickly released him. Bang! Jiraiya's hefty frame crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ouch! That hurt my behind. He rubbed his sore rear, eyes wide in shock as he recognized the pink-haired girl. Sakura, what are you doing here? Aren't you with Tsunade's second squad? Hee, Lord Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade knows you struggle in critical moments, so she sent me to assist you. How is my timing? Sakura folded her arms, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the fallen man. Sakura, I underestimated you. If you hadn't come, that octopus-headed beast would have been obliterated by my Rasengan. Do you believe me? Jiraiya's pride was at stake. He couldn't appear weak in front of Tsunade's apprentice, or he would never hear the end of it. However, Sakura's speed was truly remarkable. She was like a pink flash of Konoha. Is that so? Who was just about to cry in front of the eight-tails tailed beast bomb, Jiraiya-sensei? Sakura shot back with a smirk. Misunderstanding, Sakura. It's absolutely your misunderstanding. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly as he stood up. But Jiraiya-sensei, you're incredible, taking on these two super tough opponents alone. I hereby declare you the strongest in Konoha. Sakura's gaze fixed on the raging eight-tails, her eyes sharpening with determination. Looks like I'm in for another round of hardship, Jiraiya chuckled, feeling a bit shy. Ahaha. Dear niece, you flatter me. Jiraiya, and that unknown pink-haired girl, hurry and come help us. Our old bones are about to fall apart. The two old sages, Shima and Fukasaku, shouted as they struggled to fend off the Rakage brothers' fierce wind techniques. All right, we're on it. Please hold on for just a few minutes. Sakura shouted back. Shima sage, Fukasaku sage, summoning technique. The pink-haired girl bit her finger and slammed her hands onto the ground. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, a gigantic slug, towering dozens of meters high, appeared before them. Sakura, it's been a while. You haven't summoned me in ages. Humph. The slug, with its blue and white segmented body, whined playfully to its master. Jiraiya, This slug seems off. Be good. Give it a little pat. Miss Slug isn't angry. The pink-haired girl patted the slug's plump rear and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, you should enter the slug's body to replenish your chakra and heal your injuries. She noticed the bloodstains from the Rakage's earlier attack on him. For Jiraiya in Sage mode, it would likely take half an hour to recover. Sakura, can you manage on your own? Jiraiya had endured a grueling battle lasting over a dozen hours. Although he was no longer in danger of losing his life, his chakra was nearly depleted, and having activated Sage mode, it was most fitting for him to enter the slug's body for healing. All right, I and the two sages will suppress these two for now. Once you're healed, come out and assist me immediately. No slacking off. Sakura reminded Jiraiya, flexing her wrist. Understood. Just be careful. I'll go in for a moment. If you feel overwhelmed, call for me, and I can emerge early to help. Jiraiya replied before leaping into the slug's body. That was quick, Sakura remarked. Ah, Miss Slug, you're so soft, tender, and smooth. No wonder you're Tsunade's summon. I adore you. A lascivious male voice echoed from within the slug. What a shameless fellow. Even more so than her, Sakura scoffed. Lord Jiraiya, behave yourself. Don't move, or I shall unleash my stomach acid to dissolve you. The slug commanded, her large belly quivering with indignation. The man inside immediately fell silent. Thank you, Miss Slug. Sakura affectionately patted the slug's large tail before vanishing in an instant towards the main battlefield. Lightning release. Lightning torture, level Chio dance. Announced the fourth Rakage. Lightning release. Lightning torture, level Chio dance. Echoed Sakura. The two robust figures enveloped in lightning collided with a tremendous impact, generating a massive chakra shockwave that caused both armies to pause and gaze in awe at the terrifying spectacle before them. Instantly, the two figures were propelled backward several meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground. So, you're the famed pink-haired warrior from Konoha? The Reikage scrutinized the pink-haired girl before him, having learned from his defeated subordinate Darui about her prowess. He had scolded Darui furiously for losing to a mere teenage girl and allowing her to seize territory in the Danton Valley. It appeared he had misjudged Darui. This pink-haired girl was no ordinary foe. Her muscular physique, prominent veins, and the crackling blue-purple lightning coursing across her body resembled a younger version of himself. Could it be that he had left a legacy during his night at the Yagura clan's dormitory in Kirigakure? The Reikage's thoughts raced. Wait, didn't I wear protection then? Chapter 144. Old man, taking advantage of me. What are you staring at, old man? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Sakura shot a glare at the muscular dark-skinned man in front of her. Hey, kid, can I ask you something? The Reikage inquired, a peculiar expression on his face. Go ahead, she replied. Who are your parents? What the heck? Does he think my well-built body and lightning armor mean I'm some abandoned, illegitimate daughter of his? Sakura thought, a mischievous grin forming. Listen closely, fourth Reikage, my father is your grandfather. The Reikage, my grandfather? It took him 3 seconds to process her words. This little brat was indirectly taking advantage of him. Unforgivable. Hey, big brother, what's going on? This isn't like you at all. Why are you chatting with the enemy? Eight-Tails Killer B, now reverted to human form, appeared in front of his brother. B, how did you change back? The Reikage looked bewildered. After battling for over 10 hours, Eight-Tails' chakra was nearly drained, and he kept insisting he wanted to go back to sleep inside me. Killer B rubbed his forehead and stretched. He then turned to Sakura. Hey, kid, where's that troublesome white-haired guy? Oh, Jiraiya-sensei. He fought for over 10 hours, complained that you smelled too strong and dirty, and went back to take a shower. He'll come back to teach you a lesson after. You. Killer B's pupils constricted, his face contorted with rage. B, stop wasting time with her. Let us take her down together. The Reikage raised his fist, immense lightning power surging from it. Come on, two little nuisances. Let me show you that there are always stronger people out there. Sakura nonchalantly twisted her neck, joints cracking. Such a reckless little girl. B, let us go. All right, big brother. The two figures, one blue and one red, surged towards Sakura at lightning speed. Two sages, I'll confront them head-on. You seize the opportunity to cast long-range attacks on their vital points. Before Shinsaku and Jiraiya could react, the pink-haired girl, enveloped in lightning, engaged in a fierce battle with the two brothers. A fierce tempest of energy erupted in the center of the battlefield, shaking the earth with each collision of their techniques. Hey, old partner, have you seen this girl? She seems even more reliable than young Jiraiya. Sage Jiraiya observed the combat with a loving gaze, noting the thunderous girl's prowess. He had heard from young Jiraiya that she was Tsunade's apprentice, the one who had sent Orochimaru running not long ago. Is that so? Sage Shima's eyes widened in surprise. To defeat Orochimaru, this girl must possess extraordinary capabilities. It appeared Konoha had gained yet another rising star. Let us not be idle ourselves. When the opportunity arises, we shall unleash wind release and fire release. Though this girl is formidable, the opponents are perfect Jinchuriki. We cannot afford to be careless. Sage Shinsaku's expression turned serious as he glanced at the mother toad beside him. Understood, my dear. Sage Shima nodded fervently. Ninjutsu, absolute bull thunder heat blade. The Reikage brothers suddenly retreated several meters before launching a coordinated assault towards the pink-haired girl. What? They're using that technique so soon? Do they intend to decapitate me? Sakura thought, gritting her teeth. I want to be caught like the fool Kisame. With a stomp. The purple diamond mark on her forehead radiated across her body. Byakuga no Jutsu activate. The pink-haired girl's hair stood on end, and her lightning armor surged to its peak. As the two brothers charged at her, she lifted her arms, her muscular physique colliding with their formidable strength. One arm held back the Reikage's right arm, while the other restrained Killer B's left arm. What? I can't move, Killer B exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. This is impossible. Where does this little girl get such terrifying strength? The Reikage, witnessing the immense energy emanating from Sakura's forehead, could hardly believe his eyes. For the first time, He faced an opponent capable of overpowering both himself and Killer Bee with sheer brute force. Is this girl even human? My apologies, gentlemen, but this little gem on my forehead is called Ein Seal, bestowed upon me by my alluring master, Tsunade. How does it feel to be awestruck? This technique is passed down to females only. Sakura winked at them, a taunting expression on her face. Damn it, this little brat. Ninjutsu. Lightning torture, level Chio dance. The Raikage, infuriated, swung his free hand, unleashing a thunderous blue-purple blade towards Sakura's back. Oh no. I was so focused on countering their absolute bull thunder heat blade that I can't defend myself in time. Sakura realized, her mind racing. Lightning release armor, enhance. With no other option, she had to rely on the power of the Baika technique, hoping to thicken the armor on her body to withstand the opponent's thunderous strike. Bang! The fourth Raikage delivered a fierce chop to the girl's shoulder. Sakura was sent tumbling for hundreds of meters, creating a deep trench in the ground. Damn! I didn't expect the fourth Raikage to have such strength. Slowly rising from the ground, Sakura noticed faint cracks in her lightning armor. However, these fissures quickly mended with the infusion of chakra from the Baika technique. Brother, it seems your lightning blade has little effect on this girl, commented Killer Bee, dancing with peculiar hand signs. Try saying that again. B. The Raikage shot a glare at his foolish younger brother. If not for the presence of others, he would have given this brother, who undermined his authority, a good scolding. All right, I won't say anything more. What now, brother? Killer Bee asked, gradually drawing out 8 short blades. How long until the Eight-Tails can recover? We'll need your full form to deal with her. The Raikage wiped the sweat from his brow, his bright white teeth biting down on his black lip. At least 3 more hours, and even when it comes out, it won't be in the best condition. Then for these 3 hours, we will both engage her and drain her chakra until she is nearly depleted. The rest will be up to the Eight-Tails within you. The Raikage's gaze sharpened as he looked at the pink-haired girl charging toward them. Understood, brother. Let us go. Chapter 145. Naruto and Sasuke support the battlefield. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke rush to the battlefield where Ino and Karen were engaged. Summoning jutsu. Come forth, Gamabunta. The blonde youth clapped his hands to the ground, summoning a giant toad holding a pipe. Damn it, who called me? I just returned from Jiraiya's and was finally getting some rest before being summoned again. Gamabunta glared at the young man above him. Haha, Gamabunta, please help me out, and I'll treat you to ramen someday. Naruto sheepishly pleaded, scratching his head. You again, kid. This time, you've done well to summon me so easily, Gamabunta acknowledged, though annoyance lingered in his tone. Of course, I'm destined to become the strongest Hokage, so this is nothing for me. The boy puffed up with pride. The Hokage? That's just a position that dies young, Gamabunta remarked, glancing at the young man. Images of the boy's father, the yellow flash of Konoha, flashed in his mind. That man, the fastest and most handsome of Konoha, had met an early demise, perhaps as a result of becoming Hokage. Please, Gamabunta, clear the way of the Cloud Village army. Naruto directed his attention to the approaching enemy forces, pointing forward. The duo leaped into action. With a sweeping motion, Gamabunta created a powerful gust that knocked over the enemy foot soldiers. How about that, kid? My swordsmanship? Gamabunta proudly brandished his massive sword, taking a puff from his pipe. Wow, Gamabunta, you're so cool. Naruto cheered, dancing atop the giant toad. Meanwhile, Sasuke joined the fray against Kimimaro, battling Samui. Damn, how did Konoha produce so many troublesome ninjas? Samui retreated repeatedly from the boy's fire techniques, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. This handsome boy showed no mercy towards beautiful women. Hey, Samui, maybe we should retreat? I can't handle this guy, he is too strong. Omoi was pushed back by Kimimaro's bone techniques, blood seeping from wounds all over his body. Go ahead and retreat, but I won't concede so easily. Samui coldly replied, unleashing a lightning technique at the boy. Her face displayed defiance, but Omoi, feeling the urgency, spat out his lollipop and urged, we need to leave now. Wanna leave? I fear it may already be too late. The white-haired boy halted his assault, gazing coldly at his opponent. He extended his hands. Ninjutsu. 10-finger bullets. In an instant, 10 rapid projectiles of bone shot forth, slicing through the air with a vicious whistle aimed at the dark-skinned man. Omoi quickly raised his sword to defend, but was still struck by 2 powerful projectiles that pierced his knees, causing him to collapse in agony, blood streaming down. You've lost. The white-haired boy appeared before Omoi in a flash, a gleaming bone sword poised at his neck, a mere millimeter away from ending him. Biting his teeth, Omoy reluctantly lowered his hands, realizing the boy had shown him mercy. Had he gone any further, he would have lost his life. On the other side, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, easily read Samui's every movement. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The boy unleashed a flurry of fireball shurikens shaped like phoenix flowers at the alluring blonde Kunoichi. Water release, water barrier. With a flicker of her blue eyes, Samui hastily conjured a water barrier to defend herself. Yet in the next moment, Sasuke executed a Chidori, piercing through her water wall and charging towards Samui. Caught off guard, she was struck in the shoulder by the boy's Chidori. Blood blossomed on her fair skin like a lotus. The black-haired youth pressed on, a kunai pressed against her neck. Unexpectedly impressive, he thought, casting a fleeting glance at her stunning figure before regaining his composure. Wow. Sasuke-kun, Kimimaro and II, you're amazing. Ino exclaimed from the sidelines, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If not for needing to weave hand signs for her sensory technique, she would have given them both a thumbs up. Sasuke-kun, Kimimaro and II, you're getting stronger. Sakura would be so happy to see this. Karen smiled, her delicate lips curving into a soft grin, equally exhilarated. And Naruto, too, was formidable. Just look at him, single-handedly pushing the Cloud Village army back. The blonde girl sensed from a distance that Naruto was coordinating with Gamabunta in battle. The duo was quite a sight on the battlefield. At this rate, the secondary battlefield would conclude swiftly. Back in the main battlefield, the pink-haired girl swung her Sakura Blossom Punch toward the Raikage's forehead. Brother, watch out. Killer Bee shouted, but it was too late to assist. The punch, infused with tremendous energy, collided directly with the Raikage's chest. Boom. The fourth Raikage was sent flying several dozen meters away. Did that girl just break through my lightning armor with her punch? The fourth Raikage spat out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Sakura. These two are quite the challenge. It's been nearly 3 hours, and we still can't completely defeat them. Sakura blew on her fist, feeling a bit exasperated. Oh, I'm back, Sakura. Just as the girl was feeling troubled, Jiraiya's excited voice echoed from behind her. The man emerged from the soft body of the slug, stretching his neck and shaking his wrists. At that moment, Jiraiya radiated vitality, as if he had consumed a potent restorative tonic. Thank you, dear slug, he expressed, squinting at the nearby Miss Slug in gratitude. Now, it's up to you too, he continued, addressing Sakura and himself. The slug yawned and vanished into a puff of white smoke. Chapter 146. The Terror of the Eight-Tails. Jiraiya-sensei, you're finally back to your usual self. These two are truly formidable. Come help me take them down, Sakura urged while dodging the fierce and unpredictable 8-strike swordsmanship of Killer Bee. Is it difficult for you to handle the brothers from the Cloud Village, even with your experience? Jiraiya replied, surprised. They are incredibly synchronized. On an individual level, I could manage, but together, their strength seems to multiply exponentially, Sakura affirmed. Indeed, Killer Bee and AI had honed their teamwork over decades, reaching a level of unity that amplified their abilities several-fold. Well, the real show is just beginning, Sakura, Jiraiya remarked, a smirk on his face. I'll take on the Raikage while you handle the Eight-Tails. We'll defeat them one by one. With that, he conjured a massive blue Rasengan and charged toward the advancing Raikage. Sakura thought, so, he leaves the Jinchuriki to me, huh? This guy really is pushing his luck. She sighed, reflecting on how many times she had faced a tailed beast. With a shrug, she quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. A barrage of energy-infused vacuum blasts surged toward Killer Bee. How many elemental affinities do you possess, little girl? You're quite a handful. Killer Bee executed several acrobatic flips, narrowly evading Sakura's wind release. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. From the onset of the battle until now, she had unleashed water, lightning, and wind techniques. Not to mention her terrifying body techniques and the purple mark on her forehead. This girl was exceptionally talented. Moreover, according to Darui's intel, she seemed to possess wood release as well. Could she truly be only 14 years old? I'm quite impressive, aren't I, Uncle Blackskin? Perhaps you should just surrender to spare me the hassle of continuing this fight. Right now, all I want is to curl up in bed with my best friend. Sakura envisioned her friend Ino lying naked on the bed, beckoning her. I need to finish this quickly. I can hardly wait to see those two adorable girls again. Hey, little girl, you possess a rather amusing sense of humor, treating your enemies as fools, but it's a humor I find quite displeasing. Killer Bee's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Isn't it about time? 3 hours are almost up. AI, engaged in battle with Jiraiya, called out to his brother. Almost done, brother. The fight will conclude soon. Just hold on. Killer Bee suddenly crouched low, a crimson chakra cloak enveloping him completely. The ends of the cloak began to unleash fiery tails. 1, 2, 3, 6. As it extended to 6 tails, it unexpectedly halted. Is this fellow planning to defeat me with just 6 tails? Huh. I've underestimated him. Sakura smirked as she gradually formed a colossal water whip in her hands, the whip thickening like a raging blue serpent. With the enhancement of the tailed beast cloak, Killer Bee's speed transformed into a crimson flash, charging toward Sakura. With a swift motion, Sakura lashed out with her water whip, infused with overwhelming energy, only for it to be effortlessly dodged. So fast. Sakura's emerald eyes widened, but in the next instant, Killer Bee appeared right in front of her. With a forceful punch enveloped in the red cloak, he struck Sakura in the chest. She was propelled 100 meters away, rolling along the ground. It was evident that as a tailed beast beneath the 9 tails, his power was unparalleled compared to the others. Rising slowly from the ground, Sakura let out a scoff. What? I was hit directly by the chakra cloak released from 6 tails, yet I can still stand. Killer Bee looked astonished at the girl before him. Although cracks appeared in her lightning armor, they were shallow and quickly mended, thanks to the diamond mark on her forehead. We can't waste any more time. Just release me. This girl is stronger than the late 3rd Reikage. A booming voice echoed in his ears. It was the voice of the 8-Tails, Gyuki. All right, Gyuki. If you say so, it seems we must proceed. Let us unleash the tailed beast bomb and obliterate this girl. Killer Bee gritted his teeth, and his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His face elongated into a pink bull's head, limbs twisted and morphed, covered by a rough, scaly hide. He ultimately transformed into a creature with 8 powerful tentacles, each 100 meters long, lined with rows of sharp white teeth, each tentacle brimming with terrifying power. Wow, this is the complete form. Sakura gaped at the bizarre fusion of bull and octopus before her, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Sage art, 1,000 white needles. Jiraiya flung his long white hair back, unleashing thousands of white needles toward the 4th Reikage. He cast a concerned glance at the 8-Tails and the pink-haired girl wielding the water whip. Sakura, this creature is incredibly fearsome. I barely escaped from the Reikage's lightning attack, so be careful. I can't assist you yet. Don't worry, just watch. I'll make this octopus bull hybrid regret crossing me. Sakura grinned, her water whip seemingly possessing a mind of its own as it coiled toward the monstrous foe, attempting to restrain the 8-Tails. But in an instant, one of its massive tentacles struck down upon the water whip, shattering it into a cascade of droplets. What? It destroyed my water whip in a single blow. Sakura gasped, incredulous, recalling how effective the whip had been against the 4-Tails. Is that all you've got, little girl? The 8-Tails bellowed, a furious roar accompanying a powerful swing of a tentacle, aiming to strike Sakura with a force capable of splitting mountains. Die, girl. Despite its size, the creature moved with remarkable speed. Chapter 147. A new summoning beast. Your turn to shine. Wood release. Wood transport. A thick green vine sprouted beneath Sakura's feet, lifting her upward into the sky, 100 meters high. The 8-Tails missed its strike, growling in frustration, sending gusts of air from its nostrils that stirred up clouds of dust. Little girl, you're quite nimble. It roared, glaring up at Sakura, who now looked down upon it from above. Sakura smirked. This creature was enormous, towering over several stories. She realized she needed to conserve her energy to keep pace with it in this battle. Otherwise, one will inevitably suffer in the future. With these thoughts in mind, the young girl promptly retracted the 100 treasure seal, and the ferocity of the thunderclap armor adorning her diminished. For the time being, she decided to utilize her summoned beast as the vanguard, taking a moment to recuperate her energy. Ever since she had exterminated Orochimaru's lair and acquired that little pet, she had yet to unveil it to the world. Surely that turtle must be feeling quite stifled by now. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Arise, abyssal captive spirit turtle. A plume of white smoke enveloped the battlefield, and a colossal summoning beast emerged, casting an imposing shadow. My goodness, look at that. What is it? It's enormous. In an instant, the battling ninjas halted their assaults, their gazes fixed upon the gigantic creature, which resembled a ship in size. How astounding! Who summoned such a massive beast? This summoning creature has never been seen before. One cloud ninja, oblivious to the impending danger, exclaimed in astonishment. It's our very own Sakura from Konoha. I feel like I shouldn't be here right now. This is too powerful. Another Konoha ninja, wide-eyed, stared at the behemoth from afar, gasping in awe. What is this creature? Even the experienced Eight-Tails Gyuki was taken aback, having never encountered such a fearsome summoned beast. Its size rivaled his own. Master, you finally summoned me. I was nearly suffocating. A hearty, rugged voice echoed in her ears, belonging to the abyssal captive spirit turtle. Its limbs were as thick as towering stone columns, and its silver shell resembled a moving hill, dark and suffocating, with occasional glimmers of crimson light coursing through the cracks. Reminiscent of molten lava from the depths of hell. Ah, little spirit turtle, you are the best. I've brought you out, and what a way to debut. Taking on the Eight-Tails. Sakura pointed at the menacing Eight-Tails Gyuki. The girl's heart raced with astonishment, having previously seen the spirit turtle's information in the system. She only knew of its immense size and terrifying destructive power. She never anticipated that upon witnessing it firsthand, the dread emanating from the depths of hell would send chills down her spine. Oh, is this the one? This octopus? The giant turtle raised its head, its brown eyes fixed on the Eight-Tails, whose 8 limbs were tangled on the ground, and let out a disdainful grunt. You are the octopus. Your entire family is octopuses. I am the Eight-Tails Gyuki. Gyuki retorted angrily, his voice filled with rage. Oh, isn't that still an octopus? What's the difference? The spirit turtle replied languidly, unfazed by the provocation. Suddenly, a long tail emerged from the rear of the giant turtle, extending over 10 meters, adorned with numerous sharp black spines. Wow, I've never seen a turtle with such a long tail. It seems quite useful. Sakura blinked her emerald eyes in awe at the impressive appendage. Master, shall I devour this octopus? The abyssal captive spirit turtle turned its head, gazing loyally at the pink-haired girl. Close enough. Just bring it down. However, be cautious, as this one is tricky to handle. The girl advised seriously, knowing that despite the turtle's massive size, subduing Gyuki's power would not be a simple task. But at least we can skin it. Understood. I shall comply, just watch. The giant turtle nodded obediently to the pink-haired girl and then expelled a plume of white steam. Ninjutsu, magma flow. Instantly, a torrent of molten lava erupted toward the Eight-Tails, akin to a volcanic eruption, scorching the surrounding air with a sizzling sound. Goodness, this level of lava release is indeed befitting a creature from the depths of hell. Such terrifying offensive power. Even the summoned beasts of the 3 great sage lands would concede defeat. Sakura stepped back, striving to distance herself from the impending catastrophe. For now, she only needed to observe from a safe distance, waiting for the moment when the Eight-Tails was sufficiently worn down by the spirit turtle, allowing her to deliver a fatal blow. Gyuki, the chakra of that lava is immense. Do not confront it directly. Look for an opportunity to evade and then attack the summoning beast's head. Killer Bee consistently reminded Gyuki from within, showcasing the advantage of a perfect Jinchuriki. One could leverage their combat experience to advise their partner at any moment. This synergy truly exemplified the true terror of the Eight-Tails. All right, B, Gyuki responded, deftly retreating with all 8 tentacles, moving as swiftly as lightning. The molten red lava splattered onto the ground, instantly scorching it black and emitting an ear-piercing hiss. Huh, this octopus runs rather swiftly. The abyssal captive spirit turtle scoffed. And what of your defenses, you little rotund turtle? Gyuki inhaled sharply, then with all 8 limbs raised, aimed directly at the spirit turtle. Water release. 1,000-hole water gun. In an instant, the pink octopus tentacles unleashed a barrage of water jets, each possessing incredible force. Akin to a powerful web, as thousands of water streams surged toward the spirit turtle at breakneck speed. Watch out. The cutting force of those water jets is extreme. Sakura thought urgently. This high-pressure water could slice through granite. The sheer velocity of the water jets made it evident. After all, when it comes to water release, no one understood it better than Sakura herself. Do not worry, Master. I will evade this with ease. The spirit turtle blinked its large eyes and clasped its 2 stout front legs together. Ninjutsu, forbidden domain, for heavy gates. In an instant, the earth trembled, and 4 massive silver iron doors erupted from the ground, crafted from the same resilient material as the turtle's shell, exuding a sense of formidable strength. At the center of the doors hung 4 adorable turtle ornaments. Remarkably, they were rather charming. The silver gates encased the spirit turtle securely, leaving no gap. As thousands of water jets struck the four gates, a spine-tingling sound of friction filled the air, persisting for 3 to 4 minutes. Chapter 148, Master. I want to eat too. Countless raindrops cascaded down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. How infuriating. This creature possesses such impenetrable defensive ninjutsu that even my water jets cannot breach it. Yuki gritted his teeth. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at the silver gates before him. It was well known that his water jets not only boasted great power, but also speed and duration. The fact that they failed to inflict even a scratch upon the enemy was astonishing. With a resounding crash, the four gates vanished, revealing the spirit turtle once more. Marvelous. Little spirit turtle, I didn't realize you could both attack and defend. The pink-haired girl showered praise from behind. My dear Master Sakura, now that you know how useful I am, you must summon me more often. Staying cooped up in that dark, molten hell is utterly dreary. The abyssal captive spirit turtle grimaced at the thought of its solitary existence amidst the endless crimson lava and the surrounding black rock walls, longing for companionship. All right, that is settled. I'll take you out more often, but our immediate task is to eliminate this octopus. Otherwise, haha. The corners of the pink-haired girl's lips curled into a sinister smile. If not, I may just stop summoning you. Abyssal captive spirit turtle, TSK TSK TSK. This little girl is quite crafty. Very well, I shall give my all and annihilate the octopus. Yuki, utilize your tentacles to subdue this creature first. Then unleash the tailed beast bomb. Kairabi's voice echoed once more, as the colossal tortoise before them, with its immense size, was likely not very swift. If they could ensnare it, a single-tailed beast bomb would surely incapacitate the foe. Agreed, I share the same sentiment. Nyogue grunted softly, raising its massive pink tentacles to lash out at the giant tortoise ahead. Ha ha ha. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to ensnare me, do you? It shall not be so easy. The prison spirit tortoise suddenly coiled its long tail and lunged at the advancing pink tentacles. The barbs on its tail shimmered with a silvery light, filling the air with a cacophony of whistling sounds. With a resounding clash, several tails collided in midair, creating a thunderous uproar. A tempest of chakra-laden winds surged forth, overwhelming in its ferocity. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, the Eight-Tails Nyogue found itself struggling to gain the upper hand. How can this creature's tail be so formidable? Is this truly a tortoise? Since when does a tortoise possess such an elongated tail? Kairabi grinned broadly, expressing his frustration within Nyogue's body. Well done, prison spirit tortoise, wear him down. The encouragement from the pink-haired girl resounded behind them. At this moment, the girl, having procured a packet of spicy snacks from somewhere, indulged in the delightful treat. It had been ages since she enjoyed the thrill of snacking while spectating a battle. This exhilaration was akin to the intimate moments shared with Ino, a delightful blend of pleasure. Master, might you enlighten me on the nature of this delectable snack? It smells delightful, and I too wish to partake. The prison spirit tortoise, while wielding its barbed tail, turned to gaze longingly at the spicy snacks in the pink-haired girl's hand. Having lived for so long, it was encountering such peculiar treats for the first time. All right, I will share once the battle is concluded, but first, we must defeat this octopus. Sakura licked her fingers, coated in spicy oil, reveling in the moment. What shall we do, Bai? I am infuriated by this girl's audacity to snack while we are engaged in battle. It drives me mad. I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I feel so humiliated. Nyogue bellowed, its 8 tails flailing in fury. Let us use the tailed beast bomb. If we cannot capture this tortoise, let us obliterate it with the tailed beast bomb. Kairabi understood that the pink-haired girl was waiting for her opportunity. Once they were sufficiently exhausted by the prison spirit tortoise, she would strike decisively. Experience speaks volumes. And Kairabi would not be fooled by the girl's seemingly carefree demeanor. Beneath her apparent nonchalance lay a dangerously cunning mind. Very well, we shall proceed with the tailed beast bomb. Nyogue, under Kairabi's guidance, gradually regained its composure. Suddenly, the 8 tails executed a swift retreat, its tails gripping the ground before propelling itself backward several dozen meters. The massive bull had opened wide. A swirling mass of dark purple chakra began to coalesce in its mouth, forming a gigantic purple energy cannon, imbued with terrifying power. The pink-haired girl instinctively rose to her feet, casting aside her spicy snacks. Prison spirit tortoise, They are preparing to unleash their full power. Be cautious. If you can successfully evade 10-tailed beast bombs, your task will be nearly complete. She grinned, her mind racing with calculations. Under normal circumstances, 5-tailed beast bombs would deplete half their chakra reserves, and 10 would surely exhaust even the 8-tails. At that moment, it would be her time to shine and reap the rewards. She marveled at her own intelligence. Such a flawless strategy was beyond the grasp of an ordinary mind. What? Master, did I hear that correctly? 10-tailed beast bombs. I admit my strength, but even I would find that purple energy cannon perilous. The prison spirit tortoise furrowed its thick brows, casting a bewildered glance at its master. It observed the terrifying black-purple chakra cannon steadily growing in size, causing its massive body to tremble. Unbelievable. This octopus possesses such a terrifying technique. Fear not. If it becomes unbearable, simply flee. Transform into a puff of white smoke. Isn't that how summoning beasts operate? If they cannot fight, they retreat. The pink-haired girl teased the prison spirit tortoise. Do not compare me to those inferior summoning beasts. I am no coward. I am a summoning beast from the depths of hell. The prison spirit tortoise raised its head proudly, its small hooves crossing defiantly. Is it merely a tailed beast bomb? Master, watch closely, for I will endure all 10. With that, the prison spirit tortoise began to draw intricate seals in the air with its front limbs, rapidly performing the jutsu. Ninjutsu. Explosive flame wall. Boom. The ground trembled violently as a wall of fiery magma, hundreds of meters high, erupted before them, shielding the pink-haired girl and the prison spirit tortoise behind it. Chapter 149. The Rakage brothers captured. I must say, you are impressive, little tortoise. This magma wall looks quite formidable, Sakura exclaimed, finishing her last spicy snack and addressing the prison spirit tortoise. Naturally, do you not see who I am? The prison spirit tortoise blinked its eyes. In the next moment, the outside world was filled with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, Sakura felt her ears ringing. On the battlefield, the 8-tails relentlessly hurled tailed beast bombs at their duo. The massive purple chakra spheres struck the magma wall, sending plumes of dust into the air. What have I witnessed? Is Captain Sakura behind that wall? Could she be in danger? A Leaf Village soldier, engaged in battle, voiced his concerns from a distance. You should focus on yourself. That level of combat is beyond our control. Anyone caught in it is doomed. Another Leaf shinobi, throwing shurikens at the enemy, mused internally, marveling at the prowess of the 14-year-old pink-haired girl behind the wall. Boom. With the conclusion of the 10th tailed beast bomb, silence finally enveloped the area. Sakura lowered her hands from her ears, scanning her surroundings in disbelief. The sight before her was astonishing. The magma wall stood resilient, with only slight cracks forming at its corners. However, the prison spirit tortoise was not as fortunate. It lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Oh dear, little tortoise. What has happened? You were just fine a moment ago. The girl expressed her confusion. You dare question me? It is precisely because you had me endure the tailed beast bombs that my chakra was entirely spent on the magma wall, and now I am nearly depleted. The prison spirit tortoise rolled its eyes at the pink-haired girl, acknowledging the formidable strength of the 8-tails. In all its years, it had never been so thoroughly worn down by an adversary. Though it did not suffer defeat, the embarrassment was significant. Ah, it's fine. Your task is complete. You should return to rest now, for the next phase is entrusted to your great and mysterious master. Sakura winked at the prison spirit tortoise, gesturing to herself. Very well. You have my word. I shall take my leave. Do not forget to take me out shopping someday, and to share those peculiar snacks you enjoyed earlier. The prison spirit tortoise licked its lips, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. TSK, 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 what a greedy little tortoise. Even in such a state, it still thinks of food. Sakura shook her head, her gaze fixed on the distant 8-tails, the bull demon. At that moment, the bull demon was utterly exhausted. Its massive red body slumped on the ground. Clearly, the recent barrage of tailed beast bombs had thoroughly drained its energy, leaving it with scant chakra. Finally, it's my turn to reap the rewards. A sly smile curled at the corners of Sakura's lips as she dashed forward, appearing before the bull demon in an instant. You little brat, don't think I'm so easy to bully. The bull demon roared in response to the approaching pink-haired girl, swinging its 8 tentacles wildly towards her. However, each strike was deftly evaded by the young girl. Take this, violent fragrance fist. Sakura concentrated her chakra into her fist, enveloped in blue lightning. Here's your final blow. With a powerful gust of wind, her fist launched directly at the bull demon's forehead. Blood spewed from the creature's mouth as it staggered. And Sakura extended her right hand, conjuring a massive blue water whip that ensnared the bull demon entirely. With a determined lift of her right arm, she hurled the bull demon into the air. Sakura had no intention of letting this beast off easily. With a mischievous grin, she raised her sturdy arm, spinning it in circles as the Eight-Tails was flung about like a giant yo-yo. To onlookers from afar, it was as if a little girl was playing with a colossal toy, leaving them dumbfounded. Beside them, Reikage, engaged in a fierce battle with Jiraiya and the two sage toads, found himself at a disadvantage. Witnessing the humiliation of his younger brother, he could only grit his teeth and let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja on the battlefield were thrown into chaos. Their morale shattered upon seeing their revered leaders, Reikage and Killer Bee, being toyed with by a leaf ninja. How could these mere foot soldiers possibly maintain their resolve? The time has come. Let this octopus savor the weight of 1,000-pound stone. Sakura exerted force with her right hand, and the water whip slowly dissipated under her command. Without the binding of the whip and propelled by its prior momentum, the bull demon was sent careening 100 meters away, headed for a heavy fall. Just then, Reikage executed a lightning-fast maneuver, rushing to catch the bull demon. The impact was tremendous as Reikage's arms enveloped the massive creature. But he was already drained from the battle against Jiraiya and could not hold the weight of the Eight-Tails. Predictably, both brothers collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Minutes later, as the dust settled, the Eight-Tails reverted to its Jinchuriki form, Killer Bee now unconscious, while Reikage coughed up blood, his lightning armor dissipating. You have lost, Reikage. Sakura flashed forward, summoning a blue water sword that pressed against Reikage's chest. Jiraiya and the two sage toads, having rushed over, could only watch with astonishment, glancing sideways at the composed pink-haired girl. Little Jiraiya, it seems the waves of the Yangtze River have indeed pushed the waves ahead. Tsunade's little apprentice seems to have surpassed you. Sage Shima remarked with a tone of satisfaction. Jiraiya smiled broadly, squinting his eyes as he said, Indeed, it appears that the future of the leaf is bright. We won't need to charge into battle ourselves anymore. Gazing at Sakura, Jiraiya was suddenly reminded of his once great student. If only Minato were still here. The combination of the yellow flash and the pink flash would surely have transformed the leaf into something extraordinary. With this thought, Jiraiya felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He realized he was still too sentimental. Humph, today we underestimated you. We never anticipated that you would emerge as such a formidable young brat from the leaf. Reikage glared furiously at the pink-haired girl, filled with indignation. Sakura scoffed, casually responding. In the game of kings and pawns, listen here, irate dark-skinned uncle, your cloud village has run out of chances. If you know what's good for you, you'll have your subordinates stand down. We in the leaf can spare a few lives, otherwise. She smiled wickedly, continuing, otherwise. Prepare to see the entire cloud army buried in this sea of yellow sand. Sakura spoke the truth. The cloud forces were already in disarray, with their highest leader defeated. What hope did they have of turning the tide? Jiraiya was silent, taken aback by the girl's strength not only in combat, but also in negotiation. Her words piercing straight to the heart. Reikage's fury diminished significantly upon hearing Sakura's declaration. Indeed, aside from the absent two tails, they had no strength left to contend with the leaf. Conversely, the leaf had not only Sakura and Jiraiya, but also the third Hokage stationed in the rear. The power from the two tails alone was insufficient. Though Reikage was reluctant to admit it, this battle had indeed been lost by the cloud. What do you want? Reikage glared at Sakura, filled with resentment. Sakura, with an oddly composed expression, lowered her voice. It's quite simple. If you, Reikage, agree to submit to us in the leaf and comply with our commands from now on, we will not harm a single soldier from your village, and we will regard your cloud as our ally. How does that sound? With her doe-like eyes, she gazed at Reikage. At that moment, the girl had shed the aura of a lightning warrior, her expression that of an innocent 14-year-old. Never. For our cloud to bow to the leaf would be an utter disgrace. Reikage spat, recalling how his country had been one of the most powerful among the 5 great nations for years. He could not accept becoming a subordinate of the leaf. Oh, you refuse? Well, since you seem to be ungrateful, I'll have no choice but to kill your village's Jinchuriki first, and then you, Reikage. Finally, I'll ensure that not a single soldier from your cloud army remains on this battlefield, leaving only a bunch of insignificant remnants for us in the leaf to handle. As Sakura spoke, a wicked thought crossed her mind, leading her to continue. I will even make the feudal lord of the land of lightning into the plaything of our fire country's feudal lord. You know, our feudal lord has a peculiar penchant, and I could have him kneel to wash his feet. What do you think, Reikage? After saying this, Sakura felt a twinge of madness within herself, while Jiraiya and the two sage toads could only twitch at the corners of their mouths. This girl is truly devious. Reikage gritted his teeth, his gaze at Sakura filled with resentment, almost wishing to devour her whole. However, he was now a cornered beast, powerless to turn the tide. Yet, Sakura remained unfazed, locking eyes with Reikage. After a prolonged silence, Reikage finally relented. Fine, I agree. But can you truly guarantee that your words will hold? Can you really ensure the safety of our captured cloud villagers? For the sake of countless warriors' lives and the Jinchuriki of his village, Reikage had no choice but to acquiesce to Sakura's demands, unaware of whether this mere 14-year-old girl could represent the will of the leaf. My master is Tsunade, the princess of the land of fire, and my grandmaster is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If you still doubt my words. The person beside me is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and the most handsome man in the village. You may choose not to believe me, but surely you trust him, right, Uncle Jiraiya? After Sakura finished speaking, she turned to the white-haired man and winked at him. Jiraiya, flattered by the girl's praise, could not help but play along. He cleared his throat, lifted his chin, and declared, indeed, rest assured. As long as you from the Cloud Village comply, we from Konoha will treat our captives well. As the commander of the 1st Division in this war, I can assure you of that. He threw a flirtatious glance at the pink-haired girl, as if to say, what do you think? Not bad for an uncle, right? The Reikage, well aware of Jiraiya's reputation, sighed in exasperation. Very well, I hope you keep your promise. Though he harbored resentment and defiance, he had to swallow his pride for the sake of the Cloud Village. With a nod from the Reikage, a ceasefire signal shot up into the sky, exploding in a brilliant display. On the battlefield, the previously clashing armies halted their actions. Meanwhile, Ino and Karen, who were using their sensory techniques, were overjoyed. It seemed Sakura had achieved a resolution. Otherwise, the war would not have ceased so promptly. Ino wiped the sweat from her brow and exclaimed to Karen, it must be that Sakura won the battle. She is truly remarkable, fearless even in the face of the Eight-Tails and the Reikage. Karen's eyes sparkled with pride. What is going on? I'm not done fighting yet. Hey, Toad Sage, spit out another century-old phlegm to show that dark, portly cloud ninja a thing or two. He just insulted my strength. Naruto, understanding the pun, could tolerate jabs about his skills or height, but he would not accept being called weak. The Toad Sage slapped Naruto on the head with his front leg. You little brat, do you really think I'm your subordinate? I'm tired. Now that the battle is over, I'm going back. You can entertain yourself. You've worn me out today, being summoned back and forth. I need to eat 1,000 caterpillars. With that, he vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving the prince standing there, bewildered. Naruto, let us go find Sakura and the others at the main battlefield. A black-haired boy appeared beside him. Huh, it's over already? Fine. Naruto scratched his head, glancing around. Hey, where did Ino and Karen go? Miss Ino and Miss Karen have already gone ahead to find the master. I won't accompany you any longer. Sasuke and Naruto, you may follow after. A clear male voice interrupted, and the boy quickly headed toward Sakura. Hey, you, don't call Sakura master. How disgusting. Come back. Naruto, exasperated, hurried after Kimimaro. An hour later, in the Konoha 1st Division's main tent. Sakura, you've made a tremendous contribution again. The old man says he will promote you to the position of Jonin in Konoha ahead of schedule. Jiraiya crossed his arms, having just received the news from Hiruzen Sarutobi through a sensing ninja. Knowing Sakura had subdued the Eight-Tails, the old man had been so thrilled while bathing that he nearly slipped and fell. Huh, is there no other reward besides this? Though the girl valued the Jonin title, she yearned for tangible rewards, such as money or a house, especially since she had a lot of friends to support. Without a house or money, her future life would be concerning. After all, nowadays, marriage and children were very practical matters for women. Is that not enough? What else do you desire? Jiraiya, a man who had spent years in the flower garden without ever considering family life, could not understand Sakura's concerns. For instance, how about rewarding me with 2 houses? Sakura leaned closer with hopeful eyes. That is not something I have. Perhaps you should ask him yourself when you return? Jiraiya was curious, astonished by how practical this young girl was. Truly, she was raised by Tsunade, her mind filled with thoughts of wealth. Sakura shook her head, realizing the old man was still not generous enough. Suddenly, two familiar voices called out, "Sakura!" As the tent flaps opened, two beautiful figures, one red and one white, appeared beside Sakura. "Sakura, are you alright? Did you get hurt?" Ino hung around Sakura's neck, eager to check her for injuries. No, I'm so strong. How could I possibly be hurt?" Sakura affectionately patted Ino's forehead, smiling. "I knew you'd be the best, Sakura." Karen chimed in, hugging Sakura tightly, her lips almost brushing against Sakura's neck. Hey, there are still people around. Could you be a bit more reserved?" Though Sakura was feeling quite flustered, she managed to suppress her impulses and glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya gazed at Sakura with admiration, his mind wandering into fantasies. Goodness, are the relationships between boys and girls so chaotic nowadays? I seem to be a bit out of touch. Perhaps I should invite Kakashi and Guy for some male bonding. It might be more thrilling than peeking at the bathhouse. I must learn from Sakura. Soon, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro entered the tent. All eyes turned toward Sakura, and Naruto exclaimed with admiration, "Sakura, you're amazing. I heard from the guards outside that you single-handedly defeated the Eight-Tails. Incredible." He gave Sakura a thumbs up. Haha, it's no big deal, Naruto. You did well too. I heard you even summoned the toad. Sakura praised, touching her nose. Of course, Sakura. I'm going to fight alongside you in the future. I can't fall behind, right, Sasuke? He glanced at the black-haired boy, filled with pride. What is so impressive about that? Sasuke pouted, clearly a bit displeased that Sakura hadn't praised him. And you, Kimimaro, you did a great job too. You protected Ino and Karen very well. Sakura turned to the silver-haired boy at the back. You flatter me, master. It is my honor to relieve your worries. Kimimaro bowed slightly, his voice betraying a hint of satisfaction. All right, since we've achieved a great victory in this battle, let us celebrate with a grand feast tonight. Sakura turned to Jiraiya, asking, "Is that all right, my dashing and affluent uncle Jiraiya?" Although celebrations were not permitted in the military camp, Sakura felt that with Jiraiya as their leader, anything could be negotiated. Jiraiya, flattered by her praise, waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead, I won't interfere. Just don't blame me if the old man asks about it later." After saying this, he lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, intending to inquire about the wreckage regarding the battlefield intelligence from the Land of Wind. Though the Cloud Village had complied with Konoha's orders, the Eight-Tails remained as a hostage, and the wreckage, while appearing honorable, was the most likely to breach the treaty. He is undoubtedly a scheming old boy. Therefore, temporarily detaining the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is undoubtedly the wisest choice for Konoha. Only in this way will the Cloud Village willingly assist. As night fell over the land of ghosts, at Mirror Lake, a bright bonfire flickered by the lakeside, casting a serene glow that complemented the moonlight. A group of young boys and girls gathered around the fire, filled with laughter and chatter. "Here, master, have this. I've roasted it perfectly," Junmaru said, presenting a roasted hare to Sakura. The enticing aroma wafted into Sakura's nostrils. "Thank you so much, Junmaru," Sakura replied, accepting the meat and inhaling its delicious scent with her eyes closed. Her appetite peaked. "Eat up, Ino." The girl brought the roasted meat to Ino, who blushed deeply and opened her cherry-red lips to take a bite. The juices from the roast sizzled and dribbled down the corner of her mouth. "I want some too, Sakura-chan." Karen chimed in, leaning forward with her mouth agape, waiting for Sakura to feed her. Sakura's heart raced. Oh no, this rabbit is about to vanish. As expected, within half a minute of Karen receiving the hare, the once succulent roasted rabbit was reduced to mere bones. TSK, it's really you, Karen. It seems your appetite has grown tremendously in just a few days. Sakura remarked, observing the red-haired girl's petite mouth that belied her voraciousness. "You're so mean, Sakura. I don't want to talk to you anymore," Karen retorted, playfully swatting at Sakura with her delicate palm. Nearby, Naruto, holding a roasted fish, squinted and declared, "I'm about to dig in." Yet, before the blonde boy could take a bite, a shadow darted out, snatching the fish from his hands. "Thanks, Naruto. I want to be polite." Sasuke, the dark-haired boy, grinned smugly as he bit into the stolen fish. Naruto. Sasuke's action incensed Naruto, who immediately summoned shadow clones to retrieve the fish. Beneath the bonfire, The two boys exchanged blows, and in the end, neither had a chance to taste the fish, which fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Sakura, look. Sasuke and Naruto can't stop competing whenever they're together. Ino pointed at the struggling boys by the lakeside, her smile radiant. Let them be. Let us eat quickly. There won't be any left for them if we wait, Sakura urged, swiftly gathering several skewers of roasted oysters from the ground and placing them over the fire. Today, she intended to indulge in oysters, as she planned to share an intimate moment with Ino and Karen later, thus needing to replenish her energy. The mere thought sent a rush of warmth through her. Sakura, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Karen noticed something amiss, blinking her eyes curiously. Ha ha. It's nothing at all. Maybe the coals are just too hot, Sakura chuckled, trying to dismiss her fluster. At the lakeshore, laughter and joy filled the air, creating a delightful ambience. Sakura longed for time to freeze at this moment, yet she knew that come dawn, the drums of war would sound anew, with battles following one after another. Once the Ninja World War is over, she dreams of traveling the world with the one she cherishes. The following morning, Sakura stretched lazily, glancing at the two lovely girls asleep beside her. Last night, she had used Choji's expansion technique, exhausting the two girls. She decided to let them sleep a little longer. Gently, she tousled Ino and Karen's hair, quietly dressed, and stepped out of the tent towards the main army tent. Upon arriving at the central tent, she found Jiraiya and the Reikage inside. You're here, Sakura. The Reikage and I were just discussing the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Sand. Jiraiya greeted the pink-haired girl, waving her over. How did it go, uncle? Has the confidential letter from the Cloud Village reached the Land of Wind? That Inoki is not to be trifled with, Sakura inquired, her emerald eyes focused on Jiraiya. According to the intelligence from sensory ninjas, the Land of Wind is currently under the lead of Inoki from Iwagakure, with the assistance of the Two Tails from the Cloud Village, making the situation exceedingly tense. It's known that Inoki's dust release is particularly troublesome. At this moment, even if Gaara and Chio teamed up, it would likely be insufficient. The Reikage has sent a confidential letter to the Wood Village, and it should arrive in the next couple of days. The letter, penned by the Reikage himself, demands that the Wood Village immediately cease the offensive against Tsunade and turn their allegiance to Iwagakure, Jiraiya explained calmly. Oh, that is splendid. Our Reikage is truly remarkable, to switch sides so readily. I can only imagine how furious Inoki would be upon hearing this, Sakura mused, understanding the intricacies of such political maneuvers. Although she disapproved of the Reikage's fickle nature, she recognized that this decision was a calculated and wise choice. What do you mean by that? The Reikage bristled, his forehead veins bulging, having been agitated by the girl's comments once again. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. Ha ha. I'm just joking, Reikage. Don't be so angry. I know you've been quite compliant with our Konoha arrangements. Cut it out. The Reikage retorted, pouting in response. Sakura casually took a seat on a military chair and continued. So, uncle, who do you plan to dispatch to support the battlefield in the Land of Wind? At this, Jiraiya suddenly looked sheepish, scratching his head. He then cast a flattering glance at Sakura. Sakura, I've already determined who will go. The old rogue suddenly feigned innocence, making Sakura uneasy. Stop. Don't tell me it's me. Jiraiya puffed out his cheeks, continuing his act. Yep, it's you, my lovely little niece. This was also the third Hokage's intention. He winked at her with his old eyes. Sakura felt a surge of frustration. Whom had she offended? Just a few days prior, she had been dispatched to assist in the Land of Ghosts. And now she was sent to support the Land of Wind by this lecherous sage. Isn't this a bit much? She grumbled under her breath about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed. I also believe the old man is being a bit unreasonable, which is why I requested 2 large estates for you, one of which includes an immense swimming pool. Once the mission is complete, you can enjoy it with your girlfriends. You can even host a grand feast, Jiraiya quickly added to appease Sarutobi. The reasoning behind sending Sakura was twofold, her proven capabilities and the fact that she had gained considerable fame in recent battles. The entire ninja world now recognized Konoha's pink-haired powerhouse, rivaling the legendary Yellow Flash. Sakura's mere presence on the battlefield in the Land of Wind would intimidate their opponents. All right, I'll reluctantly accept since the old man is wise enough. However, I want to bring my chosen ninjas with me, Sakura insisted. Whoever you wish to bring is fine. I'll make the arrangements, Jiraiya replied generously. Sakura pondered for a moment before decisively stating, I want to bring Sasuke, Junru, Naruto, and Neji. Her choice of companions was strategic. She opted not to include Ino and Karen, as they had been using the spirit insight technique tirelessly on the battlefield in the land of ghosts and were visibly fatigued. Sakura wanted them to rest. All right, Junmaru is already one of yours, and I'm sure the other three would be eager to join you. Jiraiya agreed with a nod. Very well then. Sakura gazed up at the azure sky outside the tent, feeling a wave of admiration wash over her. The blue sky and white clouds are truly magnificent. So free and unrestrained, it evokes envy. The young girl suddenly found herself empathizing with Shikamaru, who wouldn't want to be carefree. Yet, reality does not permit such indulgence. For days later, on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, a silver-haired man, his face obscured by a mask, stepped out from a dining tent. He rubbed his emaciated belly and sighed in resignation. The food in this Land of Wind is simply inedible. The thought of eating fried insect larvae buried in sand is nauseating. This man was none other than the renowned Kakashi Hitaki, who had been assisting the Sand Shinobi in their struggle against the Rock and Cloud villages, contributing significantly to their efforts. His already slender frame had grown frilier due to inadequate nourishment. "Hey Kakashi, why do you always look so lifeless after meals?" came a cheerful, magnetic voice from behind. A man clad in watermelon-colored attire threw his arms around Kakashi and playfully thumped his head twice. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Guy, could you refrain from being so heavy-handed? Also, don't you find it odd for two men to be so affectionate with each other?" Kakashi could hardly bear the antics of his eccentric friend. Perhaps it was the loneliness of being in the Land of Wind that made Guy cling to him so persistently, leading to some of the female shinobi from the Sand Village giggling at their embrace, casting him bewildered glances that made Kakashi's skin crawl. "What's the matter, my dear friend?" Guy, oblivious to the implications, continued to tease. Kakashi, however, was acutely aware of the perspectives of those female shinobi, especially after having glimpsed the world of romantic affections in Paradise of Affection. Thus, he remained vigilant whenever Guy's hands wandered over his abs and chest, swiftly putting a stop to such advances. "Esteemed gentlemen, Lady Chiyo requests your presence in the main tent," announced a striking sand kunoichi with golden hair. Kakashi smiled as he pried Guy's grip off him. As the kunoichi turned to leave, a peculiar smile flickered across her lips, indicating yet another misunderstanding. The two proceeded to the main tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, they found an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, wearing a headscarf, standing before a military table. Beside her stood Gaara and his siblings. "You have arrived, esteemed representatives of Konoha," the elderly woman said, narrowing her eyes at Kakashi. "Yes, Lady Chiyo. May I inquire as to the purpose of our summons?" Kakashi responded respectfully, recognizing her authority as the current acting Kazekage of the Sand Village. Chapter 153. Reinforcements for the Sand. Reports from our scouts indicate that your Konoha shinobi have managed to subdue the Reikage and the Eight-Tails from the Land of Lightning, Chiyo remarked, having just received the news that prompted her to summon Kakashi and Guy post-haste. "Oh, is that true?" Kakashi and Guy exclaimed in unison, astonished by the prowess of their village, especially considering the formidable reputation of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. "Indeed, our intelligence is reliable. It was that girl, Haruno Sakura, who subdued the Eight-Tails, Kyubi. It appears that Konoha truly has an abundance of talent," Chiyo continued, her expression brightening, yet her tone remained steady. She recalled Sakura's name from the Chunin exams when the girl had defeated the tailed beast-empowered Gaara. Gaara and his siblings exchanged surprised glances. The red-haired youth felt a surge of excitement at the mention of Sakura's name, eager to witness her strength once more. "Ah, it's Sakura. That explains it. My student indeed possesses such remarkable abilities now," Kakashi replied, initially taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with pride and joy. He had envisioned Sakura gaining recognition in this war, yet he hadn't anticipated it happening so swiftly. "Oh, she is your student?" Chiyo inquired, her aged eyes blinking in surprise. "Haha, it may not seem so, but that girl has surpassed me as her teacher long ago," Kakashi explained, eliciting a light cough from Chiyo, who replied, "Indeed." Kakashi continued, "Given the current situation, it appears advantageous for both the Land of Wind and Konoha. However, now that we are aware of this information, it is likely that Inoki and the Cloud Village have received word as well. Therefore, we can expect a fierce battle tomorrow." Chiyo was aware only of the Reikage brothers' defeat and their captivity in Konoha, not realizing that the Reikage had secretly submitted to Konoha. From her perspective, the remaining Cloud Shinobi would likely retaliate fiercely in vengeance against Konoha. Indeed, with the advantage on our side, the enemy is bound to strike back with renewed vigor. Kakashi understood Chiyo's implication. Chiyo nodded and continued. Thus, I propose we take the initiative. Our previous strategy focused on defense, but we must now adopt an offensive approach. She glanced at Maki, who stepped forward and announced the battle plan. The first team, led by Gaara and his siblings, will engage the vanguard led by the two-tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi and Guy will lead the second team against the main force commanded by Inoki, while the third team, led by myself and Kazekage, will intercept the rear forces of the Rock Village. After outlining the plan, Maki turned to Kakashi and Guy with a feigned formality, asking, "Do you gentlemen agree with this arrangement?" Kakashi's lips twitched beneath his mask, his striking eyes momentarily reflecting irritation, but he maintained a calm demeanor. As representatives of Hokage, we shall comply with the arrangements set forth by our hosts. Internally, he seethed, feeling burdened by the responsibility of confronting the troublesome Tsuchikage. He had heard of Inoki's dust release technique, which, upon impact, could disintegrate anything into microscopic particles. Inoki had utilized this technique to evade capture during the previous two shinobi wars, highlighting his terrifying strength. Excellent. Konoha shinobi are indeed courageous. I was not mistaken, Chiyo remarked, her tone laden with approval. Rest assured, Lady Chiyo, with Kakashi and me here, victory is certain. We are the most formidable shinobi of Konoha, and our youth knows no bounds. Come forth, Rock Village, and experience the might of Konoha's azure beasts, Guy proclaimed, and in that instant, a dazzling blue shockwave erupted around him, capturing the essence of his flamboyant spirit. Meanwhile, on the road to the land of wind, a pink-haired girl continually turned to urge the four boys trailing behind her. "Hey, you four, hurry up. Are you all starving? You're so slow," Sakura exclaimed, rolling her eyes at the panting trio. "You're too fast, Sakura. Your stamina is terrifying. You hardly seem like a girl," the prince panted, complaining. Naruto, behind them, along with Kankuro, Sasuke, and Neji, struggled to keep up. At that moment, the advantages of being a Jinchuriki became evident. "Master, we finally caught up," Kankuro said, shaking his silver hair, beads of sweat cascading down his pale neck. "Shall we have something to eat first? I fear that if we continue at this pace, you all will be utterly exhausted." Sakura glanced back at the drenched Sasuke and the panting Neji, relieved that they could finally take a break. Naruto plopped down onto the ground, retrieving a bucket of instant noodles from his backpack. "Hey, are you planning to keep all that to yourself?" Sasuke pouted. Naruto mischievously waved the noodles in front of Sasuke, taunting, "What do you say? Want some? Call me bro and I'll share a bite." Sakura, witnessing his antics, resisted the urge to slap him. "Master, eat this. It's sushi made by Miss Karen, and it's quite delectable." The silver-haired youth produced a bento box from his backpack and offered it to Sakura. "Let us eat together." Sakura squinted as she opened the sushi box, revealing an impressive variety: cucumber and shrimp, salmon with shredded meat, and her favorite spicy flavor. She distributed a piece to each of the four boys and took a satisfying bite of the spicy one. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her voice echoing her contentment. It was indeed a testament to Karen's culinary skills. At that moment, Neji retrieved 5 bottles of sweet red bean syrup from his backpack, handing one to each person. However, when he offered one to the dark-haired boy, Sasuke's expression darkened. "I don't like sweet things, thank you." Sakura recalled that Uchiha Weasel had a penchant for sweets, which explained Sasuke's lingering resentment toward that man. "No worries, I'll drink too," Naruto declared, snatching the extra bottle from Neji with a grin. After they had eaten and quenched their thirst, Sakura turned to Neji. "Neji, use your Byakugan to see how far we are from the land of wind." "Understood," Neji replied, his eyes rapidly transforming as veins bulged at his temples. "Approximately 30 kilometers remain. At our current speed, we should arrive in about an hour." Sakura stood up, clapping her hands. "All right, let us not delay any longer. Let us set off." Moments later, the 5 figures vanished into the distance. Chapter 154, The Bashful Gaara. An hour later, inside the military tent of Tsunade, a sand ninja lifted the entrance curtain and respectfully addressed the elderly woman within. "Lady Chiyo, 5 ninjas from the land of fire request an audience, claiming to be reinforcements from Konoha." Chiyo paused, turning around. "Just 5 people? Yes. Huh. Konoha remains as stingy as ever. With war on the horizon, why send only 5? It was acceptable when they dispatched Kakashi and Guy, given their formidable strength. But now," Chiyo mused for a moment before waving her hand. Forget it, let them in. Yes. Outside the borders of Tsunade, the border guards relayed Chiyo's message, beckoning Sakura and her companions. Friends from Konoha, Lady Chiyo requests your presence. Please follow me. Hello, Lady Chiyo. I am Sakura Haruno from Konoha, here on Lord Jiraiya's orders to assist Tsunade. This was Sakura's first encounter with Chiyo. In the original story, they had shared a thrilling collaboration. During that battle, Chiyo personally sealed Sasori, marking a significant moment in Sakura's journey. Although Sasori's performance raised suspicions of leniency, it undeniably garnered Sakura a multitude of admirers, being recognized as one of the top 10 battles in official polls. With that thought, Sakura regarded the elderly woman with newfound respect. You are the hero of the new generation from Konoha, aren't you? You certainly seem different from the average girl, Chiyo remarked, instantly noting Sakura's robust biceps, indicative of her exceptional physical prowess. You flatter me, Lady Chiyo, Sakura replied bashfully, scratching her head. Your timing is perfect. Tomorrow marks the official confrontation with the Wagakure and Kumogakure. Your arrival is a boon for us. Chiyo lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Of course, I came for that very purpose. With that, Sakura gestured to her companions. These are my fellow ninjas from Konoha who have come to assist Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and... As she mentioned Kimimaro, Sakura hesitated. She almost forgot that the Kazekage, Raza, had fallen to the hands of Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Yet, this was a little-known secret, as Sand ninjas typically attributed Raza's death solely to Orochimaru, unaware of Kimimaro's significant involvement. Kimimaro, however, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of distress. And my subordinate, Kimimaro, Sakura added nonchalantly. Chiyo glanced at the 4 boys before her, nodding in satisfaction. Clearly, Kimimaro had concealed his past as Orochimaru's aide well, avoiding any suspicion. This spared Sakura considerable trouble. Chiyo was primarily unconcerned with the others. The fact that Konoha had sent its strongest warrior, Sakura, indicated that the previously unfavorable situation for Tsunade might soon be reversed. You all must be tired from your journey. It's nearly time for lunch. Let us dine together, and in the afternoon, I will have my subordinates brief you on tomorrow's battle plans. Chiyo observed the dirt-streaked youths, her voice softening. Certainly, Lady Chiyo, Sakura nodded. She wondered how the cuisine of Tsunade differed from Konoha's. She was eager to discover the unique flavors. Half an hour later, in the dining tent of Tsunade, the 5 gathered their plates and approached the serving area, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. The staple food consisted solely of dry, unappetizing steamed buns, and the only side dishes were potatoes and celery. The sole meat dish was fried insects, their swollen abdomens glistening in a golden coating, revealing an unappealing interior. Sakura's stomach churned. Was this truly fit for human consumption? Did Sand ninjas have taste preferences more bizarre than those from Guangdong? The other boys grimaced at the spread, clearly unaccustomed to Sand's culinary habits. Sakura, I think I'll go back to eating instant noodles. This stuff might give me indigestion, Naruto declared, hastily setting down his plate and preparing to leave. Wait for me, Naruto. I'm coming too. Sasuke quickly found an excuse to escape as well. Neji and Kimimaro each took 2 buns and settled at a nearby table. Sakura frowned, putting down her plate and selecting only a steamed potato. As she ate, she surveyed the spacious dining tent. The Sand ninjas' attire was peculiar, even in the sweltering heat. They wrapped themselves tightly in scarves to shield against the sandstorms. It must be challenging for them, residing in such a barren land, while being constantly wary of the predatory intentions of Kumogakure and Iwagakure toward their desolate territory. It's you, Sakura Haruno, we meet again. A cool male voice suddenly broke her thoughts, tinged with excitement. Sakura turned to see a red-haired boy with a gourd on his back, standing before her. Gaara. This appearance was unforgettable to Sakura. Though only a year had passed, the boy's gaze lacked the previous hostility. While still indifferent, he was markedly different from the person she encountered during the Chunin exams. I heard from Lady Chiyo that Konoha sent a few reinforcements. I never expected it would be you. Gaara suppressed his joy as he regarded the girl before him, taking in her changes. Her arms appeared sturdier, her physique more robust. And most notably, an immense chakra emanated from within her. Though Gaara is not a sensor ninja, as a Jinchuriki, he possesses an innate sensitivity to chakra and can feel it to some extent. Indeed, it seems we are now considered teammates. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the red-haired youth. causing Gaara to blush momentarily. Teammates, huh? The boy stammered, suddenly feeling awkward, a departure from his usual taciturn self. Let us not stand here. Shall we find somewhere to sit and converse? Sakura suggested, glancing at Niji and Kimimaro, who were not far away, munching on steamed buns. Gaara emitted a soft sound of agreement and unconsciously followed her. These two are Niji from Konoha and my subordinate, Kimimaro. Sakura introduced her companions to Gaara, adding, "This is Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Tsunade, and he is quite formidable." "Hello, we met during the Chunin exams." Niji acknowledged Gaara with a nod. Kimimaro, somewhat shy, echoed the gesture. Sakura understood why Kimimaro felt so bashful. However, Gaara was oblivious to this, still reveling in the joy of encountering Sakura again. The battle with Sakura had truly tamed Shikaku within him. Now, Gaara found life much easier than before, able to live like a normal person and experience the bonds among the ninjas of Tsunade. He was no longer the cold, unfeeling killing machine he once was. Thus, Gaara felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the girl before him. Chapter 155. Your fine little brother. Hey, Gaara, the food in your village is truly terrible. Sakura patted the red-haired boy on the shoulder, expressing her discontent. Gaara looked bewildered. Sakura couldn't help but laugh at his peculiar expression. Are you perhaps unaccustomed to our Tsunade cuisine? The red-haired boy grasped her meaning. Sakura mused to herself. This Gaara is indeed a straightforward boy. Isn't it obvious? A bit, especially that bug. It looks quite disgusting, she remarked, shuddering at the sight of the sand grub on Gaara's plate. Gaara, however, showed no sign of discomfort, his green eyes merely glancing at the food. The boy extended a pale finger, picked up a deep-fried sand grub, and unexpectedly popped it into his mouth, crunching down with evident enjoyment. This is the golden sand grub hidden deep in the yellow sands, rich in protein, capable of providing the energy needed for ninjas in battle, he explained earnestly. Sakura widened her eyes in astonishment at Gaara consuming a bug. My goodness, I didn't realize it had such benefits, in a sense. It's akin to a soldier's ration. Gaara made a swallowing gesture and nodded. Indeed, you could say that. Would you like to try one? They are quite delicious. He offered one to Sakura. She hastily waved her hands. No, thank you. I just ate. All right, Gaara conceded. Gaara, I've been looking for you. Turns out you are here. A melodious voice called out from behind the boy. A blonde girl, carrying a large ninja fan, approached Sakura. Is that you, Temari? What brings you here? Gaara turned to his sister. Chiyo-baba is looking for us regarding tomorrow's battle deployment, Temari said, her gaze fixated on Sakura. She had heard from Chiyo that Sakura from Konoha was present, but had yet to meet her. Haha, hello, cool lady, Sakura greeted Temari with a bright smile. Sakura Haruno. We meet again. I haven't forgotten about you, Temari remarked, a hint of resentment in her tone. During the second round of the Chunin exams, she had been defeated by the red-haired girl, a matter that still lingered in her mind. Ha ha ha, I'm flattered to be held in such regard by you, Temari. Sakura teased, her expression rather smug. Temari, initially feigning anger, suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Heh, you're still as blunt as ever. For some reason, Temari felt that Sakura was different from other girls. Thank you for the compliment, Temari. We should spar again when we have the chance. Sakura squinted at Temari, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the contours of the girl's form. Yes, naturally, Temari responded, understanding the nuances of hospitality, her previous feigned resentment dissipating. Come, Gaara. Chiyo-baba is waiting for us, she said, glancing at Sakura. Miss Sakura of Konoha, please join us. Chiyo-baba has already arranged the battle team for you tomorrow. Oh, Sakura gestured, signaling to Niji and Kimimaro, who were still nibbling on buns, to fetch Sasuke and Naruto. The group proceeded toward the central military tent. Inside the tent, upon entering, Sakura spotted Kakashi, Maki, and several unfamiliar Tsunajonin. Kakashi-sensei, the pink-haired girl exclaimed excitedly, waving at him. Sakura, I just heard from Chiyo that you arrived. I was just about to look for you, Kakashi replied. It had been nearly 2 months since he last saw Sakura, who had grown taller and stronger in that time. The silver-haired man glanced enviously at Sakura's well-defined biceps. Where's Guy-sensei? I thought he was with you, Sakura asked, scanning the room for the familiar bright green jumpsuit. Ah, Guy? He had some food that disagreed with him at lunch. He asked currently. Kakashi began, but hesitated. Sakura instantly envisioned the rotund, unwieldy insect that had caused such distress. Oh, no wonder Guy would have an upset stomach. All right, No more. I understand. Sakura grimaced, clearly repulsed. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, and Sasuke arrived. Drawn by Kimamaro's call. The blonde boy was ecstatic to see Kakashi, immediately lifting and inspecting Kakashi's limbs. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? There are so many people here. I'm checking to see if Kakashi-sensei is injured, Naruto replied earnestly, examining Kakashi's body. No injuries on the feet, legs, or abs. Suddenly, he squatted beneath Kakashi, scrutinizing the silver-haired man's groin. Still well endowed, so little brother is fine. The statement rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. Kakashi's face flushed crimson, and he immediately clamped his legs together, slapping Naruto on the head. Stand up straight. Okay, Naruto complied, albeit still bewildered. Cough, cough. Chio cleared her throat, signaling for silence among those present. For a brief moment, Suna ninjas were influenced by the Konoha ninjas' camaraderie. The interactions between teachers and students, and among teammates, radiated harmony, devoid of any hierarchical distinctions. Such an atmosphere had never been witnessed in Tsunade, particularly the red-haired boy nearby, who seemed to relish this warmth. His previously frosty demeanor now revealing a glimmer of longing. So this is Konoha, where Sakura resides. During the subsequent strategic meeting, Sakura and Kimamaro were assigned to the second unit led by Kakashi, while Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji directly joined the first unit commanded by Gaara. Detailed arrangements for each unit's combat strategies were meticulously outlined. The meeting stretched on for 5 hours, and by the time it concluded, night had fallen. Outside, the wind howled, and yellow sand swirled ominously. The nights in the land of wind truly held an air of intimidation. The temperature variations between day and night are extreme. While the daytime heat reaches over 30 degrees Celsius, the nighttime plunges to a chilling -10 degrees. Naruto and his companions shiver from the cold. Upon returning to their resting tent, Naruto and Sasuke are so cold that their noses are running. It's freezing, Sakura. Aren't you cold? Naruto exclaims. Not at all. I actually feel a bit warm, Sakura replies, flexing her bicep, radiating a faint blue glow. She has subtly drawn upon her chakra, enveloping her muscles as if they were surrounded by tiny flames. This technique was taught to her by her master, Tsunade, as it consumes minimal chakra while providing lasting warmth, especially useful in harsh combat environments. The only difficulty lies in the precise control required over chakra, a skill mastered by few beyond Tsunade and Sakura herself. Come on, I'm freezing. Sasuke, hurry and give me a hug. I'm too cold. Naruto suddenly turns to the dark-haired boy. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, retorts, get away from me. Who would want to hug you? He shivers, feeling the chill himself. All right, let's get some rest. We have to face the battlefield tomorrow. Sakura waves them off and heads into her sleeping bag. The girl activates her system card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of defeating the Eight-Tails, Killer Bee. You are rewarded with the Earth Release attribute and are granted the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and Earth Release, Rock Collapse training scrolls. You have now defeated 4-tailed beasts and unlocked a new section of the system. This section can activate divine-level skills outside of the Naruto world. A gentle reminder, divine skills have cooldown times and do not require hand seals. They transcend the realms of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, allowing the host to trigger them by will alone. The greater the skill, the longer the cooldown time. Please use them wisely. Ding. The Mind Network skill has been acquired. Skill analysis. By utilizing the Mind Network, you can control all ninjas within a radius of 5 kilometers for 3 seconds, excluding shadow-level ninjas, with a cooldown time of 3 hours. The girl gazes at the system notification with satisfaction. After years in the Naruto world, she finally receives something novel. The Mind Network will be invaluable against the Rock Hidden Army tomorrow. Timely indeed. If only the cooldown were shorter, if it could reset every 3 seconds. Victory would be assured without a fight. The system, alas, remains somewhat stingy. Meanwhile, within the enemy's main tent, the Two-Tails, Yumori, examines the confidential letter brought by a spy. The blonde woman's fair complexion flushes with anger as she slams her delicate hand on the military table, exclaiming, "Those despicable leaf ninjas have actually taken the Raikage and Killer Bee hostage." Biting her lip, Yumori reads the letter, which clearly states, part of the Chunin army and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, are under leaf control and in grave danger. Upon receiving this letter, Yumori must immediately withdraw troops and focus on the Rock Hidden. It is signed in the Raikage's own hand. The messenger kneels, respectfully stating, "We hope that you will heed the Reikage directive and withdraw at once." A wicked smile crosses Yumuri's lips as she gazes at the messenger. Heh. The Reikage has truly become useless, easily restrained by those leaf lackeys. It seems the time for me to take action has come. The messenger is taken aback, looking up incredulously. "My lady, you?" Yumuri swiftly conjures a ball of purple-blue chakra and sends it crashing into the messenger's chest. A scream pierces the air within the tent. It seems it's time for a change in leadership for the Chunin. Those two old fools have controlled the upper echelons for so long, and now they willingly serve as puppets for the Leaf. Heh, let me, Yumuri, become the hero to save Chunin from peril. Leaf, your doom is nigh. Under her control, the messenger is utterly consumed by the blue-purple chakra. The following morning, on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, Inoki leads the Iwagakure army, arriving early for the confrontation. Tell me, Lord Sasuke, are you determined to fight to the bitter end? Kakashi and Guy arrive with the Tsunade forces, ready for battle. You must be Hitaki Kakashi of Konoha. Where is Chiyo? The old woman of Tsunade? Is she too afraid to show herself? Inoki hovers slightly above the ground, his stature small yet imposing. Kakashi, now recognized, no longer hides his identity. Lady Chiyo is commanding the center. I have come to face you under the Tsunade alliance. His tone carries a hint of respect. Humph. I see it's merely cowardice that keeps her from appearing. Tsunade remains as timid as ever, Inoki scoffs. Is that so, you old man with a bad back? You seem eager for her to appear. Perhaps you have a crush on her? Although Lady Chiyo does look splendid in a pink swimsuit, your desperation is rather unbecoming. A casual voice interrupts, and a girl saunters over to Kakashi's side, mockingly looking up at Inoki. Laughter erupts from the Tsunade ninjas. Even the Iwagakure forces struggle to contain their mirth. Sakura. Kakashi turns, astonished to see his student making such a risque jest at such a serious moment. Yet, it is undeniably her style. However, it is clear that Sakura's words have struck a nerve. Inoki's face flickers with anger and embarrassment. Where did this pink-haired girl come from? I was speaking to Kakashi. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Feigning shock, Sakura covers her mouth. My apologies, Lord Sasuke. I'm so frightened. Please do not be angry. I worry your age might cause you to injure yourself again, and that would be my fault. Inoki huffs in disdain. Ignorant child. All bravado with your words. Soon you'll learn the might of a Iwagakure. So, you intend to continue the fight, then? Kakashi attempts one last appeal, true to his nature of seeking peace. But to Sakura, it seems Kakashi is merely dreaming. Enough chatter. Let the battle commence. At Inoki's command, the Iwagakure and Tsunade armies charge forward, and the sounds of combat soon fill the air. Sakura dashes into the fray. Kakashi and Guy confront Inoki directly. The pink-haired girl moves like a specter, executing quick, powerful strikes, her punches and jutsu dismantling the Iwagakure forces that had previously been poised for battle. What kind of origin does this girl possess that grants her such formidable strength at such a young age? The Iwagakure ninjas find themselves retreating, bewildered by the sudden emergence of this pink-haired whirlwind, scattering their disciplined formation. Who knows? Perhaps she is the Jinchuriki of Tsunade? One ninja speculates while unleashing an earth-released jutsu. That can't be. Tsunade's Jinchuriki, Gaara, is male. Clearly, she is a girl, though her physique and strength defy all conventions. I assure you, she is indeed a girl. Another ninja, wiping sweat from his brow, adds in a panic. Chapter 157. Dust Release vs. 8 Gates. She's coming. What do we do? The Iwagakure ninjas panic as they witness the pink-haired girl sweeping through their ranks. Form up. Rows of rock ninjas, adorned with headbands, executed identical jutsu in perfect unison. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall multiplied by 100. Hundreds of sturdy, formidable earthen walls erupted from the ground, standing as a bulwark before Sakura, akin to an insurmountable chasm separating the girl from the enemy forces. A smirk of triumph graced Sakura's lips. Heh. Such trivial techniques are beneath my notice. Instantly, she radiated a bluish-purple aura, her body enveloped in layers of lightning armor. At that moment, the girl could be likened to a roaring lion or a swift cheetah. Lightning Release. Lightning Piercing, 4-point strike. Break. Sakura extended 4 robust fingers, each tip crackling with vibrant arcs of electricity, targeting the earthen wall before her. In an instant, the wall crumbled, fissures spreading like wildfire, the once mighty barrier transforming into mere rubble scattered across the ground. Dust billowed skyward. The anguished cries of the enemy surged forth, echoing in the air. In the blink of an eye, the rock ninjas behind the wall met their demise at the hands of Sakura's four-point strike. What formidable lightning release! Lamented a rock ninja, bisected in despair, as he gazed upon the pink-haired girl wreaking havoc in the center of the battlefield, blood spilling from his lips as he succumbed to his injuries. Following the execution of her lightning release, the remaining rock ninjas were struck with terror, their morale plummeting in the face of such overwhelming power. As expected of Sakura, to dispatch over 100 foes with a single technique. Kakashi, I wonder how many of you she equates to now. Kakashi, barely evading Inoki's dust release with a substitution technique, gasped for breath. Guy, can we skip the banter and unleash the 8 gates? I can hardly withstand this. Inoki, leveraging his aerial advantage and his devastating dust release, had thoroughly tested Kakashi's endurance. Were it not for Kakashi's adeptness with substitution and shadow clone techniques, he would have perished countless times. All right, Kakashi, I shall open the 8 gates and put an end to that old coot. Guy, sensing the dire situation, wasted no time. He emanated massive clouds of blue steam, the air around him crackling with intensity. Open. Rest. Life. Injury. Dying. View. Open. In mere moments, Guy transformed into a ferocious beast, his speed astonishing. He vanished in an instant. What incredible speed! Inoki furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold amusement flashing in his aged eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, 2 identical earthen clones appeared behind him. The old man intended to counter Guy's speed with sheer numbers. Kakashi, with his vivid Sharingan spinning, lamented his inability to ascend and assist Guy. Be cautious of his clones. Don't strike the wrong target, Guy, he shouted to Guy, who was propelled skyward by a blue shockwave. Leaf-strong whirlwind. A powerful kick, moving at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtled toward Inoki's back. In the next moment, the old man's form shattered into a pile of rubble. Well, I guess I kicked the wrong one. Guy scratched his head, surveying the area but finding no trace of the other 2 Inoki clones. Above you, right above your head, Guy? Kakashi's voice rang out from the ground. Panic surged through Guy as he realized he had fallen for Inoki's trick. The blue steam surrounding him surged again. Let you witness the might of the azure beast of Konoha, Peacock. As Guy ascended, his body resembled a peacock fanning its feathers, emanating a dazzling trail of flames aimed directly at the Inoki above, each kick imbued with earth-shattering power. Foolish child, from the moment you kicked the wrong clone, your fate was sealed. Inoki remained unfazed, his palms rapidly converging before spreading apart. A terrifying chakra erupted from his hands, followed by a blinding beam of transparent light hurtling toward Guy. Dust release, detachment of the original world. Such terrifying power. Guy realized he could not halt his charge. He had no choice but to plunge headfirst into the fray. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his steam shockwave, bracing for a deadly collision with Inoki. But in the next heartbeat, a pink figure dashed past, enveloping him in an embrace and retreating 100 meters in a single bound. The entire maneuver. From the instant the pink-haired girl grasped Guy to their swift descent back to the ground, transpired in less than half a second. Aside from Kakashi, with his Sharingan, no one comprehended the rapid sequence of events. They merely observed as 2 figures vanished into the air, only to reappear on solid ground, while Inoki's dust release beam missed its mark. What astonishing speed! Inoki clenched his teeth, coldly glaring at Sakura and Guy, who had safely retreated. Had it not been for her intervention, the Jonin clad in a watermelon-patterned bodysuit would have been reduced to mere molecular particles. Hey, Inoki, was it truly necessary to go to such extremes? Do you truly wish to eliminate Guy? Sakura pointed accusingly at the diminutive old man. Child, do you presume the battlefield is a game? Those who lack skill shall perish. Inoki retorted, disdainfully rubbing his aged back. Lack skill? The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched. Old man, you have no idea how powerful one kick can be when delivered by someone who can unleash the 8th gate. If Guy were to activate it, he could obliterate you in moments, believe it or not. With a playful wink at Guy, she added, Am I not correct, Guy? Guy, feeling bashful, scratched his head. Sakura, one must speak with humility. Moreover, I only use the 8th gate against my closest friend, Kakashi. You shouldn't reveal my trump card like that. It's rather embarrassing. Afterward, he cast a glance at the anxious, silver-haired man opposite him. Kakashi, let's pretend you didn't hear what she said about the 8 gates. I haven't even trained to that level yet. Ah ha ha ha. Kakashi sighed. What now, Sakura? That old coot can fly. He is not easy to handle. Guy refocused on Inoki, who loomed above with an air of superiority. He had never anticipated that even after opening the sixth gate, he would gain no advantage. If all else failed, he would have to proceed to the seventh gate. Just as he prepared to channel his chakra to unlock further power, the pink-haired girl halted him. What's the matter? Sakura? Guy's burgeoning blue steam ceased, his confusion evident as he regarded her. Teacher Guy, opening the seventh gate would inflict too much damage on your body. Allow me to confront this old coot. Guy squinted, chuckling. Haha, Sakura, you truly care for him. Kakashi, you ought to learn from your pupil and show a bit more compassion. After casting a glance at the silver-haired man, Kakashi rolled his eyes in response. Oh, however, before we deal with this old man, I wish to try that technique. Sakura mumbled to herself, and a green vine slowly emerged beneath her feet, its resilience lifting her skyward. Sakura is utilizing would release again. What is she planning? Kakashi observed intently, trying to decipher her forthcoming hand seals. To his astonishment, she made no hand signs at all. She gently closed her eyes, her body emanating a radiant blue light, which was not merely a manifestation of chakra, but rather spread like a web around her, with Sakura at its center, rapidly extending towards the battlefield. Each ray seemed to carry a mesmerizing force. Ding! The divine skill has been activated. Would the host like to initiate the mind web skill? Sakura pressed the confirm button, and in an instant, a vast blue spider web descended upon the battlefield. My Yinren puppets, quiet down. Freeze. In that fleeting moment, all Yinren, except for Inoki, stood immobile on the battlefield as if under some unseen control. In just 3 seconds, this provided an opportunity for the Sand Village's forces. As the two armies clashed, every second was crucial. The Sand forces seized the chance to strike decisively at the Yinren. 3 seconds later, the battlefield was filled with the agonizing cries of the Yinren. What is this? A paralysis technique? Kakashi stared, astonished, at the unfolding scene. Yet, a moment ago, he had distinctly seen no hand signs from Sakura. How had she accomplished this? You little brat, what have you done? Observing his own army being rendered motionless by the pink-haired girl, like wooden dolls awaiting slaughter, Inoki's ancient eyes betrayed a rare fury. Hee, it's nothing much. I just thought your Yinren were a bit too noisy and wanted them to be quiet for a while. What do you say? Shall we do it again, old man? Upon hearing this, Inoki's brow furrowed deeply. He was baffled by the methods this impudent girl had employed to incapacitate most of his Yinren in an instant. Watching his subordinates being relentlessly pursued by the Sand Ninjas, his expression turned grave. He realized that if she were to unleash that mysterious technique once more, the battle would be irreparably lost. The pink-haired girl regarded Inoki with disdain, secretly lamenting the 3-hour cooldown on her system panel. This cooldown is far too long, stingy system. I haven't had my fill yet. Well then, old man, considering your advanced age and your continued efforts on the battlefield, I shall indulge you with a proper fight. It would be fitting for your title as Tsuchikage. With that, she slowly coalesced a long wooden spike in her hand, launching herself towards Inoki in a burst of speed. Inoki, quick to react, conjured a long earthen spear. The two figures, one tall and one short, clashed in a dazzling display of martial prowess. Old man, how does my punch taste? After a flurry of weapon exchanges, Sakura seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch, imbued with blue flames, directly to Inoki's chest. Given his already sluggish speed, he could not evade her overwhelming strength. Boom. Sakura's strike landed squarely on his chest. However, in the next moment, Inoki transformed into a puddle of yellow mud. Damn it, this old man tricked me again. Truly, age brings cunning. He must have used a substitution technique while I activated the mind web. In terms of battle experience, I must concede that I am inferior to Inoki. I'm right behind you, brat. Prepare to die? A chilling voice echoed from behind her. Immediately, a dust release beam surged towards Sakura with devastating force. Sakura smirked, old man. Do you really think your dust release can catch me? With that, she vanished in an instant, executing a lightning release body flicker technique. What? Another one of those moves? How can she possess such swift martial arts? Inoki was momentarily stunned. Thus far, only the fourth Reikage had demonstrated such lightning-like agility. Yet even he could not use it so recklessly due to his limited chakra. Who is this girl, truly? Old man, are you still preoccupied with other matters? I'm right here. At this moment, Sakura had reappeared behind Inoki, rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum bomb. A barrage of vacuum orbs, swirling with gales, hurtled towards him. Earth release, earth barrier, earth release, earth wall technique. Inoki swiftly slammed his hand down, conjuring an earth wall and barrier just in time to intercept the fierce gusts. Panting heavily behind the barrier, he realized this assault had drained a significant portion of his chakra. Yet this girl had managed to consecutively wield wood release, wind release, and that enigmatic paralysis technique within mere minutes. If he was not mistaken, this was the famed pink-haired powerhouse from Konoha, Sakura Haruno. So it was you who captured my precious granddaughter. Inoki glared at Sakura, his anger visibly escalating. Upon hearing this, Sakura remembered the delicate Miss Kuratsuchi still on the battlefield in the land of demons. Instantly, her demeanor shifted. Grandpa Otsutsuki, I did not capture your granddaughter. I merely invited her to our Konoha as a guest. Sister Kuratsuchi is now my very dear friend. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself later. After saying this, Sakura glanced at the short old man before her, deciding to hold back her strength. If she truly harmed him, Kuratsuchi would undoubtedly seek her out in revenge. Just the thought of Kuratsuchi's alluring, fair legs made her gulp. Who is your grandfather? Let me kill you first, and then I'll exchange your life for my granddaughter. Inoki declared, quickly forming seals. Earth release, rock giant. A colossal rock giant rose from the ground, hoisting Inoki aloft. With a stone axe in hand, the giant, under Inoki's command, swung down violently towards the pink-haired girl. Sakura's lips twitched. Just as she had been contemplating going easy on him, the old man had decided to crush her instead. Furrowing her brow, she reluctantly formed seals, wood release, birth of the world tree. Vines of robust greenery, akin to serpents, surged forth from beneath her feet, swiftly entangling the giant from head to toe. You wretched girl, how can you unleash such formidable wood release? I have only seen this level of power in Hashirama Senju. As Inoki observed the immobile rock giant, he soared into the air. Yet, the green vines persisted, pursuing him like agile vipers. However, Inoki was not to be trifled with. He unleashed another dust release, obliterating the vines below. Sakura's vibrant green eyes widened. Old man, you truly possess remarkable skill. No wonder you are the strongest among the current 5 Kage. It seems this will turn into a protracted battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield in the Land of Wind, the Two Tails, alongside the remaining forces of the Cloud Village and Gaara leading the 2nd Division, were locked in a fierce struggle. Sand Tsunami Burial. Gaara commanded the sand beneath him, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, the ground seemed to tremble as an invisible hand stirred the sand, causing it to surge like a tidal wave towards the cloud forces. Hee. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is indeed more troublesome than anticipated. Do you intend to bury our vanguard beneath the earth? The Two Tails narrowed her brows and exclaimed. In your dreams. With that, her blue flames flared, transforming her into a formidable feline apparition. Little one, let me show you the difference between a perfect Jinchuriki and an imperfect one. In the midst of the battlefield, a colossal two-tailed cat demon emerged, prompting the prince who had come as reinforcements to lose his composure. Why should that boy Gaara steal all the glory? The yellow-haired youth promptly bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground, exclaiming, summoning jutsu. Come forth, Gamabunta. After a puff of white smoke, a diminutive red-skinned toad, no larger than 5 inches, appeared before him, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Konoha ninjas. The yellow-haired boy stood frozen in disbelief. How could it be you, Gamakichi? Where's your father? I summoned him just a short while ago. Naruto pouted in disdain. Gamakichi rolled his eyes. Kid, you've exhausted your chakra. You can't summon my dad now. I'm only here out of respect for you. I haven't even complained about you interrupting my nap, he said, spitting at Naruto in jest. Frustrated, Naruto began to scratch his head. At that moment, 3 shurikens were hurled directly at the yellow-haired youth, causing Gamakichi to duck instinctively. Naruto, be careful. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. The Byakugan-wielding boy leapt beside Naruto and executed a flawless spinning technique, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Naruto, focus during battle. Don't be distracted, or you might die, he admonished, his white pupils reflecting a hint of concern. All right, Niji, thank you, Naruto replied, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his brow. You're giving up so soon? That is not like our Team 7. Sakura would probably laugh if she knew, the dark-haired boy said, pinning the enemy beneath him while turning to scold Naruto. Naruto, miffed, retorted, Hey, who are you calling a quitter, Sasuke? If you can't hold on, Just let me know, and I'll come to your rescue. With renewed determination, he lifted his chin. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Sakura was right. Their camaraderie often spurred them on, even if it meant throwing cold water on one another's spirits. The trio from Konoha quickly regained their composure and fought with fervor on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the woman from the sand had fully transitioned into an offensive stance, moving like lightning amidst the sandstorm conjured by Gaara, leaving afterimages with every motion. One such afterimage broke through Gaara's sand barrier and lunged directly at the boy. Unfazed, Gaara swiftly maneuvered his hands, invoking absolute defense arise. A thick layer of sand armor enveloped him. Before him, a massive sand wall resembling a raccoon sprang up, shielding him from harm. The two-tailed demon struck with a fiery palm infused with blue-violet chakra against the sand wall. The impact sent dust and debris soaring, creating shockwaves that shook the very ground. In the ensuing haze, the ninjas could hardly discern what transpired within. Gaara, Temari called out, simultaneously launching wind-based attacks at the enemy. Her concern for her brother evident. Don't worry, Temari. Gaara is our secret weapon in the sand. He won't be easily defeated. Trust him, Kankuro assured, controlling his crows to unleash projectiles while providing emotional support for his sister. You're right, Kankuro. We just need to focus on ourselves. Gaara won't surrender easily. Temari replied, her eyes sparkling with resolve as she bit her lip and launched a cutting wind technique at the opposing rock ninja. As the dust settled, it became apparent that Gaara's formidable defense had sustained cracks, though it held firm against the woman's powerful assault. Not bad, kid. Though your relationship with your tailed beast seems strained, it's clear you possess impressive control over sand as a Jinchuriki, the woman remarked, eyeing the panting Gaara. Despite her taunts, Gaara remained indifferent, extending his right hand to manipulate the sand beneath him, lifting himself into the air. You think height will change the tide of battle? Not a bad idea, she chuckled, adding, but in the face of absolute power, all of that is futile, little boy. As Gaara hovered above, the woman prepared to fully evolve from her initial tailed beast form into her final state. Gaara's eyes narrowed. He understood her intentions well. He quickly raised his right hand, commanding the yellow sand from his gourd to grasp at the woman below, attempting to thwart her transformation. The sand clawed at her face, but she evaded it with remarkable speed. You're too slow, kid, she taunted. Moments later, she was no longer human. Her once alluring figure transformed into a colossal cat demon radiating blue-violet light. The beast roared, its voice carrying a fierce wind directed at Gaara, as if preparing to devour him whole. The leader of the cloud was in her tailed beast state, and it appeared victory was imminent for them. On the battlefield, witnessing their leader's ferocity, the cloud soldiers' morale surged, their movements becoming increasingly aggressive, while the sand's resolve began to wane. This highlighted the crucial role of a leader's strength in battle. Gaara faced the rampant two-tailed beast, his own thoughts resolute. He had no intention of transforming into a tailed beast himself. He knew that doing so could allow Shikaku to regain control, endangering his allies. The consequences of such an event would be severe, and after enduring a year of relative peace, he was unwilling to let Shikaku dictate his actions any longer. Therefore, in the impending struggle, Gaara resolved to rely solely on his own strength, even if it meant risking destruction. Meanwhile, Sakura had activated the 100 Healings technique, her chakra coursing through her body as she unleashed a series of rapid strikes against Inoki. Breathing heavily, Inoki finally understood why this girl had gained notoriety in the ninja world in such a short time. Her strength far surpassed that of the 5 Kaguya. Yet, his stubborn pride and the so-called will of stone compelled him to resist surrender. Hey, old man, just give up already. If this keeps up, you're really going to die? Sakura exclaimed, twisting her wrist, knowing that if she deftly avoided his dust release and utilized her lightning-fast techniques, victory was nearly assured. You think I'll surrender? Not a chance. Inoki scoffed, forming hand seals. Earth release. Earthquake core. Instantly, the ground beneath Sakura erupted, lifting her to Inoki's level. You old man, playing tricks on me, huh? Sakura cursed, frustrated that while she was trying to persuade him to yield, he was launching a sneak attack. A sly grin appeared on Inoki's face. You've never heard the saying, old ginger is spicier than young ginger? He declared dust release, universe dissolution technique. Inoki swiftly conjured a terrifying dust release beam, aiming it at the girl who stood so close. In an instant, Sakura's entire form vanished within the dust, disintegrating into countless molecules, utterly obliterated. You think you can match me, little brat from Konoha? You're still too inexperienced, Inoki remarked, observing the pink-haired girl he had just annihilated. He clapped his hands, pridefully rubbing his old waist. Old man, lucky for me I held back, or you might have truly killed me. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind Inoki. He was taken aback, a cold sweat cascading down his back, as he slowly turned around in disbelief. There stood Sakura, grinning and playfully sticking out her tongue. Come on, old man, let me give your back a good rub. In a flash of lightning release, the girl appeared behind Inoki. And with a powerful punch, though she had tempered her strength, considering that this old fellow was Kuratsuchi's grandfather and, in a way, could also be seen as Sakura's grandfather. Such a heinous act as personally killing her own grandfather was beyond her. However, given this old man's obstinacy and venomous nature, Sakura's earlier strike was enough to incapacitate Inoki for a year and a half. On my back, Inoki was caught off guard, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, emitting a muffled grunt. How is this possible? You clearly fell victim to my dust release. How could you still be alive? Inoki groaned, looking up at the pink-haired girl behind him. Old man, have you ever heard of wood clone jutsu? What you just destroyed was my wood clone. It said only Uchiha Madara managed to see through it back in the day, but you did quite well. You almost succeeded. Sakura placed her hands on her hips, commanding the vines beneath her feet to gently return to the ground. Damn it! Inoki wanted to retort, but Sakura quickly materialized a water kunai in her hand, appearing before him in an instant. The kunai pressed against Inoki's neck as she scoffed. Grandpa Otsutsuki, surrender now. You've already lost. If you capitulate now, perhaps your rock ninja army will suffer fewer casualties. She raised her gaze, surveying the battlefield, where, under the leadership of Kakashi, Guy, and Kankuro, the outcome had essentially been determined. Not only was Inoki defeated, but the rock ninja army was already overwhelmed by the sand ninja forces. Screaming in despair, thanks in part to Sakura's earlier use of the mind link. Listening to the cries for help from his subordinates, Inoki's fury melted into resignation. Damn it! What do you want? As she spoke, Sakura knew the old man was ready to surrender. With a relaxed demeanor and a bright smile, she replied, I don't want anything, really. My mission is complete, and now it's up to you and the sand ninja. But don't worry, I'll find someone to heal your back soon. Otherwise, my dear friend Kuratsuchi will be quite upset with me. Hee. Sakura winked at Inoki after finishing her words. Gritting his teeth, Inoki muttered, You little brat. I'll remember you, humph. Someone, assist Lord Otsutsuki back to rest. And find a medical ninja to check on his back. Don't let him end up with a stroke. Sakura turned to the sand shinobi behind her and commanded, Yes. Two well-built female medical ninjas approached, gazing at Sakura with admiration as they hurried over with a stretcher. You must be Sakura Haruno from Konoha, right? Could I get your autograph? You were so cool just now. It was simply amazing. A blonde-haired girl, starry-eyed, produced a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket to present to Sakura. Sakura couldn't help but notice the girl's voluptuous figure. Were girls developing so early these days? She accepted the paper and pen, signing her name. Chapter 161. This woman wants to rebel Sakura. The battlefield here is mostly settled, Kakashi said, approaching with visible effort. The girl looked at the silver-haired man's frail back with a mischievous glint in her eyes. TSK, 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 Kakashi-sensei, is your vitality waning again? You really should watch less of those romantic shows. The battle has just concluded, and look at how worn out you are. She glanced at Guy, who was still energetically cleaning up the battlefield after using the sixth gate. He was the type to engage in vigorous activities repeatedly throughout the night. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Diverting the topic, reports from the second battlefield indicate an unfavorable situation. The Two Tails has reportedly entered its tailed beast transformation. Do you want to check it out? Sakura sighed. Great, I'm just a busybody. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, I'll leave the remaining cleanup here to you and Guy-sensei. She rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Go on. Those who can do more should work harder, the silver-haired man replied, supporting his waist while flattering her. Suddenly, a silver figure flashed in front of them. Master, this area is nearly finished. I will accompany you to the second battlefield. Kankuro, with bones protruding from his body, bowed to Sakura. You're more reliable, Kankuro. Let us go, Sakura said, pleased. Ever since Tsunade-sensei performed the bone transplant surgery on Kankuro, he had completely transformed, no longer the frail figure he once was. now brimming with unyielding vigor. At the second battlefield in the Land of Wind, the red-haired youth gritted his teeth as he gazed at the two-tails cat demon below. At this moment, his chakra was nearly depleted, while the wooden figure showed no signs of fatigue. You little brat, I admit you are strong. But trying to defeat me without transforming into a tailed beast is utterly impossible. The wooden figure mocked disdainfully. Following that, the two tails began to gather a massive orb of black-purple energy in its mouth. The terrifying amount of chakra. Could it be a tailed beast bomb? Gaara, propping up his weary body, stood once more on the floating sand. Damn it, my body has completely given out. He had just taken a direct hit from the blue-purple tailed beast bomb, shattering even his sand armor, leaving him with no resources left. Ha ha ha, little brat, let me out. Only I can contend with the two tails. If you don't release me soon, you will perish. A shrill voice echoed from within the red-haired boy. No way. I would rather die than let you out. You will not control me again. Gaara gasped for breath, determined not to return to those dark days when everyone in the village feared and shunned him, treating him as a monster. For years, he had not a single friend. Thankfully, it was that pink-haired girl, Sakura, whose single punch awakened him. This year had been the happiest of his life, free from Shikaka's voice, no longer a bloodthirsty beast. He was forever grateful to that pink-haired girl, and now he would not allow Shikaku to control him again. Absolutely not. Die, little brat. Boom. A world-destroying tailed beast bomb shot forth from the two tails, unleashing immense pressure and crackling thunder as it surged toward the airborne red-haired youth. Gaara. Everyone on the battlefield turned their attention to Gaara's direction, but none could reach him in time to save the boy. The terrifying tailed beast bomb was far too powerful. Approaching it would mean certain death. Damn it, Sasuke. That sand brat is in grave danger. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration, but his chakra was nearly exhausted, leaving him unable to assist Gaara. Suddenly, a pink-haired figure appeared like lightning behind the red-haired youth, a strong arm securely embracing Gaara's chest. In another flash of lightning release, the girls swiftly withdrew with the red-haired youth to a safe zone. The tailed beast ball missed its target, leaving Yumu in disbelief. How could this happen? What had just transpired? How had the Jinchuriki from Tsunade been saved in an instant? Are you alright, Gaara? The girl inquired, her eyes narrowing with concern as she looked at the injured Gaara in her arms. It's you, Sakura Haruno, Gaara exclaimed, astonished by his savior's presence, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be battling the Iwagakure army on the front lines? Sakura, with a satisfied expression, rubbed her forehead and replied, Oh, you mean Inoki? I've already knocked him down. Kakashi-sensei sent me to assist you. She yawned and then glanced at the Nibi across from her. Hey, you over there. She called out, her tone slightly annoyed. Didn't Reikage tell you to surrender? Why are you still fighting so fiercely? Did you not receive his message? As her thoughts progressed, Sakura seemed to deduce something. Or are you deliberately defying Reikage's orders? Are you plotting a rebellion? Chapter 162, Sakura vs. Nibi. Yumu was momentarily taken aback and then roared, You're the brat who defeated Reikage, aren't you? I didn't come after you, yet here you are, rushing to your own demise. With her massive feline form writhing, Yumu was eager for a fight. However, judging from the girl's formidable taijutsu, she was no easy opponent and required cautious handling. Do you believe I'll capture you and present you to Kakashi-sensei as a concubine? Sakura said with a mischievous grin. Scratching her forehead, Gaara, standing behind her, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. She hadn't changed at all, always so outspoken regardless of the situation. Seeking death, Yumu opened her enormous mouth, once again gathering a massive black-purple-tailed beast ball, preparing to unleash it toward Sakura. This is bad. She's targeting the area with more people. Sakura frowned. I'll handle it. I'll use a sand wall to protect the other sand shinobi. Sakura, you focus on the offense, the red-haired youth declared, slowly raising his hands to manipulate the rising sand. However, in the next moment, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and the sand wall he intended to raise quickly crumbled. I think I should take over. You should quickly retreat and find a medical ninja to treat your wounds. Before Gaara could respond, the diamond mark on Sakura's forehead spread across her entire body. Byakuga no Jutsu activate. Wood release. Wood wall technique. Instantly, too long. Emerald green wooden walls rose up in the path of the incoming tailed beast ball, securely trapping it between them. Outside the wooden walls stood the sand shinobi, all gazing up in awe. What on earth is this? The level of chakra is terrifying. A black-clad sand ninja marveled at the caster's formidable ability. Such overwhelming power was something he had never encountered before. It seemed the previous Kazekage lacked such astonishing chakra. Wow! Sakura is here, Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed, grinning as he observed the two wooden walls rising in the distance. The dark-haired boy, after executing a Chidori thrust, also turned to look towards the walls. Yeah, Naruto. We need to pull our weight. We can't let Sakura think less of us. Absolutely. After all, I'm a member of Team 7. I can't fall behind. The blonde youth's eyes gleamed with pride as he gathered a rapidly spinning blue Rasengan, launching it towards the cloud ninja across from them. Boom. The tailed beast ball, hindered by Sakura's wooden walls, gradually lost its once formidable energy and ultimately ceased its ferocious assault, leaving behind only thick white smoke that vanished within the confines of the wooden barriers. Impossible. How could a single person withstand my tailed beast ball? Yumu gasped, panting in astonishment. Was this the ninja who had defeated the Eight-Tails, Killer Bee? Truly, she was not to be underestimated. Well, woman, do you still refuse to surrender? Just because you're a woman doesn't mean I want to strike you. If you provoke me further, not only will I strike you, but I will also. Sakura instantly vanished above Yumu, executing a lightning-fast technique. Lightning release, Chidori dance. With blue-purple arcs of electricity, her hand sliced down towards Yumu's back, moving too swiftly for her to evade. Meow! A mournful cry echoed from Yumu as Sakura struck with precision. That's what you get for disobedience. Take this, violent fist. With a punch enveloped in blue flames, she aimed for Yumu's forehead. However, in the next instant, the struggling Yumu leaped back, narrowly avoiding Sakura's blow. Well, you're quite nimble for a big cat, Sakura remarked, her fist twisting in anticipation. Beneath her, a wooden vine stabilized her descent. The vine propelled Sakura directly towards Yumu, refusing to grant her a moment's respite. Chapter 163. What transpired inside? Sakura slowly raised her right palm, conjuring hundreds of light blue water shuriken. Little kitty, let us see how you like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. I'll roast you after. Whoosh. The water shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling towards Yumu. Coiling her feline form, Yumu began to manifest purple orbs of light, which morphed into countless mice, swarming over her body. Their eyes spinning rapidly in all directions like monsters lurking in dark corners, spying on everything. In the next moment, these mice focused on the incoming water shuriken. Hiss! Hiss! They emitted a piercing screech and charged at the water shuriken. In an instant, hundreds of mice collided with the water shuriken, exploding them into countless droplets of water. Well, this woman has some skill. After tangling with Gaara for so long, she is still in decent shape. Sakura observed the advancing purple mouse orbs, her emerald eyes flashing sharply. She summoned a massive water whip, thick at the base and tapering to a point. The reason for the slender tip was to concentrate all her chakra at the end, unleashing overwhelming force upon impact. With a swift motion, Sakura raised her right arm and swung it fiercely at the mouse horde. The water whip sliced through the air, creating a thunderous roar. With a single strike, she shattered the leading mouse orbs into fragments. Sakura smiled, spinning her body 360 degrees for another strike. With a crash, the subsequent mouse orbs scattered and fled in panic, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the remaining mouse orbs hastily retreated in all directions. That pesky little brat. Not only does she wield wood release, but she also possesses such refined water release control. Yumu steadied herself on her front legs, glaring fiercely at the pink-haired girl before her. Now it's your turn, woman. Honestly, I'm reluctant to use a whip on a woman, but you're an exception. You dare to conspire for power? With a sly smile, Sakura raised her hand once more. This time, the water whip was infused with lightning power. Blue-purple currents spiraling around it, producing an ear-splitting thunder. This shall be the finishing move. With blinding speed, the lightning water dragon whip surged towards Yumu, moving so swiftly that she had no time to evade. As it neared Yumu's body, the water whip coiled like a venomous snake, slithering upward towards her abdomen. A circle. 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles, 5 circles. The two-tailed cat was ensnared tightly by the lightning water whip. Meow. The two-tailed creature emitted a piercing cry, its body rendered immobile by the electric arc. Yet, amidst the cacophony, it attempted to condense a massive, dark purple-tailed beast ball. Goodness, this woman is truly fierce. Even in such a state, she still wishes to unleash destruction upon me. As I beheld the terrifying purple energy cannon before me, a chill ran down Sakura's spine. The young girl quickly raised her hand, the water whip encircling the two tails and flinging it skyward. With a swift release, propelled by immense inertia, the bound two tails plummeted towards the ground 100 meters away with a thunderous crash. The tailed beast ball missed its target. That was close, thankfully. My quick reflexes saved me. Had that purple energy cannon struck me, I would have been bedridden for at least half a month. Watching the thick dust rise in the distance, Sakura chuckled to herself. The battle was over. In an instant, she dashed into the cloud of dust, only to hear a woman's agonizing moan echo from within. It was the voice of the wooden creature. Sasuke, did you hear that? Something sounds terribly wrong. What has Sakura done? Naruto, having just unleashed a Rasengan, was captivated by the woman's cries from afar. The dark-haired boy's cheeks flushed. How would I know? You're well aware of Sakura's capabilities. As Sasuke spoke, his face grew even redder. On the battlefield, all eyes were riveted on the swirling dust. Yet they could not discern what transpired within. The woman's wails continued, each cry more haunting than the last, peculiar yet enticing. What on earth was happening? One sand ninja scratched his head, bewildered. I don't know, but it feels rather embarrassing to discuss. Another sand ninja blushed deeply. Even Gaara, heeling in the rear, was drawn to the sounds, his cold eyes narrowing in contemplation. What is Sakura up to? After a while, the dust began to settle, and everyone gaped at the scene. A 14-year-old maiden emerged, effortlessly carrying a 26-year-old voluptuous woman, stepping slowly from the haze. The girl bore no visible wounds, only a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, blood that did not appear to be her own. In stark contrast, the voluptuous woman's garments lay in tatters, with only scraps barely covering her bosom and lower half. A series of black marks adorned her curves, seemingly left by the girl. Sakura, narrowing her eyes, approached the center of the battlefield, a vibrant green vine lifting her gently. She held the woman aloft, surveying all before her. Cloud Village, you have lost. I command all Cloud ninjas to surrender immediately or face dire consequences. With that, she hurled the wooden creature violently to the ground. Boom. The voluptuous woman was hurled with such force that she could no longer move. The wind whipping around her tattered garments evoked pity in my heart. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining Cloud ninjas instantly lost their will to fight, discarding their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. Sakura! 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 The crowd below erupted in cheers, chanting the name of the pink-haired girl. Even Gaara, the Jinchuriki, wore a satisfied smile, undeterred by the spotlight stolen by the girl. Sakura not only saved his life, but also safeguarded the entire Sand Village. With the conclusion of the second and first battlefields in the Land of Wind, the third battlefield also neared its end. Upon learning that his father had been defeated by the young Leaf Ninja, Lus could no longer maintain his composure. The chaos that ensued from his emotional unraveling led to disarray in battle commands, allowing the Sand forces led by Maki to capitalize on the opportunity and swiftly conclude the fight. Thus, the war in the Land of Wind reached a temporary halt. On this day, Onoki and the forces led by the wooden creature faced utter defeat, while Awagakure and Kyomobikure became captives of the Sand and Leaf. Chapter 164, Gaara's Birthday Celebration Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest of defeating the Tsuchikage, acquiring the Divine Skill, 1000-mile vision kill. Skill analysis. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, you can target any ninja and unleash any ninjutsu upon them, with a cooldown period of 45 minutes. Reminder, the targeted individual may evade the attack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest of defeating the two-tailed wooden creature, acquiring the Divine Skill. Mind's Eye Rebirth. Skill analysis. You can resurrect a ninja who has died within the past 24 hours with this skill, which has a cooldown of 6 months. Sakura dismissed the system, finding both skills highly practical, especially the latter, which would allow her to resurrect a fallen comrade within a day of their passing. The only drawback was the lengthy cooldown period. Reviving someone could only happen twice a year. Unlike the Edo Tensei, this skill revived a living person rather than a mere corpse. Whistling, Sakura changed into a pink ninja outfit and made her way to the Sand Village's command tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, she found Chiyo and Kakashi engaged in discussions regarding territorial divisions following the battle's conclusion. Sakura had little interest in such matters and instead wandered to a corner table to indulge in some fruit. She peeled a banana and savored its sweetness. It was no wonder the Sand Village's bananas were renowned, with their sweetness being 3 to 4 times that of Konoha's due to the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. "Hello, Sakura. Are you free tonight?" A melodious voice broke through, belonging to Temari. The girl approached with a graceful sway, her face beaming with joy. Since the conclusion of the fierce battle yesterday, Sakura had become the heroine of the Sand Village. Though a ninja from Konoha, she was revered by sand ninjas of all ranks, having saved countless lives through her own efforts. Temari had developed a fondness for the pink-haired girl who had saved her younger brother, Gaara. "Of course. What is up, Temari?" Sakura replied, her interest piqued. Temari's fair face flushed slightly as she shyly spoke. "Tonight is Gaara's birthday, and he asked me to invite you to his birthday party. Would you come?" Temari extended her sincere invitation to the pink-haired girl. Sakura's face lit up. "Absolutely. Is there cake?" Haha. She leaned closer to Temari, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. This is Gaara's first birthday celebration. In the past, he never wanted to celebrate, but this time, for some reason, he insisted on having a party and asked me to invite you." Temari's hands fidgeted shyly at her chest. His first birthday celebration? Sakura was taken aback. The red-haired boy seemed rather pitiable. "Why didn't he come to invite me himself?" Sakura teased Temari. Temari's bright eyes blinked. "Perhaps he struggles to express himself. But I can tell he is very grateful for you, his friend from Konoha. Since the Chunin exams, I have sensed how much he values you. As an older sister." Temari understood Gaara's sentiments well. The pink-haired girl before her played a crucial role in altering Gaara's life trajectory and worldview. Sakura picked up a piece of cantaloupe and popped it into her mouth. "All right, let me think about what gift to prepare for your brother." Sakura gently rubbed her brow. A subtle smile gracing her lips as a brilliant idea suddenly struck her. Within the confines of the system's space lay an extraordinarily large doll, customizable to resemble any individual, capable of conversing with its owner and possessing a depth of thought akin to that of a living being. Such a gift would be utterly perfect for Gaara. However, she pondered who the doll should take the form of: Naruto, Sasuke, or perhaps someone else. Sakura found herself lost in contemplation. "You can come as you are. The gift is not what matters. Gaara cares more for you as a person," Temari remarked. Yet, upon saying this, she felt something amiss and quickly waved her hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "That is not what I meant." "Haha." Sakura stood, stretching lazily. "All right. Tell Gaara I'll definitely be there. He needn't worry." "Great. It's settled then," Temari replied, turning to leave with her fan in tow. At that moment, Kakashi and Shio had concluded their discussions regarding territorial divisions and were now deliberating on how to handle the prisoners from the Rock and Cloud villages. Kakashi, adhering to his benevolent nature, believed that if they surrendered peacefully and ceased their provocations, they should treat the captives kindly. Shio, however, held a different view, asserting that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. She proposed detaining Inoki and the Tsuchikage to leverage the daimyo of the Earth and Lightning countries, ensuring future peace. Both perspectives were somewhat extreme, prompting Sakura to interject. She felt like a perpetual worrywart. Chapter 165. Gaara in a new outfit after resolving the dispute between Kakashi and Shio. Sakura returned to her tent for a refreshing bath. While she was indulging in the soothing water, the tent flap was suddenly drawn back. 2 adorable girls appeared, their eyes fixated on Sakura's figure. "What are you doing here?" Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Ino and Karen were supposed to be on the battlefield in the land of demons. "Hee, we missed you so much that we asked Lord Jiraiya for permission to come. The war is nearing its end, and he agreed," Karen giggled. The blonde girl tiptoed, her cheeks flushed. Sakura-chan, I want to join you." Karen, with a delicate hand over her rosy lips, added softly, "I do too. It's been ages since Sakura-chan has played with us." Sakura shrugged. "All right then. Let's do it together." "Yay. I knew Sakura-chan would be the best." The two instantly clung to Sakura's shoulders, and soon, the tent was filled with their melodious laughter. Outside, the sand ninja passing by were taken aback. Do the girls from Konoha have such unique tastes now? One wondered. Who knows? But that Haruno Sakura certainly doesn't look like a typical girl. Her strength and physique rival that of a man, another mused. Later that evening, at Gaara's birthday celebration, the victory in the Land of Wind allowed Shio to permit Temari to organize a grand birthday feast for her beloved brother. Temari, indulgent of her adorable sibling, ensured the festivities were lavish. An array of rare fruits adorned the tables, with 3 colossal cream cakes at the center, crafted with care by the chefs. Gaara had poured his heart into the battle against the land of Earth, risking his life to protect the village, and every ninja bore witness to his valor. Consequently, they poured their efforts into the birthday preparations. With a flourish, the tent flap was drawn aside, revealing a charming boy clad in a pure white ninja outfit. Handpicked by Temari for Gaara's special day, this new attire, in contrast to his previous brown and red garb, radiated warmth and friendliness, perfectly complementing his fiery red hair and enhancing his striking appearance. Wow, I didn't realize Gaara could look so handsome in a different outfit. What do I do? I think I'm falling for him, exclaimed a girl with short purple hair, her chin resting in her hands, gazing dreamily at Gaara. I like him too. It seems like Gaara's usually icy demeanor has softened. I wish I could be his girlfriend, chimed in another girl with golden locks. Can you two hold it together? Is it really that hard to be composed in front of a good-looking guy? A slightly older blue-haired Kunoichi scolded, giving the two a stern look. All right, Kasane, they replied, reluctantly retracting their starry-eyed gazes. Yet, the next moment, Kasai was wildly waving at Gaara. Gaara, over here, look this way. Oh my goodness. Our adorable Gaara not only possesses incredible jutsu, but also unparalleled beauty. Who wouldn't be enamored by him? With that, her eyes sparkled like gold. Hey, Kasane, you can't just act like that. The two Kunoichi protested, their expressions filled with exasperation. Kasai, blushing fiercely, waved her hands. I'm sorry. I got too excited. How can I not when our Gaara is so exceptional? Temari, spotting her brother, waved him over. Come here, Gaara. He nodded obediently. A smile forming on Temari's face as she thought, my dear brother has become so understanding. As his sister, I feel immense pride. Nearby, Kankuro, with his deadpan expression, interjected, Hey, sister, you do realize you have more than one brother, right? You're being a bit biased. This earned him a swift thump on the head from Temari. Ouch, what was that for, Temari? Be quiet. You disobedient little brother, she retorted, shooting him a disapproving glare. Didn't I tell you to change out of those hideous clothes and remove that ridiculous makeup? If you keep this up, you'll never find a girlfriend. Kankuro, clutching his head, whimpered, what is so great about it? These clothes are nice, way better than Gaara's. His outfit looks too feminine, like a pretty boy. Temari's expression darkened, her lips twitching. Say that again and see what happens. Kankuro promptly sealed his lips. Chapter 166, Sakura Haruno. So you've always considered me a friend. Meanwhile, Gaara scanned the surroundings, searching for that familiar pink figure, the girl who held a special significance in his heart. However, after a prolonged search, he could not find her. She probably won't come. After all, I'm just a ninja from an allied village, utterly unrelated to her. He murmured, disappointment evident in his voice. But in the next instant, the tent was flung open once more, and 3 captivating Konoha girls strode in. The pink-haired girl at the front boasted impressive biceps that accentuated her remarkable physique, causing the nearby Sand Kunoichi to gasp in awe. Wow, look! That's Haruno Sakura from Konoha. We owe our victory in the recent battle to her, noted a girl with freckles, her eyes glued to Sakura's muscular arms. She is so cool. Having a companion like her must provide a great sense of security, another wide-eyed girl chimed in. Who could deny it? I genuinely wish to approach her for a brief greeting. Perhaps after the banquet commences, we could go together. That sounds splendid. Sakura, accompanied by Ino and Karen, slowly made her way towards Gaara, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. In her hands, she held an oversized gift box, a robot doll from the system space. Here you go, Gaara, happy 15th birthday. May you become Kazekage soon, she exclaimed with a chuckle. Sakura directly handed the gift to Gaara, who suddenly blushed, slightly embarrassed as he accepted the gift from the pink-haired girl. Thank you, Sakura Haruno, he murmured, his voice too soft to be heard over the surrounding noise. What for? We're good friends. Sakura boldly patted the young boy's shoulder. Gaara, momentarily bewildered, blinked. Huh? Good friends? Realizing she had nearly forgotten his gender, Sakura waved her hand and laughed. I misspoke. We're simply good friends. Gaara's astonishment transformed into excitement as he gazed at the pink-haired girl, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Really? You consider me a good friend? Of course. Sakura affirmed. Why would you even ask that? Gaara's blush deepened. Oh, it's nothing. He added quietly. Thank you, Sakura Haruno. But his voice was too faint for Sakura to hear. Meanwhile, Kankuro's attention was fixated on the gift in Gaara's hands, his eyes shining with curiosity about its contents. Temari shot a disapproving glance at her less-than-ambitious brother. Why not open it and see if you like it, Gaara? Sakura suggested cheerfully. All right, Gaara replied awkwardly. He then untied the colorful ribbon and opened the box. A charming miniature Shikaka doll emerged before him. The doll's plump yellow body looked particularly adorable as it winked at Gaara. Suddenly, its mouth opened wide, emitting a high-pitched voice. Hello, Gaara. I'll be your best companion from now on. You must take good care of me, share meals with me, sleep with me, and even bathe with me. At this, Sakura hurriedly covered the doll's mouth, exclaiming, Little one, be mindful. There are so many people around. The onlookers were left puzzled by the doll's statement. Glancing between it and Gaara, each sand ninja wearing a look of contentment. How wonderful it would be if Shikaku and Gaara could coexist in harmony. Gaara stared at the doll, initially taken aback, then slowly cradled it in his hands. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes as memories of the hardships he had faced due to Shikaku flooded back. Yet, this sadness swiftly morphed into gratitude. Fortunately, those times were behind him, and he was no longer the cold, unapproachable boy he once was. The ninjas of Tsunade no longer shunned him as they once did. Hello, Shikaku. I will take good care of you, he said, gently squeezing the doll's chubby cheek before looking back at Sakura. I truly appreciate your gift. Sakura scratched her head, feeling a rare sense of bashfulness. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Now let us cut the cake. I haven't eaten lunch and am just waiting for your cake. Just as she finished speaking, Ino quietly reminded her from behind. Sakura, you're acting like you've never had cake before. The host hasn't even spoken yet. Gaara, however, nonchalantly replied, let us cut it together. I'm thrilled you could all attend my birthday celebration. With that, he handed Sakura a small knife. I want tea hold back then. And so, Sakura and Gaara began slicing the 3 large cakes before them. Temari encouraged the other ninjas to join in, and soon everyone was enjoying a piece of cake, filling the tent with a lively and warm atmosphere. Hey, where did Naruto and Sasuke go? Karen asked, nibbling on her strawberry cake while scanning the surroundings. She couldn't locate the 2 boys. Logically, they should be the most eager to partake in cake, yet they seemed to have vanished. Are you referring to that blonde and the dark-haired boy? Kankuro inquired, licking the cream off his fingers. Yes, have you seen them? Karen questioned, puzzled. I just saw them outside. They seem to be planning to go bathe in the clear sand river, about 10 kilometers away, Sakura replied. What are those 2 up to? She pondered. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy handed Sakura a piece of mango-flavored cake, shyly avoiding eye contact as he said, Sakura Haruno, this mango one is for you. It tastes delightful. I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to mangoes. Sakura squinted her eyes in response. Oh, Gaara exclaimed, suddenly embarrassed. I see, my apologies. But before he could react further, Ino snatched the cake from his hands. No worries, she doesn't want it. I'll take it. Thank you, Gaara. After saying this, she took a big bite, leaving Gaara momentarily stunned. It's fine, enjoy it. There's plenty more, he stammered, attempting to divert the conversation. Meanwhile, in the clear sand river, the blonde and dark-haired boys had stripped down and were scrubbing each other's backs in the water. Naruto squinted at Sasuke's younger brother and remarked, Hey, Sasuke, what is up with you? Why are you already so developed at 15? You're almost twice my size. TCH, your own is just small, the dark-haired boy retorted, quickly covering his brother in a flustered manner. Naruto, infuriated, shouted, Who are you calling small? Say that again. He reached out, attempting to grab Sasuke's lower region, causing the latter to swim away in fright. Hey, you 2 little rascals, can you keep it down while bathing? You're disturbing my relaxation. A silver-haired man called from the shore. Kakashi, basking in the sun with his abs exposed, lay back comfortably, his expression one of pure enjoyment. My dear friend, Kakashi, your physique is quite impressive, remarked Guy, who lay beside him, casting a mischievous glance at Kakashi's lower half. Though Kakashi wore a pair of swim trunks, they could not obscure the impressive form beneath. No wonder Rin pursued you for so long. A strange feeling washed over him, prompting Kakashi to roll his eyes and cover himself with a nearby towel. Guy, what are you staring at? Guy coughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Oh, nothing, Kakashi. Look at the beautiful blue sky and white clouds. It's truly delightful. I just wonder how my beloved student, Lee, is faring at the root. I miss him dearly. A hint of melancholy crossed his face. Moments later, the river echoed with another of Sasuke's exclamations. Naruto, stop it. Don't touch me there. That S reserved for the girl I like. You actually have a crush? Who is it? Is it Sakura? Naruto pressed eagerly. TCH, I'm not telling you. Sasuke replied defiantly. Even if you don't say it, I know it's Sakura. But don't get your hopes up. She will definitely accept my confession eventually. Just wish us well. I cannot be bothered with you. 3 days later, at the Hokage building in Konoha, Sakura. Your contributions to this ninja world war have been invaluable. You have excelled in all 3 battlefields, and now both the Wagakure and Kumogakure have been defeated, signing treaties of surrender and relinquishing vast territories. Your efforts have been instrumental, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, puffing on his pipe, gazing at Sakura with satisfaction. Well, that is quite flattering. By the way, old man, don't forget the promised rank of Jonin and the big house, the girl replied, her concerns seeming to revolve solely around these matters. Naturally, I would not go back on my word. With the Jonin rank, even if you do not take on missions, your salary will suffice for your daily expenses. As for the promised residence, it has already been prepared for you, and you may move in at your convenience. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, signaling to his assistant. The assistant ninja promptly produced a key from his pocket and handed it to Sakura, saying, Miss Sakura, here is the key to your new home. Please take care of it. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized the key, showering Sarutobi Hiruzen with heartfelt compliments. Thank you, my dear esteemed grandfather. I shall remember this for a lifetime. There's no need for such formality, he replied, stroking his beard. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, By the way, Sakura, given your current abilities, I feel it would be a waste for you to simply teach at the academy, leading a team of genin. Therefore, after consulting with my advisors, we have decided to send you to the Umbu for further training. While your strength is among the best in Konoha, you still lack systematic combat experience. I need you to refine your temperament and patience for the monumental responsibilities of becoming Hokage. Sakura's expression shifted as she processed his words. Hokage? Are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring her astonishment, squinted slightly and cleared his throat. It is about time for this old body of mine to retire. I have already informed your master that the position of the 5th Hokage will be passed on to her. My back can no longer endure the strain. Sakura was taken aback, resting her chin on her hand. You're planning to leave? The 3rd Hokage laughed heartily. Leave? I am merely retiring. Besides, your master has agreed. And now I can finally rest easy. The future of Konoha will belong to you young ones. As he stroked his beard, he began to envision the pleasures of retirement, soaking in baths, fishing, and perhaps sneaking glances at the lady of the house. The thought brings joy, he chuckled. Unbelievably. Lady Tsunade actually consented, Sakura remarked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The 3rd Hokage's expression turned slightly mischievous. I had no choice. Your master incurred quite the gambling debt before the 4th war. The gamblers have been pursuing her relentlessly. I promised that if she accepted the role of the 5th Hokage, I would assist in settling her debts, which left her with no choice but to agree. Sakura sighed. Well, that's certainly a twist. It seems master has been ensnared by her own vices. It is wise to resist temptations in any era. And what are your thoughts on my suggestion to join the Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Sakura shrugged. I'm open to it, as long as the remuneration is sufficient. You need not worry. The Umbu undertakes highly classified missions, where the stakes are life and death, and thus the compensation is significantly higher than that of ordinary jonin. He assured her. Sakura's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? Absolutely. I would not deceive you, he replied, a smile spreading across his face. Then it is settled. I shall join the Umbu, she declared without a moment's hesitation. After leaving the Hokage building, Sakura made her way directly to her new home. Hiruzen had ensured that the house was spotless and had mentioned a special guest would be waiting for her there. As she approached, she spotted a stunningly tall girl leaning against the door. The girl, with an alluring figure and striking features, waved at Sakura. Haruno Sakura, we meet again. Kuratsuchi, what brings you here? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Since the defeat of the Land of Earth, Kuratsuchi had returned home with Inoki after the signing of the surrender treaty. She never anticipated encountering her again in Konoha. Kuratsuchi blushed slightly at the question, lowering her gaze. Did you not wish for my presence? Of course not. I have been thinking of you, Sakura reassured her, memories of their time together on the battlefield flooding back. Kuratsuchi pouted playfully. You didn't even bother to send a message. How could you say you missed me? Sakura laughed, scratching her head. I've been a bit busy lately. Please don't be upset. By the way, did your grandfather permit you to come to Konoha alone? Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Humph, he hardly keeps tabs on me. I told him I wanted to come to Konoha to learn, and he allowed me to go. Since the war, Inoki had softened considerably, recognizing Konoha as a place brimming with talent, especially with exceptional youths like Sakura. He had even grown fond of Sakura, considering her a worthy influence on his granddaughter. How wonderful. Now we can be together every day. You should stay in my new home. Sakura beamed with joy, imagining embracing Otsutsuki. I'm so hungry, Sakura. I haven't tasted your cooking in ages. Can I have a sample of your culinary skills tonight? Otsutsuki said, her cheeks flushed. Of course. What would you like? I can whip something up right away, Sakura replied, heading toward the kitchen, only to be pulled back by Otsutsuki, who intertwined her fingers with Sakura's as they entered together. Sakura felt a rush of warmth as she realized Otsutsuki's boldness. Half an hour later, the kitchen was alive with sizzling sounds. Hiruzen had indeed been thoughtful, ensuring not only cleanliness but also a well-stocked kitchen. Sakura cracked a couple of eggs into the pan, watching as they turned golden under the heat, the yolks soft and runny. She added diced tomatoes, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. The scent wafted into the living room, drawing Otsutsuki's attention. Wow, Sakura, that looks delicious, she exclaimed. Sakura grinned. It smells good, right? And I'll make you some cola chicken wings next. Can cola really be paired with chicken wings? Won't that taste strange? Otsutsuki asked, her curiosity piqued. Sakura playfully tapped Otsutsuki's nose. Of course. Just wait. I guarantee you'll be devouring 3 big bowls of rice today. Haida smiled radiantly. I can't. I need to lose weight. Being too plump is unattractive. Sakura raised the corners of her lips, casting a mischievous glance at Haida's alluring figure, and gently replied. It's all right. A little extra weight is delightful. I actually prefer it, haha. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Haida quickly covered her chest and exclaimed loudly, Sakura, don't look. With that, she clenched her delicate fist and playfully struck Sakura on the head. Ow, that hurts. It really hurts. Sakura grimaced. Oh, please. Stop pretending. It didn't hurt at all. I hardly used any force, Haida retorted, arms crossed, pouting slightly. Just then, a familiar male voice echoed from outside. Sakura, are you home? Is this your new house? It's so spacious. It was Naruto, leaning casually with his hands behind his head, his eyes wide with wonder. As the young boy caught the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, he was astonished by the scene before him. It's you. What are you doing here? He asked, eyeing Haida warily, then glancing back at Sakura, sensing an unusual tension. This will be my home from now on. Why shouldn't I be here? Haida declared, unabashed, her tone a mix of pride and defiance. Really? Is that true, Sakura? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to her. Sakura, lifting a pan filled with scrambled eggs and tomatoes, offered it to him. Yes, it's true. From now on, you should refer to her as Sister Haito. Remember to be polite to guests, okay? Now, take this to the table. Dinner will be served soon. Naruto hesitated. All right. He then shot a slightly jealous glance at Haito. Confused, he pondered why he felt this way, considering Haito was a girl. It simply didn't add up. As the evening progressed, Sakura prepared several of her signature dishes. The table was laden with tantalizing cola chicken wings, steamed base, braised ribs, spicy potato shreds, seaweed egg drop soup, and oil-braised shrimp. Both Naruto and Haida's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm going to dig in. Haida swallowed hard, grabbing a shrimp. The delightful taste burst in her mouth, mingling the fresh flavor of the shrimp with the rich oil, prompting her to devour several more. Wow, Sakura, you truly outdid yourself. This food is incredibly appetizing, Naruto exclaimed, biting into a chicken wing and giving Sakura a thumbs up. Chapter 170. 2 years later, time flies after dinner. Ino and Karen arrived to visit Sakura. Initially surprised to see Haito, their astonishment quickly transformed into the unspoken understanding shared among girls. They knew that tonight there would be one more person sharing the bed. The following 2 years were the happiest of Sakura's life. Surrounded by 3 lovely girls, she juggled missions in the Umbu while diligently completing her homework at night, reveling in nightly festivities. Of course, she also focused on enhancing her physical strength, completing the trials in the Bone Forest and Eroding Bone Lake during this time. She learned the Sage Mode, which had not been mentioned in the original story. Now, the girl's physique resembled a formidable version of a Barbie doll. However, due to her pronounced biceps, which frequently drew Karen's disdain, Sakura would retract her muscles in her everyday form, appearing no different from an average young woman. Meanwhile, some individuals in the shadows grew impatient. beginning to emerge into the light. In a dim cave somewhere in the Rain Village, a shadow flickered at the fingertips of a Buddhist statue. Soon, other shadows appeared. Hiden. Kakuzu. This mission went well. We successfully captured the 2 tails and 4 tails, bringing us one step closer to our Moon Eye plan. A man with pale purple eyes and concentric circular patterns spoke in a low voice. Of course. When encountering Lord Jashin, even the most powerful Jinchuriki stand no chance. Wouldn't you agree, Kakuzu? A wild voice echoed, as the man glanced at a masked figure beside him. I wonder who it was that had their head bitten off by the 2 tails, pitifully begging me for help, the masked man mocked. Hey, Kakuzu. There are so many of us here. Could you show me a little respect? After all, we're comrades, Hiden pouted, feeling frustrated with the man's constant disparagement. Unexpectedly, Hiden and Kakuzu seemed to be getting along better than anticipated. A beautiful woman with light blue hair and a lip ring chimed in, Conan, you look lovely when you smile. You should smile more often. The man wearing a whirlpool mask gazed dreamily at the blue-haired woman. She immediately regained her composure, coldly advising, Obito, you should focus more on honing your ninjutsu. Your current skills are lacking, and no one wants to partner with you. After scanning the other members, it was evident that with Obito's current abilities, he could only do menial tasks within the Akatsuki. No one was willing to team up with him. Deidara Sasori. How is the mission to capture the One Tail going? Pain inquired, glancing at the 2 shadows lurking in the corner of the Buddha statue. It's already been set up. My spies and Tsunade are in place. The infiltration into the Wind Country should proceed smoothly, the stout puppet master replied coldly. Just as expected from you, Sasori. Your reliability is commendable, Obito flattered. Deidara, arms crossed, nonchalantly responded, Sasori, you're amazing, but I'll handle the capture of Gaara myself. Art is an explosion. I want the Kazekage to perish in my masterpiece, The man shot a glance at Sasori, who didn't even acknowledge him, and simply replied coldly, Oh, what do you mean by that, Sasori? Are you underestimating my art? Deidara retorted, his eyes blazing with indignation. Everyone around them remarked, Your ninjutsu is merely a trick. Art is eternal, not a fleeting moment. You don't understand art, Sasori. Spending too much time with puppets has made your mind rather rigid, Deidara quipped, igniting Sasori's irritation. Try saying that again, Sasori challenged, the atmosphere thickening with tension. All right, Sasori, Deidara, you're comrades. You should learn to acknowledge each other. It would benefit our upcoming actions, Pain stated, observing the 2 with exasperation. TCH, Deidara sulked, unwilling to concede. It seems these 2 are as discordant as ever, unlike us. The proud-eyed Kisame remarked, glancing at the silent Itachi. Cough, cough. The man remained unresponsive, merely clearing his throat. Itachi appeared to be in poor health, and Kisame thought to himself that he needed to find something to help him. He mused about how admirable his partner was, yet his frail health was a concern. He wondered how many more years they could spend together. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Tsunade examined a confidential letter, biting her red lip in frustration as she slammed her palm on the table. These bandits are becoming increasingly brazen. The letter in her hand was from the Rock and Cloud villages, reporting the mysterious disappearance of the 2 tails and 4 tails Jinchuriki, allegedly orchestrated by a secret organization known as Akatsuki. This organization had been mentioned by Sakura before, warning her to be particularly vigilant. Initially, Tsunade had dismissed it, as there had been no incidents in the last 2 years, and rumors about Akatsuki were scarce. Now, Tsunade realized that Sakura's foresight had proven accurate. Her pupil was unlike any other, seemingly capable of foreseeing events before they transpired. With this thought, she waved her hand resolutely. 2 ninjas adorned with cat-shaped masks suddenly appeared before them. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? They inquired respectfully. Fetch Sakura and Kakashi, came the command. 10 minutes later, a tall girl wearing a fox mask stood before Tsunade. Master, did you summon me for something? She asked, gazing at Tsunade. Over the past 2 years, Tsunade had been preoccupied with the affairs of Konoha, and her dark circles had intensified, clearly the result of countless late nights. It was likely that her health was suffering as well. Must you still wear a mask when we meet, Sakura? Tsunade asked, her lips curling into a smile as her brows relaxed. It had been a while since she last saw Sakura, who had been diligently undertaking missions and was recently recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding employees in the Umbu, receiving a substantial bonus. However, despite Sakura's already high salary, she still managed to appear rather frugal, as evidenced by her clothes, which hadn't been replaced in 6 months. Tsunade couldn't fathom where all her money had gone. Hee hee, all right, master, Sakura chuckled as she removed her mask. At 17, Sakura had blossomed into a young woman, her stature nearly matching that of Tsunade. Time truly flies, Tsunade thought with a hint of nostalgia. Has Kakashi-sensei not arrived yet? Sakura scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of the silver-haired man. It seemed he was still as he always was. Rumor had it that the latest issue of Ica Paradise had been released last month, and Sakura could easily picture Kakashi leisurely strolling toward the Hokage building while holding the magazine. No, we can discuss matters first. You can relay the information to Kakashi later. Tsunade replied. According to the intelligence you provided earlier, the organization known as Akatsuki has indeed emerged at this juncture, and they have targeted the hosts of the Two Tails and Four Tails. Tsunade handed a confidential letter to Sakura. After reading it, Sakura furrowed her brow, quickly calculating the plot from the original story. Master, the next target of our adversaries should be the One Tail in Tsunade. We must inform them immediately. Given that the Sand Shinobi had maintained amicable relations with Konoha in recent years, Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, could not turn a blind eye to Gaara's potential danger. Tsunade frowned as she continued. Based on your intelligence, the Akatsuki members heading to Tsunade will be the ones known as Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. The former specializes in puppet techniques, while the latter excels in clay and flight techniques. In this case, we should ideally send a long-range combat ninja to assist. Upon finishing her sentence, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Sakura. Understanding her mentor's implication, Sakura adjusted her forehead and said, "All right. It seems I am the only one fit for this task. It's a perfect opportunity to test out the Sage mode I recently mastered. Let us take on those two." Suddenly, Sakura seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Tsunade, whispering, "Master, there's something else I must inform you about regarding the two who captured the Two Tails and Four Tails. They are quite formidable, but I have devised a strategy to deal with them." She pointed to the documents on the table concerning Haiden and Kakazu. These materials had been meticulously compiled by Sakura during her spare time over the past 2 years, containing complete intelligence on each Akatsuki member, their personal weaknesses and techniques, along with various countermeasures. After listening to Sakura's subsequent thoughts, Tsunade nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle these two. They will not return." Her lips curled into a cold smile. The two continued to discuss their future course of action, and as they reached the end of their conversation, a handsome man's figure slowly emerged at the door. His pockets bulged conspicuously, revealing the nature of their contents. Sakura looked exasperated. "Kakashi-sensei, you're late again." The silver-haired man feigned innocence. I apologize. An elderly lady fell on the way. Can't you come up with a fresher excuse?" "You've used that one 800 times," Sakura retorted. Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Believe it or not, now that you're grown, you don't even trust your teacher anymore." Sakura clicked her tongue. "So, Kakashi-sensei, does the latest issue of Ica Paradise contain any risque content? If so, let us watch it together tonight, shall we?" She added a flirtatious wink. Kakashi instantly stiffened. Meanwhile, Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation. "You two focus. We are about to embark on a mission, and you are still behaving like this." She controlled her fists, nearly ready to explode. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sakura quickly cleared her throat and replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Master. I guarantee the mission will be a success." "Mission? What mission?" "I am still in the dark," the silver-haired man replied, feigning confusion and further testing Tsunade's patience. The pressure around Tsunade intensified as she prepared to erupt. Sakura swiftly tugged on Kakashi's arm, urging him to leave. "Let us go, Kakashi-sensei. We need to find Naruto and Sasuke. Our esteemed Hokage has important matters to attend to, and we should not disturb her." As they hurried away, they quickly vanished from sight. On the other side, Tsunade's anger dissipated as she gazed at the documents on Haiden and Kakazu. 3,000 Ryo for Haiden, 3,500 for Asuma. "So you two are after the bounty, are you?" she murmured, a cold smile creeping across her face. A grand performance was about to unfold. Meanwhile, on another side, a blonde boy was enjoying lunch with a dark-haired boy. Their meal today consisted of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto had ordered the Naruto roll, while Sasuke opted for the squid balls. "Sasuke, have you learned any new jutsu recently?" Naruto slurped his noodles while glancing at Sasuke. At 17, the boy had grown significantly taller, now surpassing Sakura. His features had become increasingly handsome, and although he still harbored feelings for Sakura, He no longer acted like a lovesick puppy trailing behind her, proclaiming his affections. And you? Sasuke paused his eating, looking at Naruto. I've been researching a particularly powerful jutsu. Once I master it, I'll show you, Naruto replied proudly. Oh, is that so? I look forward to it, Sasuke replied, curiosity glimmering in his dark eyes. Just then, the plump owner of Ichiraku brought over a sizzling plate of teppanyaki for Sasuke. Here you go, handsome. This is for you, he said. Sasuke blinked in surprise. I didn't order teppanyaki. The owner squinted at a shy girl covering her face in the corner, who had flushed red. This is a gift from my daughter, I am. Well, thank you, your daughter, Sasuke said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Naruto, however, quickly pieced together the situation and glanced between the girl and Sasuke with a teasing grin. Wow. Sasuke, looks like you have a new development. Sasuke waved his hands dismissively. No way. You're overthinking it. I already have a girl I like. Naruto squinted at him with a knowing smile. Alright. But you still remain popular with the ladies, Sasuke. He knew very well who the girl was that Sasuke had always liked. Hey Sasuke, Naruto. I've been looking for you two everywhere. Turns out you're here. A familiar voice called out from a distance. Sakura and Kakashi appeared with their travel bags, waving at the two boys. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. What brings you here? Sasuke took a bite of the teppanyaki before him. Kakashi immediately informed the two about their new mission to the Land of Wind. Another task has arisen, and we are to protect Gaara, the Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Naruto was filled with eagerness. Just then, the stomach of the pink-haired girl began to rumble. Sakura suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten since morning. She glanced at the teppanyaki in Sasuke's hand and swallowed hard. Here, you can have it, Sakura, the dark-haired boy said without a second thought, offering the dish to her. Well then, I shall not hold back. Sakura exclaimed as she took the teppanyaki and began to devour it. It's delicious, she declared with satisfaction. Come on, Sakura, have some of my ramen as well. Eat more, Naruto insisted, moving his large bowl closer to her. However, when Sakura looked into the bowl and saw the remnants of a soft-boiled egg in Naruto's roll, her appetite vanished instantly. Never mind, I think I'll stick with the teppanyaki. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, fine. Meanwhile, Kakashi turned to Naruto and Sasuke, saying, You too, I haven't had lunch either. Why is it that you only care for Sakura and not offer me any food? I must have been too lenient with you. Kakashi pretended to be annoyed. Realizing this, Naruto quickly rummaged through his frog wallet, revealing a good amount of coins, and called out to the owner of Ichiraku, Boss. I'd like 2 more bowls of the same ramen, please. The owner smiled and responded, Sure, just wait 5 minutes, and it will be ready. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it, The man looked at his 3 students, noticing that they were now almost as tall as he was. In just 2 short years, he had watched Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke grow, both physically and mentally, maturing significantly. Especially Naruto, who had shed his previous impulsiveness for a newfound steadiness. As their teacher, he felt a deep sense of pride. After they had eaten their fill, the 4 of them set off towards the gates of Konoha. However, as they approached the gates, they spotted a striking young girl leaning against them, seemingly waiting. Sakura blinked. Otsutsuki, you've come too. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Sakura, I want to join you. Otsutsuki shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking softly. You want to come along, but... Just as Sakura was about to voice her concerns, Otsutsuki interrupted. I know you're on a mission from the 5th Hokage, but I'm not a leaf ninja, so I don't have to follow her orders. Just think of me as a friend coming along, okay? I want to be with you. With a slightly pleading tone. Her voice was sweet and coaxing, softening Sakura's heart. Though the journey to the Land of Wind was perilous, Otsutsuki was more than capable of taking care of herself. Moreover, since the 4th Great Ninja War, relations between the 5 great nations had improved significantly, so taking Otsutsuki along should pose no major issues. Sakura then turned to Kakashi, who merely rolled his eyes. I have no objection, you can decide. Sakura shrugged. Alright then, you can come along, but no wandering off on your own, or I'll send you back. She feigned seriousness to make Otsutsuki aware of the potential dangers. After all, Otsutsuki's nature was quite different from that of Kin and Ino. She was wild and unpredictable. Okay, I promise I won't run off. Otsutsuki exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Sakura, her face flushed with shyness. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged envious glances, wishing they could hold Sakura in a similar manner. Chapter 173, Haiden versus Jiro. The next day, within the borders of the Land of Fire, at the Fire Temple, two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds approached the temple entrance. "Hey, I say, little monk, summon your abbot. We have matters to discuss," called the silver-haired man with a slicked-back hairstyle. "May I ask what business you have with our abbot?" The young monk replied respectfully. "What business?" Haiden paused, tilting his head in contemplation before declaring, "We come to collect a head." The young monk's blue eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly scurried back into the temple. "Haiden, you talk too much. You've just revealed our purpose here," the masked man beside him muttered in discontent. "I say, Kakuya, you should thank me. My presence has simplified things considerably." "Has it not?" Haiden retorted. Kakuzu remained unfazed, coldly responding, "Let us hope you don't end up like last time, needing me to stitch your head back on." "Hey!" Haiden shouted, agitated. "We're comrades, after all. Why do you have to be so harsh? Besides, it's just a bald monk we're dealing with. You can just watch while I handle it alone." He was eager to prove his strength to Kakuzu. "That's what I hope for," Kakuzu replied coolly. Shortly after, a stout, middle-aged monk with thick eyebrows emerged from the temple, dressed in traditional black and white robes, followed by several younger monks. The newcomer's expression was resolute as he addressed the two uninvited guests. "What brings you to our humble temple?" Haiden whistled in excitement. "Wow, that was quick. You've got some guts. We come for your head. I hear it fetches a good price on the black market." At this, Jiro's eyes widened in surprise. However, the astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a subtle smile, as if he had anticipated their arrival. "So, will you be taking your own head, or shall we assist you?" Haiden nonchalantly rested his red scythe on his shoulder. "To desire the head of a monk, I wonder if you possess the capability," Jiro remarked. Addressing the two members of the Akatsuki organization, Haiden and Kakuzu were momentarily stunned. "Kakuzu, how does this monk know our identities?" Haiden exclaimed, bewildered. Kakuzu was equally perplexed. They always operated as a duo, leaving no trace or clues behind. So how did this monk know who they were? "I don't know. But we'll find out once we capture him," Kakuzu replied, unfazed. "All right then, just watch me, Haiden laughed maniacally, leaping forward with his scythe aimed at the group of monks. The 10 or so monks quickly surrounded him, armed with prayer beads and launching shuriken at Haiden, all of which he effortlessly deflected. None of the monks even managed to graze his clothing. "Too slow for you," Haiden sneered. He then swung his scythe with a swift motion, producing a sharp sound as he cut through the air. Soon, all the monks lay on the ground, howling in pain from the wounds inflicted upon them. "How about that, Kakuzu? Isn't my partner impressive?" Haiden boasted, wiping his nose with an air of arrogance as he glanced back at Kakuzu. However, he received no response. "TCH, my proud and stubborn partner." Clearly impressed, yet putting on a facade of indifference, Haiden thought, turning his gaze back to Jiro. "Now it's your turn, big monk." With that, Haiden charged forward once more, swinging his weapon at the leading monk. "Earth release, earth wall," Jiro exclaimed, conjuring a wall of earth to block Haiden's path. "What?" Haiden's pupils dilated in shock. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he swiftly gathered chakra beneath his feet, ascending the earthen wall until he stood atop it. Gazing down at the land below, "Monk, it appears you are not an ordinary individual. I shall take you seriously now. Allow me to recite a death chant for you. Courtesy of the great evil god." He laughed maniacally before leaping off the wall to engage in combat with the land below. Chapter 174. The Hidden Leaf Ninja in the shadows. As the two clashed fiercely, Haiden's expression suddenly grew serious. He hurled his scythe towards the land, gripping the iron chain attached to it. The scythe, maneuvered by the chain, slithered towards the land's face like a venomous serpent. Just as it was about to slice into the side of the land's face, a shuriken flew in from nowhere and deflected it away with a sharp clang. Haiden quickly retracted his scythe, retreating cautiously. "Who was that?" he shouted, casting a glance towards the temple. The ability to deflect his gravity attack in an instant indicated that the person inside was formidable. Kakuzu, standing behind him, sensed the tension and slowly stepped forward. "You designed that scythe with the intention of drawing blood to complete your so-called wicked god ritual, did you not?" A cold, disdainful female voice echoed from within the temple. Gradually, a man and woman emerged from the temple. "Brother Dilu, are you all right?" The middle-aged ninja, sporting a full beard, looked at the monk with concern. "I'm fine, Asuma. Just as you said, these two ruffians wish to claim my head," Dilu replied. Asuma took a drag from his cigarette, squinting as he said, "Heh. If they want the heads of those who protect the 12 Guardian Ninja, they better have the capability to back it up." He cast a casual glance at the two opponents before him. "Asuma, Dilu, you two handle the masked man. I'll deal with this cultist and show him a thing or two." The blonde woman declared coldly, her gaze fixed on Haydn. "Hey, you woman, such arrogance. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? You dare challenge the great evil god alone?" Haydn retorted, flustered by the sudden appearance of so many unfamiliar faces. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the woman's ample bosom, which seemed to dwarf that of Conan by several folds. What kind of nourishment did she indulge in? "I suggest you speak more respectfully to our Hokage, or you might find yourself in dire straits," Asuma warned, scratching his head nervously as he glanced at the blonde woman beside him. He had a premonition that the Akatsuki member before them would soon meet a grim fate. "Hokage?" Haydn's expression faltered. After a moment of bewilderment, he turned to his partner, Kakazu, and asked, "What is going on? Why has even the Hokage of the Leaf come here? Is there a traitor within our organization?" As he spoke, Haydn instinctively took a few steps back. He had heard of the fifth Hokage of the Leaf, rumored to be an exceptionally violent medical kunoichi. Although he was uncertain of her true strength, the mere title of Hokage commanded his respect. "I don't know. Perhaps your flamboyant ways have drawn attention," Kakuzu replied, his tone laced with reproach. "It seems the situation is becoming increasingly troublesome." Haydn cast a glance at the woman's impressive figure. "Seriously, how can someone be that large? Boy, you dare to stare again, and I will pluck your eyes out," Tsunade warned, her fierce gaze directed at Haydn. As Kakuzu spoke, he too couldn't help but steal a glance at Tsunade's assets. "Asuma, Dilu, are you ready?" "Let us begin," Tsunade said, glancing at the two men beside her. With the intelligence provided by Sakura, coupled with Dilu's own abilities, overcoming Kakuzu should not pose a significant challenge. "We are ready, Lady Hokage," both Dilu and Asuma replied in unison. The blonde woman nodded. "Then let us strike together and give them a thorough thrashing." With that, she brandished her kunai and charged towards Haydn, while Dilu and Asuma squared off against Kakazu. Chapter 175. Tsunade vs. Haydn. With a resounding clash, Tsunade's kunai met Haydn's ferocious scythe strike. Haydn was taken aback. This woman possessed an incredible strength. To withstand his violent blow with merely a kunai was astonishing. In their standoff, Tsunade's kunai began to push back against him, and he realized he was at a disadvantage. Tsunade smirked. "Is this the best the Akatsuki has to offer? It seems your abilities are limited to stealing blood. You lack any other noteworthy skills." As she spoke, her free hand gathered blue chakra, launching a powerful strike towards Haydn's forehead. With no choice but to retract his scythe, Haydn leaped back just in time to avoid the blow. The ground erupted with a deafening roar as Tsunade's punch shattered it beneath her. What kind of terrifying power is this?" Haydn's eyes widened in astonishment. If he were to be struck by that fist, he would either die or be left crippled. This woman was formidable, stronger than many he had previously encountered, truly worthy of her title. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, the joints making a satisfying sound as she approached Haydn with graceful confidence. The diamond mark on her forehead began to glow with blue light, soon spreading purple patterns across her temples and extending throughout her body. She glanced over at Asuma and Dilu, who were fiercely engaged in battle. The masked man appeared to be a tough opponent, and Tsunade knew she needed to resolve her conflict swiftly to assist Asuma. "What is that?" Haydn murmured, observing the peculiar curse mark on Tsunade. In a sudden burst, Tsunade produced 3 kunai from her pocket, launching them like arrows of a tempest towards Haydn's face. So fast, Haydn thought, realizing her strength and speed had seemingly increased. Was it the effect of that special curse mark? As he pondered, he raised his scythe to block the incoming kunai, but before he could react, Tsunade had already appeared behind him. "Prepare to die," she yelled, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Haydn instantly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. A mere shadow clone. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Where was his true form? Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out from above. "Ah, what does it matter if you are the 5th Hokage? You were fooled by my clone." Haydn cackled as he charged towards Tsunade, scythe raised high. With a dismissive snort, Tsunade slammed her hand against the ground, lifting a chunk of earth to block Haydn's strike above her head. What an unusual method of defense, Haydn thought, bewildered. This was the first time he had witnessed someone defend in such a manner. It made no sense whatsoever. Taking advantage of the moment, Tsunade utilized the shadow clone technique. her true self springing forth from beneath the earth. Biting her finger, she slammed her palm against the ground. Summoning jutsu, come forth, slug. A massive slug descended from the sky, its size overwhelming. Crush him, slug, Tsunade commanded. This technique, conceived by Sakura, was humorously dubbed the slug drop technique by her. Tsunade found the name rather unappealing, yet it was undeniably effective. How could she summon such a colossal creature? Haiden thought, astonished. As he gazed upward at a colossal, caterpillar-like creature plummeting towards him, Fadewan felt a chill run down his spine. His legs seemed to turn to oil as he hastily fled as far as possible. With a resounding thud, the slug's corpulent body crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of Kakuzu and Asuma nearby. What's the matter, Fadewan? Can't you handle her? Kakuzu remarked while unleashing his fire technique. Why don't you give it a try? This woman possesses strength surpassing that of a tailed beast. And what on earth is that slippery summoning beast? It looks utterly revolting. Fadewan rolled his eyes in rebuttal. Lady Tsunade, it seems you are in a bit of trouble. Do you require my assistance? The slug swayed its head slowly, addressing Tsunade with a gentle tone. Tsunade, you use acid to restrain her and divert her attention. I'll take care of the rest, Tsunade instructed, casting a glance at Fadewan. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug nodded obediently, puffing its cheeks before preparing to spew acid at Fadewan. Chapter 176. The Cursed Formation and the Undying Body. A thick mass of yellow-green phlegm hurtled towards Fadewan. Frowning, he dodged left and right. But the phlegm splattered on the ground, instantly releasing plumes of white smoke. What a disgusting long worm, Fadewan complained, covering his nose. The slug, incensed by his words, retorted with a furious tone, You're the long worm. Your entire family are long worms. My name is Slug. Following this outburst, it launched another barrage of phlegm at him. Leaping onto the slug's back, Fadewan grinned. Regardless of whether you are a long worm or a slug, you shall perish today under the curse of my lord, evil god. With that, he swung his scythe downwards. With a squelching sound, the scythe sank into the slug's soft, white flesh. What? A sense of dread washed over Fadewan as an odd sensation coursed through him. Normally, a severely wounded summoning beast would dissipate into white smoke. Yet this slug seemed unfazed. Are you merely scratching my back, boy? The slug mocked from beneath him. Meanwhile, the white flesh of the slug began to spread rapidly towards the scythe, attempting to engulf it. Now's my chance. Tsunade, seizing the moment, dashed to Fadewan's side while he struggled to extract his scythe. With a powerful punch, she struck him mercilessly on the forehead. Fadewan cried out as he was forcefully slammed to the ground, finally managing to pull out his scythe. Let me give you another kick. Tsunade pursued him, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, appearing lifeless. Don't play dead, Tsunade coldly remarked, observing him on the ground. Fadewan grimaced, slowly opening his eyes. How much information does Konoha possess? Why do they even know about my undying body? He muttered, struggling to rise. I'll behead you soon enough and see if you truly remain alive, Tsunade replied, arms crossed, eyeing him. You've thoroughly enraged me, woman. The Lord Evil God will not forgive you, you wretched being. Fadewan's fury transformed his expression into a grotesque mask. At that moment, the slug and Tsunade advanced, flanking him on either side. Attempting to leap away, Fadewan was thwarted by Tsunade's explosive tags, forcing him back. Do you think I'm out of options? Fadewan sneered, his gaze fixed on the approaching blonde woman. With a wicked grin, he hurled his scythe towards her face. Thud! Tsunade swiftly intercepted it with a kunai. However, Fadewan manipulated the chain, retracting the scythe and aiming for her abdomen. What? Tsunade frowned, realizing the scythe was indeed as agile as the intelligence had indicated. She leaped back, but her arm was still grazed by the blade. Fadewan, exhilarated, swiftly withdrew his scythe, laughing maniacally. Next, the Lord Evil God shall commence judgment upon you, woman. Tsunade scoffed. Do you think you're the only one with an undying body, you perverse fiend? With a sinister grin, Fadewan licked the blood from his blade and began to inscribe his so-called cursed formation with his feet. Tsunade crossed her arms, ready to utilize his cursed formation to demonstrate her prowess, as he was oblivious to her mastery of the Byakugan technique. Now let us put on a show, shall we? Chapter 177. Kakuzu driven to desperation before long, Fadewan completed the red cursed formation on the ground, his eyes gleaming with malevolence as he regarded Tsunade. Filled with the thrill of the hunt. Woman, I will make you understand that angering me has dire consequences. Is that so? Then let us see who lives and who dies, Tsunade replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she raised her fists and charged once more. Fadewan brandished a slender black dagger, plunging it into his right arm. Blood sprayed forth. The blonde woman bit her lip, a bit painful, but nothing excessive. Unfazed, she barreled forward, delivering a powerful punch straight to his forehead, sending him and his weapon flying outside the cursed formation. What? She unscathed. Fadewan stared in disbelief at his nearly severed arm, astonished by the fifth Hokage's resilience. Tsunade, maintaining her composure, flexed her fists as the wounds on her arm healed at a visible pace. Are you merely scratching my back, man? It's that purple cursed mark. Fadewan realized, observing the marks adorning Tsunade's body. This woman possessed the ability to heal her wounds without hand seals, akin to his own undying body. Only now do you grasp it, but it's too late. Tsunade smirked as she approached the circular formation, delivering a powerful blow that shattered it into pieces. Without this circular formation, what can you do now? You. Fadewan's pupils constricted. This woman knew all his secrets. Yet before he could react, Tsunade had already flashed to his side, his chakra nearly depleted from their earlier skirmish, while her Byakugan granted her an abundance of chakra. In the next instant, after a shrill scream, Fadewan was hammered into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Tsunade decisively severed his head, holding it aloft like a trophy. You wretched woman. What do you intend to do? The severed head glared at Tsunade, continuing to curse. What do you think? I intend to feed your head to my slug. Tsunade called out to the slug nearby. I'm sending you a little snack. Catch it. With that, she gracefully tossed the head in the slug's direction. The slug eyed the head with disdain, pouting, Lady Tsunade, you haven't summoned me in ages. Is this the best you can do after finally calling me? A filthy thing like this. Humph. However, the slug dared not defy Tsunade's command and reluctantly opened its mouth wide. Fadewan panicked. No, don't. The Lord, evil God, will curse you. You, wretched woman, with such a large chest, no one will dare marry you in the future. Ah, wretched woman, wretched woman. Hearing this, Tsunade's temple throbbed with fury. With a soft squelch, the slug bit into the head, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, it let out a foul fart. You claim not to like it, yet you are quite the hypocrite, the blonde woman remarked while glancing at Asuma and his companions, who were still entangled in battle. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of wind, fire, lightning, and water, with monstrous entities wreaking havoc. Even as the combined forces of the land and Asuma struggled, they found themselves hard-pressed. Slug, come with me to teach that old man a lesson. Tsunade glanced at Kakuzu's true form. According to Sakura, this old geezer was as old as her grandfather and had the fortune of sparring with him. It was uncertain whether he had stealthily thrown a shuriken from 800 miles away or had employed a seduction technique on her grandfather. Otherwise, how could he still be alive to this day? All right, Lady Tsunade. The slug, still feeling nauseous from swallowing Haiden's head, swallowed hard and twisted its body towards Haiden's true form. Sticky, acidic tongue. Its yellow, viscous saliva surged towards Kakuzu's true body. Old man, take this punch. Tsunade followed closely behind. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden's corpse not far away. It wasn't that he didn't want to assist Haiden. Rather, he had found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the two elite leaf ninjas and could not spare any energy to aid Haiden. The fifth Hokage before him was even stronger than he had anticipated. She was clearly no ordinary medical ninja. That raw power was truly intimidating. It was no wonder Haiden had fallen to this woman. Faced with the agile onslaught of Tsunade and the slug, Kakuzu could only continuously retreat and evade. Old man, is running away your only option? Tsunade teased, twisting her neck. If I don't run, should I just wait to be punched by you? Kakuzu replied, somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, Asuma, utilizing fire release, ash pile burning, glanced towards Tsunade's direction and couldn't help but express his admiration. As expected of Lady Tsunade, she quickly dealt with one of the Akatsuki members. We can't lag behind, Asuma. Otherwise, we'll be looked down upon by the fifth Hokage. Izumo encouraged Asuma while repelling the incoming lightning release. Earth grudge fear. Brother Izumo, this suddenly reminds me of our days as guardian ninjas. Youth truly is fleeting. Asuma's mind was filled with memories. Unlike Guy, he did not believe he was in the prime of his youth. Rather, he cherished the passionate days of his younger years, which he missed dearly. Time is indeed a peculiar thing. Indeed, Asuma. I still remember the missions where we sneaked out to hunt rabbits and grill fish. Oh, how we were punished by the leader for wandering off. Izumo squinted, chuckling. Hey, you two. Are you still chatting? Hurry up. Once we finish these guys, I need to return to paperwork. Tsunade thought of the mountain of documents awaiting her in the office, her head nearly spinning. Asuma and Izumo fell silent. At that moment, the water release and wind release, Earth Grudge Fear, had been dispatched. Kakuzu was being cornered by Tsunade, and with the combined assault of the woman and the summoned beast, he was at a disadvantage. Kakuzu gritted his teeth and pressed on, swiftly splitting his arms, which were flung towards Tsunade and the slug. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. Just as Kakuzu's arm was about to grasp her neck, she seized the incoming limb, much like she had done with Orochimaru, and yanked Kakuzu towards her. What? Kakuzu's pupils dilated. The woman's strength was absurd. His body was pulled forward as if it were a lead ball. Tsunade quickly extended her fist, landing another blow to Kakuzu's face. This punch, charged with sufficient chakra, soon dismantled him. It was equivalent to 8 of Kakashi's Chidori. As she gazed at Kaku, whose limbs flailed helplessly on the ground, Tsunade let out a long sigh. At that moment, the 3 Earth Grudge-feared creatures, sensing their master's defeat, immediately ceased their movements. They paused momentarily before retreating towards the shattered form of Kakuzu. Soon, Kakuzu's body was reassembled through the fusion of the 3 creatures, transforming him into a long-haired monster with black threads spewing from his mouth. Chapter 178. Eavesdropping on malicious words. Oh, is he back again? Asuma bit down on his cigarette, astonished by the spectacle before him. He appeared to be rather formidable. What should we do next? Izumo naturally looked towards Tsunade. Tsunade pursed her lips. What else is there to do? We tackle him head on. The blonde woman clearly had no regard for this grotesque entity. You leaf ninjas are utterly unforgivable. I shall extract your hearts to compensate for the 2 I have lost. Kakuzu, his mouth entangled with thick strands of hair, glared resentfully at the 2 shattered Earth Grudge-feared creatures not far away. I say, you two, come here. Tsunade motioned to Izumo and Asuma with a glance, pointing to her chest. Asuma, somewhat bashful, leaned closer, his face flushed with an unexpected shyness. Izumo, equally bewildered, leaned in as well. The 2 large men found themselves with their heads near Tsunade's chest, inhaling her scent. The atmosphere became rather ambiguous, unaware of the subtlety. Tsunade earnestly whispered instructions to the 2. In a moment, you will do this, and then I will do that, and then you will do this, and then I will do that, and the slug will do this. Her voice was too soft for Kakuzu to discern her words. He could only grit his teeth in frustration, unwilling to act rashly, knowing full well the strength of the 3 before him. All right, Lady Tsunade, we will follow your instructions. Asuma nodded vigorously, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Tsunade's chest. Meanwhile, Izumo constantly reminded himself to maintain his vows as a monk, resisting temptation. Truly, as the Hokage, her battlefield experience was unparalleled. This strategy was nothing short of flawless. Perhaps with a series of coordinated attacks, the opponent would be overwhelmed. Izumo gazed at Tsunade's formidable physique, genuinely praising her. Are you not planning to take action? I do not enjoy waiting for others. If that is the case, I shall make my move. Kakuzu, unable to restrain himself, swiftly lunged towards the trio, black threads swirling around him. Izumo, Asuma now? Tsunade barked, and the 2 men quickly formed a line, simultaneously adopting the Amida Buddha gesture. Welcome. 1,000 hands kill. Multiplied by 2. Tsunade extended her hands, striking the backs of both men, infusing them with blue chakra enhanced by her Byakugo technique. Instantly, countless furious figures of the King of Hell emerged behind them, thousands of golden fists hurtling towards the oncoming Kakuzu. With Tsunade's immense chakra bolstering their strength, Asuma and Izumo felt invigorated, far beyond just a little. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fists, like a tempest, engulfed the monstrous fire technique spewed by Kaku, crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. Following a cacophony of screams, Kakuzu's battered form collapsed to the ground. Finally, the slug devoured him as if it were a mere snack, completing the harvest. This one was even less palatable than the last. Lady Tsunade, the slug released 3 more foul farts and let out a burp. Enough of your fussing. Your task is complete. Now return, Tsunade declared, arms crossed with satisfaction. The slug couldn't help but sigh. acknowledging that Sakura's attitude was indeed commendable. She would occasionally treat herself to some spicy snacks. Unlike this woman, who had a fiery temper, and to make matters worse, she did not dare to voice any complaints. With a huff, she transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished from the spot. Tsunade, oh Tsunade, how delightful it is. I wish for another round, Asuma mused, still basking in the soothing effects of Tsunade's healing technique. In that fleeting moment, he felt like a true man. Tsunade's lips twitched. Would you care to repeat what you just said? At this moment, the black curse mark on the woman slowly dissipated, having consumed a fair amount of her chakra. She would need to replenish herself adequately, at least 30 bowls of rice and 5 large hams. Ah, ha ha ha. I apologize, Lady Tsunade. I misspoke, Asuma stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. He had narrowly avoided a dire fate. He owed a great deal to Tsunade. Had it not been for the intelligence provided by her, he would have surely met his end at the hands of those 2 Akatsuki members. Dilu gazed at the woman before him with gratitude. No need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards my little apprentice, Sakura Haruno. She provided all the intelligence, Tsunade remarked, her tone laced with unreserved praise for Sakura. Sakura Haruno, Dilu recalled the name. She was the famed pink-haired powerhouse from the 4th Great Ninja War, known as the Pink Flash, a title that resonated throughout the ninja world. Achoo. Meanwhile, Sakura sneezed 3 times in succession, likely due to someone speaking ill of her from behind. Having just arrived in the Land of Wind with Team 7, she took a hearty sip of the hot tea she held. It was nearing evening, and the sky outside was darkening. In the Land of Wind, nighttime brought forth a myriad of mysterious creatures in the desert. Just the previous day, Sakura had caught 2 large black scorpions to roast, and to her surprise, they were far tastier than the food from Tsunade, brimming with protein. As expected, the Akatsuki members were soon to arrive, and at that moment, Gaara had already assumed the role of Kazekage in Tsunade. With absolute trust in Sakura, Gaara believed whatever she said. Consequently, the defenses in Tsunade were exceptionally tight, vigilant against a handsome, explosive artist. Rumor had it that this artist had a companion who operated a sewing machine within a puppet. Bored, Sakura flipped open the latest issue of Intimate Paradise, which featured a rather risque love story between a married woman and a repairman. This edition was significantly more provocative than previous ones. Chapter 179, The Art Student's Surprise Attack on Tsunade. At a critical moment in the story, the girl couldn't help but reflect on how Jiraiya had become increasingly audacious, daring to pen such vulgar content. Countless young men would undoubtedly be secretly indulging in Intimate Paradise at night. What a pity. Just as Sakura was engrossed in reading, a crisp knock echoed from the door. Come in. As the door swung open, the pink-haired girl quickly shoved the magazine beneath her sheets. A handsome youth with fiery red hair entered, stepping lightly. Gaara, what brings you here so late? Sakura inquired, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. The young man hesitated. Although he was now the 5th Kazekage, the girl before him still referred to him in an unchanged manner. Unlike others, who greeted him with utmost reverence, he found solace in Sakura's friendly demeanor, which did not distance itself due to his status. I came to discuss something with you, he said, approaching and taking a seat on a nearby wooden bench. What is it? Sakura thought to herself, bemused that he had chosen this moment, just as she was reaching the climax of her reading. Thankfully, she hadn't disrobed, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. About those 2 Akatsuki members you mentioned, there are also 2 undercover agents in our Tsunade who are Jonin. Could you provide their names so we can prepare in advance? Huh, their names? Sakura paused, struggling to recall the names of the 2 subordinates of Sasori from the original story who were undercover in Tsunade. It had been far too long, and she couldn't blame herself for forgetting. All she remembered was that both men were rather unattractive. What if I say I don't know their names? She replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. You don't know? Gaara blinked in surprise, taken aback by her response. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from outside, resonating through the air and causing Sakura's eardrums to ache. They're here. Sakura's lips curled into a smile as she turned to Gaara. Gaara's pupils constricted, immediately understanding her implication. The 2 shared a tacit understanding as they leapt out of the window. In the skies above Tsunade, a golden-haired man with an air of arrogance rode atop a flying white bird, surveying the village below. He was puzzled, as he had taken great care to remain discreet. Yet the Tsunade ninjas had discovered him prematurely. The earlier explosion was triggered by his explosive clay, intended to counter the projectiles aimed at him by the Tsunade ninjas. Deidara, it really is you. Sakura was right. A graceful black-haired girl soared down from the rooftop, drawn by the sound of the explosion. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her long-lost senior, Deidara. Kuratsuchi, what are you doing here? Deidara asked, surprised by the sight of the long-legged girl, whose legs had grown increasingly alluring over the years. Yet, compared to his own artistry, they still paled in comparison. Deidara, I advise you to give up. Capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki is impossible. You are now surrounded by Tsunade ninjas. Kuratsuchi urged him earnestly, ignoring his query. Deidara paused, puzzled by her words. However, he could clearly see that his route had been preemptively anticipated by the Tsunade ninjas, which indicated that they had prepared for his arrival. Could it be that there was a traitor within the Akatsuki, or had Sasori's two subordinates defected? Deidara found himself in a quandary. Certain that the two undercover ninjas had betrayed him, Sasori was truly unreliable. While he pondered, two youngsters, one pink-haired and one red-haired, flew into the sky, encircling Deidara. Hey, explosive brat from the Iwa ninja village, surrender now. You have no way out, Sakura teased, standing atop a rising column of water with her arms crossed. Who are you? Deidara eyed the pink-haired girl, feeling an ominous premonition. I am your grandmother, Sakura Haruno, she replied, stretching leisurely. Given Deidara's current strength, he could hardly withstand the combined assault of her and Gaara. Deidara's expression darkened, but upon hearing the name Sakura Haruno, he was momentarily taken aback. This girl was the renowned Pink Flash from the Fourth Great Ninja War. She appeared to be just a 16 or 17-year-old girl, yet she dared to be so brazen. Heh, I've heard of you, the violent woman from Konoha. Others may fear you, but I do not. Deidara swallowed hard. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of apprehension. This girl was said to have defeated the Reikage and the Eight-Tails, and she had already given Itachi and Kisame a run for their money 3 years prior. Her prowess was not to be underestimated. Oh, what? Do you want to test that? I could make you call me great-grandmother if you wish, Sakura replied lightly, sizing up Deidara. Then let us see. As Deidara spoke, he extended his right hand. The palm of his hand flickered, swiftly unleashing a soaring white bird. The bird was agile, darting fiercely towards Sakura. Be careful, that's my brother Deidara's explosive clay. Its power is formidable. Kuratsuchi warned Sakura, her beautiful eyes widening slightly with concern. Yet, Sakura remained unfazed, lifting one hand as she began to gather a translucent, gleaming water kunai, which promptly disintegrated into numerous transparent diamond-shaped spikes. Surrounding the spikes was a crackling blue lightning, and as if it had detected a target, they shot towards the oncoming white bird. Soon, the once menacing creature was rendered utterly powerless. Deidara snorted dismissively, huh? Do you think mere water techniques can suppress my clay? He raised 2 fingers and shouted, aiming to detonate the white bird. However, after a moment of anticipation, the bird remained inert, suspended briefly in midair before plummeting to the ground like a lead weight. Did you truly think I relied solely on water techniques? Silly fool, Sakura teased, suppressing her impulse to burst into laughter. Deidara's expression faltered, surprise evident in his voice. What? Is that so? Indeed, Deidara, lightning techniques are also within my expertise, Sakura replied. Kuratsuchi cast a sympathetic glance at her senior, her admiration for Sakura growing. She was aware that her brother was particularly vulnerable to lightning techniques. It appeared that this battle would not end well for Deidara. Chapter 180. Could it possibly be related to the defected ninja Orochimaru? Try this. Deidara continued to mold clay, and countless white butterflies emerged from his palm, swarming towards Sakura. Activating her system skill, she summoned her mind's web. In an instant, countless blue threads enveloped her, tracking the white butterflies with precision. The onlookers were bewildered. Had she just performed a hand seal? One of the sand ninjas gaped in astonishment at the butterflies suspended in midair. It seems she didn't perform any hand seals. Another chubby sand ninja remarked, equally surprised. This Konoha girl is remarkably strong. Indeed, it's fortunate she's our ally. If she were an enemy, it would be truly terrifying, the 2 sand jonin thought, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, Gaara, observing from the sidelines, gazed intently at the girl, recognizing that anything was possible with her presence. What was that jutsu you just used? Deidara asked incredulously. Would you like to know? Just call me Grandma. And I'll tell you, Sakura teased as she conjured 3 lightning-infused water kunai, aiming them at Deidara. ready to unleash them. You. Deidara seethed with rage, feeling belittled for the first time in front of this yellow-haired girl. The kunai whistled through the air at blinding speed, too swift for the naked eye to follow. Deidara barely managed to maneuver the white bird beneath him to evade them, but a few strands of his golden hair were severed, cascading down like autumn leaves. Sand coffin. Gaara seized the opportunity, directing a sand claw towards Deidara's right arm. Caught off guard, Deidara was ensnared by the shifting sands, and with a forceful tug, Gaara wrenched his arm from its socket. Blood cascaded from the wound, and Deidara stumbled backward, clutching his injury. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tsunade, an exceptionally unattractive puppet waited impatiently. Deidara has caused quite a stir. It seems his secret infiltration has failed. The voice of Sasori echoed from within the puppet. He had previously advised Deidara to bring more explosive clay, but Deidara had disregarded his counsel. Should the operation fail, all responsibility would fall squarely on Deidara's shoulders. As a gust of wind swept through, sand and dust billowed from the narrow passage at the village's entrance. Two masked sand jonin appeared behind the swirling debris. You've arrived. What is the situation inside? Sasori inquired, his tone cold. Sasori-sama, Deidara has been exposed and is currently engaged in battle with the Kazekage. The situation is not looking favorable. One of the sand jonin reported respectfully. Not looking favorable? Is the one-tailed Jinchuriki truly that powerful? Deidara's so-called explosive art should not be so ineffective, Sasori mused, though there was a hint of surprise in his voice. He understood Deidara's capabilities. While he was somewhat inferior to Sasori, he shouldn't be overwhelmed so easily. The main issue lies with a Konoha reinforcement. That girl, Haruno Sakura, is proving to be quite troublesome, the other brown-haired operative explained. Haruno Sakura? Sasori was taken aback, puzzled as to why a Konoha ninja would be present in Tsunade at this time. Was it mere coincidence, or had Akatsuki's operation been leaked? Ah, that genius girl. With her involvement, Deidara is undoubtedly in peril. After observing the battle for a moment, the operative reported, that girl has been toying with Deidara. Sasori's expression shifted as an unsettling feeling washed over him. Though his relationship with Deidara was far from close, they had shared many years as comrades. Should Deidara perish, Akatsuki would require a new partner for him, a prospect Sasori found rather bothersome. Just as he contemplated whether to assist Deidara, 3 shurikens suddenly hurtled towards the two operatives. What? The 2 undercover ninjas swiftly leaped to the sides. Lightning release, Chidori, spiraling sphere. Before they could react, a dark-haired boy and a blonde boy materialized behind them. Their signature techniques infused with potent chakra aimed directly at their chests. The searing pain of the impact surged through them. The 2 boys exchanged satisfied glances as they retracted their hands. Well done, Naruto and Sasuke. Your coordination is becoming increasingly seamless, a silver-haired, masked figure strolled forward with one hand in his pocket. Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha. Sasori stared at the fallen operatives, confusion etched across his face. Kakashi-sensei, how is it that everyone knows your name? Sakura was right. You truly are a celebrity, Naruto grinned, scratching his head. Naruto, focus. This is no time for jokes. Sasuke admonished, drawing a kunai as he braced for battle. Kakashi's sharp gaze darted towards the formidable puppet before them. This individual is quite powerful. It appears Sakura's predictions were spot on. Another member of Akatsuki is indeed here to rendezvous. As Sasori's mind raced, he pondered the failure of their plan and who amongst Akatsuki might be a traitor. How had their operation been so thoroughly compromised? Could it be connected to the defector? Orochimaru? A torrent of questions flooded his thoughts. Before he could formulate a response, the prince had already executed a shadow clone jutsu, charging once more at Sasori with a spiraling sphere in hand. Is he really going to rush in without a second thought? This boy certainly has audacity. Scorpion let out a cold laugh, and the tail of the scarlet flow tiger immediately arched upwards, activating mechanisms on both sides, unleashing countless poisoned shurikens towards Naruto. Naruto, be careful, Kakashi exclaimed, taking a deep breath and slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall adorned with a dog's head erupted from the ground, successfully blocking the barrage of hidden weapons. Phew, I made it just in time. Kakashi sighed in relief, reflecting on Naruto's reckless nature. I told you, Naruto. Could you perhaps be a bit calmer? We're dealing with the Akatsuki. After all, they're not easy opponents. Kakashi couldn't help but criticize. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I got impulsive again. Naruto scratched his head, apologetically. Humph. Kid, If it weren't for your teacher, you'd already be dead. Scorpion sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the brash youth before him. At that moment, a blue figure flashed overhead, a black-haired boy manipulating Chidori, aiming for the top of the scarlet flow tiger. With a crackle of thunder, the blue Chidori elongated, seemingly on the verge of striking true. Good job, Sasuke. Kakashi praised internally, recognizing that Sasuke's tactical intelligence surpassed Naruto's. However, in the next instant, the top of the scarlet flow tiger exploded open, and dozens of mechanisms activated, launching a multitude of shurikens towards Sasuke, who was leaping in. With a smirk, the black-haired boy retorted, "You think such feeble weapons can harm me? Fire release, great fireball technique." He pinched his nose and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the incoming shurikens, engulfing them in smoke. Chapter 181. The Three Masters and Disciples versus Scorpion of the Red Sand. The flames quickly consumed the hidden weapons, and seizing the opportunity, Sasuke tightened his grip on the Chidori he had gathered in his palm, striking fiercely at the top of the scarlet flow tiger. In a mere moment, the once sturdy puppet's exterior shattered, scattering armor across the ground. From within the scarlet flow tiger, a shadow draped in a black robe adorned with red clouds sprang forth. The newcomer, with striking red hair, paused momentarily before slowly turning around. At that instant, Kakashi and his companions swallowed hard, finally about to witness the true face of the puppeteer. A sense of inexplicable excitement washed over them. I didn't expect a young brat from Konoha to possess such destructive power, Scorpion remarked, casually brushing back a strand of his crimson hair. So young, Kakashi thought, momentarily taken aback by the man before him, whose youthful visage suggested he was barely in his 20s. He joined the Akatsuki at such a young age? Meanwhile, Naruto marveled at the stranger's exceptional looks. Sasuke, this guy seems even more handsome than you, he exclaimed. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Handsome? Can that fill your stomach? All right, fair point, Naruto replied, ruffling his hair. Meanwhile, Scorpion narrowed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air outside. He had felt stifled within the confines of the scarlet flow tiger for days. It was about time to see the outside world and eliminate a few people. Unable to capture a Jinchuriki, he could at least seize a popular ninja. Kakashi Hatake of Konoha would surely please Pain, and perhaps he could exchange him for some monetary gain to repair the damaged scarlet flow tiger. As he pondered this, Scorpion retrieved a scroll from his back. Unfurling it, a plume of white smoke revealed the third Kazekage puppet before everyone. Naruto, Sasuke, be cautious. That puppet seems formidable, Kakashi warned, already activating his Sharingan. His red pupils spun rapidly, intent on deciphering Scorpion's movements during the impending battle. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. I'll use Shadow Clone technique to probe his tactics, Naruto declared, forming hand seals without a second thought. Instantly, hundreds of yellow-haired clones filled the battlefield. Kakashi sighed. Exasperated, this kid always resorts to the same trick. However, given the current situation, luring the enemy with shadow clones was indeed a viable strategy, albeit one that consumed considerable chakra. Yet, such concerns would only trouble Kakashi himself. As for the exuberant youth, he believed his worries were unfounded. Akatsuki, take this. Multiply by n. Countless yellow-haired clones surged forward, throwing punches at the third Kazekage puppet. Scorpion snorted derisively. Humph, foolish child, no matter how many you are, it will be futile against my puppets. With that thought, he deftly manipulated his fingers, and the third Kazekage responded by conjuring black sand iron. The sand iron swiftly transformed into thousands of needle-like projectiles, targeting the advancing clones. Magnet release, sand iron rain. The needle-like sand iron locked onto its targets with blinding speed, propelled by fierce winds towards Naruto's clones. In a matter of moments, the once vibrant clones were struck down, dissipating into white smoke one by one. As their numbers dwindled and the relentless assault continued, Kakashi observed Naruto's feigned attack, reflecting, this magnet release seems even more troublesome than Gaara's sand techniques. Sasuke, let's flank him from behind and attack the puppeteer, Kakashi instructed, casting a glance at Sasuke nearby. Sasuke understood his teacher's intention. When a puppeteer commands their puppet, their focus is entirely on it, leaving their own body vulnerable. If they could strike the puppeteer, the puppet technique would fall apart on its own. Exchanging glances, the master and disciple synchronized their movements, taking advantage of Naruto's clones still serving as living targets. They leaped to flank the puppeteer from behind, each wielding a Chidori aimed at Scorpion's body. You truly underestimated me, Thinking you could employ tactics meant for ordinary puppeteers against me, Scorpion remarked, noticing the duo's approach. With a cold snort, he activated mechanisms on both sides of his body. With a creaking sound, two narrow wooden tubes emerged, aimed directly at the advancing pair. In the next instant, the tubes erupted with raging flames, forcing the duo to retreat once more. Goodness, this guy has turned his own body into a puppet. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished by Scorpion's ruthlessness. Truly, as a member of the Akatsuki, he was a puppet through and through, a complete anomaly. No wonder he appeared so youthful. It seemed he had long since ceased to be an ordinary person. At that moment, memories of encountering Orochimaru in the Forest of Death resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. This creature before him bore a striking resemblance to that sinister figure. It appeared that the ensuing battle would be a drawn-out struggle. Kakashi swallowed hard, observing the dwindling number of Naruto's clones, muttering with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 182, Magnet Release, Third Kazekage. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, Deidara found himself cornered by the combined onslaught of Sakura and Gaara. Sakura wielded a water whip, measuring a staggering 10 meters in width, mercilessly dismantling the clay creatures Deidara had crafted, which resembled neither chicken nor pig nor rabbit, rendering them unrecognizable. Gaara controlled the sand, catching the falling clay fragments that were on the verge of exploding. Deidara gritted his teeth, glaring at the water whip in Sakura's hands, tracing the wound on his face inflicted by her earlier strike. He felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet found himself utterly powerless. His explosive clay had been thoroughly countered by this pink-haired girl. What's it going to be, our artistic friend? Still refusing to surrender? Be careful. You might find yourself with no place to rest in death, Sakura taunted, brandishing her whip, elegantly soaring through the air with the support of the water columns beneath her. To think you could make me surrender. What an amusing thought, Deidara retorted. Deidara gritted his teeth, regretting that he hadn't brought his C1, C2, C3, or C4 along. Otherwise, he might have been able to hold out a little longer. In the current predicament, his only option was to make a hasty retreat. Clutching his injured right arm, he bore the pain and prepared to flee towards the village entrance. Stepping on his white bird. Not good. He's trying to escape. The spectators, the sand shinobi, shouted in alarm, pointing towards the sky where Deidara was. Oh dear. My poor artist, reduced to fleeing like this. Whatever happened to that reckless spirit he had when he fought alongside the second pillar? Sakura shook her head in disappointment, then opened her mouth wide, directing a powerful inhalation towards Deidara's fleeing form. Wind release, reversal of breath technique. With her fierce shout, a tremendous suction force erupted from Sakura's mouth, targeting Deidara and pulling him, along with his bird, back towards her. What is happening? Deidara's scalp tingled as he felt his body being uncontrollably drawn backwards. Soon, he was completely ensnared by Sakura's lightning water dragon whip, rendering him immobile. The whip coiled around him, nullifying his ninjutsu. All he felt was a tingling numbness enveloping his body, and then Sakura raised her hand, sending him crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. The onlookers quickly armed themselves with shuriken, aiming at the bound and incapacitated Deidara, ready to claim his head. So this is a member of Akatsuki? Their strength is hardly impressive, remarked an uninformed girl with braided hair. Her companion warned her sternly. It's not that he is weak. It's that Sakura Haruno from Konoha is extraordinarily powerful. Even Akatsuki pales in her presence. He couldn't help but admire the pink-haired girl floating above. She was not only humorous, but also terrifyingly strong. Such a girl would be a wonderful match for his son someday. Haha. After finishing with Deidara, Sakura recalled that there was still a genius puppeteer at the village entrance. She quickly turned to the red-haired boy beside her. Gaara, I need to check on my teachers. There's another troublesome foe to deal with. Gaara understood that she was referring to the information about Sasori of the Red Sand and replied, I'll go with you, Sakura. The pink-haired girl waved her hand dismissively. No need. Stay here and deal with the aftermath. See if you can extract any more information from this artist. I can handle the situation at the village entrance alone. Gaara hesitated for a moment. All right then, just be careful. Sakura nodded and directed the water beneath her feet towards the village border. Wait, Sakura. I want to go with you, came the soft voice of Kuratsuchi from behind. Sakura turned around, somewhat exasperated. I'm going to fight, not play. Why do you want to come along? Isn't it better to stay in the village and chat with your brother Deidara? Kuratsuchi pouted in dissatisfaction. I don't want to. Deidara isn't fun at all. I want to go with you, Sakura. Sakura found herself unable to argue with the little beauty. Fine. But remember the old rule. You stay back and watch from a distance. No involvement in the battle. If you can't do that, then don't come. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a drum. The girl daintily stepped onto the water column beside Sakura, too lazy to fly. Sakura wrapped her arms around Kaguya Otsutsuki's waist, and the two of them soared towards the village entrance atop the flowing water. Meanwhile, after an intense battle, the third Kazekage was finally destroyed by Kakashi's Kamui. However, Kakashi himself was severely drained from the exertion, now slumped on the ground, watching his two students fight breathlessly. Kakashi-sensei, get up and keep fighting. This guy is too strong. If you don't fight, Sasuke and I won't stand a chance. Naruto exclaimed, dodging the fierce flames emitted by Sasuke's true form, while casting a glance at his teacher who appeared as limp as a ragdoll. He couldn't comprehend why Kakashi wouldn't just use the powerful Kamui again to obliterate Sasori. Having never experienced the feeling of chakra depletion, Naruto could not fathom the pain Kakashi was enduring at that moment. You detestable leaf ninja, you've destroyed my third Kazekage. I will ensure you pay for this. Sasori was now consumed by rage, unleashing a torrent of fire and water towards Naruto and Sasuke. Ugh! The black-haired boy dodged back, panting heavily after evading the water gun attack from the puppets. What do we do? Our chakra is nearly exhausted. I can only use Chidori one more time. At this rate, we're all going to die here. Heh, you're all unforgivable. This is the first time I've been pushed to such limits. I acknowledge that each of you is strong, Sasori declared, glancing at the silver-haired man nearby, who had just obliterated his Kazekage in an instant. If he were to use such a technique 2 more times, even Sasori would find it difficult to contend with. However, it seemed that such a terrifying ninjutsu consumed an immense amount of chakra, as evidenced by Kakashi's current state. While contemplating, Sasori retrieved his trump card from behind, secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. With a thunderous roar, a hatch opened in his left chest, releasing hundreds of blue threads. Countless red-clad puppets surged forth from the scroll, filling the air like a dark cloud, all fixated on Team 7 below. What in the world? There are so many. Naruto gazed up at the multitude of puppets overhead, a chill running down his spine. It seemed that today, they would truly meet their end here. Sasuke and Naruto instinctively retreated to Kakashi's side. At this moment, not only was Kakashi unable to join the fight, but he was struggling to protect himself as well. They had to fend off this terrifying puppet army while ensuring their incapacitated teacher remained safe. Sasori twisted his neck, his gaze fixed on the 3 of them like a predator eyeing its prey. In an instant, under the control of the chakra threads, the puppet army brandished their weapons, charging towards the trio. Chapter 183, Exhausted Kakashi. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them formed a defensive triangle, using their remaining chakra to counter the advancing puppets. Ultimately, it devolved into a clash of physical martial arts. They couldn't even muster the strength for techniques as basic as Lightning Blade or Rasengan. Even low-level ninjutsu was out of reach. Exhausted, Kakashi was the first to falter, a puppet stabbing him in the chest. Blood gushed forth as another puppet swung its blade menacingly toward him. Kakashi swallowed hard, bracing himself. Suddenly, the puppet before him froze mid-motion, as if time had stopped. Not only the puppet in front, but all around them. Every puppet halted, unmoving. What? Sasori stared, perplexed at the still puppets, momentarily suspecting he was hallucinating. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl soaring from a distance was silently counting the seconds. She unleashed hundreds of blue kunai towards the immobilized puppets with lightning speed. 3 seconds, the duration of her mind's control. She had to strike every puppet in that brief window, with a series of shattering sounds. The immobilized puppets fell to the ground, pierced by the kunai and shattered to pieces. Sakura, as if multiplied by 2, Naruto and Sasuke turned around simultaneously, their voices brimming with joy. At last, they were saved. Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry for being late. Are you all alright? Sakura said, glancing sympathetically at the pale-faced man with silver hair, frowning slightly. No, it's fine. You arrived just in time. Kakashi exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of reassurance from Sakura's presence. Seeing her instantly shifted the tide of his earlier despair. You're that little rascal, Haruno Sakura from Konoha, the so-called female hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, aren't you? Scorpion appraised the girl before him, pondering how someone who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 could exude such an imposing aura. Recalling her bizarre technique that had obliterated his carefully crafted puppets in less than 3 seconds, he begrudgingly acknowledged her terrifying strength. "Hello there, handsome. Mamai. You truly are a sight to behold. No wonder you're known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand," Sakura said, crossing her arms. At this moment, she no longer regarded him as a formidable opponent, for Scorpion was clearly out of tricks, having already revealed his final ace. "You know my name," Scorpion remarked, somewhat taken aback. Although he was preparing to flee, he still sought to extract some information from the girl. "Would you like to accompany me to the village to see your grandmother? Chiyo-bachan has been missing you dearly," Sakura continued casually, hands in her pockets. "Who do you think you are?" Scorpion retorted. Sakura playfully patted the disheveled hair of Kaguya Otsutsuki beside her, saying nonchalantly, "So, are we still fighting? Or are you planning to escape? If you want to run, now is your chance. Once I make my move again, you won't have the opportunity." Kaguya Otsutsuki shyly swatted Sakura's restless hand away and flew off in another direction. Gritting his teeth, Scorpion surveyed the scattered remnants of his puppets. Since the girl had suggested he could leave, it seemed she was willing to spare him for now. Unlike Deidara, who pursued art relentlessly, Scorpion's rationality reminded him that survival was paramount. "So, you wish to continue the fight, do you? Very well, I shall oblige," he declared. Sakura smirked, extending 3 fingers as she concentrated a fearsome amount of lightning chakra at her fingertips. Lightning release, thunderclap. Before she could complete her hand sign, Scorpion quickly formed seals with both hands, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. "Why did you let him go, Sakura? He's an Akatsuki member," Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. "If we chase him now, we might still catch up. His body flicker technique doesn't take him too far." Sakura waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. He's not a significant threat. Let him return to inform his comrades. It would be best if the remaining members of Akatsuki come to us for a group battle. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. I've yet to have the chance to practice my sage techniques since training in the Wetbone Forest. I really wish to test my skills against Pain." "All right then. Sakura, you certainly live up to your reputation," Naruto replied, conceding. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, thought to himself that while others might sound arrogant saying such things, Sakura truly had earned that right. Chapter 184. Pain, she is stronger than you. Upon returning to Tsunade and resolving the crisis, the bond between the ninjas of Tsunade and Konoha grew even tighter. Gaara, in gratitude for Sakura and her friend's immense help, organized a grand feast. Although the cuisine of Tsunade left much to be desired, Naruto devoured 3 large bowls of rice, gradually acclimating to the taste of the sandworms, especially the fried variety, which he found surprisingly delightful. After spending a night in Tsunade, the group hurried back to Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, after suffering several losses among the Akatsuki members, including the capture of the explosive artist Deidara, Pain found himself increasingly restless. What on earth happened? That girl from Konoha managed to defeat Deidara single-handedly? And nearly captured you too, Scorpion? In a cave within the Rain Village, Pain's lilac vortex eyes were fixed on Scorpion, his tone a mix of astonishment and dissatisfaction. It seemed events were veering towards an uncontrollable direction. He never anticipated that the Akatsuki's secret operations to capture the tailed beasts would be so easily perceived by the ninjas of Konoha. Each mission seemed to be thwarted by them beforehand. "That girl is stronger than you," Scorpion responded quietly to Pain's inquiry. "Indeed," remarked Kisame, casting a glance at the silent Itachi beside him. "Shouldn't our next actions be altered? If we proceed according to our original plan to capture more tailed beasts, Konoha will undoubtedly intervene again. After all, the first Jinchuriki's fate serves as a cautionary tale." Kisame, who had suffered at the hands of the pink-haired ninja 3 years prior, was eager for revenge. However, Pain was always cautious, and even this information was not enough to spur him into action. It seemed he would have to remain patient while the humiliation of 3 years ago continued to go unavenged. "So, are we to modify our original plan?" the elegant Konan inquired, her gaze fixed on Pain. She too found it curious how Konoha had acquired so much intelligence on the Akatsuki members. Not long ago, the immortal duo's operations had been progressing smoothly, bringing substantial rewards to the Akatsuki, only for them to be thwarted when visiting the Temple of Fire, where they were ambushed and eliminated by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, along with 2 elite jonin. Now, Konan wished to gather explosive tags to complete a long-planned technique, but the timeline had been indefinitely extended. If Konoha intends to thwart the actions of God, we shall strike first, accelerating our plan to capture the Nine-Tails. They must learn that defying Goddess will carry dire consequences. Pain responded confidently, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality. Conan pursed her lips. In that case, we must increase our manpower. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not a perfect one. If he fully transforms, even you, Pain, may struggle to handle him. After saying this, she turned to the quiet Itachi across from her. Itachi, you must also join the battle when the time comes. We need your strength. And no one knows Konoha better than you. Itachi, standing like a statue, remained silent, his dark pupils betraying a fleeting hint of solemnity. Kisame understood his partner's thoughts. It was about his only sibling, Sasuke Uchiha. Just last week, Itachi had been lost in thought, staring at a childhood photograph of Sasuke, completely oblivious to Kisame's approach. Meanwhile, in another cramped cave, a gaunt, emaciated man with red hair, adorned with wooden spikes, coughed violently. He expressed mild displeasure. So, this is the Haruno Sakura from Konoha? I shall see what methods you employ before my eyes. On the other side, after 2 days of trekking, Team 7 finally returned to Konoha from Tsunade. Kuratsuchi, like a limp noodle, hung onto Sakura, whispering into her ear. Hey, Miss Kuratsuchi, could you let Sakura have a breather? She is quite exhausted with you clinging onto her like that, Naruto remarked, a mix of jealousy and annoyance evident in his expression. Mind your own business. Sakura is mine, and I can hang on her however I please. Kuratsuchi retorted with a cheeky grin directed at the blonde boy. Sakura, embracing Kuratsuchi's slender waist, waved her hand at Naruto. It's fine, let her be. If she enjoys it, I don't mind. I'm not tired. After saying this, she couldn't resist giving Kuratsuchi's long, fair thigh a playful pat. It was softer than the fragrant soap used in her home bath. Who could possibly resist that? Naruto. As a few individuals entered the gates of Konoha, 3 young children rushed forward, having waited there for quite some time. The leading brown-haired boy fixed his gaze on Sakura, placing his hands solemnly on his chest, and assumed a combative stance. Haruno Sakura, I, Konohamaru, hereby challenge you. Chapter 185. The challenge from Konohamaru. Sakura rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. Ever since she had become a heroine in the ninja world, this boy had relentlessly pursued her for a duel. He even persistently attempted to employ a seductive technique on her. However, each time he utilized this technique, it manifested as a muscular man in the nude, which held no allure for Sakura whatsoever. As a result, she would simply send him flying with a swift strike to the head. Yet, it seemed that this boy remained undeterred by her actions, continuing his antics. Not today, kid. Go play with your grandfather. The third Hokage should be nearby the women's bathhouse, Sakura remarked, wrapping an arm around the dark-haired Ino beside her. Konohamaru, however, was relentless. Are you afraid of me, Sister Sakura? Ahaha, I've grown quite a bit lately, and I've even learned more powerful techniques. I'm confident I can defeat you. He struck a pose with his hands on his hips, attempting to provoke her. Sakura narrowed her eyes, gently patting the boy's forehead, and replied, Little one, while my mood is still favorable, I advise you to leave early. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. With that, a sinister smile crept across her face, sending shivers down spines. Beside her, a girl with an oversized ponytail, Moegi, timidly grasped Konohamaru's hand and whispered, Konohamaru, let's not provoke Sister Sakura. I've heard she has a reputation as the violent woman of Konoha, with strength akin to Granny Tsunade. It's best we keep our distance. Moegi's caution stemmed from a recent incident when Konohamaru had foolishly challenged the 5th Hokage, resulting in him being thoroughly defeated and nearly left bleeding. That scene still sent tremors through her. The old hag Tsunade. Konohamaru's voice trembled at the mention. The memory of her formidable strength and terrifying fists leaving a significant psychological scar. However, this fear was short-lived, as his innate courage surged forth once more. He puffed up his chest and declared, I don't care about that. I want to compete, Sister Sakura. I want to challenge you. This time, the boy adopted a more endearing tone, attempting to charm Sakura. Yet, his feeble ploy was instantly seen through by her, as she disdainfully squinted her eyes and turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, I'd like to introduce you to a new apprentice. This kid has potential. Why don't you teach him the Rasengan, so he stops bothering me? The blonde boy was taken aback, his mouth agape. Huh? Me? Teach this fool? No way. He doesn't look very bright. He cast a disdainful glance at Konohamaru. Prideful as he was, Konohamaru could not tolerate such remarks and retorted, "Naruto Uzumaki, I challenge you." Naruto squinted. Oh. Konohamaru's neck flushed with anger, and without waiting for Naruto to prepare, he summoned 2 shadow clones and charged at him, throwing tiny punches. Smack! In an instant, he was slapped to the ground by Naruto. Yet, Konohamaru refused to admit defeat and quickly got back up to continue his assault. Meanwhile, Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Ino seized the opportunity to slip into the village, leaving Naruto stranded amidst the commotion created by the children. Hey, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, this isn't fair. This kid is so dumb. I don't want to be his teacher. Sakura waved her hand dismissively without looking back, assuring him, don't worry. You will be a great teacher, Naruto. Teach him well, starting with the Rasengan. We cannot let it fade away. From behind, Konohamaru's voice rang out again. Brother Naruto, you won't be able to withstand this. Super seduction technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals, summoning a voluptuous woman with flowing hair to appear before Naruto. Naruto nearly choked on his own blood. Moegi, unable to bear the scene any longer, glared at Konohamaru, her expression darkening with a terrifying aura as she spoke, each word laced with menace. Konohamaru, is this what you call a new jutsu? Her tone was chilling, sending waves of fear through Konohamaru, who stumbled back, stammering, "W's wrong, Moegi? Didn't come any closer." The boy's scream echoed through the gates of Konoha. Chapter 186. Strategic Deployment. The next day in the Hokage's office, after hearing the report from Team 7, Tsunade frowned. The blonde woman lightly tapped her fingers on the table and remarked, as Sakura indicated, the Akatsuki group indeed aimed for Tsunade to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Currently, Deidara has been captured, and Haiden and Kakuzu have been eliminated. She paused, scanning the room with a grave expression. After the one tail, their next target is likely Naruto's 9 tails. Thus, during this meeting, the blonde woman deliberately excluded Naruto, knowing that with his personality, he might react unpredictably upon learning that Pain was targeting him. Furthermore, Pain might not come alone. Having lost 3 of their major members, it was plausible that other Akatsuki members would accompany him, although this was merely my speculation. Sakura, resting her chin on her hand, casually interjected, to be honest, I do hope the Akatsuki decides to engage in a full-scale battle. Given Konoha's current strength, I believe we are fully capable of handling them. Upon hearing Tsunade and Sakura's analyses, Shizune stepped forward, unfurling another scroll of intelligence, all of which had been provided by Sakura. Currently, the remaining members of Akatsuki include Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi Uchiha, as well as Zetsu, who specializes in reconnaissance and support, and Konan, the paper ninja, in addition to the recently defeated Sasori of the Red Sand. As Shizune mentioned Itachi's name, Sasuke leaned against the wall, his eyes flickering with intensity. Shizune continued, detailing each member. Kisame wields the sword Samahata, capable of absorbing chakra to replenish his own. His water techniques are formidable, particularly in protracted battles. Itachi's Sharingan can cast Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, combining Jinjutsu with fire techniques for both offense and defense, making him exceedingly difficult to confront. Zetsu is divided into black and white halves. The white half can create clones and gather intelligence by parasitizing others, while the black half excels in stealth and ambush tactics, capable of splitting and transforming to control opponents, with an extensive sensory range. Konan employs paper techniques, making physical and taijutsu attacks ineffective against her. As for Sasori, his puppet techniques and the third Kazekage's puppet have been dismantled by Team 7, rendering him the least threatening at present. Everyone present, except for Sakura, listened intently. Shizune's thoroughness stemmed from the necessity for Konoha to be fully prepared, as Sakura had suggested that Akatsuki might attempt a coordinated assault on the village. Sasuke, still leaning against the wall, interjected, we can simply engage them head-on. There's no need to waste time on tactics. That is not an option. Sakura's voice was calm yet resolute, interrupting him. Although she felt confident against Pain's strongest form, the Rinnegan's power should not be underestimated. She explained, Pain's 6 paths possess bizarre abilities, sharing vision and functioning with distinct roles. The animal path summoning beasts can restrain us, while the Deva path's gravitational and repulsive forces are insurmountable. Coupled with Kisame's chakra absorption, Itachi's Jinjutsu suppression, and Zetsu's intelligence interference, Relying solely on brute force would lead to significant casualties. The girl with pink hair lightly tapped the table, her gaze falling upon the unfolded map of the Land of Fire. During my 2 years of training in the Wetbone Forest, my perception of chakra has significantly expanded. Combined with sage techniques, I can simultaneously lock on multiple targets, but I require assistance to share the burden and fulfill our respective roles. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rubbed his chest, still aching, his masked eyes reflecting approval. Sakura is correct. These individuals are the core combatants of Akatsuki, and we must not underestimate them. My Sharingan can capture their movement patterns and weaknesses, ensuring reconnaissance and intelligence transmission. Before he could finish, the door to the conference room swung open, and a man with a pineapple hairstyle sauntered in, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. It was Nara Shikaku, Konoha's genius strategist. He held a scroll of tactical maps, a lit pipe dangling from his mouth, his demeanor serious. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura. The moment Sakura saw Shikaku, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was free from the burden of overthinking. The man swiftly approached the table, unfurling the map, his finger tracing the eastern gate area. He had been contemplating this battle for quite some time, and he addressed the group. Based on the intelligence Sakura provided earlier, I suspect Pain is likely to infiltrate through the eastern gate, with Deva leading a frontal assault, Azura and animal paths creating chaos. While human and hell paths search for Naruto, Kisame will set up defenses near the river, using water techniques to block our retreat. Itachi may lurk on the flank, employing Jinjutsu to disrupt our tactical execution. Zetsu will hide in the shadows, relaying our movements in real time. At this point, Shikaku's lips curved into a smirk as he continued his analysis. Thus, my plan is for Shikamaru to lead the Inoshikacho trio, employing shadow mimicry techniques to set up cross-traps on the main streets to restrain the Azura and animal paths, while also guarding against Zetsu's ambush. The medical unit will be led by Shizune, standing by in the underground shelter. As Pain's black rods and Kisame's shark skin possess unique chakra that requires immediate attention for the injured, Kakashi will handle reconnaissance, keeping a close watch on Itachi's movements to prevent him from using Tsukuyomi on key personnel. The man spoke for half an hour, leaving the others in the room momentarily stunned. Sakura remarked, "Truly a genius. By comparison, I feel like a fool, and Naruto seems utterly clueless." This tactical approach was feasible, but it required adjustments to the core assignments. Tsunade raised her gaze, locking eyes with Shikaku, her lips parting slightly. "Let Sakura take the lead in the offensive. I will coordinate with Jiraiya to support you. You must prioritize neutralizing Deva, as his Shinra Tensei has a cooldown period, which is a crucial vulnerability. Sage techniques can briefly suppress the chakra transmission of the Rinnegan, allowing us to strike during its cooldown." Afterward, Tsunade turned to Sasuke, her tone unwavering. "Your Sharingan can resist certain Jinjutsu. Your task is to restrain Uchiha Itachi. You need not defeat him, merely prevent him from interfering with others." Sasuke nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Our objective is to defend Konoha. As for Kisame, we shall leave that to Guy and his Taijutsu team. During this period, I will not assign any other tasks to the third squad. Additionally, the paper Jutsu Ninja can be handled by the Yamanaka clan." After Tsunade concluded, Sakura added, "In any case, everyone should do their utmost to hold off the enemy. I will also employ wood clone techniques to support you." Tsunade nodded. "Indeed. I shall use the slug healing technique in the Hokage building to protect everyone in the village. You all need only focus on defeating the enemy." Though Tsunade recognized Sakura's formidable strength, she deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Shikaku concurred, understood. "Sakura, remember, once Itachi's Amaterasu ignites, it is challenging to extinguish. If struck, you must immediately disrupt his chakra with lightning techniques. Kisame's water techniques have a vast range, so attempt to lure him to open areas to avoid endangering the villagers. I will instruct the barrier team to set up simple barriers in core areas to limit Zetsu's movements." "I understand," Sakura replied, her fingertips coalescing a faint blue sage chakra, exuding a restrained yet formidable aura. "I will first address the core Deva path of Pain, then turn to assist Sasuke against Itachi, ultimately uniting with everyone to deal with Kisame and Zetsu. While Zetsu's parasitic abilities are troublesome, my sage perception can accurately pinpoint his true form, leaving him no opportunity to exploit." After the meeting concluded, Sakura returned home with a buoyant spirit. Among Akatsuki's members, There was also a Mastabito. That traitorous scoundrel she had not mentioned to anyone. The girl was acutely aware that he was still relying on Pain. Merely a rat hiding in the shadows. Before Pain's downfall, he would not dare to show himself. Thus, this variable was not included in the operational strategy. Just as she turned into a familiar alley, a rich aroma wafted into her nostrils. The scent of stir-fried green peppers mingled with the sweet and sour fragrance of tomatoes, scrambled eggs, warmly enveloping her weary body. Upon arriving home, as she pushed the door open, the clanking of utensils and the cheerful chatter of the girls filled the air. "Sakura's back." Ino's voice rang out first. Her long blonde hair tied into a high ponytail, some stray strands dusted with flour as she expertly wielded a spatula. The sizzling sound of the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs made Sakura's heart flutter. "Quick, wash your hands. The last dish of stir-fried green peppers is almost ready. Today's eggs are even more tender than last time. You'll definitely want to have 2 bowls." While Sakura changed her shoes, Kaguya Otsutsuki emerged from the kitchen, dressed in dark attire with sleeves rolled to her elbows, revealing her sleek wrists. A bit of oil speckled her nose, yet it did not diminish her allure. "Sakura, I followed your method and used lard to stir-fry the meat, adding a bit of cooking wine to eliminate the odor. You must try it and see if it suits your taste." Ever since Sakura taught them these Chinese cooking techniques, the girls had become enamored with it, finding it infinitely more delectable than the cold ingredients of their homeland. Kaguya Otsutsuki held a bowl of freshly cooked mixed grain rice, topped with crushed seaweed. Shan was crouched beside the counter, carefully sprinkling chopped green onions over the stir-fried cabbage. Her crimson hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fingers pinching the bright green onion segments as she sweetly said, "Sakura, knowing you had a tactical meeting today, I specially made extra rice and, as you suggested, saved some of the tomato egg sauce. It's perfect for mixing with the rice." She glanced up at Sakura, concern evident in her eyes. "How did the meeting go? Are they really coming?" Sakura approached and gently wrapped her arms around Shan from behind, resting her chin atop the girl's head with a smile. "Don't worry. We have Uncle Shikaku's divine tactics on our side. Plus, I'm a sage chef graduated from the Wetbone Forest. No matter how many of Akatsuki's lot come, they'll have to serve us." Sakura spoke lightly, then leaned over to peek at the counter, unable to resist teasing. "Oh, Ino, you've actually managed to cut the green peppers evenly this time. Your progress is remarkable, definitely deserving of a little red flour." Ino shot her a glare, but skillfully flipped the meat slices with her spatula. "Less chatter. Just don't go picking out all the green peppers when we eat later. Rest assured, today I'll ensure everyone gets their fair share." Sakura walked to the sink to wash her hands, the remnants of sage chakra still lingering on her fingertips. After finishing, she casually plucked a piece of the freshly stir-fried tomato and egg and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce melted on her tongue, and she squinted her eyes in exaggerated delight. "Goodness, Ino, your culinary skills could open a restaurant. This is 100 times better than when I first taught you." As the three chatted, Kaguya Otsutsuki had already laid the dishes on the dining table, arranging 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks neatly. The 4 girls gathered around, and Sakura ladled a generous spoonful of tomato egg sauce over her rice, mixing it thoroughly before taking a large bite, sighing contentedly. This is the true essence of home-cooked meals, far more aromatic than those scrolls in the Hokage office. She chewed her food, adding with a mouthful, "If those Akatsuki folks ever tasted your cooking, they might just switch sides without a fight." Shan chuckled at her remark, adding a piece of green pepper to Sakura's bowl. "Only you would say that." The red-haired girl suddenly recalled something, her brows furrowing slightly. "By the way, that Uchiha Itachi from Akatsuki, he won't be impulsive, will he?" Sakura paused before responding. "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade has arranged a designated opponent for Sasuke, allowing him to have a one-on-one conversation with Itachi." The girl swallowed her food and intentionally mimicked Sasuke's haughty tone. "Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you to avenge my clan. TSK. Even the thought of it seems both melodramatic and amusing." Sakura waved her hand, her tone growing earnest. "However, his Sharingan can indeed restrain Itachi. Once I deal with Pain, I'll go help him out, ensuring he won't be reduced to tears by his brother." Ino chuckled while biting her chopsticks. "You still call him melodramatic? Weren't you the one practicing sage jutsu, calling the slugs sage master and bowing as a disciple? That's different." Sakura immediately retorted, puffing her chest in a mock-serious manner. "I respect my teacher. Sasuke is merely in the throes of brother obsession. Besides, once I defeat Tendo, I will be the strongest pink-haired ninja in Konoha, and I will have the children draw fan art of me. Kaguya Otsutsuki took a sip of warm water, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Stop joking around. Be careful not to be careless. However, your sage jutsu is indeed impressive, and I have faith in you. The phrase careless and lose was something Kaguya Otsutsuki had learned from Sakura. The black-haired girl found it amusing how curious and intriguing Sakura's knowledge was. Of course, Sakura exclaimed, picking up a piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel that had stolen food. I am a versatile foodie, embodying sage jutsu, wood release, super strength, and lightning release. I can fight and cook without fail. After the battle, not only will I protect the village, but I can also teach you how to make dishes like fish fragrant shredded pork and mapo tofu, letting you experience authentic Chinese delicacies. At that time, we four can form a Konoha culinary god squad and open a restaurant to compete with Uncle Ayer's business. What do you think? Haha, sounds great. Xiangling's eyes lit up. I've always wanted to learn mapo tofu. I still miss the taste from the last time you made it. Ino nodded. Fish fragrant shredded pork sounds delicious and definitely pairs well with rice. Kaguya Otsutsuki agreed. I have no objections. It's a perfect opportunity to learn a few Chinese dishes. That way, when you're on a mission, we can cook for ourselves. Sakura looked at the three lively girls beside her, warmth filling her heart, and took another large bite of rice, mumbling, "It's settled then. Once I beat those Akatsuki guys back home, we'll start a culinary god training class, ensuring that each of you becomes a master of Chinese cuisine." Haha. Dinner concluded amidst laughter and cheer, with the four of them tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Sakura watched the busy figures of her three adorable friends, her smile unwavering. With such support behind her, no matter how many members of Akatsuki came, she felt confident in winning this battle. After all, for the sake of this delightful atmosphere and the long-awaited life she yearned for, she must give it her all. Chapter 188. The Eve of War. Meanwhile, in a cave in Amigakure. In the center of the cavern, figures clad in red cloud-patterned robes stood still, the atmosphere heavy with the silence that precedes a storm. At this moment, Pain, having suffered the loss of three powerful subordinates, had made a silent, resolute decision. Kisame, standing in the corner, was the first to speak. Lord Pain, 3 years ago, I encountered that Haruno Sakura at the border of the Land of Rivers. Her monstrous strength and lightning release techniques left me powerless. I've long sought to settle this score. He clenched his fists, knuckles widening. That girl from Konoha is indeed becoming increasingly troublesome, but as long as we all act together, the strength of Akatsuki can easily crush that village. Moreover, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is right there. Capturing him would mean we have succeeded halfway with the Eye of the Moon plan. Conan, fingering a piece of white paper, furrowed her brow, her tone cautious. That may be true, but Konoha's current strength cannot be underestimated. Just Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would be difficult to handle. Not to mention that we now have to contend with Haruno Sakura, whose strength remains an unknown factor. A reckless attack poses too great a risk. After saying this, her gaze swept over the members present. We have already lost 3 comrades. It is unwise to gamble everything. Pain turned to look at Conan, his Rinnegan pupils constricting, his voice resolute. It is precisely because we have suffered significant losses that we must take the initiative. Konoha believes that possessing information allows them to rest easy, which presents us with an unexpected opportunity. Rising to his feet, the red cloud-patterned robe fluttered in the air. He declared, "What if Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage join forces? This time, all members of Akatsuki will mobilize. 6 Paths of Pain will launch the main assault. Kisame will restrain the water release users. Itachi will handle those who use ocular techniques, and the rest will eliminate the miscellaneous enemies. I want to see how long Konoha's defenses can hold." At this moment, all eyes turned toward the shadowy figure of Uchiha Itachi. He lowered his eyelids, his long black hair obscuring half of his face, his fingers unconsciously caressing the red character on his ring, remaining silent throughout. Only when Pain's gaze fell upon him did he slowly lift his eyes. The crimson Sharingan flickered momentarily, his tone devoid of emotion. "It matters not where we go or whom we fight." Though he spoke those words, internally he reflected, "Sasuke, are you finally ready to face me?" He understood that this day would eventually come. He just did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Since Itachi has no objections, what further concerns do you have, Conan? Pain directed his gaze at Conan, his tone imbued with an unyielding authority. The Eye of the Moon plan could not be delayed any longer. The Nine-Tails must be captured. 3 days from now, we will split into 3 teams and strike at the heart of Konoha. Conan gazed at Pain's resolute expression, then glanced at the silent Itachi and the eager Kisame beside her, her fingers curling slightly around the white paper. She knew Nagato's character. Once a decision was made, it would never be changed. Ultimately, she nodded lightly. Understood. I will prepare the explosive tags to clear the obstacles for you. Kisame let out a low, rumbling laugh, and the Samahata behind him rustled with excitement. Pain's Rinnegan surveyed the gathered members, his cold gaze seemingly able to pierce through everything. In 3 days, let Konoha pay the price for their arrogance. The Nine-Tails shall undoubtedly belong to Akatsuki. At this moment, the chill within the cave seemed to deepen, the killing intent radiating from the figures in red cloud-patterned robes, causing even the droplets on the cave walls to cease their descent. A storm that would engulf Konoha was quietly brewing in the darkness of Amigakure. Chapter 189. Approaching the Hokage building 3 days later, at the gates of Konoha. The morning light was just right, warming the gravel path at the entrance. Shinketsu leaned against the door frame, spinning a kunai in his hand. Engaging in idle chatter with his partner, Gantetsu. Yesterday, Air Ramen released a new flavor. I heard it's braised beef. Shall we try it after work? Gantetsu, polishing the great sword on his back, grinned in response. We must go. But this time, you're treating, haha. The two had been partners for many years, enjoying the leisurely days of guarding the gate as they chatted about trivial matters. The light clinking of their sword sheaths mixed with laughter, creating a warm atmosphere at the entrance. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over them without warning. The air felt as if it had frozen, causing Shinketsu's kunai to clatter to the ground as Gantetsu tightened his grip on his sword. Something's wrong, Shinketsu murmured. In the next instant, a figure in a red cloud-patterned robe appeared before them as if teleporting, the pale purple Rinnegan glinting ominously in the sunlight. That attire. It's Akatsuki. Shinketsu's nerves instantly tensed as he reached for his ninja tool pouch, while Gantetsu prepared to wield his sword, ready to execute their combined technique. However, before they could perform their hand seals, a shadow darted in from the side. The human path, expressionless, extended a hand, and the black rod at his fingertip precisely struck their chakra points. A wave of paralysis coursed through their bodies, and they immediately felt themselves weaken, unable to move as the human path seized them by the collar. Almost simultaneously, dazzling red lights illuminated the barriers surrounding Konoha. Immediately following were a series of successive explosions. The monstrous rhinoceros summoned by the beast path shattered the south gate's barrier, while the missiles from the Azura path obliterated the northern light shield. Overhead in Konoha, a man with a stern countenance, arms crossed, observed the entire village with his pale blue Rinnegan. Alarm! Alarm! The 6 paths of pain have invaded. The barriers have been breached. The frantic cries of the barrier core echoed through the amplification jutsu, causing Tsunade, seated within the Hokage building, to spring up in an instant. She realized that the group had arrived, precisely as anticipated. The Umbu quickly assembled, sealing all main thoroughfares. The voice of the golden-haired woman resonated with undeniable authority. Inform Nara Shikaku to initiate the highest-level combat deployment, ensuring all squads secure the entrances to the shelters. Shizen, have the medical unit on standby, ready to heal the wounded at a moment's notice. Orders were relayed in rapid succession, and Konoha swiftly entered a state of war. Meanwhile, the Deva path advanced with the other 5 figures towards the Hokage building. The houses along the way were uprooted by the universal pull, debris flying. Yet no one could stand in their way. Prior to this, Pain had already decided that their primary target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, sparing no time on other matters. To ascertain the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was only logical to inquire with the village's highest authority, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, from whom the answers could be swiftly obtained. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade stood resolutely against the fierce winds, flanked by 3 Umbu ninjas. Her golden hair billowed in the storm, and the Byakugo seal on her forehead glimmered with a faint azure light. The Deva path soon approached her. The purple Rinnegan devoid of warmth, its icy voice piercing the air. 5th Hokage Tsunade, where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade did not respond directly. A mocking smile played on her lips as her fingers pressed against the seal on her forehead, her gaze sharp. You are Pain of the Akatsuki? You dare come to Konoha with your 6 paths? She pointed towards the devastated village below, her tone suddenly fierce. You trample upon our homeland, snuffing out innocent lives. Hiding behind the Rinnegan, merely a coward venting his impotence through suffering. Coward? The Devapath's voice remained unyielding. Yet it exuded an air of condescension. This world is fundamentally composed of hatred. You either kill or be killed. You revel in a false peace, merely deceiving yourselves. He slowly raised his hand, a faint purple chakra emanating from him. Those who do not understand pain will never comprehend true peace. Surrender the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and I can spare Konoha some bloodshed. Spare me your pretentiousness. Tsunade retorted sharply, her palms already gathering chakra. Your so-called peace is merely a guise to collect tailed beasts while wantonly destroying others' villages? The cries of children and the elderly echoed in her ears, and her brown eyes were filled with fury. The peace of Konoha was earned through the lives and faith of countless individuals. Something a ruthless barbarian like you could never understand. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is Konoha's hope, a family we must protect. If you wish to lay a finger on him, you must first get past me. Upon hearing this, the Devapath's Rinnegan slightly constricted, his tone icy, a stubborn woman. Those of you who believe you guard justice are the very root of war. Humanity is inherently incapable of understanding one another. Only absolute power can end this ceaseless hatred. Power? Tsunade scoffed, her hands forming seals at an accelerated pace. True power lies in the resolve to protect what is cherished, in the trust that allows comrades to rely on each other, not in the brutality of destruction that you embody. With a powerful shout, her chakra erupted, summoning Jutsu, Snail. A massive white snail materialized, its supple body quickly covering half the rooftop, a viscous healing slime spreading across the ground as a protective barrier. Tsunade leaped onto the snail's back, her emerald chakra coalescing in her fists, radiating brilliantly. My grandfather, the first Hokage, once stated that the comrades of Konoha are part of his very being. The villagers believe in him, and he believes in them. That is the essence of Hokage's strength. I shall demonstrate to you today how fragile your so-called divine power truly is. Do not think that possessing the Rinnegan grants you free reign in Konoha. As Tsunade stalled for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive, the Devapath coldly snorted, since you insist on standing in the presence of a god, then prepare to endure the pain. He raised his hand, and the terrifying gravitational pull of the universal pull erupted, drawing bricks and stones from the rooftop towards his palm. Tsunade felt an immense force tugging her forward, her bones creaking under the strain. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself, the Byakugo chakra within her surging fiercely to resist the gravitational pull. The snail sensed her peril, its slime expanding rapidly, enveloping Tsunade's form to form a resilient healing shield. With a resounding crash, she was still pulled towards the Devapath, but at the moment of contact, the soft body of the snail caught her securely. The shield and healing power intertwined, effectively dampening much of the impact, sparing her from severe injury. The Devapath observed Tsunade, unharmed. With a flicker of surprise in his eyes, truly, the fifth Hokage, the healing power of summoning can withstand the pull of the universal pull. Tsunade wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, her resolve intensifying. This is the strength of Konoha, the strength of protection. As long as I stand, you shall not lay a finger on Naruto, nor shall you destroy this village. Chapter 190. Jiraiya makes his entrance. A reunion filled with passion. The Devapath's Rinnegan flashed with a cold light, filled with disdain. Protection? Merely a self-deceiving lie. Today, I shall show you just how fragile everything you hold dear is in the face of divine power. No sooner had he spoken, the Devapath's body suddenly ascended, chakra swirling violently around him, a pale purple glow gathering in his palm. The ground trembled violently. Countless fragments and splintered wood converged from all directions toward his palm, gradually forming a colossal black sphere. The sphere emitted a terrifying gravitational force, warping the very air. It was Pain's ultimate technique, the planetary devastation. This is bad. The sheer force of this power. This man intends to obliterate all of Konoha. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, just as she intended to launch an attack to intervene. The gravitational pull of the planetary devastation firmly restrained her, rendering her unable to approach. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage rock, a pink-haired girl sat alone on the shoulder of the first Hokage statue. She gazed down at the village engulfed by the planetary devastation. The cries of villagers and the shouts of ninjas echoing in her ears, her fists clenched tightly. Ever since mastering Sage Jutsu in the Wetbone Forest, She had yet to employ it in actual combat. Now, a smile crept across her lips. It was the perfect opportunity to practice. Pain. Allow me to show you what true divine power is. Sakura took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes, her hands forming seals at an accelerating pace. Sage art. All living things synchronization. As the incantation was completed, a faint green sage chakra enveloped her body. The chakra, like vines, rapidly spread along the Hokage rock, soon covering the entire ground of Konoha. Countless crystalline green lights emerged from the earth, landing upon every villager and ninja, forming a thin protective shield around them. The shield appeared fragile, yet possessed remarkable resilience. As the gravitational force of the planetary devastation tried to pull the villagers and ninjas towards the black sphere, the shield firmly anchored them in place, allowing debris to whiz past without inflicting any harm. What is this power? A villager gazed at the green lights surrounding him, astonished. I cannot move, yet I am not being pulled away. Who is protecting us? Another civilian ninja looked around in confusion. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Tsunade gazed at the protective shield enveloping her, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. This chakra is Sakura's sage technique. Huh, Sakura, you have indeed not disappointed me. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, a silver-haired man with a mask stood at a distance, observing the verdant glow that enveloped the entire village. A smile of gratification curving his lips. I wonder if Minato-sensei would reflect on this scene and feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing he has been surpassed by the next generation. Well done, Sakura. The planetary devastation continued for several minutes, the black sphere devouring countless fragments of buildings, leaving many homes in Konoha in ruins, a scene of utter disarray. However, as the black sphere gradually stabilized and hovered in midair, the villagers and ninjas stood unharmed, albeit with expressions of lingering terror. Pain looked down at the unscathed crowd, his purple rinnegan filled with shock. How can this be? The planetary devastation was actually thwarted? What kind of technique is this? He sensed that the faint green chakra contained a formidable life force that not only countered the gravitational pull of the planetary devastation, but also shielded those insignificant villagers. At that moment, Tsunade seized the opportunity to break free from the gravitational constraints and landed back on the back of a slug, looking up at Pain in the air. A smirk of derision gracing her lips. Pain, did you not claim your power was absolute? How can you be unable to withstand the technique of a mere girl? She pointed towards the Hokage rock, her voice resonating. That is my disciple, Haruno Sakura. She utilized the sage technique of the wet bone forest to protect the entirety of Konoha. This is the new strength of Konoha, a force of protection that you will never comprehend. Do you truly believe that destruction can bring about peace? What a colossal joke. The will of fire of Konoha will be passed down through generations, never to be extinguished. As Tsunade spoke with increasing fervor, fueled by her anger towards Pain, she also felt an immense pride for Sakura as her teacher. Pain's expression darkened further, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his rinnegan. Just a girl with a few tricks dares to be insolent before me. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He raised his hand sharply, issuing commands to the other 5 Pains. Kill her. Eliminate the 5th Hokage. And let us see if the ninjas of Konoha can remain so calm. Pain was astute. He understood that Tsunade was the pillar of the village, the Hokage whom the villagers relied upon for faith. As long as this woman was dead, it would surely dampen the spirits of the Konoha ninjas. In preparation for the impending breach of Konoha, they sought to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the animal path, the Azura path, the human path, the hungry ghost path. And the hell path received the orders and instantly charged towards Tsunade, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu and attacks upon her. Having just endured the restraints of the universal pull, Tsunade found her chakra severely depleted, and she was immediately plunged into a perilous situation confronted by the onslaught of the 6 paths of pain. Just at this critical juncture, a red figure descended like lightning from the heavens, scooping up the blonde woman and instantly transporting her to safety. Tsunade, we are here. You need not be so reckless. A familiar voice rang in Tsunade's ears. She looked up in surprise, her eyes moistening upon recognizing the figure. Jiraiya? It was indeed Jiraiya, clad in his signature red coat, a familiar smile adorning his face. This kid was originally my pupil. It is my fault as a teacher that he has led you and Konoha to suffer such tribulations. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Pain in the sky, his eyes suddenly fierce. Pain, I have been watching everything you have done to Konoha. If you wish to harm my comrades and my village, you must first reckon with me. Jiraiya had long learned from Sakura that Pain was Nagato, and as he sought to confront him, he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Pain, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Jiraiya, slightly narrowed his pupils. Jiraiya? How did you know my other identity? Surprised, are you? Jiraiya scoffed, placing Tsunade in a safe spot before stepping forward towards Pain. I can only say that you have underestimated the strength of Konoha, not just you. But we are thoroughly aware of all the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. While Jiraiya was astonished by Sakura's abilities, he did not understand why that pink-haired girl seemed to know everything. Yet, this mattered little, for Jiraiya knew that despite Sakura's occasional silliness and her somewhat flirtatious nature, she was never one to joke when serious matters arose. She was a pink beacon of trust for everyone in the village. Chapter 191. The Three Brothers of the Shrimpy Mountain. At this moment, Pain was still bewildered, but there was no time for further contemplation. At this point, the leaking of information was no longer significant. What mattered was breaching Konoha and swiftly locating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Consequently, the six paths of Pain swiftly formed a circle, surrounding Jiraiya at its center. A new battle was about to erupt. Jiraiya stood amidst the encirclement of the six paths, his red coat billowing in the wind. He gazed at the figures before him, particularly at Pain's emotionless Rinnegan, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him, regret, anger, and an unwavering resolve. Nagato. Jiraiya's voice emerged slowly, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Do you remember when we were children in Amigakure? You spoke of wanting to create a world without war? You vowed to protect Konin and Yahiko, to ensure that the children of Amigakure would grow up smiling. Yet now, what you are doing is no different from the ninjas you once despised. Even before the true battle began, Jiraiya wished to voice his thoughts. After all, they were once teacher and student, and true to Jiraiya's character, he could not bring himself to annihilate entirely. Pain's body momentarily faltered, seemingly stirred by the name Nagato, but quickly regained his cold demeanor. The past no longer holds significance. The essence of this world is suffering. Only by wielding absolute power to make everyone experience anguish can we achieve true peace. Teacher Jiraiya, you are too naive. Naive? Jiraiya scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. I have traveled through countless nations, witnessed too many who have lost everything due to war. Yet, I have never seen anyone achieve peace through destruction. The suffering you speak of is merely your obsession, devoured by hatred. Before he finished speaking, the animal path suddenly summoned three colossal summoning beasts. A giant crab, a rhinoceros, and a massive serpent charged toward Jiraiya. The beast's hooves struck the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling, the stench overwhelming. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he advanced, leaping into the air while drawing two kunai from his tool pouch. Since you have forgotten your original intentions, today, I shall teach you a lesson in my capacity as your teacher. He flipped in midair, thrusting the kunai accurately into the giant crab's eye, and green blood gushed forth. The crab howled in pain, wildly thrashing its massive claws. Observing this, the Azura Path's arm transformed into a cannon, unleashing a barrage of missiles toward Jiraiya. Be careful. Tsunade cried out from a distance, her palms gathering chakra as she began to heal her injuries, ready to provide support at any moment. However, Jiraiya remained unfazed, using the crab's shell as leverage to leap once more while forming seals. Ninjutsu. Rasengan. A pale blue chakra swirled in his palm, forming a rapidly spinning sphere of energy. He dove headfirst toward the missile's trajectory, and the Rasengan struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater while conjuring a chakra barrier that deflected the missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles exploded outside the barrier, flames soaring into the sky, smoke billowing. But before the dust could settle, the human path appeared behind Jiraiya like a specter, extending a hand shimmering with dark energy, reaching for his back, an attempt to extract his soul. Teacher Jiraiya, you have aged. The voice of the heavenly path echoed through the haze, tinged with a hint of mockery. Your ninjutsu and ideals have long been outpaced by the times. Jiraiya had already sensed the movement behind him. He suddenly pivoted, elbowing backward with great force, striking the human path squarely in the chest. The human path emitted a muffled grunt and was sent flying backward, only to be caught midair by the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path opened its mouth, releasing a surge of black chakra that began to absorb the residual chakra lingering in the surrounding air, remnants of the recent missile explosion. The chakra absorption ability of the Hungry Ghost Path was identical to that described in Sakura's intel. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his fingers swiftly weaving before him. But you forget. My greatest expertise lies not in these fundamental ninjutsu. As he spoke, the man had already devised a plan in his mind. To achieve a swift victory, he needed to harness the power of the sage art from Mount Myaboku, but casting sage techniques required time, and the key at this moment was to delay. He abruptly retreated several steps, rapidly forming hand seals with his hands, chakra gathering in his palms as he proclaimed loudly, "Summoning technique." With a resounding boom, white smoke enveloped the battlefield in an instant. As the smoke dissipated, 3 enormous toads materialized in their place. On the left stood the fierce-eyed toad Ken, bearing a massive water cannon on its back. In the center was the agile toad Hero, wielding twin short blades, and on the right was the largest of them all, Toad Bunta, with deep brown skin. "Hey, that guy Jiraiya called us out from Mount Myaboku to fight again," grumbled Toad Bunta, waving one of his short blades. His gaze sweeping over the 6 paths of pain, frowning slightly. "But these guys seem strange. Their chakra feels so cold." Toad Ken hoisted the water cannon onto his shoulder, replying in a deep voice, "Though I may be of little use, anyone daring to strike at Jiraiya will have to face my cannon first." Jiraiya looked at his familiar companions, relief washing over him as he quickly shouted, "Toad Ken, Toad Hero, Bunta, buy me some time. I need to summon Fukasaku and Shima to perform sage techniques." Among these foes, the Hungry Ghost Path can absorb chakra, and the Heavenly Path has just used the planetary devastation, rendering the Almighty Push unusable for a while. Focus on the Animal Path. Its summoning techniques are particularly troublesome. Understood. Toad Bunta thumped his chest, his massive palms slamming onto the ground and causing debris to jump. "You little rascals dare to wreak havoc in Konoha? Let me show you the might of the frogs from Mount Myaboku." As his words fell, the Animal Path's eyes glimmered with crimson light. It swiftly formed hand seals and muttered, "Summoning technique." Boom, boom, boom. Several clouds of smoke erupted simultaneously, and in addition to the previously summoned beasts, a new gigantic creature appeared, a monstrous 3-headed dog covered in scales. Each head drooled menacingly, its teeth sharp as blades, eyes filled with ferocity. Upon its arrival, it charged straight at Toad Ken. All 3 heads opened wide, unleashing a toxic black mist. Not good. It's poison mist. Toad Hero reacted fastest, swinging his short blade to cleave through the toxic fog with 2 chakra blades, simultaneously shouting to Toad Ken, "Ken, don't take it head on. This dog's poison is no ordinary toxin." Toad Ken quickly retracted his water cannon, dodging the dog's charge with agility while grumbling, "Why does this monstrous thing have 3 heads? It's disgusting." "Jiraiya, you weren't kidding about it being troublesome." The Animal Path, clearly intent on not granting them a moment's respite, formed more hand seals and summoned 2 giant spiders that began to spit resilient webs towards Toad Hero, attempting to ensnare him. "Oomph, you think you can bind me? Not so easily." Toad Hero sprang into action, darting like a phantom through the webs, his short blade flashing as he severed each strand, calling out to Toad Bunta, "Bunta, deal with those 2 spiders. I'll tackle that 3-headed dog." Toad Bunta grinned, forming seals with his hands. "Ninjutsu, water style, iron cannonball." He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive water sphere that hurtled toward the 2 spiders with a deafening rush. Boom. The water sphere struck the spiders, instantly obliterating them into fragments. Black ichor splattering everywhere. Yet before Toad Bunta could revel in his success, the 3-headed dog suddenly changed direction, lunging at him. The middle head whipped around, unleashing a black energy wave from its mouth, aimed directly at Bunta's face. "That thing can shoot energy waves too?" Toad Bunta was startled, swiftly sidestepping as the energy wave collided with a nearby tree, severing it cleanly in half and sending up plumes of black smoke. "Damn it! This dog is far tougher to handle than that crab. Ken, hurry and help me." Toad Ken rushed over, aiming the water cannon at the 3-headed dog. Activating it. Ninjutsu, water style, great waterfall cannon. A torrent of water erupted from the cannon, cascading like a waterfall toward the beast. Yet the 3-headed dog showed no fear. All 3 heads opened wide, unleashing 3 black energy waves that collided with the water. Boom. The water and energy waves canceled each other out, sending a cloud of mist into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the dog dashed through the mist, lunging once more at Toad Ken, its left head snapping towards Ken's arm. "Ah, you beast!" Toad Ken yelped in pain, delivering a punch to the dog's head, but the creature's scales were as hard as iron. The impact merely produced a dull thud, and not only did the dog not release its grip, but it bit down harder, the black venom seeping into Ken's body through the wound. "Ken!" Toad Hero and Toad Bunta exclaimed simultaneously, rushing towards the dog. Toad Hero thrust his short blade at the dog's eye while Toad Bunta swung a punch at its body. The animal path, observing this, narrowed its eyes and commanded the previously unharmed rhinoceros to charge at Toad Hero from behind, aiming to thwart his rescue of Toad Ken. "Watch your back." Jiraiya's voice carried from a distance. He was now seated cross-legged on the ground, a faint green chakra emanating from him, with the figures of Fukasaku and Shima gradually becoming clearer amidst the smoke. "Hero, the rhinoceros is coming." Toad Hero, upon hearing this, had to halt his actions, sidestepping to evade the rhinoceros's charge while calling out to Toad Bunta. "Bunta, save Ken first. I'll deal with the rhinoceros." Toad Bunta nodded, delivering a solid punch to the dog's body. Though it did not cause serious harm, it inflicted enough pain for the dog to loosen its grip on Toad Ken's arm. Seizing the moment, Toad Ken stepped back, grimacing at the darkening wound on his arm. "This poison is potent. My arm is nearly numb." At this point, Jiraiya had completed the sage summoning, with Fukasaku and Shima perched on his shoulders. Fukasaku spoke. "Young Jiraiya, the chakra of these creatures is peculiar, as if they are controlled puppets, and their chakra source seems to be elsewhere." Shima surveyed the battlefield, advising Toad Ken, "Ken, your wound needs urgent attention. This toxin is a special blend of chakra-infused poison, and ordinary antidotes 1 tea suffice. Once we deal with these foes, I will help you detoxify." Toad Ken nodded, hefting the water cannon once more, gritting his teeth. "Thank you, Shima. I can still fight. I must teach that three-headed dog a lesson." The heavenly path. Witnessing Jiraiya complete the sage summoning, grew increasingly grim, issuing orders to the other pains. "Do not waste time with them. Quickly eliminate these frogs and capture the 5th Hokage." Upon hearing this, the hungry ghost path and the human path charged toward Toad Bunta. The hungry ghost path opened its mouth, ready to absorb his chakra, while the human path extended its hand, glowing with a dark aura, attempting to utilize the soul extraction technique to seize Toad Bunta's soul. "Want to absorb my chakra? Not a chance." Toad Bunta had anticipated this, feeling the chakra surge within him, a faint blue aura enveloping his body. Ninjutsu, Earth-style, hardening technique. His skin instantly became as hard as rock, and the hungry ghost path's chakra absorption technique failed to draw a single ounce of chakra from him. How is this possible? A flicker of surprise crossed the hungry ghost path's eyes, evidently unprepared for the resilience displayed by Gamabunta. With a wide grin, Gamabunta declared, "Surprised, are you? The chakra of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain is not so easily absorbed." He unleashed a powerful punch toward the hungry ghost path, who was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing black blood. Observing this, the human path shifted its focus and charged at Gamabunta, only to be intercepted by the short blade in Gamabunta's hand, leading to an instant clash between the two. As they fought, Gamabunta quipped, "Is that all you can do besides soul extraction? Your moves are dreadfully monotonous." The beast path, witnessing its summoning beast being subdued, formed another hand seal, this time summoning a colossal centipede, its body stretching dozens of meters long, with a hard shell, as it advanced towards Gamaken, attempting to ensnare him. "Another one? Is this never-ending?" Gamaken exclaimed impatiently, aiming his water cannon at the centipede, unleashing the ninjutsu water release. Water bullet. Countless water columns erupted from the cannon, shooting toward the centipede. Although they failed to penetrate its shell, they temporarily hindered its movement. Jiraiya, observing the chaotic battlefield, turned to Fukasaku and Shima, saying, "Fukasaku, Shima, are you ready? It's time for us to make our move." Despite their tenacity, I am confident that together we can overcome them. Fukasaku nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. "No problem, Jiraiya. Let them witness the might of Mayaboku Mountain's sage arts." Shima added, "We should focus our assaults on the Deva path. Once we subdue it, the others will be much easier to handle." Just then, the Deva path suddenly lifted its head, gazing in Jiraiya's direction, a cold light flickering in its rinnegan. While it could not use Shinra Tensei for the moment, it had other techniques at its disposal. Slowly raising its hand, a faint purple chakra began to swirl in its palm, clearly preparing for a new attack. Be careful. The Deva path is about to strike. Jiraiya warned, simultaneously forming hand seals for the Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan. The pale green Sage Chakra coalesced in his palm, forming a massive blue sphere that shot toward the Deva path. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage rock, Sakura observed the battlefield, her Sage Chakra intensifying in her palm. At this moment, her technique, the art of symbiosis, had completely protected every villager of Konohagakure. Next, she thought, eyeing Jiraiya and the Toad army not far away. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 193. A pink flash, Sakura Haruno makes her entrance. As Jiraiya engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 paths of pain, a flash of pink hair dashed past, standing before them. Jiraiya-sensei, you can't deal with those who hide behind puppets without me, Sakura declared as she landed, sending debris flying. With her right hand spread open, pale blue lightning coursed through her fingers. Lightning release, level Chio dance. The girl moved like a bolt of lightning, her lightning morphing into a sharp blade that sliced through the Azura path, just as the Azura path attempted to transform its arm into a cannon. Sakura's blade had already severed its metallic joint, scattering parts everywhere as she coldly stated, "The pain you inflicted upon Konoha today, I will repay with interest. Do you think a few puppets can extinguish the will of fire? Sakura, well done." Jiraiya paused, momentarily taken aback by her prowess. "You've honed your level Chio dance quite well. You've improved significantly since your encounter with the Reikage brothers. I couldn't just sit back while my predecessors are fighting." Sakura dodged the massive centipede summoned by the beast path, slamming her palm against the ground. Wood release, birth of the tree world. Countless robust roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring the centipede and the 3-headed dog. She then turned her gaze to the Deva path in midair, her eyes sharp. "And I've calculated that the cooldown for your Shinra Tensei has just expired, hasn't he?" The Deva path's pupils constricted as its faint purple chakra surged. "You've even discerned the rhythm of my Shinra Tensei? Then let me show you what true despair feels like. Shinra Tensei." As soon as the words left its mouth, the Deva path unleashed a palm strike toward the girl. An invisible repulsive force expanded instantaneously, shattering the roots that ensnared it. However, Sakura had already anticipated this. Teleporting beside Jiraiya, smirking with derision. 5 minutes ago, you used the universal pull, according to the cycle of chakra among the 6 paths of pain. You can't use Shinra Tensei now. Are you saving it for a fireworks display for Konoha? Upon hearing this, the Deva path's coldness intensified, its voice frigid as ice. "You are that Sakura Haruno. Both Sasori and Deidara fell to your hands. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." However, their defeat was merely due to their overestimation of their own power. After all, they are not gods, and their strength is limited. "Overestimation? Heh," Sakura replied, gathering lightning in her right hand, the energy flickering in her palm. "They did not overestimate themselves, they underestimated me. And you, Deva path, will meet the same grim fate as they did." As she spoke, she stepped forward decisively, the Sage Chakra enveloping her in a faint green aura. "You wish for the world to feel pain? Then let us see how it feels to be consumed by your own techniques." While the two exchanged words, Tsunade had already healed her injuries, the blonde woman charging on a slug, chakra pooling in her palm. "Sakura, Jiraiya, I'm here to assist you." But Jiraiya swiftly blocked her path, saying, "Tsunade, you are the Hokage, the core of Konoha. I sensed with natural energy that Kisame's tentacles have breached the eastern gate, and Itachi is casting Genjutsu at the western gate. You must coordinate and direct the others, ensuring that Kakashi and Sasuke can work together to hold them off. Sakura and I can handle this." Tsunade clenched her fists, watching the faint red cloud of the Akatsuki organization flicker in the distance, her teeth gritting. "Fine, but you too. Don't overdo it. I will ensure that the Umbu are on standby for support, and signal me immediately if you find yourselves in danger." As she turned, she cautioned Sakura, "Don't rush with the lightning release taijutsu. It consumes a lot of chakra, so remember to buffer it with sage techniques." Sakura smiled, forming an O with her hand. "Don't worry, master. I'm well aware. After all, against the Deva path, I'll need to conserve chakra for his Shinra Tensei." "Okay, good." Tsunade felt reassured as she departed. The Deva path, seeing Tsunade retreat, grew more ominous, commanding the other pains, "Eliminate these 2 nuisances first. Human path, extract their souls." Upon hearing this, the human path immediately charged toward Jiraiya, only to be drenched by the water release, waterfall technique that Sakura unleashed. "You want to harm my Jiraiya-sensei? You'll have to get through me first. The girl leaped into the air, merging her sage chakra with lightning. Wet bone forest sage art. Lightning release pseudo color storm. Golden lightning shot toward the 6 paths of pain. Deva path. You love using repulsion, don't you? This time, let us see if your Shinra Tensei can withstand my sage lightning. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, taking the opportunity to remind the 2 sages, Fukasaku, Shima. It's time for a new wave of assault. The 2 sages yawned, with Shima adding, "All right, little Jiraiya, let us make it quick. I still have to get back to prepare dinner." Jiraiya smiled and turned to Sakura. "Sakura, keep the Deva path at bay. Don't let him use Shinra Tensei again. I'll take care of the other pains." "Understood." Sakura huffed, dodging the Deva path Shinra Tensei with a swift movement, striking the ground and causing an earthquake. Super strength, earth split. The ground collapsed, trapping the hungry ghost path. Sakura blew on her fist, shouting at the Deva path. "Do you think the Akatsuki can win just because they VE arrived? Uchiha Itachi is incapacitated, Kisame lacks intelligence, and Sasori is my defeated foe. As for you, Deva path, you are merely Yahiko's obsession. I wonder if the deceased Yahiko knows of your insanity. He probably wouldn't. Rest in peace." Tian Dao's body suddenly trembled, evidently pained by the name Yahiko. The force in his palm erupted once more. Silence. What do you understand? There is no absolute power. Only the repetition of betrayal and the anguish of destruction. Jiraiya and Tsunade do not comprehend, and you understand even less. In the distance, an explosion echoed from the east gate, as the dark tendrils of Ju tore through Konoha's defenses. Jiraiya caught sight of the chaos afar and shouted to Sakura, "Sakura, hasten your pace. After dealing with pain, we must provide support to the others." Sakura nodded, no longer engaging in futile dialogue with pain. The young girl immediately utilized wood release, ensnaring the Azura path once again, sneering coldly at Tian Dao. 3 minutes. I only need 3 minutes to dismantle your 6 paths puppets. Then you shall realize that your so-called absolute power is utterly insignificant before me. Lightning coalesced in her palm, even more potent than before, causing the very air to quiver. Chapter 193. Sasuke and Kakashi versus Uchiha Itachi. As the scene shifted, the explosions at the east gate reverberated in the distance, while the streets on the west side of the Hokage building plunged into an eerie silence. Sasuke raced across the rooftops, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his Sharingan spinning in his eyes. Upon sensing that familiar yet chilling chakra, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. "Sasuke, wait!" Kakashi's voice called from behind. His silver hair glimmered in the morning light as he swiftly caught up to the boy. Placing a hand on his shoulder, his tone grave. "That is Uchiha Itachi, not an ordinary Akatsuki member. Do not act impulsively." Sasuke violently shrugged off his hand, the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, his fingertips whitening from the force. "How many years have I waited for this day, and you expect me to wait any longer?" His voice quivered with suppressed emotion, his gaze fixed on the alley ahead. There, a figure clad in the red cloud cloak slowly emerged, black hair falling over his forehead, obscuring half of his face, revealing only those crimson Sharingan, sharp as poisoned daggers. Uchiha Itachi halted, his gaze landing on Sasuke, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely observing a stranger. He raised his hand, a kunai delicately spinning between his fingers, his tone flat. "Sasuke, it has been years. You've certainly grown taller. Stop pretending, Itachi." Sasuke retorted sharply, forming hand seals rapidly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, scorching hot as it surged toward Itachi. Kakashi's expression shifted, and he swiftly drew a kunai, executing a wind release. Wind cutter. The gust split the fireball in two, preventing damage to the surrounding buildings. He turned to Sasuke, shouting, "I told you not to act recklessly. You cannot harm him this way." Itachi observed the cleaved fireball, a faint smirk appearing on his lips, seemingly mocking, still so impatient. "It seems that in these years, aside from your height, you have made no real progress. What do you know?" Sasuke's eyes reddened, forming seals once again. Lightning release. Chidori. Blue lightning gathered in his palm, emitting a piercing crackle. "I train every day for the sole purpose of killing you." "Kill me?" Itachi raised an eyebrow, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared behind Sasuke. Moving so swiftly, he left an afterimage. "With your current abilities, you are still unqualified." His voice whispered in Sasuke's ear, laced with an almost imperceptible chill. "I spared you once to allow you to grow stronger, yet you remain as weak as ever. Sasuke whirled around, thrusting his Chidori at Itachi, only to have Itachi effortlessly evade. Itachi raised his hand, the kunai aimed at Sasuke's shoulder. Kakashi observed and promptly activated Kamui, drawing the kunai into another dimension. Itachi, you have me to contend with as well. Since Sakura had initiated her sage art, the technique of all living things, Kakashi felt his chakra multiply several times over, believing he could unleash numerous Kamui attacks without hesitation. Truly remarkable, Sakura. Itachi turned his gaze toward Kakashi, the tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. Hatake Kakashi, I did not expect you to have mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, while Kamui is potent, it consumes a significant amount of chakra. How long can you sustain it? Until I drive you out of Konoha. Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly, a faint blue chakra emanating from him. Sasuke, do not act alone. We must coordinate. You restrain his speed with lightning, and I will use Kamui to attack. Seeking an opportunity to seal his chakra, Sasuke clenched his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging Kakashi's wisdom. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. His Sharingan trained intently on Itachi's movements. Understood. Itachi regarded their coordination with an indifferent expression. Coordination? Even if you join forces, you cannot defeat me. He formed hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Countless small fireballs surged toward Kakashi and Sasuke, densely packed and leaving no room for evasion. Sasuke, use lightning to deflect them. Kakashi shouted, simultaneously activating Kamui to draw the fireballs into another dimension. Sasuke immediately understood, forming hand seals, lightning release, thunderclap. Blue lightning enveloped him as he dashed like a bolt through the fireballs, dispersing them one by one. Over the past 2 years, Sasuke had trained in lightning release alongside Sakura, significantly enhancing his skills and creating numerous lightning techniques. Intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. Yet, it is still insufficient. His form flickered again, suddenly appearing before Sasuke, his palm aimed at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke reacted swiftly, summoning lightning to shield his body, leaping backward to evade Itachi's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi activated Kamui, attempting to draw Itachi's arm into another dimension, but Itachi sensed the movement and swiftly retreated. Itachi regarded Kakashi, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. The activation speed of Kamui is too slow. Kakashi, you cannot harm me this way. Is that so? A cold smirk crept across Kakashi's lips. Then watch this. He formed hand seals, lightning release, lightning cutter. Blue lightning coalesced in his palm, more refined than Sasuke's Chidori. Sasuke, prepare. We charge together. Sasuke nodded, gathering his Chidori once more, flanking Kakashi as they charged toward Itachi. Itachi's eyes narrowed, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he formed hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged from the ground, barreling toward them with tremendous force. This is bad. Kakashi's expression shifted, shocked that Itachi could wield water release. He halted, activating Kamui in an attempt to absorb the water dragon, but its size was too great. Kamui could only draw in a portion, while the rest rushed toward them. Sasuke, realizing the peril, adjusted his chakra, lightning release, false darkness. Countless tiny bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, raining down upon the water dragon. Lightning countered water, and the dragon was instantly shattered, transforming into a misty deluge. Well done, Sasuke. Kakashi praised, casting a glance at Sasuke before activating Kamui again. Launching a chakra blade toward Itachi. Itachi sidestepped, the blade grazing his shoulder and embedding itself into the wall behind him, leaving a massive crater. Itachi regarded the two with a slight shift in tone. You are slightly more formidable than I anticipated. However, the game must come to an end. The tomo in his Sharingan abruptly ceased spinning, transforming into the shape of a kaleidoscope, as cold words escaped his lips. Tsuki no Mi. In an instant, Sasuke felt darkness envelop him, plunging him into an illusion. Within this realm, he was once again confronted by the scene of his clan's annihilation, Itachi wielding a kunai. Advancing toward him step by step, a chilling smile gracing his face. Sasuke, you will never surpass me. You will forever live in my shadow. No, I will not lose. Sasuke screamed within the illusion, struggling against the confines of his own body, but found himself utterly immobilized. His chakra became chaotic, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 194, The Battle of Brothers Sasuke. Wake up. Kakashi's voice resonated from beyond the illusion, prompting him to activate Kimui in an attempt to extricate Sasuke from the mirage. Upon witnessing this, Itachi swiftly unleashed Tsukuyomi, seeking to ensnare Kakashi within the same illusion. However, Kakashi, ever vigilant, promptly closed his eyes and relied on his battlefield instincts to evade Itachi's assault. As he maneuvered, he shouted, "Sasuke, do not let the illusion deceive you. Use your lightning release chakra to seize control of your nerves and resist. You are capable of this." Sasuke, hearing Kakashi's voice within the illusion, felt a surge of defiance swell within him. He fixed his gaze intently on Itachi's eyes, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. "I will not be deceived by you." Itachi, with a sudden burst of determination, his chakra erupted. Prior to this, Sakura had warned him that while Itachi's Tsukuyomi was formidable, it was not without a means of counteraction. Proficient in lightning release, Sasuke knew that once he acknowledged he had fallen prey to the illusion, he must concentrate all his chakra to a single point, inflicting pain upon his nerves to disrupt the mental control exerted by Tsukuyomi, thereby potentially breaking free from its grasp. Of course, this was contingent upon his chakra being sufficiently abundant. Having been nourished by Sakura's sage art, the technique of symbiosis, his chakra was indeed brimming. And now he possessed the capability. In an instant, a radiant blue lightning chakra enveloped him, forcefully shattering the confines of Tsukuyomi's illusion. "Oh, you managed to break free from Tsukuyomi?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Itachi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "It appears you have indeed made considerable progress. However, this is merely the prelude. The true spectacle is yet to unfold. I shall show you the true power of the Sharingan, my feeble and ineffectual brother." With that, he formed hand seals, summoning Susanoo. A pale blue chakra surged from Itachi, gradually coalescing into a colossal humanoid silhouette wielding a long sword, exuding an imposing presence. Both Kakashi and Sasuke's expressions shifted dramatically. They understood the might of Susanoo, the ultimate technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, exhibiting formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. "Sasuke, be cautious. His Susanoo is formidable. Do not let that sword touch you," Kakashi warned, simultaneously activating Kimui in an attempt to draw Susanoo's sword into an alternate dimension. Yet, Susanoo's sword was resilient beyond measure. Kimui could only leave a shallow mark upon its blade, failing to absorb it entirely. Itachi maneuvered Susanoo, swinging the sword towards Sasuke. Reacting instantly, Sasuke used lightning release to shield his body and leapt backward, evading the strike. The sword struck the ground, creating a massive fissure and sending debris flying. "Sasuke, target the chakra core of Susanoo with your lightning release," Kakashi urged. Though Susanoo is robust, its chakra core is its vulnerability. Sasuke nodded, gathering his chakra with intensity, and without hesitation, formed hand seals, lightning release, Kirin. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the battlefield as golden lightning roiled within, descending with cataclysmic force towards Susanoo. This was a technique that the youth took pride in, having garnered professional approval from Sakura. By harnessing natural energy to create an expansive lightning release, the chakra expenditure was minimal, akin to using a feather to lift a mountain. Itachi's eyes narrowed, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight crossing his lips. He commanded Susanoo to raise its sword, blocking the onslaught of Kirin. The clash of golden lightning against the sword produced a deafening roar, with chakra scattering in all directions. A crack appeared on Susanoo's blade, and Itachi's complexion paled slightly. The power of Kirin exceeded his expectations. "I never anticipated you could wield such a level of lightning release ninjutsu," Itachi remarked, his tone layered with complexity. "Sasuke, you have indeed grown significantly. This is still insufficient." Sasuke, consumed by rage, roared, gathering chakra anew. "I will avenge my clan by slaying you, the traitor." As he prepared to charge forth, Kakashi seized the moment to activate Kimui, drawing a portion of Susanoo's sword into the void, further widening the crack. The silver-haired man regarded Itachi with a grave expression. "Itachi, you cannot sustain this much longer. Your body is already frail. Employing Susanoo is further draining your life. Do you wish to continue?" The knowledge of Itachi's deteriorating health was common among the villagers of Konoha, as Sakura had nearly broadcasted from the rooftops. Itachi did not respond, instead directing Susanoo to swing its sword once more at Sasuke. After evading the attack, Sasuke unleashed lightning release upon Susanoo's chakra core. The impact resonated with a tremendous boom. causing Susanu's form to waver. "Sasuke, now is the time," Kakashi shouted, forming hand seals for a sealing technique. 5 elements seal. Golden sealing symbols soared towards Itachi. Aiming to bind his chakra, Itachi's eyes sharpened, swiftly commanding Susanu to intercept the sealing symbols while retreating to create distance. Gazing at Kakashi and Sasuke, his pallor grew, breaths becoming increasingly labored. "You two truly exhibit remarkable synergy. Sasuke, you have matured considerably, providing me with unexpected delight. However, I am not yet ready to meet my end." Throughout the confrontation, Itachi's focus remained fixed on the dark-haired youth before him, his body heaving with exertion. If the battle persisted, Itachi understood he still had trump cards unplayed. Aware that once unleashed, neither Kakashi nor Sasuke would stand a chance. Yet, his objectives had been achieved. He had evaluated the strength of his beloved brother, Sasuke, and, following Pain's directive, had joined Akatsuki in assaulting Konoha. At this juncture, he saw no necessity to prolong the engagement. With a satisfied smile gracing his features, he activated body flicker technique. A puff of white smoke materialized before Kakashi and Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Sasuke shouted, immediately pursuing, but was halted by Kakashi. "Sasuke, do not chase." Kakashi shook his head. His intentions differ from Pain's. He does not seek to obliterate Konoha. Moreover, we have more pressing matters at hand. We must support the other battlefronts in Konoha. I have a lingering suspicion that Uchiha Itachi harbors additional strength. Pursuing him now may not be beneficial. Sasuke, eyes fixed on the direction Itachi had departed, clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his resentment. "Very well, let's assist the other fronts. But when next we encounter him, I will ensure his demise." In accordance with Sasuke's former nature, he would have undoubtedly pursued him. Yet over the years, influenced by Sakura and Naruto, he had gradually come to understand what truly mattered. Revenge was undeniably significant, but the immediate priority was to extricate Konoha from peril. As for Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke recognized that he must elevate his own strength to a new echelon to defeat him completely, and to do so alone. Only then would he achieve true vengeance for his clan. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "I believe in you. Let us depart." They exchanged a resolute glance, hesitating no longer, and swiftly made their way towards the northern gate's riverway. There, the beast known as the Eight-Tails was locked in a fierce struggle with Team 3. Chapter 195, The Eight-Tails vs. Team 3. The riverway at Konoha's northern gate was no longer the serene expanse it once was. The rushing waters were tainted with deep crimson, while cherry blossom trees lay shattered along the banks. Wood and stone tumbled in the tumultuous waves, sending up clouds of murky spray. The towering figure of the Eight-Tails stood resolute in the river's center, its massive blade embedded in the muddy bottom, droplets cascading from the blade's edge, only to be shattered into fine mist upon contact with the rippling surface. Humph, the little brats of Konoha still possessed some measure of skill. The gravelly voice of the Eight-Tails echoed, mingling with the roar of the rushing waters. He licked his cracked lips, his gaze sweeping over the triangular formation of Class 3 before him. A bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. "But with just the three of you, it's hardly enough to fill my teeth. Don't underestimate others." A resounding voice suddenly erupted from the trees along the bank. Immediately, a figure clad in a green, form-fitting combat suit, with thick eyebrows and a determined expression, leapt through the treetops. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. "My student is not someone you can casually criticize." Rock Lee's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Teacher Guy." Mike Guy landed steadily beside Lee, a hearty slap on his shoulder revealing his signature white-toothed smile. "Sorry for being late. I was held up by some ruffians while providing support at the west gate." He quickly reined in his smile, his emerald eyes locking onto Kisame. The chakra of his body flickered like flames. "Kisame Hashigaki, I heard you were thoroughly taught a lesson by Sakura 3 years ago. How dare you come to Konoha and cause trouble?" Upon seeing Guy, Kisame's crimson eyes momentarily glimmered with seriousness, soon replaced by fervent battle spirit. "Mike Guy, I didn't expect to encounter you here." "Very well. Let me show you the power of the tailless beast." Teacher Guy, his body can absorb chakra, gentle fist, and ninja tools 1T work. Niji Hyuga quickly activated his Byakugan, veins bulging in his pale violet eyes, noting that his chakra reserves rivaled that of a tailed beast. Guy nodded, swiftly assuming a combat stance. "Don't worry, Sakura's intel has it all covered." To deal with someone like him, we must crush him with pure taijutsu. Lee, do you remember the youthful iron rule I taught you? Of course. Youth is about burning with passion. Lee responded immediately, his chakra surging dramatically as he opened the first gate, the initial gate, with a thunderous boom. Teacher Guy, let us go all out together. Wait. Guy abruptly raised his hand to stop them. You three are tasked with containment. His Samahata can absorb taijutsu as well. I will first test his limits. Before his words had fully settled, he exerted force beneath his feet, creating a shallow crater, and shot towards Kisame like an arrow released from a bow. His right leg sweeping towards Kisame's face with a whistling sound. Konoha whirlwind. Bring it on. Kisame cackled, blocking with his left arm, while simultaneously thrusting the handle of Samahata upward. With a dull thud, Guy's foot struck the blade of Samahata, nearly snagging his pant leg on the barbed edges. Guy's eyes narrowed as he used the momentum to spin mid-air, his left leg following through with a sweeping kick. Konoha, great whirlwind. Kisame was forced back half a step, his Samahata once again blocking the attack. But the sheer force left his hands numb. Just to show off, he roared, unleashing a torrent of water release, water prison technique. The semi-transparent water dome swiftly enveloped Guy, attempting to trap this troublesome opponent. Naive, Guy inhaled deeply within the water prison, channeling chakra to its maximum, his body erupting with power. Konoha's strong fist whirlwind. The rotating kick, imbued with ferocious energy, shattered the water prison, splashing water across the riverbank. Teacher Guy is amazing, Tintin exclaimed, waving a scroll in admiration, simultaneously launching dozens of shuriken, ninja tool, rain of pear blossom. The barrage of needles rained down upon Kisame's chakra points, precisely guided by Niji's Byakugan. Seizing the opportunity, Niji maneuvered to Kisame's side, fingertips charged with chakra, gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. His fingers darted like a tempest towards Kisame's chakra nodes, yet were rebuffed by the opponent's wild chakra. Damn it, his chakra defense is too solid. Kisame swatted aside the shuriken, forcing Niji back with a sweep of Samahata. Turning to Guy with a sneer. Your taijutsu is indeed impressive, but with this level of power, you cannot breach my defenses. Suddenly, he plunged Samahata into the water release, great sharp bomb technique. A massive water sphere formed, hurtling towards Guy with the intent to devour everything in its path. Lee, let us break it together, Guy shouted, unlocking the second gate, the healing gate, feeling his chakra surge further. Yes, Teacher Guy? Lee followed suit, also opening the healing gate. And together they leapt into the air, their legs overlapping, double assault fawn. The two fierce kicks struck the water sphere simultaneously, the tremendous force exploding it into a cascade of water that soared dozens of meters high. Kisame's pupils constricted at the sight. As he prepared to form hand seals again, he found Guy had closed the distance, his right fist coming down with the force of thunder, activating Konoha's strong fist whirlwind. The punch landed squarely on Kisame's chest, emitting a muffled thud. Kisame grunted, stumbling back several steps as ripples spread across the river's surface. Teacher Guy? Seizing the moment, Lee launched an assault, his legs like cannonballs aimed at Kisame's knee, but Kisame blocked with Samahata. The barbs on Samahata instantly latched onto Lee's chakra, causing him to turn pale as he felt his chakra rapidly drain away. Lee, retreat, Guy shouted urgently, throwing a shuriken to push Kisame back. Kisame laughed maniacally, greedily absorbing Lee's chakra, the blade glowing an even deeper crimson. Ha! Is this the taste of youth? Truly delicious. With a sudden burst of strength, he sent Lee flying backward. My Guy, your student is too weak. How dare you harm my Lee? Guy's fury ignited, his chakra surging dramatically as he opened the third gate, the life gate, with a thunderous crash. You shall pay for that remark. He charged toward Kisame like a green lightning bolt, his fists raining down like a storm. Konoha rock breaking rise. Kisame swung Samahata to block, the clash resonating like a symphony of metal against metal. Gradually, he found himself suppressed by Guy's taijutsu, forced into passive defense, the smile on his face fading. This guy's taijutsu is unexpectedly formidable. He unleashed a torrent of water release, water mirror technique. The water's surface reflected Guy's image, and soon, a kick identical to Guy's erupted from the water. Niji, Guy called out. Through the Byakugan, Niji had already deciphered the principles behind the water mirror technique and dashed towards the water's surface. Gentle fist, pointing technique. His fingertips precisely struck the chakra node on the water's surface, shattering the water mirror and dispersing the kick. Excellent teamwork, Guy praised, seizing the moment of Kisame's distraction to land a punch on his chin, sending Kisame flying backwards into the river, splashing water everywhere. Kisame struggled to rise from the water, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze burned with fervor. Intriguing, so very intriguing. He suddenly plunged Samehada into his own chest, the blade voraciously absorbing his chakra, emitting a low hum. If that is the case, let me show you the true power of myself and Samehada. Chapter 196. The arrival of Wood Clone, this is bad. He is about to go berserk. Guy's expression shifted as he prepared to attack again, only to see Kisame's chakra swell dramatically, water swirling around him to form the colossal phantom of a shark. Teacher Guy, be careful. Tintin threw chain shuriken, attempting to bind Kisame's arms, but he effortlessly broke free. With a furious roar, Kisame swung Samehada at Guy. Samehada, great blade shatter. The strike bore the weight of destruction, forcing Guy to dodge to the side, the blade narrowly missing his shoulder and cleaving the rock behind him in two. As Guy regained his footing, Kisame's assault came once more. He could only evade, slowly falling into a disadvantage. Damn it, this won't do. Guy gritted his teeth, on the verge of unlocking the fourth gate, the wounded gate, when two familiar figures suddenly burst forth from the trees flanking the river. Teacher Guy, we are here to help. Two pink figures zipped through the air like lightning, simultaneously forming seals. Would release. Binding technique. Thick vines erupted from the ground, instantly ensnaring Kisame's arms and legs, immobilizing his movements. Kisame froze for a moment, then roared in anger. Who are you? He struggled fiercely, his raging chakra slamming against the vines, but they held firm against his onslaught. Guy exhaled in relief, gazing at the two figures with a smile. Sakura, you arrived just in time. Have you resolved the situation with Pain? The pink-haired girl manifested two wooden clones, both turning to reveal their signature short pink locks. Not yet, she said. My original self is currently collaborating with Jiraiya-sensei at the Hokage building to besiege Pain. However, I sense danger at other battlefields through sage techniques, so I dispatched my wooden clones to assist you. Her gaze swept over the group. Is everyone all right? We're fine, Lee promptly responded, clenching his fists. Sakura, let us together vanquish him. Yes, indeed, she replied. This grotesque creature has been taught a lesson before, yet he has not learned. Today, he shall become a lifeless fish. One of the wooden clones swiftly formed hand seals, pressing her hands against the ground. Would release. 4-pillar bind. Instantly, for massive wooden pillars erupted from the earth surrounding Kisame, securing him tightly within. The vines constricted further, causing his skin to creak under the pressure. Kisame was utterly incensed. Damn you, Haruno Sakura. You finally arrived. I have not forgotten the grudge from 3 years ago. Today, it is either your death or mine. Sakura retorted. You think you can face us? With a fierce motion, Kisame drew his sword, swinging it toward the vines and pillars. Water release, exploding water shockwave. He unleashed a torrent of seawater, instantly raising the river's water level by several meters, sending massive waves crashing outward, attempting to obliterate the wooden binding technique. Niji, use the 8 trigrams to defend, Guy shouted, simultaneously opening the healing gate, enveloping himself in an invisible barrier of chakra. Niji understood immediately, his hands moving swiftly. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The chakra barrier combined with Guy's martial arts defenses, successfully repelling the surging waves back. Meanwhile, Tintin took the opportunity to unfurl a scroll. Ninja tool. Chain shuriken. Dozens of shuriken with chains flew forth, ensnaring Kisame's sword handle in an attempt to disarm him. Dreaming of taking my sword? Kisame bellowed, straining to reclaim his weapon, but Sakura's wooden clone had already closed in, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Die, you hideous creature. The girl's fist contained incredible strength. Even as a clone, her power was formidable. Kisame was forced to dodge, causing his grip on the sword to weaken slightly. Now's our chance. Guy seized the moment, propelling himself toward Kisame, his right leg sweeping like a steel whip. Leaf Hurricane. A series of kicks rained down upon Kisame, forcing him backward. Lee followed closely, opening the life gate and reaching peak speed. Lotus Flower. He leaped behind Kisame, locking his arms around his neck and spinning him down to the ground. With a resounding crash, Kisame fell heavily into the river, splashing water everywhere. Niji quickly followed up, focusing his chakra into his fingertips, accurately striking Kisame's pressure points. Gentle fist, pressure point strike. This time, with Kisame suppressed, the chakra successfully penetrated his pressure points, temporarily obstructing his chakra flow. Kisame felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his chakra sluggish. The vines and pillars tightened their grip, firmly anchoring him in place. Kisame's sword, now devoid of its master's control, was entirely ensnared by Tenten's chain shuriken, rendered useless. Guy approached Kisame, looking down at him with a mix of respect and disdain. Kisame Hashigaki, you are indeed a worthy adversary, but you have chosen the wrong path. Gasping for breath, Kisame's crimson eyes fixed on Guy, glancing at the third squad and Sakura's clone, unwillingly roaring, I cannot lose. I am the Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails. He attempted to summon the remaining chakra within him to break free, but Niji's pressure point technique had taken effect, making chakra flow nearly impossible. Your chakra reserves are indeed impressive, yet the ninjas of Konoha have never relied solely on the quantity of chakra to secure victory. The clone of Sakura spoke with calm, yet formidable confidence. Behave yourself, you grotesque creature, or I shall sever your head and kick it like a ball. Do you believe me? Kisame retorted, as Lee approached him, fists clenched. Members of Akatsuki, you have destroyed everything we hold dear. Now, it is time to pay for your deeds. Tenten then stowed her scroll and produced a special sealing talisman. This is Konoha's sealing technique talisman. It will temporarily seal your chakra. Come with us. Kisame looked at the advancing group, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. You think you can seal me? It won't be that easy. With that, he clenched his jaw, seemingly preparing for a final desperate struggle. Be careful, he is going to self-destruct. Niji alerted them immediately. Sakura's clone reacted swiftly, forming seals. Wood release, wooden coffin technique. A massive wooden coffin materialized, enveloping Kisame entirely. The vines and pillars reinforced their hold, completely immobilizing him. Simultaneously, Tenten placed the sealing talisman upon the wooden coffin, the crimson sealing pattern spreading forth and thoroughly suppressing Kisame's chakra within. Inside the coffin, Kisame's furious roars and the sounds of his struggles echoed, but the coffin proved exceedingly sturdy, and with the talisman's effect, the sounds gradually faded until they vanished completely. The river's flow began to calm, the murky waters slowly clearing. Sakura's wooden clone, having exhausted excessive chakra, appeared somewhat weakened. She turned to Guy and the third squad, offering a smile. Thank you all for your efforts. Soon, specialized ninjas will arrive to handle him. Guy patted Lee on the shoulder, smiling with pride. You all performed excellently, living up to my expectations. He then turned to Sakura's clone. Sakura, thank you for your support. You're too kind, Sensei, Sakura's clone replied, shaking her head as her form began to dissipate. Kakashi-sensei and the others are still fighting at other battlefields. I must send other clones to provide support. Please rest and take care. With that, Sakura's wooden clone vanished completely. Guy and the 4 members of the third squad sat upon the rocks by the riverbank, gazing at the now tranquil waters. In the distance, sporadic explosions echoed from the direction of Konoha. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and the resolute determination to protect their home. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lee grinned widely. Guy-sensei, that battle was exhilarating. Next time, I will become stronger so that I can fight alongside you again. Guy laughed heartily, delivering a resounding pat on Lee's back. Indeed, youth is about constantly surpassing oneself. Once this battle concludes, we shall commence special training. Niji and Tenten exchanged smiles, shaking their heads in amusement, yet revealing a long-lost joy. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the river, illuminating the silhouettes of the 4 standing together, embodying the unwavering resolve of the ninjas of Konoha to protect their homeland. Chapter 197. Insect Technique versus Paper Technique. Meanwhile, the commercial street to the south of Konoha had already become a wasteland. A purple-haired woman hovered mid-air, her white paper wings unfurling like those of a butterfly. Shards of paper swirling around her, concealing lethal intent. Shino Aburame stood alongside his father, Shibi Aburame, both clad in the Aburame clan's distinctive high-collared black attire, their faces obscured by translucent windproof goggles. Shino's sleeves trembled slightly as numerous minute parasitic insects crawled from his wrists to his fingertips. The insects of the Aburame clan are indeed more resilient than I anticipated, he mused. Conan's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a flick of her fingers, several paper pieces transformed into razor-edged projectiles, slicing through the air towards the Aburame duo. But no matter how resilient, they cannot withstand the explosion of my explosive tags. Shino, be cautious. Her paper pieces conceal explosive tags, Shibi warned gravely. Raising his hand to summon a swarm of larger parasitic insects from his collar, weaving them into a dense net before them. The sound of paper blades crashing against the insect net echoed, the projectiles being devoured into fragments by the swarm. Yet, a few of the paper pieces detonated as they made contact with the net. Boom. The violent explosion unleashed a wave of air, sending debris and dust flying. Shino and his father swiftly retreated, avoiding the core of the blast. Shino observed the destroyed insect net, adjusting his goggles. His tone calm, yet analytical. Her paper technique can seamlessly switch forms. Ordinary paper is used for cutting, while special paper is embedded with explosive tags, yielding a power comparable to mid-level ninja explosive clay. Additionally, the flight trajectories of the paper are quite agile, making conventional linear defenses easily circumvented. Conan did not respond. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, causing the surrounding paper to frantically converge, swiftly forming two massive paper cranes. The cranes' wings expanded to a span of 3 meters, their beaks glinting with a metallic sheen, evidently crafted from high-density paper. With a subtle gesture, the two cranes emitted a sharp cry, lunging toward Shino and his father. As they flapped their wings, countless paper pieces embedded with explosive tags rained down like a torrential downpour. Shino used the parasitic insect technique for area disruption. I will take the lead, Shibi shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. Parasitic insect technique. Parasitic giant insect. Several insects sized like basketballs burst forth from his body, their hard shells capable of ejecting corrosive fluids. They surged towards the paper cranes, aiming their abdomens to spray green liquid, which, upon contact with the paper, emitted hissing smoke as it corroded holes through the once sturdy sheets. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shino formed seals. Parasitic insect technique. Parasitic bad insect dispersal. His swarm of parasitic insects scattered, enveloping the falling explosive paper tags in a cloud of insects. The parasitic insects voraciously devoured the paper, even when confronted with explosions. The swarm's dispersed formation minimized casualties, while undestroyed insects swiftly filled the gaps, maintaining a continuous defensive net. Her explosive tags required a certain time to detonate, and the parasitic insect's consumption speed could destroy most of the paper before ignition. However, her chakra reserves were ample, and the replenishment rate of the paper exceeded my expectations. While manipulating the swarm, Shino continued his analysis. Moreover, the core of the paper cranes likely contains a chakra convergence point. Only by destroying the core can we completely obliterate the cranes. Conan's gaze turned icy, her fingers moving once more, causing the two cranes to suddenly disintegrate in midair, transforming into countless paper fragments that swiftly coalesced around Shino and his father, forming a massive paper cocoon that ensnared them tightly. Soon after, the inner walls of the cocoon began to reveal a multitude of explosive tags. Clearly, she intended to resolve the confrontation with a widespread explosion. This is bad. It's a large-scale explosive tag trap. Shibi's expression changed instantly as he formed hand seals. Parasitic insect technique. Insect ball. Both he and Shino released a multitude of parasitic insects, which rapidly spun within the cocoon, forming a colossal insect sphere that encased them in the center. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags within the cocoon detonated simultaneously, the violent explosions shaking the ground. The cocoon engulfed instantly in flames and thick smoke. The surrounding ruins obliterated once more, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the insect sphere at the center began to unfold. Though Shino and his father were covered in dust, and their clothing bore numerous tears, they fortunately sustained no fatal injuries thanks to the protection of the insect ball. Shino gazed at Conan, who was reforming paper wings at the edge of the crater, his tone remaining composed. Her explosive tags can be triggered in 2 ways: contact detonation and remote chakra activation. The tags in the cocoon were remotely triggered, indicating she can precisely control the detonation timing within a certain range. We must create distance to avoid being ensnared by her paper techniques. Conan descended slowly, her pristine white skirt untouched by dirt, her cold eyes flickering with a hint of surprise as she regarded Shino and his father, yet she remained silent. With a flick of her hand, Countless slender paper spikes erupted from the ground, piercing upwards beneath Shino and his father, moving with great speed to restrict their mobility. "Shino, quickly, jump!" Shibi shouted. The duo leaped into the air simultaneously. Shino formed seals mid-flight, parasitic insect technique, tracking. Several glowing parasitic insects burst forth from him. Capable of sensing chakra trails, heading straight for Konan. She sidestepped, her paper forming a defensive barrier once more, blocking the insect's assault. However, a few managed to bypass the defense, landing on her paper wings and beginning to devour the paper. Her wings were the crucial point of chakra concentration. The parasitic insects could disrupt her chakra flow. Shino quickly reminded, "Father, we can use the parasitic insects for chakra tracking, limiting her movement, and then seek an opportunity to attack her main body." Shibi nodded. Forming hand seals, parasitic insect technique, insect erosion. Immediately, the parasitic giant insects he released began secreting special threads infused with chakra, weaving into a net in the air. Upon contact with the paper spikes and blades, they became entangled and corroded, losing their offensive capabilities. Konan frowned slightly, finally speaking in her icy tone. "The Oil Women Clan's insects are indeed troublesome." At that moment, Konan suddenly raised her hand, and the surrounding paper instantly converged into dozens of paper clones, each holding a stack of explosive tags. These paper clones rushed toward Shino and his father, hurling the explosive tags into the air, transforming the sky into a sea of flickering red tags, resembling a sky full of crimson stars, yet exuding a sense of destruction. Is this her trump card? Releasing so many explosive tags at once must consume a tremendous amount of chakra, but the explosion range covers the entire battlefield. There is no escape. Shino observed the explosive tags in the air, his speech quickening. "Father, we need to concentrate the insect swarm to form a multi-layered insect ball for defense. Even then, it may not withstand the entire explosion." Just as Shibi was about to form seals, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind them, accompanied by a clear yet resolute voice. "Shino, Uncle Shibi, I'm here to help you." The two turned to see two pink figures darting from behind the ruins. It was Sakura's would-release clone. Sakura's clone reached Shino and his father, quickly assessing the situation upon seeing the explosive tags in the air. The pink-haired girl formed hand seals rapidly, her tone gentle yet decisive. "Sister Konan, using so many explosive tags is too dangerous. Please stop before you hurt yourself." No sooner had she spoken than she pressed her hands to the ground. Water release. Water barrier. Two enormous walls of water rose from the ground, forming blue barriers between Shino and his father and Konan. Then, Sakura's clone formed seals once more. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged forth from the water walls, its cavernous mouth unleashing a torrent of water that, rather than attacking Konan, soared towards the explosive tags in the air. Water is the nemesis of explosive tags. Upon contact, the water quickly soaked the fuses, extinguishing the once glowing red tags and rendering them harmless. Seeing this unfold, Konan's expression finally shifted, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated sudden reinforcements, let alone an adversary employing water release to counter her explosive tags. She regarded Sakura's clone with astonishment. "Haruno Sakura, aren't you battling pain at the North Gate? My real body is supporting the Hokage building. This is my would-release clone." Sensing a significant chakra fluctuation from the explosive tags, I rushed over, Sakura's clone explained gently, devoid of animosity. "Sister Konan, please abandon your plan to destroy Konoha. There are always other choices available. There is no need to harm so many innocent lives." Konan did not respond, her paper once more beginning to stir restlessly, clearly unwilling to be swayed by the pink-haired girl's words. She now solely adheres to Pain's will. Although she is aware that this operation will result in the innocent villagers suffering horrific fates, she feels powerless. Yahiko is gone, and she must now assist Nagato in executing the Eye of the Moon plan. The woman with violet hair raised her hand and waved, prompting the remaining paper clones to charge toward the water wall in an attempt to breach the defense. Sakura's clone, upon witnessing this, immediately formed a series of hand seals. Water release. Water break wave. She unleashed a high-pressure torrent of water from her mouth, which sliced through the advancing paper clones like a razor, reducing them to mere fragments. "Konan, cease your attack. Continuing this way will only lead to mutual destruction," Sakura implored, her voice firm. "Konoha does not wish to eradicate Akatsuki. If you are willing to halt your aggression, We can sit down and discuss matters. Shino observed Sakura's water release and adjusted his protective goggles, stating, Sakura, she will not listen. We must first defeat her. He continued, her paper techniques rely on chakra control. Water release not only counters explosive tags, but also dampens the paper, making it difficult for her to form them. We can synchronize your water release with my insects to further hinder her abilities. Sakura's clone nodded in agreement. All right, Shino, let us cooperate. The girl resumed forming hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A massive deluge surged forth from her, cascading like a waterfall toward Konan. Sakura was confident that her water release now rivaled that of the legendary Hashirama Senju, having developed her skills extensively from the outset. Konan swiftly manipulated her paper to form a barrier, attempting to shield herself from the oncoming tide. However, the sheer force of the water, compounded by the weight of the now-drenched paper, quickly caused the barrier to crack. Seizing the opportunity, Shino shouted, Now Shino! Both he and his father simultaneously performed their hand seals. Insect Jutsu. Twin parasite technique. A swarm of parasitic insects surged into the water, racing toward Konan's paper barrier. The drenched paper's defenses diminished significantly, allowing the insects to easily gnaw through the barrier and advance toward Konan's true form. Konan's expression shifted as she was forced to retreat, hastily retracting her paper to try and shake off the parasitic insects. Yet once the insects latched onto the paper, they clung tightly, consuming it and even beginning to siphon off her chakra. Her chakra flow became erratic, and Shino keenly noted her state. The soaked paper could not coalesce quickly, and the insects were draining her chakra. Now was her most vulnerable moment. However, rather than launching an attack, Sakura's clone spoke again, her tone tinged with pity. Konan, you no longer hold the advantage. Persisting will only lead to your injury. Is pain truly worth this sacrifice? You do not strike me as someone who relishes bloodshed. Finally, Konan halted her movements, observing the parasitic insects voraciously devouring her paper, then glanced at Shino and his father, as well as Sakura's clone. A complex emotion flickered in her cold gaze. After a moment of silence, she abruptly raised her hand, detonating all the paper she could still control. The explosion was not aimed at her adversaries, but rather to dislodge the insects from her body. The shockwave sent the parasitic insects flying, allowing Konan to retreat. As her paper wings reformed, they were noticeably smaller, clearly a testament to her significant chakra depletion. Today, consider it a victory for you. Konan's voice remained icy, though it lacked the previous malice. However, Akatsuki's plans will not cease. When we meet again, I shall show no mercy. With that, she turned, her paper wings sweeping her into a flurry of paper that sped southward, quickly vanishing from sight. Shino watched her departure, choosing not to pursue. Her chakra has been drained by over 60%, and the paper has suffered considerable damage from the insects and water release. She cannot mount another large-scale attack in the near future. Pursuing her might lead to encountering her reinforcements, a risk not worth taking. Shinobi nodded, retracting the parasitic insects. You are correct. Our priority now is to assist other battlefields. Konoha still needs us in many areas. Sakura's clone gazed toward the direction Konan had vanished, letting out a soft sigh. She must feel quite conflicted inside. I hope that when we meet again, we will not stand as enemies. Turning to Shino and his father, she cheerfully asked, Shino, Uncle Shibi, are you both all right? Do you need to tend to any wounds? Shino shook his head. Just minor scrapes. The parasites have already dealt with the surrounding bacteria, so there is no need for concern. Sakura, we owe you our gratitude. Your water release perfectly countered her explosive tags. Otherwise, neutralizing her would have cost us at least double. Shibi rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. The Aburame clan excels at countering various jutsu, yet dealing with such extensive explosive tags proves to be quite taxing. Sakura, your water release is impressive, especially considering your mastery of wood release and your high combat intelligence. It is no wonder the villagers place their trust in you. Sakura's clone chuckled bashfully. Ah, you flatter me. By the way, I sense chakra fluctuations at the eastern battlefield. It may require our support. I must hurry there. Shino, Uncle Shibi, please recuperate swiftly and stay safe. Understood. With that, Sakura's clone dashed toward the east, quickly disappearing at the edge of the ruins. Shino and his father exchanged glances, noting the distant sounds of explosions still echoing from the heart of Konoha. Without lingering, they promptly set off for the next battlefield. Chapter 198. Pain's defeat. At this moment, the area before the Hokage building was already shrouded in smoke. Broken trees, sunken ground, and shattered stones formed a chaotic tapestry. Nagato, in his Deva Path form, hovered midair, his chakra suddenly surging violently, a faint purple aura coalescing in his palm. The devastating Shinra Tensei, previously rendered unusable after employing the planetary devastation, now surged back with an even more terrifying might. He coldly surveyed Jiraiya and Sakura below, his Rinnegan devoid of any emotion. The game is about to end. Watch out. His Shinra Tensei is back. Jiraiya shouted immediately, as Fukasaku and Shima leaped from his shoulders. Fukasaku swiftly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Sand Dust. A whirlwind of Sage Chakra entwined with a storm of sand surged toward the Deva Path with a ripping force. Shima then released a thick, viscous Sage Oil, Sage Art, Oil Release, Hot Oil of Mayaboku. The hot oil intertwined with the sandstorm, instantly transforming into a flaming wave of sand, the intense heat causing the surrounding rocks to begin to sizzle. Sakura followed closely, her chakra erupting beneath her feet as she surged toward the hungry ghost path, her palm glowing with a light pink sage chakra. Don't just focus on the Deva Path. There are still stragglers to deal with. She deftly dodged the hungry ghost's outstretched hands, which sought to absorb her chakra, while channeling lightning chakra into her other hand. Crackling with energy, lightning release, body flicker technique, lightning shadow strike. Her electrified fist slammed into the hungry ghost's chest, sending currents of electricity coursing through his body and incapacitating his chakra flow. The hungry ghost emitted a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact. That lightning release technique packs quite a punch, Fukasaku exclaimed, grinning as he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, water release, great water bullet technique. A colossal water sphere, spinning with force, rocketed toward the human path that was attempting to ambush Sakura. The human path was forced to halt, crossing his arms to guard against the incoming attack. The water sphere exploded upon impact, the shockwave knocking him back as cracks appeared in the dark patterns across his chest. Nagato observed the fiery sand wave approaching, a cold smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed his Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force radiated outward from him, halting the fiery sand wave mid-air before it detonated in a violent explosion. Sand and flames erupted in all directions, engulfing the entire area. Is this all you can do? Nagato's voice echoed through the smoke, laced with derision. Jiraiya-sensei, it appears you have truly aged. Age is not for you to determine. Jiraiya's voice emerged from the haze, followed by three figures charging forth simultaneously. It was Jiraiya, alongside Shinsaku and the sage Jima, in a fusion form of sage arts. Jiraiya was enveloped in a soft green sage chakra, while Shinsaku and Jima clung to his arms. Sage art, 5 right guardians. Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of roaring flames. Shinsaku intensified the blaze with wind release, and Jima released scorching oil to fuel the fire. The amalgamation of these 3 sage techniques birthed a colossal wall of fire that surged toward Pain. The air crackled and sizzled as the heat scorched it, and the shattered stones beneath glowed red. Frog Katsu and Frog Ken seized the opportunity to attack. Frog Katsu concentrated chakra in his short blade. Ninjutsu, blade escaped chakra slash. 2 massive chakra blades hurtled towards the animal path. Just as the animal path contemplated summoning a creature, the chakra blades were nearly upon him, forcing him to hastily summon a giant crab as a shield. With a resounding crack, the crab's hardened shell was cleaved in 2, and the animal path was compelled to retreat. Frog Ken, wielding a water cannon, aimed at the hell path. Ninjutsu, water release, super high-pressure water cannon. The high-pressure torrent shot forth like a blade, striking the hell path, who quickly summoned a spirit gate in a futile attempt to shield himself. However, the water pierced through the gate, crashing down and causing him to spew forth dark blood. Sakura, witnessing the fire wall ensnaring Pain, narrowed her eyes and swiftly formed hand seals. A soft pink aura of wet bone forest sage chakra coalesced around her. Would release, tree world birth. Countless thick roots erupted from the ground, adorned with a faint sage glow and sharp thorns, entwining towards Pain. Do you think you can trap me? Pain scoffed, activating Shinra Tensei, which shattered the roots. Yet, as he obliterated one batch, fresh roots emerged from the earth. Sakura's would release, bolstered by the wet bone forest sage arts, not only accelerated but also possessed a hardness rivaling steel, rendering even the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei unable to obliterate all the roots at once. This girl's would release, combined with Sage Chakra. Pain's eyes flickered with surprise, evidently unprepared for Sakura's mastery of such advanced sage arts and would release techniques. Surprised? There's even more to astonish you. Sakura exclaimed with a smile, darting behind Pain using the roots as cover, her sage chakra surging. Her right hand gathered formidable strength as it intertwined with lightning chakra. Lightning release, body technique, thunder torment level Chio dance. Her hand, infused with electricity and immense power, struck toward Pain's back. Pain reacted swiftly, sidestepping. However, her palms still grazed his shoulder, unleashing both colossal force and electric current upon him. Pain staggered back, the black metal armor on his shoulder fracturing instantly, revealing the puppet body beneath. You wretched girl. Pain's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he concentrated chakra in his palm, a faint purple glow intensifying. He was clearly preparing to unleash a more potent Shinra Tensei. Do not give him a chance, Jiraiya shouted as he rushed forward. Forming hand seals, sage art, super large Rasengan. An even larger Rasengan coalesced in his palm, the light green sage chakra boiling with ferocious energy as it hurtled toward Pain. Simultaneously, Sakura launched her attack, forming hand seals, the wet bone forest sage chakra materializing before her as a massive bone blade. Sage art, wet bone forest bone release. Breaking dragon spear, the bone blade, whistling through the air, aimed directly for Pain's chest. This was a unique bone release technique of the wet bone forest sage arts. With the chakra on the blade capable of directly damaging the chakra core of a puppet, its power formidable. Pain was forced to confront both assaults at once. He inhaled deeply, the force of Shinra Tensei peaking, Super Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force expanded instantaneously, deflecting both the Rasengan and bone blade. The ground around him collapsing under the pressure, creating a massive pit several meters in diameter. The walls of the pit were ground to dust. However, this maneuver evidently drained a great deal of energy, as Pain's complexion paled, dark blood spilling from his mouth, his chakra becoming erratic. Now is the moment. His chakra reserves were critically low. He could not employ Shinra Tensei again in the near future. Shinsaku, the sage, keenly sensed Pain's condition and swiftly shouted a warning. Frog Bunta seized the opportunity, leaping high, his massive form unfurling in the air, chakra coalescing around him. Ninjutsu, earth release, heavy rock technique. His body instantaneously became excessively heavy, plummeting toward Pain like a meteor. As Pain attempted to evade, Frog Katsu ensnared his ankle with a chakra chain. The chain, entwined with soft green sage chakra, temporarily sealed the flow of chakra in the puppet, causing Pain's movements to slow. Damn it! Pain roared, struggling to break free from the chain. But the sage chakra clung to him tenaciously, preventing an easy escape. Down you go. Frog Bunta crashed down beside Pain, causing the ground to collapse once more. The immense impact forced Pain to spit out dark blood, his body flying backward like a severed kite. He collided with a distant wall, which crumbled upon impact, burying him beneath the rubble. Seizing the moment, Sakura rushed forward, forming hand seals, the wet bone forest sage chakra in her palms coalescing into a gentle glow. Sage art. Wet bone forest, 100 treasures rebirth. This was not a healing ninjutsu, but a unique rebirth technique of the wet bone forest sage arts. Sakura infused sage chakra into the earth, causing countless regenerative vines to burst forth from the debris, wrapping around Pain's body, restricting his movements. The vines, imbued with sage chakra, continuously eroded his puppet body, destroying his chakra core. Pain emitted a pained scream as his body convulsed violently under the vine's grasp. The radiance in his Rinnegan dimmed gradually, ultimately losing its luster entirely. His chakra core had been obliterated by the sage vines, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The other members of the Akatsuki, witnessing Pain's defeat, attempted to rush to his aid but were intercepted by Jiraiya and the Frog Army. Jiraiya unleashed a sage art, wind release, sandstorm, ensnaring the hungry ghost path and human path within a tempest of sand and stone, the sage chakra wearing down their bodies. Frog Ken, wielding the water cannon, unleashed a barrage of water release against the hell path, preventing him from approaching Pain. Frog Katsu, brandishing a short blade, pressed the chakra blade against the animal path's throat, coldly stating, "Make another move, and your puppet body will be severed. It is over." Jiraiya gazed at the dull Rinnegan of pain, his tone calm, yet heavy with sorrow. After all, this was once his disciple, and witnessing Pain's fall from grace stirred a deep discomfort within Jiraiya. Meanwhile, within the concealed cave, Nagato's true form coughed up a mouthful of blood. The previous battle had drained nearly all his chakra, and he understood that his time was short. Nagato laboriously turned to the purple-haired woman beside him, speaking, "Conan, it seems our dreams can no longer be realized." Chapter 199, Redemption, the birth technique of reincarnation. Conan hurried to his side, crouching down to gently wipe the blood from his lips, her voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. "Nagato, don't speak. I will transfer chakra to you right away." Her palm glowed with a faint blue chakra, but as she leaned closer, Nagato feebly raised his hand to stop her. "It's no use, Conan." Nagato's voice was hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows, as he gazed into Conan's reddened eyes, filled with guilt and regret. "I have long since reached my limit. Controlling the six paths demands an overwhelming amount of chakra, especially for the Super Shinra Tensei, which has nearly drained my body. It seems our dreams truly cannot be realized." "No, that cannot be." Conan's tears finally fell, her fingers clasping Nagato's hand, which felt icy. "We still have a chance. Provided we find the appropriate vessel and are granted a little more time, we can surely realize peace. We must not abandon Yahiko's ideal." Nagato shook his head slowly, his gaze falling upon the statue of Yahiko placed in the corner of the cave, his expression softening with pain. Yahiko's dream was to end the wars in Amigakure, to ensure that all could live in tranquility. But what about us? We seek peace through slaughter and pursue ideals with puppetry. This is not what Yahiko envisioned. In truth, Jiraiya and that girl, Sakura, were right on the battlefield. We have long strayed from our original path. He coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. "I can feel it. Pain's six paths have been destroyed, and my chakra core is severely damaged. I have little time left to live." "Nagato." Conan choked on his name, unsure of how to counter his words. Deep down, she understood that he spoke the truth. Since Yahiko's death, they had been lost in darkness. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by a clear feminine voice. Could the person inside come out to talk? Conan immediately became alert, raising her hand to gather paper shards to shield Nagato. Her voice sharp, "Who are you?" The stone door of the cave slowly creaked open, and Sakura stood at the entrance, surrounded by a gentle blue aura of sage chakra, her gaze calm, yet resolute. Upon observing the scene within the cave, particularly Nagato's frail appearance, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. "Through my sensory perception of natural energy, I found this place. Your chakra fluctuations are uniquely special, though faint. They share the same origin as Pain's six paths. You are the true body of Pain, are you not?" The girl certainly knew his name was Nagato. She merely chose not to voice it. Nagato looked at Sakura, astonished. He had not anticipated that this Sakura Haruno could locate his hidden cave using sage techniques. Indeed, anything was possible with this girl, who possessed such strength and mystery. He gestured for Conan to lower her paper, his voice still hoarse. "What brings you to me? Are you here to kill me? After all, I destroyed your village and took the lives of your comrades. I am not here to kill you." Sakura stepped into the cave, halting a few paces before Nagato. "I merely wish to understand. Having personally destroyed so many families and witnessed children lose their parents and the elderly lose their children, do you truly believe this will yield the peace you desire? If Yahiko were to know of your actions now, would he approve?" At the mention of Yahiko, Nagato visibly trembled, his eyes filled with deeper anguish. I only wished for the shinobi world to recognize the horrors of war. I wanted everyone to understand that only absolute power can bring about absolute peace. I thought this would allow Yahiko's ideal to be realized more swiftly. Absolute power and endless slaughter will only breed new hatred." Sakura's voice carried a weight of sorrow as she recalled the ruins she had seen on the battlefield and the heart-wrenching cries of those bereaved by Pain's hand. "You destroyed Konoha, yet its ninjas will not simply submit. They will harbor hatred toward you and Amigakure, and war will soon erupt again. More lives will be lost, more families shattered. Is this truly the outcome Yahiko envisioned?" The pink-haired girl paused, softening her tone. "I know you have endured suffering. I understand the pain of losing loved ones and dear friends. But suffering is not a justification for harming others, nor is it an excuse to stray from your original intentions. The mastermind behind this chaos has exploited your pain to manipulate you. He cares not for peace, but for your Rinnegan. Do you wish for your life to become a mere pawn in someone else's game? Nagato fell silent, his head bowed, fingers gripping his clothing tightly, knuckles turning white. He was acutely aware of who the puppet master was that she referred to. Sakura's words struck him like a hammer, resonating within his already wavering heart. He recalled Yahiko's last words urging him to protect Konan and the look in his eyes when he spoke of achieving peace. And he envisioned the displaced villagers of Amigakure during the war. Countless images flooded his mind, and he suddenly realized that he had become the very person he once despised. Have I erred? Nagato lifted his head, confusion filling his eyes, tears spilling from the corners. I have killed so many, destroyed so much. Can I ever atone? Sakura looked into his eyes, recognizing the remorse within, and nodded gently. As long as you are willing, it is never too late. Peace is never attained through destruction. It is achieved through redemption and compassion. You possess the Rinnegan, a power capable of altering everything. This power should not be wielded for slaughter, but for more meaningful pursuits. Nagato's gaze gradually cleared as he looked down at his hands. These hands had once controlled pain, taking countless lives. Perhaps now, they could also be used to salvage something. He suddenly recalled the ultimate secret technique of the Rinnegan, a forbidden art that required the caster's entire life force, and his resolve solidified. Konan. Nagato turned to the girl beside him, his voice weak yet imbued with newfound determination. I know what I must do. Konan froze, unable to comprehend. As she watched Nagato slowly raise his hand, a pale purple chakra emanating from his palm. The light of the Rinnegan shone brighter than ever in the dim cave. Nagato, what are you doing? Konan suddenly realized the implications, her voice filled with panic. Don't do anything reckless. That technique will consume your last breath. It is the only way to atone for my sins. Nagato gazed at Konan, his expression filled with regret and tenderness. I am sorry, Konan, for the suffering I have caused you all these years. I once believed that power could bring peace. Only now do I understand that true peace means bringing back the dead, reuniting broken families, and ceasing the cycle of hatred. His chakra surged wildly, the air around him distorting. This is the natural technique of the Rinnegan, the true power of redemption. I will resurrect all those we have slain in Konoha. Nagato. No. Konan attempted to intervene, but the chakra barrier he unleashed held her at bay, forcing her to watch as Nagato's form gradually became translucent, tears cascading like pearls from her eyes. Sakura stood silently nearby, watching the scene unfold, astonished that Nagato would choose to sacrifice his life for atonement. The pale purple chakra flowed from Nagato's palm, spreading through the crevices of the cave like a vast net, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Sakura could distinctly sense the once silent life forces within the village gradually reviving. Beside the collapsed homes, the sounds of reunion, cries and laughter, began to emerge.